The man was splashed with icy seawater, the chill quickly seeping into his body. He slowly opened his eyes, and after a moment, he stood up on the beach. Looking around, there was a vast ocean in front of me and a dark, dense forest behind me. The atmosphere was particularly eerie. At this moment, the man was shivering from the cold and prepared to walk towards the edge of the forest, thinking of finding some food or a suitable shelter. But just as he was taking a step forward, he suddenly saw something that seemed to be lying under a rock. He quickly went over and, upon closer inspection, realized it was the beautiful campus belle he had met in college. The woman was unconscious at the moment, and the man's heart tightened. He quickly woke her up. The woman slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually returning. After some conversation, they learned that their cruise ship had been involved in an accident, leaving them stranded on this deserted island. In an instant, despair enveloped the two of them, and the surrounding silence and unease only highlighted their helplessness. Suddenly, Yifeng heard the sound of wild animals running from the jungle behind them, which made the two of them tense instantly. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a dangerous situation after being stranded on a deserted island? Clearly, this place is not safe. Climb up the tree quickly, Yifeng suddenly ordered anxiously. Lu Ting was stunned for a moment, wondering, what's wrong with Yifeng? Why is he making me climb a tree? There's a wild animal. Quick, climb a tree, Yifeng said even more anxiously. But I can't climb trees. What should we do? Lu Ting asked anxiously. She had also heard the commotion around her and was getting nervous. Then find a vine, tie it around your neck, and hang it from a tree, Yifeng said quickly. Okay, Lu Ting replied, and began to tear off a vine, intending to make a loop to put around her neck. Wrong. Lu Ting was so angry, she almost vomited blood. She never expected Yifeng to suggest such an idea. It was too much. Yifeng shook his head, thinking that Lu Ting was actually quite simple-minded, sometimes even adorably naive. Suddenly, roars echoed from the woods, followed by the sound of wild beasts running, growing ever closer. Yifeng's heart tightened, and he immediately shouted, Quick, climb a tree. With that, he ran forward as fast as he could. Oh my God, Lu Ting screamed in fright. Seeing Yifeng running away, she froze, a wave of despair washing over her. Yifeng had actually abandoned her in this dangerous moment. Fear unleashed her potential. Using both hands and feet, she successfully climbed a 2-meter-high tree. Just then, a dark, monstrous beast suddenly leaped out of the woods. Yifeng quickly rushed to a rock ahead, jumped up, his hind feet scraping against the rock, and with a powerful leap. His body spun rapidly in the air, and he stabbed the beast with a wooden stick he had picked up along the way. Yifeng used all his strength, and the wooden stick in his hand struck the beast's head hard. Thud! The sound of the wooden stick striking the ground echoed through the forest. The wild beast let out a painful roar and collapsed, barely alive. It's a wild boar, Yifeng exclaimed in surprise, seeing that the fallen beast was actually an injured wild boar. The boar's body was covered with deep claw marks, and in 2 of the wounds, its internal organs were almost visible. Clearly, the wild boar was seriously injured in a fight with other wild animals and managed to escape before running back into the forest. Seeing that the wild boar was on its last legs, Yifeng walked over without hesitation and quickly killed it. Yifeng, it was a wild boar. That's great, we'll have meat to eat. Lu Ting's voice was full of excitement as she quickly climbed down from the tree. But a tree branch caught her clothes. The buttons instantly came off, and her clothes were pulled up high, exposing her slender waist. Yifeng, Lu Ting's face instantly turned red. She was stuck, unable to go up or down. If she pulled hard, her clothes would definitely tear, and she would be embarrassed. What's wrong? Yifeng heard her voice and quickly walked towards the tree. Don't come any closer. Lu Ting lowered her head, hugging the tree tightly with both hands. Looking at the branch hanging on her clothes, she felt a chill. All right, then I won't come over. You hang there for a while, but be careful the branches don't cut your stomach, Yifeng said in a deep voice. Lu Ting was a little panicked at this moment, worried that if she really fell, the branches would cut her. Yifeng, you'd better come over here, she said helplessly, though afraid of being seen. It was better than being scratched. She closed her eyes shyly. Hurry up and save me. Yifeng carefully pulled apart the branches, hugged Lu Ting, and then slowly slid her down from the tree. When the two finally stood still, Lu Ting quickly turned around to straighten her clothes to avoid embarrassment. Check her carefully, so she doesn't get hurt, Yifeng whispered in her ear before turning back to the fallen wild boar. This forest is dangerous. We need to get back to the seaside quickly. Yifeng's tone was serious, and he already had a plan in mind. But we don't have any containers to hold water. We'll die of thirst if we go back to the seaside, Lu Ting said worriedly. That's easy. I'll figure something out, Yifeng replied. He quickly found a hollow tree nearby, broke it off, and then found suitable wood to make several simple tree trunks to store water. After a short while, Yifeng filled several tree tubes with water, killed the dying wild boar, carried it on his shoulder, and left the forest with Lu Ting and the tree tubes. About an hour later, the two finally returned to the beach. The scene at the beach remained the same, with layers of waves constantly surging on the vast sea. Yifeng tossed the 100-pound wild boar to the ground, but he was exhausted. I'm so tired. I've never been this tired before, Yifeng said breathlessly, the soreness in his shoulders forcing him to stop and rest. Lu Ting placed several water-filled tree tubes under the rocks, her forehead covered in sweat, and she looked quite exhausted. Are you all right? Yifeng asked with concern. Oh, the sun has risen in the west. How someone actually cares about me, Lu Ting said sarcastically, her tone tinged with mockery. Yifeng smiled and said, After all, I've seen your body, so I have to take responsibility for you. Wah? Lu Ting thought of the embarrassment of being hung on the tree earlier, and her mood became somewhat depressed, with a trace of sadness flashing in her eyes. I'm hungry. After a short pause, Lu Ting couldn't help but say, despite her complicated feelings, she still wanted to fill her stomach as soon as possible. Yifeng picked up a sharp stone and began cutting up the wild boar meat. Lu Ting, meanwhile, used a barely functional lighter to start a fire, which grew stronger and stronger. Half an hour later, Yifeng cut off 2 pieces of meat, skewered them on wooden sticks, and put the wild boar meat on the charcoal fire to start grilling. I'm starving. Finally, there's meat to eat. Seeing the delicious food on the fire, Lu Ting clenched her little fists excitedly, looking forward to the feast. Okay, wait a bit. Eat more. You'll have the energy to work when you're full. Yifeng nodded slightly, his bright eyes looking at Lu Ting. Lu Ting suddenly widened her eyes and opened her mouth into an O shape, seemingly startled by his words. What? What are you going to do? Lu Ting asked cautiously. After we finish eating, we need to build a thatched hut so we can have some alone time. Without a house, it's inconvenient to do anything, Sai. Yifeng sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. Lu Ting pursed her lips, but felt uneasy, sensing that things weren't quite safe yet. An hour later, a fragrant aroma filled the air. The wild boar meat was finally roasted. Looking at the golden, tempting meat, Lu Ting couldn't help but drool. It's cooked. Eat up, Yifeng said, picking up a wooden stick and handing her the skewered wild boar meat. Thank you. Lu Ting smiled sweetly and reached out to grab the wild boar meat. Be careful, it's hot, Yifeng reminded her. Ouch. Lu Ting burned her hand and quickly pulled it back, saying angrily, You only reminded me after I was already burned? Were you doing it on purpose? Who told you to grab the wild boar meat with your hands? You should have grabbed the wooden skewer. How stupid, Yifeng said. I was too hungry. My brain wasn't working properly, Lu Ting replied resentfully, her tone tinged with helplessness. Her words made Yifeng chuckle. Lu Ting always spoke in such a funny and adorable way. After waiting a minute and seeing that Yifeng still hadn't come to comfort her, Lu Ting picked up the wooden skewer and carefully began to eat the wild boar meat. Although it was roasted perfectly without any seasoning, it was oily but not greasy and tasted exceptionally delicious. The two ate quite a bit of wild boar meat and were finally full. Lu Ting stood up and asked, What should we do next? We need to find a way to marinate this wild boar meat to prevent it from rotting, and then build a thatched hut to shelter it from the wind and rain, Yifeng said. But we don't have any sea salt to make, and the simple sea salt we make is very toxic, Lu Ting said, frowning with concern. Sea salt needs to be processed before it can be consumed. If used directly, it is extremely toxic. Making sea salt by diverting water through canals, filtering, and drying is too laborious, and they only have 2 people. First, get some sea salt, marinate it with a small amount of sea salt, and then smoke it to make cured meat. As long as the wild boar meat is made into cured meat, it can be preserved for a long time, Yifeng suggested. Back when he lived in the countryside, villagers often cured meat this way. But we don't have an iron pot, so we can't boil seawater. How do we make sea salt? Lu Ting asked, puzzled. Let's make a small pond first, fill it with seawater, and then we'll have sea salt once the seawater dries, Yifeng said after thinking for a moment. He then stood up, preparing to find a suitable place to dry salt. Location was crucial. If the ground was sandy, it would leak easily. If it was too far from the sea, transporting water would be inconvenient. Lu Ting followed behind Yifeng, and the two quickly found a rocky area with a suitable spot for salt production. After 2 hours of hard work, they successfully poured in seawater. If all went well, They would have sea salt by noon tomorrow. Next, Yifeng planned to build a thatched hut. A hut is crucial for survival by the sea. It not only provides shelter from the wind and rain, but also helps protect against wild animals. Yifeng, I don't know how to build a thatched hut. Do you? Lu Ting stopped at the edge of the forest, a slightly apologetic smile on her face. She was clearly worried that Yifeng would call her stupid or incompetent. You grew up in a big city, and your family is wealthy, so you haven't learned these things. However, I can build thatched huts, Yifeng replied. Lu Ting thought Yifeng would laugh at her, but to her surprise, he didn't say anything. Then I'll be in charge of finding the timber, and you'll be in charge of building the hut, Lu Ting said decisively. Are you sure you can do it? Yifeng looked at Lu Ting. Could her thin frame carry timber and find thatch? TCH, you actually underestimate me? I'm quite capable. You just don't know it, Lu Ting said somewhat defiantly, not wanting Yifeng to think she was incompetent. She rolled up her sleeves and began searching for timber, thatch, and vines at the edge of the forest. Because of the many unknown dangers within the forest, the two dared not venture deeper. Lu Ting was busy at the edge of the forest, while Yifeng was moving stones on the beach, preparing to build a thatched hut using a mixture of stones and wood. He hoped the house he built would be sturdier and able to withstand attacks from wild animals. The two worked together, and although Lu Ting was sweating profusely, she gritted her teeth and persevered, not wanting Yifeng to look down on her, and even less wanting to be someone who held her back. Although she comes from a wealthy family, Lu Ting has a stubborn streak and is unwilling to be looked down upon by others. 3 hours later, Yifeng built a house of about 10 square meters and 1.5 meters high with large stones. If it exceeded this height, it would be unstable and prone to collapse, so he built the latter half with wood. Lu Ting carried a lot of wood, thatch, and vines, panting heavily and too exhausted to even speak. Yifeng, is this enough? Lu Ting asked, still persevering despite her fatigue. Okay, that's enough. If you still have the energy, go into the forest and find some firewood. I'll build a thatched hut first and smoke the wild boar meat. Once we have sea salt tomorrow, we can pickle it, Yifeng instructed. He knew that if the wild boar meat wasn't processed soon, it would rot after the sea salt was dried tomorrow. Oh, Lu Ting wiped her sweat and staggered towards the forest, but after only a few steps, she collapsed to the ground, feeling weak. What's wrong? Yifeng rushed over. I'm fine, Lu Ting shook her head. If you can't take a break, don't push yourself, Yifeng said with concern, afraid that she would overwork herself. You're the one who can't do it, Lu Ting retorted, but she couldn't stand up anymore and had to sit on the beach to rest. Yifeng shook his head and smiled. This rich young lady was really stubborn. Even though she was exhausted, she still wouldn't give in. However, this incident improved his impression of Lu Ting considerably. If it were an ordinary beautiful woman, she probably wouldn't even be able to lift a piece of wood, or she would only cry and whine. After resting for half an hour, Lu Ting finally stood up, ready to go find firewood. Yifeng, let me show you what I'm made of today. Don't underestimate us women. We women are no less capable than men, Lu Ting said smugly. I haven't underestimated women, nor have I underestimated you, Yifeng replied as he built the hut. I can see the contempt in your eyes, humph, Lu Ting said with a smug smile as she walked smugly toward the edge of the forest. Be careful, don't go into the forest, Yifeng reminded her, watching her departing figure. I know, this beauty doesn't want to die. I absolutely won't risk going into the forest. Lu Ting's clear and melodious voice came from outside the forest. Chapter 7 Lu Ting's awkward plea for help. As the sun gradually set, Yifeng finally finished building the thatched hut. This hut, constructed of a mixture of stone and wood, was about 10 square meters in size, enough for 2 people to live in. Looking at the thatched hut in front of her, Lu Ting smiled brightly. Finally, she had a place to shelter from the wind and rain. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. This reminds me of a certain TV series, Yifeng suddenly said. What series? Lu Ting asked curiously. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, where Zhang Wuji's parents are stranded on a deserted island and eventually marry, Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Ting rolled her eyes. I only know my love from the star. Let's try to save ourselves. For example, we can write SOS on the beach or prepare some live branches. The SOS signal that Lu Ting mentioned is a globally recognized distress signal. If an aircraft sees this signal, it will immediately launch a rescue operation. The live tree branches, on the other hand, are used because their high moisture content produces thick smoke when burned, attracting ships at sea. You can have these. I'll go process the wild boar meat first, Yifeng said. Okay, let's divide the work. Lu Ting nodded in response. Next, Yifeng returned to the beach, continued to use stones to cut the wild boar meat, and began preparing to smoke it. Lu Ting picked up a stick and carefully wrote the huge letters SOS on the sand, making sure it was conspicuous enough. After writing it, she went to the edge of the forest and found a lot of live branches. These branches were moist and would produce thick smoke when placed in a fire. After finishing all that, Lu Ting walked wearily to Yifeng's side. "Oh my God, Yifeng, I'm exhausted." She rubbed her waist, her face full of fatigue. The sawdust and mud on her body made her look like a refugee, but she still had a touch of captivating beauty. "Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me?" Lu Ting couldn't help but ask when she saw Yifeng staring at her face. "No," Yifeng replied. "Then I must look terrible, right?" Lu Ting asked. "Yes, you do look a little terrible, but you look beautiful." "Hee, I didn't expect you to tell the truth. I thought you only knew how to lie." Lu Ting smiled sweetly, wiping her face. As a beautiful woman, she never let her guard down. "You're not on guard anymore?" Yifeng teased. Last night, Lu Ting treated him like a thief, so why is she suddenly so unguarded now? Forced love is never sweet. "I trust you, so I'm not on guard anymore," Lu Ting replied with a smile. "Although forced love is never sweet, as long as I'm happy, it doesn't matter whether the love is sweet or not," Yifeng laughed. "I can't be bothered with you." Lu Ting pouted, turned around and walked towards the sea, probably to wash up. "Don't forget, my task is complete. The smoked wild boar meat is yours now." Lu Ting reminded him before leaving. "Okay, leave it to me." Yifeng nodded. Lu Ting did indeed have a lot to do. As dusk fell, the sea surged, waves crashing onto the beach. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the azure sea, and Lu Ting, her long black hair flowing, walked along the soft sand. Her footprints were left in rows on the golden sand. This scene seemed like something out of a movie. Yifeng watched her walk on the beach, somewhat lost in thought. Although he had never had a crush on Lu Ting before, her beauty had stirred something within him. "Hey, is anyone there? We're stranded on a desert island and need rescue." Lu Ting shouted loudly from the shallows. It wasn't a real cry for help, but rather her way of venting her frustration. She knew it was useless, but she still wanted to try. As dusk deepened, Yifeng finally butchered the wild boar meat completely and placed it over the fire to smoke. Tomorrow, adding some sea salt will turn this wild boar meat into cured meat, making it easier to store. Meanwhile, Lu Ting bent down to wash away the mud and fatigue from her body in the seawater, preparing for the approaching night. The sun set, a crescent moon rose, night fell, and moonlight spilled onto the beach. Yifeng couldn't help but look forward to the night, because he and Lu Ting would be staying in this 10-square-meter thatched hut. Although the space was small, with only the two of them, the environment actually had a romantic feel to it. At this moment, Lu Ting, standing on the beach, suddenly froze, her gaze fixed on Yifeng. Yifeng was somewhat taken aback, wondering if Lu Ting had feelings for him. However, they had only just met, and although they were classmates before, in her eyes, he was just one of thousands of ordinary boys. "Yifeng, I have some bad news for you," Lu Ting suddenly said, looking troubled. "What news?" Yifeng asked calmly. "Wah, I accidentally got my foot stuck in a crevice in the rocks and I can't get it out," Lu Ting said, sounding embarrassed, afraid Yifeng would laugh at her. "Oh," Yifeng nodded, his reaction to the news indifferent. "Aren't you going to come and help me?" Lu Ting was a little annoyed, thinking that Yifeng would rush over to help immediately after hearing the news, but she didn't expect him to be so calm. "Beautiful school beauty, I believe you can save yourself." Yifeng didn't step forward immediately, but said with a smile. "I can't." Lu Ting was a little anxious. Her foot was stuck and she was in a lot of pain, but Yifeng didn't rush to help her. "I believe you can do it," Yifeng said calmly. "Wah," Lu Ting pleaded in a spoiled tone. "Yifeng, please help me. If you don't help me, I'll die. Can you bear to see me die? You can even get stuck while washing your feet? You're really something." Yifeng chuckled, then walked over, worried that she might be uncomfortable. "What kind of logic is that? Smart people can fall too," Lu Ting retorted, somewhat dissatisfied. Chapter 8. You're so mean. Always scaring people, the icy seawater kept washing over the beach. Yifeng walked to Lu Ting's side and saw that her fair ankle was stuck in a crevice in the rocks. This was a dark, rocky area. Lu Ting accidentally stepped into a small crack, barely the size of a palm. Forcibly pulling it out would be extremely painful, and she didn't have the courage to do so. "Yifeng, what should I do? It hurts so much." Lu Ting couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration, on the verge of tears, yet she was also afraid that Yifeng would blame her. Yifeng squatted down to think, his eyes sweeping over the hard rock. "This crevice is made of a single, intact rock. If you break it open, you'll definitely hurt your foot," he said. "No, you can't smash it, it'll definitely hurt my foot." Lu Ting shook her head anxiously. But I don't have any other way. Yifeng frowned, looking somewhat troubled. Please, you have to think of something. Lu Ting clasped her hands together, pleading pitifully. Actually, it wouldn't be difficult to save you. But this method isn't very good. I hope you won't be angry. Yifeng suddenly revealed a wicked smile. As long as you can save me, I'll be extremely grateful. How could I be angry? Lu Ting said anxiously. She just wanted to get out of trouble as soon as possible because it was getting dark and she didn't want to stay there for the night. Yifeng crouched down and suddenly reached out to grab Lu Ting's jeans. Instantly, the jeans slipped down a few inches, revealing her fair skin. Ah! Lu Ting screamed in fright, hurriedly taking a few steps back and angrily said, Yifeng, what are you doing? If you dare to do anything reckless, I will never forgive you. Yifeng shrugged and smiled, saying, I knew you'd be angry. Only then did Lu Ting realize that she had misunderstood Yifeng's intentions. Without Yifeng's action, she might not have been able to pull her foot out in time. Humph, you scoundrel, I won't thank you. Lu Ting pretended to be angry, touching her ankle. Although it hurt a little, she was finally free. I don't expect you to thank me, but if you want to stay stuck there, you can enjoy the sea all night. After saying that, Yifeng turned around and went back to the fire to intensify the fire and smoke the wild boar meat. Lu Ting pouted, walked to where her foot was stuck, tried to lift her fair foot, but quickly pulled it back, thinking to herself, I'm so stupid. I finally got out of trouble. I don't want to get stuck again. As darkness fell, the sun disappeared below the horizon, and the moon began to rise slowly. A sea breeze blew, and Lu Ting stood outside the thatched hut, gazing into the distance. The pale moonlight bathed her, like a mysterious veil. Under the moonlight, she was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Yifeng walked to her side and asked softly, What are you thinking about? I'm worried about my classmates and teachers. I don't know how many are still alive, or when the rescue team will arrive, Lu Ting said in a low voice, revealing a hint of anxiety. Right now, we can only look after ourselves and wait for the rescue team, Yifeng said softly. Yes, that's all we can do. Lu Ting lowered her head and nodded gently. It's getting dark. Yifeng pointed to the moon in the night sky. Lu Ting looked up at the moonlight, her eyes bright, her eyelashes long like black gemstones, full of vitality. It's getting dark, we should rest. She looked at the sky, seemingly a little uneasy. The thought of being alone with Yifeng that night made her nervous and a little scared. Yes, it's time to rest. Yifeng smiled. I'll sleep in the thatched hut, you can sleep outside. Aye. Lu Ting's eyes widened. She didn't expect Yifeng to be so shameless, actually making her sleep outside and letting her be exposed to the wind. Why should I sleep outside? I also helped build the hut. Why should you sleep in the hut and I sleep outside? Lu Ting asked angrily. Because I'm weak and prone to catching colds, Yifeng said matter-of-factly. Uft. Lu Ting almost vomited blood in anger. Looking at Yifeng's harmless smile, she really wanted to shout to the sky. Heavens, thunder. Just kill Yifeng. Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. Men first. I'm going in to rest. Yifeng waved his hand and entered the thatched hut. Yifeng, I find you shameless. Why should men get priority? Lu Ting was furious. I'm not going to stay outside. She stormed into the hut, sat on the haystack in the corner, and became angrier the more she thought about it. Yifeng smiled faintly, sat down by the door of the thatched hut, and hugged the steel log to protect himself from wild beasts. The bright fire outside shone into the hut, and Lu Ting was so angry that her upper body slumped down, and her face turned black with rage. You've had enough, come sit next to me and get some rest, Yifeng said with a smile. Humph. Lu Ting snorted coldly, turning her head away angrily. Yifeng always managed to make her angry. If I didn't make you angry, would you feel comfortable coming in to rest? Yifeng asked. Lu Ting thought Yifeng's words made sense. She had been standing outside, initially hesitant to come in, but had stormed into the hut out of sheer anger. She also realized that Yifeng was different from the other boys. Back in school, many boys tried to please her with obvious intentions, but Yifeng always approached her in a different way, making her lower her guard. Don't cower in the corner, you'd better come closer to me, otherwise it's not safe, Yifeng said. TCH, don't try to scare me. I've already fallen for it once, and I won't let you scare me again. Lu Ting stubbornly sat in the corner, keeping her distance. After all, it was the middle of the night, and she felt a little awkward and uneasy being alone in the thatched hut with someone else. I'm worried about poisonous snakes at night. What if they climb up the rocks onto the thatched roof and suddenly fall? Yifeng said half-jokingly. Don't mention that. I'm terrified of snakes. Lu Ting suddenly became nervous. Just then, a rustling sound came from the thatched roof, as if something was crawling, but it was actually the sound of the wind blowing the thatch. A snake. Yifeng suddenly pointed at the roof. Oh my god. Lu Ting was so frightened that she ran over and clung tightly to Yifeng, trembling all over. Haha. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Yifeng laughed and hugged Lu Ting, holding her sideways in his arms. Lu Ting's soft, delicate body was close to him. Her fragrance was intoxicating, and she felt exceptionally warm. You're so mean, always scaring me. If you scare me again, I'm really not talking to you anymore. Lu Ting grabbed Yifeng angrily, wishing she could strangle him. Chapter 9. Late at night. Something happened to her. The pale moonlight shone on the thatched hut, illuminating the deserted island and the sea. Inside the hut, Lu Ting had already drifted off to sleep, exhausted and weary. Yifeng lay in the thatched hut, listening to the gentle lapping of the tide and feeling Lu Ting's even breathing, but his mind was in turmoil. He tried his best to calm himself down. He hadn't slept a wink last night and had worked very hard during the day, so he gradually grew sleepy and soon drifted off to sleep. In his dream, Yifeng returned to the moment of the shipwreck. A huge cruise ship was sailing on the vast ocean, filled with finance department faculty and students, as well as some wealthy businessmen and outsiders. Suddenly, the ship rocked violently, the waves roared, and everyone struggled in the chaos. Suddenly, a loud grinding sound came from inside the thatched hut, startling Yifeng awake. He opened his eyes and saw Lu Ting grinding her teeth beside him, making painful noises. Yifeng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't realized the school beauty ground her teeth in her sleep. For a moment, her beautiful image seemed to change in his eyes. Lu Ting, Yifeng called softly, but she still didn't respond. The teeth grinding continued, growing increasingly intense. Yifeng quickly got up and went to her side. He saw that she was not only grinding her teeth, but also making painful noises. He knelt down and placed his hand on her forehead, immediately feeling a chill. Her body temperature was abnormally low, almost like touching an ice cube. Yifeng was alarmed, knowing that the situation was bad. This was not an ordinary high fever, but a severe one. Lu Ting, wake up. Yifeng was frantic. He shook Lu Ting, trying to wake her, but she remained unresponsive. She finally stirred slightly, her eyes glazed, her voice weak and trembling. Yifeng, my head is throbbing terribly. I might die. Don't talk nonsense, you won't die. I won't let you die. Yifeng's tone was serious, but his heart was filled with worry. Yifeng, I'm really in pain. I've never suffered like this before. I might not be able to hold on. If I really die, please take me back with you. Don't let me be buried alone on this deserted island, because I'm afraid of the dark and afraid of being alone. Lu Ting's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Looking at her weak state, Yifeng felt a pang of pity. Don't say such things. I won't let you die. I absolutely won't let you die. Lu Ting continued to tremble with weak breathing, her body curled up in a ball, her tone tinged with helplessness. You always make me angry. I'm almost dead, and you still make me angry. Stop talking, get up and sit up, stay awake. Yifeng quickly took off his coat and draped it over Lu Ting, but she was as limp as a helpless rag doll and couldn't sit up at all. He leaned her against the stone wall of the hut. The combination of wood and stone provided support for the hut. Lu Ting, remember, don't sleep anymore. You must stay awake. I'm going to the forest to find herbs. Yifeng patted her face, trying to wake her up. He knew that if she continued to sleep, her high fever would only worsen, and if she remained unconscious, she would be completely unable to react to any wild animals that might appear, which would be fatal. Yifeng, don't go. The forest is dangerous at night. Lu Ting struggled to open her eyes, feeling as if everything around her was spinning and the world was shaking. Your condition is bad. I have to go find herbs. Remember to wait for me. Wait for me to come back, Yifeng insisted. Then you must be careful and come back soon. If you can't find the herbs, go again tomorrow, Lu Ting said weakly, almost without strength. I'll be back as soon as possible. Stay conscious and sing to stay awake. Yifeng handed her a wooden stick, then picked up another piece of steel wood and quickly left the hut. Yifeng is the most handsome, my beloved, Lu Ting began to recite weakly. Although she was very unwilling, Yifeng insisted that she recite it 1,000 times until he returned. Under the moonlight, Yifeng swiftly traversed the deserted island, torch in one hand and a piece of green steel wood gripped tightly in the other, stepping into the darkness of the forest. This forest was vast and deep, its end invisible even in daylight, and at night it seemed endlessly dark. Without hesitation, Yifeng entered the forest, determined to risk everything to find the herbs that could cure Lu Ting's high fever. He grew up in the countryside and was familiar with various herbs. Even in this dense forest, he could quickly identify the surrounding plants from memory. Half an hour later, he found several common herbs, hyssop, licorice, and plantain. Plantain could not only treat high fever, but also clear heat and detoxify, and could even be used to stave off hunger. Just as he was about to return, he heard a strange noise behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yifeng turned around abruptly, his heart pounding. He knew it must be a large wild beast. Chapter 10 Night. Attack in the forest. The air in the forest was still. Yifeng anxiously turned around to look at the source of the noise behind him. He was almost certain that it was the sound of some kind of large wild beast, but when he turned around, he saw nothing. The surroundings were unusually quiet, as if the noise had never happened. Could it be a hallucination? Yifeng muttered to himself, but he knew the sound wasn't unfounded. The sound had been so loud, it couldn't be a hallucination. As the breeze rustled through the trees, Yifeng grew increasingly uneasy. He decided to retreat, preparing to leave this dangerous place quickly. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out of the jungle, moving with almost the speed of the wind. Yifeng was instantly startled and quickly dodged. The shadow, carrying a powerful gust of air, swept past Yifeng and disappeared into the grass ahead. What was that? Yifeng was shocked. The shadow was not only swift but also extremely agile. It was definitely not a tiger or a black bear. While tigers are fast, they couldn't possibly be this agile, and black bears are rather clumsy, making it impossible for them to reach such speed. Filled with alertness, Yifeng looked up at the tree trunk and leaped up, quickly landing on it. Up! Yifeng moved nimbly, easily standing on the trunk, scanning his surroundings, trying to find any trace of the dark figure. Having trained in martial arts in Yi family village since childhood, Yifeng possessed extraordinary agility and reflexes, allowing him to remain calm in the face of this dangerous forest. Come out! What the hell is that? Yifeng roared, attempting to bolster his aura. Suddenly, the dark figure darted out of the jungle again, its target Yifeng, leaping into the air with incredible speed. Huh! Without hesitation, Yifeng swiftly flipped down the tree, waving his torch at the shadowy figure. Bang! The torch struck the shadowy figure heavily, the loud noise accompanied by a strange cry. The shadowy figure disappeared into the woods, and Yifeng's torch went out after the collision. What exactly is that thing? Yifeng was covered in sweat, still unable to make out the true appearance of the dark figure. Due to the dim light, he could only rely on his intuition to judge that the figure was extremely agile and definitely not an ordinary wild beast. Feeling unsafe, Yifeng gripped the wooden stick in his hand and carefully retreated back to the edge of the forest with the medicinal herbs. A dozen minutes later, Yifeng finally returned to the beach. The cold sea breeze brushed against his face, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The beach had no trees or shelter, making it unsuitable for hiding anything. At least for now, he was safe. Despite his relief, Yifeng was still worried about Lu Ting's safety and decided to return to the hut immediately. Crackling, the firewood crackled in the bonfire as Yifeng hurried toward the thatched hut. Lu Ting, he called out urgently, entering the hut, his heart filled with anxiety. Yifeng, Lu Ting's weak voice came from inside the hut. She lay on the ground, limp and powerless. You scared me to death. I thought you were lost and couldn't find your way back. Thump. Before Lu Ting could finish speaking, she collapsed weakly to the ground. Lu Ting, Yifeng cried out in alarm, immediately pushing aside the stone slab and rushing into the thatched hut. He touched Lu Ting's forehead, feeling it was colder than before. Her high fever had clearly worsened, her body temperature was icy, and her condition was becoming increasingly serious. I'll go brew some medicine for you. Yifeng didn't dare delay and turned to prepare medicine for Lu Ting. Although he didn't have an iron pot, Yifeng still decided to use tree trunks to boil the medicine. He knew that even with rudimentary conditions, as long as there was water, the medicine could be boiled and its effects would be realized. The cold sea breeze kept blowing as Yifeng sat on the beach, patiently washing the herbs. Due to the scarcity of fresh water, he could only wash the herbs with seawater first, and then use a small amount of fresh water to boil the medicine. When the medicine was finally ready, Yifeng carefully picked up the tube, added cold water to make sure the temperature was right, and then returned to the hut. Lu Ting, drink some water. Yifeng gently helped her sit up, letting her lean against him, and slowly fed her water. In her dazed state, Lu Ting murmured, Mommy, Daddy, I feel so bad. I miss you so much, I want. Hearing her sorrowful words, Yifeng's heart also grew heavy. During the day she was so strong, helping to gather wood and build the thatched hut. But now, sick, her vulnerability was undeniable. Everyone is vulnerable when they are sick, even men are no exception. Sigh. Yifeng sighed softly, his heart filled with helplessness. He carefully comforted Lu Ting. You should rest first. I'll get you the medicine. I won't let you die. Yifeng patiently waited for the medicine to take effect, occasionally returning to the fire to boil medicine for Lu Ting and tidy up other things. Night deepened, the moon hung in the sky, and its white moonlight spilled onto the earth. All around was silent. He was still thinking about Lu Ting, and despite being exhausted, he did his best to protect her. At this moment, he had no intention of resting until he was sure that Lu Ting's condition had improved. Finally, 10 minutes later, the herbal medicine was ready, and a strong aroma filled the air. Yifeng carefully carried the tube back to the thatched hut. Seeing Lu Ting shivering, his heart tightened even more. Lu Ting, drink your medicine. He helped her sit in his lap and drank the medicine. Cold, cold, I'm so cold. Lu Ting said weakly through gritted teeth. Yifeng, I'm so cold. Please put me on the fire to warm me up. Yifeng gave a wry smile. The words left him both amused and exasperated. She was clearly delirious. Sick people sometimes do exhibit illogical speech and behavior. Drink your medicine, sweetie, Yifeng said softly, carefully feeding her the medicine. After she finished, Yifeng gently placed her back in the pile of dry grass, hoping the herbs would work. If her high fever persisted, Yifeng was helpless, but he believed the herbs would help. Having not rested all night, Yifeng finally couldn't resist lying down in the thatched hut, closing his eyes and resting briefly. Although extremely exhausted, he was still constantly thinking of Lu Ting. At dawn, Yifeng finally slowly opened his eyes and found that Lu Ting was gone. Chapter 11. The beach. She cried out in despair. Lu Ting. Yifeng called anxiously from the beach, his heart filled with worry. He had woken up last night to find Lu Ting nowhere to be seen. He had searched everywhere, but found nothing. Yifeng, I'm here. Lu Ting's voice came from afar. She quickly ran over, her face apologetic. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it, and went outside the hut to take care of something urgent. Seeing that Lu Ting was all right, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Don't go too far from the hut in the future. This deserted island is too dangerous. Okay, I understand. Lu Ting nodded with a smile. Her recovery was going well. She seemed no longer weak. Is your high fever gone? Yifeng asked with concern. It's gone. Thank you. Lu Ting replied gratefully. If Yifeng hadn't taken care of her when she was at her weakest, she probably wouldn't have made it. A persistent high fever can pose a significant risk to one's life. You're welcome, Yifeng said softly. Lu Ting smiled, a warmth flashing in her eyes. I didn't expect you to be so caring. She smiled slightly, looking at Yifeng, her guard gradually lowering. After what happened last night, she knew Yifeng had no ill intentions towards her. Although he didn't talk much, his sincerity and thoughtfulness warmed her heart. I was just worried about you. I'm really bored being all alone on the island, Yifeng said casually. Stubborn, Lu Ting smiled faintly, but a slight fondness for Yifeng had formed in her heart. If it were any other man, he would probably have taken the opportunity to boast about how hard he had worked, but Yifeng showed no such desire. Even after saving her, he remained uninterested. Toot toot. Suddenly, the sound of a ship's horn came from the vast sea. It was the sound of a ship. A ship! Yifeng and Lu Ting exclaimed in unison, instantly becoming excited. They turned to look at the sea, and sure enough, a huge cruise ship appeared in their field of vision, gradually approaching them. Yifeng, there's a cruise ship. We're saved. Lu Ting waved her hands excitedly, overjoyed. Quickly send out a distress signal. Yifeng said impatiently. Okay. Lu Ting hurriedly ran to the fire and threw a wet branch into it. Because the branch was heavy with moisture, thick smoke immediately billowed out and spread. Yifeng quickly went to help, and the two busily threw more branches into the fire. Thick black smoke rose up, spreading into the air like a flying dragon. Hey, help us! Help us! Lu Ting stood on the beach, waving her hands urgently, trying to attract the attention of the cruise ship. Yifeng grabbed a tree branch and shook it vigorously, but the cruise ship didn't react at all and continued to sail further and further away. Hey! Hey! Lu Ting's voice grew increasingly hoarse as she anxiously called out from the beach, but the cruise ship still didn't slow down. Instead, it continued to move further and further away. How could this be? Yifeng was filled with confusion, and the scene before him filled him with utter despair. The smoke was so thick it could be seen from dozens of miles out at sea. So why wasn't the cruise ship reacting? Save us! Lu Ting continued to shout on the beach, her voice gradually choking, and tears streaming down her face. She felt immense pain and helplessness. The hope before her had been shattered in an instant, and the resulting despair nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. Wah! Lu Ting whimpered, crouching by the sea, tears streaming silently down her face, her grief overwhelming. She couldn't believe that the hope that had just appeared had been so cruelly destroyed once again. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing a sense of desolation. On the beach, Lu Ting looked like a homeless orphan, devoid of all hope. Although Yifeng was also disappointed, he suppressed his inner pain and walked to Lu Ting's side to comfort her, saying, "Don't cry, we still have a chance." "Yifeng, will we be trapped here and die? I miss my parents at home, and I'm afraid they'll worry about me." Lu Ting choked out, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. "We won't be trapped here, because the rescue team will be here soon. We live in the age of technology. The whole world is paying attention to cruise ship accidents, and they will definitely send helicopters and ships to rescue us." Yifeng reassured her with all his might. "Really?" Lu Ting looked up at Yifeng, her eyes filled with longing and doubt. "I won't lie to you. Think about it. A cruise ship sinking, hundreds of people dying, it will definitely attract global attention. Someone will definitely come to rescue us." Yifeng continued to comfort her. "Thank you. Thank you for giving me hope." Lu Ting wiped away her tears and forced a smile. Although she knew the cruise ship had disappeared on the sea, Yifeng's words temporarily restored some of her confidence. "Yes, we will definitely make it back alive." Yifeng took a deep breath, looking at the distant sea, firmly believing that only by surviving could they wait for rescue. The sea breeze continued to blow, but Yifeng remained uneasy. Why didn't the cruise ship notice their distress signal? The thick smoke should have attracted attention from anywhere in the distance, but instead of slowing down, the cruise ship moved further and further away. Why didn't that cruise ship see our distress signal? Yifeng was filled with doubt. Could it be that there were important cargo or people on board, so the captain ignored their cries for help? He couldn't understand it. Lu Ting wiped away her tears, regaining some composure. "Have you heard the story of the 60-year-old man and the 18-year-old girl stranded on a desert island?" "No." Lu Ting shook her head, clearly intrigued by Yifeng's sudden question. "Compared to that 18-year-old girl, you're already lucky. You didn't suffer any loss. I'm not old, and I'm quite handsome." Yifeng smiled, trying to ease the tension. TCH, getting carried away. Lu Ting wiped away her tears, her mood no longer so heavy. Although she still felt pain, Yifeng's words made her feel less hopeless. "Cheer up, don't be negative. We still have a chance. Believe me, I will definitely bring you back safely." Yifeng's gaze was firm, and he already had a plan in mind. "Okay, I believe you." Lu Ting nodded, a glimmer of hope returning to her heart. "Next, let's have some breakfast first, and then we'll marinate the wild boar meat afternoon. Let's figure out a way to survive first. Staying alive is the most important thing," Yifeng said, his heart filled with hope. The two returned to the campfire and began roasting wild boar meat. Yifeng secretly planned that after breakfast, they would walk along the coastline to see if they could encounter other survivors. Many hands make light work. If they could find other survivors, perhaps they could face the upcoming crisis together. However, Yifeng was also aware that while there was strength in numbers, there was also great danger. The environment on this isolated island was harsh, and if they encountered someone with ill intentions, disaster could easily ensue. Chapter 12: A Showdown with a Beauty. After the two finished breakfast, it was already noon. The sun was blazing, so Yifeng wove two straw hats out of branches to avoid getting sunburned. The two arrived at the spot where they had dried sea salt the day before and saw that the rocky pit was covered with layers of white sea salt. Although the sea salt was unprocessed, survival was more important than health at this moment, so it could only be used as sparingly as possible. "Yifeng, sea salt." Lu Ting pointed to the sea salt in the rocky pit, her mood noticeably better than before. "Okay." Yifeng nodded and said easily, "Go collect that sea salt, and then use it to marinate the wild boar meat." "Why should I be allowed to order this school beauty around?" Lu Ting clenched her fists, showing her dissatisfaction. "Because I am the king of this island, so you have to listen to me," Yifeng laughed. "TCH, since you are the king of this island, then I am the queen," Lu Ting replied dismissively. "Queen?" Yifeng grinned mischievously at Lu Ting. "Then am I supposed to serve you?" "Pa, my mistake, my mistake." Lu Ting changed her tune, waving her hand angrily. "I am the queen here, so you have to listen to me." "Empress." Yifeng revealed a mischievous smile, raising an eyebrow at her. "All right, let's play rock, paper, scissors, one round to decide the winner." Lu Ting readily agreed. "Okay, let's use that to decide." Yifeng clenched his fist, deliberately making his middle and index fingers protrude slightly, pretending to be preparing to choose scissors, while Lu Ting secretly gloated and quickly chose rock. But Yifeng secretly chose paper instead. "Haha, you lost," Yifeng laughed. "No, you're too cunning." Lu Ting wanted to cheat, but was too embarrassed. "A bet is a bet, no cheating," Yifeng said with a smile, but his tone became serious. "Humph," Lu Ting pouted. Although she was unconvinced, She still walked to the reef and began to collect sea salt, complaining, "What a miserable life. Stranded on a deserted island. I ended up with a lazy bum who always wants me to do things." Yifeng went over to help collect sea salt, preparing to personally cure the wild boar meat. "Wow, the sun's risen in the west. I didn't expect you to become so diligent." "Actually, I'm very diligent. You just haven't noticed," Yifeng replied with a smile. "You're the laziest person in the world," Lu Ting deliberately argued. After an hour of work, the two finally finished pickling. Next, they decided to search along the coastline for other survivors. After all, there were hundreds of people on the cruise ship. Perhaps some had also washed ashore, or they might be able to find supplies that had washed up, which would be crucial for their survival. A gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, and waves lapped against the shore one after another. Yifeng and Lu Ting walked along the beach. Although the island's coastline was long, they couldn't stray too far from their campsite. Strange. Yifeng frowned, looking at the endless coastline, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. "What's wrong?" Lu Ting asked. "This island is so big, with such a long coastline, but why are there no signs of human habitation here? Logically speaking, an island like this should have been developed long ago. How can there be no human inhabitants?" Lu Ting also fell into deep thought. It is indeed very strange. The island is so large and round, probably hundreds of miles in circumference. Such a large island with such lush vegetation is uninhabited. It is as if the whole world has forgotten about this place. Yifeng nodded, feeling increasingly uneasy. Logically, in today's technologically advanced world, where every inch of land is fiercely contested, such a habitable island should not remain undeveloped. Yet, the reality before him left him bewildered. "Wow!" Suddenly, Lu Ting exclaimed excitedly. She ran to a rock and picked up a dark object. "Yifeng, I found a frying pan." Lu Ting waved the frying pan excitedly and smiled happily. "How lucky." Yifeng walked over and was happy for her too. "We found supplies. This frying pan is so important to us." "Yeah, pretty lucky, right?" Lu Ting laughed smugly, revealing a charming dimple. Her smile was as radiant as the ocean. "You're really lucky. Let's keep looking. Maybe we'll find some other supplies." Yifeng nodded with a smile. "Yes," Lu Ting replied excitedly. "But this frying pan is mine." "Yours?" Yifeng replied easily. "Okay, everything is yours. With this frying pan, life will be much more convenient." Lu Ting smiled happily. "I can use it to cook from now on. Besides making life more convenient, you can also use the frying pan to hit me." Yifeng teased with a smile. "Why would I hit you with a frying pan?" Lu Ting tilted her head, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. "Because in Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Red Wolf often hits Big Big Wolf with a frying pan." Yifeng laughed. Lu Ting rolled her eyes and replied irritably. "This frying pan is so precious. How could I bear to use it to hit you? I'd only hit you with a stick or a rock. You're too heartless." Yifeng clutched his heart, pretending to be heartbroken. "Now you know how powerful I am, right?" Lu Ting said smugly. "Don't mess with me in the future, and don't make me angry." The two continued walking along the beach, searching for other supplies or survivors. However, after an hour, they still hadn't found any other supplies. It seemed that of all the supplies on the cruise ship, only the frying pan had washed ashore. "Yifeng, Lu Ting, is that you?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind them. Chapter 13, Another Encounter with a Female Classmate. Yifeng and Lu Ting turned around and saw a girl standing under the dark rocks. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall, with wavy blonde hair, looking very fashionable, and wearing brightly colored clothes, giving her a trendy look. "Yifeng, is that you?" Lu Ting was somewhat surprised, not expecting it to be her. "Yifeng, it's you." Yifeng was also a little surprised, not expecting to meet Yifeng on a deserted island. "Yifeng, Lu Ting, this is great. I can't believe I ran into you." Yifeng exclaimed excitedly, but she didn't come over. Instead, she leaned against the reef, looking somewhat weak, probably too tired to walk. Yifeng was also a finance major at the university, though she had a bad reputation. Everyone said that she frequented high-end places in pursuit of a wealthy lifestyle. There were even rumors that a 60-year-old real estate tycoon had spent 6 months with her. Although these private matters were the subject of gossip, they were none of their business. "Yifeng, Lu Ting, that's wonderful. I didn't expect you to still be alive," Yifeng said excitedly. When Yifeng and Lu Ting walked up to her, Yifeng smiled and looked very happy. "It's a pleasure to meet you. How did you survive?" Yifeng asked with concern. Lu Ting also looked at Yifeng with curiosity, noticing that she looked extremely tired and probably had gone through a lot of hardships. "I was looking at the sea from the deck when suddenly a huge wave hit. The wave was so big that I rushed to the cabin, but I was still swept away by the wave. I thought I was going to die, but I was unexpectedly swept to the beach. Jean Feng recalled the scene with a look of fear on her face, clearly still shaken. It's good that you're alive. Didn't you encounter any other survivors? Yi Feng asked. No, Jean Feng said weakly, panting. When I woke up, I was hungry and thirsty, so I ran into the forest to find food, but... She paused, a look of fear on her face. What happened? Yi Feng pressed. Jean Feng's eyes were filled with fear as she nervously said, I had only been in the forest for a few hours when I encountered a python. The snake was huge, and I was so scared that I ran back to the beach as fast as I could. It turned out that after waking up, Jean Feng went into the forest to find food and water because she was hungry and thirsty, but she unexpectedly encountered a huge python. She quickly fled back to the beach and rested under the rocks because of the hot weather until she met Yi Feng and Lu Ting. Yi Feng, Lu Ting, there's a python in this forest. It's huge. I almost... Jean Feng gestured nervously, looking terrified. The forest is indeed very dangerous. Yi Feng recalled that he had also encountered a dark figure in the forest last night. It was very fast and agile. If he hadn't practiced martial arts since childhood, he might have been in trouble long ago. I'm so glad you're all right. Lu Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Feng, Lu Ting, how did you meet? Are there any other survivors here? Jean Feng asked weakly. Besides you, we didn't encounter any other survivors. Yi Feng briefly recounted his encounter with Lu Ting, but didn't go into details. Have you encountered anyone else? Jean Feng asked breathlessly, clearly concerned about the situation of the others. I didn't see him. Yi Feng shook his head, his tone somewhat heavy. Sigh, of the hundreds of people on the cruise ship, what happened to everyone except the three of us? Jean Feng sighed softly, her heart filled with complicated emotions. Are you hungry or thirsty? Let's go back to camp together, and we'll give you fresh water and food, Lu Ting said with concern. Do you have fresh water and food? Jean Feng's eyes lit up instantly, her face full of longing. Yes. Lu Ting nodded and slowly walked towards the camp with Jean Feng. Yi Feng followed behind, carrying a frying pan and a wooden stick. Although Jean Feng was a woman and posed little threat, Yi Feng remained somewhat wary. He knew that you can't judge a book by its cover, especially on a deserted island like this. You can know someone's face but not their heart, and anyone could become dangerous. About an hour later, the three finally returned to the camp. Wow, water, fresh water, wild boar meat. Jean Feng was so excited when she saw the fresh water in the tree tube that she picked up a tube and drank it without waiting. She drank a lot in one go, wasting a lot of water, which made Yi Feng shake his head. Jean Feng didn't seem to care about saving water at all, but seeing how thirsty she was, Yi Feng didn't say anything. After all, there was a water source on the island. Ah, that feels so good, it really quenches my thirst. Jean Feng finished drinking the water, wiped her mouth with satisfaction, and a long-lost relaxed smile appeared on her face. Wow, there's food. Jean Feng's eyes lit up. She ran to the fire, picked up some roasted meat, and began to gnaw on it with relish. Since most of it was ribs, some bones were hard to chew, so she threw them away as she ate. Jean Feng, eat slowly. Don't throw away what you don't finish. Try to eat it all up, Lu Ting reminded her. I'm so hungry. This wild boar meat is so delicious. Yi Feng, Lu Ting, you guys are amazing. You actually hunted a wild boar. Jean Feng ate with relish, praising the food while still throwing away quite a few bones. Jean Feng, don't waste wild boar meat. It's such a waste to throw it away before it's even eaten properly. Yi Feng was somewhat displeased, believing that wasting food was unacceptable. Yi Feng, you're being too stingy. We're classmates, so what? I'll just give you money to compensate you after I've eaten and left. Jean Feng seemed to think Yi Feng was being too petty, and her tone was somewhat dissatisfied. It's fine if we finish eating, but it's such a waste to waste it. Yi Feng's tone turned somewhat cold. He didn't want to see food go to waste, especially on a deserted island like this, where food was extremely precious. All right, I'm full. Yi Feng, Lu Ting, thank you, I'll never forget you. Jean Feng wiped her mouth, then looked at the thatched hut and said excitedly, wow, there's a place to rest. I'm sleepy, can I rest in the hut? You can rest in the hut, but once you've rested, you'll have to work with us, Yi Feng said, deciding to let Jean Feng rest for a few hours before they went to find wild vegetables together. Jean Feng stretched and easily got up to walk towards the thatched hut. Chapter 14, Something Money Can't Solve. Jean Feng walked out of the thatched hut, stretched, and squinted at the sun on the horizon. Wow, what time is it? The sun is almost setting. How long have I been sleeping? Yi Feng and Lu Ting also stood up, ready to continue working. Yi Feng looked at Jean Feng and asked with concern, how many hours did you sleep? Are you well rested? I slept for a few hours, and it was really comfortable. Jinfeng yawned and walked towards them. When she saw Yifeng holding a tree tube, she hesitated for a moment, then switched to a new tree tube. This is your last tree tube, so drink it sparingly and don't waste it, Yifeng coldly reminded her. Although Jinfeng's actions displeased him somewhat, he didn't want to dwell on it. After all, no one wants to drink from a tree tube that someone else has used. I know, it's just fresh water. It's not a matter of life or death. Why do you keep reminding people? Are we still classmates? Jinfeng seemed a little displeased, probably thinking Yifeng was being too petty. Jinfeng, you've misunderstood Yifeng. Seeing Jinfeng's dissatisfaction, Lu Ting explained. He was trying to remind you that although there is fresh water in the forest, it's not easy to get water, so we should still try to conserve it and not waste it. I know. Jinfeng was a little unhappy and muttered. It's just some fresh water. Back in school, I didn't even drink domestic mineral water. I only drank imported water. Hearing this, Yifeng frowned, feeling displeased. Jinfeng always seemed so self-centered, and her words angered him. Jinfeng used to live a luxurious life in high-end places and was used to looking down on ordinary people. Jinfeng, this is an island, and many things here cannot be measured by money. Lu Ting's tone was calm, but the helplessness in her words was obvious. It's not like we're not leaving here. I'm sure the rescue team will arrive within 3 days at most. Jinfeng raised her head, a hint of arrogance on her lips, as if she didn't care at all about her predicament. Yifeng grew increasingly impatient. This kind of person was far too selfish, completely disregarding others. He felt a sense of dissatisfaction, especially on a deserted island where everyone should work together, not just think of themselves. Lu Ting also felt very uncomfortable. She said softly, "Let's go to the forest and find some wild vegetables. Eating too much food preserved with sea salt is bad for our health." Jinfeng sat down casually and waved her hand. "I won't go. You guys go ahead. I don't want to go into the forest." Yifeng raised an eyebrow, his tone turning cold. "Why shouldn't you go?" "Because I don't want to go to the forest. Yifeng, you and Lu Ting go. I will remember your kindness, and I will definitely give you money after we leave here." Jinfeng maintained her demeanor, her tone disdainful. Her demand for money displeased Yifeng once again. She always seemed to want to solve everything with money, but on a deserted island, money meant absolutely nothing. Yifeng's tone turned cold. "I don't care about your money. Since you're stranded on a deserted island, you should try to survive. Otherwise, even if you have money, you'll still starve to death." Jinfeng was clearly dissatisfied, her eyes filled with disdain. "Yifeng, how can you be so stingy? Are you even a man? Would it kill you to do a little more work? I'll just give you some money later." Yifeng was even more furious upon hearing this. Jinfeng always took pride in money and treated everyone as someone who should serve her. Her words made Yifeng even angrier. "I'll give you 2 choices. Either come with us to the forest to find wild vegetables, or you go and fend for yourself. I don't have the energy to take care of a useless person." His voice was icy cold, carrying a hint of threat. This was the first time Jinfeng had been warned so directly, and Yifeng no longer concealed his annoyance. "Taking care of you is a favor, not taking care of you is my right. Do you think this is the city where money can solve everything?" Chapter 15 Incomprehensible. Yifeng was somewhat annoyed. Jinfeng's selfishness disgusted him. Every time a problem arose, she always tried to solve it with money, completely unaware that money was utterly useless on this deserted island. "Yifeng, we're classmates. It's only right that you take care of me for a few days. After we leave here, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. The rescue team will arrive in a few days." Jinfeng's attitude was arrogant, as if she thought that giving money would make everything simple. She looked at Yifeng, seemingly completely unconcerned about what he truly needed. "Jinfeng, do you really think you're so rich that you can solve everything with money?" Yifeng said coldly. "Yifeng, I didn't expect you to be so stingy. Are you even a man? You wouldn't die if you did something, would you?" Jinfeng said angrily, thinking that Yifeng was too stingy. She felt that as a girl, she deserved more care. Yifeng, upon hearing this, simply didn't want to argue with her anymore. He glared at her, inwardly displeased. "Sigh, go fend for yourself." He no longer wanted to waste time with Jinfeng. "Yifeng, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be this kind of person," Jinfeng said coldly. "I can't take care of you. You should leave. Let's each fend for ourselves," Yifeng replied without hesitation, feeling utterly disgusted. Did Jinfeng really think she was so great just because she had a little money? Did she think she could boss him around just because she used to live a good life? Lu Ting calmly said from the side, "Jinfeng, not everything on this deserted island can be solved with money. Although my family is rich, I still have to work. Survival is the most important thing." Jinfeng's expression changed. She didn't like people mentioning her background, especially in this situation. What do you mean? Are you trying to humiliate me? Jin Feng's tone was somewhat displeased. After hearing Lu Ting's words, her emotions began to spiral out of control. Lu Ting said calmly, I'm not trying to humiliate you. I just want to tell you the reality. You're insulting me. You think you're superior to me, so you talk to me like this. Jin Feng suddenly stood up, looking angrily at Lu Ting, feeling that she was being looked down upon. You're being completely unreasonable. Lu Ting was also angry, feeling that there was no way to communicate with this kind of person. Yi Feng grew impatient and turned to busy himself moving stones, placing the wild boar's head into a stone slab clamp, piling it into a square, and covering it with a large stone slab. Each stone weighed 200 or 300 pounds, and Jin Feng couldn't possibly move them. Yi Feng thought to himself that at least she couldn't steal the wild boar's meat, and she didn't have a lighter on her. Let's go into the forest and find some wild vegetables, Yi Feng said to Lu Ting. Okay, sure. Lu Ting nodded, smiled, and stood up, preparing to go to the forest with Yi Feng. She didn't want to argue with Jin Feng anymore. That woman was too selfish and impossible to reason with. Seeing Yi Feng and Lu Ting leave, Jin Feng gritted her teeth in anger. She felt that Lu Ting looked down on her and thought she wasn't as rich as Yi Feng, which made her uncomfortable. But Jin Feng didn't intend to give up so easily. She knew she needed Yi Feng to survive. The atmosphere in the forest was different from that on the beach. The trees were towering and the air was humid. Yi Feng, carrying a wooden stick, carefully led Lu Ting in searching for wild vegetables. Although the forest was full of dangers, they had to find some wild vegetables because eating greasy food all the time was bad for their health, especially food containing unprocessed sea salt, which could easily cause discomfort. Actually, there are many edible wild vegetables, such as plantain, purslane, shepherd's purse, and so on. Yi Feng explained as he walked. I don't recognize these wild vegetables, but if you teach me, I'm sure I can remember them. Lu Ting listened attentively. Although she had never seen these wild vegetables before, she was full of interest in survival knowledge. Besides wild vegetables, mushrooms in the forest are also edible, but be careful, most mushrooms are poisonous, Yi Feng warned, his eyes serious. He remembered that when he was a child, villagers often went to the mountains to pick mushrooms, but some people always got poisoned because they couldn't identify them properly. How can I tell if a mushroom is poisonous? Lu Ting asked, clearly very concerned about this issue. Wild mushrooms can be roughly divided into two categories, those that grow in the soil, including grass, and those that grow in trees. But 90% of poisonous mushrooms grow on the ground, Yi Feng patiently taught her. You must be careful, because once you get mushroom poisoning, there is almost no antidote. Lu Ting listened attentively, silently taking notes. She knew that mastering these wilderness survival skills was crucial for her. Yi Feng, I suddenly thought of a question. Could we collect some wild vegetable seeds, then clear the wasteland and scatter these wild vegetables on the ground? Lu Ting proposed a creative idea. Yi Feng smiled and nodded, saying, You're really clever to have come up with this idea. However, growing vegetables takes time, and the rescue team will likely arrive within a few days, so there's no need to waste time growing vegetables now. That's true. Lu Ting nodded slightly, accepting the reality. Then, she and Yi Feng continued searching for food in the forest. Chapter 16, Putting Down Dignity. In the lush forest, Yi Feng carefully searched for wild vegetables with Lu Ting. He cautiously guarded his surroundings, afraid that wild animals might appear. This forest was not safe, but since they hadn't ventured deep into the forest, they should be fine during the day. A gentle breeze blew by, and in the woods, Lu Ting's jet-black hair danced in the wind. Yi Feng noticed that the beautiful woman's hair was very pretty and charming when it danced in the wind. What are you looking at? Am I beautiful? Seeing Yi Feng looking at her, Lu Ting smiled sweetly. I'm only looking at your hair, because your hair is more beautiful than you, Yi Feng said with a smile. Snort. Lu Ting snorted coldly, deliberately getting angry, and said, You're being too harsh. Are you very angry? If you are, then cut your hair to vent your anger, Yi Feng said. Am I stupid enough to cut my own hair just to vent my anger? Lu Ting smiled brightly. The two walked through the forest chatting and laughing. An hour later, they found many wild vegetables, but most of them were Gnaphalium affine. These vegetables were a bit old, but the leaves were still edible. Few people had probably eaten Gnaphalium affine before. This wild vegetable had a medicinal smell, but it tasted quite good. Yi Feng wove a wrought tin basket, and when the basket was full of gong and drum dishes, he had Lu Ting carry it. That's it for today, let's go home. Yi Feng clapped his hands and prepared to return to the camp. Lu Ting hummed in agreement, handed over the wicker basket in her hand, and gestured for Yi Feng to carry it. You can carry the wicker basket, Yifeng said. I'm carrying things, what are you doing? Lu Ting asked with a smile. Yifeng shook the wooden stick in his hand and said, I'll protect you with this stick. Please, she's a girl. What kind of girl carries things while the man slacks off? Lu Ting pouted. We're partners. I'm teaching you about wild vegetables, so of course you should do your part, Yifeng replied. All right, since you've done your part and are still somewhat useful to me, I'll take the trouble. Lu Ting shrugged, indicating her helplessness. It's a pleasure to work with you. Yifeng extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with Lu Ting. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lu Ting naturally extended her hand and gently shook hands with Yifeng. In the lush green forest, the two walked and talked, seemingly forgetting for the moment the troubles of being stranded on a deserted island. When they emerged from the forest and arrived at the beach, they saw Jinfeng still standing in the camp. When she saw Yifeng return, her expression was somewhat unnatural. Perhaps she was a little regretful. Yifeng pretended not to see Jinfeng. Yifeng, I was wrong. Jinfeng mustered her courage, stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said, I'm sorry, I apologize. I was wrong just now. I want to apologize to you. Yifeng remained expressionless, not wanting to look at this wretched woman. Yifeng, I was wrong. I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. After calming down, Jinfeng regretted having a conflict with Yifeng because there were only 3 of them alive on the deserted island, and Yifeng was the only man. Without Yifeng's protection, she would not be able to survive. You should leave. Let's each fend for ourselves. Yifeng remained cold and had no liking for this kind of dead woman. Yifeng, it's me. Jinfeng wanted to continue apologizing, but Yifeng didn't give her the chance and turned to leave. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Jinfeng clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. Back by the fire, Yifeng said to Lu Ting, You take care of adding firewood first. I'll go to the beach to wash the wild vegetables. Okay, but we don't have much fresh water left. We need to go get some tomorrow, or we'll run out of water, Lu Ting said worriedly. Leave this to me. I'll go fetch the water tomorrow. Yifeng took some of the cauliflower to the beach to wash it, as washing it with fresh water would be too wasteful. Seeing Yifeng and Lu Ting chatting, Jinfeng's resentment deepened. She believed that Lu Ting was definitely talking badly about her or instigating Yifeng to deal with her. Splash! On the vast, boundless seashore, the cool, clear seawater gently surged, and the shimmering waves occasionally sparkled. The sea was incredibly beautiful. Tap, tap, tap. He heard heavy footsteps behind him and turned around to see Jinfeng. Jinfeng gently bit her lip, walked heavily to Yifeng's side, and whispered, It was my fault just now. I apologize to you and hope you can forgive me. Yifeng remained silent, as if he hadn't heard Jinfeng's apology. Seeing Yifeng remain silent, Jinfeng hesitated for a moment, then whispered, What do you want for me to forgive you? Yifeng remained silent. Jinfeng gritted her teeth, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Yifeng, as long as you forgive me and take care of me, I can give you anything, including myself. This is a deserted island, and there is no one here, day or night. If you need me, I can go to the woods with you anytime. Yifeng looked up at Jinfeng, and she actually, Yifeng, you won't lose out by taking care of me. I can give you anything, including myself. But if you take care of Lu Ting, you will get nothing. She's a rich girl, and she'll forget you after she leaves here. You'll end up with nothing. Jinfeng continued, sowing discord. Yifeng smiled coldly. If Lu Ting had said these words to him, he would definitely have been tempted and gone to the grove immediately. But Jinfeng, that damned woman, used to frequent high-end places when she was in school, so Yifeng wasn't interested in her. Yifeng, what exactly do you want? Jinfeng asked through gritted teeth. I'll say it again, you're on your own to survive, Yifeng said. Yifeng, I wasn't angry with you just now. I was just angry with Lu Ting. She implied that I'm not as rich as her, and she humiliated me, Jinfeng explained, afraid that Yifeng would misunderstand. Yifeng didn't want to reply. He had no interest in listening to the girl's grievances. Yifeng, as long as you keep me, I'll give myself to you. I've already humbled myself and begged you. Please forgive me. I promise I won't be lazy or selfish anymore, Jinfeng continued. If Yifeng agrees, she doesn't care about her innocence, because she never was. She didn't care about the men she had been with before, from those in their 60s to those younger than her, as long as they were rich. Sigh, fine, you can stay, but I won't make you do those things with me. Just follow my instructions from now on. Since Jinfeng had set aside her dignity and even offered to give herself to him, Yifeng forgave her this once. However, Yifeng was really afraid to accept Jinfeng's offer. He was terrified of what would happen if she got poisoned. Thank you. Thank you. I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Jinfeng smiled, but a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Wash these wild vegetables clean, Yifeng said. Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Jinfeng squatted by the sea, washing wild vegetables, but she secretly vowed that once she encountered other survivors or returned to the city, she would immediately break off all ties with Yifeng and even seek revenge for today's humiliation. Chapter 17, I'm Not Inflatable. The sun is about to set. The day passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was dusk again. The vast sea, bathed in golden afterglow, resembled a beautiful painting. Lu Ting squatted by the fire and kept blowing air into it, trying to make the fire burn quickly like a blower. Ahoo! Ahoo! Lu Ting looked like a toad lying on the ground, her cheeks puffed out, blowing incessantly at the fire. Cough. Yifeng coughed after walking over. This damn fire is so hard to handle. I've been blowing on it for ages, and it's no use. Lu Ting complained that her face was blackened by the charcoal. Your method won't work, Yifeng said. Wah! Yifeng, I'm out of breath. Lu Ting looked pitiful, her whole body limp, probably from blowing too much air into her. What's wrong? Did you let the air out? Yifeng asked. Lu Ting said angrily. You're the one who got deflated. I'm not an inflatable thing. How could I get deflated? I just blew too much air in, so I went limp. Get out of the way, let me do it. Yifeng told Lu Ting to stand aside, as too much firewood, if too densely packed, would hinder combustion and needed to be supported. After taking out the largest logs, Yifeng placed some thin branches above the charcoal fire and then propped up the large logs. A few minutes later, a roaring fire broke out. Wow, Yifeng, you're amazing. Lu Ting clapped her hands, expressing her sincere admiration. Starting a fire depends on one's character. If one has good character, it's easy to start. If one has bad character, it's very difficult to ignite, Yifeng said as he added firewood. How dare you say I have bad character? I'll beat you to death. Lu Ting casually swung her fist and punched Yifeng in the back. I forgot to tell you something. I've asked Jinfeng to stay here for the time being, Yifeng said. You can make your own decision. I have no right to interfere. Lu Ting shook her head indifferently, because it was Yifeng's decision to make. Jinfeng came over carrying a wicker basket. She had already finished washing the wild vegetables. Seeing Yifeng and Lu Ting chatting and laughing, she became jealous and resentful, thinking that Yifeng was targeting her and that Lu Ting was also laughing at her. Yifeng, Lu Ting, I've finished cleaning the wild vegetables. Jinfeng wore a smile, concealing her inner resentment. Give me the wild vegetables, and I'll cook you a wild vegetable soup. Yifeng placed the frying pan on the stone stove, then filled it with fresh water and put the wild vegetables in the pan. Glug! Glug! The sound of water boiling came from the pan, and the wild vegetables were cooked in about 10 minutes. Yifeng broke off a few branches and said to the two, let's use these branches as chopsticks for now. We can eat wild vegetables and gnaw on the roasted wild boar meat at the same time. Okay, sure. Lu Ting took the tree branch and chopsticks, holding a piece of roasted wild boar meat in one hand. Yifeng picked up a few wild vegetables and ate them. These wild vegetables were a bit old, but still edible. They just needed to be chewed a few more times. Jinfeng originally wanted to pick up some wild vegetables, but seeing that Yifeng ate them first, she felt a bit traumatized, perhaps out of disdain. Without hesitation, Lu Ting picked up a few wild vegetables and ate them with relish. How are you feeling? Yifeng asked. It has a medicinal smell, but the taste is very fresh and quite good, Lu Ting said. Eat more wild vegetables, they're good for your health, Yifeng said. Okay, thank you. Lu Ting ate wild vegetables and also enjoyed gnawing on wild boar meat. Jinfeng hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly picked up the wild vegetables, but she said with disdain, these wild vegetables are too awful. There's no oil, no salt, and no seasoning. It's good enough that there's food at all, Jinfeng. Don't be picky, Lu Ting said. Am I being picky, Lu Ting? I've noticed you're deliberately targeting me. Jinfeng was very angry. She had just felt wronged and suppressed, and was worried about not being able to vent her anger on someone. She didn't dare to offend Yifeng, but she dared to offend Lu Ting. I'm not targeting you. Don't overthink it, Lu Ting explained. Then what did you mean just now? Why did you say I was being picky? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Jinfeng, taking advantage of the situation, glared at Lu Ting with a fierce look. Lu Ting was speechless. What was wrong with Jinfeng? Had she taken gunpowder? She was attacking anyone she could get her hands on. Eat quietly. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be in for a beating, Yifeng said sternly. Yifeng, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to target you, Jinfeng was about to explain, but when she saw Yifeng's unfriendly gaze, she dared not speak. She was afraid of being driven away. If she offended Lu Ting, she would only lose a companion to talk to, but if she offended Yifeng, She would definitely starve to death. After dinner, we'll go to the beach to look for seashells and rest after dark, Yifeng arranged. We already have wild vegetables and so much wild boar meat. Why do we still need to look for sea snails? Jinfeng asked. Yifeng didn't answer. He couldn't be bothered to answer such an idiotic question. Lu Ting explained, Jinfeng, because seafood contains salt. Although we have sea salt, it hasn't been specially processed and can't be eaten often. We can only use seafood as a substitute to get what our bodies need. Hee. Jinfeng smiled coldly, feeling that Lu Ting was humiliating her again, probably trying to make her look bad in front of Yifeng. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the beach, and the vast sea shimmered. After finishing their meal, Yifeng led the two to the beach, where the three of them carefully searched for seashells. Most sea snails live in shallow waters, under rocks by the sea, and are not very big. Sea snails are not very filling because they have little meat and contain too much sand. As for why they are not fished, the reason is simple. The ocean is vast, and fish weighing only a few pounds are unlikely to appear on the shore unless there are fishing boats or large fishing nets. Under a black reef, Yifeng found two seashells. Sea snails are similar in shape to river snails, but some sea snails are larger than river snails. The three searched carefully in the shallow beach. Because the beach was very large and there were many reefs and rocks everywhere, it was very difficult to find seashells. Lu Ting took off her shoes, rolled up her trouser legs, and followed Yifeng as he searched. Jinfeng was more than 10 meters away from the two of them. Seeing that Lu Ting was very close to Yifeng, she occasionally revealed a cold smile. In about an hour, the three of them found over 100 conches. Yifeng planned to smash all the conch shells and take out the meat inside, but smashing the conch shells was dangerous and could easily cut his fingers, so he told the two women to rest. Splash. At dusk, the tide surged in the sea, and the sound of splashing could be heard from time to time. Yifeng squatted by the sea, tapping a conch shell. He saw Lu Ting sitting on a rock, hugging her knees, her long black hair flowing as she gazed into the distance. Under the setting sun, in the gentle breeze, on the rocks by the sea, she gazed into the distance, so beautiful. In her tranquil state, Lu Ting seemed to blend into the beautiful sea. That kind of beauty is the beauty of humanity and nature, the beauty of the sea and beautiful women. Jinfeng was also sitting on a rock, looking into the distance with a melancholy mood. She longed to leave this place as soon as possible. Click, click. Yifeng picked up a stone and smashed the conch shells one by one. It was getting dark, and he needed to finish smashing the conch shells as soon as possible, otherwise his vision would be poor after dark. Chapter 18. Crisis at the Seaside. Jinfeng's schemes. It was getting dark, but the moon was shining tonight, and the crimson sunset clouds resembled fiery clouds, turning the sea red. Yifeng was squatting on the beach tapping on a conch shell when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He noticed that the sea level seemed to have risen a bit. He remembered that the small rock in front of him hadn't been submerged before, but now it was. What's going on? Yifeng was very curious. When he saw the eerie fiery clouds, he felt uneasy. Such eerie fiery clouds must mean something strange was about to happen. Lu Ting, Jinfeng, come here quickly. Yifeng called out anxiously. What's wrong? Two women strode over. Yifeng said seriously, we may have to move and can no longer live by the sea. Why? Lu Ting was reluctant to move because there were stone huts built by the sea and food available. If she moved to the forest, it would be difficult to find a suitable place to live now that it was getting dark. I estimate the tide will come in, Yifeng said. That's probably unlikely, Lu Ting said, still somewhat doubtful. Jinfeng also said, how could the tide be rising? We can't be that unlucky. Besides, the tide only comes up once every few years. Yifeng pointed to a small black reef in front of him and said, I remember that reef wasn't submerged by the sea before, but it is now. This is a sign of rising tide. Also, the fiery clouds in the sky are a bit strange. Something big might happen. Lu Ting looked closely at the beach and exclaimed in surprise, the sea level is indeed rising. Those are the footprints we just left, and they've been submerged by the sea. Yifeng looked closely and realized it was true. He had only paid attention to the rocks and ignored the footprints. We need to move and rest in the forest highlands. It's dangerous by the sea if the tide comes in, Yifeng said seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Ting said she had no objection. Everything was arranged by Yifeng. You two are so paranoid. How could the tide possibly rise? It's normal for the sea level to rise slightly. Jinfeng mocked them for being too timid. It's best to be careful, Yifeng said seriously. I don't want to move, and I especially don't want to go into the forest because there are snakes there. Besides, the tide won't come in at all. You're just worrying too much. Jinfeng didn't believe Yifeng's judgment, so she didn't want to move. Let's go. Let's go to the forest. Yifeng turned and left with Lu Ting. As for Jinfeng, she could leave if she wanted, or stay if she didn't. Yifeng had no interest in explaining things to her slowly. Hey, wait for me. Seeing that the two ignored her, Jinfeng was both anxious and angry. After returning to the fire, Yifeng brought the frying pan and some wild boar meat. Lu Ting brought wild vegetables and wild boar meat. Jinfeng was carrying several tree tubes, but only one of them contained water, the others were empty. We must reach the forest highlands before it gets completely dark, otherwise we'll easily get lost after dark, Yifeng said as they walked. Although there is moonlight tonight, the vegetation in the forest will block out the moonlight after dark. The three of them kept moving and headed into the forest as fast as they could. This forest is vast, stretching as far as the eye can see. It contains hills and mountains, suggesting it is a primeval forest on an island, though its extent remains unknown. Yifeng walked at the front, beating the surrounding grass and trees as he went, trying to scare away any venomous snakes lurking in the bushes. There is a mountain not far ahead, about 200 or 300 meters high. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was flat and quite large. It's getting dark. Standing on the mountaintop, all I could see was the vast, dark sea stretching endlessly before me. Even with the moon high in the sky, it could not illuminate this expanse of water. Splash, splash. On the vast, boundless sea, the sound of waves surging could be heard from time to time. The sound was quiet, yet it was also very depressing. I'm exhausted. Lu Ting placed her things on a rock and kept wiping away her sweat. She was very tired from traveling. It's all your fault for insisting on moving, Jinfeng complained. Let's stop complaining. Yifeng is just thinking about our safety, Lu Ting said. I didn't complain, it's just that you think I did. I don't know what you're thinking, you always think I'm a bad person. Jinfeng spoke coldly and sarcastically, clearly disliking Lu Ting. Back in school, she was envious and jealous of Lu Ting because Lu Ting was the school beauty and the richest heiress in the whole school. She was beautiful and rich, so Jinfeng was jealous. Jinfeng, I don't think you're a bad person. I've noticed you're overly sensitive and have a high risk of developing a mental illness. Lu Ting said helplessly, feeling that Jinfeng was too difficult to get along with. How dare you say I'm mentally unstable? You've gone too far. Jinfeng was about to retort angrily, but Yifeng said sternly, shut up, all of you. From now on, if anyone dares to say another word of nonsense, I will throw her down the mountain. It's so annoying. Doesn't he even look where he is? Stranded on an island, and still talking so much nonsense. Jinfeng didn't dare to speak, but she was very resentful. She just didn't dare to offend Yifeng. I'm sorry, I upset you. Lu Ting apologized. It's nothing. Yifeng shook his head indifferently. You're under a lot of pressure because you have to take care of us and protect our safety. I promise that from now on, I will never bother you, Lu Ting said apologetically. It doesn't matter. Yifeng shook his head slightly and said, you all rest here. I'll go into the woods to find some timber. When they moved, they didn't bring any wood because it was too much trouble. They only brought a frying pan and all the food. Snort. After Yifeng entered the forest on the mountaintop, Jinfeng snorted coldly at Lu Ting and then quickly followed him. Lu Ting originally wanted to go into the woods with Yifeng, but since Jinfeng had gone, she stayed behind to prepare the wild boar meat, taking all the food out and placing it on the rocks. There aren't many trees on the mountaintop, and the forest isn't very large because the soil there isn't good. Under the moonlight, Yifeng searched for timber in the grove. Because the area was deserted and uninhabited, there was plenty of timber everywhere. Click! He heard the sound of a dry branch being broken behind him. Yifeng turned around and saw that Jinfeng had arrived. Yifeng, Lu Ting is always targeting me. You have to help me, Jinfeng said after entering the grove. Yifeng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect her to say such a thing. Was she out of her mind? How do you want me to help you? Yifeng asked. Lu Ting looks down on me because she's from a wealthy family, and she'll still look down on you if she leaves here one day, Jinfeng continued. Do you want me to kick her out? Yifeng asked. I don't need to drive her away, but I need to make her suffer a bit. As long as you help me and let me vent my anger, I'm your man here, and you won't have to take responsibility for me in the future. Jinfeng stood in front of Yifeng, deliberately getting very close to him. Did you treat those people the same way when you frequented high-end places? Yifeng asked. Jinfeng said unhappily. Yifeng, you underestimate me too much. Do you think I'm such a casual person? But you are very handsome, and I do have feelings for you. Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention to this woman. Even if he were to look for someone, he should look for the school beauty, who is pure and beautiful. Men all like their own private cars, and no one likes a public bus. Chapter 19, Almost Another Shipwreck. under the moonlight. In the grove, Jin Feng waited for Yi Feng's reply, but Yi Feng remained silent. I know that Lu Ting is the best in your heart, so you will definitely choose her. In fact, every man would choose her because she is not only beautiful, but also rich. But you are not from the same world. After you leave here in a few days, she will definitely forget about you. Jin Feng continued to bring up these topics, which she had mentioned once before. Haha. Yi Feng smiled and found it ridiculous. What are you laughing at? Do you think what I said makes no sense? Jin Feng asked. If you say these nonsense again or try to sow discord, I will kick you out. I don't want anything in return. I just want everyone to survive together, overcome difficulties together, and go back safely alive. Yi Feng was very serious. All he wanted was to return alive. His parents raised him for 25 years and finally helped him graduate from a finance university, so he couldn't die here. Compared to life, what did these things matter? Of course, it would be great if I could have some kind of relationship with the pure and innocent school beauty, but you can't rush things. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry, I won't say those things again. I will definitely listen to you. Jin Feng apologized and then picked up the wood. She didn't dare offend Yi Feng and was afraid of being kicked out. After about 10 minutes, the two returned to the open space on the mountaintop. Lu Ting was sorting the wild boar meat, placing pieces on the rocks. When she saw Yi Feng and the other person return, she explained, I originally wanted to go with you to collect wood, but I was afraid that the wild boar meat would spoil if we piled it all together, so I separated it. It's all right. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Feng placed the wood on the ground and then took out a lighter. About 10 minutes later, flames appeared on the mountaintop. It was an open area, and the surrounding rocks sheltered it from the wind, so it would not cause a fire. Yi Feng placed a stone in the charcoal, put the conch meat on top, and after about 10 minutes, the conch meat was cooked. Have some conch meat, consider it a snack, Yi Feng said. Lu Ting picked up a piece of conch meat with a wooden skewer, chewed it in her mouth, and said, it tastes good. Although there's a lot of sand, it's edible. Sea snails and field snails have a strong muddy and sandy smell because they live in mud and sand for a long time. Jin Feng also picked up a lump of conch meat to eat, but she then spat it out. It tastes terrible, it's all sand. If the rescue team doesn't arrive soon, we might face even more trouble, so we need to get used to life here, Lu Ting said. If you can eat it, so can I. Jin Feng continued to eat the conch meat, taking big bites. She didn't want Lu Ting to be the good person while she was the bad one. Yi Feng also eats conch meat, but it does contain a lot of sand and doesn't taste good. After eating something, the three of them continued to rest by the fire. Lu Ting rested her chin on her hands, the firelight illuminating her face, making it glow red, like a drunken beauty, very delicate and lovely. Yi Feng, when do you think the rescue team will arrive? Lu Ting asked, feeling down because she missed her parents. It should be within the next few days. As long as we wait patiently, we will definitely see the rescue team arrive, Yi Feng said. I miss home, and I'm afraid my parents will worry. Lu Ting's beautiful eyes gazed into the distance, longing for her parents. She missed them terribly. From the day she became aware of things, she had never been away from them for more than 3 days. But this time, she had been caught in a shipwreck and lost contact with them. If her parents found out, would they be unable to bear the shock? Yi Feng fell silent. He was also very worried about his parents. He was the only child in the family. If his parents found out about this news, they would definitely be worried and at a loss, and might even suffer a heart attack from anxiety. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place for even a minute. I miss city life so much. There's coffee, lobster, and XX cuisine, but there's nothing here. Jin Feng pouted, looking very annoyed. You all rest. We need to get enough rest and take good care of ourselves. Only by surviving can we wait for the rescue team to arrive. Yi Feng didn't want to talk about this topic because he was feeling too heavy-hearted. You stayed up all night the day before yesterday and only slept for a few hours last night to take care of me, so you should rest tonight. I'll keep watch, Lu Ting said. I can still manage, you should rest first. Yi Feng planned to keep watch for the night and rest in the latter half of the night. No, Lu Ting said very seriously. If you don't rest, then I won't rest either. If your health collapses, who will take care of us and protect us? Okay, then I'll rest for a few hours first. Seeing that Lu Ting was very serious, Yi Feng decided to rest for a few hours first, and he was indeed very sleepy. Jin Feng saw this and held a grudge. She felt that Lu Ting knew how to win a man's heart and was deliberately trying to please Yi Feng. Yi Feng, can I get some rest tonight and not have to keep watch? I was alone the past 2 nights, and I didn't dare to sleep, so I'm very weak now. Jin Feng looked at the two of them pitifully. Yi Feng said, you were alone at night before and often didn't get enough rest because you were always worried. You should get a good rest tonight. Thank you. Thank you for being so kind to me. Jin Feng seemed very touched, thanking the two of them repeatedly, as if she had changed a lot. Whoosh. A gentle breeze blew by as Yi Feng leaned against a rock to rest. He planned to find a safe place to stay the next day, as resting in the open was too dangerous. Lu Ting sat by the fire, cautiously looking around, afraid that wild animals might appear. Jin Feng lay down on the rocks by the fire and fell asleep soon after, because she hadn't rested for 2 nights and was extremely tired. Yi Feng was also very tired, and fell asleep shortly after lying down. In his dream, he saw the scene of the cruise ship accident again, a terrifying hurricane, towering waves, countless desperate eyes, and desperate cries of people. Each person swept into the sea by the waves seemed to appear in Yi Feng's dream. When the cruise ship accident happened, it was like hell on earth. Rumble, rumble. In his dream, Yi Feng seemed to see the raging storm again. Because the storm was so strong, there was a deafening rumble. This super terrifying giant wave was even more terrifying than the last time he was shipwrecked. Yi Feng, wake up. Wake up. There's a real tidal wave in the ocean, and it's terrifying. Yi Feng seemed to hear Lu Ting calling his name. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Lu Ting's terrified eyes. He heard a rumbling sound in his ears, like the sound of war drums. Yi Feng turned around and turned pale with fright, because he saw an extremely terrifying scene. Chapter 20. A surprising discovery. Yi Feng stood on the mountain, looking in astonishment at the sea ahead, where the dark, surging seawater was rising wildly. Rumble, rumble. The earth-shattering sound was like the sound of war drums. As far as the eye could see, the dark seawater continued to rise, and the endless tide seemed to be about to swallow up the land of Kyushu. Boom. The mountain tops seemed to be shaking as the tide rose wildly. The forest near the beach below was instantly submerged by the tide. The seawater was like a hurricane, destroying everything in its path. This. Jin Feng woke up at some point. She looked at the sea below in fear and said in a trembling voice, "This is too terrifying. There really is a tide. Luckily we moved our residence, or we would have been dead." Luckily, Yi Feng discovered it in time, otherwise we would have been dead for sure. Lu Ting was very grateful to Yi Feng. If he hadn't discovered the situation in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yi Feng, thank you. You saved us, Jin Feng said gratefully. I was just guessing at the time. I didn't expect there to actually be a tidal wave. Yi Feng felt very heavy-hearted. Under that terrifying tidal wave, they were very small as ants. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the three of them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Will the sea level rise to this level? Jin Feng asked. No, we are very safe here, Yi Feng replied. Why do tides occur? Jin Feng continued to ask. Yi Feng explained, because of the moon's gravity. Lu Ting looked ahead with a serious expression and said fearfully, we should try to stay away from the seaside in the future. It would be very dangerous if there were another high tide or huge waves. Yi Feng nodded, but he secretly rejoiced that he had really escaped death this time. Boom, boom, boom. An endless tide swept in, overwhelming everything, and the stench of seawater filled the air. The area below was almost a swamp. Fortunately, the tide came and went quickly. About half an hour later, the dark seawater rapidly flowed back into the sea. It's calm now. After the tide receded, the night sky returned to calm. Having witnessed the power of the ocean tide for the first time, Yi Feng was deeply shocked, and even after calming down, he was still filled with lingering fear. Oh my God, that scared me to death. Luckily we're lucky, otherwise we'd probably be drowning in the sea by now. Jin Feng patted her chest, her face turning deathly pale with fright. Yi Feng, we'll listen to you in everything from now on. Lu Ting decided that she would listen to Yi Feng in everything from now on, although she had always been obedient to Yi Feng. Let's continue resting. We'll go to the beach to find something to eat tomorrow morning, Yi Feng said. Going to the beach again? I'm too scared to go. Jin Feng shook her head. She just wanted to get away from the seaside. After the tide comes in, many fish and shrimp will be washed ashore, and we'll definitely have a good catch tomorrow morning, Yi Feng said. I can't wait. Lu Ting beamed with joy, hoping to find a giant lobster in the sea so she could have a delicious meal. The lobster meat was so fresh and delicious that it would taste amazing even without any seasoning. Yi Feng looked up at the sky. The moon was about to set behind the mountains. It should be the middle of the night now, and dawn would break in a few hours. Lu Ting, you should rest. I'll keep watch, Yi Feng said. You should continue to rest. I'm not sleepy yet. Actually, Lu Ting was also very sleepy, but she wanted Yi Feng to rest for a few more hours because Yi Feng was a man and needed him to survive. I only need a few hours of sleep. You should rest. Don't refuse, Yi Feng said seriously. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Lu Ting stretched, yawned, and then lay down on the rocks by the fire to sleep. The conditions here were very basic, so she could only rest on the rocks. Jin Feng continued sleeping, and even snored. She had barely slept for the past 2 days, so she couldn't take it tonight. Late at night, Yi Feng sat by the fire, holding a wooden stick, intently watching his surroundings to ensure the safety of the two men. Under the moonlight, the lonely fire burned fiercely. Yi Feng was like a loner in the dead of night, enduring loneliness alone. Thinking of the people who perished in the shipwreck, he felt heartache and regret. Thinking about the rescue team that hadn't arrived yet, Yi Feng felt uncertain and even a little uneasy. Since so much time has passed since the shipwreck, and there has been no search and rescue operation, and given that airplanes travel at high speeds, if someone had dispatched a search and rescue plane, they should have seen it by now. Time passed by, and dawn arrived. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lu Ting was the first to wake up. She rubbed her eyes and then said apologetically, Yi Feng, I'm sorry, I slept too soundly last night and forgot to relieve you. Are you out of your mind? You replaced me, Yi Feng said. People care about you so much, and you actually say I'm out of my mind? But last night, you should have rested for another 2 hours in the second half of the night, because you can't overwork yourself, Lu Ting said. You're actually so concerned about me. Are you trying to make a move on me? Yi Feng was deliberately wary, as if a girl were wary of a man. Lu Ting rolled her eyes and said, I really do want to make a move on you because you're too handsome, as good-looking as Panin. Are you satisfied now? I'm not that kind of person, Yi Feng said deliberately. Wow. Lu Ting placed one hand on her stomach, as if she was about to vomit. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you anymore. Wake up, Jin Feng. Let's go to the beach. Yi Feng planned to go to the beach. After the tide last night, there would definitely be seafood there. If he went too late, the fish and shrimp would die and rot easily. You should call her. Lu Ting didn't want to call Jin Feng. She sensed that Jin Feng was hostile towards her. However, back in school, Jin Feng often spoke ill of Lu Ting behind her back, saying that she was pretending to be aloof and innocent, etc. Get up, we're going to the beach. Yi Feng nudged Jin Feng, urging her to get up quickly. I haven't slept for 2 days. I'm so tired. Can I sleep a little longer? Jin Feng opened her eyes, still very sleepy, and didn't want to get up. We're going to the beach. It's too dangerous for you to stay here alone, Yi Feng said. Jin Feng rubbed her eyes, then stood up wearily. The morning wind was a bit chilly, especially by the sea, where it was even colder in the morning due to the sea breeze. Yi Feng led the two women down the hillside. They saw that many trees in the forest below were bent over by the weight of the trees, and the ground was very damp, with seawater in the low-lying areas. Yesterday's tide was very high, flooding the nearby forest. However, due to the abundance of vegetation in the forest, it was not a good time to find seafood. The three of them walked out of the forest and came to the beach. There, they saw countless fish and shrimp, densely packed together. However, all the fish were dead, but some of the more resilient shrimp were still alive. Wah wah wah. Looking at the fish and shrimp all over the ground, Jin Feng shouted happily. Yi Feng, there really is a lot of seafood. This much seafood is enough for us to eat for a year and a half. Looking at the seafood, Yi Feng was in a good mood, but it was a real shame that he didn't have a freezer. Yi Feng, look, what's that? Lu Ting suddenly pointed ahead and asked in surprise. Chapter 21, A Vanished Ship. Seaside. Yi Feng looked in the direction Lu Ting pointed and saw a boat on the beach. The boat was very large, more than 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. However, this ship capsized, probably washed ashore by the tide, but it wasn't as big as their original cruise ship. The ship was covered in seaweed and was rusty and severely corroded. That's actually a ship, but how come there's a ship here? Jin Feng also saw the ship and was very curious. Lu Ting said, it's possible that a ship sank in the nearby waters decades ago, but the tide was too high last night, so it was swept out of the water. Of course I know that. Do I need you to remind me? Jin Feng said, dissatisfied. Lu Ting remained silent. She didn't want to argue with Jin Feng because it was pointless, and she also didn't want to upset Yi Feng. Let's go take a look. Yi Feng quickly walked over, intending to get closer and take a look. If he could find any useful supplies, it would greatly help their survival. However, even if there were supplies, they would probably have been completely corroded. The three of them stepped over countless fish and shrimp and quickly walked towards the boat. Although there were many fish and shrimp on the ground, they weren't in a hurry to pick them up, since these fish and shrimp wouldn't run away from where they were. The ship was huge. The three of them came down to the deck and looked up at it like mice looking up at an elephant. There was a line of bright red text on the hull, starting with letters and ending with numbers, and the numbers were still very clear. Ma 091. Lu Ting looked up and softly read out the ship's number. Ma-091. Yifeng felt a sense of familiarity with the number, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. This ship is huge. It's a pity that the food inside must have expired, and everything usable has probably rotted away. Otherwise, we would definitely have found something useful. Jinfeng shook her head regretfully, as if she were heartbroken. Yifeng didn't speak, his mind replaying the number. It was a familiar number, as if he had heard it before but had forgotten it. Lu Ting remained silent, her bright eyes fixed on the line of numbers, as if she had made a connection to something. No, that can't be right. Suddenly, Lu Ting muttered to herself, then shook her head. What's wrong? Don't play tricks on me. Let's go inside and see if there's anything there, and then we'll pick up seafood on the beach. Jinfeng was very dissatisfied, believing that Lu Ting was being deliberately mysterious and putting on airs. Lu Ting ignored Jinfeng and turned to look at Yifeng, saying, I remember when I was in middle school, I read a magazine that mentioned something. 100 years ago, a large ship from an overseas country called XX disappeared silently on the sea. Later, XX country mobilized a lot of manpower and resources to search for the ship, but there was no news. If I remember correctly, the ship was called the Traveler MA-091. That's right, that's certainly true. Yifeng suddenly remembered. No wonder it felt so familiar. He continued, later, countless people spread rumors that 10 years later, many people saw this ship on the sea. But no matter how those people chased after it in their cruise ships, they could never catch up with it. No matter how they sent signals, the ship would not respond. Yes, there were indeed many similar rumors later on, and many people even said it was a ghost ship. Some people said that the people on that ship had died long ago, and the ship had sunk to the bottom of the sea. What people saw was just its ghost ship. I never expected that a ship that disappeared 100 years ago would actually appear here. If it weren't for the super tidal wave last night, this ship would never have appeared. There are no ghost ships in this world, don't scare yourselves. Jinfeng found it amusing. Ghost ship. Ghost ship. Yifeng suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. He and Lu Ting had also spotted a boat and anxiously sent out a distress signal. Thick smoke appeared on the beach, like a long dragon, visible even from dozens of miles away. But that ship eventually drifted further and further away and then disappeared. Lu Ting seemed to recall what happened yesterday, and she turned around to look at Yifeng with a confused expression. Could the ship that appeared yesterday also be a ghost ship? Yifeng asked. I feel the same way. Lu Ting's voice was subdued, and her expression was solemn. What ghost ship? I didn't expect you guys to believe in that stuff. Jinfeng scoffed. Don't speak. Yifeng and Lu Ting spoke in unison, simultaneously telling Jinfeng to be quiet and not interrupt their train of thought. Jinfeng suddenly felt wronged, as if she didn't exist. Yifeng, the more I look at this ship, the more it reminds me of the one that appeared yesterday. Lu Ting said dejectedly, perhaps because she found it unbelievable. Yifeng also said, I also feel that this ship is very similar to the one that appeared yesterday. Whether it is the appearance, height, length, or width, it feels very similar. Could it be my imagination? Lu Ting asked. Looking at the ship before him, the legendary ghost ship that disappeared 100 years ago, Yifeng found it increasingly similar to the real thing. Since it was morning and the sea breeze was a bit cold, he felt gloomy and uncomfortable all over. Yifeng, think carefully. How much time passed between when we found the ship yesterday and when it disappeared? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng thought calmly for a moment and replied, after spotting the ship, we immediately lit smoke, and then it took you less than 3 minutes to rush over and call out. It should only take about 3 minutes, definitely no more than 5 minutes. At a ship's normal speed, it shouldn't disappear from our sight in a few minutes, right? Lu Ting asked. I felt like the ship disappeared suddenly, or maybe it just vanished slowly. But I was so disappointed yesterday that I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. On the beach where the cold wind was blowing, Yifeng's voice sounded somewhat subdued. Yesterday, I was too anxious and disappointed, so I overlooked these details. But thinking about it calmly today, the way the ship disappeared was indeed a bit strange. From the moment they were discovered to their disappearance, only a few minutes had passed. Moreover, when they spotted the ship, it wasn't very far away, probably only a dozen miles away, because they could see it clearly at that close distance. The ship couldn't have disappeared in just a few minutes. Yifeng, could this really be a ghost ship? Lu Ting was a little scared because girls are generally more timid. Forget it. Who cares if it's a ghost ship or not? It's broad daylight, the world is clear, and as long as you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. Yifeng's gaze was firm. He was not afraid of these baseless claims. Even if it really is a ghost ship, so what? If we're not afraid of the living, why should we be afraid of the dead? I'm just curious why this ship, which disappeared 100 years ago, is here. Lu Ting shook her head slightly. Because Yifeng was by her side, she wasn't afraid. Never mind that for now. Let's try to get in and see if there's anything usable. Then we can collect some seafood to take back, Yifeng said. Okay, sure. Lu Ting nodded and was about to step forward when she suddenly felt something icy cold under her feet, as if a cold tentacle was grabbing her foot. In her panic, Lu Ting looked down at the ground. Her eyes filled with fear, her face turned pale, and her whole body trembled. Upon noticing Lu Ting's gaze, Yifeng also looked down at the ground and saw a snake crawling on Lu Ting's foot, slowly climbing up her trouser leg. This is a black and yellow snake, with black and yellow rings around its body. This should be a sea snake, but some sea snakes are very venomous, reportedly even more so than cobras. Yifeng, aye. Lu Ting trembled violently, her face turning pale with fright. Shoo! Yifeng raised his middle finger, signaling Lu Ting not to move and not to disturb the sea snake. He slowly approached, preparing to rescue Lu Ting. Chapter 22. Driving Away the Scheming Woman. I was so engrossed in my work that I didn't notice the ground. I never expected a sea snake to appear and slowly crawl up Lu Ting's trouser leg. There are many kinds of sea snakes, but most of them are venomous, and their venom is very strong. The most venomous sea snakes are more venomous than those on land. Almost all of the world's 10 most venomous species live in the sea. Yifeng, it's me. Lu Ting was so frightened that she was almost in tears. Don't be afraid. Don't move. Please don't move. Just think of it as my hand. Yifeng slowly crouched down, intending to grab the sea snake's tail and throw it out quickly. But Lu Ting must not move. If she made a sound and startled the sea snake, she might be bitten. Yes, I won't move. I won't move. Lu Ting was trembling all over. She was probably scared out of her wits. Ah, Lu Ting, a snake. Jinfeng suddenly screamed, and the sound was very loud. Quiet down. Whatever you do, don't touch Lu Ting. Yifeng quickly reminded him. Snake. Snake. Lu Ting, run. Throw it away. Jinfeng hesitated for a moment, a strange look appearing in her eyes, before quickly stepping forward and pushing Lu Ting. Ah. Lu Ting screamed, afraid of startling the snake. Oops. Yifeng was shocked and quickly grabbed the snake's tail like the wind, then swiftly flung it outwards. Whoosh. The 1-meter-long snake was quickly thrown more than 10 meters by Yifeng. The sea snake then hid in the rotten wood. After the tide came in, there was a lot of wood and garbage on the beach, so the sea snake quickly disappeared. Wah! Oh my god, that scared me to death. Lu Ting felt weak all over and slumped to the ground, so frightened she wanted to cry. Are you alright? Jinfeng paused for a moment, then stepped forward to ask, pretending to be very concerned. Snap! Yifeng was furious and slapped Jinfeng across the face. He never hit women, but Jinfeng was too vicious and deserved a beating. Oh! Jinfeng cried out in pain, then covered her face and looked at Yifeng with teary eyes. Why did you hit me? You wicked woman, do you want to die? Yifeng angrily raised his hand, wanting to slap her again, but in the end he withdrew his hand because hitting a woman was pointless. He was just too impulsive and couldn't help himself. Yifeng, I don't understand what you mean. Why did you hit me? Jinfeng asked, feeling wronged. Were you trying to kill Lu Ting just now? I repeatedly told you not to move, but you still pushed Lu Ting. Did you do that on purpose? Yifeng was furious. If Jinfeng were a man, he would definitely beat him up, crippling or killing him. Yifeng, how could you look at me like that? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I was terrified, so I tried to push Lu Ting away. I didn't expect you to misunderstand me. Sob sob. Jinfeng was heartbroken and tears streamed down her face, as if she had been wronged. Jinfeng, you almost killed me just now. Lu Ting was also very angry and scared just thinking about it. Yifeng had just warned Jinfeng not to touch her, but Jinfeng still took a few steps forward and pushed her away. This was intentional. You've really misunderstood me. I'm not a malicious person. How could I possibly harm anyone? We're all classmates, and we're both victims of adversity. Jinfeng was very sad. Yifeng said coldly, I just reminded you. You hesitated for a moment, then took a few steps forward and pushed Lu Ting. You even pretended to be innocent. Wah! Jinfeng cried, feeling wronged. Yifeng, you really misunderstood me. Your logic is correct, but it varies from person to person. I was just too nervous. Although Jinfeng tried her best to explain, Yifeng trusted his own judgment. Yifeng, stop arguing. Quickly check my feet. Are there any bite wounds? Lu Ting didn't dare to pull up her trouser leg, didn't dare to look, because she was afraid to see the wound. When people are afraid of something, they don't dare to look at it because of fear. Yifeng quickly squatted down and rolled up Lu Ting's trouser legs. Lu Ting sat on the ground with her eyes closed, not daring to look at her feet, but she kept praying that everything would be all right. After pulling up Lu Ting's trouser leg, Yifeng observed carefully and found that the snake had crawled up to her trouser leg at most 20 centimeters and would not have gone any further than that. All that could be seen on Lu Ting's flawless white feet was that there were no wounds whatsoever. Call. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, nothing was wrong. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. Wow, what's wrong? Do you have a wound? But I can't feel it. Lu Ting thought Yifeng was sighing, so she was so frightened that she wanted to cry. It's all right, get up, Yifeng said. Thank God. Thank our ancestors for protecting me. I'm finally all right. Lu Ting opened her eyes and pulled down her trouser legs, but she still couldn't stand up, probably because she was too weak. Yifeng, I didn't mean to kill Lu Ting. What will it take for you to believe me? Jean Feng cried as she explained, afraid of being driven away because she didn't want to leave. Roll. Yifeng waved his hand, not wanting to see this scheming woman. He had reminded her repeatedly, but Jean Feng still pushed Lu Ting at the crucial moment. If it weren't for his speed, Lu Ting would definitely have been in mortal danger. This scheming woman cannot be allowed to live, or there will be endless troubles later. Jean Feng, I am really disappointed in you. Lu Ting's voice was icy. She hadn't expected Jean Feng to be so ruthless. This woman was too dangerous. However, Jean Feng is indeed cunning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hook up with so many wealthy men during her university years. Yifeng, you don't believe me because Lu Ting is the school beauty, because she's prettier than me, and because her family is rich. I'm not convinced. Jean Feng was very angry, thinking that Yifeng was being unfair. Haha. Yifeng smiled and said, no matter how beautiful Lu Ting is, it has nothing to do with me. She's not my wife. Her family's wealth has even less to do with me. I won't spend a single penny of her money. Even if you're not as good-looking as Lu Ting, or your family isn't as well-off as Lu Ting's, it has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Then why are you showing favoritism and driving me away? Jean Feng asked. Because you are too scheming and vicious, I cannot tolerate you. Yifeng glared angrily at Jean Feng. This scheming woman was truly cunning. If Lu Ting had been poisoned earlier, she could have easily distanced herself from the situation. Even if she returned to the city, she wouldn't have taken responsibility, because Lu Ting had been bitten to death by a poisonous snake, and her mistake was merely improper rescue. Yifeng, you've really misunderstood me. I truly never intended to kill Lu Ting. Jean Feng tried her best to explain that she didn't want to leave Yifeng, and that she needed a man's protection to survive. I'll count to 3. If you get lost, I can keep you 100 meters away from us, and might even help you in a pinch. If you don't get lost, we'll never see each other again. Yifeng held up one finger and counted 1. Jean Feng quickly said pitifully, I'll leave, even if it's 100 meters away from you. After saying this, Jean Feng quickly turned and left. Watching Jean Feng's departing figure, Lu Ting was also very angry and indignant, but thankfully she was all right. Chapter 23. A ship full of skeletons. A rusty sword. Seaside. Jean Feng left unwillingly, but she dared not go too far. After walking about 100 meters, she looked in the direction of Yifeng and the other person. 100 meters was the distance Yifeng had set for her. Seeing Lu Ting and Yifeng standing together, she felt a deep resentment. However, Lu Ting was incredibly lucky to have survived being bitten to death by the poisonous snakes in the sea. I never expected Jean Feng to be that kind of person. I'm so angry. Recalling what had just happened, Lu Ting was still shaken, her delicate body trembling. She's a vicious woman. Keep her away from us from now on. Yifeng didn't want to see Jean Feng. Yes, she's so vicious. It's terrifying to even think about her. Lu Ting said worriedly. Recalling Jean Feng's actions just now, Yifeng was still furious. This woman was too scheming. Yifeng prepared to search for items in the cabin. Although this was a ship from 100 years ago, he might be able to find something useful. Wait here for me. I'll go check the cabin. Be careful, Lu Ting reminded her. Yifeng looked up at the ship and then climbed up using both his hands and feet. Because the ship was capsized, the climb was quite difficult. Watch out, watch out. Lu Ting stood below, constantly reminding him, fearing something might happen to Yifeng. A few minutes later, Yifeng finally climbed onto the ship. Because the ship had been submerged for nearly 100 years, it was covered in rust, and many sea creatures had grown on its hull. Standing on the ship, Yifeng looked through the cabin door and was immediately terrified, his face turning pale and his body trembling uncontrollably. Inside the ship's cabin, there were countless corroded skeletons. These skeletons are so badly corroded that it is almost impossible to tell which part of the human body they belong to. But from the densely packed skeletons, it can be seen that there were at least 100 people in the cabin when the ship sank. Countless human bones were scattered around, or piled up together. This, hiss, Yifeng gasped. The scene was tragic. He could imagine how desperate these people must have felt when the ship had an accident. Whoosh, splash, splash. The sea breeze kept blowing, and the sound of the waves rose and fell. Listening to the endless waves, Yifeng seemed to hear the weeping in the wind. He seemed to hear the desperate cries of countless people when the ship was wrecked, a desolate, desperate, and tragic sound. On one of the seats, two relatively intact skeletons were visible. The skeleton of an adult is tightly embracing the skeleton of a child, suggesting that the mother was protecting her child during the shipwreck. I recall a scientific expedition that unearthed a similar scene in a volcanic area. A mother and child were encased in fossilized lava. The woman's body was bent over, tightly embracing her child. The expedition members speculated that the mother was holding her child tightly when the lava surged in. A mother's love knows no bounds. A mother's love makes her strong. Tick-tock. Upon witnessing this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but shed tears. A single tear fell onto the deck. When the cruise ship wrecked and later when he was stranded on the island, he had never shed a single drop of water, but now. Yifeng, is there anything in the cabin? Lu Ting asked from below. There are countless skeletons, Yifeng replied. Skeleton. Lu Ting felt uncomfortable and said with a depressed mood. Then you should be careful and pay close attention to safety. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Wait for me down here and don't wander off, Yifeng instructed. Lu Ting nodded solemnly, waiting anxiously below. Yifeng carefully observed the cabin. He wasn't afraid of the skeletons, but he was afraid of the living creatures in the cabin, such as black snakes. This ship sank on the seabed near the island, and there must be many things living inside. Hiss. Hearing the noise, Yifeng looked closely and saw a brightly colored sea snake slowly crawling out of a human skull. After carefully observing his surroundings, Yifeng grabbed the cargo rack in the cabin with both hands and used his hands as feet to slowly move forward in midair. Cold. A chilling aura swept over, making people very uncomfortable, as if they were in a freezing pool. Everyone, I apologize for disturbing you, but if I return alive, I will definitely burn paper money for you, Yifeng said devoutly. He only wanted to come in to look for something. As for whether to bury these skeletons, Yifeng hadn't really thought about that question. Because this ship was very big, it would probably take 10 days to half a month to clean up so many skeletons. The cabin was extremely dirty and messy, with skeletons and various sea creatures everywhere. Yifeng suddenly noticed a skeleton wearing a hat in a corner. The hat was of really high quality, as it hadn't completely rotted away. However, there was something next to the skeleton, which looked like a long wooden box. Yifeng moved forward slowly and quickly, grabbing the edge of the cargo container above with both hands. When he reached the skeleton, he jumped down quickly. Bang! Yifeng stood in the cabin, instantly crushing countless decaying bones under his foot. He reached out and picked up the long object to see what it was. As for whether he would be poisoned by corpses, there was no need to worry at all, because the bones were all corroded and could not possibly contain any corpse poison. After picking up the 1.5-meter-long wooden box, Yifeng felt its weight. This wooden box is really strange. It has been submerged at the bottom of the sea for hundreds of years and has not rotted. Could it be made of Foraging wood? The wooden box had a lock, but it was so rusty that it fell to the ground with a light tap. Yifeng was overjoyed after opening the wooden box. Sword. Sword. It turned out to be a 1.5-meter-long sword. Because it was sealed in a long box, it hadn't corroded yet, but it was severely rusted. After discarding the wooden box and picking up his sword, Yifeng gently tapped the hull of the boat. Bang, bang, bang. The clanging of metal echoed as layers of rust peeled off the sword. Although it hadn't yet revealed its sharpness, the sword was still usable. Good, not bad, not bad. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, not expecting to find a sword on the ship. But why was this sword on the ship? When Yifeng saw the round hat that hadn't rotted yet beside him, he understood everything. Around a century ago, although most countries in the world had entered the age of firearms, people in foreign countries still admired swordsmen and knife-wielders. Therefore, nobles liked to carry swords and knives, and they would dress themselves up as knights or wandering knights. These people liked to wear round hats when they went out. Brother, thank you for your sword. Yifeng thanked the remains of the hat and continued his search, but after half an hour, he still found nothing except the sword. However, Yifeng was already quite content with obtaining this sword. With this weapon, His ability to survive on the deserted island would be greatly enhanced. Although the sword is covered in rust, the rust can be removed by polishing it with sandstone. Chapter 24. The Terrifying Sea Storm. Lu Ting stood anxiously waiting under the ship, but more than half an hour passed, and Yifeng still hadn't come out. Yifeng, Lu Ting called out anxiously, fearing something had happened to Yifeng, because there were many skeletons in the ship's cabin, which was eerie. Yifeng, Lu Ting called out anxiously again, but there was still no response, as if Yifeng had disappeared into the cabin. Whoosh, whoosh. The sea breeze kept blowing, and the waves surged onto the beach. Feeling the cool sea breeze and listening to the sound of the surging waves, Lu Ting suddenly felt a little panicked, the kind of panic she felt when she couldn't see Yifeng. She was afraid of loneliness and being alone. Glug glug. Suddenly, a head rolled out of the cabin. The head was severely corroded, leaving only half a head, with a sinister and frightening empty eye socket. Ah! Upon seeing the half-skull, Lu Ting screamed in fright. It was the first time she had ever seen human bones, and she was quite terrified. Lu Ting, are you alright? Yifeng jumped down from the cabin and asked. Wow, Yifeng, you scared me to death, wah. Lu Ting rushed over anxiously, wanting to hug Yifeng tightly. Her heart was pounding. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yifeng gently patted Lu Ting's back to comfort her. Lu Ting was flustered and confused. Although Yifeng gently patted her back, she not only did not feel disgusted, but also felt warm and safe. It's just a head, nothing serious. We're not afraid of living people, let alone dead ones. Yifeng comforted him. I'm not afraid. Lu Ting tried her best to remain calm, because Yifeng was there, so she wasn't afraid. I just found a dagger in the cabin. With this dagger, we will be more able to survive on the island. Yifeng brandished the sword in his hand and smiled smugly. This sword is all rusty. Is it even usable? Lu Ting asked. There are sand and gravel on the beach. As long as you polish them with sand and gravel, they'll be ready to use, Yifeng said. What material is this sword made of? It hasn't rotted yet. Lu Ting was curious. The steel sword would surely rot by now, since such a large ship was covered in rust, let alone the sword. Yifeng explained. This sword was sealed in a wooden box, which should be made of Phoebe Jinan wood, so the sword is still in relatively good condition. Why didn't you bring the golden Nanmu wood with you? Lu Ting asked. Golden Nanmu wood is very valuable, even more precious than gold. If Yifeng takes the wooden box out, it will be very valuable when he returns to the city. Useless things are just a burden to bring out. All I want now is to survive and go back alive. Even if a ship full of gold were placed before him, Yifeng would not be tempted, because compared to life, material possessions are as insignificant as grass and trees. Besides, this ship might really be strange. The ship they saw yesterday might indeed be a ghost ship. Therefore, apart from his sword, Yifeng did not want to take any valuables with him. You are truly unique. Lu Ting noticed that Yifeng was different from others. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be excited to take away anything valuable, but Yifeng remained unmoved. However, the more Yifeng acted this way, the more at ease she felt, because only by focusing wholeheartedly on survival and remaining single-minded might there be a glimmer of hope. You weave a wicker basket, then look for seafood on the beach. Try to find big lobsters and fresh sea fish, Yifeng instructed. Okay, no problem. Lu Ting nodded. Why didn't you ask me what I was going to do? Yifeng asked. We'll work together. Since you've assigned me to find seafood, you must have something important to do, Lu Ting said with a smile. You're very smart, Yifeng praised. Lu Ting rolled her eyes and pretended to be angry, saying, Are you praising me or deliberately insulting me? Haha, go ahead, be careful. Yifeng smiled and told Lu Ting to be careful. The two worked together. Lu Ting wove rattan baskets and searched for seafood, including large lobsters, while he searched for suitable sand and gravel to sharpen his sword. There were many pebbles on the beach. Yifeng found a fine pebble and slowly sharpened his sword on the beach. In the past, when he lived in the countryside, villagers often went to the ditches to find pebbles to sharpen their kitchen knives or sickles at home. However, this is rarely seen now because the economy is better than before. Swish, swish. Yifeng squatted by the sea, throwing seawater in and sharpening his sword. Layers of rust seeped into the water, instantly turning the seawater within a meter radius murky. Lu Ting walked on the beach carrying a wicker basket. She was looking for seafood. Although there was plenty of seafood, most of it had already died from dehydration. Even though some seafood could survive for a few days out of the sea, most of it was killed by the tide. Yifeng, I found a big lobster. Lu Ting suddenly became very happy and held up a large lobster with both hands. The red lobster was still alive and weighed several pounds. Yifeng, I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? Lu Ting smiled radiantly. She was very happy. Her smile was bright and beautiful. Be careful not to get your leg caught, Yifeng warned. What did you say? Lu Ting asked, not having heard clearly. Be careful. Yifeng was about to give another reminder, but it was too late. The lobster claw was already in Lu Ting's hand. Ouch! Ouch! Yifeng, the lobster is pinching me. Lu Ting hurriedly let go and threw the lobster on the ground. Well, Yifeng shook his head and sighed. The school beauty was really stupid. Didn't she know that lobsters could pinch people? Yifeng, you have no sympathy at all. You're actually laughing at me. I can tell from your expression that you're laughing at how stupid I am. Lu Ting pouted and complained when she saw Yifeng smiling. Yifeng continued to sharpen his knife. The knife was covered in rust, and if it wasn't sharpened, it wouldn't be able to kill even birds, let alone wild beasts. An hour later, the saber was finally sharpened. Although it still had some rust, it was quite sharp. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yifeng gripped his sword with both hands, swung it rapidly in the air a few times, and then nodded in satisfaction. If it weren't for the wooden box, the sword would probably have rotted away long ago. Willow. Yifeng stood up, intending to call out to Lu Ting, but when he looked at the sea, his expression immediately turned solemn, and his eyes were filled with tension and fear. He saw dark clouds appearing in the sky above the distant sea, and the clouds were rapidly surging towards the island. The overwhelming clouds seemed to be about to engulf the entire sea. This is a sea storm. Yifeng trembled slightly, feeling a chill run through his body. The storm was terrifying, because not only would a hurricane appear, but it would also sweep seawater onto the beach. Lu Ting, hurry, a storm is coming. Yifeng shouted anxiously and ran quickly towards Lu Ting. Upon hearing Yifeng's call, Lu Ting looked up at the sea, her face turning pale as she exclaimed in fear. Oh my God, dark clouds are appearing, and they're moving very fast. This hurricane must be huge. We need to get out of here quickly and find somewhere to shelter from the storm. Hurry up. Whoosh. Yifeng ran over quickly, gripping his sword in one hand and grabbing Lu Ting's hand with the other, leading her swiftly towards the forest. Chapter 25. The storm approaches. Golden Phoenix disappears. Yifeng grabbed Lu Ting's hand and ran quickly into the forest. In the distance, dark clouds on the sea were rapidly moving toward the island, the endless clouds resembling the surging waters of the Milky Way. Give me the food. Yifeng took the rattan basket, which contained more than 10 kilograms of seafood. It was inconvenient for Lu Ting to carry it while running. Yifeng, we need to speed up. That storm is too fast. Once it makes landfall on the island, we'll be in great danger, Lu Ting said anxiously. This storm is really fast. We need to find a cave to take shelter in, otherwise it will be very dangerous, Yifeng said as he ran. But where are the caves? Lu Ting was very anxious. They were unfamiliar with the island, and it would be difficult to find a cave in a short time. However, if they could not find a cave, their lives would be in danger once the storm hit the island. Let's go to the foot of that mountain to search. If there are no caves, we'll hide behind the mountain. With the mountain sheltering us from the storm behind the mountain will be much less powerful, Yifeng shouted as they ran. Okay, I'll do as you say. Lu Ting ran alongside Yifeng. Surprisingly, she was quite fast and had good stamina. An average girl would probably be out of breath after running for a few minutes. Where's Jin Feng? After the two ran to the edge of the forest, they couldn't find Jin Feng anywhere. Yifeng looked around anxiously, but Jin Feng was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know where she had gone. He had told her to stay at least 100 meters away when he chased her away, but she was nowhere to be found. Let's find somewhere to shelter from the storm first. If she dies, then it's God's will to take her life, Yifeng said. Lu Ting nodded. She didn't want to deal with Jin Feng, nor did she have the energy or time to do so. That woman was too vicious, more dangerous than a poisonous snake. Call. Suddenly, a sea breeze blew in, causing the surrounding trees to sway. The sea breeze had a strong fishy smell, probably from the deep sea. The appearance of this wind proved that a storm was coming. Yifeng looked back and saw dark clouds surging rapidly dozens of miles behind him. Yifeng was immediately shocked when he saw this scene. The endless, dark clouds surged in like an endless black river. Under the dense, dark clouds, the two appeared very small, like ants looking up at a god. The vast dark clouds seemed to be able to block out the sun during the day, and seemed to be able to swallow up this land. Yifeng, this. Lu Ting trembled slightly. She was also very afraid. Hurry up. Whoosh. Like a cunning rabbit, Yifeng, carrying food and a sword, quickly ran towards the mountains and the forest. Lu Ting followed anxiously behind him. The two of them ran like primitive people through a forest, breaking branches and withered grass along the way. Whoosh. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not far behind, a continuous sound, like demons dancing wildly, came from all around. It was the sound of the sea breeze, the sound of the storm, and also the sound of countless people who had perished at sea crying out. A storm is coming. Yifeng kept running through the forest, with only one thought in his mind: to find a place to shelter from the storm as soon as possible, otherwise it would be very dangerous, even life-threatening. Oh! In the woods, Lu Ting, who was running, suddenly tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground. Yifeng turned around and saw Lu Ting lying on the ground. He wanted to run over and help the school beauty up, but he hesitated for a moment and then gave up. Lu Ting had to stand up on her own and continue to escape. If she couldn't even overcome this little bit of hardship, it would be very difficult for her to survive on this deserted island. Lu Ting didn't call out or ask for help. She quickly stood up, not even having time to brush the dirt off her body. Yifeng, let's go quickly. After running over, Lu Ting told Yifeng to keep running. She didn't complain or question Yifeng about why he hadn't helped her earlier. The two traveled through the forest at top speed. Whoosh. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying storm made landfall, and the deafening roar of the storm, like 1,000 horses galloping, filled the air. Yifeng looked back and saw countless trees at the edge of the forest falling down, and some plants were even uprooted. Click, click. Countless giant trees were snapped in an instant, falling piece by piece, as if a divine dragon had roamed by. Lu Ting also witnessed this scene. Her eyes widened and her voice trembled as she said, "My God, this is terrifying. Those trees are actually breaking and falling down. Hurry up." Yifeng took Lu Ting and ran as fast as he could into the forest ahead. Even if they couldn't find a cave, they had to get to the back of the mountain and find a good spot to avoid the storm. Otherwise, such a big storm was very dangerous. Even if they weren't swept away by the storm or crushed by the things that were swept by the storm, they might still suffocate to death in the storm. If the storm is very large and lasts for a long time, people simply cannot breathe in it. Lu Ting gritted her teeth and ran quickly beside Yifeng. Her running steps were steady, her breathing was even, and her hands swayed back and forth rhythmically. It was clear that she used to enjoy sports, so she was good at regulating her physical fitness during exercise, and her physical condition was also very good. Yifeng was originally worried that Lu Ting would hold him back, but he didn't expect that this school beauty would run away so fast. Her long legs really make a difference. Click. Call. Suddenly, a tree behind them snapped, and a powerful gust of wind swept over them, quickly lifting Yifeng and Lu Ting into the air. "Ah!" Lu Ting screamed. She felt lightheaded, as if she were about to be blown away by the wind. "Careful." Yifeng grabbed Lu Ting's hand, and he also felt his body being lifted up lightly by the wind. The two of them were swept a few meters away before landing on the ground. The storm came, but an even stronger storm was yet to come. The wind was so strong that the two of them had difficulty speaking, or even could not speak at all, and all they could hear was the sound of the storm. Yifeng grabbed Lu Ting, and the two of them struggled to their feet. The wind howled, and everything hibernated in the wake of the hurricane. Yifeng looked up and saw a cave at the foot of the mountain in front of him. The dark cave entrance looked like a lion's open mouth. "There's a cave over there. Let's hurry over there." As soon as Yifeng opened his mouth to speak, a gust of wind swept into his mouth, causing him to cough. Lu Ting wanted to speak, but unfortunately, she couldn't speak in the storm. Chapter 26, You Almost Crushed Me to Death. The storm was coming, and Yifeng and Lu Ting quickly ran down the mountain. There was a cave there. The entrance to the cave was not high above the ground, only about a meter away. In front of the cave was an open space. Because there were many rocks, the weeds were not deep, and almost no trees grew. Whoosh. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying roar of the storm, like the wrath of a sea god, was heard, but the real storm had not yet arrived. It would be even more dangerous once the strongest storm swept in. We must wait until the strongest storm arrives before entering the cave. The two staggered, almost using their hands and feet, until they finally reached the foot of the mountain and the entrance to the cave. The entrance to the cave is small, only about 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, but large enough for 2 people to enter. Hurry up and go up. In the strong wind, Yifeng pointed to the steps and told Lu Ting to climb up. Although he spoke loudly, Lu Ting could barely hear him and could only see his gestures. Lu Ting stood at the bottom of a step that was more than a meter high, trying to climb up using both her hands and feet, but the wind was too strong. Even without the wind, it would be difficult for her to climb up such a high place, let alone now. Seeing that Lu Ting couldn't get up, Yifeng grabbed her from behind and threw her up. "Yifeng, Come up quickly. After climbing up, Lu Ting shouted anxiously, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a strong gust of wind entered her mouth. Lu Ting felt very uncomfortable, so she quickly shut her mouth and reached out to pull Yifeng. Yifeng grabbed Lu Ting's hand and then quickly jumped up. Call. Click, click. Outside the cave, countless trees snapped or fell. A storm was approaching. Yifeng quickly grabbed Lu Ting and tumbled into the cave. He then covered his ears with both hands, intending to warn Lu Ting, but the wind was too strong to make a sound. In desperation, Yifeng could only gesture to remind her. After seeing Yifeng's prompting action, Lu Ting covered her ears with both hands, and then the two of them laid down in the cave. They had to cover their ears, otherwise their eardrums would be unable to withstand it, because the storm would blow into the cave and create swirling air currents that would cause great damage to their eardrums. After covering their ears, the two anxiously laid down on the ground, but they could still hear the roar of the storm and the sound of trees breaking. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying roar of the storm sounded like the neighing of 1,000 horses, and the entire world seemed to be filled with this dreadful sound. Yifeng covered his ears with both hands and tried to stay close to Lu Ting, hoping that the storm would pass soon. But it seemed like he had been waiting for a long time, and the storm still hadn't stopped. The two waited anxiously as time ticked by. It felt like an hour had passed, or it felt like 2 or 3 hours had passed. However, it did take a very long time. Amidst the roar of the storm, Yifeng felt Lu Ting's body trembling. He moved slowly, pressing half of his body against Lu Ting's, reminding her not to be afraid, not to tremble, that he would always be there for her, that he had always been there. Feeling Yifeng's presence and body temperature, Lu Ting immediately felt warm and at ease. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amidst the howling wind, Lu Ting was lost in thought. Yifeng's body was half on top of her, and this was the first time she had ever been in close contact with a man. Yifeng was the first man to get close to her. She had always thought that all men were bad and only wanted to take advantage of women. But she found that Yifeng was different, not like she had imagined. Time seemed to drag on endlessly. Time seemed to pass very slowly. About 2 or 3 hours later, the storm finally stopped. After the hurricane, the forest was in ruins. Yifeng sat up, shook his head, and felt a buzzing in his ears, as if water had entered them, and his head was dizzy. Lu Ting remained lying motionless on the ground, as if she were dead. Could the school beauty really be dead? Did she crush herself to death? Yifeng nudged Lu Ting, wanting to see if the school beauty was dead. Lu Ting sat up and shook her head frantically. Are you all right? Yifeng asked. Lu Ting opened her mouth as if she didn't speak, but Yifeng knew that the school beauty was definitely talking to him, but he couldn't hear her because of the airflow in his ears. What did you say? I can't hear you, Yifeng shouted. The school beauty kept opening her mouth, probably speaking loudly to him, but he just couldn't hear her. Yifeng tilted his head, holding his other ear with one hand and patting it with the other, trying to expel the airflow. Lu Ting also imitated Yifeng's movements, patting the camera continuously. A few minutes later, the airflow in his eardrums was expelled, and Yifeng immediately felt very comfortable. The air was so fresh and wonderful. Are you all right? Yifeng asked. I'm fine, how about you? Lu Ting asked. I'm fine too, Yifeng replied. You were pressing down on her for a long time. You almost made her suffocate, Lu Ting said. Yifeng said seriously. School beauty, you have to take responsibility for your words. When did I ever bully you? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Humph, I'll let it slide since you meant well. Lu Ting smiled faintly, showing no anger. Looking at the devastated forest outside, the two felt the immense power of nature. Despite the advancements in human technology, they were still insignificant in the face of nature's power. Yifeng looked at the cave. It was not large, only a few dozen square meters, but it was very damp inside. There were water droplets on the ceiling, and except for a small area at the entrance, the rest of the cave was extremely damp. Yifeng, are we going to live in this cave? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng shook his head and said, this cave is too damp to live in, but it can be used as a temporary refuge. Lu Ting nodded slightly, also feeling that the cave was too damp to live in and could only be used for temporary refuge. Yifeng looked up at the sky. After the storm, the sky was covered with dark clouds, making it seem pitch black. If I'm not mistaken, there will definitely be a downpour tonight. Let's hurry up to the mountaintop, find yesterday's frying pan and the marinated wild boar meat, then find some dry firewood to put in this cave. We'll take temporary shelter here and then figure out what to do next, Yifeng said calmly. Okay, I'll go with you to the top of the mountain to look for yesterday's things. Lu Ting followed Yifeng away. As for the lobster in the wicker basket and the few sea fish, They were left in the cave for the time being, because they would come back. The two walked through a devastated forest. Many hollow and worm-eaten trees were broken, and other groves of trees were almost tilted by the storm. The storm had been really strong. Chapter 27. The Python Eats a Man. The forest was a mess after the storm, with broken branches and leaves everywhere, and countless tangled twigs lying on the ground. Yifeng used his sword to cut off a tree branch and handed it to Lu Ting. Hold this stick in your hand and use it to scare away any snakes, because there might be snakes lurking in the forest. Thanks. Lu Ting took the wooden stick and tapped it as she walked, afraid of snakes. The shadow of the sea snake from before still lingered. The two walked with difficulty through the forest, one in front of the other. Yifeng, when do you estimate the rescue team will be back? Lu Ting asked. It should be in the next day or two. Yifeng answered casually. Actually, he didn't know when the rescue team would arrive, but he estimated it would be within the next 2 days. Since the shipwreck had happened 2 or 3 days ago, and it would be a week in 2 days, given the speed of the cruise ship's search and rescue efforts, they should be able to find this place. I'm worried that the frying pan is gone. The storm is so strong. What if it blows the frying pan away? Lu Ting said worriedly. Yifeng also had some doubts. He would rather lose the wild boar meat than lose the frying pan. Because you can find other food if you run out, but it's a real hassle if you lose your frying pan. In the woods, Lu Ting's hair was disheveled. Her long, black hair draped messily over her shoulders, but she was still beautiful despite her disheveled hair. What are you looking at? Lu Ting asked when she saw Yifeng looking at her. Your hair is messy, Yifeng said. Oh. Lu Ting touched her hair and said, it's normal for your hair to be messy. After all, there are branches everywhere in the forest. Tie your hair up, otherwise people will think I bullied you, Yifeng said with a smile. There's no one here. Lu Ting rolled her eyes at Yifeng and pretended to be angry, saying, besides, you wouldn't bully me. I'd love to tease you, but I'm afraid you'll run into a rock, Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Ting's eyes widened as she recalled what happened at the beach that night. She had threatened Yifeng because she was afraid he would make a move on her. I'm so embarrassed right now. Lu Ting smiled shyly, then raised her delicate hand and smiled as she tidied her hair. However, thinking about what happened that night, she felt a little embarrassed. Yifeng led the school beauty through the forest, and after about 2 hours, they finally reached the top of the mountain. They found the frying pan stuck in a crevice between the rocks. They were lucky because the frying pan was stuck in the crevice, but the wild boar meat was almost gone, with only a few pieces left, weighing about 10 kilograms. Yifeng, the frying pan is still here, but the wild boar meat is almost gone, and our tree trunks are gone too. Lu Ting looked dejected. It's okay, as long as the frying pan is still here. Yifeng walked over and collected the remaining wild boar meat. Then he pulled the frying pan out of the crack in the rock. As for the tree trunk, it didn't matter, because there were many hollow trees in the forest. Besides, now that he had a knife, it would be easier to get the tree trunk. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two stood on the mountaintop, feeling the cold wind that swept in from time to time, which also carried the salty smell of the sea. Yifeng looked up at the sky, which was still shrouded in gloom and mist, and he guessed that it would rain. On the mountaintop, Lu Ting gazed into the distance in the wind, her eyes filled with melancholy. Let's hurry down the mountain now, find some dry firewood to put in the cave, and try to get some fresh water. If it rains today, the wood will be hard to ignite, Yifeng said. After taking a frying pan and some food, Yifeng and Lu Ting went down the mountain together. They had to collect some dry firewood to store in the cave before it rained. Although the cave was damp and not suitable for living, it was better than getting soaked in the rain. Besides, living in the cave was only a temporary measure. The road down the mountain was difficult to walk on. It was rugged, uneven, and winding, like a mountain road with 18 bends. Help! Help! Suddenly, a cry for help came from halfway up the mountain. The voice was anxious and frightened, and it was a woman's voice. But this wasn't Jean Feng's voice. It was the voice of another woman. Yifeng, did you hear the cries for help? Lu Ting asked. Someone is calling for help, and it's a girl. She's a survivor, Yifeng said seriously. Help up. The cry for help suddenly turned into a pitiful scream. Oh no. Quick, go save them. Whoosh. Yifeng, along with Lu Ting, rushed towards the source of the sound. Yifeng, give me the stuff. You rush over first. You can't run fast with the stuff in your hands. Lu Ting ran behind Yifeng and asked him to hand her the wild boar meat, because she couldn't run fast while carrying it. No, you have to stay with me. We can't be apart. Yifeng was faster, but he didn't want to leave Lu Ting behind. If danger arose in the forest, Lu Ting's life would be in danger. Whoosh. After the two ran to a bend in the road, they saw a large tree shaking violently in a thicket. It must have been something large, otherwise the tree wouldn't have been shaking. Although they didn't know what kind of wild animal it was, Yifeng didn't dare to hesitate, because the woman was definitely in danger. Yifeng, the wild beast is over there. Lu Ting pointed to the swaying trees and bushes. She didn't see any wild animals, but the trees there were shaking violently. Lu Ting, you must stay by my side and never leave me. Yifeng anxiously gave instructions and prepared to rush over to check. Because he was carrying a sword, he was skilled and daring. Don't delay, hurry and save them. Lu Ting mustered her courage, put down what she was holding, grabbed a wooden stick, and ran quickly with Yifeng. Sizzle. Shoo. Shoo. When the two ran over, they saw a huge, green python in the jungle. The snake was probably 5 or 6 meters long, and it was coiled around a girl, trying to kill her. The woman remained motionless, as if she were already dead. Ah, python. When Lu Ting saw the terrifying python, she was terrified, but she didn't back down because she also wanted to save people. Sizzle. When Yifeng and Lu Ting appeared, the python hissed and stared at them with its sinister eyes. However, the snake's eyesight was poor, and it relied entirely on its senses. You beast, let her go. Yifeng gripped his sword and rushed forward, ready to fight the python and save the girl. Chapter 28. Battle against the python. Rescue. In the forest, Yifeng rushed over angrily. The girl was tightly coiled by the python, and he didn't know if she was dead or alive, but he guessed she was still alive. However, Yifeng didn't recognize the girl. He didn't know if she was a classmate from school or someone from outside. Back then, 80% of the people on the cruise ship were graduates of the school, and only 20% were from outside. Even if the girl was from the same school, Yifeng wouldn't recognize her. After all, there were several hundred graduates this year, and he didn't know many of them. You beast, let her go. Whoosh. Yifeng roared and rushed forward, gripping his sword. Sizzle. The python coiled around the girl, its head held high, as if saying to Yifeng, I caught this girl with my own skills. Why should I let her go? However, the python had no interest in the girl, no matter how beautiful she was. In its eyes, she was just delicious food. Yifeng, be careful. Not far behind, Lu Ting anxiously reminded him. Whoosh. A cold wind kept blowing, and Yifeng rushed over quickly, brandishing his 1.5-meter-long sword, fiercely slashing at the python's vital spot. Laugh. The python moved backward rapidly, at an incredible speed, like a gust of wind. After moving back half a meter, the python raised its head and bit down from above. In its gaping maw, 2 rows of sharp, long, interlocking canine teeth emanated a foul stench. Huh. Yifeng quickly retreated a few steps, then leaped up and swung his sword down from above. Spray. With a loud crash, the python's head was cleaved open with a sinister blow, leaving a long wound from which blood flowed continuously. Laugh. The python, writhing in pain, rapidly elongated its body, charging towards Yifeng like a conveyor belt. The girl who was being entangled was thrown several meters away and crashed into a clump of grass. The python, in pain and rage, no longer cared about strangling the girl. It only wanted to bite Yifeng to death. After leaping up, Yifeng fell from the sky, hearing the sound of wind rushing past his ears. When his feet touched the ground, he found that the python was chasing after him frantically. The snake was very fast, like a loach in the water. Retreat. Yifeng leaped up quickly, brandishing his sword in midair. Then, he grabbed a tree trunk with one hand and swiftly hid behind the tree. He was very agile because he had practiced martial arts since childhood, so he had excellent skills. Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng hiding behind a big tree, the python nimbly darted and coiled around him, about to catch up. Lu Ting rushed over anxiously. Go to hell. Bang bang bang. In a fit of rage, Lu Ting swung the wooden stick in her hand, striking the python repeatedly with a series of cracking blows. Are you crazy? Get away from here. Yifeng shouted anxiously, fearing that something had happened to Lu Ting. Sizzle. The python, hurt by the blow, gave up chasing Yifeng. Its body quickly bent, like a bridge, and then coiled backward, trying to bite Lu Ting to death. Lu Ting. Yifeng cried out in surprise, quickly leaped up, and kicked a tree in midair. Using the propulsion, he shot several meters away. Cut. Call out. In midair, Yifeng swung his sword, slashing across the python's back and creating a wound. Sizzle. The python writhed in pain, then gave up on attacking Lu Ting and turned to bite Yifeng to death. However, the moment the snake turned, its long tail slapped Lu Ting's body. Oh! Lu Ting screamed in pain as she was struck by the python's massive tail and sent flying into the grass, breaking a rotten piece of wood in the process. Lu Ting, are you alright? Yifeng asked anxiously, but Lu Ting remained silent. Sizzle. The giant snake dragged its long body, raised its head, and quickly lunged at Yifeng, intending to coil around him or bite him to death. Damn it, I'll kill you. Yifeng was furious. If he had a weapon and still couldn't kill a python, then all his training over the past 10 years would have been for nothing. Rise. Yifeng quickly leaped up and grabbed a tree branch above him. Fighting on the ground was a disadvantage, as attacking from below when the python raised its head was risky and he was more likely to be bitten. By grabbing the tree branch, Yifeng was at least 2 meters off the ground, making his attack more effective. The python stretched out its large head, about to open its mouth, but Yifeng instantly unleashed a barrage of sword strikes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. After countless cuts, wounds appeared on the python's large head. Laugh. The python coiled its long tail, as if trying to slap or entwine the leaves in the wind. Whoosh. Yifeng quickly let go and jumped down, the bent branches snapping back violently. Bang. The branch that bounced back struck the python's tail hard, causing the python's body to veer off course. Before the snake's tail hit the ground, Yifeng swiftly thrust out, the tip of his dagger piercing the python's abdomen. Sizzle. As the python twisted and fled, the wound was stretched, and bright red snake blood quickly flowed out from the deep and long wound. Sizzle. The giant snake was too badly injured to attack Yifeng, so it dragged its wounded body and fled into the forest in a panic. Yifeng didn't chase after the python, letting it escape. With such severe injuries, even if the python escaped, it probably wouldn't live long, because the large wounds would become infected. Besides, even if he caught up with it and killed it, it would be pointless. Lu Ting. After the python escaped, Yifeng quickly ran to the bushes to check on the school beauty. Huh. Lu Ting climbed out of the grass, spat out the dirt in her mouth, and said, Yifeng, you scared me to death just now. I thought I would never see the sun rise again tomorrow. Ha ha. Yifeng smiled and said, it's good that you're all right. It doesn't matter if you don't see the sun tomorrow, as long as you can see me tomorrow. I'm more important to you than the sun. Yifeng, stop being so conceited. I can still live without you, but without the sun, no one in the world can survive. Lu Ting patted the dirt off her clothes. She had just been knocked into the grass by the python's tail, hence the dirt on her clothes. Thank you for going to such lengths to help me just now. Yifeng was very grateful. He hadn't expected Lu Ting to be so brave. If you die, I won't be able to live either, so I can only help you, Lu Ting said. Even if you die, I won't, Yifeng corrected. Let's go check on that girl. Lu Ting stepped out of the bushes, wanting to see how the girl was doing. The two arrived at the grassy area and saw a pretty girl lying on the grass. She was not tall, only about 1.6 meters, but she had a round face and a sweet and lovely appearance. Zhao Shui. When Lu Ting saw the girl clearly, she was slightly surprised, as if she hadn't expected it to be her. Do you know her? Yifeng asked. Of course I know her. She's also a graduate this year, Lu Ting said. Then why don't I remember her? Even if a girl is not in the same class, or even if there are hundreds of girls in the same grade, boys will likely remember her because they tend to pay more attention to beautiful girls. She transferred here in the second semester, so it's normal that you don't know her. Besides, she's usually very well behaved, so not many people know her, Lu Ting explained. It turns out that Zhao Shui transferred here in the last half semester, and she was very well behaved and rarely went out, so I had no impression of her. Yifeng, quickly check if she's dead. Lu Ting was anxious, afraid that Zhao Shui had died. Chapter 29. Her mind is actually very simple. Zhao Shui lay pale in the grass, her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly in the wind. She looked like a sleeping little princess. Yifeng reached out and slowly placed his hand on Zhao Shui's chest. Snap! Lu Ting suddenly slapped Yifeng's hand and said, What do you want to do? I just wanted to test her heartbeat. Yifeng remained silent. Lu Ting was always suspicious. Then you can check her pulse at her wrist. Why check her heart? Lu Ting said. I've noticed you don't trust me. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Yifeng said, displeased. Lu Ting smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, I acted a little impulsively just now. Although Lu Ting was the goddess in the hearts of countless men at school, Yifeng discovered that she was actually quite simple-minded. No one is perfect, everyone has flaws. Many men always think that beautiful goddesses are perfect to the extreme, but they don't realize that beauty and ugliness are just appearances. Then you should try it quickly and see if Zhao Shui is alright. Lu Ting was a little anxious, afraid that something might have happened to Zhao Shui. Yifeng placed his palm on Zhao Shui's chest and found that her heart was beating strongly. She was not in any life-threatening danger. She was probably just injured and had fainted from fright. She's alright, not in any life-threatening danger, but she probably has external injuries. As Yifeng spoke, he examined Zhao Shue's body and noticed that one of her legs felt weak. After pulling up her trouser leg, it was clear that her foot was very red and a little swollen, indicating that it was dislocated. Fortunately, Yifeng and the others arrived in time, so the python didn't have a chance to bite her. "How is the situation?" Lu Ting asked. "Fortunately, she's not in mortal danger. Although she has external injuries, they're not serious, except for one dislocated foot," Yifeng said. "What should we do then?" Lu Ting asked. "I can set bones, but she's in a coma right now, so I can't just set them randomly. I need to wait until she wakes up before I can do it," Yifeng said. "You can set bones?" Lu Ting was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Yifeng to say that. "Yes, I can set bones, but for now I can only use 2 wooden sticks to stabilize her dislocated joint, then carry her back to the cave to rest until she wakes up before setting the bones," Yifeng said. Lu Ting broke a tree branch and then tore off a vine. Yifeng used tree roots and vines to secure Zhao Shue's dislocated leg, then clapped his hands and said, "Okay, that's enough." Zhao Shue's external injuries were not serious, nor were her internal injuries. The reason she was unconscious was simply because she was too frightened. "Now that you're all better, let's go back." Lu Ting stood up, ready to go back. "Who told you to go back?" Yifeng asked. "You're being ridiculous. If I don't go back, am I supposed to stay here until dawn?" Lu Ting pouted, looking dissatisfied. "Carry her on your back. Quickly carry her back," Yifeng said. "What?" Lu Ting's eyes widened, thinking she had misheard. "Please, she's a girl. How can you treat a girl like this? You made me carry her? What were you doing then?" "As for me, of course I'll be enjoying the scenery, and while I'm enjoying the scenery, I'll be protecting you from behind," Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Ting was very frustrated, feeling that Yifeng was shameless, but there was nothing she could do. Oh, what a miserable life. What a miserable life, to meet someone who doesn't care about girls. Lu Ting complained a few times and bent down to carry Zhao Shui on her back, but Yifeng had already picked up Zhao Shui and left. "Hey, didn't you tell me to carry Zhao Shui on my back? Why aren't you letting me carry her anymore?" Lu Ting asked. "Just consider it a pang of conscience on my part, that I couldn't bear to see you suffer," Yifeng said. "Thank God, you actually had a change of heart." Lu Ting picked up the wild boar meat, grabbed a frying pan, and followed behind Yifeng. The two walked slowly through the forest. After the hurricane, the forest was in a mess, making it difficult to walk. As Yifeng passed by a tree, he noticed that it was covered with vines and had clusters of small red fruits growing on it. This is Schisandra chinensis. It can calm the nerves and treat restlessness and fright. "You can pick these herbs first, and we'll look for other herbs along the way," Yifeng said. "Okay, but why do you know so much about traditional Chinese medicine?" Lu Ting reached out and picked all the Chinese herbs. She was very curious as to why Yifeng knew so much. "Because when I was learning traditional Chinese medicine, you were still playing in the mud at home," Yifeng said. "TCH, as if you're much older than me." Lu Ting was unconvinced. After walking for more than 10 minutes, we found some herbs along the way, such as Poria cocos, mint, and Sankinkeo. Some of these herbs can treat mental disorders, while others can treat internal injuries. There are many medicinal herbs in the mountains and forests, almost everywhere, but many people don't recognize them. "Yifeng, you know so much about herbs," Lu Ting praised, feeling that Yifeng was truly amazing. "I want to learn more about medicinal herbs so I can go up the mountain to dig them up to support you," Yifeng said. "I don't want you to support me." Lu Ting turned her head to one side, as if she didn't want to listen. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to care about me so much." Yifeng was very grateful. Lu Ting was a little confused, not understanding why Yifeng suddenly said thank you. "Because it's too hard for me to go up the mountain to dig for medicinal herbs. You can't bear to stay with me, so as not to be a burden to me," Yifeng said. "Haha, you're right to think that way." Lu Ting smiled brightly. Yifeng recalled something. There was a boy in his old school who had spent all his savings. One day, his girlfriend suddenly contacted him, saying that he was too tired and didn't want to be a burden to him. After saying these words, the girl left. The male student was moved to tears. When he ran out of money, his girlfriend couldn't bear to be a burden on him, so she cruelly left him. The man was so moved that he cried his heart out. The two walked and chatted, and after about 2 hours, they finally returned to the cave. Back in the cave, Yifeng placed Zhao Shui on the ground, but because the ground was too damp, he could only place her at the cave entrance. This cave is not suitable for habitation. They need to find another cave or build a hut under the existing one. From then on, this cave served as a temporary refuge. In case of emergencies, people would enter the cave to take shelter, while they would live in the thatched huts during normal times, which was the best of both worlds. There is no fresh water now, So they need to find fresh water because they need fresh water to brew the medicine. There should be a water source nearby. Water is dripping from the top of the cave, and the ground is extremely damp, so there should be a mountain spring nearby. Let's divide the work. I'll look for fresh water nearby, and you'll be in charge of collecting wood, Yifeng said. Okay. Lu Ting nodded, indicating that she had no objections. Zhao Shui remained lying quietly on the ground, her face as pale as snow, devoid of any color. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. We'll take care of you. Yifeng took Lu Ting away, but the two could only stay in the vicinity for fear of wild animals appearing. Chapter 30. Bones Under the Pine Tree. It has arrived. The two left the cave. Yifeng prepared to find fresh water, while Lu Ting prepared to find timber. After arriving in the forest outside the cave, Yifeng found a hollow tree, cut it at a node to make a trunk, and then looked for fresh water. The cave ceiling was damp and dripped frequently, so there should be a water source nearby. Yifeng, bye-bye. I'm going to find some dry wood. Lu Ting waved goodbye. Well, take care. Yifeng nodded. TCH, this isn't your home. Why are you being so polite? Lu Ting smiled slightly. Do you understand the concept of mutual respect? Yifeng asked. I don't understand. Lu Ting shook her head. The two smiled at each other and parted ways, but neither dared to go far, keeping to a place where they could see each other, because the forest was too dangerous. Quack, quack, quack. Yifeng suddenly heard the croaking of frogs, and saw several plump frogs hopping around in a clump of grass. Frog. Upon seeing these frogs, Yifeng was overjoyed, because the presence of frogs meant the presence of water, as frogs can only survive in places with fresh water. A frog kept hopping and hopping, jumping in one direction. Yifeng followed the frog, and after walking through the grass, he heard the faint sound of flowing water. Whoosh. Not far ahead, there was the sound of a clear spring flowing. Because the spring was not large, the sound was very soft. Yifeng quickly walked over and parted the grass. He saw that there was indeed a clear spring underground, but the water was only about the size of a thumb. Very good. Yifeng was overjoyed. He then dug a pit next to the spring. Once the pit was full of water, he could put it into the tree trunk. Moreover, because the water was flowing, the muddy water would quickly become clear. After a few minutes, the small pit was full of water. Yifeng filled the tree tubes and carried the 3 tubes back. There was fresh water here, so he wouldn't have to worry about water resources in the future. Not far away, under a pine tree, Lu Ting was seen collecting wood. Oh. Lu Ting, who was collecting timber, was suddenly startled and screamed. What's wrong? Yifeng quickly ran over with the tree trunk in his hand. What's wrong with this school beauty now? She's always so easily startled. If she keeps acting like this, she'll eventually develop health problems from fright. Yifeng, skeleton. Lu Ting was terrified. Skeletons? Yifeng was puzzled. Where did the skeletons come from in this deep mountain forest, which was also a secluded island? When Yifeng ran over, he saw a skeleton under the pine tree. However, the bones were almost completely rotten and no longer formed. Only half a head and some scattered bones could be seen. The skeleton was estimated to be several decades or even hundreds of years old. But how come there are skeletons on this island? Could it be that someone came here decades or even a century ago, only to die on this island? Yifeng, this place is really eerie. There are actually skeletons here. It's quite frightening. Lu Ting was curled up, feeling very uncomfortable when she saw the skeleton. Now you know how important I am, right? Yifeng asked. Lu Ting didn't speak, but took a few steps back, trying to get away from the skeleton. Huh. Yifeng suddenly noticed a leather bag next to the skeleton. Due to the passage of time, the leather bag was severely damaged and corroded, and was almost buried by the soil. Yifeng extended his sword, hooked the handle of the leather bag, and then lifted it upwards. Wow. The leather bag was picked up, but it was severely rotten. Inside the bag, many tattered and broken items were scattered out, but they were all fragments. Yifeng, what are you doing? You're looking at dead people's things too, Lu Ting said. Yifeng didn't speak. He used his sword to pry open the tattered fragments. From these fragments, he could see that the leather bag contained clothes and notebooks. Notebook? Yifeng quickly continued digging, trying to find something useful, since the notebook was for recording things. A small, yellowed piece of paper was unearthed. Yifeng picked it up and saw 3 words written on it. It's here. It's here. Yifeng read it aloud, utterly puzzled. What did that mean? Who's here? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng handed this small piece of yellowed paper to Lu Ting. Of all the items, only this little bit of paper remained. The rest were tattered and severely rotten. It's here? Upon seeing these 3 characters, Lu Ting murmured them to herself and then said, this person must be one of our compatriots, so he is learning Chinese characters. Moreover, He must have lived several decades, or even 100 years ago, because he is writing in traditional characters. Not bad. Yifeng nodded in agreement. But why are these 3 words on this small piece of yellowed paper? It's here. What does it refer to? Did the person write it wrong and write it instead of him or her? Lu Ting seemed to be talking to herself, saying, No, these 3 characters are written very well. He couldn't possibly have written them wrong. The he and she in the third person refer to men and women, while the it in this word refers to things other than people, such as tigers, black bears, or monsters. Yifeng felt heavy-hearted. The deceased must have recorded something or experienced something during his lifetime, so he used a notebook to record his encounters on the island. However, he died later, and due to the long passage of time, the notebook and all the items had rotted and decayed. Yifeng, can you find any other fragments? Lu Ting asked. The other fragments are stuck together and have all rotted away. Yifeng shook his head, feeling deeply regretful. It. Lu Ting muttered to herself, repeatedly asking, It's here, but what exactly does it refer to? Yifeng was also completely baffled. The word it refers to too many things. It can be used to describe anything except people. Call. A cool breeze blew by, and Yifeng looked at the skeletons on the ground. The owner of these skeletons seemed to be telling them about the crisis and horror of this island. Yifeng, we need to be more careful from now on, Lu Ting said seriously. Let's bury these remains, then go back to the cave to take care of Zhao Shui, Yifeng said worriedly. Good. Lu Ting nodded in agreement. The 2 men used whatever materials were available, such as yellow soil and stones, to bury the remains. Then they quickly turned and left, preparing to return to their cave. After walking a dozen meters, Yifeng looked back at the pine tree. He suspected that there were powerful monsters on this deserted island. He remembered that he had been attacked by a dark shadow that night when he was looking for herbs in the forest, and that shadow was very fast. The 2 returned to the cave, where they found Zhao Shui lying on the rocks at the entrance. The cave was too damp, and there was very little room for her to lie down. You go ahead and brew the medicine. I'll move the wood into the cave so it won't get soaked in the rain, Yifeng said. Lu Ting shook her head and said, I'll move the wood. You can brew the medicine, because I've never brewed Chinese medicine before. Yifeng prepared to brew medicine, hoping that Zhao Shui would wake up soon. He was her savior, and when this lovely girl woke up and saw her handsome savior, she would probably say more than just thank you. She might even offer something in return. Chapter 31. She was so tired she fell asleep. Yifeng was brewing medicine in the cave, while Lu Ting moved all the timber outside into the cave. She carried more than a dozen bundles of timber back and forth 20 times, until she was covered in sweat. I'm exhausted, my arms are killing me. After moving the timber, Lu Ting lay down on the stone wall in front of the cave entrance. I've discovered you're quite capable, even more so than a man, Yifeng said while brewing the medicine. I had no choice, that's why I had to work so hard moving timber. Lu Ting looked miserable. She felt very tired and her whole body ached. Rest if you're tired. Leave the rest to me. After I finish brewing the medicine, I'll cook you a big lobster, Yifeng said. Okay, sure. Lu Ting lay down on the rock to make herself feel more comfortable. Glug glug. Glug glug. The medicinal herbs in the frying pan were boiling continuously, and the soup was almost ready. A strong aroma of Chinese medicine filled the cave. Zhao Shui lay on the ground, pale-faced and still unconscious, likely due to extreme shock. Yifeng, what exactly does it refer to in that piece of paper we just saw? Lu Ting asked. I don't know either. Maybe it's some kind of wild beast, Yifeng said worriedly. Lu Ting was silent for a moment, then said, although I don't know what kind of wild animal it refers to, it's definitely not a pack of wolves, nor tigers, or black bears. Why are you so sure? Yifeng asked. Lu Ting explained. The reason is simple. If it were a tiger or a black bear, the person wouldn't write it's here, but would directly write the tiger or the black bear is here. Using the word it to record it proves that the person has never seen such a thing and doesn't know its name. Yifeng suddenly looked at Lu Ting, as if trying to see through her soul. Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing Yifeng looking at her, Lu Ting felt a little uncomfortable. I've noticed you've suddenly become much smarter, Yifeng praised. TCH, they've always been smart. You just haven't noticed. Lu Ting rubbed her shoulders, which felt very sore. Yifeng thought Lu Ting's analysis made a lot of sense. The fact that the person used it to record it proved that he had never seen such a thing before, which is why he wrote it's here in the notebook. Unfortunately, due to the severe decay of the notebook, only a fragment could be found, and only these 3 words could be seen in the fragment, so they could not learn much information. Could that thing be very ferocious, capable of eating people? Lu Ting looked outside the cave. The sky outside was gloomy, as if it was about to rain, and the atmosphere was filled with sorrow and despair. The forest was oppressive under the gloomy clouds and mist, as if devoid of life and filled with the threat of death. It seemed to be a forbidden place for the living. Even if that thing eats people, it doesn't matter, Yifeng said, shaking his head. Aren't you afraid? Lu Ting asked. Of course I'm not afraid, because you're here, Yifeng said with a smile. I can't protect you. Lu Ting was frustrated. She had wanted Yifeng to protect her. I know you can't protect me, but if that thing comes, it will definitely eat you first, and then eat me, because you're a girl, Yifeng said with a smile. You never say anything serious. I can't be bothered with you. Lu Ting muttered a few words, then lay down on the rock to rest. A few minutes later, she actually fell asleep, and her even breathing could be heard clearly. Shoo, shoo. Outside the cave, branches swayed in the breeze. At the cave entrance, the school beauty slept soundly, exhausted. Listening to her sleeping soundly and looking at her beautiful sleeping face, Yifeng smiled faintly, took off his coat, and slowly walked over to her, gently draping it over her, afraid that she would catch a cold. Call. A sudden gust of cold wind swept in, blowing Lu Ting's coat away. Yifeng bent down, picked up his coat again, and gently draped it over Lu Ting's shoulders. He wished the wind would stop blowing so that the tired school beauty could rest. You're tired, get some rest. Yifeng returned to the fire. The two had been talking and chatting just moments before, but the school beauty had fallen asleep very quickly. After the Chinese medicine was brewed and cooled down, Yifeng poured some of the broth into the tree trunk. Then, he gently helped Zhao Shui up and let her lie half reclined in his arms before feeding her the medicine. Zhao Shui remained unconscious. After Yifeng fed her the medicine, she slowly swallowed it. Drink more and wake up soon, otherwise it will be too hard for us to take care of you. Yifeng muttered to himself, hoping that Zhao Shui would wake up soon. Taking care of someone who was unconscious on this island was very difficult. Yifeng only hoped that Zhao Shui wouldn't become the second Jin Feng after she woke up, but he estimated that Zhao Shui probably wouldn't. After giving her the medicine, Yifeng had Zhao Shui lie down by the fire to rest. Finally finished with his work, Yifeng prepared to cook. He selected 2 large lobsters and placed them in a frying pan, intending to boil them. Although the lobsters cooked this way had no flavor, at least they could fill his stomach. Suddenly, it started raining in the woods. Splash! Rain suddenly began to fall in the forest, with raindrops the size of soybeans pattering down. Fortunately, there was no wind. If it had been raining and the wind had picked up at the same time, the raindrops would have drifted into the cave. This cave is not suitable for living in because it is too damp inside and water drips from the ceiling. I'll stay here for one day and figure something out tomorrow. Yifeng sat on a rock at the entrance of the cave, watching the raindrops outside. He was preoccupied, wondering when the rescue team would arrive. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Raindrops fell one by one from the rocks above the cave, the sound clear and peaceful. Listening to the quiet sound of raindrops, Yifeng sat alone on a rock, his worried gaze fixed on the forest ahead. The endless forest resembles a green sea, stretching as far as the eye can see. Well, Yifeng sat cross-legged and sighed inwardly. He suddenly felt a little lonely. Although there were 2 women beside him, Lu Ting was asleep and Zhao Shui was unconscious. Deep in the mountains. Rainforest. Lonely. Only Yifeng could understand this feeling. He recalled a book he had once read, 100 Years of Solitude. The rain continued to fall, and the forest was damp. Fortunately, they had made preparations in advance and stored wood in the cave, otherwise the wood would have been difficult to ignite after the heavy rain. Crackling sounds. Listening to the dense sound of raindrops falling, Yifeng felt restless and uneasy. He hoped the rescue team would arrive soon so he could return home and reunite with his parents. He didn't know how many survivors were on the cruise ship, but he hoped that as many people as possible would survive. Yifeng. Just as Yifeng was deep in thought, a familiar voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw that Lu Ting had woken up. The beautiful and charming school beauty had long, black hair and was looking at him with bright and gentle eyes. Amidst the gloom and desolation, the school beauty on a rainy day seemed even more beautiful, pure, refined, and gentle. Lu Ting. Yifeng called out with a smile, and she happily walked over. What's wrong with you? Why are you so happy to see me? Lu Ting was curious and felt that Yifeng was different from before. Am I happy? Yifeng asked. I can tell you're really happy. Xiaohu, bot document anti-piracy service. Choose Xiaohu for your book search and robot services. Stable, reliable, and avoids pitfalls. Lu Ting smiled brightly. Because she had taken a nap, she was full of energy and her fatigue had disappeared. Chapter 32. Zhao Shui wakes up. Inside the cave, Yifeng sat on a rock, looking at the forest in front of him. It was getting dark, and he would rest here tonight. I'm sorry, I was too tired and fell asleep. Lu Ting apologized, explaining that she was indeed too tired and had fallen asleep. It's okay. If you're tired, you can continue sleeping, Yifeng said. I'm not going to sleep. I'll chat with you. Otherwise, you'll be lonely by yourself. Lu Ting sat beside Yifeng, gently tidying her hair. Yifeng noticed that the beautiful woman's movements were very graceful as she combed her hair. Your hair is beautiful, Yifeng complimented. Why don't you compliment my looks, but instead compliment my hair? Lu Ting smiled happily, revealing her charming dimples. Since you know what's going on, I won't praise you, Yifeng said. I have a question for you, and I hope you will answer truthfully, Lu Ting suddenly said. Ask whatever you want. Although Yifeng didn't know what Lu Ting was going to ask, he was already mentally prepared. Do you like beautiful women? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Ting to ask this question. Men all like beautiful women, and I'm no exception. But I prefer women with inner beauty. Some women are indeed very beautiful, but all they want is to find a rich and handsome man. But where are there so many rich and handsome men? They're not serious about their careers. What's the use of such a woman, no matter how beautiful she is? Yifeng thought of many women in real life who were of average means and had ordinary looks, but still wanted to find a rich and handsome man. There aren't that many rich, handsome, and successful men out there. What you said makes a lot of sense. Lu Ting rested her chin on her hands, looking at the forest in front of her. So, do you like tall, rich, and handsome men? Yifeng asked. Cut. Lu Ting scoffed, saying, I'm a beautiful, rich, and successful woman myself. Why would I need to like a tall, rich, and handsome man? Lu Ting's answer was indeed domineering. A beautiful celebrity once said, I am my own tycoon. I don't need to marry into one. Let's not talk about this. I wonder when the rescue team will arrive. Lu Ting was very worried and hoped that the rescue team would arrive soon. Yifeng was also very worried, feeling that each day was like a year. Although he was surrounded by two beautiful women, Yifeng wanted to go back home more because he was worried about his parents. Snake, python, don't eat me. Zhao Shui, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shouted, probably because she was having a nightmare. Yifeng turned around and saw Zhao Shui lying by the fire, shaking her head in terror and trembling all over. Zhao Shui, don't be afraid, you're safe now. Lu Ting quickly got up and pressed herself against Zhao Shui, afraid that she would roll in the fire. The charcoal fire was dangerous. If Zhao Shui rolled in the fire, she would definitely be burned and severely disfigured. Help! Help! There's a snake. The snake is going to eat me. Because Lu Ting held her down, Zhao Shui struggled even more, perhaps thinking she was being entangled by a python. Yifeng, you need to find a way to wake Zhao Shui up quickly, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Lu Ting felt she could barely hold her down any longer, as Zhao Shui struggled more and more violently. Yifeng quickly went over and pinched Zhao Shui's philtrum forcefully. Ah, a snake. After letting out one last terrified scream, Zhao Shui suddenly opened her eyes and saw Yifeng and Lu Ting. Beautiful Lu Ting, classmate Yifeng, what brings you here? Zhao Shui was pleasantly surprised to see the two of them, but also confused, probably because she was still a little disoriented. You know me? Yifeng was somewhat surprised, not expecting Zhao Shui to know him. After driving the python away, he didn't know Zhao Shui. Fortunately, Lu Ting did, and knew that Zhao Shui was a classmate from the same school who transferred there in the last 6 months. Yifeng, of course I know you, because you are from a poor family just like us, and you are the most outstanding student among all those from poor families, Zhao Shui said. Yifeng smiled happily, never expecting to become so famous. How did you get here? Are you dead too? Zhao Shui thought she was dead, and that she might have met the two people in the underworld. Yes, we are already dead. This is the underworld, Yifeng said. Wah! Zhao Shui cried sadly, tears streaming down her face, and said in a very desolate tone, I don't want to die. If I die, who will take care of my parents? My parents moved several times to support me in my studies at Finance University. I haven't even repaid them yet. How can I die? Unexpectedly, Zhao Shui's parents moved several times in order to support her education, which reminded Yifeng of the story of Mencius' mother moving 3 times. Yifeng, you've gone too far. How dare you scare Zhao Shui? Lu Ting was very angry and scolded Yifeng a few times, then comforted Zhao Shui. Don't be afraid. We are not dead, and you are not dead either. This is not the underworld, but a cave. Wah! Zhao Shui said heartbrokenly. Lu Ting, don't try to comfort me. I know we're all dead. This must be the underworld, because it's so gloomy and the sky is so dark. Zhao Shui, don't be afraid. We're not dead yet. We drove the python away. We saved you. If you don't believe me, you can touch my hand and feel its warmth. You can also touch your own heart and feel its beating. While comforting Zhao Shui, Lu Ting rolled her eyes at Yifeng, probably wanting to punch him for scaring Zhao Shui. Yifeng helplessly shrugged. He hadn't expected Zhao Shui to be so timid. Are we really not dead? Zhao Shui asked. Yes, we are not dead, and you are not dead either. If you don't believe me, touch your heart and see if it's beating. Lu Ting gently patted Zhao Shui's small hand to comfort her. Zhao Shui was skeptical, but she gently placed her other hand on her heart and was overjoyed when she felt her heart beat. Great, we're really not dead, I'm really still alive. Zhao Shui wept with joy. She had thought she was dead and would never have the chance to repay her parents for raising her, but she was overjoyed to learn that she was still alive. We're definitely not dead, don't be afraid. The python has been driven away. Now the three of us need to work together to overcome the difficulties and wait for the rescue team. Lu Ting spoke gently and patiently, comforting Zhao Shui. Lu Ting, thank you so much. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Zhao Shui was deeply moved and looked at Lu Ting with tears in her eyes. You don't need to thank me. I wasn't the one who saved you. It was Yifeng, Lu Ting said. Haha. Yes, I'm the one who saved you, not Lu Ting. Yifeng smiled and stood in front of Zhao Shui. He didn't hold back at all when it came to this credit, because it wouldn't have mattered to Lu Ting anyway. After all, Lu Ting is not short of money, and she is a woman. She can't get any benefits from Zhao Shui, so she might as well give the credit to herself. Yifeng seemed to hear Zhao Shui's moved words, saying she wanted to repay him with her body and that she would marry no one but him. Chapter 33, She was an insecure girl. Yifeng, thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you. Zhao Shui was deeply moved and didn't know what to say. So how do you plan to repay me? Yifeng asked with a smile. Me? Zhao Shui hesitated, unsure of what to say, because she didn't know how to repay the kindness. She was a student from a poor family, and her family had no money. Yifeng, do you want to get beaten up? Can't you see that Zhao Shui is very weak right now? You're deliberately making things difficult for her. Lu Ting was furious and wanted to punch Yifeng in the face. Haha, I was just kidding, I was just teasing her. Yifeng smiled casually. Yifeng, thank you for saving me. Don't worry, I will definitely repay you. When I make money in the future, I will buy you things, designer clothes and designer watches. Zhao Shui was so frightened that she was confused and didn't know how to answer. Ignore him, he's not serious at all. You should get some rest. Lu Ting comforted Zhao Shui, then glared angrily at Yifeng. Yifeng sat to the side with a smile, but he was a little depressed. With his good friend Lu Ting, she had forgotten about him. Yifeng, I keep my word. Once I have a job and earn money, I will buy you clothes and other things to repay your life-saving grace. Zhao Shui's voice was weak, and she was panting heavily. I was just kidding you. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. You should get some rest and not think too much about it. Yifeng comforted Zhao Shui, but he secretly thought that in ancient times, when girls encountered such a situation, they would usually say they would repay her with their bodies, or become her slaves, etc. Did Zhao Shui not watch the TV series, and therefore not know the plot? Zhao Shui, how are you feeling? Lu Ting asked with concern. I feel pain all over my body, especially my left foot, which is very painful and hot, and I feel terrible, Zhao Shui said, lying on the ground. Lu Ting turned to look at Yifeng beside her, wanting to ask him what was going on. She has some internal injuries, but they're not serious, so it's normal for her to feel pain. Her left foot is dislocated, which is causing poor blood circulation, hence the burning sensation, Yifeng explained. Then hurry up and set her bones, Lu Ting said anxiously. Okay. Yifeng squatted down beside Zhao Shui's feet, preparing to set her bones. He had wanted to set Zhao Shui's bones, but it was inconvenient because Zhao Shui was unconscious at the time. Zhao Shui, your foot is dislocated. I'm going to set it now. I hope you can bear the pain. Can you hold on? Yifeng asked. I'm scared. Zhao Shui was trembling violently. Her consciousness was blurred, and people who are mentally confused tend to be very timid. Zhao Shui, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. I'll take care of you. Lu Ting held Zhao Shui's hands in both, trying her best to warm her and comfort her. Okay, I'm not afraid. Zhao Shui mustered her courage and overcame her inner fear. Yifeng grabbed her dislocated foot with both hands, located the dislocated point, and then quickly set the bone. Click. Oh. A cracking sound came from bones, and Zhao Shui immediately cried out in pain. Okay, it's all right now. Yifeng released Zhao Shui's foot, indicating that everything was all right. Yifeng, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you, I. Zhao Shui was very weak, panting heavily, and seemed unable to speak. Don't talk, just rest. We'll make you something to eat later. Yifeng wanted to make a joke, but he felt that Zhao Shui was a very honest and down-to-earth girl, so he couldn't bear to tease her. Thank you. How did you drive the python away? Zhao Shui asked. To save you, I risked my life, fighting the python with my life on the line. I was nearly bitten to death several times, but I still picked up the knife. Even if it meant certain death, even if it cost me my life, I would save you. Yifeng deliberately exaggerated, making the process sound very dangerous, as if he had almost died several times. Lu Ting's eyes widened, feeling that Yifeng was exaggerating. Although rescuing Zhao Shui was indeed quite dangerous, it wasn't as exaggerated as Yifeng made it out to be. Zhao Shui was moved to tears, saying with tears streaming down her face, Yifeng, I never expected you to be so good to me. I never expected that you were almost bitten to death by the python several times to save me. I don't know how to repay you. To save you, even if I had been bitten to death by the python, I would have had no regrets. As long as you are safe, I don't care about myself. Saving you is my greatest happiness, Yifeng continued. Wah! Zhao Shui was so moved that she cried uncontrollably. She said, Thank you so much, Yifeng. I never expected you to be so kind to me. No one has ever been so kind to me. Once I recover, I will definitely repay you. I will follow you and take care of you to repay your life-saving grace. I don't need you to repay me. I just want you to be safe, Yifeng said with a smile. Snap! Lu Ting was furious. She slapped Yifeng on the back and said angrily, If you keep using sweet talk to deceive Zhao Shui, I'll teach you a lesson. Wasn't I in a dangerous situation just now? Yifeng asked. Lu Ting rolled her eyes at him, too angry to say anything. However, Lu Ting suddenly realized that she was getting angry because of Yifeng, and this feeling was too strange. Thank you all. You are all my benefactors. I will never forget you. Zhao Shui was too weak and spoke intermittently. Don't talk, just sleep peacefully. When you wake up, we'll make you something delicious, okay? Lu Ting gently stroked Zhao Shui's forehead. When a person's consciousness is very fragile, the forehead is the most sensitive place. Zhao Shui slowly closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep again. Seeing her weak complexion, Lu Ting felt a pang of sadness. Yifeng also felt some sympathy for Zhao Shui. A beautiful and well-behaved girl, she was almost eaten by a python. She must have been terrified at the time. She's asleep, Lu Ting said, stroking Zhao Shui's forehead. Her consciousness is very weak and she needs rest, but she should regain her willpower tomorrow, Yifeng said. Lu Ting stopped what she was doing and glared angrily at Yifeng. Why are you looking at me like that? Yifeng felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the school beauty with that kind of gaze. You're something else. I didn't expect you to be so eloquent and persuasive, Lu Ting suddenly said. Haha, I didn't notice at all, Yifeng chuckled casually. Since you're so eloquent, why don't you use those skills on me? Lu Ting feigned anger, as if she were questioning someone. Because you're too stupid, I'm afraid you'll fall for it, Yifeng replied. I can't be bothered with you, but I'm warning you. Don't say those things to Zhao Shui. You don't understand her, she's a bit insecure. If you mislead her, she might really. At this point, Lu Ting didn't want to continue. Chapter 34 Late at Night. The Green Eyes in the Forest. Yifeng understood what Lu Ting meant. He felt somewhat guilty because he didn't know Zhao Shui well and had just made a few jokes. Thank you for reminding me. I won't say those things again, Yifeng said. I met Zhao Shui twice at school, and I felt that she was very insecure. An insecure person is easily moved, and you should understand what I mean, Lu Ting said. I understand. I'll say these things to you from now on, Yifeng said. Why? Lu Ting asked. Because you're thick-skinned, you won't be moved. Uft. When Lu Ting heard Yifeng's words, she was so angry, she almost vomited blood. My goodness, this is the first time someone has ever said I'm thick-skinned. Actually, I used to be very thin-skinned, but I became thick-skinned after meeting you. Lu Ting laughed so hard she bent over, but she wasn't angry at all. Why did you become so shameless after meeting me? Yifeng asked curiously. Because you're also very thick-skinned. To be around a man as thick-skinned as you, I have to be even thicker-skinned. Lu Ting pinched her cheeks with both hands, indicating that her skin had become thicker. Yifeng smiled slightly. Lu Ting's words were truly interesting. The lobsters were finally cooked. After chatting and laughing for a while, the two each picked up a large lobster and ate it with relish. Because there were no seasonings, the lobster, boiled in plain water, wasn't very tasty. However, this is wild game from the deep sea, so the meat is of very good quality. After eating half of it, Lu Ting handed the other half to Yifeng, saying, I can't finish it, so you can have this half. Thank you for your concern, But one lobster isn't much, so I can't accept your food, Yifeng said politely. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly care about you? I just had too much food to eat, and it would be a waste to throw it away, so I gave you the extra, Lu Ting said. Stubborn. Yifeng knew that Lu Ting wasn't unable to finish the food, but rather didn't want to go hungry. Tell me, why are you so concerned about me? Is there something else you want? Yifeng asked deliberately. You really know how to flatter yourself. What could I possibly want from you? But you're a man, and you have a bigger appetite, so you have to eat your fill. It's okay if I'm a little hungry, because survival and facing all sorts of crises require you. Lu Ting's voice wasn't loud, but it was very serious. Yifeng was very touched. He hadn't expected Lu Ting to be so reasonable and considerate. Since you care about me so much, I won't let you go hungry. Don't worry about me not having enough to eat. This primeval forest is vast, and there's no shortage of food. We're sure we can get enough food, Yifeng said. Then I'll eat it myself. Lu Ting slowly withdrew her outstretched hand, because Yifeng did not take the half lobster from her hand. You eat by yourself, don't worry about me. You're such a good wife and mother, so considerate of others. Yifeng seemed very touched and wanted to give Lu Ting a hug. Are you trying to make me so angry that I don't want to eat? Lu Ting was both amused and exasperated, but she felt relaxed and at ease talking to Yifeng. After finishing the lobster, Yifeng skewered a piece of wild boar meat on a wooden stick and roasted it over the fire, because he hadn't eaten enough. There's one lobster left, but it's for Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui is injured, and the lobster meat is very tender and easy to digest. It's getting dark. In the forest outside, the raindrops gradually lessened, becoming a light drizzle. It was estimated that the rain would stop soon. The forest was quiet at night, with no sound except for the patter of rain. The firelight in front of the cave entrance illuminated the surrounding area for dozens of meters. The solitary firelight seemed to be the only light in this world, in this primeval forest. There is no moonlight tonight. Apart from the faint firelight, the whole world seems to be shrouded in darkness. The two sat quietly by the fire. Yifeng gave Lu Ting a piece of wild boar meat, and then they ate it slowly. Watching the rain gradually subside, Lu Ting asked worriedly, I wonder how Jin Feng is doing now. Why do you care about that kind of vicious woman? Yifeng was never worried about Jin Feng, because even if that dead woman died, it would have nothing to do with him. Forget about her. Let's not talk about her anymore. What are your plans for the future? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng looked outside. In the forest illuminated by the firelight, the pattering raindrops looked like countless tiny embroidery needles falling. The rain will stop tomorrow, and I'd like to set up camp here, Yifeng said. But the cave is too damp and not suitable for living in, Lu Ting said. We'll rebuild a thatched hut in the open space in front of the cave entrance. Otherwise, we'll block the cave entrance, leaving only a stone door. In case of an emergency, such as a wild animal attack, we'll abandon the hut and seek refuge in the cave, Yifeng decided. Your idea is indeed good. If there is no danger, we will live in the dry hut. If there is an emergency, we will retreat to the cave for temporary refuge. Lu Ting smiled and nodded, agreeing with Yifeng's suggestion. Moreover, we are not far from the sea. Once the rescue team arrives, they will definitely be able to find us. Yifeng didn't look for a suitable cave elsewhere, mainly because this place is not far from the sea, and living here would be beneficial for the rescue team's search and rescue efforts. If we leave this place and go deeper into the forest, even if we can find a suitable cave to live in, it will be too far from the sea, which will make it difficult for the rescue team to search for us. It's getting late. You should get some rest. I'll keep watch tonight. I slept enough during the day, and I can't sleep now. Lu Ting gazed sadly into the distance, but all she saw was darkness. Okay, I am indeed tired. You are in charge of keeping watch and taking care of Zhao Shui. Yifeng yawned, preparing to rest, hoping there would be no danger in the forest tonight. The high tide last night kept them from getting a good night's rest, but there shouldn't be any danger today because the location is relatively high and some distance from the sea. Here's your sword. Be careful. If there's any noise, wake me up immediately. Yifeng handed his sword to Lu Ting with peace of mind, because he trusted the school beauty. On this deserted island, women generally wouldn't harm men, because they needed men's protection unless there was a deep-seated hatred. I will be careful. Lu Ting was about to take the sword, but she suddenly looked into the forest in surprise, her face turning pale. What's wrong? Yifeng was very curious and turned to look at the forest. Suddenly, he was startled. He saw a pair of green eyes staring at them from under a tree not far away. The eyes were eerie and round, like the ghostly eyes of a ghost in the forest at night. Yifeng, what is that thing? Lu Ting trembled and hurriedly pointed to those two bright green eyes. Chapter 35. the supergiant rat of the forest. In the forest at night, a light drizzle was falling, a gentle, continuous rain, like countless embroidery needles falling. Under the tree in the forest ahead, a pair of bright green eyes looked at the cave, as if they were looking at Yifeng and Lu Ting. The two felt a chill run down their spines, because those eyes were so sinister. Yifeng, what exactly is that thing? Could it be a wolf? Lu Ting trembled with fear. It shouldn't be a wolf's eyes, because those eyes are round and don't look like a wolf's eyes. Yifeng shook his head solemnly. What exactly is that thing? Lu Ting asked. I don't know either. Yifeng gripped his sword tightly. This forest was too dangerous. What should we do? Lu Ting was completely at a loss, because she was just a girl and had no opinions of her own when faced with such a situation. Wait here for me. I'll go out and take a look. Yifeng decided to go out and see if he could drive the thing away. Don't want. Lu Ting quickly grabbed Yifeng's hand, preventing him from going out. You must not go out. Since it's not coming, you shouldn't go out. Be careful of danger. Yifeng turned to look at Lu Ting and saw that her face was pale and her breathing was rapid. We have to get rid of it, otherwise we won't be able to rest. I don't want to spend the whole night with it. Because he had a sword at his side and was skilled in martial arts, Yifeng was both highly skilled and daring. What if it's a ferocious wild animal? Lu Ting asked. It shouldn't be a ferocious beast, because a ferocious and powerful beast wouldn't stay lurking there forever, Yifeng analyzed. I'm not letting you go out. What if something happens to you? What about Zhao Shui? Lu Ting grabbed Yifeng's sleeve, preventing him from leaving. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Yifeng gently moved Lu Ting's hand away, picked up a stone, and quickly threw it at her. Whoosh! After the stone flew out, it landed under the tree. Those round, eerie green eyes seemed to move for a moment, but then remained motionless, like a ghost. Damn it! Yifeng was furious. He picked up a burning stick from the fire, then held the stick in one hand and a knife in the other. The raindrops outside are light, so the fire won't go out anytime soon. Yifeng, be careful, be careful. Lu Ting picked up a wooden stick and stood cautiously at the entrance of the cave. If Yifeng encountered danger or had an accident, she would rush over without hesitation. Whoosh! A cold wind blew outside, and gusts of chilly wind swept in. Yifeng felt a little cold. He walked slowly toward the green eyes with heavy steps. Although we don't know what it is, it's definitely not a ferocious beast, because ferocious beasts, such as tigers and black bears, wouldn't lurk there for long. In the rainforest, those eerie green eyes still stared menacingly at Yifeng. Because of the poor lighting and the presence of vegetation, it was impossible to see what it was. After about a few meters, Yifeng kicked a stone off the ground and sent it flying. Whoosh! Bang! The stone seemed to have hit the thing, and it immediately made a sound. Chirp! Squeak! That sound is so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. It sounds a bit like a mouse. Yifeng placed the fire stick in front of him and held his sword horizontally, a position that was more conducive to safety. Hiss! The pattering rain fell on the torch, making a soft hissing sound. As Yifeng approached, he saw a rat under the tree. This rat was very large, like a wolfhound. The rat's sharp teeth and eerie green eyes were sinister and frightening. Yifeng was dumbfounded. How could there be such a big rat? In his memory, mice were generally only the size of a fist, but he had also heard that some mice were as big as cats. Unexpectedly, there were rats the size of wolves in this jungle, which was terrifying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The super rat also saw Yifeng. It made squeaking noises, then slowly moved its chubby body, revealing sharp teeth, as if it were showing off to Yifeng, as if it were about to launch an attack. Damn it, I thought it was something big, but it's just a rat. Get lost. Yifeng angrily brandished his fire stick and slapped it against the rat. Hiss! The charcoal fire on the fire stick was very hot, and it immediately gave off a burnt smell. Squeak! The large rat let out a painful cry, and then quickly fled into the forest. Yifeng intended to finish it off with a few slashes, but the rat was too fast, and it was nighttime with poor visibility. Yifeng, what is that? At the entrance to the cave behind her, Lu Ting stood there, holding a wooden stick. It's nothing, just a mouse. I've already chased it away. Yifeng returned to the cave entrance. His clothes were a little damp. Although the raindrops were not big, his clothes seemed to be covered with a layer of moisture. Don't be afraid, it's just a mouse, but it's quite big, probably about the size of a regular wolf cub. Yifeng placed the fire stick in the fire, then sat by the fire to dry his clothes. How can there be such a big rat? This forest seems strange. We need to be more careful in the future. Lu Ting was a little nervous because it was impossible for such a large rat to appear in a normal forest. Chapter 36, Zhao Shui, the Shy Girl. Crack! Crack! From the fire in the cave, The sound of burning firewood could be heard from time to time. Yifeng and Lu Ting sat by the fire, both of them looking rather preoccupied. The appearance of a giant rat in the forest struck them as unusual, as rats of such size don't appear in normal forests. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I can take care of anything, even a tiger, let alone a mouse. Yifeng comforted Lu Ting, not wanting her to worry or be afraid. You're bragging. Do you think you're the reincarnation of Wusong? Lu Ting said. In ancient times, strong men could kill tigers with their bare hands. I have a knife in my hand, and I can deal with tigers just as well. Yifeng lightly waved the knife in his hand, indicating that he was very powerful. Even if he isn't strong, he has to act strong, because at times like these, women need men to protect them, and women need men to have courage. It's getting late, you should get some rest. I'll keep watch, Lu Ting said. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. I'll leave this to you. Yifeng handed the sword to Lu Ting, then laid down by the fire to rest. He knew he wouldn't have the energy during the day if he didn't rest at night. Yifeng fell asleep quickly because he was too tired. In the quiet night, in the lonely forest, Lu Ting sat quietly by the fire, anxiously looking around. Looking at the drizzling rain outside, Lu Ting felt a little uneasy, but seeing Yifeng sleeping soundly beside her made her feel a little more at ease. Beside the bright firewood, Lu Ting looked at Yifeng, who was fast asleep, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. It's so good to have you. Being stranded on an island and meeting Yifeng was her good fortune. Time passed second by second, and Yifeng, fast asleep, seemed to dream of the skeletons under the pine tree. It's here. It's here. In Yifeng's dream, these three words echoed repeatedly. What exactly were they? What had the owner of that skeleton experienced? Yifeng didn't know how long he had been asleep when he heard a chattering sound beside him, which sounded like Zhao Shue's voice. It sounds like Zhao Shue and Lu Ting are chatting, but they are speaking very softly. Yifeng opened his eyes and saw Zhao Shue sitting by the fire, eating lobster and chatting with Lu Ting. Zhao Shue, you're awake? Yifeng sat up and asked. Yifeng, thank you for saving me. I'm sorry, I woke you up because I was chatting with Lu Ting. Zhao Shue lowered her head slightly, feeling a little embarrassed because she had woken Yifeng up. It's okay, I've had enough sleep. Yifeng smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't care. I'm so sorry we woke you up. Zhao Shue and I were speaking very quietly, but we didn't expect to disturb you. Lu Ting said apologetically, her charming dimples showing on her face. It's okay, I've had enough sleep. What time is it now? Yifeng asked. I don't know what time it is, it must be the middle of the night, Lu Ting replied. Yifeng looked outside. The rain had stopped, and the forest was calm and still, without the sound of rain or wind. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the darkness of night, the sound of water droplets occasionally falling from the leaves in the forest is so peaceful and refreshing. Brother Yi, are you hungry? Have something to eat. Zhao Shue handed half a lobster to Yifeng with both hands, smiling. I'm not hungry, you eat by yourself. Yifeng waved his hand. Brother Yi, I'm full too. I can't finish this. Zhao Shue handed over the lobster with both hands, her face flushed. Perhaps she was a little uncomfortable calling Yifeng Brother Yi, and was embarrassed. One lobster isn't much. You haven't been eating well lately, so you should eat it yourself. Yifeng knew that Zhao Shue was definitely reluctant to eat, not that she was full. Zhao Shue, don't worry about him. He's a man. He can go without food for 3 to 5 days without any problem. He won't starve to death anyway, Lu Ting said. You're really vicious, aren't you? You really want to starve me to death? Yifeng asked. Brother Yi, don't be angry, Lu Ting was just joking. Zhao Shue is really honest. She's actually afraid that Yifeng will get angry and then have a conflict with Lu Ting. I know she was joking. How did you survive? Yifeng asked. After the cruise ship accident, I was swept into the waves. I thought I was going to die. When I woke up, I was on the beach. I was exhausted and hungry, so I went into the forest to find food. I was too scared to sleep for the past 2 days. I didn't expect to encounter a python. I thought I was going to be eaten. When I woke up, I saw you all. Zhao Shue's eyes were filled with fear, her emotions were somewhat agitated, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. Yifeng reached out and gently patted Zhao Shue's back, comforting her. Don't be afraid, you're safe now. Brother Yi, thank you. Thank you for saving me, I will repay you. Zhao Shue's face turned red because Yifeng gently patted her back. It was the first time a man had shown her such concern. As long as you're all right, I don't ask for anything in return. Yifeng smiled slightly, and then withdrew his hand. Lu Ting yawned and said, I'm so sleepy, Yifeng. If you've had enough sleep, then it's my turn to rest. Brother Yi, Lu Ting, you should both rest. I'll keep watch, because I've had enough sleep, Zhao Shue said. I've had enough sleep too. Let Lu Ting rest. I want to chat with you. Yifeng didn't want to sleep anymore either. It's the middle of the night. You two can talk about life and ideals. I'm going to sleep now. Lu Ting lay by the fire, resting with her eyes closed. Under the quiet night sky, Yifeng and Zhao Shui sat together, but Zhao Shui's heart was pounding. Chapter 37. Late at night. Her nervousness and shyness. In the tranquil forest night, Yifeng and Zhao Shui sat by the fire, while Lu Ting slept. Because the cave entrance was small, the two sat very close together, almost touching. Although the cave is several tens of square meters, it is too damp inside, and the ceiling is dripping water, making it unsuitable for habitation. Yifeng looked at Zhao Shui beside him, and saw that her face was very red, and she was very embarrassed, just like a young woman who was shy about getting married. Brother Yi, thank you for saving me. I will repay you. Zhao Shui lowered her head, as if she was very embarrassed. Don't you have anything else to say besides these words? Yifeng was a little annoyed. Zhao Shui kept saying these things. Couldn't they talk about something else? I don't know what to say. Zhao Shui was very nervous and didn't even dare to look Yifeng in the eye. Are you cold? You're shivering, Yifeng asked. I'm cold. No, I'm not cold. Zhao Shui nodded first, then shook her head frantically, her words somewhat incoherent. Am I that scary? Why are you so afraid of me? Yifeng asked. No, I'm just a little nervous. Zhao Shui may have little contact with people and therefore doesn't know how to interact with them. Especially now that it's the middle of the night and Lu Ting is asleep. She's sitting close to Yifeng, so she's extremely nervous. So how do you plan to repay me? Yifeng asked deliberately. When I make money in the future, I'll buy you clothes and other things. Zhao Shui kept her head down and became increasingly nervous. I don't want anything, Yifeng said. Then what do you want? Zhao Shui asked in a weak voice, so soft that it was almost inaudible. Have you ever watched TV dramas? In general, after the male lead saves the female lead, what does she say and do? Yifeng asked with a smile. Brother Yi, Zhao Shui seemed to stutter, unable to speak for a long time, and Yifeng was really worried for her. Have you never interacted with anyone before? Yifeng asked. I rarely talk to people, especially men. I'm sorry, I'm too stupid, I don't know what to say. Zhao Shui trembled nervously, like a frozen butterfly. All right, I'm not kidding. I don't want you to repay me. I just want you to work with us to survive after you recover, and to stick together. Yifeng said. Brother Yi, don't worry, I'm very hardworking. I'll do whatever you ask me to do, I'll listen to you. Zhao Shui kept her head down, as if she was too embarrassed to look at Yifeng's face. Well, Yifeng shook his head, feeling that chatting with Zhao Shui was really boring, and chatting with Lu Ting was much more fun. Lu Ting is very easygoing and can joke around with anyone, and it's quite fun to tease her. But Zhao Shui was different. Brother Yi, you should rest. I'll keep watch. I've had enough sleep and don't want to sleep anymore. Zhao Shui kept her head down and never looked up at Yifeng. Girls like her are often withdrawn, but that's also a sign of low self-esteem. All right, then you need to keep watch at night. If you doze off, wake me up. Yifeng was about to rest when he felt awkward sitting down because he had nothing to talk about with Zhao Shui. Brother Yi, don't worry, I won't sleep. I will definitely keep watch properly, Zhao Shui said. After instructing Zhao Shui, Yifeng leaned against the stone wall to rest. Zhao Shui sat by the fire, secretly watching Yifeng. She was a little scared and nervous. Because she doesn't know how to interact with people, especially after Yifeng saved her, she didn't know how to repay him or how to express her gratitude. Thinking about these things, Zhao Shui felt so nervous that she had difficulty breathing. Time flies, and the morning of the second day arrived. In the distant sky, the red sun slowly rose. The morning air was fresh, and birds sang and crickets chirped in the woods. The fresh air and lush green forests are a delight to behold. Yifeng and Lu Ting woke up at the same time, and they opened their eyes at the same moment and happened to see each other. Good morning. It's so nice to see you when I wake up in the morning. I hope that every morning when I wake up, you will be the first thing I see. Yifeng smiled. You see me every morning when you wake up. Aren't you afraid of having nightmares? Lu Ting asked. There will be no nightmares, only sweet dreams, Yifeng said with a smile. You wish. Lu Ting pouted, then sat up to tidy her hair. You're awake. Zhao Shui sat by the fire, watching the two of them with a smile on her face. Since Lu Ting was awake and didn't have time to spend alone with Yifeng, she wasn't as nervous. Yes, we're awake. As if remembering something, Lu Ting tilted her head and looked at Yifeng, asking, You were lazy last night, so why did you make Zhao Shui keep watch? Anyway, she couldn't sleep, so I rested, Yifeng explained. Zhao Shui quickly said, Please don't misunderstand Brother Yi. I couldn't sleep myself, so I told Brother Yi to rest. Yifeng thought Lu Ting would complain a bit, But to his surprise, Lu Ting actually said, "Starting tonight, let's take turns keeping watch and try not to let Yifeng stay up all night." "Okay, sure." Zhao Shui didn't ask why, but obediently nodded in agreement. "Lu Ting, I didn't expect you to be so good to me. Are you worried that staying up late will be bad for my health and the baby's health in the future?" Yifeng asked. Lu Ting rolled her eyes and said with dissatisfaction, "I'm afraid you'll end up poor and old, and won't be able to find a wife." Haha. Yifeng smiled, but he knew Lu Ting's intention. Keeping watch at night would leave her without energy during the day. Lu Ting didn't want to keep watch at night, so that she would have plenty of energy during the day. As dawn broke, Yifeng prepared to make breakfast, then build a thatched hut, and block the entrance to the cave with stones, leaving only a stone door. Although caves are not suitable for living, they can be used for temporary refuge. In case of emergency, people can take shelter in caves. When there is no danger, they live in thatched huts under the cave. When Yifeng told the two of them his decision, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui agreed, but they would not object to whatever decision Yifeng made. "Yifeng, let me make breakfast. You rest for a while and eat breakfast before we get started," Lu Ting said. "I'll go to the nearby forest first to find some suitable wood, since making breakfast will take time anyway." Yifeng didn't want to finish breakfast before taking action, because a day is short, and besides, there were many things to do today. "Brother Yi, let me go with you." Zhao Shui planned to go into the forest to find timber together. Yifeng said, "You are injured and need to rest for 2 days, so you can't do anything during these 2 days." "Brother Yi, but I'll feel embarrassed." Zhao Shui felt bad about resting. She just wanted to get things done quickly so she wouldn't feel guilty. "You stay here and rest, and make breakfast with Lu Ting while you're at it." After leaving those words, Yifeng picked up his sword, jumped down the cave steps, and quickly headed towards the forest. Lu Ting moved the firewood frying pan and food to the open space outside, intending to have breakfast there, since the cave was too small. Yifeng arrived in the forest, but he dared not go far, fearing that danger might arise and he would not be able to rescue the two women in time. However, as soon as Yifeng entered the forest, he smelled a bloody odor. Why would there be a bloody smell in the forest? Following the scent, Yifeng curiously walked over quickly. Chapter 38, Jin Feng is back. Yifeng swiftly traversed the forest when he noticed a strange smell of blood ahead. After walking for a few minutes, he saw a rock surrounded by pools of blood. The big rat from last night was actually killed by a wild animal. Half of its body was missing, so it was probably eaten. However, this rat is really big. Even with only half its body remaining, it's still bigger than an average house cat. Looking at the bloody giant rat, Yifeng felt disgusted. He covered his nose and looked around, trying to find any clues. Unfortunately, the ground here is very hard, almost entirely made of stone, so no traces were left. What exactly killed the super rat? Probably a wild animal in the forest. This forest is too dangerous. Yifeng prepared to return to the cave, where there was plenty of timber, and much of it was suitable for building thatched huts. Fearing for the safety of the two women, Yifeng dared not delay. "Jin Feng, what do you mean? You actually want our food?" From the open space ahead came Lu Ting's angry voice. Jin Feng actually came. "That damned woman is really lucky. She survived such a huge storm yesterday." "Haha. Lu Ting, you abandoned me yesterday. Did you think I was dead?" "Luckily I'm not dead, otherwise you would be murderers." Jin Feng laughed triumphantly. "Whether you live or die is none of our business," Lu Ting said coldly. Zhao Shui said somewhat fearfully, "Jin Feng, we are all from the same school, and we should help and take care of each other. I hope you won't take our food. We can discuss anything properly." "You?" Upon hearing Zhao Shui's words, Yifeng quickened his pace, because Jin Feng was likely not alone. "Shi Dalong, Shi Dahu, Lu Xiaochuan. If you want any food, you won't get a single bite unless Yifeng comes back and agrees," Lu Ting said angrily. After passing a large tree, Yifeng looked out through the treetops at the campsite and saw several people, including Jin Feng and 3 other men. 2 of them are Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu, who are brothers. They were quite assertive in school. It is said that their father was a local tyrant, so their family was wealthy. Influenced by their father, the 2 brothers were very arrogant at school, and few people dared to mess with them. As for the other person, Lu Xiaochuan, he was Yifeng's classmate. Their relationship was neither good nor bad. Lu Xiaochuan was also from a poor family, but he was timid and rarely spoke at school. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them were still alive, and they even encountered Jin Feng. "School beauty Lu Ting, we are really hungry. Please share some food with us so we can warm ourselves by the fire and roast pork," Shi Dalong pleaded. "If you want food, let's wait until Yifeng comes back. This food belongs to Yifeng, and we can't make that decision." Lu Ting looked anxiously into the forest, hoping Yi Feng would return soon. Student Showdown, we really can't make that decision, please understand. Zhao Shui was cautious. This was an island with no restrictions, and even if the survivors were her classmates, there was still danger. Showdown, you're really useless. Why waste your breath talking to them? Just go over there and snatch all their food. If they're not happy, teach them a lesson. Jin Feng was arrogant and domineering, her eyes filled with hatred. After being chased away by Yi Feng yesterday, she was originally 100 meters away from Yi Feng and Lu Ting, but later she had to relieve herself in the woods. She intended to stay 100 meters away from Yi Feng and Lu Ting after relieving herself, but she didn't expect that Yi Feng and Lu Ting would disappear after she came out, and then a storm broke out. Jin Feng was terrified and felt like she was going to die on the island. She hid in a pit and survived the storm. After the storm, she was desperate and scared because she couldn't find Yi Feng and Lu Ting. She couldn't survive on her own, and she was also very afraid at night. But she was very lucky. She met Shi Dalong and his two companions in the forest. With Shi Dalong and his companions by her side, she no longer needed Yi Feng. Big brother, I think Jin Feng is right. There are more of us than them, so why bother discussing it with her? Let's just grab all this food. If they dare to object, hee. Shi Dao grinned wickedly at Lu Ting and Zhao Shui. This was a deserted island, and there were two beautiful women in front of him. You dare? Be careful, or you'll regret it when you get back. Lu Ting understood Shi Dao's meaning. Her face darkened, and her eyes flashed with murderous intent. This isn't a school, nor is it Suzhou. Shi Dalong said arrogantly, not taking Lu Ting seriously. Suzhou is where they studied, and it's also the city where their school is located. Brother Shi Dalong, brother Shi Dao, let's talk this over properly. We're all classmates. Why do we have to tear each other apart? Lu Xiaochuan smiled as he looked at the two of them. He and Yi Feng were classmates, so he didn't want things to get too tense. Snap! Shi Dao suddenly reached out and slapped Lu Xiaochuan across the face, angrily saying, You son of a bitch, you're not a man at all. Get out of here. After being slapped, Lu Xiaochuan didn't retaliate. He just stood aside with a smile on his face. He was weak-willed and came from a poor family. He was afraid of bullies like Shi Dao when he was in school, so he dared not offend the two brothers. It is said that Shi Dalong and Shi Da's father owned several companies, but they were all acquired through trickery and force. He also had many brothers under him, so the two brothers were influenced by their father and were particularly arrogant in school. You're useless. You deserve to be beaten. It's one thing that your family is poor, but you don't even have any courage. You're not a real man. Jin Feng also attacked Lu Xiaochuan, and her words were sharp and sarcastic. Shi Dalong, go and snatch all of Lu Ting and the others' food. Anyway, Yi Feng isn't here. Even if he comes back, the three of you men shouldn't have to worry about not being able to handle him, Jin Feng said. Anyone who dares to come any closer, I'll be very rude. Lu Ting picked up a fire poker with burning charcoal on it and glared fiercely at the three men, showing no fear whatsoever. Zhao Shui was so frightened that she stood behind Lu Ting, too scared to speak. Who the hell dares to steal my food? Anyone who has the guts should try to do it. I guarantee I'll chop off their hand. Yi Feng gripped his sword and quickly walked out of the forest, striding majestically toward the clearing. Yi Feng, you're back. Lu Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Her brave and fearless demeanor just now was actually an act. Zhao Shui was also very happy that Yi Feng had finally returned. However, the two were then worried because even if Yi Feng returned, they would not have any advantage. There are three men on the other side, but Yi Feng is the only man on their side. If a conflict breaks out, can Yi Feng fight against all three of them? Which bastard tried to steal my food? Yi Feng walked over quickly, his loud voice ringing out. Yi Feng. Jin Feng and the others looked up and were slightly surprised when they saw the sword in Yi Feng's hand. Where did this sword come from on this island? Yi Feng's luck is really good. I wonder where he got the weapon from. Shi Dalong's eyes were greedy as he stared intently at the sword in Yi Feng's hand. However, he was somewhat wary because the weapon was very dangerous. Chapter 39. Treating her like a human being. Outside the forest, Yi Feng walked slowly over with his sword in hand. He looked at the group with icy eyes. These trash actually dared to try to steal food. They were tired of living. Tap tap. Yi Feng walked with heavy steps, his sword slowly dragging on the ground, like a cold-blooded swordsman. The atmosphere fell silent. No one dared to speak. Yi Feng, you've arrived. Lu Ting smiled brightly, revealing charming dimples on her face. She felt that Yi Feng had a really strong aura. However, the stronger Yi Feng's aura was, the safer she felt. Zhao Shui also felt very safe. She had been at a loss just now, but after Yi Feng appeared, she felt much more at ease. Which bastard tried to steal my food? Yi Feng's gaze was icy and filled with murderous intent. Back in school, he had avoided provoking the Shi brothers for the sake of his studies. But things are different now. This is an island, and we cannot be weak. Haha, brother Yi Feng, it's you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. It's so good to see you. Shi Dalong laughed heartily, but his eyes remained fixed on the knife in Yi Feng's hand. He couldn't understand where Yi Feng got the weapon from. Shi Dahu was also envious and jealous, feeling that Yi Feng was really lucky. After being stranded on the island, he not only met two beautiful women, but also obtained weapons. Beautiful women and weapons are the island's two great treasures. Yi Feng looked at the two coldly, but he didn't say anything. This was an island, not a school, nor Sioux City. He didn't need to give them face. Seeing that Yi Feng ignored him, Shi Dalong was immediately displeased. Back in school, they were notorious bullies, but now that they were stranded here, even a poor kid was acting arrogant. Yi Feng, so you really are still alive. It's a pleasure to see you. Lu Xiaochuan smiled slightly as a greeting. Yes, it's nice to see you too. Yi Feng nodded to Lu Xiaochuan, because he and Lu Xiaochuan were classmates before, and they were both from poor families. Although their relationship wasn't great, it was still acceptable. Yi Feng, don't think that just because you have a knife, we'll be afraid of you. You must be very disappointed that I'm still alive. Jin Feng was still indignant when she thought about being driven away by Yi Feng yesterday. Whether you live or die is none of my business, Yi Feng said coldly, showing utter contempt for Jin Feng. Jin Feng was very unhappy when she saw Yi Feng's eyes. Don't think you're something special just because you have a knife. Even if I gave you a knife, would you dare to kill someone? Back in school, you didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of the Shi brothers. Jin Feng was very pleased because she felt she had found a powerful backer. She hadn't encountered Shi Dalong and his two companions before, so she had to rely on Yi Feng, but things are different now. Yi Feng, you slapped me yesterday and kicked me out. I demand that you apologize to me and compensate me for my emotional distress. I want all the food and belongings you have here, or I'm not done with you. Jin Feng quickly walked over and stood in front of Yi Feng, hands on her hips, like a tigress. Snap! Yi Feng slapped him across the face, then turned and continued walking forward without looking back. Oh! Jin Feng cried out in pain, then gritted her teeth and said, Yi Feng, I'm not done with you yet. After walking over to Lu Ting and Zhao Shui, Yi Feng asked, Are you all right? Yes, we're fine. Lu Ting nodded, indicating that everything was all right. Brother Yi, I'm fine too. Zhao Shui was very scared, worried that a conflict would break out because there were 3 boys on the other side. It's good that you're all right, Yi Feng said. Yi Feng, I'm not done with you yet. Jin Feng covered her face, looking at Yi Feng with anger and hatred. She thought that Yi Feng wouldn't dare to do anything to her after finding a backer, which is why she was so arrogant. But she didn't expect that Yi Feng didn't take her seriously at all, treating her like a dog, which she couldn't tolerate. Yi Feng remained silent. He didn't take Jin Feng seriously at all. So what if this damned woman had powerful backers? Shi Dalong, Shi Dahu, Lu Xiaochuan. Are you 3 even men? Can't you see I'm being beaten? Why aren't you doing anything about it? Jin Feng was furious. There were 3 men standing next to her, but none of them made a move. Haha, we're all classmates from the same school. Why make things awkward? It's much better if we all get along harmoniously. Shi Dalong had a smile on his face, seemingly full of goodwill towards Yi Feng, but his gloomy gaze remained fixed on the knife in Yi Feng's hand. Big brother. Shi Dahu was indignant and was about to speak when Shi Dalong glared at him. Shi Dahu didn't dare to make a sound because he was a little afraid of his older brother. Lu Xiaochuan remained silent, somewhat troubled, unsure which side to join. Brother Yi Feng, it was just a misunderstanding. We were just too hungry, so we wanted something to eat, Shi Dalong explained. If you want food, go find it yourself. I'm not your parent or your ancestor, so why should I give you food? Yi Feng asked. Yi Feng, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you're so great just because you have a knife? If you offend us 2 brothers, be careful, we'll kill you. Shi Dahu could no longer tolerate this insult. Back in school, he and his brother were bullies, and everyone was afraid of them. So even after being stranded on a deserted island, Shi Dahu still wanted to become king and conquer. He not only wanted to conquer Yi Feng, but also Lu Ting and Zhao Shui. If you want to kill me, then bring it on. I'd like to see who kills whom. Call out. Yi Feng brandished his sword, then pointed the tip directly at Shi Dahu. Chapter 40, An Unavoidable Conflict. In the forest, Yi Feng pointed his knife at the 2 men. He understood human nature very well, so he couldn't be weak, because this was an island. If he shows even the slightest weakness, Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu will take advantage of him, which could ultimately lead to his death. If you dare to steal my food, I promise I'll chop your hand off. Yi Feng brandished his sword, looking at Showdown with an imposing air. Showdown gritted his teeth. He had never been insulted like this before. Back in school, he looked down on students from poor families like Yi Feng, believing that they were all people he could bully and oppress. But on this island, Yi Feng not only showed him no respect, but also threatened him, which was a huge humiliation. Showdown, don't be afraid of him. I don't believe he would dare to kill you. Your father is a very famous and powerful figure with hundreds of men under his command. If he dares to disrespect you, you can kill him in a minute after you leave here. Jin Feng, standing by, encouraged Showdown to deal with Yi Feng. Second brother Showdown, let it go. We're all classmates, let's talk this out, Lu Xiaochuan advised from the side. Damn it. Are you brain dead, Lu Xiaochuan? Which side are you on? Who are you helping? Jin Feng was furious and really wanted to slap Lu Xiaochuan a few times. I just don't want you to have any conflicts. Jin Feng actually scolded him, but Lu Xiaochuan didn't dare to talk back. Although he was a man, he was very timid. Moreover, he couldn't afford to offend any of the people here, whether it was Jin Feng, Showdown, or even Lu Ting. Lu Ting's father is a wealthy businessman, and his family is very rich. Showdown and Showdown's father is a local tyrant, and he can't afford to offend him. As for Jin Feng, although she also came from a poor family, she made many friends outside because of her looks. Brother, step back. At the crucial moment, Showdown ordered his younger brother to step back. Brother, he's gone too far. He's showing us no respect at all. If I don't kill him today, how will I ever face anyone again? Showdown didn't want to back down. If Yi Feng hadn't had a knife, he would have already made his move. Brother, we are classmates with Yi Feng from the same school. Since we have both survived this ordeal, we should help each other instead of turning against each other and fighting. Showdown smiled kindly, but his gaze was always secretly fixed on the knife in Yi Feng's hand. Showdown gave a cold laugh, gritted his teeth, and stepped aside. Brother Yi Feng, you should put away your knife too. Why ruin our harmony? Showdown continued with a smile. Yi Feng sheathed his sword. If the two dared to harbor any ill intentions, he would kill them both in a heartbeat. We are all classmates. We should unite with each other, not fight among ourselves. Zhao Shui was terrified. Her face turned pale with fright. She had never seen anything like this before, and she was also afraid that Yi Feng would suffer a loss. Cut. Jin Feng looked down on them, as if she was very disappointed in the two of them. Back in school, these two brothers were bullies. Anyone who dared to talk back to them would definitely suffer terrible retaliation. Jin Feng was very disappointed with their performance today. Brother Yi Feng, we are really hungry. Could you share some food with us? Showdown bowed deeply, performing the courteous greeting with impeccable manners. You can have food, but you have to go into the forest and bring me wood. I need to build a thatched hut here. After you've finished eating, you have to bring stones to build the entrance to my cave, Yi Feng demanded. Holy crap. Upon hearing Yi Feng's request, Showdown angrily said, I've never done any work in my life, and you're making me do manual labor? Whether you've done anything wrong or not is none of my business. You're not my son or my grandson, so why should I take care of you? Yi Feng asked. You? Showdown glared angrily, wanting to pick up a stone from the ground and throw it at Yi Feng, but Showdown immediately said, Brother Yi Feng, we'll follow your arrangements. We'll go into the forest to find timber, and after we've eaten and drunk our fill, we'll move the stones to build the cave entrance. Brother, did I hear that right? When did you become so cowardly? We two brothers are people of status and position. How can we take orders from a poor village boy? Showdown was unconvinced, displaying an attitude of indifference to life and death, and a willingness to fight if he was not convinced. Brother, we've only just arrived here and haven't done anything to deserve this. We're not qualified to eat Brother Yi Feng's food, so we can only earn our food through hard work. Showdown turned and left, quickly heading towards the forest. Big brother. Showdown anxiously chased after him, feeling very disappointed in his elder brother. Jin Feng was somewhat unwilling, and then gritted her teeth and left. Lu Xiaochuan hesitated for a moment. He looked at Yi Feng, then at the backs of Showdown and Showdown. After some hesitation, he finally decided to leave and follow Showdown. Brother Yi, why didn't you drive them away? Instead, you agreed to let them exchange their labor for food. After the group disappeared into the forest, Zhao Shui asked curiously. Because they won't leave. If we force them to leave, we'll only push them too far, Yi Feng said. And even if we force them away, do you think they'll really leave? They'll definitely keep following us in the shadows, which would actually pose a greater threat to us, Lu Ting added. However, Lu Ting's words made a lot of sense. Even if Yi Feng insisted on driving them away, they wouldn't really leave. They would definitely follow them in secret. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. It's easy to defend against a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Rather than that, it's better for everyone to be in the open. Yifeng, I have a feeling we might be in trouble. Lu Ting was very worried. She sensed a crisis. It's not just troublesome, it's also dangerous. Yifeng smiled coldly, but he was not afraid of danger or trouble. If the two dared to have any improper thoughts, he would kill them at any time. Chapter 41. Lu Xiaochuan Gets Fooled. Yifeng knew very well that these two little tyrants were definitely not law-abiding people, and they would definitely cause trouble. But Yifeng wasn't afraid. Back in school, he didn't want to get into trouble so as not to affect his studies or worry his parents. But things are different now. Now it's not a matter of causing trouble, but a matter of survival. Brother Yi, Lu Ting, I feel that Shi Dalong is very kind, but Shi Dahu seems very fierce, Zhao Shui said. He, you really think Shi Dalong is kind? You only see the surface, Yifeng said. People who keep a low profile are often more dangerous, because you never know when they will launch a fatal attack on you, Lu Ting also said. So what should we do? Zhao Shui was terrified. There was only Yifeng on their side, but there were 3 men on the other side. If a conflict were to break out and a fight were to break out, she feared that Yifeng would not be a match for the 3 of them. Let's wait and see how things develop. We'll wait until they get the timber and finish building the cave entrance. I'll then tentatively let them leave before deciding what to do next, Yifeng said. They won't leave. Lu Ting was certain that Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu would not leave. I know they won't leave, but I'll give them a heads up. The 3 of us need to be careful in the future and make sure we don't get separated. Yifeng was most worried about Lu Ting and Zhao Shui, because they were both girls, and beautiful ones at that. You and Lu Xiaochuan are classmates, so you should have some connection. Can you win him over? Lu Ting asked. If they can win over Lu Xiaochuan, their power will be even greater. He's just a weak and incompetent man, and there's no point in trying to win him over. But if he's willing to come to us, I won't object. Yifeng didn't care much about Lu Xiaochuan. He knew Lu Xiaochuan's character very well. He was weak and incompetent, even less capable than a woman. You must be very careful with those two. Don't be careless. If you need anything, I can help you, Lu Ting said. Can you help me? Yifeng wanted to laugh. Lu Ting, with her small arms and legs, actually wanted to help him. You look down on me, don't you? This school beauty used to practice taekwondo, and most men can't beat me. Lu Ting shook her little fist to show that she was also very capable. Yifeng smiled and thought the school beauty was really cute. She had practiced taekwondo for a few days and knew a little bit of fancy moves, so she thought she could handle men. And at this moment, Shi Dalong and his group were searching for timber in the forest, while Shi Dahu was seething with anger and became increasingly irritated. Big brother, why did you stop me just now? Why did you listen to Yifeng's arrangements? Who does he think he is? Shi Dahu was very angry. He looked down on Yifeng. Brother, you were too impulsive, Shi Dalong said. Big brother, back in school, we never took idiots like Yifeng seriously. We could kill him with just a glance. Shi Dahu still fondly remembers his glorious days on campus. Actually, the 2 brothers are quite old, approaching 30, several years older than many of the students. The reason the 2 brothers were older students was because they didn't want to graduate. There were many girls in the university, and they could act like bullies. Their families were also well off, so they stayed in school. In addition, there is an even more important reason. Even if you do something outrageous at school, the punishment will be lighter because you are a student. As long as it's not murder or arson, you will be treated leniently. Brother, you were too impulsive just now. If we had gotten into a conflict with Yifeng, we would have definitely been at a disadvantage, because he had a knife. Thinking of the sword in Yifeng's hand, Shi Dalong felt a little apprehensive. That idiot is really lucky. He was stranded on an island. Not only did he meet 2 beautiful women, but he also got a sword. Shi Dahu clenched his fist, wanting to take away everything that belonged to Yifeng, because he felt that Yifeng was not worthy of it. Shi Dalong, Shi Dahu, you 2 brothers used to be so glorious. You wouldn't willingly let Yifeng trample you underfoot just because he has a broken knife, would you? Jin Feng fanned the flames from the sidelines, constantly urging the 2 of them on. Damn, you underestimate us brothers. Yifeng, that idiot, only has a broken knife. If he pisses me off, I'll smash him to death with a rock. Shi Dahu lifted a stone and slammed it heavily onto a tree. Bang! A loud crash was heard. The tree shook rapidly, and a piece of bark was smashed off. On this deserted island, that broken knife is only suitable for cutting vegetables. If we really have to fight, I can take him down with stones and sticks. Shi Dahu smiled smugly. Shi Dahu, you're really something. You truly deserve the title of tiger. Jin Feng was very happy that Shi Dahu was not intimidated by the knife in Yi Feng's hand. Actually, I think we are all classmates, so we should stick together and try not to have any conflicts, Lu Xiaochuan said. Holy crap. Snap. Jin Feng raised her hand and slapped Lu Xiaochuan across the face. Although she was a woman, she had already gone astray. Why did you hit me? Although Lu Xiaochuan was very angry, he dared not retaliate because Jin Feng used to frequent high-end places with some wealthy people when she was in school, so she knew a lot of people and he couldn't afford to offend her. Lu Xiaochuan, I advise you not to join Yi Feng's camp, because he's a penniless wretch, just as poor as you. What future can two penniless wretches have together? Jin Feng said. Poverty. When Lu Xiaochuan thought of those words, his heart ached. He was unwilling to accept poverty and he was determined to change his fate. But he knew very well that even if he graduated from a finance university, he would not be able to change his fate of poverty because he estimated that he would only earn a few thousand yuan a month if he found a job in the future. It's impossible to get rich overnight by studying finance, unless you're a genius or have a very wealthy family. If you follow Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu wholeheartedly, they will take care of you after you leave here and return to Suzhou, Jin Feng said. My father acquired a company a few months ago. Brother Lu Xiaochuan, if you become friends with us and follow us wholeheartedly, I'll offer you the position of general manager at that company after we leave here, Shi Dalong said, extending an olive branch. General manager. Lu Xiaochuan was very excited. If he could really become the general manager, he would definitely be very successful and could hold his head high when he returned to his rural hometown. Brother Long, you're not lying to me, are you? Lu Xiaochuan asked. Why would I lie to you? Shi Dalong replied with a smile. But I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Although he hasn't become the general manager yet, Lu Xiaochuan is already afraid that he won't be able to handle the job. In fact, he longs for that day to come. What the hell? Are you brain dead? You're such an idiot. Shi Dahu cursed a few times, angrily saying, as long as you have a powerful backer and influential people behind you, it doesn't matter whether you can do the job or not. As long as you have connections, even a dog can become a dog with millions of fans and a famous dog. Although Shi Dahu's words were harsh, Lu Xiaochuan felt they made a lot of sense. In this day and age, as long as you have connections and influence, even an idiot can make a fortune. As long as you stay with us, we won't treat you badly. Shi Dalong patted Lu Xiaochuan on the shoulder. And I'll help you too. After you become the general manager of Shi Dalong's father's company, I can introduce you to a lot of connections. I've been in this business for so many years, and I have many wealthy people around me. Jin Feng continued. Lu Xiaochuan was very excited. He could almost see himself becoming the general manager, wearing designer clothes, driving a BMW, and going home in style. He seemed to see the remote mountain area, the entrance to his hometown village, and the scene of countless villagers standing at the crossroads to welcome him. This is the life he has been looking forward to, and the dream he has longed for. After fooling Lu Xiaochuan, the group carried the timber back home. Damn it, I'm starving. When I get back, I'm going to eat my fill and then teach that bastard Yi Feng a lesson. Shi Dahu went back cursing. Chapter 42, depriving him of food. There was a lot of wood piled up at the bottom of the cave. This wood was brought by Shi Dalong and his group, and it was enough for Yi Feng to build a thatched hut. Damn, I'm exhausted. Shi Dahu was panting heavily. He had never done any work before, and he was really tired today. Yi Feng, we've moved a lot of timber as you requested. What about the food you promised us? Shi Dahu asked. Yi Feng pointed to the stone beside him and said, your food is over there. Why so little? Do you think we're cats? Looking at the food placed on the rock, Shi Dahu was furious because there was only one piece of wild boar meat, which he estimated to weigh no more than 4 pounds. But there were 4 of them, and this amount of food wasn't enough. Although there wasn't much food, it was enough to fill them up. Yi Feng didn't give them any extra food because he had very little food stored up. The seafood on the beach must have rotted. The weather on the island is terrible. Dead fish and shrimp will rot in a day. Take it or leave it. Yi Feng didn't give Shi Dahu a friendly look. If the other party were a kind person, he would try his best to help, but unfortunately, he wasn't. Yi Feng, are you making a fool of us? Shi Dahu was filled with murderous intent, but when he looked at Lu Ting and Zhao Shui beside him, his eyes became somewhat fiery, because the two were beautiful women. Although Jin Feng was quite beautiful, the two brothers looked down on her because they thought she was immoral. If you don't want it, you can leave. I won't force you, Yi Feng said. Just as Shi Dahu was about to lose his temper, Shi Dalong quickly walked over and said, Brother Yi Feng, I'm sorry, my brother has a bad temper, please don't mind him. I also have a bad temper, and not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get angry at me, Yi Feng said. I will definitely keep my younger brother in check. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Shi Dalong felt deeply apologetic, then pulled Shi Dahu away, taking with him several pounds of roasted meat. Shi Dahu left unwillingly. If his elder brother hadn't stopped him several times, he would definitely have fought Yi Feng to the death. Why should a country bumpkin like him get a good knife and be with two beautiful women? These things should belong to him, because he is the only one who deserves them. Brother Yi Feng, let's eat first. After we've eaten, we'll go move stones to build the cave. Shi Dalong said with a smile as he left. Yi Feng sat by the fire with the two women. He wasn't nervous at all. They were just two good-for-nothings, not worth his attention. However, it's always better to be safe than sorry, so he didn't dare to be careless. Back then, Guan Yu was too careless, which is why he died at the hands of a villain. Zhao Shui was very nervous, so nervous that she was sweating. Lu Ting held onto a wooden stick the whole time, carefully on guard. Shi Dalong placed the roasted meat on a rock, then turned it back and said politely to Yi Feng, "Brother, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Yi Feng asked. "Could you use your sword to cut our roast meat into 4 pieces? I know you won't lend me your sword, and I won't ask you for it, but I hope you can do me a favor and cut our piece of roast meat into 4 pieces. Shi Dalong smiled, wishing he could snatch the sword from Yi Feng's hand and keep it for himself. "Okay, no problem." Yi Feng stood up, took his sword, and walked over. Lu Ting followed behind him with a wooden stick, afraid that something might happen. "Beautiful Lu Ting, I can tell you care a lot about Yi Feng. You two must have a very good relationship," Shi Dalong asked with a smile. "What's it to you?" Lu Ting asked coldly. Hee, it's okay." Shi Dalong gave an awkward laugh, his gloomy gaze flashing over Lu Ting. When he saw Lu Ting's beautiful face, he was so jealous that he was hurt. Such a beautiful school beauty, after being stranded on an island, actually met Yi Feng. Yi Feng took his sword, walked to the rock, cut the roasted meat into 4 pieces, and then turned around and went back with a flourish. "Brother Yi Feng, thank you," Shi Dalong said with a smile. Shi Dahu squatted on the ground, his eyes fixed on the knife in Yi Feng's hand and on Lu Ting beside Yi Feng. After returning to the fire, Yi Feng and the two women ate. Once they were full and had found a place to stay, he prepared to store the food. When surviving on an island, food is the most important thing. And at this moment, Shi Dalong and his 3 companions prepared to divide the food. There were 4 pieces of roasted meat, each weighing 1 jin, 500 grams. Lu Xiaochuan swallowed hard, then reached out to pick up one of the pieces. Snap! Jin Feng slapped Lu Xiaochuan's hand and glared at him angrily. "I'm hungry. I just want my share," Lu Xiaochuan said. "Are you a reincarnated starving ghost? How can you not take care of us?" Jin Feng said angrily. "How am I supposed to take care of you?" Lu Xiaochuan asked. "We're stranded on this island, and food is scarce for everyone. You should share your portion with us. If you don't even have this much self-awareness, how can you be the general manager in the future?" Jin Feng said. "Ha." Shi Dahu smiled and said, "Brother Lu Xiaochuan, please bear with us for a couple of days. The rescue team will be here in a couple of days. We will not forget your kindness. When we get back, we will repay you 1,000 times over." Although Lu Xiaochuan was somewhat reluctant, he thought about it again and felt that it made sense, because the rescue team would definitely arrive in 2 days at most. He'll grit his teeth and work hard these next few days, and Shi Dalong and the others will definitely repay him after he leaves the island. Anyway, you're poor and used to being hungry, so just eat a little something to fill your stomach. Jin Feng picked up the piece of meat that belonged to Lu Xiaochuan, tore off a small piece for him, and then divided the remaining roasted meat into 3 pieces. "Brother Lu Xiaochuan, you've been wronged. We'll remember you. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer." Shi Dalong patted Lu Xiaochuan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Brother Long, brother Hu, since we're friends, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little loss," Lu Xiaochuan said with a smile. "Good, very good. It's not for nothing that we've treated you like a brother." Shi Dalong nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhao Shui noticed that the 3 of them weren't giving Lu Xiaochuan any food, and she whispered, "Brother Yi, they're bullying Lu Xiaochuan." Yi Feng nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. "I never expected Jin Feng to be so wicked." Lu Ting was very angry, feeling that Jin Feng was not only vicious, but also domineering. "Brother Yi, aren't you going to help Lu Xiaochuan?" Zhao Shui asked. "He's an adult, he doesn't need my help." Yi Feng had no intention of helping Lu Xiaochuan, because no one could help someone who was willing to be a slave and who was only interested in currying favor with the powerful. But Jin Feng is too arrogant. "We should curb her arrogance," Lu Ting said. "That's what I think too. To make her understand who she is," Yi Feng nodded. After they finished eating, Shi Dalong led a few people over, but he kept smiling and expressing goodwill. Yifeng stood up, gripping his sword, and Lu Ting immediately stood beside him, her bright eyes looking at the group. Chapter 43. Tensions rise. In the open space of the cave, Shi Dalong led a few people over and said politely, "Brother Yifeng, thank you for the food. We will not forget your kindness. We will definitely repay you after we leave this place." "No need for repayment, and I don't need your repayment." Yifeng didn't want to be polite with them, much less be hypocritical with them. "Brother Yifeng, even if you don't ask us to repay you, we will definitely do so," Shi Dalong said politely. "Now that you've eaten your fill, you can leave. This place is too small to accommodate so many people. Go and fend for yourselves," Yifeng said. Lu Ting immediately looked at the group, wanting to see their reactions. Zhao Shui was terrified, worried that Shi Dalong and the others would immediately turn on her. The air seemed to freeze. The crucial moment had arrived. Shi Dalong's face was gloomy. Shi Da's eyes were filled with a fierce light. Jin Feng's face was full of disdain, and Lu Xiaochuan was caught in a dilemma and was a little at a loss. The quiet air felt somewhat oppressive, as if a storm was brewing. Yifeng planted his sword in the ground, placed his hands on the hilt, and looked at the group with an imposing air. "Brother Yifeng, we haven't finished what we promised you yet. We still need to move stones and work on the cave." Shi Dalong continued to smile, appearing very kind. "As long as you leave now, I can build the cave myself," Yifeng said. "Brother Yifeng, let us do the building. It's our way of repaying your kindness. Besides, we don't know where we'll go if we leave here." Shi Dalong seemed very troubled, as if he had nowhere else to go if he left this place. "The island is very big. There are many other places to go besides here. Our place is too small to accommodate so many people. You should go somewhere else to survive," Yifeng said. "Holy crap." Shi Dahu flew into a rage, shouting, "Yifeng, this island isn't yours. What right do you have to drive us away? You have no right to kick us out. I'm not leaving today, so what can you do about it?" "That's true. This island doesn't belong to anyone. We can go wherever we want, and who dares to do anything to us?" Jin Feng kept rolling her eyes, indicating that she was very angry. Lu Xiaochuan remained silent throughout, because he didn't know what to say. "All of you shut up, shut up." Shi Dalong roared a few times, saying sternly, "Brother Yifeng kindly took us in and even gave us food, yet you say such things? Don't you have any conscience at all? Big brother." Shi Dahu was indignant and was about to retort, but Shi Dalong said sternly, "If you dare to speak again, you are no longer my brother." Snort. Shi Dahu snorted coldly, standing aside resentfully, but he dared not speak, for he was afraid of his elder brother. "You really think Yifeng wants to kick us out? He was just testing us to see if you were the kind of people who would repay kindness. I didn't expect you to turn your backs on us like this." Shi Dalong glared angrily at Shi Dahu and Jin Feng, as if he could see through Yifeng's thoughts. The two remained silent, because Shi Dalong held authority within their group. "Are we the kind of ungrateful people? If Yifeng really wants to drive us away, we'll just leave on our own. We won't turn against him or cause any conflict." Shi Dalong spoke loudly, but his words were loaded with hidden meaning. With his little schemes, how could he possibly fool Yifeng? "Brother Yifeng, I'm sorry, they were being unreasonable and that's why they turned on you earlier. But we really have nowhere to go, and we're all survivors. If we split up, it will be bad for our survival." Shi Dalong said to Yifeng with a smile, sounding very kind. "Since you don't want to leave, then go and build the cave. Bring me the best stones to build the cave entrance, and then leave a stone door," Yifeng said. "Brother Yifeng, please rest assured, we will definitely fulfill your instructions." Shi Dalong immediately promised to complete the mission. "Brother, we're not laborers. We're brothers, not dogs. How can we obey his orders?" Shi Dahu said indignantly. Shi Dalong kicked Shi Dahu and ordered, "If you still consider me your elder brother, then stop talking nonsense and obey my orders." Shi Dahu lowered his head in frustration. Although he was very angry, he dared not have a conflict with his older brother, but he was very resentful. "I hope you all take this seriously and don't disappoint me," Yifeng commanded. "Don't worry, we will do our best." Shi Dalong smiled, but as he turned around, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Yifeng led the two women to build a thatched hut. Because they had plenty of wood, it saved them a lot of time. It's good to have free labor. It saves him a lot of hard work. 2 or 3 hours later, Yifeng built a thatched hut, while Shi Dalong and his men were still moving stones. However, Lu Xiaochuan was too hungry to exert any strength, but he gritted his teeth to avoid upsetting Shi Dalong and Shi Dao. "Yifeng, our thatched hut is built. What's next?" Lu Ting asked. "Let's go into the forest and hunt." Yifeng took his sword and prepared to go into the forest with the two women to find food. His sword was his most important weapon for self-defense, and he couldn't let it fall into the hands of Showdown and his men. Chapter 44 Is She Dreaming? With little food left, Yifeng was going out hunting, but before he left, he wanted to take the few pounds of wild boar meat that remained in the cave. There was originally a lot of wild boar meat, but after it was blown away by the storm yesterday, there were only a dozen or so pounds left. We ate some more when we got back, so now there are only a few pounds left. We can't leave this food in the cave to prevent Showdown and his group from stealing it or poisoning it. Although there is no poison on the island, it is not difficult to get venom. For example, snake venom and the venom of some other creatures. The dense forest is like a sea. Yifeng led the two through the forest. Zhao Shui was not feeling well. Her injuries had not fully healed, but Yifeng was worried about leaving her at the camp. Yifeng, Showdown reacted very strongly when you told them to leave, Lu Ting said. This is all as I expected. Since they don't want to leave, let them be free laborers, Yifeng said. Brother Yi, aren't you worried they might do something bad? Zhao Shui was a little scared. Thinking about what had just happened, she was still somewhat frightened. If they dare to do anything bad, I will make them pay the price. Yifeng gripped his sword tightly. If Showdown and the others behaved themselves, he would let it go, but if they didn't, he would send them to hell at any time. Showdown is smarter than we thought. Thinking of Showdown's scheming nature, Lu Ting felt a little worried. They weren't worried about Showdown, who, although hot-tempered, was just a rough man and not worth worrying about. But Showdown was different. He was very cunning. Snort. Yifeng snorted coldly. In his eyes, Showdown was nothing more than a clown. Alas, it's a pity that Lu Shaochuan is too useless and incompetent. Lu Ting rubbed her temples wearily. They had originally wanted to win over Lu Shaochuan to strengthen their camp, but he was too incompetent and weak. Whoosh. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted out from a patch of grass. It was a chubby gray rabbit, probably weighing 6 or 7 pounds. Ah, a rabbit. Zhao Shui was overjoyed and looked at the rabbit with excitement. Yifeng, quickly catch this rabbit, don't let it escape. Lu Ting was very anxious, afraid that the rabbit would escape. Wait for me here, and don't wander off. Whoosh. Yifeng moved with the speed of a rabbit, rushing out like a gust of wind. He was very fast and relentlessly pursued the wild rabbit. The startled hare ran away at a great speed. Die! Yifeng leaped quickly, landing on a large tree, and shot off like an arrow, then swiftly threw his sword. Call out. The thrown sword pierced the rabbit's body like a spear. Sizzle. The rabbit lay on the ground, pawing at the ground, and died instantly. Done. Yifeng clapped his hands, smiled, walked over, picked up the rabbit, and returned to the two women's side. Yifeng, you're really amazing. Lu Ting clapped her hands, feeling that Yifeng was truly impressive. Brother Yi, you're amazing. Zhao Shui also praised him with joy, thinking that Yifeng was indeed very capable. If ordinary people wanted to catch a wild rabbit in the forest, they would need to cooperate with many people because wild rabbits run very fast, but Yifeng could catch a wild rabbit by himself. Let's go back. We'll have a delicious meal tonight, Yifeng said with a smile. Brother Yi, but we only have one rabbit, not enough for 7 people to eat. Zhao Shui said worriedly. There were 3 of them, plus the 4 people on Showdown's side, making a total of 7 people. But one rabbit isn't enough for 7 people. Why should it be divided among 7 people? Are they even qualified? Yifeng asked coldly. Oh, Zhao Shui said she understood. Yifeng hadn't intended to divide Showdown and the other 3, but she was worried that Showdown and the others might be dissatisfied, which would exacerbate the conflict. Let's go back. Yifeng carried the wild rabbit and led the 2 women back. It was getting dark, the day had passed quickly, and at this moment, in the open space below the cave, Showdown lay on a rock, panting, and said, I'm exhausted. That trash Yifeng actually dared to make us do things. Damn it, I'll kill him sooner or later. Pa, he's a poor wretch. Why should he make us work? We're stranded on a deserted island. After we met, he should take care of us because we're richer than him. Jinfeng was also very angry, believing that Yifeng was poor and should give way to them and support them. All right, stop complaining, Showdown said, wiping his sweat. Big brother, you're not going to let Yifeng forever trample on our heads, are you? Showdown asked. Hey. Showdown smiled sinisterly and said through gritted teeth, some things require the right opportunity. People like you who talk about fighting and killing all the time will never accomplish anything great. Big brother, so you had this planned all along, huh? Showdown was overjoyed, as if he could already see the consequences of killing Yifeng. Hey, Lu Shaochuan, it's time to show your loyalty. As long as you followed along and Dahu wholeheartedly, you can become the general manager of their family company when we go back, Jinfeng said. The three of them suddenly realized that Lu Xiaochuan hadn't responded at all, even after they had been talking for a long time. Hello, hello. Jinfeng stood up, raised her foot, and kicked Lu Xiaochuan a few times, only to find that he seemed to be dead. Oh no, he's not dead, is he? Jinfeng covered her mouth, dumbfounded. Shi Dalong quickly stood up, wanting to see if Lu Xiaochuan was dead. Brother, he's not dead, is he? This dog may be useless, but it's of some use to us now, Shi Dao said. Shi Dalong placed his finger near Lu Xiaochuan's nose and then said, he's not dead yet. He must have fainted from exhaustion because he didn't eat anything and did a lot of physical labor, so he couldn't take it. Huh. Jinfeng spat and said angrily, this dog is really useless. It can't stand missing a meal or two. It's spineless. Yifeng returned with Lu Ting and Zhao Shui. After returning to the camp, he saw that the cave entrance was well built, with stones piled up at the entrance, neat and orderly like a stone wall. Brother Yifeng, you're back. We've completed the task you assigned. Are you satisfied? Shi Dalong stood up and asked with a smile. Not bad. Yifeng nodded slightly, satisfied, but his expression remained unchanged. Brother Yifeng, we're serious about joining your camp, and we're serious about obeying your orders, Shi Dalong said with a smile, trying to take the opportunity to get closer to Yifeng. Shi Dalong, I hope you recognize the facts. I'm making you do labor not to recruit you into my camp, but to exchange your actions for the food we had before, Yifeng corrected. Yes, you're right. Shi Dalong remained all smiles, nodding repeatedly. Haha, there's a chubby rabbit. We'll have rabbit to eat. Jinfeng smiled happily when she saw the wild rabbit Yifeng was carrying. Yifeng rolled his eyes at her. Was this woman dreaming? She actually wanted to eat wild rabbit. Chapter 45. You're just a useless trash. Haha, I'm so hungry. I'm going to eat more rabbit and wild boar meat later. Jinfeng sat on a rock, rubbing her belly, which had been flattened by hunger. Yifeng sneered. This damn woman's IQ is really low. Damn it, she still wants to eat more. Who does she think she is? Lu Xiaochuan was still lying on the rock. He had fainted from hunger, but Jinfeng and Shi Dahu didn't care about him. They didn't care if he starved to death. After gutting and cleaning the rabbit, Yifeng set up a wooden rack and roasted it over charcoal. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui sat beside him, waiting to eat roasted rabbit. About half an hour later, a fragrant aroma filled the surroundings. The smell of wild rabbit meat was very tempting. Just smelling this makes my mouth water, hee. Lu Ting smiled somewhat shyly, as if she were a glutton. Let's wait a little longer. It's not done yet, Yifeng said. Lu Ting nodded with a smile, but her eyes remained fixed on the rabbit meat. Because of the delicious smell, Lu Xiaochuan, who had fainted from hunger, woke up. He sat up, clutching his stomach, and asked, What's that smell? It smells so good. Why are you getting up? Just stay lying down, Jinfeng said, displeased. I'm hungry. Lu Xiaochuan clutched his stomach with both hands. He was so hungry that he felt dizzy and weak all over. Go back to sleep. You won't be hungry when you're asleep, Jinfeng said. But I'm really hungry. Lu Xiaochuan continued to clutch his stomach, too hungry to even speak. Can't you be a little more sensible? Will you die if you skip a few meals? Do you still want to be the general manager? Jinfeng was so angry that she gritted her teeth, wishing she could slap Lu Xiaochuan to death. It didn't matter if this poor bastard missed a few meals, as long as she herself didn't go hungry. Of course I want to be the general manager. Lu Xiaochuan stammered. He really wanted to be the general manager. If he could get along well with the Shi brothers, he could leave the island in a couple of days and return to Suzhou, where he could become the general manager of Shi Dalong's father's company. Since you want to be the general manager, then go hungry for 2 more days. You'll suffer for 2 days, but you'll be happy for the rest of your life. Isn't that a good deal? Some poor people, even if they graduate from university, can never become a general manager no matter how hard they work their whole lives. Jinfeng glared at Lu Xiaochuan, disapproving of him. Haha, brother, what Jinfeng said makes a lot of sense. You'll have to put up with this for the next couple of days. Once you leave here, you'll be able to live a happy life, Shi Dahu said with a laugh. Lu Xiaochuan's eyes dimmed. He was indeed very hungry and wanted to eat, but he dared not offend Shi Dahu. Moreover, he believed that perhaps in 2 days at most, the rescue team would find this place. If he could just hold on for 2 more days, he could avoid decades of struggle compared to others. The scent of wild rabbits wafted through the campsite. Finally, it was done roasting. Yifeng used his sword to cut off the fattest rabbit leg and handed it to Lu Ting, saying, It's done. You must be hungry. Eat up. Thanks. Lu Ting took the rabbit meat and ate it with relish. Yifeng then gave another rabbit leg to Zhao Shui, saying, "Eat it while it's hot." "Brother Yi, the rabbit's hind legs are too fat. I want to eat the front legs," Zhao Shui said. Yifeng knew that she wanted to keep the best part for herself. "Here you go. Besides these 2 rabbit legs, there are other succulent parts, so you don't need to take care of me," Yifeng said seriously. "Oh." Zhao Shui nodded and then took the food. The 3 of them ate with great relish by the fire. The 4 men watched from the sidelines, their mouths watering as they saw Yifeng and the other 2 eating with relish. After hesitating for a moment, Showdown slowly walked to Yifeng's campfire and said, "Brother Yifeng, could you share some rabbit meat with us? We're hungry too." "Are you disabled? Don't you know how to hunt?" Yifeng said while gnawing on a rabbit leg. Lu Ting also rolled her eyes at Showdown. Zhao Shui ate cautiously, afraid that Showdown and the others would turn against Yifeng. She was timid just like Lu Xiaochuan, but it was normal for Zhao Shui to be timid because she was a well-behaved girl, while Lu Xiaochuan was a man. People often say that a woman's appearance can change her life. As long as she is beautiful, she will not have a bad life. On the other hand, a man's character can change his life. A cowardly and weak person like Lu Xiaochuan can forget about having a future in this life. "Brother Yifeng, I'm so sorry. We were delayed today because we were moving timber and stones to build the cave entrance, so we didn't have time to go hunting. But I can assure you, we'll go hunting on our own tomorrow," Showdown said with a smile, very amicably. Yifeng thought it made sense, because they were indeed busy all day and didn't have time to hunt. "Yifeng, don't go too far. You made us move timber today, and then you had us build the cave entrance. How are we supposed to find food?" Showdown said angrily. "All right, since you've all been so busy today, I'll give you one more meal." After speaking, Yifeng picked up his sword, cut off a piece of rabbit meat weighing more than half a pound for Showdown, and then cut off another piece for Showdown. "These are for you 2 brothers," Yifeng said. "Thank you." Showdown smiled and thanked him, then left with his brothers. "Yifeng, I want one too." Jinfeng reached out her hand, also wanting to eat the wild rabbit meat. "I don't keep useless people here," Yifeng said coldly. "What do you mean?" Jinfeng asked through gritted teeth. "You did very little work when we were moving the timber today, and you hardly helped at all when we were moving the stones to build the cave entrance, so you won't get any of the rabbit meat," Yifeng said. "I'm a girl, so of course I didn't do much," Jinfeng said in a low voice. "So you're admitting you didn't contribute? If you didn't contribute, then you're useless. And if you're useless, what use are you to me?" Yifeng stared sternly at Jinfeng. He had long disliked this wretched woman. Damn it, she still wanted to eat. "Yifeng, how dare you insult me?" Jinfeng gritted her teeth and clenched her fists in anger. "All I know is that you're a piece of trash. Trash doesn't deserve to eat. Get out." Yifeng's expression was icy, showing no respect for Jinfeng whatsoever. Of course, there was no need to give her any face. She had no respect for such a vicious and selfish woman. Jinfeng wanted to get angry, but she didn't dare because the Shi brothers weren't around. They were eating happily 10 meters away, and she lacked confidence. "Yifeng, can I have something to eat?" Lu Xiaochuan walked over, clutching his stomach. He was so hungry that he felt weak all over. Yifeng cut off a piece of rabbit meat, about a pound, and handed it to Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan came from a poor family and was his classmate, so he took special care of him. "Thanks." Lu Xiaochuan accepted the food with both hands. He was very touched. He thought Yifeng would only share a little with him, but he didn't expect it to be so much. "Lu Xiaochuan, it's too hot here. Why don't you go eat over there?" Jinfeng pointed to a tree not far away, suggesting that Lu Xiaochuan go there to eat barbecue. Actually, she wanted to monopolize the barbecue and take it over once Lu Xiaochuan went there. "Lu Xiaochuan, sit here and eat. If you dare to go over there, then put the food down." Seeing Jinfeng's thoughts, Lu Ting decided to help Lu Xiaochuan. Chapter 46. She was so hungry, she was lying on the ground. Jinfeng wanted Lu Xiaochuan to eat under the tree so she could take his food, but Lu Ting wouldn't allow it. "You can sit here and eat." Lu Ting knew that if Lu Xiaochuan went there to eat, Jinfeng would definitely take all the food, so she wouldn't let him go. Lu Xiaochuan held the food, caught in a dilemma. "Do you still want to be the general manager of Showdown's father's company? If you still want to be the general manager, then you have to listen to me," Jinfeng said. Lu Xiaochuan longed to be a general manager. He grew up in a poor family and was terrified of poverty. He wanted to make money and return home in glory. He wanted to see the whole village, young and old, standing at the entrance of the village to welcome him when he drove back in a luxury car and wore designer clothes. That was his life's dream. "If you dare to go over there, leave the food behind." Lu Ting was very angry and stood up to try to snatch the food from Lu Xiaochuan's hand. "I'm not going over there. I'll eat here." Lu Xiaochuan gripped the food tightly in both hands, not caring whether it was hot or not, because he was afraid the food would be taken away. Okay, then please sit down, Lu Ting said. Helpless, Lu Xiaochuan could only sit by the fire and eat. Lu Ting, where he goes to eat is none of your business, Jin Feng asked angrily. You have no right to speak to me. Lu Ting didn't want to talk to Jin Feng. You're not qualified to talk to me, Jin Feng sneered. Don't think you're something special just because you have some money. In my eyes, you're still a poor man. I'm tired of drinking Lafite wine. If you want to drink a bottle of such a fine wine, you'd probably have to hang out with those rich people in some kind of place and do some shady things, right? Lu Ting suddenly said these words because she didn't like to flaunt her family's wealth, but she really couldn't stand Jin Feng. Snort. Jin Feng rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. She was very angry and felt it was a disgrace, but she was powerless to refute it because what Lu Ting said was true. Wow, this is delicious. Lu Xiaochuan sat by the fire, eating his food with great relish. He was starving. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan eating with relish, Jin Feng was furious. She grabbed Lu Xiaochuan's hands and said, Give me the food, you poor wretch. It won't kill you to skip a few meals. No, I'm hungry. Lu Xiaochuan gripped the food tightly in both hands. He dared not get angry, nor did he have the courage to resist, because he dared not offend Jin Feng or Shi Dalong. He fantasized about becoming a general manager after leaving this place. Yi Feng frowned, then gave a look, signaling the two to teach Jin Feng a lesson. Zhao Shuai lowered her head. She dared not hit Jin Feng because she was timid. Lu Ting understood Yi Feng's meaning, so she stood up, grabbed Jin Feng's hair, and slapped her hard across the face. Snap. Oh. Jin Feng was slapped, and her face turned red. Lu Ting, you damned woman, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Jin Feng was very angry and tried to grab Lu Ting's hair, and then they started fighting. Women often like to grab each other's hair when they fight. Lu Ting kicked out with one foot, followed by 3 consecutive whip kicks, striking Jin Feng's lower body, midsection, and upper body respectively. Oh my god! Jin Feng was kicked to the ground and fell face first into the mud. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that Lu Ting had actually practiced taekwondo. The school beauty had mentioned before that she had practiced taekwondo, but Yi Feng hadn't believed it at the time. Zhao Shuai was also dumbfounded, thinking that Lu Ting was too amazing. Dalong, Dahu, that bitch Lu Ting hit me. I order you to come over here and beat her to death. Jin Feng was furious, her hair standing on end in anger. Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu, who were not far away, just looked at Lu Ting in surprise, but did not rush over. They did not want to fight for Jin Feng and Lu Ting. After all, the former was a pheasant and the latter was a phoenix. Who would fight a phoenix for a pheasant? Lu Xiaochuan, are you blind? Didn't you see me being beaten? Jin Feng asked. Delicious, delicious. Lu Xiaochuan still held the food in both hands, eating with great relish. Jin Feng got up, kicked Lu Xiaochuan, and then angrily turned and left. Lu Xiaochuan looked like a starving ghost, seemingly unaware that Jin Feng had kicked him, but he was used to being bullied. After finishing his food, he asked, Brother Yi Feng, can you give me some more to eat? I'm still not full. That's all. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Yi Feng didn't want to continue feeding Lu Xiaochuan, because he had no obligation to take care of this cowardly birdman. Thanks. Lu Xiaochuan thanked him, then got up and slowly went back to Shi Dalong and the other man. Lu Ting, you were amazing just now. I really admire your courage and skill, Zhao Shuai praised. Yeah, from now on, if anyone dares to offend me, I'll kick them to the ground a few times. Lu Ting looked at Yi Feng with a smug expression, as if showing off how amazing she was. Lu Ting, I feel so sorry for Lu Xiaochuan. Your family is so rich, and your father owns a company. Why don't you offer him a position and then bring him over? Zhao Shuai asked. If they could bring Lu Xiaochuan over, their strength would be even greater. Then he's a useless man. Do you really think he's willing to be bullied just for the position of general manager? Lu Ting asked. Isn't that right? Zhao Shuai asked. Lu Ting said. He just found a reasonable excuse to willingly let others bully him. That's just incompetence. Yi Feng thought Lu Ting's words made sense. Lu Xiaochuan was indeed weak and incompetent. Even if Shi Dalong hadn't promised him any benefits, he still wouldn't dare to fight back and would willingly be bullied. And at this moment, Jin Feng stood beside Shi Dalong and Dahu, looking pitiful, and said, Dalong, Dahu, can you share some of your food with me? After finishing the last bit of food, Shi Dalong rubbed his hands together and said, Beautiful Jin Feng, why didn't you say so earlier? We've already finished eating. Jin Feng felt like vomiting blood. She had been guarding this place for so long. Hadn't the two of them seen anything? Although she was very angry, Jin Feng dared not complain, because Shi Dalong and the other man were not Lu Xiaochuan. Beautiful Jin Feng, hang in there. We'll find something to eat tomorrow, and we'll make sure you're well fed, Shi Dalong said. Shi Dahu also said, yes, we'll definitely find something to eat tomorrow. But I'm so hungry. Jin Feng clutched her stomach with both hands, squatting on the ground in great discomfort. If you're very hungry, try to lie on the ground and curl up. It will help relieve the feeling of hunger, Lu Xiaochuan said from the side. Go to hell, you poor idiot. Do you even have the right to care about me? Jin Feng stood up angrily and slapped Lu Xiaochuan twice. Slap, slap. After being slapped several times, Lu Xiaochuan angrily asked, why did you hit me? You're not convinced, are you? Believe me or not, when we get back to Suzhou, I'll have someone kill your whole family. I know a lot of capable and ruthless people. Jin Feng pointed at Lu Xiaochuan's nose and cursed loudly. She was very angry because Lu Xiaochuan hadn't offered her the food earlier. Lu Xiaochuan swallowed his anger, knowing that Jin Feng was in a bad mood, so he didn't want to argue. Just as Jin Feng was being arrogant, she saw Yi Feng slowly walking over with his sword in hand. Jin Feng was shocked and immediately stood obediently to the side, wondering if Yi Feng was planning to kill her. Chapter 47 Late at Night. Don't let them get close. Jin Feng was originally arrogant and smug, but when she saw Yi Feng walking over with his sword, she stopped being arrogant and smug and even became a little scared. Did Yi Feng want to kill her? Shi Dalong and his companion also stood up, cautiously watching Yi Feng, because they had no weapons in their hands. Lu Xiaochuan's eyes dimmed, but he still smiled at Yi Feng. Hee, brother Yi Feng, is there something you need us to do? Shi Dalong said with a smile. After sweeping his cold gaze over the group, Yi Feng said, I know you won't leave. You won't leave this place, right? Shi Dalong smiled and said, Brother Yi Feng, we are classmates from the same school and survivors. We should help each other. I hope you will give us a chance and not drive us away. Shi Dahu said unhappily, Yi Feng, don't push your luck. This island isn't yours. You have no right to make us leave. Since you don't want to leave, then you'd better behave yourselves. I'm going to set a rule. No one is allowed to go near the other's resting place at night, or don't blame me for being impolite. It's getting dark, and there's no moonlight tonight. It is dangerous after dark because people are asleep and have no defenses, and it is difficult to defend oneself. Brother Yi Feng, don't worry, we won't come near you. As Shi Dalong spoke, his eyes secretly glanced at the sword in Yi Feng's hand. If he could obtain such a weapon, it would make surviving on this island much easier. I hope you remember my words. No matter what, you are not allowed to come near our resting place at night, or don't blame me for being ruthless. After warning the group, Yi Feng picked up his sword and turned to leave. Jin Feng was very angry, but she only dared to complain after Yi Feng left. Brother, we carried the timber to build the hut, so why can't we live in it? Shi Da's eyes were sinister and filled with murderous intent. Shi Dalong gave him a look, signaling him to shut up. Shi Dahu was too angry to speak, but he knew that his older brother wouldn't keep swallowing his anger forever. It's getting dark. A bright fire was burning in the open space below the cave. Although there was no moonlight tonight, the bright firelight illuminated the surroundings. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui sat by the fire, preparing to rest. We all need to be careful tonight. We need to take turns keeping watch. The person on watch must not sleep. We need to be wary of Shi Dahu and his gang. Yi Feng said solemnly after returning to the fireside. Okay, we've got it. Lu Ting nodded solemnly, indicating that she remembered, and that she was also worried about those people. After dark, except for the area within a dozen meters around the fire, the rest of the place was completely dark. Yi Feng entered the thatched hut. Although it was not large, it was still 10 square meters, about the size of a typical single room, enough for 3 people to live in. The firelight outside shone into the thatched hut. After Zhao Shui entered the hut, she kept her head down, looking somewhat embarrassed. Seeing that she was shy, Yi Feng asked, Why are you keeping your head down? Am I so ugly that you don't want to see me? No, I wasn't looking down. Zhao Shui's voice was very soft. She was clearly looking down, but she wouldn't admit it. Look up at me, Yi Feng said, trying to tease the shy young beauty. Zhao Shui became even more shy, her face turning even redder. Yi Feng, you're teasing Zhao Shui again. You just want people to look at you, don't you? I'll just look at you. Lu Ting stared at Yi Feng, her large eyes seeming to try to see right through him. Ha. Yi Feng smiled and thought the school beauty was really fun. Stop talking and stop teasing Zhao Shui, little beauty. Can't you see how embarrassed she is? Lu Ting rolled her eyes. Zhao Shui kept her head down, feeling embarrassed. If it weren't for Lu Ting's presence, she would probably be trembling with nervousness if she were alone with Yi Feng. Don't be embarrassed, you'll get used to it. Yifeng lay on a pile of grass. The conditions in the thatched hut were very simple, with nothing but withered grass. Yifeng, stop talking nonsense and get some rest, or I'll beat you up. I know Taekwondo. Lu Ting clenched her fist and waved it in front of Yifeng, as if showing off her prowess. You all rest first, I'll keep watch, Yifeng said. No, Lu Ting said seriously. Leave the night watch to us. You don't need to keep watch anymore, because you need to get enough rest. Only when you're well rested will you have the energy during the day. Brother Yi, Lu Ting is right. You can't keep watch at night. Leave these small things to us. We can handle them, Zhao Shui said. Yifeng wanted to refuse, but Lu Ting said very seriously. You have to listen to us on this matter. Well, all right, since you two ladies insist, I'll take a rest. Only when I'm well rested will I have the energy to take care of you, Yifeng said with a smile. Zhao Shui became even more embarrassed, her face turning bright red. Bang! Lu Ting clenched her fist and punched Yifeng, saying, Do you want to get beaten up? You call yourself two ladies? After playing around with Lu Ting for a while, Yifeng went to rest, and Zhao Shui also prepared to rest. Lu Ting stayed up for the first half of the night. Before resting, Yifeng glanced at Showdown and his group not far from the thatched hut and instructed them. Lu Ting, you must be careful and don't let them get close. If they do, wake me up immediately. Okay, I got it. Lu Ting nodded. Chapter 48, They're Courting Death. Lu Ting sat in the thatched hut with her sword in hand, cautiously watching outside to prevent Showdown and his men from getting close. Because Yifeng was asleep, she was in charge of security and vigilance. Besides guarding against Showdown and his gang, she also had to guard against wild animals. This forest was dangerous, and wild animals would roam at night. Not far from the open space was a bonfire, which belonged to Showdown and his group. Under the night sky, a cold wind blew from time to time. Showdown sat on a rock and complained, That bastard Yifeng is really going too far. They live in thatched huts, but we live outside. Thinking of Yifeng and two beautiful women resting in the thatched hut that sheltered him from the wind and rain, he felt envious, jealous, and hateful. He really wanted to rush in and kill Yifeng, so that the two girls would belong to him. Stop complaining, Showdown said. Big brother, you can't really be that spineless, can you? Letting Yifeng ride roughshod over us. What right does that poor bastard have to own all this? Thinking of Yifeng's treatment, Showdown felt resentment. DeLong, you're not really afraid of Yifeng, are you? Jean Feng clutched her stomach with both hands. She felt very hungry, so hungry that her mouth was watering. Hey. Showdown smiled sinisterly and said, Yifeng is indeed dishonest. We need to teach him a lesson. Brother, I'm just waiting for your word. As long as you give the order, I'll kill him right away. Showdown was getting impatient and really wanted to make a move. Showdown said to Lu Shaochuan, Brother, if we have a conflict with Yifeng, whose side will you take? Brother Long, brother who? Let's try to get along. We're all colleagues, let's not make things awkward. Lu Shaochuan was timid as a mouse and did not want to be Yifeng's enemy. You idiot, do you still want to be the general manager? If you want to be the general manager, then you have to follow our orders. Otherwise, why should we let you be the general manager? Jean Feng's eyes widened in anger, wishing she could slap Lu Shaochuan to death. I wouldn't dare kill anyone, especially since Yifeng is my classmate. Lu Shaochuan shook his head in fear. He dared not do such a thing. Brother, you're overthinking it. How could we possibly do something like that? We just want to teach Yifeng a lesson, find an opportunity to pin him to the ground, and show him what we're capable of, Showdown said. Brother Long, are you telling the truth? You just want to teach Yifeng a lesson, just want to pin him to the ground and beat him up? Lu Shaochuan asked. Of course it's true. My brother and I are well off and have plenty of money. Why would we do something like murder or arson? Showdown said. Brother Long, as long as you don't hurt Yifeng, that's fine. Lu Shaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he really wanted to be the general manager and dared not offend Showdown or Showdown, he dared not kill anyone or hurt Yifeng. Lu Shaochuan, I've realized you're really useless. No wonder you'll be poor your whole life. Your dad, your grandpa, your ancestors, they're probably just as useless as you. So your ancestors for 18 generations were all poor bastards. Jean Feng is so sarcastic and mean-spirited. She actually said such things. Brother Lu Shaochuan, we're running low on firewood. Go to the nearby forest and get some more, Showdown instructed. Brother Long, but it's dark now, and the light in the forest is poor. Where am I going to get firewood? Lu Shaochuan was caught in a dilemma and didn't want to go. Don't you want to be the general manager anymore? Don't you want to rise to the top in the future? Brother Long asked you to do something, but you're making excuses. Jean Feng was very angry, and she was also extremely hungry. Okay, I'll do my best. Lu Xiaochuan got up and left. Although it was night, the firelight illuminated the surroundings, and the nearby forest was dimly lit. After Lu Xiaochuan left, Shirdahu asked, "Big brother, did you really only want to teach Yifeng a lesson?" "Just teaching him a lesson is too lenient. I want him dead." Jinfeng was furious and wished she could kill Yifeng. Although she is a woman, she is very cunning. "I never give my enemies a chance to live, because there are many stories of people who try to kill a snake but end up being bitten instead." Sherdalong's eyes were sinister, and he gritted his teeth. "Brother, then why did you just tell Lu Xiaochuan that you only wanted to teach Yifeng a lesson?" Shirdahu asked. "That coward Lu Xiaochuan is as timid as a mouse. If we said we wanted Yifeng dead, he definitely wouldn't have the guts. He might even be so scared that he'd betray us, which would cause trouble," Sherdalong said. Shirdahu and Jinfeng felt that this made sense. Lu Xiaochuan was weak and incompetent and cowardly. If he knew that Yifeng was going to be killed, he would definitely be terrified and might even inform on him. "Brother, why did you say those things to him just now?" Shirdahu asked. "Because I was lying to him. After I subdued Yifeng, I forced him to kill Yifeng himself, haha." Sherdalong smiled excitedly, probably because he felt he was very clever. "Big brother, you're really smart." Shirdahu gave a thumbs up, admiring his older brother's intelligence. "Brother Long, you are indeed very smart. If your plan succeeds, Lu Xiaochuan will be the one to kill Yifeng, and he will be under our control afterward." Jinfeng gave a thumbs up, also showing her admiration. "Let's take care of Yifeng first, then Lu Ting and Zhao Shui will be ours," Shirdahu said. "Brother Tiger, stop thinking about those two. I'm not bad looking either." Jinfeng pretended to be jealous, but this was just one of her methods to seduce men. "Haha." Shirdahu smiled and reached out to pinch Jinfeng's cheek. Jinfeng simply smiled alluringly and did not resist. "But we must be patient now and look for an opportunity. We must not alert the enemy," Sherdalong said. "Big brother, don't worry, I'll do whatever you say. This is an island, so it doesn't matter if we kill Yifeng. As for those two beauties, Lu Ting, we'll deal with them before we leave the island." Shirdahu made a gesture and then smiled smugly. Lu Xiaochuan returned carrying a bundle of timber. The cowardly man was unaware that he had been tricked. Lu Ting remained seated in the thatched hut, constantly on guard against the outside world, preventing attacks from wild animals and the approach of Sherdalong and his group. Several hours later, Zhao Shui woke up slowly. "Beautiful Lu Ting, what time is it now?" Zhao Shui rubbed her eyes and asked. "I don't have a cell phone. How would I know the time? But it should be the middle of the night," Lu Ting said. "You go and rest, I'll keep watch." Zhao Shui prepared to keep watch because they took turns resting. "Then you have to be careful. I feel that Sherdalong and Shirdahu are acting a bit strange. In the middle of the night, they are still not sleeping and are jumping around," Lu Ting warned. Zhao Shui looked outside and saw that Sherdalong and his men were still awake, pacing around the fire, looking quite energetic. These people are exhausted during the day but still full of energy at night. They must have ulterior motives. Chapter 49, Making Them Droll. Sherdalong and his men paced back and forth by the fire, as if they had lost something valuable and were searching everywhere for it. However, after wandering around until late at night, they were probably tired, so they lay down on the ground to sleep. The night passed quickly, and before we knew it, the next day had arrived. As dawn broke, Yifeng opened his eyes and saw the first rays of sunlight outside. "The weather is lovely today. Golden sunlight shines on the forest in the early morning, and the lush primeval forest looks like a vast blue sea." Yifeng slept very well last night, so he is particularly energetic today. "Brother Yi, you're awake?" Zhao Shui held her sword and nervously looked outside. "Thank you for your hard work. There was no news last night, right?" Yifeng asked. "Brother Yi, it was very quiet last night." Sherdalong and his men lingered by the fire for a long time and didn't go to sleep until the middle of the night, Zhao Shui said. "I wandered around the fire for a long time." Yifeng was very curious whether Sherdalong and his friends had taken the wrong medicine and were wandering around the fire in the middle of the night. Are they just bored out of their minds? Or are they too hungry to sleep? "They didn't come, did they?" Yifeng asked. "They never came over. They kept their distance from us," Zhao Shui replied. "It's good that they didn't come." Yifeng sat up. Lu Ting was still sleeping in the thatched hut. She had only gone to bed in the middle of the night, so she was sleeping soundly. "Brother Yi, I'll make you breakfast. You can rest a little longer," Zhao Shui said politely. "I've had enough sleep and don't want to rest anymore, but you should cook some breakfast first. After breakfast, we're going out hunting." Yifeng planned to go hunting after breakfast because he had run out of stored food. Food is very important on a desert island. Without food, you will starve to death. "Okay, I'll go make something to eat now." Zhao Shui handed her sword to Yifeng and then went outside to prepare food. Yifeng took his sword and went outside. He felt refreshed as the cool breeze blew on him. The air was fresh and the scenery was beautiful in the early morning. Showdown and his 3 companions were sleeping by another fire. These guys were really bold. No one took turns keeping watch, and they weren't afraid of wild animals appearing. The reason none of them kept watch at night was because they knew very well that Yifeng would never harm them. Zhao Shui was roasting wild boar meat by the fire. There were only a few pounds of wild boar meat left. After they finished eating, they had to go find food. Ouch! Oh my god! Oh my god! It hurts so much! Jin Feng, who was asleep, suddenly screamed and stood up, jumping up and down. It turned out that while she was asleep, she had accidentally put her hand in the charcoal fire and was burned awake. What's wrong? Shidalong and Shidahu woke up. They looked at Jin Feng with concern. My hand got burned. Jin Feng kept blowing on her hands. Fortunately, she wasn't sleeping very soundly, so she woke up quickly. Therefore, the burns weren't serious. Are you alright? How did you get so careless? Shidalong asked. Don't worry, I'm fine. Jin Feng blew on her hands, her eyes brimming with tears. Jin Feng, are you alright? Lu Xiaochuan woke up and got up from the ground, anxiously asking questions. Snap! Jin Feng was furious. She slapped Lu Xiaochuan across the face with her other hand and said, Do I need your concern whether I'm all right or not? You poor wretch, what right do you have to care about me? After being slapped, Lu Xiaochuan hung his head dejectedly and dared not speak. Yifeng, what's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Lu Ting came out of the thatched hut, her hair disheveled and looking very sleepy. She was sleeping soundly, but the noise outside woke her up. It's all right, you can go back to sleep, Yifeng said. Zhao Shui smiled and said, Jin Feng accidentally put her hand in the charcoal fire and got burned, which is why she made such a loud noise. Ha ha. Lu Ting laughed happily. This is really karma. This is what happens when you have bad character. Lu Ting, who are you calling a bad person? Are you asking for a beating? Jin Feng was very angry and glared at Lu Ting. I'm not Lu Xiaochuan. You can't just bully me. If you're so capable, come and try to fight me. Lu Ting looked at Jin Feng coldly, not taking her seriously at all. Snort. Jin Feng snorted angrily, but although she was very angry, she didn't dare to come over because she could only bully Lu Xiaochuan. Brother Yifeng, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Shidalong asked with a smile. It's all right. Yifeng nodded calmly, but his tone was rather cold. Shidahu felt envious, jealous, and resentful, and secretly glanced at Lu Ting and Zhao Shui. Brother Yifeng, what are your plans for today? Shidalong continued to ask. There are no arrangements. You'd better find your own food and don't expect me to give you any. Yifeng warned him beforehand that he would no longer give food to Shidalong and the others. The reason he gave them food yesterday was because they had worked. But today, Yifeng had nothing for them to do. Brother Yifeng, don't worry, we will go out to find food. However, we would like to go with you. There's strength in numbers, and we can deal with danger together if we encounter any problems, Shidalong said with a smile. No need, let's just go our separate ways. Yifeng's expression was icy, and he refused on the spot. Brother Yi, Miss Lu Ting, breakfast is ready, come and have some. Zhao Shui smiled as she looked at the two of them. She had already prepared breakfast. Breakfast was actually quite simple, grilled wild boar meat. Yifeng and Lu Ting sat by the fire, slowly eating the roasted meat. Watching the 3 of them eat, Jin Feng kept drooling and pressed her hands tightly against her stomach. Shidalong and Shidahu also wanted to eat, while Lu Xiaochuan's eyes dimmed and his throat moved slowly. Brother Yifeng, we're hungry. Could you share some of your breakfast with us? Shidalong asked. Our breakfast is very limited, so you'll have to figure it out yourselves. Yifeng would rather not finish the food than share it with them. Hee, since your breakfast isn't enough, shall we figure something out ourselves? After you finish eating, we'll go hunting together. Shidalong still had a smile on his face. However, Shidahu was acting very strangely today. Normally, he would have already threatened Yifeng, but he didn't say a word. However, the more Shidahu acted this way, the more wary Yifeng became. Yifeng, could you share some food with me? I ate something yesterday at noon and haven't eaten since. Jin Feng looked at Yifeng pitifully, watching them eat with longing eyes. You won't starve if you skip a few meals, just bear with it for now. Yifeng used the same tactics against him, just as Jin Feng had done to Lu Xiaochuan yesterday. Yifeng, could you give me something to eat? I'm starving too. Lu Xiaochuan looked pitiful. Come here, I'll share some with you. Out of consideration for being classmates, Yifeng decided to share some with Lu Xiaochuan. Thanks. Lu Xiaochuan was very grateful. He quickly walked over, then stretched out his hands and bent down to receive the food. Yifeng cut off a piece of wild boar meat for him, which weighed less than half a pound. Thank you, Yifeng. Lu Xiaochuan expressed his sincere gratitude, then continued to bend down and whispered 3 words. Be careful. After leaving those 3 words, Lu Xiaochuan turned and left. Yifeng heard his warning. He was probably implying that the 3 of them should be careful of Shi Dalong and Shi Dao. Chapter 50. Crisis in the Jungle. Lu Xiaochuan's reminder still rings in his ears. He knows what Xiaochuan means. He wants him to be careful of Shi Dalong and Shi Dao. After leaving Yifeng, Lu Xiaochuan returned to the group with a smile on his face. You poor wretch, you penniless pauper, what are you laughing at? Do you think you're something special just because you got some food? I really want to give you a name, like Stretch. Jin Feng was furious, so she started cursing. Stretching out? Everyone was curious as to why Jin Feng gave Lu Xiaochuan this name. Jin Feng continued. When you ask for something, you're like a beggar. When you ask Yifeng for food, you stretch out your hands. So this name suits you well. You deserve to be poor your whole life. Although Jin Feng's words were vicious, she seemed to have some knowledge. I'd like to share this breakfast with you all, so that everyone can have a little. Lu Xiaochuan dared not enjoy it all to himself, so he divided his breakfast into 4 portions and gave a little to each of them. Yifeng sat by the fire eating breakfast, his mind replaying Lu Xiaochuan's reminder. Yifeng, did you hear Lu Xiaochuan's reminder just now? Lu Ting asked. I heard him. He told us to be careful, Yifeng said in a low voice. What does he mean? Is he trying to tell us that Shi Dalong is going to attack us? Lu Ting spoke very softly, afraid that Shi Dalong and the others would hear her. There's no smoke without fire. It seems Shi Dalong and his gang really do have ulterior motives. Yifeng revealed a cold smile. These 2 bastards actually wanted to deal with him. Brother Yi, what should we do? Zhao Shui was terrified. She was timid to begin with, and now that she sensed danger, she was even more anxious. Because there are 3 men on Shi Dalong's side, even if Lu Xiaochuan stands by and remains neutral, Yifeng still has to deal with the Shi brothers. Those 2 good-for-nothings, if they dare to lay a hand on me, I'll take their lives anytime. Yifeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He would not offend others unless they offended him, but if they did, he would retaliate. But don't be careless, be careful. Those 2 brothers are treacherous and ruthless. Better safe than sorry, Lu Ting reminded her. Yifeng nodded, indicating that he would be careful. In fact, he didn't dare to be careless. Although he didn't take the 2 of them seriously, it's hard to guard against a villain. Haha, brother Yifeng, have you finished breakfast? Can we set off now? Shi Dalong walked over with a big smile on his face, looking like a grandson. We've already finished breakfast, but I suggest we each go out and hunt for our own food, because it's inconvenient with so many people, Yifeng said. Lu Ting also said, Shi Dalong, if we all go out together, we'll have to divide the food we find equally. If we split up, we'll have a better chance of finding food. Yes, it's best if we split up and look for food. Zhao Shui lacked confidence and dared not look Shi Dalong in the eye. She was timid just like Lu Xiaochuan, but she was a well-behaved girl, so it was normal for her to be timid. However, Lu Xiaochuan was a man. Brother Yifeng, beautiful Lu Ting, if we separate, it will be difficult to deal with danger. So let's go out together. If we find food, we will definitely not fight with you. We can split it equally, or 4-6, or even 3-7. We will follow your arrangement. Shi Dalong spoke very seriously and with a very sincere attitude. All right, since you insist on going out together, let's set off together. Yifeng stood up, grabbed his sword, and prepared to come out. Lu Ting held the wooden stick and followed behind him, preventing Shi Dalong from getting close to Yifeng. Zhao Shui was also carrying a wooden stick, because the forest was dangerous, and having a stick in hand was safer. For example, when walking in the grass, you can have a stick in your hand to scare away snakes. As you walk, you can pat the grass and trees around you, and the snakes hiding in the grass will leave. Brother Yifeng, today is our first time going out, and our first time working together. I hope God will give us good luck. Shi Dalong approached with a smile, but Lu Ting reached out a stick and nudged his shoulder, saying, Don't come any closer, stay away from me. You smell too much sweat. Shi Dalong wasn't angry. He just smiled awkwardly and took a few steps back. Shi Dahu was also unusually silent. In the past, Shi Dahu would probably have roared a few times and then started to attack, but today he was like a sick little tiger. Don't worry, Ms. Lu Ting, I won't get close, Shi Dalong said with a smile. Lu Ting gave Zhao Shui a look, signaling her to stay close to Yifeng and not to separate from him. If Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu wanted to deal with them, they would definitely target Yifeng first. As long as Yifeng was safe, the 2 of them would be absolutely safe. Zhao Shui knew what Lu Ting was thinking. She walked behind Yifeng with a wooden stick in her hand, but her hand was trembling because she was afraid. Yifeng walked through the forest with his sword in hand. He knew that Dalong and Dahu would deal with him sooner or later, and it wouldn't be long. But he wasn't afraid. He just needed to defend himself in secret and wait for those two bastards to make the first move. Then he could rightfully kill them. If those two trash are courting death, he will show absolutely no mercy. Even if he kills them, it will only be in self-defense. The group walked through the woods chatting and laughing, seemingly in harmony, but each of them had their own thoughts. About an hour later, Yifeng and his group arrived at a forest. This forest was quite far from the camp. The forest was lush and green, with ancient trees everywhere. The trees in this forest are more lush, and there is more vegetation. The fragrant aroma of plants wafted through the air, and Yifeng looked around, trying to spot any traces of prey. Yifeng, what's that? Lu Ting suddenly pointed to the ground in front of her. Yifeng looked in the direction she pointed and saw footprints on the ground. There were many footprints, in rows, and they were quite deep because the soil there was soft. Upon seeing the footprints, Yifeng became very serious and said in a suppressed voice, "Everyone be careful, there's danger here." "Brother Yi, what kind of animals' footprints are those?" Zhao Shui asked curiously, seeing Yifeng's serious expression. "Jungle wolf." Yifeng said these three words solemnly. "Jungle wolf." The group was startled, not expecting there to be wolves in the forest. "Brother Yi, don't wolves live on the grasslands? How come there are some in the jungle too?" Zhao Shui was very nervous and anxiously looked around. Yifeng explained, "Wolves aren't only found on the grasslands. There are jungle wolves in the jungles, desert wolves in the deserts, and even snow wolves in Siberia, where the land is covered in ice and snow. Many people believe that wolves only exist on grasslands, but in fact, wolves can also be found in deserts, jungles, and snowy regions. Everyone be careful, we might be in trouble." Yifeng gripped his sword tightly, anxiously looking around. He hadn't expected to find wolf tracks. Chapter 51 Danger. Saving Lu Ting. Everyone be careful. Yifeng reminded everyone that there were wolf tracks here. He hoped the wolves had gone far away and were no longer nearby. Otherwise it would be very dangerous because wolves are social animals. The footprints ahead indicated at least 3 wolves. Although there weren't many, a wolf pack could consist of anywhere from a dozen to 7 or 8 wolves. With so many wolves appearing at the same time, even with Yifeng's sword, it would be very dangerous. "Yifeng, do you think those wolves have gone far?" Lu Ting asked. "Have no idea." Yifeng shook his head slightly, looking at the footprints on the ground, and said, "However, these footprints were only recently left, so I estimate that these wolves are still nearby and haven't gone far." "Brother Yifeng, what should we do?" Dalong asked. Dahu was also very anxious. Although he usually acted arrogantly and seemed very powerful, he lost his composure when faced with danger. "Let's leave here first and go find prey and food elsewhere," Yifeng decided. They couldn't go straight back because they needed to continue searching for food, or they would starve to death. "Okay, we'll do as you say." Dalong obeyed Yifeng's orders and led the 3 men in his camp to retreat slowly. "Brother Yi." Zhao Shui was terrified. Her face was pale because it was the first time she had encountered something like this. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will protect you." "Yes, as long as you're here, we're not afraid." Zhao Shui nodded solemnly, indicating that she was not afraid. Splash! A strong wind blew through the forest, and leaves kept falling. Just as Yifeng was about to lead the others to retreat, he suddenly sensed danger. "Everyone be careful, danger is approaching." For some reason, Yifeng sensed something in the forest behind him, and sure enough, he saw 3 wolves slowly emerge from the forest. "Ah, wolves, there are wolves." When Jin Feng saw the 3 wolves, she screamed in fright. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, and Lu Xiaochuan were also terrified. The 3 gray wolves were very large, estimated to weigh over 100 pounds, over a meter tall, and over 1.5 meters long. These were large jungle wolves. Most wolves on the grasslands only weigh around 60 pounds, and wolves weighing over 100 pounds are very rare. "Oh well." Upon seeing Yifeng and his companions, one of the wolves raised its head and howled. Yifeng knew that the wolf was calling for its companions. Wolves are social animals, usually living in a pack. The size of the pack and the number of wolves depend on the living environment and the availability of food. If food is plentiful, a large wolf pack can have up to 20 wolves. Whoosh! Tap tap tap. In the forest, 3 wolves stared menacingly at the 7 people as they moved slowly forward. Because wolves are relatively timid and don't easily attack people, there were 7 people in their group, but only 3 wolves. Yifeng, Brother Yi, Lu Ting, and Zhao Shui were both very scared and nervous. Dalong and his men were almost scared to death, looking at the hungry wolf with trepidation. Don't be afraid, everyone. Wolves are timid. As long as we stay calm, they won't attack. Yifeng quickly reminded everyone, seeing their fear. Yifeng, do you mean these 3 wolves won't attack us? Showdown asked. Yifeng nodded and said, as long as we stay calm, don't be afraid, and don't turn around and run away, these 3 wolves won't attack us. But they will stall for time and wait for more of their companions to arrive. Brother Yifeng, just tell us what to do. We'll listen to you. Showdown was at a loss and followed Yifeng's arrangements. We must stay calm and find a way to kill these 3 wolves, otherwise they will call for more of their companions. Yifeng hoped everyone could remain calm and find a way to eliminate the 3 wolves, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh my god, there will be even more wolves coming. Jinfeng was terrified and turned to run away anxiously, wanting to leave this place. Oops. Yifeng inwardly cried out in alarm. That damn Jinfeng was more trouble than she was worth. She had actually turned and run away. Yifeng had repeatedly warned them not to turn and run away, because if they panicked or ran away, it would trigger the wolves' bestial instincts, and it would be very dangerous if the wolves attacked. But that trashy woman, Jinfeng, actually turned around and ran away in a panic. That wretched woman who ruined everything, let her die. Oh my god, I'm scared, run. Because Jinfeng escaped, the formation instantly fell apart, and the unity of the people scattered. Shirdahu and Lu Xiaochuan also turned and ran away. Oh well. Seeing the group panic and even flee, the 3 wolves were roused by their wild instincts and pounced on them. Yifeng, what should we do? Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were so frightened that their faces turned pale, but they had neither the time nor the mood to blame Jinfeng. Get out of the way and find somewhere to hide. Call out. Yifeng quickly drew his sword, preparing to fight the wolf. Whoosh. Whoosh. One wolf charged at Yifeng and his 2 companions, while the other 2 wolves charged at Jinfeng and her group of 4. Roll. Yifeng leaped up quickly and kicked the wolf that was pouncing and biting in midair on the head. Bang. A loud bang was heard as Yifeng kicked the wolf in the head, sending it crashing to the ground. In reality, wolves are not as terrifying as people imagine. Many believe that encountering a wolf in the wild is certain death, but most adults can handle a wolf once they can withstand its first attack. Oh well. After being kicked to the ground by Yifeng, the gray wolf continued to pounce and bite, leaping more than a meter into the air in an instant. Yifeng dodged quickly, narrowly avoiding the attack. Oh! Behind him, Lu Ting cried out in alarm. It turned out that after Yifeng dodged the wolf's attack, the wolf leaped up and tried to bite Lu Ting. Roll! In his anxiety, Yifeng reached out and grabbed the wolf's tail, then quickly swung it through the air. Bang! The wolf was smashed against the tree, causing leaves to fall from the tree. Before the wolf could stand up, Yifeng rushed over with his sword and stabbed it into the wolf's neck. Oh well. The gray wolf let out a miserable howl and was instantly killed. Oh my god, that scared me to death. Yifeng, thank you. Lu Ting turned pale with fright and kept patting her chest. That was close. If Yifeng had been any slower, she would definitely have been bitten. Lu Ting, are you alright? Yifeng asked. I'm fine, thank you. Lu Ting was sincerely grateful that Yifeng had saved her. Zhao Shui also asked. You weren't scared, were you? Of course I was scared, really scared, but thankfully I'm alright. It's good that you're alright. Seeing that Lu Ting was alright, Yifeng was relieved. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 2 brothers, Shirdaolong and Shirdao, were desperately hitting the 2 wolves with sticks. Lu Xiaochuan had already climbed up a tree. Although he was timid as a mouse, he was very fast at climbing trees. Jinfeng also hurriedly climbed the tree, but unfortunately, she had never climbed a tree before, so she couldn't climb it for a long time. Lu Xiaochuan, you poor bastard, you worthless wretch. Hurry up and pull me up. Jinfeng actually cursed loudly. Oh well. One of the wolves was hit on the head by Shirdaolong's stick, so it turned around and pounced on Jinfeng. Ah, help! Jinfeng screamed in fright. Chapter 52, Jinfeng was bitten by a wolf. Ah, help! Jinfeng clung to the tree with both hands, anxiously trying to climb up, but it was too late. Lu Xiaochuan stood on the big tree, intending to pull Jinfeng up, but his arms were not long enough. Oh well. The gray wolf rushed forward, opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at the golden phoenix. Get out of here! Seeing the gray wolf pounce on her, Jinfeng was furious. She reached out to try to push the wolf away, but the wolf bit her arm and shook it wildly, trying to bite it off. Ah! Jinfeng screamed in pain and pleaded anxiously for help. Yifeng, save me! Shirdaolong! Shirdahu, save me! Although Jinfeng was bitten and asked for help, Yifeng pretended not to see it. This vicious woman deserved to be bitten to death by wolves. Help! Help me, please. Jinfeng was so frightened that she wet her pants, and the injury on her hand was also quite serious. Jinfeng, we're here to save you. Showdown and his companion brandished their sticks and chased the gray wolf away. Then they rushed over and continued to swing their sticks, frantically beating the other wolf. Bang, bang, bang. Because the two men were swinging the sticks so hard, the wolf couldn't take it anymore, released its grip, and tried to escape. Don't go. Whoosh. Yifeng rushed over quickly, ready to kill the wolf. Since one wolf had already escaped, he wanted to kill this one. The two wolves together weighed around 200 pounds, and that much wolf meat would be enough to eat for a while. However, wolf meat probably wouldn't taste as good as wild boar meat. Oh well. When the wolf saw Yifeng rushing over, it turned around and opened its mouth, trying to bite Yifeng's hand. Die! Call out. Yifeng gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and swung it down suddenly. Oh well. The wolf howled and was killed by Yifeng with a single blow. An adult with a sharp weapon can kill a ferocious wolf. Brother Yi, you're amazing, Zhao Shui exclaimed excitedly from the side. And at this moment, Jinfeng winced in pain. The wound on her arm was severe. A chunk of flesh had almost been bitten off. Seeing Yifeng kill the wolf so easily, she was filled with hatred because she believed that Yifeng refused to help her. If Yifeng had intervened, the wolf would have died long ago, and she wouldn't have been injured. Jinfeng glared at Yifeng with fierce malice, vowing to find a chance to kill him. Jinfeng, are you alright? Sure, Delong asked. Delong, thank you. I'm alright. If it weren't for your help, I probably would be dead. Thank you for your great kindness. I will repay you. Jinfeng was very touched. Yifeng had once saved her and even given her food, but she still wasn't grateful because she felt that Yifeng was the kind of person who should do anything for her. Jinfeng, are you alright? Lu Xiaochuan climbed down from the tree and asked anxiously. I'm so angry. Jinfeng cursed angrily. You damn poor bastard. You were the first to climb the tree. You're just a poor man. It's one thing if you die, but why didn't you save me? Jinfeng, don't be angry. It wasn't that I didn't want to save you just now. It's just that I was scared too. Jinfeng berated him, and Lu Xiaochuan quickly tried to explain. Go to hell. Bang. Jinfeng bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and smashed it heavily on Lu Xiaochuan's head. Ah! Lu Xiaochuan cried out in pain as his head was smashed open and bleeding profusely. Blood, blood. Lu Xiaochuan clutched his head with both hands, feeling a sticky sensation on his hands. When he saw the blood covering his hands, he was terrified. Damn it, go to hell. Why didn't you block the wolves for me just now? Unable to quell her anger, Jinfeng picked up a stone and continued to smash it violently against Lu Xiaochuan's shoulder. Ah! Lu Xiaochuan cried out in pain, but still dared not retaliate. You cowardly piece of trash, with your meager courage, why should you be the general manager? Even if you were a dog, or even a pig, you wouldn't be the general manager. Jinfeng was furious and continued to point at Lu Xiaochuan's head and curse him incessantly. On the other side, Lu Ting couldn't stand it anymore, so she wanted to rush over and teach Jinfeng a lesson. Stop! Seeing that Lu Ting was about to go over, Yifeng stopped her. Yifeng, didn't you see Jinfeng bullying Lu Xiaochuan? She even smashed his head with a rock, Lu Ting asked. I saw it, Yifeng said. Since you saw it, why didn't you do anything? Why didn't you help Lu Xiaochuan? Yifeng calmly said, Lu Xiaochuan is an adult. He was bullied by a woman and didn't dare to fight back. What's the use of such a man? If he was bullied by a big man but was beaten because he was no match for him, I would definitely help him out. But what is Jinfeng? Brother Yi, I also think Lu Xiaochuan is too cowardly. Moreover, he is often bullied by Jinfeng and Showdown in order to become the general manager. Zhao Shui also felt sorry for Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Ting, you wretched woman, what are you looking at? Jinfeng was very angry and in a bad mood. Seeing Lu Ting looking at her, she became even more furious. Don't you think you've gone too far? Lu Ting asked. What's it to you? Lu Xiaochuan isn't your man. What right do you have to help him? Jinfeng asked. Lu Ting, don't waste your breath on her. She's a dying woman. Don't waste your words, Yifeng said coldly. Yifeng, who are you cursing? Who is the one who is about to die? Jinfeng is in a terrible mood right now, so she's going to argue with anyone she can get her hands on. She's not afraid of anyone anymore. Wolves and dogs are almost the same species. Many bacteria and viruses coexist with each other. If you are bitten by a wolf and the wound is so severe, you will definitely die of tetanus or a viral infection if you don't treat it, Yifeng said. Oh my god, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Jinfeng was terrified and immediately broke down. Chapter 53, Whether you live or die is none of my business. In the forest of an island. When Jinfeng learned that being bitten by a hungry wolf could lead to tetanus or viral infection, she panicked. Yifeng, you're not lying to me, are you? Jinfeng asked anxiously. Do you think I'd be in the mood to lie to you? Yifeng asked. This? Jinfeng was terrified and dared not be arrogant anymore. She used to look down on Yifeng and even often mocked him. She even wanted to join forces with the Shi brothers to kill Yifeng, but now she was so frightened that her face turned pale. Big dragon, big tiger, save me, save me. Jinfeng raised her uninjured hand and tightly grasped Shi Dalong and the other person. Jinfeng, we don't know how to save you either. Shi Dalong was caught in a dilemma, truly unsure how to save Jinfeng. I don't know how to save you either. Shi Dahu had no choice. They weren't doctors. Yifeng, I don't want to die. Please save me. Jinfeng rushed over and pitifully asked Yifeng for help. Hee. Yifeng sneered. A vicious woman like you deserves to die. I saved you once, but instead of repaying the favor, you tried to harm Lu Ting. Later, you even tried to team up with Shi Dalong to deal with me. Not only that, you also beat Lu Xiaochuan until his head was bleeding. Brother Yifeng, you've wronged us. We never intended to harm you. Shi Dalong quickly explained that he hadn't expected to deal with Yifeng. But Yifeng knew they harbored malicious intentions. Lu Xiaochuan sat under a tree, clutching his head tightly. His head had been smashed open by Jinfeng, and blood was still flowing. Well, seeing how pitiful Lu Xiaochuan was, Yifeng sighed inwardly. As a man, he was living such a pathetic life, a disgrace to men. Yifeng, I was wrong. Please save me, or I will die. Thump. Jinfeng knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and pleading. Yifeng pretended not to see it. This kind of vicious woman should be killed, bitten to death by wolves, or starved to death, because she is a menace. She is very scheming and extremely vicious. Last time she almost killed Lu Ting, and now she is pretending to be pitiful. Do not save a dog that has fallen into the water. It will bite if you do. Ignoring Jinfeng's pleas, Yifeng slowly walked towards Lu Xiaochuan. Oh dear, oh dear. Lu Xiaochuan sat under a tree, pressing one hand tightly against the wound on his head. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui also came to Lu Xiaochuan's side. Seeing his head bleeding, they felt very sorry for him. You're such a coward. You actually got beaten bloody by a vicious woman. Didn't you know how to fight back? Yifeng asked. Lu Xiaochuan said fearfully, Brother Yifeng, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Besides, I can't offend Jinfeng. She has influence in Suzhou. If I offend her or fight back, she will have someone kill me after I leave here and return to Suzhou. Yifeng was so angry he really wanted to kick Lu Xiaochuan. Damn it. He never expected there to be such a spineless man. Lu Xiaochuan continued. Moreover, Jinfeng and Brother Dalong promised that as long as I leave here, they will make me the general manager of a company. As long as I can become the general manager, what is this little bit of hardship? Are you even a man? Lu Ting was so angry that she wanted to kick Lu Xiaochuan to death. Well, Yifeng sighed and said, Fine. Considering we were once classmates, I don't want to leave you to die. The little green grass behind you is a 5-leaf grass, which can stop bleeding. Lu Xiaochuan quickly picked some herbs, chewed them, and then applied them to his head. Jinfeng remained kneeling on the ground, anxiously and fearfully pleading. Yifeng, please save me. I was wrong before. If you save me, I promise I will never be your enemy again. Hee. Yifeng sneered and said, Are you worthy to be my enemy? Do you even have the qualifications to be my enemy? Jinfeng was desperate and helpless, but she regretted treating Yifeng that way. If she had a better relationship with Yifeng, perhaps there would have been a chance for them to be saved. Yifeng, you can't save me at all. You can't do anything. You're just putting on an act. When pleading failed, Jinfeng resorted to provocation. Trying to provoke me? I won't fall for it, Yifeng said coldly. What exactly do you want from me before you'll save me? Jinfeng gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with a sinister light. Forget about it. I won't save you. After saying this, Yifeng looked at the Shi brothers beside him and said, There are 2 wolves here, and I killed both of them, so these 2 wolves belong to me. They had no food, but wolf meat could be used, so Yifeng decided to drag the 2 wolves back. Why should you have these 2 wolves? You're going too far. Shi Dahu was very angry and wanted to argue with Yifeng. On what grounds? Yifeng brandished the sword in his hand. Based on this alone, and the fact that he had killed the 2 wolves, it belonged to him. Seeing Yifeng brandishing his sword, Shi Dahu felt a little guilty and dared not speak, but he looked at the sword greedily, wishing he could have it. Brother Yifeng, you did kill these 2 wolves. We will not fight you for them. But we are all graduates of the same school and have a bond of friendship. Moreover, We were stranded on a desert island together and should help each other. We dare not divide them equally. Please give us a little. Showdown smiled and bowed deeply. However, he is a smiling tiger. He smiles at Yifeng and appears to be very harmonious, but he is the most scheming. Do you want wolf meat? Yifeng asked. Of course I want it. Showdown quickly nodded, indicating that he wanted it. If you want wolf meat, you two brothers can drag these two wolves back, and I can give you one, Yifeng said. Yifeng, you've gone too far. This place is far from the camp. You want the two of us to drag the wolf back? Do you want to exhaust us to death? Showdown was furious. It was an hour's walk from here to the camp, and if he dragged the wolf back, it would probably take 2 hours. If you can't even handle this little thing, then you're all useless. What right do useless people have to ask for food? Yifeng asked. You. Showdown was furious, his eyes wide with rage, wanting to turn against Yifeng. Big Tiger, brother Yifeng has already taken good care of us. Stop talking nonsense, and let's do our part to drag these two wolves back. Showdown gave his brother a look. After seeing his elder brother's look, Showdown suppressed his anger and secretly thought about finding an opportunity to kill Yifeng. Don't waste any more time. Let's get out of here quickly. Once that wolf escapes, it will definitely bring more companions with it, Yifeng said. Showdown and Showdown quickly dragged the wolf carcass away, preparing to leave with Yifeng and the others. Jinfeng was originally kneeling pitifully on the ground, but when she saw that Yifeng and the others were going back, she reluctantly stood up and followed behind them dejectedly. Lu Xiaochuan's head was broken, and he followed behind the others, clutching his head. Chapter 54. Only in this way can you survive. 2 hours later, the 7 returned to the camp, a deserted island camp with a thatched hut and a cave, but both the hut and the cave belonged to Yifeng. Damn, I'm exhausted. Showdown placed the wolf by the fire, then sat on a rock, panting heavily. That wolf probably weighed 100 pounds, and he dragged it for more than 10 miles, looking as tired as a dog. I'm exhausted. Showdown also put the wolves on the ground. The 2 wolves were already dead. They had been killed by Yifeng. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any other wolves along the way, but the forest was no longer safe, as wolf territories were quite large, and they were bound to encounter more wolves. It was only a matter of time. Yifeng, you just said that as long as we drag the wolf back, you'll give us one. Do you keep your word? Showdown asked. Showdown was also a little anxious, afraid that Yifeng would go back on his word, because he didn't want to break ties with Yifeng yet, and didn't want to go to war. The time wasn't right. Don't worry, I keep my word. That wolf is yours. Yifeng pointed to one of the wolves, which was a relatively small wolf, weighing about 70 or 80 pounds. Yifeng, you've gone too far. There are 4 of us in our camp, and only 3 in yours. You should give us the heavy wolf, Showdown complained angrily. Your side has more people. What does that have to do with me? If I hadn't intervened, you wouldn't even have a wolf's hair left, Yifeng said coldly. Showdown was about to get angry, but Showdown said seriously, Dao, brother Yifeng has already done more than enough by giving us a wolf. Don't be picky. Snort. Showdown was very angry and turned his head away in fury. Lu Xiaochuan sat on the rock, clutching his head. He felt a headache coming on, but thankfully the bleeding had stopped. Bang! Jinfeng walked over and kicked Lu Xiaochuan in the back, annoyed. You idiot, you poor bastard. Is this your place to sit? Can't you see I'm injured? You don't even know to give up your seat. Jinfeng, but I'm injured too. Lu Xiaochuan patiently held back his anger. You poor bastard, you dare to talk back? Believe me, once you leave here and return to Suzhou, I'll have someone kill you. Jinfeng cursed loudly. She was in a bad mood, so she took it out on Lu Xiaochuan. However, among the people here, she could only bully Lu Xiaochuan. Zhao Shui and Lu Ting were Yifeng's people, so she didn't dare to bully them. As for Yifeng, he was a ruthless person with a bad temper, so she dared not bully him either. The Shi brothers were once local tyrants, and she didn't dare offend them, so she could only take her anger out on Lu Xiaochuan. Jinfeng, don't be angry, I'll give it to you. Lu Xiaochuan quickly stood up. He dared not offend Jinfeng, because Jinfeng did have many connections in Sioux City and had made friends with all sorts of people. If he offended Jinfeng, he would be beaten very badly after leaving the deserted island and returning to Sioux City. You poor bastard. Jinfeng sat on the rock, rolled her eyes, and said, You poor wretch, you deserve to be poor your whole life. You want to be a general manager? Even if you let a dog be the general manager, I won't let you be one. Lu Xiaochuan didn't dare to talk back, but secretly glanced at Showdown. Hee, brother, Jinfeng is in a bad mood, so just let her be. Once we leave here and return to Suzhou, my father's position as general manager of the company will be yours forever. Showdown patted Lu Xiaochuan on the shoulder and said, Brother Long, you're not lying to me, are you? Lu Xiaochuan was a little uneasy, afraid that Shi Dalong would change his mind later. Holy crap! Shi Dahu jumped up and cursed. You idiot, you don't believe us? My father owns several companies. It doesn't matter if we give you a general manager position. We can even make a dog the general manager if we want, let alone you, a human being. Brother Long, brother who, thank you. Lu Xiaochuan was very happy. As long as he could become the general manager, all the suffering he had endured on the island would be worth it. Dog, 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 you're just a dog. Jin Feng kept insulting Lu Xiaochuan. She was very angry and in a bad mood because she believed that Lu Xiaochuan had ruined her. When the wolf appeared, Lu Xiaochuan was the first to climb the tree and did not risk his life to protect her, so she held a grudge. Brother Yi, I feel that Jin Feng is really arrogant, Zhao Shui said with some dissatisfaction. As long as she doesn't offend me or bully you, that's fine. Yi Feng had no interest in, nor did he want to, deal with Jin Feng's arrogance. Brother Yi, why don't you help Lu Xiaochuan and bring him into our camp? I feel so sorry for him. Zhao Shui couldn't bear it. She felt that Lu Xiaochuan was really pitiful. He was beaten bloody by Jin Feng, and not only did he not dare to get angry, he also had to apologize. Yi Feng said, a useless person like him would be of no use even if he joined our camp. On the contrary, he would only add to our burden. But Jin Feng is too arrogant. Don't you want to curb her arrogance? Lu Ting asked. Yi Feng thought Lu Ting was right. Jin Feng was indeed too arrogant. Oh my god. Jin Feng sat on a rock, one hand covering the wound on her arm. The wound was large and quite serious. Despite the pain, Jin Feng saw Yi Feng approaching with his sword in hand. She quickly stood up because she was afraid of Yi Feng. Yi Feng was different from Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan was just a good-for-nothing and a coward, but she dared not provoke Yi Feng. Well, Yi Feng sighed and said, your injury is quite serious. If you don't get treatment, you are very likely to get tetanus and viral infection. I estimate that your entire arm will rot within 2 days, and then your life will be in danger. Jin Feng's eyes were brimming with tears, and she looked pitiful, as if she wanted to cry. If you want to live, you must burn your wounds with charcoal, otherwise your life will be in danger, Yi Feng said. Yi Feng, don't try to fool me, I won't fall for it. Jin Feng gritted her teeth. She also hated Yi Feng. If Yi Feng had intervened, she wouldn't have been bitten by the wolf. In ancient times, people would use this method to disinfect their wounds. It's the most primitive and oldest disinfection method, and the only way to save your life, Yi Feng said. Perhaps the wolves don't have the virus? Jin Feng asked. Yi Feng said, wolves live in the wild and often eat animals raw. Their teeth not only carry viruses, but also many worm eggs. If you want to survive, you must use the method I'm about to describe. Yi Feng, don't try to fool me, I won't fall for it. Although Jin Feng was very angry, she also wavered a little. Believe it or not, after leaving those words, Yi Feng dragged the largest wolf away. He planned to go to the stream, use his sword to gut the wolf, and then clean it thoroughly. Brother Yi Feng, wait for me. I'll go with you, and I'll need your help in the process. Shi Dalong had his younger brother join him, dragging the wolf carcass to catch up with Yi Feng quickly because they didn't have knives and needed Yi Feng's help. Jin Feng stood by the fire, looking at the embers in the fire, her mind replaying Yi Feng's words. Chapter 55, Jin Feng's Ferocity. Yi Feng dragged the wolf carcass downstream along the spring. After walking for about 10 minutes, he saw the stream water gather into a pool. The pool is not large or deep, about 10 meters wide, 7 or 8 meters long, and about 1 meter deep. After placing the wolf carcass on the ground, Yi Feng prepared to gut it. Wolf meat was food, and with this wolf, they wouldn't go hungry for the time being. The Shi brothers, dragging the wolf carcass, walked breathlessly to Yi Feng's side. Brother Yi Feng, I have a favor to ask. Shi Dalong stepped forward, trying to get closer to Yi Feng. Stay away, don't come near us. Lu Ting poked Shi Dalong on the shoulder with a stick, making him back away. These two are up to no good and are definitely plotting against them. So Lu Ting doesn't let Shi Dalong get close to Yi Feng. In case he suddenly snatches his sword, it would be very dangerous. Hee hee, beautiful Lu Ting, you don't trust me at all. Shi Dalong gave an awkward laugh, then stepped back. But glancing at Lu Ting's beautiful and alluring figure, he thought to himself that after he killed Yi Feng, he would definitely pin this school beauty to the ground. Damn it, she dared to poke him with a wooden stick. He'd do the same. I never trusted you in the first place, Lu Ting said. Shi Dalong still had a smile on his face, as if he were very kind. What do you want? Just say it. Yi Feng waved his hand impatiently. He had no liking for Shi Dalong. Brother Yi Feng, it's like this. Could you use your sword to cut this wolf open as well? Shi Dalong carefully observed Yi Feng's expression and said, "Of course, I wouldn't be foolish enough to borrow your sword. You'll only feel at ease if the sword is in your hands, so I won't touch it. I just ask that you lend a hand and help us. When we get back, you'll have to collect 10 bundles of timber for us as my payment," Yi Feng said. Shi Dalong's face immediately darkened. There were 10 bundles of timber. That was a lot. "Yi Feng, you've gone too far. You've gone too far." Shi Dahu was furious and wanted to rush over, snatch the sword from Yi Feng's hand, and then kill Yi Feng. Once Yi Feng is dead, the two brothers can pin the school beauty Lu Ting and the well-behaved Zhao Shui to the ground. Haha. "You can refuse, but I can also refuse your request," Yi Feng said dismissively to their complaints. "Okay, deal." Shi Dalong nodded with a smile, but he secretly glanced at Yi Feng's sword. Such a fine sword. How wonderful it would be if it fell into their hands. If he got the sword, the first thing he would do was kill Yi Feng, and then make Lu Ting and Zhao Shui their women. Right here on this deserted island. Right here in this forest, haha. As he thought about it, Shi Dalong couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Ting asked. Zhao Shui was also very curious and didn't understand why Shi Dalong was laughing. "Oh, I wasn't laughing at anything. I just think Brother Yi Feng is a really good person, a truly good person," Shi Dalong said. "His smile is so cunning and sinister. He must have ill intentions." Lu Ting became even more wary of Shi Dalong. His smile was too cunning, like that of the big bad wolf seeing the happy sheep. Yi Feng picked up his sword and gutted the wolf at his feet. Then he went to Shi Dalong and Zhao Shui's side to help them deal with the wolf. However, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui kept their wooden sticks pointed at the two men, afraid that they would suddenly attack and snatch the sword from Yi Feng's hand. "You two girls, don't look at us like that. Don't be so wary of us like we're thieves. Actually, my brother and I aren't bad people," Shi Dalong said with a smile. "You are bad people. You have ill intentions," Lu Ting said. Zhao Shui didn't dare to speak because she was very timid. After helping the two men disembowel the wolf, Yi Feng returned to his original position and prepared to clean up their wolf. "Yi Feng, you should rest. How can we let you do this? Leave it to the two of us women." Lu Ting rolled up her sleeves, squatted down, and began washing the wolf meat. Zhao Shui also rolled up her sleeves and helped with a smile. Yi Feng stood aside, keeping watch on his surroundings, worried about potential dangers, because this was a forest where wolves and other wild animals could appear at any time. "Beautiful Lu Ting, beautiful Zhao Shui, could you help us clean the wolf meat? We two brothers don't know how to do this kind of thing," Shi Dalong said. "Roll." Lu Ting glared at the two men with displeasure. These two bastards actually wanted them to do things. Dream on. Shi Dalong just smiled slightly, and then stopped talking. However, he was very angry. If Jin Feng hadn't been injured, the two of them would have had help. But what annoyed them the most was that Jin Feng, that damned woman, had actually smashed Lu Xiaochuan's head with a rock. Lu Xiaochuan is also injured now, so only the two brothers can do this kind of thing. "Brother, don't beg them. It's just a small matter. We two brothers can handle it." Shi Dahu rolled up his sleeves and squatted by the water to wash the wolf meat. About 2 hours later, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui finally finished washing up. Shi Dalong and his brother finished too, but they were both covered in dirt. Yi Feng used his sword to cut the wolf meat and also helped Shi Dalong and the other man, but on one condition. After everything was done, the group carried the wolf meat back to the camp. "Now that we have food, we can preserve a lot of it by simply getting some sea salt from the beach and then smoking it. However, since the sea salt hasn't undergone any special treatment, we can't eat too much of it." At the camp. Beside the campfire, Lu Xiaochuan sat on a rock, clutching his head wound with one hand. Although the bleeding had stopped, it still hurt terribly. Jin Feng went too far. She just smashed his head with a rock. "You poor bastard, you penniless wretch. All you did was smash your head open, and you look like you're half dead. You deserve to be poor your whole life, and your ancestors were all poor." Jin Feng became angrier and angrier as she looked at Lu Xiaochuan, so she continued to curse and humiliate him. Lu Xiaochuan dared not speak, because he dared not offend Jin Feng. He was even thinking that after he left this place, he would have the opportunity to become the general manager. After cursing Lu Xiaochuan a few times, Jin Feng wrapped a stone in the fire, took out the scalding stone, and held it to her wound. Then, with a fierce expression, she prepared to burn the wound. As Yi Feng had just said, being bitten by a wolf would definitely lead to a viral infection, and in order to survive, she had no choice but to make the difficult decision. Hiss. Ah. When the scalding sensation was applied, Jin Feng screamed in pain and then fainted on the ground. Golden Phoenix. Lu Xiaochuan stood up anxiously, but he admired Jin Feng. This woman was indeed ruthless. Yi Feng happened to return and witnessed this scene. He admired Jean Feng greatly. She was incredibly courageous, far surpassing the courage of many men. Yi Feng, even if I scald myself to death to disinfect myself in this way, I won't beg you. Upon seeing Yi Feng return, Jean Feng gritted her teeth and said viciously, "Well." Yi Feng sighed and said, "Actually, this method of disinfection is useless. It only increases the chance of infection and makes people die faster." Uft. Jean Feng immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot, probably from anger. But a vicious woman like her, a woman who wanted to kill her classmate, deserved everything. Chapter 56, She's so pitiful. Jean Feng fainted from anger, but she got what she deserved. This kind of insidious, vicious, and ungrateful woman deserved this fate. Jean Feng, are you alright? Lu Xiaochuan stood up, intending to run over, but hesitated for a moment before he dared not go. Perhaps he was still traumatized, probably because he was terrified of Jean Feng. That useless woman had completely disgraced men. Damn it, this was a deserted island, completely uninhabited. If he were a man, he should have fought back with a clear conscience. Jean Feng, are you alright? Shi Dalong rushed over anxiously, only to find that Jean Feng had indeed fainted. Big brother, is Jean Feng in danger? Shi Dahu asked. Have no idea. Shi Dalong shook his head, also afraid that Jean Feng had died. Although the dead woman was unclean, on this deserted island, he couldn't care less. After setting up the rack, the three of them placed the wolf meat on top and prepared to smoke it to make cured meat. However, they were still short of sea salt, so Yi Feng planned to get something to eat first and then go to the beach to get sea salt together. On the other side, Jean Feng woke up. She lay on the rock, groaning. I hate Yi Feng to death. Dalong, Dahu, you too, get him and kill Yi Feng. Jean Feng, you're not feeling well, don't talk nonsense. Shi Dalong immediately stopped Jean Feng from speaking, because in this kind of situation, one can only wait silently for an opportunity, and once that opportunity is seized, Yi Feng will have no chance to turn the tables. Dogs that bite don't bark, while dogs that don't bite bark everywhere. Big dragon, big tiger, as long as you kill Yi Feng for me, I'll be your woman, and you can do whatever you want with me, Jean Feng said viciously. Beautiful Jean Feng, you're confused. We're classmates with Yi Feng. How could we possibly harm him? Shi Dalong winked at Jean Feng, signaling her not to speak carelessly or alert Yi Feng, lest she arouse his suspicion and wariness. As for Jean Feng wanting to repay them by becoming their woman, he really didn't care, because Shi Dalong's father was a powerful and ruthless local bully. He had seen countless girls back in college. Jean Feng, that damned woman, used to frequent various places with wealthy men back in school. She's practically a public bus. So Shi Dalong still likes Lu Ting and Zhao Shui, but these two beauties are very disgusted with him. Jean Feng understood Shi Dalong's intention, so she gritted her teeth and remained silent. But she vowed to kill Yi Feng, and then kill Lu Ting and Zhao Shui. This was a deserted island, and no one would know even if she killed them. As for the arrival of the rescue team, they could simply say they knew nothing about it. After all, several hundred people probably died in this cruise ship accident, so even if Yi Feng and his group died, they would only be a few out of several hundred people, and no one would care. Yi Feng heard Jean Feng's vicious complaints, and he looked at Lu Ting beside him and said, You heard it all, didn't you? You were just feeling sorry for her, but she was thinking about how to kill us. Well, Lu Ting sighed and said seriously, Yi Feng, you need to be careful. Don't worry, anyone who dares to mess with me, anyone who dares to try to kill me, I'll kill them first. Call out. Bang. Yi Feng swung his sword and severed a tree root. Hee, brother Yi Feng, don't listen to Jean Feng's nonsense. She's a bit out of her mind, so she's talking nonsense. We're classmates from the same school. How could I harm you? Shi Dalong immediately explained, but his smile was sinister and his expression was somewhat unnatural. Shi Dahu also said, Yes, we are all classmates. We would never kill each other. Shi Dalong, Shi Dahu, of course I believe you. Yi Feng smiled slightly. In fact, he knew very well that these two guys were cunning and ruthless, but they were currently behaving themselves and had not made any extreme moves or shown any intentions. Therefore, Yi Feng could not make a move. If they dared to make a move, he would kill them in a matter of minutes. Brother Yi Feng, let's go collect the wood and finish what you asked us to do. Shi Dalong left with his younger brother, while Jean Feng and Lu Xiaochuan stayed at the camp to rest because they were both injured. Yi Feng, Lu Ting, and Zhao Shui continued to sit by the fire, roasting wolf meat and eating, planning to go to the beach to get sea salt after they were full. Shi Dalong and his companion entered the forest, where there was plenty of timber scattered everywhere. Big brother, when are you going to make your move? I can't stand Yi Feng anymore. I wish I could kill him as soon as possible. In the forest, Showdown found no one around and no one was following him, so he asked. Showdown said, Brother, now is not the time. We need to wait for an opportunity. Haven't you noticed that Yifeng, Lu Ting, and Zhao Shui have been on guard against us? If we make a move now, we will not only fail, but we may even be no match for Yifeng, because he has a sword. Damn it, Showdown cursed and said, that poor bastard Yifeng is so lucky. He actually got a sword and met two such beautiful women. I'm so envious. I really want to kill him and then snatch those two girls away. Brother, don't be impulsive. Let's not offend him now, or we'll be in big trouble. Look at that stupid woman, Jin Feng. She offended Yifeng because she's brainless, and she's been dealt a terrible blow as a result. Shi Dalong patted Showdown on the shoulder and said seriously. Thinking about Jin Feng's ordeal, Showdown was also somewhat frightened. That vicious and brainless woman is in a terrible state because she offended Yifeng and once tried to kill Lu Ting. Yifeng is no good. If we expose our murderous intent prematurely, I believe our fate will be even worse than Jin Feng's, Shi Dalong continued. Brother, don't say anything more. I'll listen to you. But you need to find an opportunity quickly, Showdown said unwillingly. Shi Dalong nodded slightly and said, hurry up and find some firewood. Trust me, the opportunity will definitely come, and it will come very soon. Brother, I understand. Showdown nodded, and then he and his older brother went to search for firewood in the forest. Chapter 57. The plan to eliminate two people. In the forest of the island, on the open ground in front of the cave, Yifeng and Lu Ting were eating roasted wolf meat. Although it didn't taste very good, it was enough to fill their stomachs. After all, once they left the island, it was good enough to have food, so they weren't picky and as long as they could fill their bellies. On the other side, the injured Jin Feng and Lu Xiaochuan were also grilling wolf meat. They were cooking and planning to wait for Shi Dalong and the other person to come back so they could eat. Because of their injuries, the two of them were grilling rather slowly. Yifeng, I've sensed Shi Dalong and Showdown's murderous intent several times. I'm sure they'll make their move on you sooner or later. Once you're dead, Zhao Shui and I will definitely suffer the same fate. Those two bastards will treat us like playthings, and we'll die sooner or later too. Lu Ting's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded somewhat suppressed. Zhao Shui was immediately terrified because she was very worried that something like this would happen. She was a timid girl and had never seen anything like this before. Yifeng nodded sternly. He was well aware of this as well. Yifeng, you must strike first and kill them both. Otherwise, if they strike first, your life will be in danger, Lu Ting continued. But Zhao Shui's voice was very soft, and she said fearfully, but what if the rescue team arrives tomorrow and Brother Yi kills them? What then? Lu Ting said in a low voice. I estimate that the rescue team won't be able to come for the time being, because it's been several days since the incident and there's still no news from the rescue team. Moreover, time is of the essence. If those two strike first and kill Yifeng, both you and I will be in danger. Do you want to be defiled by them? Zhao Shui lowered her head nervously and fearfully. Of course she didn't want to. But the thought that if she were to kill the two of them, she might have to strike first, made her very afraid. Yifeng, you can't be soft-hearted. You have to be ruthless when necessary, understand? Lu Ting said sternly. Yifeng looked back and saw that the Shi brothers, Dalong and Shi Dalong, were returning from the forest not far away, carrying 4 bundles of timber. Although they were far apart, he could almost see the murderous intent in their eyes. These two bastards, since they wanted to kill him, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Yifeng devised a plan. He decided to use this method. If the two of them really wanted to die, or tried to kill him, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. If neither of them has this idea, then let them live. Damn, I'm exhausted. Back at the camp, Showdown threw the wood on the ground, panting heavily because he was exhausted. The two brothers never did anything. This is fucking exhausting. Shi Dalong also put the wood on the ground and wiped the sweat from his face. Dalong, Dahu, you must be hungry. Why don't you eat something first? Jin Feng said with concern. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, Brother Long, Brother Hu, you too must be very tired. Eat something first, and then you can work again. Fuck you, Lu Xiaochuan. You're so lazy. My brother and I are working ourselves to the bone, and you're just resting here? Do you even want to be the general manager? When we get back, I'd rather give the general manager's position to a dog than give it to you. Showdown cursed. Lu Xiaochuan said with a smile. Brother Hu, I'm not being lazy. It's just that I injured my head, so I can't do anything. But please don't worry. Once my head is better, I will definitely do more work. In order to become the general manager in the future, Lu Xiaochuan dared not offend Showdown. Showdown, You two brothers must be tired. Take a rest and have something to eat. Don't go collecting firewood. Yifeng shouted from a distance of more than 10 meters. The two were quite surprised, not expecting Yifeng to care about them so much. In their hearts, Yifeng was a heartless and harsh man who treated the two brothers very badly, but now he was showing them great mercy. Haha, brother Yifeng, when did you become so kind? Showdown laughed. Yifeng said, after we've eaten, let's go to the beach together, find a place to dig a ditch, then divert the seawater into the ditch, dry it, and extract sea salt. Haha. Showdown smiled and said excitedly, brother Yifeng, please rest assured, after we two brothers have eaten and drunk our fill, we will definitely go to the beach with you. Brother, we're already exhausted. Why do we still have to go to the beach? Showdown complained. Showdown quickly turned around and gave Showdown a look. He felt that the opportunity had arrived, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Because he was digging ditches by the sea to divert water for sea salt production, Yifeng would definitely put down his sword during the process. The two brothers will have a chance to steal the sword from Yifeng. Once they get the sword, they will kill Yifeng. The reason they haven't made a move yet is because of the sword in Yifeng's hand. Thinking of this, Showdown glanced at Lu Ting and Zhao Shui with a sinister look in his eyes. As long as Yifeng was dead, these two beauties would be theirs, and they could do whatever they wanted with them. Yifeng saw through Showdown's thoughts. He just smiled coldly. This trash actually wanted to deal with him. Damn it, today he'll send those two brothers to hell. This is a deserted island. We can't be soft-hearted. Since both of them are dishonest, they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 58. The conflict finally erupted. These two are a threat, so Yifeng plans to eliminate them first. It would be dangerous to let them make the first move. Although he has practiced kung fu for more than 10 years and does not take them seriously, and is confident that he can defeat them, it is easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. There are many cases in history where kung fu masters have died at the hands of villains. Those kung fu masters died at the hands of petty people because they were careless and looked down on them. Yifeng absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen to him, so he had to eliminate the two men first and make them die. Of the four, the two brothers were in the greatest danger. As for Jin Feng, that wretched woman, although she had ill intentions, she was just a woman after all and not very dangerous. Lu Xiaochuan was a coward, weak and incompetent, so he posed no threat whatsoever. Fireside. Showdown slowly ate the wolf meat, plotting how to kill Yifeng. When he goes to the beach to work on the ditches and dry sea salt, Yifeng will definitely be busy and less vigilant. He just needs to seize the opportunity to snatch the knife from Yifeng's hand and then kill him. No matter how high his martial arts skills are, he is afraid of a kitchen knife. In this desolate wilderness, as long as he finds an opportunity to kill Yifeng, he can find a place to bury him. After Yifeng dies, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui will be their women, and the two brothers can do whatever they want on this deserted island. As for that coward Lu Xiaochuan, they have countless ways to deal with him. As he thought about it, Showdown actually smiled. About an hour later, noon arrived, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Everyone is full. Yifeng picked up his sword, stood up, and smiled. Showdown, have you both eaten your fill? Let's set off to the seaside to get some sea salt. Okay, brother Yifeng. Showdown gave a sinister smile, glanced at the sword in Yifeng's hand, and then gave his brother a look. Showdown nodded slightly to show that he understood. He knew his elder brother's intention. The elder brother was implying that once they reached the beach, they should find an opportunity to snatch the knife from Yifeng's hand, and then the two of them should work together to kill Yifeng. Once Yifeng was dead, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui would be theirs, and the two brothers could do whatever they wanted with them. Let's go. Yifeng picked up his sword and prepared to set off. Let's go together. Lu Ting picked up the wooden stick, ready to set off together. Zhao Shui was a little scared. She knew that the conflict was about to erupt. Although the two sides were on the surface being amicable, a conflict, or even a killing, was about to break out. Zhao Shui was very timid and had never seen such a scene before, but she still mustered up her courage and wanted to go with Yifeng. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, don't go. Wait for me here, Yifeng said. I'll go with you. Lu Ting was worried. She was afraid that Yifeng alone would have difficulty dealing with Showdown and his brother, since the two brothers were dangerous people. You all stay here, lest the fire would go out and the pickled wolf meat fall into the fire and burn, Yifeng said. Lu Ting hesitated because she didn't want to stay here, and she was really worried about Yifeng going alone. Obedient. Yifeng smiled slightly and gave Lu Ting a look. Seeing Yifeng's confidence, Lu Ting said, all right, then we'll stay here. You can go and come back soon. Brother Yifeng, let's go, Shi Dalong said with a smile. Good. Yifeng nodded slightly, indicating that they could set off. Big Dragon and Big Tiger, I'll go with you. Jin Feng got up, ready to go with the two brothers. She had just overheard Shi Dalong and Shi Dalong whispering to each other, seemingly trying to find an opportunity to kill Yifeng. So she wanted to go with them. She wanted to see with her own eyes how Yifeng died. She hated Yifeng to the bone because she believed that Yifeng was responsible for her being bitten by the wolf. If Yifeng had intervened to help her, she certainly wouldn't have been injured. Jin Feng secretly thought that after Yifeng died, she would take revenge on Lu Ting. Haha. Okay, since you want to go, let's go together, Shi Dalong laughed. Jin Feng kicked Lu Xiaochuan and said angrily, You poor bastard, you idiot. What are you doing sitting here? Do you still want to be the general manager after you leave here? You're just sitting here like a dead pig. Although Lu Xiaochuan was very unhappy after being kicked by Jin Feng, he still stood up and said, Okay, I'll go with you. Haha brother, don't worry. After we leave here, I'll make you the general manager of my father's company. Shi Dalong patted Lu Xiaochuan on the shoulder and smiled smugly. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, wait for me here. We'll be back as soon as we're done with the sea salt, Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Ting was worried. She had originally wanted to go with him, but Yifeng refused. Watching Yifeng and the others leave, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were very worried. But they were women and there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Yifeng would return safely and that nothing would happen. Splash. On the vast, boundless seashore, the seawater surges continuously. Yifeng and Shi Dalong arrived at the beach. Under the scorching sun, the temperature at the beach was very high. Yifeng found a low-lying spot and said, Let's build a canal here and divert it into the sea. After the seawater dries up tomorrow, we can get sea salt. Haha good. Shi Dalong nodded and smiled. Let's get started. Yifeng placed his sword under the reef, then deliberately bent down to dig. Shi Dalong was overjoyed, not expecting this opportunity to come so easily, so he shouted, Dao, move out. After saying this, Shi Dalong quickly bent down, trying to snatch the sword. Shi Dahu also rushed over quickly, trying to snatch the sword. Chapter 59, A Moment of Life and Death. The wolf is coming. Seaside. Shi Dalong hurriedly snatched Yifeng's sword, and Shi Dahu also rushed over quickly. They had long wanted to take the sword and kill Yifeng, but they had never had the chance. Today, they finally had their chance. Dahu quickly grabbed the sword and killed this idiot Yifeng. Jin Feng screamed with hatred. She hated Yifeng to the core. Lu Xiaochuan was terrified. He stood to the side, his face pale, because Yifeng and Shi Dalong had finally turned against each other. He didn't know what to do, but he would never help Yifeng. He only wanted to protect himself or seek refuge with the two of them, so that he could become the general manager after leaving the deserted island. Although he and Yifeng were classmates, their friendship was worthless and cheap. Just as Jin Feng said, there is no future in following poor people. He doesn't want to be poor, so he wants to rely on the two of them. Just as Shi Dalong and his companion were about to snatch the sword, Yifeng leaped up and unleashed a series of aerial kicks. Bang! The agile Yifeng, before the two could even get their swords, launched a series of kicks through the air, sending them flying to the ground. All the movements were executed in one smooth motion. After all, Yifeng had practiced martial arts for more than 10 years, starting when he was 7 or 8 years old, so the two were no match for him. Both of them screamed, as Yifeng kicked them to the ground. Big Dragon, Big Tiger, hurry! Jin Feng was shouting excitedly, but then she was stunned because she saw the two of them being kicked to the ground. What's going on? Jin Feng panicked. Yifeng was actually so powerful that he easily kicked the two of them away. After kicking the two men away, Yifeng immediately gripped his sword and said coldly, You two bastards, do you want to die? Yifeng, why did you kick us? Shi Dalong asked. Shi Dahu said, We just wanted to see your sword, but we didn't expect you to be so stingy. Not only did you not let us see it, but you even hit us. You've gone too far. Since their operation failed, the two pretended to be innocent, as if they had no hostility towards Yifeng. Jin Feng was also very angry and deliberately said, Yifeng, you are so stingy, and you have gone too far. Those two just wanted to see your sword. Snap! Yifeng slapped Jin Feng across the face, sending her flying to the ground. Jin Feng screamed in agony, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. You damned woman, you actually want to deal with me? Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being impolite. Yifeng was filled with murderous intent, his eyes icy cold. Jin Feng covered her face, not daring to speak, because she could feel Yifeng's murderous aura. Lu Xiaochuan hurriedly stepped forward and said, Brother Yifeng, Don't be impulsive. Don't ruin our friendship. We are all classmates. Roll. Boom. Yi Feng roared, pointing the tip of his knife at Lu Xiaochuan, and said, "You coward, you good for nothing, you're still willing to be their lackey. I used to sympathize with you, but your performance just now disappointed me." Lu Xiaochuan was pitiful before, being bullied and beaten, so Yi Feng gave him food, afraid that he would starve to death. But Lu Xiaochuan stood by and watched, which meant he had silently chosen to take sides, so Yi Feng was very disappointed in him. "Yi Feng, you son of a bitch, go to hell." Whoosh. Showdown roared and charged forward, carrying a rock in both hands, intending to smash Yi Feng to death with the rock. Whoosh. Yi Feng leaped into the air, his figure as swift as lightning, and kicked Showdown in the chest midair. "Oh!" Showdown screamed, and was kicked so hard he rolled several times. "Call out." Yi Feng brandished his sword and slashed Showdown's thigh. "Oh!" Showdown screamed in agony. At the same time, Showdown also picked up a stone, intending to throw it at Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng reacted quickly, kicking Showdown 3 meters away with a back kick. These two good-for-nothings, with such trash skills, actually dared to try and deal with him. How so? Seeing how powerful and skilled Yi Feng was, Jin Fenghua turned pale and felt a chill run through her body. She was filled with despair, realizing that dealing with Yi Feng would not be so easy. "You trash, if you want to mess with me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Yi Feng was furious and was about to make his move when he suddenly heard a noise coming from the jungle. "Oh whoa, oh whoa." That's the sound of a wolf pack. The wolf pack is coming. They encountered 3 wolves this morning, killed 2, and 1 escaped. It must be that wolf that brought its companions. Wolves are social animals, and a wolf pack can be as many as a dozen or 20 wolves, or as few as a few. Wolves do not only live on grasslands, but also in jungles, deserts, and icy and snowy places. Whoosh whoosh. A dozen or so wolves charged towards them like a flood. Oops. Yi Feng was terrified, fearing that wolves might enter the camp and kill Lu Ting and Zhao Shui. Worried about the 2 women, he ran quickly toward the camp. He didn't have time to deal with these useless wolves, but with so many wolves appearing, these useless wolves were sure to die. "Ah, wolf, wolf, wolf." When she saw countless wolves charging towards her, Jin Feng screamed in terror. "Run!" Showdown helped Showdown up, and they prepared to escape. "Dalong, wait for me, save me." Jin Feng was terrified and clung tightly to Showdown. "Go to hell, get out of here." Showdown kicked Jin Feng to the ground. He had no time to care about this damned woman. Not far away, a wolf came galloping quickly, trying to tear Jin Feng apart. "Yi Feng, save me, please, save me." Jin Feng cried out in terror, but Yi Feng didn't want to pay any attention to her. Yi Feng gripped his sword and rushed forward at top speed. He had to run back to the camp to save the 2 women and break out of the wolf pack. Chapter 60, The Jungle. Yi Feng's ferocity. "Yi Feng, please, save me." Jin Feng stretched out her hand, looking at Yi Feng with horror and despair. She regretted why she had offended Yi Feng and why she had brought this upon herself. "Ah, help me." Lu Xiaochuan also screamed loudly, completely terrified. "Yi Feng, please save us, I beg you." The Shi brothers were also in despair. With so many wolves appearing at the same time, they were doomed. If there were only a few wolves, they would have a chance to survive, because although wolves are ferocious, they are not invincible and are not as powerful as tigers. But there were too many wolves. Whoosh. A strong wind kept blowing as Yi Feng rushed into the woods. His mind was filled with thoughts of Lu Ting and Zhao Shui's safety, so he didn't care about those damn bastards. It's better that these people are dead, so they won't keep plotting against him. Lu Xiaochuan is somewhat innocent, but Yi Feng really can't care about him. Ah! Behind Yi Feng, several people screamed in terror, but Yi Feng didn't turn around. He didn't have time to see how they died. Oh well. In the forest, 3 wolves rushed over quickly, heading straight for Yi Feng. They opened their blood-red mouths, revealing sharp fangs, as if trying to tear Yi Feng apart. "Rise!" Yi Feng quickly leaped up and grabbed the vine of a towering ancient tree above him. The tree was very large, with a canopy-like canopy, and vines grew on its top. After grabbing the vine, Yi Feng swung like a swing, quickly traveling dozens of meters before landing on his feet. He is very fast and very skilled. Oh well. The 3 wolves howled, originally intending to chase Yi Feng, but suddenly charged towards Showdown and his group, perhaps because they felt it would be easier for them to kill them. Zhao Shui, run! From the woods ahead came Lu Ting's anxious cries. And at this moment, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui ran frantically through the forest, pursued by 2 wolves. It turned out that the 2 women were worried about Yi Feng, so they planned to secretly follow him. If Showdown and his men attacked Yifeng, they would do their best to help him. However, they did not expect to encounter wolves as soon as they left the camp. Lu Ting, what do we do? The wolves are too fast. Zhao Shui ran while crying in fear. She was so frightened that she cried. Run, run. Lu Ting grabbed Zhao Shui's hand, and the two women ran desperately toward the camp. As long as they got back to the camp and hid in the cave, they would be safe. Oh well. One wolf rushed over and pounced on the two men, knocking them to the ground. Then another wolf rushed over as well, trying to kill them. Ah! The two screamed loudly, as if death had come. They were in despair, never expecting to die on this island. Call out. Just as the two were in despair, a sword flew swiftly through the air, piercing the wolf's body like a sharp arrow. Oh well. The wolf let out a miserable howl and was killed on the spot. Yifeng. In their despair, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui saw Yifeng appear. They had been pounced on by the wolf and thought they were going to die, but unexpectedly, Yifeng appeared and threw his sword in mid-air, killing the wolf. Brother Yi. Zhao Shui was also very excited. Yifeng had arrived. The strongest man on the island had come. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, don't be afraid. I'm here. Yifeng rushed over like a gust of wind. Because there was a wolf, he quickly rushed over and grabbed the wolf's tail. The wolf intended to rush over and kill the two women, but its tail was suddenly pulled. The gray wolf turned around, revealing its sharp teeth, intending to bite Yifeng to death. Yifeng, be careful. Lu Ting warned anxiously. Brother Yi, be careful. Zhao Shui also anxiously reminded him, because Yifeng was not carrying a knife, so the two women were very worried. And at this moment, Yifeng grabbed the gray wolf's tail with one hand, and when the wolf turned around, he quickly grabbed the wolf's neck with his other hand. As long as he could clamp the wolf's neck and prevent it from turning its head, it wouldn't be able to bite him. Huh! Yifeng roared and slammed the gray wolf heavily onto the rock. Bang! Click! A loud crash rang out, and the gray wolf's spine was broken. Yifeng quickly knelt down on one knee and slammed his knee into the gray wolf's throat. Click! The gray wolf's throat was shattered by the blow, and it died instantly. The two women stared at Yifeng in shock, as if they couldn't believe it. They hadn't expected Yifeng to be so powerful, killing a wolf so easily. His strength was like that of a war god. However, with Yifeng's strength, killing a wolf was indeed not difficult, since he had been practicing martial arts since he was 7 or 8 years old, and had been practicing the same skills for more than 10 years. The people of Yajayagu all admire martial arts, and some even have family-inherited martial arts techniques. Brother Yi, you're amazing. Zhao Shui was shocked. She couldn't believe there was such a powerful man. She loved Yifeng so much. Even Lu Ting felt safe following a powerful man like Yifeng. She believed that only by following a god of war could she save her life. Otherwise, she would die on this island in no time. Hurry, let's go back to the cave to take shelter. Yifeng rushed over and grabbed his sword. The danger was not over yet, because there were still more than a dozen wolves attacking Showdown and his men. If all the wolves attacked them, even if he could protect himself and escape, it would be difficult to take care of the two women. Chapter 61. He's really amazing. Hurry, let's go into the cave. After killing the two wolves, Yifeng anxiously gave the order that if the wolf pack charged, he would be powerless to save the two women, even if he wanted to. Although he knew Kung Fu, the wolf pack was dense and relentless, and even with his sword, he could not stop them. Hurry up. Yifeng, carrying the two women, hurriedly ran towards the camp. Ah, help me. Outside the forest came the heart-wrenching screams of Jinfeng. But Yifeng didn't turn around, nor did he intend to save her. Yifeng, you will die a horrible death. You stood by and watched someone die without offering any help. Jinfeng's resentful voice came, but Yifeng ignored it. Damn it. What do you mean by letting someone die? He had saved this dead woman before, and even gave her food and water. But Jinfeng not only didn't repay the kindness, but later she even tried to kill Lu Ting and colluded with those two good-for-nothings to deal with him. Oh well, oh well. Two more wolves rushed over, their mouths covered in blood, presumably from biting Jinfeng and the others. Yifeng, the wolves are coming again. When the two wolves reappeared, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were very anxious and scared. You guys go quickly, I'll deal with these two wolves. Yifeng gripped his sword tightly. Let's run together, Lu Ting said anxiously. No. Yifeng shook his head and said seriously, the wolves are too fast. If I don't get rid of these two wolves and run away with you, we will be caught up very soon. Then be careful. Lu Ting grabbed Zhao Shui's hand, and the two quickly ran towards the large cave in the camp. Once inside the cave, they would be safe, because there was only one door. If they pushed up a stone slab to block the door, the wolves would not be able to enter the cave. After the two women fled in a panic, Yifeng stood by the rock, preparing to kill the two wolves first before returning to the cave. Whoosh! Yifeng took a deep breath and leaped more than a meter into the air, landing on a rock. The higher position was advantageous for him in dealing with the wolves, while a lower position would be disadvantageous. Oh well. The two wolves rushed over quickly, one after the other. Come on. Yifeng gripped his sword tightly, his cold eyes fixed on the two wolves. He was born in Yajiagu, a place where people valued martial arts. So, from the age of 7 or 8, Yifeng practiced various fist and foot techniques, as well as swords, spears, and staffs. His parents had originally planned to send him to make movies and become a kung fu star. But Yifeng only realized after he grew up that those so-called kung fu stars were all just flashy moves, and that it wasn't enough to just have martial arts skills to become a kung fu star. It required connections and acting skills. He didn't have any connections, so his dream of becoming a kung fu star was shattered, but now it came in handy. A wolf rushed over and leaped up quickly, trying to tear Yifeng apart. However, Yifeng, positioned high above, swept his sword across and slashed the wolf's neck. The wolf was killed on the spot, its blood splattered everywhere. The other wolf was also very fast, and it rushed over in an instant. The wolf went berserk after smelling the blood. You beast, die! Yifeng sprang up, performing a somersault in midair, and leaped down from the rock more than a meter high. As he rolled through the air, his feet were pointing upwards, and he gripped his sword in one hand, thrusting it into the wolf's neck. Due to the sharpness of the sword and Yifeng's own weight, the wolf's neck was easily pierced. Dead. Yifeng killed the wolf easily. After killing the wolf, Yifeng picked up his sword and quickly ran towards the cave. My God! Standing in front of the cave, Lu Ting was stunned when she saw Yifeng slash through the air and kill the gray wolf with a single stroke. She thought she had seen it wrong. Brother Ye's kung fu is actually that amazing? Zhao Shui also found it incredible. Such martial arts skills and cool moves could only be seen in movies and TV dramas. I finally understand why Yifeng didn't care about Shi Dalong and the other man, and wasn't even afraid of their murderous intent. It turns out it's because he never took them seriously. At that moment, Lu Ting seemed to understand everything. She knew Yifeng was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong, because when Yifeng fought the python to save Zhao Shui, his movements were also extremely fierce. Brother Yi is so handsome and amazing. Men like him are very popular with women. Zhao Shui looked at him with admiration, as if she were Yifeng's little fan. Hurry up. Just as the two were talking, Yifeng rushed up. Are you alright? Lu Ting asked. It's alright. Let's go into the cave quickly. Yifeng immediately told the two women to enter the cave, because he heard the howls of countless wolves coming from the forest behind him. Sure enough, a dozen wolves came in a large group. These wolves probably had already killed Shi Dalong and the others, and were now coming to deal with them. Wolves are very vengeful. If someone kills one of their companions, they will definitely seek revenge in packs. Enter the cave and close the stone door. Yifeng quickly pushed the two women into the cave. Whoosh! After the two women entered the cave, Yifeng leaped inside and commanded, close the door. The two women immediately pushed up the stone slab, preparing to block the stone door. Yifeng quickly turned around, picked up another stone, and propped it against the back of the stone slab. This made it more stable, preventing the wolves outside from getting in. However, if the wolves stayed outside and didn't leave, they would also be in danger and would be trapped and die in the cave. Chapter 62 Yifeng. We can't live without you. Yifeng quickly blocked the stone door, but the wolves outside rushed over. There were probably more than a dozen of them. Their mouths were very red and covered in blood. Shi Dalong and his men were probably already bitten to death, but they deserved to die. These bastards actually tried to deal with him. Several wolves pounced quickly, trying to break open the stone door. Oh! Zhao Shui screamed. Brother Yi, they're here. These wolves are going to eat us. Damn it! Yifeng cursed loudly, saying, You beasts, you actually want to eat my sister? I haven't even eaten her yet. How can I give her to you? Yifeng, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng turned around and saw Zhao Shui and Lu Ting embracing each other tightly. Seeing the two embracing, Yifeng thought to himself, if only I were in the middle. Brother Yi, what did you just say? Zhao Shui asked, a little embarrassed. Yifeng smiled and said, As I just said, as long as I'm here, I will protect you. Yifeng, we really can't do without you. Lu Ting was very anxious. Suddenly, she realized that Yifeng was very important. Without Yifeng, she and Zhao Shui would die here in no time. Brother Yi, I can't live without you either. Zhao Shui was also filled with anxiety. Oh whoa, oh whoa, click click click. Several wolves stood in front of the cave entrance, their claws gripping the stone door, making a crackling sound. A wolf was seen sticking its head into a crevice in the stone wall. Because the wall was made of stone, there were some gaps in the stone. The wolf's head, like a dog's head, barely managed to stick in, but only half of its head was stuck in the crevice. Die! Call out. Yifeng brandished his sword and thrust it forward fiercely. Oh whoa! The wolf was stabbed in the head, and blood immediately flowed from its head. It retreated hastily in pain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yifeng continued to grip his sword and swiftly thrust it through the crack in the rock, striking 2 wolves outside. However, due to the gap in the rock, the attack was not very effective and he did not kill the wolves. Oh whoa! The wolves, in unbearable pain, returned to their pack. Yifeng looked outside and saw more than a dozen wolves sitting in the grass. One of them, with white fur on its head, was larger than the others. That should be the Wolf King. Wolves are disciplined, and there must be a Wolf King in a pack. The Wolf King is larger than an ordinary wolf. These wolves were actually sitting on the grass, raising their heads to look at the cave. Yifeng took a closer look and found that there were actually 15 wolves. This did not include the wolves he had killed earlier. It was a large wolf pack, so there were many of them. Yifeng, why aren't they leaving? They're just sitting outside. Lu Ting asked anxiously after noticing the wolves weren't leaving. Yifeng said, they're waiting for negotiations. Why don't you go out and negotiate with them? No, I'll die if I go out. Lu Ting shook her head, not daring to go out. She also felt that Yifeng had gone too far, actually deceiving her. Brother Yi, why are these wolves leaving? Do they want to eat us? Zhao Shui was so frightened that her face turned pale and her heart was pounding. Yifeng said, these wolves don't want to eat us. They want to kill us to get revenge. If they are hungry, why don't they eat Showdown and his men? They just kill them and then come after us. Revenge. Zhao Shui thought she had misheard. The wolf would retaliate. Lu Ting was also skeptical. Yifeng explained, wolves are very intelligent and cunning, even more so than tigers and black bears. They are also very vengeful. If someone kills one of their companions, they will definitely seek revenge. Then what do we do? If these wolves refuse to leave, are we going to be trapped here forever? Lu Ting was very worried. Zhao Shui was also very scared. Alas, most importantly, we didn't bring any food or fresh water into the cave because we were in such a hurry to escape. Now there's only wood in the cave. Their food and fresh water were all outside, and the food was wolf meat that was smoked on a shelf. If we are trapped here for several days, we will surely die of thirst and hunger. The 2 women were terrified. Without fresh water and food, they wouldn't last more than a few days. If the wolf pack stayed outside for a few more days, they would starve to death. The wolf pack may leave tomorrow. Seeing that the 2 were very scared, Yifeng comforted them. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Water droplets continuously fell from the ceiling of a section of the cave. Yifeng looked up at the dewdrop and said, if all else fails, we'll collect these drops to quench our thirst. The cave is dark and damp, and the dripping water is very unsanitary, with a lot of bacteria, Lu Ting said. Yifeng found it amusing. What kind of time is this to be so concerned about these things? If it really comes to that, he'd drink water from a stinky ditch. The wolf pack remained seated outside, refusing to leave. Yifeng frowned, unable to think of a solution. Why don't you take refuge in the cave, and I'll go out and fight the wolves to the death, sacrificing my life for your safety. Yifeng deliberately got up, pretending to be about to fight the wolf pack to the death. Don't want. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui simultaneously grabbed his arms, each clinging tightly to one of Yifeng's arms, and hurriedly said, you absolutely mustn't go out. What will we do if you die? With his arms wrapped around the 2 women, Yifeng felt a surge of warmth and laughed. Don't worry, I won't go to my death. How could I let you become widows? Brother Yi, you're joking, aye. Zhao Shui felt embarrassed and slowly released Yifeng's arm. Fine, then go out and fight to the death. If you die, we'll remarry. Lu Ting glared at Yifeng, but she was more generous than Zhao Shui. I'm the only man on this deserted island. Who should you marry? Yifeng asked. Stop joking. You'd better think of something quickly, otherwise we'll definitely starve to death if we're trapped here for days. Lu Ting released Yifeng's arm, but found it strange. When Yifeng said he was going out to fight the wolf pack, she was actually very scared and nervous, as if she was about to lose the most precious thing in her life. Perhaps it was because Yifeng was very important to them now. Let's light a fire first. This cave is too damp. Then we'll figure out something else, Yifeng said. Okay, sure. Lu Ting nodded, and then she and Zhao Shui picked up some firewood and looked for a place to start a fire. They had stored some wood in the cave beforehand to prevent the wood in the forest from getting wet in the rain, and they didn't expect it to come in handy now. Yifeng gave the lighter to Lu Ting. It was a crew member he had brought with him on the cruise ship because he smoked. He had lost his cigarette in the sea, but the lighter was still there. The two women squatted beside the wood to start a fire, while Yifeng looked at the wolf pack outside, thinking about how to deal with these beasts. The 15 wolves remained seated on the grass outside, their sinister gazes fixed on the cave, as if they would not leave until they had killed Yifeng and his companions. Chapter 63. She suddenly couldn't breathe. 15 wolves sat on the grass outside, their green eyes fixed on the location of the cave. These wolves were unwilling to leave easily. If they continued to guard the cave, Yifeng and the two women would surely be trapped inside and die. Moreover, wolves are more resistant to hunger than humans. Wild animals have a greater limit to enduring hunger than humans because they live in the wild where food is not guaranteed and they sometimes only eat once every few days. Therefore, wild animals have a greater tolerance for hunger than humans. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui had already lit a fire, and because of the open flame, the dampness in the cave gradually became less noticeable. Fortunately, the cave has many crevices in the rocks, so the air circulation is very good. Otherwise, they would definitely have suffocated. The sun was gradually setting in the sky, and dusk was approaching, but the wolves still showed no sign of leaving. Yifeng still couldn't come up with a solution. Even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Yifeng, what should we do? Lu Ting sat next to Yifeng, her hands supporting her chin, looking outside fearfully. Just make it cold, Yifeng said. It would be great if there were some cold dishes. I'm really hungry right now, Lu Ting said. Foodie. Yifeng truly admired Lu Ting. At a time like this, she was still thinking about food, and even wanted to eat cold dishes. She was lucky if she wasn't eaten by wolves. Brother Yi, are we really going to die here? Zhao Shui was terrified. She didn't want to die, and she especially didn't want to be bitten to death by wild wolves, because it was too cruel and too painful. Let's see how things go tomorrow. If the wolves don't leave by tomorrow, then I'll. Yifeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. If the wolf pack hadn't left by tomorrow, he would have no choice but to take the risk. He couldn't afford to delay too long. Without food, they couldn't last 3 days. The longer the delay, the worse it would be for them. By the time they were exhausted from hunger, they wouldn't have the chance to fight back. Oh well. Among the wolf pack, the wolf king let out a long howl to the sky, then laid down on the ground. Then, the dozen or so wolves also lay down on the ground, as sitting or standing would exhaust them. These wolves are really smart. They know how to conserve their energy. They're just like human warriors. Seeing the wolves' actions, Lu Ting was surprised, but even more so, she was afraid. Encountering so many clever, cunning, and intelligent wolves, their situation was too dangerous. Yifeng said, wolves are inherently very intelligent. They are not only vengeful, but also very united. Back in high school, a classmate from the grasslands told me that a serious incident occurred there decades ago. A family killed a wolf, which resulted in the revenge of dozens of wolves. Because wolves are very intelligent and cunning, there are many legends about them. In ancient times, some grassland tribes regarded wolves as their totem. Sigh, we really shouldn't have provoked these wolves, Lu Ting said angrily. Yifeng said indifferently, it's a world of survival of the fittest. Even if we don't provoke these wolves, they will still eat us. Zhao Shui was very nervous. Her heart was pounding, because after hearing that wolves were cunning and intelligent, she was trembling with fear. What's wrong? Lu Ting asked. Me. Zhao Shui gasped for breath, as if she couldn't breathe. Yifeng, what's wrong with her? Lu Ting asked anxiously. Yifeng said, she is under extreme stress, which is causing insufficient blood supply to her heart and brain. We must calm her down. You'd better think of a way to appease her. Lu Ting was very worried, hoping that Zhao Shui wouldn't be scared to death. Zhao Shui is timid and easily frightened. Some people have congenital heart problems, so they may have difficulty breathing when stimulated or when they are nervous. Shui, be good. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Yifeng sat on the ground, gently holding Zhao Shui, and laid her on his lap. Then Yifeng reached out and gently patted her back. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Please believe me. You will be all right, and we will be all right too. Yifeng gently patted Zhao Shui's back and stroked her hair, trying to calm her down. Brother Yi, you scare me to death. I don't want to be bitten to death by wolves. Zhao Shui finally caught her breath. Yifeng helped her sit up, then continued patting her back, saying, don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, I can hold it up for you. Your brother Yi is the best. Brother Yi, thank you. Zhao Shui felt her anger subside. She looked up at Yifeng's handsome face and immediately felt that the man in front of her was very handsome, dashing, and majestic. Sitting next to Yifeng and feeling his masculine aura, Zhao Shui felt very at ease, as if she had found a sense of belonging in life, as if she had found the strongest support. Keep a positive attitude. I will protect you, Yifeng said. Yes, thank you. Zhao Shui's emotions had calmed down considerably. It's getting dark. Lu Ting looked outside and saw that it was already dark, but the pack of wolves outside still hadn't left. Yifeng said, let's rest first and think of a solution tomorrow. If these wolves still haven't left by dawn, their mental state won't be at its peak. But how can we sleep here? Lu Ting looked around the small area. Although the cave was relatively large, apart from this small area, the rest of the place was very damp, making it impossible to lie down. Otherwise, her clothes would be covered in damp mud. Chapter 64. The wolf is gone. She also woke up in pain. It's getting dark. Before the wolves outside had left, a dozen wolves lay in the grass, their emerald green eyes staring at the cave. In the night sky, those emerald green eyes looked like eerie green gems. Yifeng and his two companions were trapped inside the cave and unable to get out. You two should rest first. I'll keep watch to prevent any accidents, Yifeng said. Although the cave has a stone door, making it difficult for wolves to enter, one can't be too careful, and there are gaps in the stone walls that allow venomous snakes to crawl in. Yifeng, you should rest. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and Zhao Shui will keep watch for the second half. You're a man, and you'll be dealing with the wolves, so you need to conserve your energy, Lu Ting said. Brother Yi, Lu Ting is right. You are the only man, and we all need you, so you need to maintain your energy. Zhao Shui's voice was soft and gentle. All right. Yifeng lay on the ground to rest, hoping to get enough sleep to conserve his energy. Zhao Shui was also lying on the ground, but there was very little space for her to rest. Although the cave is several dozen square meters, the resting area is no more than 2 square meters, and the rest of the place is very damp. Zhao Shui turned her body to the side, trying to keep her distance from Yifeng. Lu Ting sat at the foot of the stone wall, her body pressed against it. The place is too small and a bit crowded. Yifeng moved his body closer to Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui closed her eyes, but her body trembled slightly, probably because she was very nervous. After all, the distance was too close. Zhao Shui, this place is too small. Before Yifeng could finish speaking, Zhao Shui said shyly, Brother Yi, then I'll stand up. I won't rest anymore. You can have this seat. You misunderstood me. How could I bear to let you stand all night? What I meant was, could I move closer? The place is already small, and if we have to keep our distance, I won't be able to rest well. Zhao Shui hugged herself tightly, trembling with nervousness. Seeing that she was very nervous and shy, Yifeng smiled secretly. You wouldn't want me to not sleep well, would you, if I don't get enough rest? How can I protect you during the day? These are extraordinary times, so let's not be so particular about the difference between men and women, Yifeng said with a smile. Zhao Shui hummed in agreement, her body trembling as she nodded, and said, Then come closer. Okay. Yifeng, come closer, otherwise we won't be able to rest here. Upon getting closer, Yifeng and Zhao Shui rested close together. He could feel Zhao Shui's heart pounding and her trembling violently. Can I get any closer? Yifeng continued to ask. Me. Zhao Shui was trembling and even stuttering when she spoke, not knowing what to do. Snap. Suddenly, Lu Ting slapped Yifeng on the back and said angrily, You've gone too far. How dare you bully Zhao Shui? Go to sleep now. Yifeng smiled slightly, then closed his eyes to rest. He was very tired, so he fell asleep quickly. Yifeng knew that although the wolf pack was guarding outside, they would not be in danger for the time being, because the wolf pack could not break through the stone wall. That night, Yifeng had a dream. In his dream, he fought a pack of wolves and killed them all. Lu Ting, the school beauty, and Zhao Shui, the girl, were so captivated by him that they became completely devoted to him and couldn't live without him. Time flies. The next morning, Yifeng woke up as the sun rose. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Zhao Shui sitting against the stone wall, nervously watching the outside world, while Lu Ting was also resting against the stone wall, one foot resting on his lap. The school beauty was actually putting her foot on his lap. No wonder he couldn't fly several times last night when he dreamt of fighting a pack of wolves. Brother Yi, you're awake? Seeing that Yifeng was awake, Zhao Shui asked in a very low voice, afraid of disturbing Lu Ting, who was fast asleep. She had been keeping watch until now, as she had been up all night. Yes, I'm awake. What's the situation outside? Yifeng asked. Zhao Shui said, The wolves have left. They've left. Yifeng looked outside and saw that the wolf pack had indeed left, disappearing without a trace. Why did the wolf pack leave? Yifeng asked. He thought the wolves would stay for 2 or 3 days, but they left in the middle of the night. Zhao Shui said, It's strange, But in the middle of last night, the entire wolf pack suddenly sat up, pricked up their ears, and then quickly left at the same time. They all stood up, and then suddenly all left at the same time. Yifeng muttered to himself, feeling something was amiss. The wolf pack certainly hadn't lost patience and left all at once. It was probably because something dangerous had come, such as a more dangerous beast from the forest entering the area, and the wolf pack sensed the danger, so they hurriedly fled. Was the wolf pack leaving quickly or slowly? Yifeng asked. Zhao Shui said. Suddenly they all hurriedly left. This? Yifeng frowned. It seemed his guess was correct. There must be a more ferocious and brutal beast in this area, which scared the wolf pack away. Wolves have a strong sense of smell, and if something more powerful appears, they can detect it from a great distance. Frowning, Yifeng sat up, intending to place his hands on the wall, but instead pressed down on Lu Ting's body, which felt soft and yielding. Oh, Lu Ting, who had been asleep, was suddenly awakened by the pain, and then stared wide-eyed at Yifeng's hands. Chapter 65 The Cave. The Two Women's Tears. Inside the cave, Lu Ting was woken up by the pain. She was still dreaming about eating KFC and hamburgers when she suddenly felt her body being pressed hard, which woke her up in pain. Lu Ting stared in surprise at the hands Yifeng had placed on her body below her chin, her large, watery eyes filled with astonishment. The air seemed to freeze, and an awkward silence filled the room. Ah wah. A moment later, Lu Ting cried out in grievance. Yifeng, you big bad guy, do you want to die? Believe me or not, I'll beat you up. Sorry, my mistake, my mistake. Yifeng withdrew his hand, explaining that it was a mistake. Mistake my foot. I'm so angry. Someone was sleeping peacefully, and then, how could this happen? Lu Ting was so angry that she was panting. Zhao Shui quickly said, Sister Lu Ting, you really misunderstood Brother Yi. He was trying to sit up and look outside, but his hands were on empty air, so he accidentally pressed down on you. Wah, I don't care. You have to pay me back, Lu Ting said. Pay? Yifeng was embarrassed. How could he compensate for this? It wasn't an item. He could just buy a new one. Okay, I'll pay for it. If you don't want it anymore, you can give it to me, and I'll get you a new one later, Yifeng said. Uffed. Lu Ting almost vomited blood. Sister Lu Ting, don't be angry. If it weren't for Brother Yi, we would have been killed by wolves yesterday, Zhao Shui continued. Wolf. Lu Ting quickly turned around to look outside, afraid that the wolf pack was still there. Huh, where are the wolves? Lu Ting was very curious after finding the outside empty, and thought she was seeing things. Yifeng said in a somewhat subdued voice, Zhao Shui just told me that the wolf pack suddenly left in a panic last night. Haha, great, we're safe now. Lu Ting was very happy and excited, as if she had forgotten what Yifeng had just done. However, compared to the wolf pack, that matter was insignificant. Don't be too happy yet. The sudden departure of the entire wolf pack means that something more dangerous is approaching. It's likely that a more ferocious beast has appeared in this area, which is why the wolf pack left in such a hurry, Yifeng said seriously. Then what should we do? Lu Ting felt heavy-hearted. The wolf pack was already formidable. If something even more ferocious and terrifying appeared, wouldn't their situation be even more dangerous? Yifeng was silent for a moment, then said, while the wolf pack has left and the even more ferocious beasts haven't arrived yet, let's quickly move the food, frying pan, and fresh water from outside into the cave. Okay. Lu Ting nodded in agreement. Yifeng pushed aside the stone slab and then led the two women out of the cave. The air outside the cave is so fresh and wonderful. The three hurriedly carried the wolf meat, fresh water, frying pan, and wood from the wooden rack outside into the cave. However, fresh water is scarce, enough for only half a day at most, and it must be used sparingly. Fresh water is very important. If they don't have a few days' worth of fresh water reserves, and if they encounter a situation like last night again, with wild animals guarding the area for several days, they will surely die of thirst. Yifeng, holding an empty bamboo tube, said to the two, I'm going to fetch fresh water. You two wait for me in the cave. It's too dangerous, you'd better not go. Lu Ting was very anxious, afraid that Yifeng was in danger. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to go, Yifeng said solemnly. The two remained silent. They knew the importance of fresh water. The little fresh water they had stored would only last for half a day at most. Without enough fresh water, their survival would be in danger. Let's go with you, Lu Ting said. Zhao Shui also said, let's go together and bring back more fresh water. Yifeng shook his head and said, I can't take you with me. If we encounter any danger, the two of you will be a hindrance. If he takes the two women with him, it will be difficult to protect them if they encounter danger. But if he goes alone, Yifeng can escape unscathed even if he encounters danger. Then you need to be careful, Lu Ting advised. Brother Yi, you must be careful. Zhao Shui was also very worried, looking at Yifeng with anxious eyes. Inside the cave, Yifeng carefully observed the two, his gaze serious. What are you doing? Why are you looking at us like that? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said seriously. If I go out to fetch fresh water and something happens, you two must stick together and help each other. It doesn't matter if I die, but you must live well. Wah! Zhao Shui suddenly burst into tears, saying sadly, I don't want anything to happen to you. You must take good care of yourself. Why are you saying such unlucky things? Lu Ting's eyes also reddened, because this forest was really too dangerous, and she was very afraid that something would really happen to Yifeng. Unexpectedly, the emotional effect was so good. One of the two beauties cried, and the other was so moved that she wanted to shed tears. I'm leaving. You all stay in the cave. After leaving the cave, Yifeng had the two women close the stone door, and then he quickly headed towards the stream in the forest. Wah, Brother Yi, you have to get better. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Zhao Shui cried with emotion. Yifeng's words had made her very worried and afraid of losing this man. Lu Ting was also very sad. She watched Yifeng's departing figure with lingering reluctance and silently prayed to Buddha for protection. Chapter 66. Dangers in the Forest. Encounter with a bear. Island. In the clearing outside the forest, the two women watched Yifeng's retreating figure from inside the cave. Gentle breeze, falling leaves. Yifeng's lonely figure slowly walked into the forest. Watching Yifeng's retreating figure, the two felt worried and heartbroken. As Yifeng walked away, his figure slowly disappeared from the two women's sight. Although the water source was not far away, it still took about 10 minutes to walk there. Even after Yifeng's figure disappeared, the two continued to look in that direction, as if hoping to see Yifeng's figure reappear. Just as the two were feeling sad and scared, they suddenly heard a scream coming from the forest. It was Yifeng's scream. Yifeng! Lu Ting shouted anxiously. Brother Yi! Zhao Shui also shouted anxiously, then burst into tears, because Yifeng's sudden scream meant he was in danger or something had happened. Yifeng! Inside the cave, Lu Ting cried out in anguish, then broke down in tears. She was heartbroken and terrified. She remembered how Yifeng had taken care of her after she was stranded on the island, but she had no chance to repay him. So she felt a pang of sorrow and pain. If Yifeng were still alive, if he hadn't died, she would definitely repay him. Sister Lu Ting, has something happened to Brother Yi? Let's go out and look for him, Zhao Shui cried. No. Lu Ting shook her head and said, Yifeng is very capable. He might not be in any trouble. Let's wait and see. If we can't find him, we'll think of something else. Okay, sure. Zhao Shui nodded through her tears, but both women were heartbroken. Yifeng's scream echoed in their ears again and again. And at this moment, in the forest, a black bear glared angrily at Yifeng. The man and the bear were locked in a stalemate under a tree. When Yifeng entered the forest, the black bear suddenly jumped out from behind a big tree. Because the black bear appeared so suddenly, Yifeng was startled and couldn't help but scream. After all, black bears are terrifying. Anyone who suddenly encounters such a thing would be scared and scream. Roar! The black bear exuded a ferocious aura, standing on its hind legs with its two paws facing Yifeng, its sharp fangs seemingly gleaming. Anxiety. Oppression. Looking at this huge thing, Yifeng tried his best to stay calm and restrain himself. He knew very well that the more dangerous the situation, the more he needed to stay calm, because fear would affect his performance. Roar! The black bear moved, its heavy and powerful body, like a moving mountain, rapidly attacking Yifeng. People often unleash tremendous power when they are in fear, let alone a martial arts master like Yifeng. Call out. Yifeng swiftly drew his sword and thrust it forcefully into the black bear's belly, but the bear's hide was thick and tough, and he couldn't pierce it at all. Snap! The black bear slapped down, striking Yifeng's sword. As his sword slid downwards rapidly, Yifeng lost his balance and nearly pounced on the black bear. In his panic, he quickly rolled to the ground. Because he had lost his balance and lunged forward, if he had landed on the black bear, that terrifying creature would have torn him to pieces. Roar! The black bear bent over, its four hooves on the ground, and charged forward like a tiger. Bears can stand upright on their two legs or crawl on all fours. Roar! The black bear chased after Yifeng, who was rolling around, opening its blood-red maw to reveal its sharp teeth, trying to bite Yifeng to death. Yifeng understood why the wolf pack had suddenly left last night. It turned out that a black bear had entered the area. Rolling on the ground wasn't fast enough, and Yifeng knew very well that no matter how fast he rolled, he couldn't outrun the black bear and would definitely be bitten to death. Out! Clang! As Yifeng rolled, he quickly stabbed the black bear in the head with his saber, and then used the force of the blow to make its body slide rapidly on the ground. Cull. With the force of the blow, Yifeng's body slid a great distance across the ground, while the black bear's head was also bruised. After sliding down to a tree, Yifeng quickly grabbed the trunk and leaped up. However, the tree wasn't very big, and he figured the ferocious black bear would break it. Sure enough, the black bear rushed over and grabbed the tree, shaking and pounding on it desperately. The bear became extremely violent after being provoked. Yifeng swayed back and forth in the tree, preparing to get away from the area and lure the black bear away. If he fled to the cave now, the black bear's strength would surely knock down the stone wall. Just as the tree was about to break, Yifeng grabbed a branch and quickly leaped towards another tree. There were many trees in the forest, but some of them could not support his weight. Roar! The black bear roared and then quickly gave chase, as if it wouldn't give up until it caught Yifeng. Using the forest's terrain and his agile movements, Yifeng gradually lured the black bear further away, preventing the giant from discovering Lu Ting and Zhao Shui. Hopefully, the two women won't come out, otherwise it would be very dangerous if they encountered wild animals. Roar! In the forest, the black bear pawed at Yifeng, relentlessly pursuing him like a tiger. If you want to eat me, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Come on. Yifeng leaped down a tree, quickly sprinted more than 10 meters, and then swiftly climbed another tree. Fortunately, his parkour skills were excellent. Both his speed and tree climbing ability were top-notch, otherwise he would definitely have been caught by this big guy. But Yifeng had only one thought: to lure this big guy away. Chapter 67. What does your survival have to do with me? In the forest, Yifeng hurriedly fled, leading the black bear to a distant place, as far away from the camp as possible. About half an hour later, Yifeng escaped into a lush green forest. The forest had a lot of vegetation, many of which were trees with leaves like those of a sycamore tree. Cull. Yifeng stood under a red tree, panting heavily. It wasn't easy for him to get rid of the big bear. There was no more movement in the woods. The bear must have either failed to catch up or lost patience and left. What place is this? Yifeng carefully looked around. Apart from the lush trees, there were all sorts of unknown plants. This place was unfamiliar. In this primeval forest, there was no familiar place. Alone in the forest, Yifeng suddenly felt lonely, a loneliness that was far removed from humankind. Oh dear! Oh dear! Not far ahead, someone was making painful noises. The noises were intermittent, and the person seemed to be in great pain. The noises were very weak, as if the person was about to die. Yifeng followed the sound and walked past a few trees. He saw that the ground was covered in blood. The man must have lost a lot of blood and his injuries must be very serious. However, he was still alive after losing so much blood. He was really lucky. Oh dear! The soft, pained sound came through. It sounded familiar. Isn't that Showdown's voice? That bastard is still alive. He was attacked by wolves yesterday, and he's still alive and escaped here. I just don't know if Shirdahu and Jin Feng are dead or not, or if Lu Xiaochuan is still alive. But these people all deserve to die. It was a bit of a pity for Lu Xiaochuan, but Yifeng couldn't save him at the time, and besides, Lu Xiaochuan wasn't on his side, so there was no need to risk his life to save him. Yifeng continued walking forward and saw a man lying painfully under a rock. It was Shirdaong. However, Shirdaong was seriously injured, with wounds all over his body. One of his legs was bitten beyond recognition, and he had more than a dozen shocking wounds on his body. Even if he were still alive, he would only suffer for a few more days before dying in agony. Brother Yifeng. Upon seeing Yifeng, Shirdaong was overjoyed and excitedly exclaimed, Brother Yifeng, thank God I actually saw you. Please save me. Oh, it's you. You're really lucky to still be alive, Yifeng said with a smile. Brother Yifeng, please save me. I'm dying. Shirdaong was very excited, thinking he had met a savior. Where are your brother, Jin Feng, and Lu Xiaochuan? Yifeng asked. Them. Shirdaong said in horror. They are all dead, killed by the wolves. Only I escaped. Oh. Yifeng nodded casually. Brother, please save me. If you save me, I'll give you 1,000,000 when we get back. Shirdaong pleaded, but he secretly thought that once he recovered, he would definitely kill Yifeng. Even if he couldn't kill Yifeng on this deserted island, he would find someone to kill Yifeng after returning to Suzhou. You're already dead. You don't need to be saved, Yifeng said coldly. No. Shirdaong said anxiously. Brother Yifeng, I'm not dead yet. I'm still alive. You are too treacherous and cunning. You never tell the truth. No, I'm not dead. I'm really still alive. If I were dead, how could I still be talking to you? Shirdaong anxiously explained that he was still alive and could still speak. You can just wait to die. Yifeng turned and left, letting this bastard fend for himself. Even if he didn't die, it had nothing to do with him. Let him die wherever he wanted. Uncle Yifeng, please, save me. Sure Dalong pleaded anxiously. But Yifeng didn't turn back and continued walking forward. Ancestor, please save me. I beg you, don't abandon me. I can't live without you. Sure Dalong continued to plead. Yifeng left without looking back, quite nonchalantly. Dad, save me. Sure Dalong was terrified. If Yifeng didn't take care of him, he would surely die. Unfortunately, no matter how much he begged for help, even calling his ancestors or father, Yifeng ignored him. Saving such a vicious and wicked person would be like the farmer and the snake. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, the desperate Sure Dalong cursed. Yifeng, you son of a bitch, you'll die a horrible death. You left me to die, without helping. I really regret that my plan failed. If it had succeeded, I would have killed you long ago, and then taken Lu Ting and Zhao Shui on the deserted island. Yifeng didn't bother to turn around, or even reply. Arguing with a dead man was pointless. Hoo-hoo. Another roar came from the forest. The bear was catching up. Yifeng quickly hid in the dense forest, and then moved forward rapidly. Sure Dalong is in danger. The big bear will definitely bite him to death when it arrives. However, this may be a good thing for Sure Dalong, because going to hell sooner will save him from dying slowly in pain after being seriously injured. Roar. The big bear spotted Sure Dalong and roared as it charged at him. Ah, a bear, a dog bear. Sure Dalong screamed in fright. Get away. Don't come any closer. Big bear brother, my meat doesn't taste good. I haven't showered for days. It smells terrible. Go eat Yifeng instead. Ah. Although Yifeng had gone far away, he could still hear screams coming from the forest behind him. The screams were truly horrific. Yifeng determined his location and quickly ran towards the camp, fearing that something had happened to the two women. If Lu Ting and Zhao Shui came out of the cave to look for him, something bad would definitely happen to them. Chapter 68. What are they doing? Yifeng traveled alone through the forest, moving very quickly because he was worried about the two women. A silent forest, a solitary traveler. Although the forest was difficult to traverse, it did not stop Yifeng from making his way back to the camp. After traveling without stopping, he returned to the camp. Beside the thatched hut below the cave, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were sobbing as they burned large wooden sticks. The two girls were crying very sadly, probably for themselves. Yifeng was somewhat moved. This was the first time in his life that two girls had cried for him. But why are these two girls burning such a big wooden stick? Do they think it's a giant incense stick? Are they trying to burn incense for themselves? Wah, Sister Lu Ting, is brother Yi dead? He clearly screamed at the water source just now, but we couldn't find him when we rushed there. Zhao Shui cried as she burned a stick. I don't know. I'm very confused right now. Lu Ting wiped away her tears, feeling confused. If Yifeng died, the two girls wouldn't be able to survive and would definitely die here too. Perhaps from this moment on, they have already entered the countdown to their lives. We went to the water source just now, but we didn't see Brother Yi. Could he have been dragged away by a large wild animal? Zhao Shui cried sadly. Standing in the forest outside the camp, Yifeng overheard the two women's conversation. He learned that they had gone to the water source and risked their lives to search for him. Thinking about how the two women had risked their lives to search for him, Yifeng was even more moved, because they were courageous and loyal. Zhao Shui, don't cry. Let's burn the stick. It's a big stick, and once one end is burning into embers, it will last a long time. Let's take the stick and go deeper into the forest to continue searching for Yifeng, Lu Ting said. Zhao Shui wiped away her tears and nodded heavily. It turned out that the two of them burned the large wooden sticks so that one end of the stick would catch fire, turning it into a burning stick, and then they could go deep into the forest to find themselves. Fire sticks are more powerful than wooden sticks. If two people encounter wild animals, as long as they have fire sticks in their hands, the wild animals will be terrified after feeling the scorching heat. Lu Ting is really clever. She actually came up with this idea. Hi ladies, I'm back. Yifeng, gripping his sword, walked out of the forest and stood in the clearing, waving. Yifeng. Lu Ting was overjoyed, thinking she had misread it. She rubbed her eyes, threw away the wooden stick in her hand, and was thrilled to see that Yifeng was still alive. She was ecstatic, as if she had been given a second life. Brother Yi. Zhao Shui was also very excited and ran over with tears in her eyes. Yifeng. Lu Ting also ran over quickly, like a happy little girl. Yifeng stood still, placed his sword on the ground, and then opened his arms wide. According to the scenes in movies and TV dramas, when two beautiful women ran over, they would definitely hug him affectionately and hug him tightly. Oh, because Lu Ting was running in a hurry, she tripped over a stone, fell down, and knocked Zhao Shui, who was running in front of her, to the ground as well. Yifeng was speechless. He had already opened his arms, waiting for the two of them to run over and give him a heartfelt hug, but Lu Ting had let him down. Yifeng, I almost fell to my death. Lu Ting wiped her mouth, which was covered in dirt. Sister Lu Ting, are you alright? Zhao Shui got up and helped Lu Ting up. You're really useless, you even tripped while running. Yifeng walked over disappointedly. Huh? Lu Ting said with dissatisfaction. If I hadn't been so excited to see you, I wouldn't have fallen. And you still said I'm useless? Then why don't you fall into my arms? Yifeng asked. You wish. Lu Ting rolled her eyes deliberately, but she was in a good mood. Zhao Shui was also very happy, looking at Yifeng with a big smile. Whoosh. Shoo. Shoo. A cool breeze blew through the camp, and fallen leaves danced in the air. The three stood in the camp, smiling at each other. Are you alright? Lu Ting asked with a smile amidst the falling leaves. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. If you don't believe me, touch my hand. It's still warm, Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Ting recalled that Yifeng had said the same line after they were stranded on the deserted island that night. So she deliberately got angry and said, Don't you have any other lines? It's always the same line. The new lines are still in the imagination, Yifeng said. Lu Ting smiled and said, That line was pretty good, but I'm glad you're alright. We were so scared just now, we thought you were. At this point, Lu Ting dared not continue, out of fear. Brother Yi, why did you suddenly shout just now? Zhao Shui asked. Because I suddenly encountered a black bear, but I lured it away. Yifeng didn't mention meeting Shi Dalong, because the fewer people who knew about it, the better. You're really amazing, you managed to escape unscathed even after encountering a black bear. Lu Ting stared intently at Yifeng, as if trying to see right through him, because Yifeng was too powerful. He was the strongest man on this island. We need to leave here and find a new place to live. Yifeng got back to the main topic and prepared to leave this place to find a new place to live. Chapter 69 The Woman Who Fell Unconscious at the Foot of the Cliff. Yifeng planned to leave this place and find another place to live because it was unsafe. There had been wolf packs and black bears here. Most importantly, the cave here was not suitable for living. Although the cave was several dozen square meters, the ceiling dripped water and the inside was damp. The only habitable space in the cave is about 2 square meters. After these wild beasts appeared, they could no longer live in the thatched huts. If a large number of wild beasts appeared and they were not discovered in time, they would not be able to enter the cave and would surely die. After a brief discussion, the three ate some wolf meat and then set off. Lu Ting brought a frying pan and some wolf meat, while Zhao Shui brought fresh water and more than 10 kilograms of wolf meat. Yifeng, carrying his sword and some food, set off with the 2 women. Yifeng, where are we going? Lu Ting asked. Look for green mountains. Where there are green mountains, there are cliffs, and where there are cliffs, you can find caves, Yifeng said. But we're far from the beach. What if the rescue team arrives and can't find us? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said, there are charcoal ash and signs of life left by us everywhere on this island. If the rescue team comes, they will definitely find these clues and know that there are still people on the island. They will do their best to search. Thinking of the rescue team, Yifeng felt uncertain because so many days had passed and they still hadn't arrived, as if they had been forgotten. Although he was unsure, Yifeng dared not discuss the matter with the 2 women because morale was very important. Girls, let's set off. I, your king, will lead you to conquer this island and then conquer the world. Yifeng gripped his sword, exuding the heroic spirit of a swordsman. Cut. Lu Ting scoffed, saying, You don't even have a single soldier under your command, yet you dare to call yourself king? Do you think you're some kind of mountain bandit king? With my strength and bravery, I don't need a single soldier. You 2 are just decorative vases, only there to look good next to me, Yifeng said with a smile. Cough cough. Lu Ting coughed a few times and said, That's going too far. They actually call us vases. We're useful too. The 3 walked and talked, heading towards the location of the Green Mountains. However, Yifeng remained cautious along the way, fearing that he might encounter black bears or wolf packs. After walking for an hour, the 3 of them saw a mountain range ahead. This mountain range is continuous and majestic, stretching from east to west like a green dragon, as if it were trying to sever the island in the middle. As for how long the mountain range is, Yifeng doesn't know, because there are too many trees in the primeval forest, with towering ancient trees everywhere, so their vision is limited. Majestic mountain ranges, towering peaks, and deep valleys. The 3 walked at the foot of the mountain, moving along the mountain wall. The deeper you go into the island, the higher the mountains become, from tens of meters at the beginning to hundreds of meters now. GAA. Quack. Strange cries echoed from the mountains. The sounds were eerie, as if there were monsters here. The landscape and mountain range were somewhat similar to the mountains where Tang Sanzang encountered the yellow robe monster in Journey to the West. Yifeng, there are people ahead. As they walked to the foot of a mountain range, Lu Ting suddenly pointed ahead. Yifeng looked in the direction she pointed and saw a woman lying quietly on the rock. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing white sneakers, black jeans, and a white coat. Go and take a look quickly. Yifeng quickened his pace and ran quickly with the two women. They had unexpectedly encountered a woman at the foot of the mountain. He hoped that the woman was still alive. Although the three of them made a lot of noise running, the woman remained lying quietly on the stone, as if she were already dead. Yifeng jumped onto the rock, looked at the woman, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Wang." This woman was their teacher, Wang Qing, who taught them finance for 4 years. Teacher Wang was a very good role model and often took care of students from poor families. She showed special care for students from poor families. Because teacher Wang Qing, reportedly lost her parents at a young age and was raised by her maternal grandmother, she knew how difficult it was for students from poor families due to her own hardships. Therefore, she took great care of these students. Yifeng had received a lot of care from teacher Wang. What touched him most was that teacher Wang gave him his meal card several times, saying that he was a young and strong man with a big appetite, so he should eat more. Whenever he thought of these things, Yifeng felt grateful to teacher Wang. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, come here quickly, it's teacher Wang, Yifeng called out. Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang. The two women dropped what they were holding and ran over quickly. Teacher Wang, wake up. Yifeng knelt on the rock and gently patted teacher Wang's shoulder, but he dared not push teacher Wang, fearing that the other party had fallen from the cliff and that if there were any broken bones, it could easily cause secondary injury. Teacher Wang still didn't respond. Yifeng reached out and gently placed his hand next to teacher Wang's nose, wanting to check if she was still breathing. If teacher Wang were still alive, Yifeng would definitely save her. Chapter 70. The Crow Cries in the Deep Mountains. She's in danger. Below the cliff, Yifeng reached out and gently checked teacher Wang's nose to see if she was still breathing. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were also very anxious, fearing that teacher Wang Qing had died. Yifeng, how are you? Lu Ting asked cautiously, afraid of hearing bad news. Zhao Shui's heart was pounding, worried about hearing bad news. He's still breathing, but very weakly. Yifeng withdrew his hand, then pointed to teacher Wang's lips and continued. Her lips are a bit black, and her complexion is also a bit abnormal. She must have accidentally eaten something poisonous. Is the poisoning severe? Lu Ting asked. Upon learning that teacher Wang was still breathing, they were both happy and worried, because there were no medical facilities available. Yifeng did not answer Lu Ting's question. He continued to examine teacher Wang and said, he has injuries, and the 5 fingers of his right hand are worn raw. It is likely that he accidentally ate poisonous food, lost consciousness, and fell off the cliff. He grabbed the rock wall with his right hand, which caused the injury to his 5 fingers. The two women watched Yifeng quietly and listened to his analysis. They admired Yifeng for his thorough analysis. Yifeng continued, his left leg is fractured, he has multiple soft tissue injuries all over his body, and he's also poisoned. Teacher Wang's condition is very troublesome. We just don't know how serious his internal injuries are. How do we determine the severity of internal injuries? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said, we need to wait for teacher Wang to wake up, then press on her waist, abdomen, lungs, etc. Press on different parts to make her breathe. If she feels pain in a certain part when she breathes, it means that there is an internal injury in that part. Brother Yi, how do you know so much? Zhao Shui admired Yifeng very much. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and gentle gaze, as if she were a little fan. He was skilled in both medicine and martial arts. Where could you find a man like that? Because the people in our village admire martial arts, and the whole village comes from the same clan. Our family has passed down martial arts secrets from generation to generation, as well as some traditional Chinese medicine techniques, Yifeng said. Oh, Zhao Shui nodded slightly, but she admired Yifeng to the point of complete awe. No, she was utterly captivated by him. Lu Ting also looked at Yifeng with new respect and even had a very high opinion of him. However, unlike the school beauty Zhao Shui, she did not show it outwardly. But teacher Wang's condition is very serious. Can you wake her up? Lu Ting asked. I don't know. I can only try my best. Yifeng's expression was solemn. He wasn't sure if he could succeed, so he could only do his best. Gaa. Quack. In the mountains, the eerie caw-caw continued to emerge, sometimes near, sometimes far. This strange cry seemed to come from a very distant place, yet it also seemed to be right next to one's ear. Yifeng, what's that sound? Lu Ting trembled all over. The voice was too eerie. She had never heard such a strange voice before. Yifeng looked up and said, "That's the sound of a crow." A crow. The two shook their heads slightly, indicating that they had never heard of it. Yifeng continued, "A crow is a bird. We people in the rural southwest have a saying. When a crow caws, someone will surely die." What does this mean? Lu Ting felt very scared and anxiously looked around. Zhao Shui was also somewhat frightened, looking around the valley with fear. It means that where there are dead people, crows will appear because crows like to eat corpses. It is probably because after the shipwreck, many dead people were washed ashore on the island by the tide, and the crows ate the corpses, so they made crows. Yifeng's voice was suppressed as he walked down the cliff. Call. Suddenly a gust of cold wind swept in, carrying a few fallen leaves from the foot of the cliff. The two women immediately became even more nervous, looking around in fear and unease. There were hundreds of people on the cruise ship at the time. So many people died. There was also a super tide a few days ago, so it's normal to have many bodies on this island. Don't make a fuss. From below the cliff, Yifeng's suppressed voice slowly drifted over. Thinking of all those who had died, he felt heartbroken and distressed, because so many families had been torn apart. Children are the treasures in their parents' hearts, and without children, countless families would have been shattered. This place feels weird, kind of scary. Zhao Shui looked around in fear, her body involuntarily shuffling. Yifeng, you need to find a way to save Teacher Wang quickly. Then we need to find a place to stay. It's very dangerous to live in the open if there's no cave to shelter us from wild animals. Lu Ting knew very well that without a cave or shelter to protect them from wild animals, they would be in great danger if wolves or black bears appeared. You stay here and take care of Teacher Wang. I'll go to the nearby forest to find herbs, a stretcher, branches, and vines. Yifeng planned to find herbs to detoxify Teacher Wang and treat his injuries. As for the branches and vines, they were used to stabilize the damaged parts of the bones to prevent the injury from worsening during movement. Yifeng, then go and come back quickly, but be careful and don't go too far. Lu Ting anxiously looked around. She was also afraid that wild beasts might suddenly appear after Yifeng went far away, and without Yifeng's protection, they would have a hard time surviving. Since you're on high ground, don't come down from this rock. While you're at it, look around for some wood to start a fire. Yifeng gave the two sturdy wooden sticks to the two women, left them the lighter, and then quickly left with his sword. Chapter 71. He's not here. Time feels like an endless month. In the forest, Yifeng gripped his sword, anxiously searching for medicinal herbs. In fact, the forest was full of herbs, but many people didn't recognize them. There were at least 1,000 kinds of herbs, or even more, in the mountains and forests of the land of China. Yifeng found some 3-cloud grass, gentian root, and other herbs that can detoxify. Teacher Wang Qing's poisoning was not severe, as her lips were only slightly black, so these common herbs should be effective. If the poisoning were severe, the herbs would be less effective. After finding the herbs, Yifeng cut some strong and tough vines, then gathered a few branches, and quickly returned. He dared not waste any more time, fearing that Lu Ting and Zhao Shui might encounter danger. Below the cliff, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui sat atop the rock, carefully protecting Teacher Wang Qing. The two women were very nervous, as if they were on a cloud, and they were restless because Yifeng was not around. There was a fire under the rocks, and the two lit the firewood to protect themselves from wild animals. Sister Lu Ting, do you think Brother Yi can save Teacher Wang? Zhao Shui asked. I hope so. Lu Ting sighed, feeling that surviving on the island was extremely difficult. If it weren't for Yifeng, they would have died long ago. Thinking of Yifeng, Lu Ting felt a warmth in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face. Just as the two women were getting anxious, they saw Yifeng return. In the nearby forest, Yifeng, carrying herbs and a sword, hurried back, covered in dust. Yifeng, you're back. Lu Ting was overjoyed and stood up excitedly. Although Yifeng had only been gone for less than an hour, she felt as if each day was an eternity. Zhao Shui also smiled. When she saw Yifeng, she felt particularly safe and secure, as if a strong man was always holding her in his arms, protecting and guarding her at all times. You've been waiting anxiously, haven't you? You must have missed me a lot, right? Yifeng walked over with a smile. Us. Zhao Shui wanted to say we miss you so much, but she was too shy, so she kept her head down. Yes, we miss you so much. We can't live without you. What's wrong? Lu Ting was very generous. Good, not bad. If you love someone, you should say it. I like your personality, Yifeng praised. Uffed. Lu Ting rolled her eyes, then suddenly coughed up blood and fell off the rock. How is Teacher Wang doing? Yifeng asked. Same as before, Lu Ting said. Yifeng walked to the rock, picked up a frying pan, and said, Zhao Shui, bring some fresh water. We'll brew some medicine for Teacher Wang first, and then we'll make something to eat here. After traveling for a long time, all three of them were hungry. Brother Yi, we're almost out of fresh water. After brewing the medicine, it'll probably only be enough for one more time, Zhao Shui said. Let's decoct the medicine first, and save the remaining fresh water for Teacher Wang. We'll drink it once we find a water source. Yifeng decided to temporarily forego fresh water and give it all to Teacher Wang Qing. Although this primeval forest was not short of fresh water, it would be useless if they could not find a water source. Okay, I understand. Zhao Shui nodded, indicating that she understood. Lu Ting stepped off the rock, looked at the herbs, and asked, Yifeng, are these herbs effective? You almost died from a high fever that night, and I cured you with herbal medicine, Yifeng said. Snort. Lu Ting snorted and said, What do you mean hung up? That's such an awful description. Can't you use a nicer word? You guys prepare to build a stone stove, and I'll clean the herbs, Yifeng said. Okay. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui moved stones, preparing to build a stone stove. Yifeng washes herbs, but since fresh water is scarce, he tries to conserve water as much as possible if washing is unnecessary. He only uses a little fresh water to wash herbs whose roots are covered in soil. However, before washing, Yifeng always wipes off the soil to save fresh water. After finishing everything, Lu Ting and her two friends also finished building the stove. A stove is very simple. All you need is a few stones piled up. Yifeng poured fresh water into a frying pan, then put the herbs into the pan. Hopefully these herbs will work, otherwise Teacher Wang Qing will be in danger. Brother Yi, you must be tired. You should rest first. I'll roast some wolf meat for you, Zhao Shui said with a smile. Yifeng nodded slightly, then sat down on a rock to rest. It was afternoon, and the sun was gradually setting in the west, but they still hadn't found a cave to live in. If they couldn't find a cave before dark, and had nowhere to shelter from the wind and rain, and nowhere to protect themselves from wild animals, they would be in great danger. Well, Yifeng sighed. Now there was another teacher, Wang Qing, who was injured and unconscious, which was very troublesome. Gaa. Quack. The cawing of crows echoed again from above the cliff. Yifeng wiped his sweat, shook his head, and looked up at the sky above the cliff. Hearing the crows cawing, he felt a little annoyed. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui squatted on the ground, the two women grilling wolf meat. About half an hour later, the wolf meat was roasted and the medicine was ready. Yifeng lifted the pan down and waited until it was cool before giving it to Teacher Wang Qing. The three of them sat at the foot of the cliff eating. After they finished eating, the medicinal soup was no longer hot. Yifeng stood up and said, Let's give Teacher Wang her medicine first, and then prepare a stretcher to carry her on our way. We must find the cave before dark. I have a bad feeling about this. Lu Ting and the other woman were also somewhat anxious, because even a man as powerful as Yifeng was not at ease, which meant that there was danger in this area. Especially when they thought of the crows cawing above the cliff, they became even more uneasy. Chapter 72 on the cliff. She was so exhausted, she was trembling. After Yifeng prepared the medicine, Lu Ting personally fed it to Teacher Wang Qing. She was very careful, worried that she might hurt Teacher Wang Qing. Teacher Wang Qing is unconscious, her lips are black, one of her legs is broken, and she has multiple soft tissue injuries all over her body. Hopefully these herbs will work, otherwise Yifeng will be out of options. Yifeng, what should we do now? Lu Ting asked after administering the medicine. Zhao Shui was also looking at Yifeng. Gaa. Quack. Above the cliff, the eerie cawing of crows echoed again. It sounds sinister and somewhat mournful. There must be many corpses on the islands near the sea, otherwise the crows would not have stayed away. Yifeng used branches and vines to stabilize Teacher Wang's fractured foot, then prepared a stretcher and said, Let's carry Teacher Wang Qing and continue walking. Hopefully we can find a cave to live in before dark, otherwise it will be very dangerous. According to the original plan, they should have been able to find the cave before dark, but now that there is an injured person, it is very difficult. Okay, I'll help you carry the stretcher, and Zhao Shui will be in charge of bringing the food and the frying pan, Lu Ting said. Are you sure you can do it? Yifeng was somewhat worried. He estimated that Wang Qing weighed about 100 pounds, and he doubted that Lu Ting could bear carrying the stretcher down the cliff. Even if we can't take it, we have to persevere. We can't just abandon Teacher Wang, can we? Lu Ting raised her hands, letting her beautiful black hair fall over her shoulders, then rolled up her sleeves, preparing to lift her clothes behind her. You carry the front part of the stretcher. The mountain road is difficult to walk on, with many uphill sections, so the back of the stretcher is the heaviest, Yifeng said. Okay. Lu Ting walked to the front of the stretcher, ready to lift it. Sister Lu Ting, let me do it. You carry the things, and I'll lift teacher Wang Qing, Zhao Shui said. Get out of my way, you little brat. I'm stronger than you. Lu Ting wanted to take care of Zhao Shui and couldn't bear to let her carry the stretcher. Tell me if you're tired. Yi Feng carried the back of the stretcher, while Lu Ting carried the front. The two of them walked with difficulty on the mountain road. Since it was almost uphill, the weight was tilted backward, and Yi Feng bore most of the weight. However, he was a man and should exert more effort. Because carrying a person made walking difficult, Lu Ting struggled, but she persevered through sheer willpower. Zhao Shui followed behind, looking at Lu Ting with heartache. However, Lu Ting also had to carry 20 or 30 pounds of wolf meat, as well as a frying pan, a knife, and hollow tree trunks, so her burden was not light either. The wind rises, the clouds surge. At the foot of the cliff, Yi Feng and Lu Ting carried teacher Wang Qing up the cliff, carefully observing their surroundings along the way, hoping to find the cave as soon as possible. However, even if they found the cave, they would still need to find a water source. Lu Ting gritted her teeth and walked along the bumpy mountain road. Yi Feng walked behind and said, Campus Belle, I've discovered you're even more impressive than men. After we leave the island, come back to the countryside with me. I have over 10 acres of land in my hometown, and you can cultivate it all. Yi Feng, are you trying to make me laugh to death? You better shut up. If I accidentally fall and cause teacher Wang to get injured again, you'll be responsible for it, Lu Ting said. Lu Ting, you're amazing. In my heart, you're no longer just a pretty face, but a tomboy. To pass the time, Yi Feng deliberately started a conversation. You, Lu Ting said angrily. You make me angry the moment you open your mouth. You'd better not say anything, or I'll get so angry I'll faint. On the rugged mountain path, beneath the towering cliffs, the three of them moved slowly forward. They walked for a very long time, but still couldn't find the cave. However, although they walked for a long time, they didn't actually go very far because they were carrying people and moving very slowly. As time went on, Lu Ting became increasingly tired, and her pace slowed considerably. Zhao Shui was also very tired because she had a heavy burden. She had to carry wolf meat, a frying pan, and a sword. The three of them were parched, and their fresh water had long since run out. Yi Feng felt exhausted and thirsty, his mouth was dry, and his throat felt like it was on fire. It's easy to imagine that the two women were even more tired. However, Yi Feng was very pleased that although the two women were also very tired, they persevered, and no one complained or said anything. The sun has set. The fiery red sun in the sky seemed to have fallen off a cliff. This cliff is very, very long. It is as long as the mountain range extends. The three of them took a break several times along the way, but none of them dared to rest for too long. Splash! After the sun set, at dusk, the three heard the sound of flowing water at the foot of a cliff. Looking up, they saw a mountain spring slowly flowing down the rock face in front of them. Very good. The two put teacher Wang Qing on the ground, and then Zhao Shui excitedly ran over. Spring! Spring! The three of them were exhausted and thirsty, so they hurriedly ran over and collected some spring water from the rock wall. They then drank it in large gulps. Although they hadn't found the source of the spring and the water wasn't very clean, they were so thirsty that they didn't care about such things. After drinking the water, Yi Feng felt cool all over and regained a lot of strength. Lu Ting sat down on a rock to rest. She struggled to raise her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, but her arm trembled violently. A gentle breeze blew by, and Lu Ting sat on the rock, trembling all over, especially her arms. She tried several times to raise her hands to wipe the sweat, but her arms were too weak, numb from carrying the stretcher for too long. Looking at her trembling arms and body, Yi Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Brother Yi. Zhao Shui wanted to speak, but Yi Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he said, Don't make a sound. The two women looked anxiously at Yi Feng, who appeared serious and tense. Chapter 73 Tonight, I'll sleep in the bamboo grove. Shoo! At the foot of the cliff, the two women were about to speak, but Yi Feng raised a finger, signaling them to be quiet. The two were very nervous because they knew that Yi Feng wouldn't be nervous unless something unexpected happened. A cold wind blew by, and the two looked around anxiously, but they couldn't see anything. The place was still quiet, and there was nothing unusual. Tread. Tap tap. Yi Feng listened carefully and seemed to hear heavy footsteps. It must be some kind of large wild beast, otherwise it wouldn't make a sound. An invisible sense of crisis settled over me. Hurry up, get out of here, it's not safe. Yi Feng quickly went over, preparing to help Lu Ting carry teacher Wang away from there. Although Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were very curious and scared, they dared not ask any more questions or make a sound. Because they believed in Yi Feng, they were sure something was about to appear nearby. Feeling depressed, the three of them quietly and quickly left the place. Lu Ting was so tired that her legs trembled as she walked, but she didn't dare to delay and gritted her teeth and kept going. The three walked for another half-hour in a tense atmosphere, thankfully without any danger. There is a bamboo forest ahead, and the environment here is very quiet. The lush green bamboo forest swayed constantly in the wind. Whoosh! Splash! A gust of wind blew, rustling through the bamboo forest, and bamboo leaves danced in the wind. The tranquil bamboo forest, the beautiful mountains, and the precipitous cliffs make this a perfect place for seclusion. Unfortunately, they are now living hand-to-mouth, so they have no interest in becoming lay Buddhists. Let's rest here for a while and go into the woods to get some bamboo tubes. Having confirmed that it was temporarily safe, Yifeng decided to rest there for a while because Lu Ting was too tired. Zhao Shui was also very tired, drenched in sweat. Call. As soon as Lu Ting placed the stretcher on the ground, her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Sister Lu Ting. Zhao Shui rushed over anxiously, then sat down weakly next to Lu Ting. Are you all right? Yifeng quickly walked over and looked at Lu Ting with concern. He saw that she was trembling all over and her face was flushed with exhaustion. People tremble when they are extremely tired, especially in their legs and arms. Lu Ting had never been this tired before, so she really couldn't take it anymore. She had exceeded her limit. Teacher Wang is still unconscious, but her blackened lips are gradually returning to normal, and her complexion is also returning to normal, so it is estimated that the poison has been neutralized. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Lu Ting tried to raise her hand to wipe the sweat, but her arm was trembling so badly that she had no strength. Zhao Shui felt heartbroken and wanted to wipe Lu Ting's sweat, but her arms were also weak because she was carrying something on her back. Yifeng gently wiped Lu Ting's sweat with his sleeve. Thank you, Lu Ting said gratefully. Don't talk, lie down and rest for a while, Yifeng said with concern. Lu Ting lay on the ground to rest, panting heavily. Yifeng was somewhat agitated. This couldn't go on, it would exhaust them. Yifeng, why were you so nervous just now? Lu Ting asked, lying on the ground. I'll tell you later. Yifeng didn't want to tell the two women that he had just heard heavy footsteps, because he was afraid that they would overthink things and imagine unclean things. Lu Ting didn't ask any further questions, probably because she wasn't in the mood. You two rest here for a while. I'll go into the bamboo forest to find bamboo tubes. Bamboo tubes are more useful than hollow tree trunks, Yifeng said. Okay, don't go too far. Lu Ting was weak and listless, barely able to speak. Yifeng turned and entered the bamboo forest. There was actually a bamboo forest here. However, bamboo tubes are indeed more useful than tree tubes. Although hollow tree tubes can be used to hold water after being cut at the nodes, they sometimes leak water and don't taste good. Bamboo tubes don't leak and can also be used as rice bowls, cups, and so on. Many of the bamboos in the bamboo grove are quite large, some as thick as 2 feet, while the smaller ones are about half a foot thick. These bamboos were very important to Yifeng. He used his sword to cut off 2 large bamboo tubes, and then cut off several smaller ones. The larger one will be used to hold water, and the smaller one will be used as a bowl. After placing the small bamboo tube inside the large bamboo tube, Yifeng picked it up and walked out of the bamboo forest. Click, click. Walking on layers of fallen leaves, the bamboo leaves rustled softly. Sizzle. Suddenly, Yifeng heard a noise not far away. He turned around and saw a small green snake, about a meter long, slowly crawling among the fallen leaves. This is a green bamboo viper, also known as a bamboo leaf viper, which is very venomous. The green snake slowly crawled away. Yifeng turned and left the bamboo forest. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui lay outside the bamboo forest, both too tired to get up. When Yifeng came to their side, Lu Ting sat up with difficulty, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, and said, Let's continue our journey and search for the cave. You're already exhausted and can't continue traveling, or I'm afraid you'll faint from exhaustion, Yifeng said. You're the one who can't do it. How could I not do it? I haven't even used my full strength yet. If I did, even I would be scared. Although Lu Ting was exhausted, she still refused to admit defeat. Our school beauty is an iron lady, and I'm exhausted, so let's sleep in the bamboo forest tonight. Yifeng didn't want to argue with Lu Ting, so he took the initiative to admit defeat. Haha, so you admit you can't do it anymore? Lu Ting smiled smugly, then asked, If we can't find a cave and rest in the bamboo forest, what if wild animals appear at night? This is not a problem for you to consider. After leaving those words, Yifeng turned and went into the forest to find wood to light a fire at night to keep wild animals away. The sun has set, and the afterglow of the sunset quietly envelopes this bamboo forest. Under the beautiful afterglow, the quiet bamboo forest was incredibly beautiful. The two beautiful women outside the bamboo grove, in particular, appeared even more beautiful and serene. Sunset. Bamboo forest. Beauty. The scene before my eyes is quite poetic and picturesque. Chapter 74. Deep in the forest at night. Her sleep talk. The afterglow of the setting sun enveloped the quiet bamboo forest, and outside the green bamboo grove, Lu Ting sat there wearily. Her beautiful hair swayed gently as the wind blew and leaves fell. Although she looked tired, she was beautiful. Yifeng left the two women and then searched for timber in the nearby forest, which included bamboo groves and woodlands. Yifeng dared not go far. After picking up 2 bundles of wood in the nearby woods, he used a stick to thread the 2 bundles of wood through them, and then picked them up to go back. However, he suddenly discovered that many white mushrooms were growing on a chestnut tree. Mao Li Shu is a local term in southwest China, which means chestnut. However, chestnut trees are cultivated, while Mao Li Shu are wild. These mushrooms that grow on trees are edible, and Yifeng has eaten them many times. After putting down the wood, Yifeng took off his coat, picked all the wild mushrooms, and put them inside, then went back with a smile. Sunset. Moonrise. A crescent moon rises above the bamboo forest. The bright moonlight shone quietly on the earth. Outside the bamboo grove, 2 women stood guard beside teacher Wang Qing, glancing into the grove from time to time. Because they couldn't see Yifeng, they were anxious and uneasy. Just as Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were feeling anxious, Yifeng arrived. Moonlight bathed the trees, and Yifeng slowly returned carrying timber. Yifeng, you're finally back. We were so worried about you. Lu Ting smiled brightly, feeling instantly safe. The feeling was like a lost young girl suddenly encountering her closest relative. Missed me, didn't you? Yifeng walked over with a smile. Lu Ting didn't say anything, but she would never forget this moment. Even many years later, she would still think back to that night, when, in their fear and anxiety, that responsible and dependable man came to them in the woods under the moonlight. Guess what I brought for you? Yifeng placed the wood on the ground and then opened his coat. Mushrooms, wild mushrooms. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were very happy. They had been eating barbecue so often these days that they were not only tired of it, but their stomachs also couldn't take it. I was lucky enough to find some wild mushrooms, so I picked them for you to eat. Tonight we're having mushroom stew with wolf meat. Yifeng cleaned the mushrooms and wolf meat, while Lu Ting and Zhao Shui started a fire. They worked together, dividing the tasks. Teacher Wang Qing is still lying unconscious on the stretcher. It's unknown when she will wake up, but it's estimated that she will wake up by tomorrow at the latest. Time passed by, second by second. Half an hour later, the frying pan was placed on the stone stove, and the 3 of them sat by the fire, waiting quietly. However, Yifeng kept looking around, afraid that wild beasts might suddenly appear. Although fire could prevent wild beasts, it was only a precaution. In fact, most wild animals are not afraid of fire. For example, if you encounter a tiger or a black bear, sitting by the fire will not help. Yifeng covered Wang Qing with his coat, afraid that she would catch a cold. Lu Ting sat by the fire, her trembling hands resting on her knees. She remained silent, utterly silent. Zhao Shui was also preoccupied and remained silent throughout. Crack, crack. The fire crackled and popped, but all 3 remained silent. The pale moonlight shone on Lu Ting's face, revealing her delicate and refined features, with skin as smooth as jade, making her incredibly beautiful. The mushroom stew with wolf meat was finally cooked. Yifeng picked up 3 small bamboo tubes. Actually, these bamboo tubes were not small at all. They were twice the size of a regular rice bowl at home. Xiaohu, Tiger Document Anti-Piracy Printing. Find a book robot, choose Xiaohu. Stable, reliable, heavy checkmark, avoid piracy. There are 3 bamboo tubes, 1 for each person. As for chopsticks, they are simple. Tree branches can be used instead. After finishing their meal, Yifeng and the other 2 sat by the fire to rest for a while before preparing to go to sleep. Everyone was exhausted during the day, so their energy levels were low. You 2 should rest first. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and you 2 will keep watch for the second half, Yifeng said. Zhao Shui and I will take turns keeping watch at night. You should rest, because you need enough sleep to have the energy, Lu Ting said. It's too dangerous for us to rest in the open, so I don't trust either of you to keep watch. You 2 must keep watch together, so you should rest now, Yifeng said seriously. Seeing Yifeng's serious expression, Lu Ting had no choice but to nod in agreement. Moreover, she knew that resting in the open was indeed very dangerous, as wild animals could appear from any direction, and it was too dangerous for one person to keep watch at night. Then let's go to sleep first. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui lay down by the fire, and they fell asleep almost immediately, probably within 2 minutes. The night is so quiet. The night was too lonely, too desolate. Yifeng sat alone by the fire, guarding the 3 people. Bamboo leaves drifted in the wind. Yifeng stood up by the fire, gripping his sword and looking around, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Under the tranquil moonlight, Yifeng stood alone in the darkness. He suddenly remembered a poem. Throughout the ages, who will share this moment with me? Yifeng shook his head and smiled, never expecting that he could be so poetic. Mother! Suddenly, Yifeng heard a soft call in his ear. He looked down and saw that it was Lu Ting talking in her sleep. Lu Ting lay on the ground, gently grinding her teeth and talking in her sleep. Mom, I miss you so much. I'm so tired, so very tired. I can't lift Teacher Wang anymore, but I can't give up, Mom. Chapter 75 Moonlit Night. The 2 women's nervousness. In the quiet night, Lu Ting talked in her sleep for a while, then rested quietly. Her breathing faded away with the gentle breeze. Thinking of Lu Ting's sleep-talking, Yifeng felt both amused and heartbroken. The school beauty actually called for her mother in her dream, but Yifeng couldn't bear to think about what she was saying in her sleep. However, on the island, everyone has to make sacrifices. Only by making sacrifices can one survive. Shoo! Shoo! Under the moonlight, a rustling sound came from the forest. Yifeng gripped his sword and looked towards the bamboo forest, where he saw bamboo leaves slowly drifting up, as if the wind was blowing them. I hope nothing happens tonight. I hope tonight is safe. Yifeng walked to Teacher Wang's side and fed her some water with a bamboo tube. Teacher Wang Qing's complexion has returned to normal, and her lips are no longer dark. It seems that the poison has been completely cleared from her, and it's only a matter of time before she wakes up. She should be able to wake up tomorrow. The firewood wasn't strong enough, so Yifeng picked up some wood and put it in the fire, then sat by the fire, keeping watch over his surroundings. Time passed slowly, and before we knew it, the moon was slowly moving past the mountain. It must be late at night. Lu Ting woke up, rubbed her eyes, and asked, "What time is it now?" "You're awake. Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Yifeng walked over with a smile. After waiting for most of the night, someone finally said a few words to him. He felt like he was being driven crazy. In fact, humans are most afraid of loneliness. Humans are more afraid of loneliness than any other animal. "I've had enough sleep, and I'll let you take turns resting." Lu Ting stretched. "You were talking in your sleep just now?" Yifeng said. "Real?" Under the moonlight, Lu Ting looked at Yifeng with bright eyes. Her eyes were beautiful and clear, like the bright moon shining on a clear pool. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Yifeng replied. "What did I say in my dream?" Lu Ting asked. "You called for your mother in your dream," Yifeng said with a smile. "Uft." Lu Ting rolled her eyes, probably because she was embarrassed. She was already an adult, yet she was still calling for her mother in her dreams. "And another thing, you also said that you had a hard time surviving on the deserted island, and that you met a handsome and responsible man, and that you fell in love with him and wanted to marry him," Yifeng continued. "Looks like it's you who's talking in your sleep, not me, haha." Lu Ting smiled happily, revealing her white teeth, which were beautiful and very even. "Even if you really wanted to marry me, I wouldn't accept it. After all, you're so shameless," Yifeng said, shaking his head. "Really? Am I that shameless?" Lu Ting pinched her cheeks and pulled them hard. After spending these days together, she and Yifeng became more relaxed and casual in their conversations, probably because they had become more familiar with each other. "Brother Yi, Sister Lu Ting, what are you talking about?" Zhao Shui also sat up, rubbing her eyes sleepily. "We didn't talk much. You guys continue to rest. I'll keep watch for a while longer. I can always get up a little later tomorrow," Yifeng said. "No." Lu Ting shook her head and said seriously, "We haven't found a cave to live in yet. Even if we find one tomorrow, there's still a lot to do, so we can't waste any more time. You should go and rest." "All right, I'm going to rest now. Remember to take care of Teacher Wang. Make sure to keep watch through the night, and don't doze off." Yifeng felt very tired and prepared to rest. Although he really wanted to chat with the 2 women under the moonlight, there would be plenty of time in the future. "Don't worry. We will be careful and take good care of Teacher Wang." Lu Ting knew the dangers of the jungle, so she dared not be careless. Yifeng handed her his sword, told them to be careful, and then laid down by the fire to sleep. After checking on Teacher Wang, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui sat back to back by the fire, one facing west and the other facing east, chatting and keeping watch. Sitting back to back, the 2 could use the moonlight and firelight to see their surroundings from all angles. Yifeng fell asleep shortly after lying down. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui chatted in hushed tones, afraid of disturbing Yifeng's rest. "Sister Lu Ting, when do you think the rescue team will arrive?" Zhao Shui asked in a low voice. I don't know either, but we'd better not discuss this topic, because the more we discuss it, the more anxious we'll become. Lu Ting shook her head. She didn't want to talk about the rescue team because the more you care about something, the more uneasy you'll feel if you discuss it too much. But with Brother Yi here, our survival isn't a problem for now, Zhao Shui said. Lu Ting nodded, then looked at Yi Feng, who was fast asleep beside her, and smiled to herself. Gaa. Quack. Suddenly, the eerie cawing of crows echoed through the night sky. The two women looked up nervously at the night sky, gripping their wooden sticks and swords tightly. Chapter 76. I still have one leg to walk. A peaceful night. Outside the bamboo grove, Yi Feng slept soundly, having had no dreams tonight because he was too tired during the day. The next day, when Yi Feng woke up, the sun had already risen. The fiery sunlight was almost directly above the bamboo forest. It was probably around 10 o'clock in the morning. The warm sunlight shone on the bamboo forest, making this beautiful and quiet bamboo forest look like a green sea. You're awake. When Yi Feng woke up, he heard Lu Ting's familiar voice. Brother Yi, you're finally awake, Zhao Shui's gentle voice came. Yi Feng turned around and saw two women looking at him with bright eyes. In addition, Teacher Wang Qing also sat up and looked at him with a kind smile. Teacher Wang. Yi Feng was overjoyed and quickly sat up, because lying on the ground would be too impolite. Xiaofeng, thank you for saving me. When I woke up, Shouting and Xiaoxue both told me that you were the ones who saved me. Thank you, teacher. Wang Qing smiled as she looked at Yi Feng, Lu Ting, and Zhao Shui. Teacher Wang, you don't need to be so polite. How are you feeling? Yi Feng asked. I feel much better. Thank you for saving me. I bow to you. Teacher Wang Qing sat on the stretcher and then bowed to express her gratitude. Teacher Wang, you don't need to be so polite. You used to take care of me and us poor students when we were in school, so it's only right that I repay you. Yi Feng quickly returned the greeting. Back in school, Teacher Wang Qing really cared about students from poor families like them and often helped him. Yi Feng still remembers that Teacher Wang gave him her meal card many times. Whenever he thinks of these things, Yi Feng feels grateful and will never forget them. Xiaofeng, Shouting, Xiaoxue, you've suffered so much. Wang Qing looked at the three of them. In her eyes, the students were all her children. Actually, Teacher Wang Qing isn't much older than Yi Feng and the other two. She's probably around 10 years older. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui smiled slightly. Wang Qing was also their teacher. Although the three of them were not in the same class as Yi Feng, Teacher Wang Qing was responsible for teaching 3 classes, so she happened to be their teacher as well. Teacher Wang, how were you poisoned, and how were you injured? Yi Feng asked. Well, Teacher Wang Qing sighed, saying with melancholy, after the crew shipwrecked, I thought I was going to die. But when I woke up, I found myself lying on the beach. I went into the forest to survive for several days, enduring a lot of hardship. But yesterday I ate some mushrooms, so somehow, when I woke up, I found you all. Under Teacher Wang Qing's narration, Yi Feng finally understood the whole story. Teacher Wang accidentally ate wild mushrooms, which caused her to become mentally confused. After being slightly poisoned, she was in a daze and did not realize that she had walked to the edge of the cliff, so she fell off. Recently, there have been frequent news reports of people experiencing mental confusion after eating mushrooms. One man even wandered the streets for several hours before being found by traffic police and taken home. Thank God I met you all, otherwise I would be dead. Teacher Wang Qing expressed her heartfelt gratitude once again. Teacher Wang, how are you feeling breathing? Yi Feng asked. It's all right. Wang Qing nodded, indicating that everything was fine. Press one hand on your abdomen, lungs, chest, etc., and take a few breaths after each area you press. Yi Feng was worried that Teacher Wang might have internal injuries and wanted to use this method to check, as it would be troublesome if there were internal injuries. Okay. Following Yi Feng's instructions, Wang Qing first pressed her abdomen and then took deep breaths. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, she pressed other parts of her body and took deep breaths one by one. Yi Feng and the other two stared at her intently, afraid she might react. After a few minutes, Wang Qing shook her head slightly and said, I feel okay. Although there is some faint pain, it is not very noticeable. Yi Feng laughed and said, Teacher Wang, you are very lucky. You fell off the cliff and you are fine. You probably got caught on a tree branch and landed on your feet. So apart from a broken foot, your other injuries are not serious. This is called good deeds being rewarded. Teacher Wang is kind-hearted, so of course nothing will happen to her, Lu Ting said with a smile. Yes, Teacher Wang is a good person. God won't let anything happen to her, Zhao Shui said with a smile. Seeing Yi Feng and the other two laughing and chatting, Wang Qing smiled kindly. However, She felt much more at ease when she met her classmates, since they could help each other and wait for rescue together. Let's make something to eat now, and then continue on our way. We must find the cave. Yifeng stood up, his worried gaze fixed on the mountain range. If they couldn't find a suitable cave to live in, their situation would be very dangerous, and danger could strike at any moment. I'm already awake. You don't need to carry me anymore. I just saw that Shouting's hands are red and swollen. Wang Qing was deeply moved and felt a pang of heartache that made her want to cry. She thought about how Yifeng and Lu Ting had carried her along many mountain paths yesterday, and she felt extremely distressed and guilty for being a burden to the two of them. Teacher Wang, you have a broken foot and can't walk, Yifeng said. I can still walk on my other leg. Just get me a cane. Wang Qing was very serious. She couldn't bear to burden her students any longer. Chapter 77, The Bamboo Forest. The Big Bear is back. Wang Qing's attitude was firm and serious. She refused to allow Lu Ting and Yifeng to continue carrying her on their journey because she felt sorry for them and couldn't bear to see them suffer anymore. Moreover, Lu Ting's hands were swollen, and her arms were still trembling due to overwork yesterday. Yifeng looked at Lu Ting's hands, which were indeed red and swollen. This was because she had been carrying a stretcher for a long time yesterday, which had affected her blood circulation. In addition, Lu Ting still feels weak when she raises her arms, and they even tremble slightly. People who have never done manual labor will experience weakness and trembling in their arms for several days if they suddenly overwork. After we finish eating, give me a bamboo stick to use as a walking stick. I'll walk on it myself. If you don't listen to me, then I won't walk. Wang Qing was very serious. She had made up her mind. Okay, teacher, after you finish breakfast, I'll get you a bamboo stick to use as a walking stick. Yifeng nodded helplessly in agreement. He really had no other choice, and besides, Lu Ting was indeed no longer able to work. The group sat by the fire cooking. Lu Ting took out the wild mushrooms that they hadn't finished eating yesterday and prepared to continue stewing wolf meat. Wild mushrooms. Upon seeing the mushrooms, Wang Qing said with some fear, Xiaofeng, Xiaoting, how can you still dare to eat mushrooms? Teacher, don't worry, these mushrooms are not poisonous. We ate them yesterday, and I recognize mushrooms, Yifeng said with a smile. Oh, Wang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't poisonous, that was good. If it were poisonous, everyone would be in trouble. The sun is rising, about to rise above the bamboo forest. Outside the lush green bamboo forest, several people sat in an open space cooking. About half an hour later, the mushroom and wolf meat stew was finally ready. After that meal, they had no more food, because wolf meat could not be eaten. Because the wolf meat wasn't cured with sea salt and wasn't properly smoked at the time, it couldn't be preserved for long and was already gradually spoiling. Yifeng, this wolf meat can only be eaten for this meal, because it's almost spoiled. Lu Ting was preoccupied. After finishing this meal, they would have to worry about food again. Yes, I'll figure something out. Yifeng nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Zhao Shui divided the mushroom and wolf meat soup into 4 bamboo tubes, handed one of the tubes to Wang Qing, and said, Teacher Wang, this is yours. This is too much, I can't eat this much. Looking at the mushrooms and wolf meat in the bamboo tube, Wang Qing shook her head. Teacher Wang, you have an injury, you need to eat more. Zhao Shui then personally handed the bamboo tubes to Yifeng and Lu Ting, but she kept the smallest portion for herself, all of which Yifeng noticed. Wang Qing used wooden chopsticks to pick up wild mushrooms and wolf meat, saying, Xiaofeng, you are a boy, so you will expend the most energy and be the most tired, so you should eat more. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but I have enough to eat. Yifeng smiled, then stood up and walked to the side. The group enjoyed themselves immensely, eating and chatting outside the bamboo grove. It was wonderful to overcome difficulties together without any backstabbing or scheming. Yifeng hated intrigue and scheming, like the Jin Feng and Shi Delong brothers from before, who were known for their scheming. After finishing his meal, Yifeng prepared to go to the bamboo forest to cut bamboo. He wanted to find a suitable bamboo to use as a walking stick for teacher Wang Qing. Xiaofeng, thank you for your hard work. Seeing that Yifeng was heading into the bamboo forest, Wang Qing expressed her gratitude. Yifeng. Lu Ting was about to speak when Yifeng suddenly became very nervous. He slowly raised one hand, signaling them to be quiet and on guard. Seeing Yifeng's serious expression, the three of them immediately became tense and anxiously looked around, because they knew that danger must be approaching, otherwise Yifeng would not be so nervous. Roar! Roar! From a grove of trees ahead came a deep, muffled, yet powerful roar. The three of them also heard the sound, and they looked at the forest ahead in fear. Yifeng, what is that sound? Lu Ting asked, trembling. Zhao Shui was also so frightened that her face turned red. She had a weak heart, and her heart would beat faster when she was stimulated. It has arrived. Yifeng's voice was suppressed, yet icy cold. What is it? Lu Ting asked. Black bear, Yifeng said. Black bear? The three of them trembled involuntarily, because black bears are very powerful and ferocious, and if they encountered a black bear in the wild, there would be almost no chance of escape. Roar! Suddenly, a tall, dark figure rushed out of the woods. It was the same black bear from yesterday. The tall black bear stood upright on its hind legs and ran like a gorilla. It was probably hungry and wanted to eat people. Upon seeing the black bear running towards them, Zhao Shui screamed in fright. Lu Ting and teacher Wang Qing were also terrified, because the black bear was too terrifying. After it appeared, an aura of death filled the air, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. Xiaofeng, shouting, Xiao Xue, you go quickly, don't worry about me. I can't walk. I can't be a burden to you. Although Wang Qing was anxious and terrified, she didn't want to implicate the three of them, because she knew very well that even if the three of them stayed, it would be useless. They were no match for the black bear and would only be sending themselves to their deaths. No. Yifeng shook his head slightly and said, Teacher, we will not abandon you. Go quickly, don't worry about me. You are still young. I don't care if I die here, but your lives have just begun. You haven't started a family or have any descendants yet. Wang Qing nudged Lu Ting, wanting them to leave quickly. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, help teacher Wang up and leave. I'm going to slaughter a bear today. Yifeng stood under the bamboo forest, slowly gripping his sword, his cold eyes fixed on the black bear charging towards him. He had no way out. Chapter 78, The Great Battle with the Bear. Roar. Outside the woods, a large bear roared and charged forward. Perhaps because it had been stabbed by Yifeng yesterday, it was holding a grudge and was also hungry, so it wanted to eat the group. Take teacher Wang away quickly. Yifeng gripped his sword, his cold eyes fixed on the black bear. He had no way out. Yifeng. Lu Ting was very anxious and asked fearfully, Can you beat this black bear? What do you think? Yifeng asked. Lu Ting was speechless, unsure of what to say. In any case, she felt that Yifeng was definitely no match for Black Bear. If I lose, everyone will die. If I win, Black Bear will die, Yifeng said. Hurry up, you all need to get out of here. Wang Qing said anxiously, I'm injured and can't run. I can't be a burden to you. Besides, I already have children. It doesn't matter if I die, but you are still young and haven't started your own families yet. Take teacher Wang to the bamboo forest, and try to find a place with lush bamboo to hide. Yifeng gave a loud order. He didn't dare let the two of them help teacher Wang run towards the open space because they couldn't run fast, especially since they were carrying an injured person. This bamboo forest is very lush, with many mozo bamboos. In some areas, there are more than a dozen mozo bamboos growing in just 1 square meter. With such a high density of mozo bamboo, it would be difficult for black bears to catch them because black bears are large and rather clumsy. Although the bear is very strong, its movements will definitely be affected once it enters a dense bamboo forest. Yifeng, be careful. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui, supporting teacher Wang Qing on either side, turned and entered the bamboo forest. They walked towards the most lush area, where a dense cluster of mozo bamboo grew. Although these bamboos were small, they grew at a very high density. The three squeezed into the dense bamboo forest and anxiously looked outside. Brother Yi, you want it? Zhao Shui was about to give a quick reminder, but Lu Ting grabbed her arm and said seriously, Don't talk, don't disturb Yifeng, so as not to distract him. Zhao Shui dared not speak, nor dared she look ahead. Teacher Wang Qing clenched her fists, silently praying that Yifeng would escape danger. But she felt it was impossible, because the bear was too powerful and Yifeng was no match for it. The thought that her student might die under the bear's claws made her burst into tears. Lu Ting clenched her fists tightly, trembling as she looked outside, afraid that something might happen to Yifeng. And at this moment, outside the bamboo forest, the giant bear had already charged in. Roar! Roar! The giant bear roared and ran forward on its hind legs. As it drew nearer, a terrifying and violent aura emanated from it. Fear. Powerful. Asphyxia. As the giant bear approached, Yifeng immediately felt immense pressure. Out. Yifeng acted swiftly, his sword thrusting fiercely into the bear's chest. Roar. The large bear stretched out its paw and actually blocked the tip of Yifeng's sword. The bear's paw skin was thick and could not be pierced at all. Roar. After the bear paw blocked the knife tip, the big bear continued to approach. This beast was as tall as an adult when standing and had great explosive power. Rise, Whoosh! Just as the giant bear approached, Yifeng leaped up, grabbed a bamboo stalk with one hand, and was lifted more than 2 meters off the ground. Snap! The bear slapped the bamboo with its paw, snapping it in two. Just as he was about to land, Yifeng hooked his foot in midair, his toes catching a bamboo stalk. He then grabbed the bamboo with his left hand and held his sword in his right, still more than 2 meters off the ground. Roar! The big bear was furious and continued to pound on the bamboo. Wherever Yifeng was, it would chase after him and pound on that bamboo. Yifeng was as light as a swallow and agile as a monkey. After changing bamboo stalks a few times, he entered the bamboo forest. This bamboo forest was different from the one where the three of them were hiding. The bamboo here was not dense, and each bamboo stalk was very thick. The place where the three of them were hiding was full of mozo bamboo, which was very dense. The bear charged into the bamboo forest, rampaging and breaking many bamboo stalks. However, its size was also affected by the bamboo, which often blocked its path, making it less effective in combat than in open ground. You beast, die! Huh! After the giant bear entered the bamboo forest, Yifeng roared and forcefully bent a bamboo stalk. Click, click! The bamboo stalk bent rapidly under his weight. Yifeng straddled the bamboo, gripped it with his left hand, and held his sword in his right. From his elevated position, he thrust his sword down fiercely into the bear's head. Clang! The knife tip made a clanging sound as it pierced the bear's head, but it didn't penetrate the bear's skull. The beast's head was very hard. It only went in a few inches before bleeding began. Roar! Enraged, the bear raised its paw, intending to kill Yifeng with a single blow. At the same time, Yifeng pressed the tip of his knife against the bear's head and quickly flicked it upwards. The bent bamboo bounced back, lifting Yifeng's body up. Roar! After the bear missed its target, it grabbed the bamboo with both paws and shook it rapidly. The beast was very strong and actually shook Yifeng until he rolled to the ground. Ah, Yifeng, watch out! In the lush bamboo forest not far away, Lu Ting was terrified. Wang Qing and Zhao Shui were also stunned, feeling that Yifeng was doomed. Chapter 79, Fighting in the Bamboo Forest. The three were very anxious, thinking that Yifeng was in grave danger because he had been thrown to the ground by the giant bear. Yifeng, Lu Ting called out anxiously, feeling scared and on the verge of tears, because she was deeply moved by Yifeng's desperate fight against the black bear for them. Brother Yi. Zhao Shui was in tears, crying very sadly, shouting, Xiao Shui, you two hurry up and don't worry about me. Although the bamboo density here is very high, it won't stop the black bear. At most, it will only slow down the black bear. Teacher Wang Qing urged the two to leave quickly, as she didn't want to cause trouble for everyone. Teacher Wang, we will not abandon you. Lu Ting shook her head. She would never abandon Teacher Wang. Hurry up and leave, or it will be too late. Teacher Wang Qing was very anxious and even wanted to push the two of them. Sister Lu Ting, Teacher Wang, look. Zhao Shui was suddenly surprised and excitedly pointed to the distance. The two looked up and saw that Yifeng had actually gotten up, and when they saw Yifeng's impressive kung fu skills, they were all incredulous, never expecting that Yifeng was a kung fu master. And at this moment, Yifeng unleashed a whirlwind kick, his right hand gripping his sword, striking a pose reminiscent of a powerful swordsman before a duel. His body was ramrod straight, his gaze cold, and his expression grave. Roar! The bear charged forward angrily, but having suffered losses earlier, it landed on its back this time. When a bear stands on its 2 legs, its movements are relatively slow and clumsy, but when it is on all 4s, its speed increases and it becomes exceptionally fierce. Call! In the bamboo forest, a large, dark bear rushed past like a black gust of wind, carrying a terrifying and powerful aura, like a small truck. Just as the giant bear was about to charge at him, Yifeng leaped up quickly and then performed a somersault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he tumbled and spun in midair, his sword traced a 360-degree circle, delivering several consecutive slashes to the bear's back. Swish, swish, swish. Several long, deep cuts were left on the bear's back, from which blood flowed freely. Roar! The bear roared in pain and became even more ferocious. After landing on his feet, Yifeng leaped behind the giant bear. The bear turned around quickly and pounced like a tiger. Yifeng quickly retreated to a spotted bamboo grove, and then grabbed the bamboo. Whoosh! The giant bear pounced like a tiger, but at the same time, Yifeng grabbed the spotted bamboo and his body spun rapidly in the air, like a parallel Ferris wheel. Snap! A loud crash was heard, and the bear's attack missed, crashing into another bamboo stalk. Swish, swish, swish. Yifeng nimbly circled behind the bear and continued to slash horizontally, leaving several more wounds on the bear's back, which were covered in blood. The bear was both anxious and furious. Perhaps sensing that Yifeng was not easy to deal with, it quickly charged forward, intending to bite Lu Ting and the other two to death. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui helped teacher Wang up and continued retreating into the lush bamboo forest. Roar! After the bear charged forward, it was blocked by the dense bamboo. The bamboo could not stop it, but the density of bamboo in this area was too high. In this area, the large bear moves slowly, like an adult, as it enters the dense thicket of vines. Yifeng leaped up quickly, grabbed the top of a bamboo stalk, and then used his weight to bend the bamboo, reappearing behind the big bear. He brandished his sword, striking the bear's back several times in succession, the last blow plunging deep several inches into the ground. Roar! The big bear angrily turned around and tried to bite Yifeng. Bang! Yifeng kicked the bear in the back, then used the elasticity to bounce the bamboo back, instantly lifting him several meters off the ground again. Roar! The giant bear roared, baring its teeth, pounding its chest with its paws, its blood-red eyes fixed on the three people in the dense bamboo forest before it tried to charge forward again. You beast, die! Whoosh! Yifeng swiftly leaped down from the bamboo. Huh! With a roar, he slammed his knees into the bear's shoulders. Falling from the sky, the force of the impact, combined with his own weight and the sheer force of the fall, was estimated to be 1,000 pounds. Roar! The bear suddenly shrank in size. Yifeng gripped his sword with both hands and thrust it forcefully into the back of the bear's neck. Blood spurted out, and the bear collapsed on the spot, its neck pierced, and it died instantly. Call! Yifeng took a deep breath. He had finally taken down this big guy. That was close. Yifeng, brother Yi, little wind. In the dense bamboo forest, Lu Ting and the other two were very excited. They never expected Yifeng to be so powerful that he was able to assassinate the giant bear. Yifeng, you're amazing. Lu Ting was extremely excited and ran over in a frenzy of celebration. When she excitedly ran over, Yifeng simply said, "Why are you making such a fuss? Stay calm." This. Lu Ting was quite surprised. She had excitedly rushed over, but Yifeng was so calm and just said a few words. However, the more Yifeng acted like this, the more she liked him. Although Yifeng appeared calm on the surface, he was actually panicking inside. He had no choice but to fight the giant bear. Brother Yi, little wind. Zhao Shui helped teacher Wang Qing walk over, and both of them were all smiles. Chapter 80, A Desolate Scene. His back view. In the bamboo forest. Zhao Shui helped teacher Wang Qing walk slowly over. The two were very excited, but even more surprised. They thought Yifeng was dead, but they didn't expect Yifeng to be so skilled. Xiaofeng, how come you know Kung Fu? Teacher Wang Qing asked. Yifeng replied, Teacher, the people in my village are martial arts enthusiasts, and I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Wang Qing looked at Yifeng and shook her head repeatedly. Yifeng continued, Actually, this is nothing. Anyone who practices for a long time can do it. For example, those parkour masters can also use the terrain to deal with wild animals. Some martial arts masters, especially those skilled in parkour, are indeed incredibly agile, a feat that seems unbelievable to ordinary people. Xiaofeng, I really didn't expect you to be so amazing. Back in school, those bullies used to harass you, but you always put up with it, Wang Qing said. Back in school, some bullies who lived close to their families and had power often harassed students from poorer backgrounds who came from other places. In most universities, students were also divided by their hometown. For example, someone whose family was from this city would be more arrogant because they were a local bully. Some children from poor families, who come from all over the country and are thousands of miles away from home, are often bullied. Yifeng said, Teacher, in society, many things cannot be solved with fists. Besides, my family is very poor, and I don't want my parents to worry or cause them trouble. Wang Qing nodded slightly, indicating that it made sense. Brother Yi, we have food. The wolf meat from last time was about to spoil, Zhao Shui said excitedly. The wolf meat from last time didn't keep for long because it wasn't cured with sea salt and wasn't smoked properly. Yifeng drew his sword, wiped the blood off it, and said, Let's go. Walk. Lu Ting said in surprise. You don't want bear meat anymore? I heard that bear paws are a delicacy. We can't carry such a big bear. Let's find a cave first. Once we find one, we can come back to the bamboo forest to butcher the bear and take it back, Yifeng said. That makes sense. Lu Ting thought Yifeng's words made sense. They needed to find a cave to live in first, and then process the black bear meat. If you can't find a cave to live in, dragging a bear around or carrying bear meat is too tiring. Let's leave here first and continue along the mountain. We must find the cave today, and then we can deal with this bear, Yifeng said seriously. Brother Yi, what if a wild animal appears and eats the black bear meat? Zhao Shui asked worriedly. Yifeng shook his head and said, this situation will not occur for the time being, because wherever the black bear walks, it leaves behind the scent of feces and urine. Therefore, no animals will approach this place within half a day, and those animals will not know that the black bear is dead. Let's all follow Xiaofeng's plan. Let's find a cave to live in first, and then come back to take the black bear meat. Wang Qing agreed. Yifeng cut down 3 bamboo stalks, giving one to teacher Wang Qing to make a walking stick, and the other 2 to Zhao Shui and Lu Ting. He sharpened one end of each of the 3 bamboo stalks and said, these bamboo stalks can not only be used as walking sticks, but also as weapons for self-defense. The sharpened end can kill most small animals. Thanks. The 3 of them took the bamboo. Yifeng left the bamboo forest and walked along the bottom of the cliff. Teacher Wang Qing, leaning on a bamboo pole, limped forward, with Lu Ting and Zhao Shui supporting her on either side to try and reduce her weight. Tap, tap, tap. At the foot of the silent cliff, the sound of footsteps could be heard from time to time. Lu Ting walked behind, looking at Yifeng's back in front, her eyes filled with confusion. The rocks on the cliff are riddled with holes and severely weathered. When a breeze blows, a buzzing sound comes from the dense holes. Below the cliff, strange rocks stand tall, with countless bizarre stones emerging from the soil. The scenery here is somewhat desolate. Yifeng walked ahead and asked, when you were walking behind, did you secretly look at my back? You're overthinking it. How could we possibly be looking at your back? Zhao Shui and I aren't infatuated with you, Lu Ting said irritably. Yifeng nodded slightly and said, we should definitely take a closer look at a handsome man's back. Uffed. Lu Ting felt like she was going to vomit blood. Had Yifeng not heard her clearly? You little brats. Teacher Wang Qing smiled, wanting to say something, but she felt the form of address was a bit awkward. However, Lu Ting smiled secretly, then glanced at Yifeng's back. Amidst the towering rocks and desolate scenery, Yifeng's figure gave them a sense of security. It was as if even if the sky were to fall, Yifeng would be there to hold it up for them. Lu Ting smiled warmly, thinking to herself, Yifeng, thank you. Thank you for taking care of us. I will never forget you. Even after she leaves this place, she will never forget the care and protection Yifeng gave them during their time on the deserted island. Chapter 81 The Cave. Wildcat. The group walked along the cliff, but still couldn't find the cave. Yifeng was somewhat anxious. If they couldn't find a cave, resting in the open air would be dangerous, especially at night. Because of her injury, including a broken foot, teacher Wang Qing had difficulty walking with the help of a bamboo cane. However, in order not to worry Yifeng and the other 2, she pretended to be strong, always with a smile on her face, and even chatted and laughed. In fact, she was trying to use laughter and conversation to cover up her pain and discomfort. Ahead lies another forest, marking the end of a mountain range. This is where the mountain range truly ends. Looking at the end of the mountain range, Lu Ting said disappointedly, Yifeng, this is the end of the mountain range, but we still haven't found the cave. What should we do? Zhao Shui was also very disappointed. Yifeng gripped his sword, gazing at the semicircular mountain at the end of the mountain range. He was too disappointed to speak. Seeing the 3 of them looking disappointed, Wang Qing smiled and said, classmates, don't be disappointed. At worst, we can just follow the other side of the mountain down. I'm sure we'll find the cave. Teacher, thank you for your comfort. Lu Ting was very grateful. She knew that teacher Wang Qing was feeling very bad, but she still comforted everyone. Xiaofeng, don't be discouraged. Let's continue down the other side of the cliff. I believe we'll find the cave, Wang Qing said with a smile. Teacher, let's rest for a while, because you're injured and can't walk for long periods of time, Yifeng said. I'm fine, I still have strength. You can see that I can stand up even without crutches. Wang Qing put down the bamboo she was holding, stood there with a smile, indicating that she was all right. Yifeng bent down to pick up the bamboo, then handed it to Wang Qing, saying, Teacher, let's continue searching for the cave. That's only right, Wang Qing said with a slight smile. Yifeng led the 3 of them around the end of the semicircular mountain range and continued their search along the other side of the cliff. The silent cliffs and lush green forests give off a sense of tranquility. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew by, and countless green trees swayed in the jungle beside the cliff. The wind was a bit cold. Yifeng looked up at the sky and saw dark clouds gathering. Brother Yi, is it going to rain? Zhao Shui asked. It might rain. Yifeng was very worried. If it rained, it would be dangerous to have nowhere to shelter from the wind and rain, especially if it was a downpour. as people would have difficulty breathing in heavy rain. In the cool breeze, Yifeng led the three of them on their way. The scenery here is beautiful, with green mountains and forests. Splash. Not far ahead, there was the sound of flowing spring water. After walking for a few minutes, a winding stream came into view, flowing slowly along the cliff. The terrain here was relatively wide, and there weren't many rocks in front of him. Yifeng looked up and was overjoyed. Cave. Overjoyed, Yifeng blurted out. The three looked up and saw that there was indeed a cave not far ahead, below the cliff. The cliff was about several tens of meters high, with a dark cave entrance 2 or 3 meters above the ground. The entrance wasn't very big, about 2 meters high and 2 meters wide. The height and width were just right. It was just unknown whether the cave was suitable for habitation. If it was, they would stay there. Let's go take a look. Yifeng walked over quickly, with the three of them following behind him. Zhao Shui smiled happily and said, if this cave is suitable for us to live in, then it is a truly blessed place, because there are mountains, forests, and rivers not far from the cave, making it very convenient to fetch water in the future. Yes. Lu Ting also smiled brightly and said, Yifeng, let's not be too picky. Even if this cave isn't very suitable for living, we'll make do with it because the location here is so good and it's very close to the water source. Yifeng nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. The group walked to the bottom of the cave. The entrance was about 2 meters above the ground, and they needed to climb up. However, the height was just right. They could pile up stones to make steps, and the steps were just the right size for people to walk on. In this way, even if wild animals came, it would be difficult for them to climb up. Wait for me down here. I'll go up and take a look, Yifeng said. Okay, be careful, Lu Ting instructed. Whoosh. Yifeng quickly leaped up, and just as he stood in front of the cave entrance, something suddenly flew out of the cave. Caught off guard, Yifeng was startled and stumbled backward, almost falling from the cave entrance. He hurriedly did a somersault and landed steadily on the ground. Zhao Shui and the other two were also startled. Something had actually darted out of the cave. Meow. After the thing jumped to the ground, its green eyes looked at Yifeng and the others. It was a wild cat with grayish-white fur, and it was a bit bigger than a domestic cat. Roll. Yifeng was furious. That damned wildcat almost made him fall off the cliff in front of the cave. Whoosh. The wildcat quickly fled and disappeared into the nearby forest. Yifeng was too lazy to chase it, and there wasn't much meat to be had from the wildcat anyway. Yifeng, are you alright? Lu Ting asked. It's alright, you guys wait here for me. I'll go up and take a look. Yifeng continued to leap up, wanting to see what the cave was like. Chapter 82. Deep in the mountains. A sudden clap of thunder. Yifeng leaped onto the cave. He planned to go inside and take a look. If it was suitable for living, he would live there from now on. However, even if it was not suitable for living, he would still find a way to live there because caves were too hard to find. Moreover, the terrain here was unique, with open space, caves, and water sources. This is a small cave, about 60 square meters in size. The cave was very dry and the ground was relatively flat. In addition, there were 3 natural stone slabs in the cave that could be used as stone beds. Just lay some dry grass on them, and you could have a stone bed. Because the cave is not very big, the lighting is quite good. Not bad, not bad. After observing for a moment, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Yifeng, how are you? Lu Ting and the other two stood below, looking up at Yifeng anxiously. This cave is nice. We can live in it, Yifeng said. That's good, Lu Ting said with a smile. Wang Qing sat down to rest on a rock. She didn't want to stand anymore. Come up and take a look, Yifeng invited. Good. Lu Ting reached out her hand, wanting Yifeng to pull her up, but at that moment, a thunderclap suddenly echoed from the deep mountains. Rumble. Click, click. Lu Ting was startled by the thunder and quickly withdrew her hand. The thunder in the deep mountains came too suddenly. Yifeng looked up and saw that the sky was gloomy, and it looked like it was going to rain. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, you two collect dry grass and wood in the nearby forest, then move it all into the cave. I'll move stones to build the cave entrance, Yifeng instructed. If it rains, the wood and dry grass in the mountains will get wet, making it difficult to start a fire, and they can't exactly sleep on hard rocks. Good. Lu Ting nodded. She didn't have time to check the cave first. Anyway, if Yifeng said it was okay, then it must be okay. Don't go too far, stay on the edge of the nearby forest, or it will be very dangerous, Yifeng warned. I know. Lu Ting nodded to indicate that she understood. The edge of the nearby forest was not far away, only a dozen meters away from the cave entrance. Moreover, the area was deserted and full of timber and withered grass. Zhao Shui, let's go. Lu Ting turned and left with Zhao Shui. Wang Qing sat on the rock and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I'll take care of you after I recover. Teacher, you're injured. Please rest well. Yifeng jumped down into the cave and quickly moved stones. He first used the stones to pave steps under the cave entrance, which was more than 2 meters above the ground. It was too high and inconvenient for the girls to enter and exit. However, the steps should not be too wide, lest wild animals be able to climb them. They should be just wide enough for them to walk on. Yifeng moved quickly, laying steps at the bottom of the cave in less than half an hour. Then he moved stones to block the cave entrance, leaving a small opening about 1 meter high and half a meter wide. Although the opening was small, it was enough for them to pass through. Moreover, a smaller cave entrance makes it easier to use stone slabs as doors. Once the stone slabs are closed, even wild animals won't be a problem. At the edge of the forest not far away, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were quickly collecting wood and dry grass. Wang Qing sat on the rock, watching her 3 students busy themselves with heartache. She felt very guilty and remorseful. As a teacher, she should have taken care of the 3 of them, but instead, she had let them take care of her. Yifeng and his 2 companions were sweating profusely from their work, but they dared not rest because they had to make the most of every second. Rumble, rumble. Deep in the mountains, thunder rumbled continuously, and the dark clouds in the sky grew thicker and denser. Whoosh. A cool breeze kept blowing, the withered grass on the open ground kept swaying, and the trees not far away also kept swaying. After working for 2 or 3 hours, Yifeng finally finished building the stone door of the cave, while Lu Ting and Zhao Shui also collected enough wood and withered grass. They spread withered grass on 3 natural stone slabs. As for the timber, it was neatly piled up under the stone wall of the cave. Yifeng helped teacher Wang Qing into the cave and sat her on the stone bed. You've worked hard. Sitting in the cave, Wang Qing felt sorry for the 3 of them, who were drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Of course, Yifeng said with a smile, wiping his sweat. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui sat on another stone bed, both in high spirits, feeling as if they had found home, because the cave was so perfect for living. Hee. Yifeng, this cave is really nice, dry and flat, as if it was specially arranged for us, Lu Ting said with a smile. Yifeng stood under the stone door of the cave, looking out through the cracks in the stone. He had left dozens of cracks in the stone because he needed to make a fire in the cave, but these cracks were not big, just big enough to reach out. Splash. Outside the cave, countless white raindrops fell like pearls. Yifeng looked outside quietly, his voice low and suppressed. It's raining. We're in trouble. What trouble? Lu Ting asked curiously. It's just raining. What trouble could it cause? If we hadn't found the cave, it would have been very troublesome, but now that we've found it, we have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, so it doesn't matter even if it rains. Chapter 83, The Mountains. Moving forward through wind and rain. It's raining, we're in trouble. Beneath the stone gate of the cave, Yifeng quietly gazed outside. Splash. Crackling sounds. The raindrops, as dense as pearls, fell with a pitter-patter sound. They were very numerous and fell very heavily. Yifeng, how do we get into trouble? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng didn't speak, his worried eyes looking outside at the heavy rain in the deep mountains. His mood was very melancholy. The rain came too suddenly. This rain came at an inopportune time. Looking at the torrential rain, Yifeng seemed even more melancholy. Say something. Lu Ting was getting anxious. Yifeng was really something. Only saying half of what he meant, it was driving her crazy. Yifeng's worried voice came. After the rain, the scent of the black bear's droppings in that area will be washed away. Once wild animals appear in the bamboo forest, the black bear meat will be eaten, and it will be difficult for us to get food. Lu Ting was also a little anxious because this was a big deal. She had finally managed to kill a black bear, and she wanted to eat braised bear paws. How could she let a wild animal eat them? Besides, if the black bear was eaten, it would be very difficult for them to get food. Before a black bear dies, the scent of its droppings in the surrounding area will deter other wild animals from approaching. However, once the scent is washed away by rain, any wild animals that accidentally encounter the dead black bear will have no food. What should we do then? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng looked outside and said, Go into the bamboo forest in the rain, butcher the black bear meat, and bring it back. They had originally intended to take the bear meat with them, but since they didn't know how long it would take to find the cave, they decided to leave the bear where it was to lighten their burden. Xiaofeng, it's too dangerous to go out in the wind and rain. Why don't you wait until the wind and rain stop? Teacher Wang Qing was very anxious because it was too dangerous. Yifeng said in a low voice, This rain is likely to last a very long time, probably until tomorrow daytime. and we can't wait that long. Let's wait until the rain subsides a bit before we go, Wang Qing said. That's all we can do. Yifeng sat on the stone bed, holding his sword. Zhao Shui was squatting on the ground starting a fire. She said, Brother Yi, I'll go with you after the rain subsides a bit. I'll go with Yifeng. I'm stronger than you, Lu Ting said. Sister Lu Ting, let me go. You stay here to take care of Teacher Wang, Zhao Shui argued. Neither of you need to go. I can go alone. Yifeng looked outside and decided to go alone because it was dangerous on a rainy day. If he took Lu Ting or Zhao Shui with him, he would have to take care of them. Yifeng, there's too much black bear meat. You can't carry it all by yourself, Lu Ting said. I'll take as much as I can. With my abilities, bringing back 100 pounds of black bear meat shouldn't be a problem. Besides, although black bears are heavy, they're mostly bones. I'll try to bring back only the meat, Yifeng said. Lu Ting didn't say anything, but she felt heartbroken because Yifeng always took care of them. Splash! Splash! The rain is still falling outside, and the light is poor. It's afternoon now, and it will probably be dusk soon, then it will be dark. About half an hour later, the rain outside gradually subsided, but the raindrops were still falling. The rain has lessened. Yifeng stood up, gripping his sword, and said, You two must take good care of Teacher Wang. After I leave, close the stone door of the cave. If any wild animals appear, use bamboo poles to stab them out. With the stone walls protecting you, you should be safe in the cave. Yifeng, you. Lu Ting seemed to want to say something, but hesitated, perhaps because she didn't know what to say, or perhaps she felt that saying anything would be useless. Xiaofeng, don't go. We can just eat less in the future. It's too dangerous for you to go now, said Teacher Wang Qing. Zhao Shui also said, Brother Yi, it's raining. The mountain road must be very slippery and dangerous. You'd better not go. We can just skip the meal. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Remember my words. Take good care of Teacher Wang Qing. If any wild animals come, use bamboo to stab them away. After leaving those words, Yifeng picked up his sword and walked out of the cave. Splash! Raindrops fell on him, instantly soaking his clothes. Phew! Phew! A cold wind blew by, and he felt very cold as his clothes were soaked through. Tap! 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 In the wind and rain, Yifeng walked heavily towards the bamboo forest. It was quite far away, and he estimated it would take an hour to walk there. On the way back, he would take at least an hour and a half because he was carrying things. The round trip would take 2 or 3 hours. Yifeng. Standing beneath the stone wall, Lu Ting watched Yifeng's departing figure in the wind and rain, and her heart ached so much she wanted to cry. Yifeng is exhausted and suffering greatly from taking care of them. In her heart, Yifeng was an exceptionally brave man. Teacher Wang Qing barely made it to the foot of the cave wall. She looked out through the cracks in the rock and saw Yifeng's lonely figure walking quickly in the wind and rain. Yifeng, you must be careful, you absolutely must. Lu Ting murmured to herself, while Yifeng's figure grew farther and farther away from their sight. Further and further away. Chapter 84 Danger in the Rain. Splash! The rain continued to fall, and Yifeng walked through the wind and rain, quickly heading towards the bamboo forest. It takes at least an hour to walk from here to the bamboo forest, and it might take an hour and a half to come back, because you'll be carrying things. Despite the rain, Yifeng had to go. If we delay for too long, or wait until the rain stops tomorrow, the bear meat will definitely be eaten by other animals. Even if the bear meat is not eaten by other animals, it will spoil in nearly a day and a night. Tap, tap, tap. Yifeng walked heavily and quickly in the rain. The dense raindrops poured down from his head to his feet. Because of the rain, fog rolled in, making the path below the cliff difficult to walk. About an hour later, Yifeng finally arrived at the bamboo forest. In the wind and rain, the bamboo forest was hazy and looked very beautiful. The rain never stops. That lush green bamboo forest resembled a painting of bamboo groves in the wind and rain. Every bamboo stalk and every bamboo leaf was covered with water droplets. Call. A gust of wind blew, and countless raindrops fell rapidly from the bamboo and bamboo leaves. Yifeng trembled all over, feeling a bit cold, but he continued to walk into the bamboo forest. Lu Ting originally wanted to come with him, but Yifeng refused because it was too dangerous in the wind and rain. Yifeng wiped the water droplets from his face and quickly entered the bamboo forest. The black bear was still lying in the forest, its body wet. Yifeng's lips curled up into a relieved smile, because the black bear was still there. How do I bring this bear meat back with me? It's impossible to carry the whole black bear back, because a black bear weighs several hundred pounds. If you break the bear meat down, throw away the bones, and take the meat back, the bear meat will be quite fragmented. Yifeng looked around at the bamboo and came up with an idea. So he cut down a few large bamboo stalks and found some vines to make a simple bamboo basket. But he didn't split the bamboo, because these mature bamboo stalks would be very useful once he took them back. Splash, rumble, thunder and lightning, wind and rain. Yifeng squatted down beside the bear, picked up his sword with both hands, chopped off the bear's 4 paws, and then quickly began to butcher the bear meat. I'll take these 4 paws back and make braised bear paws, but unfortunately, I don't have the seasoning. Splash, splash, splash. Rumble. Amidst the dense raindrops and the rumbling thunder, Yifeng quietly crouched in the bamboo forest, cautiously guarding his surroundings while dissecting the bear meat. Squeak. Suddenly, Yifeng heard a strange noise beside him, followed by a dark shadow rushing towards him. The shadowy figure moved very fast, like a black leopard in a bamboo forest. Whoosh! A dark shadow flashed by, and in his anxiety, Yifeng slapped the ground with one hand to support his body, and quickly kicked his legs up from below. Bang! He thought he kicked the thing in the stomach. It felt soft and yielding. The dark figure was kicked away by him and sent flying into the bamboo forest not far away. Yifeng quickly stood up, gripped his sword with one hand, and swiftly looked towards the spot where the dark figure had rolled down. Whoosh! The dark shape vanished into the bamboo forest in an instant. Because of the rain and poor visibility, Yifeng couldn't see what it was. What kind of beast is this? Yifeng frowned. This beast was incredibly fast, appearing and disappearing without a trace. If he wasn't mistaken, this shadowy figure and the shadowy figure that appeared that night were the same kind of monster. On the second night after being stranded on the deserted island, Lu Ting developed a high fever, and Yifeng went into the forest to look for medicinal herbs. As a result, he was also ambushed by a shadowy figure that night. The shadowy figure was very fast, and its attacks were very fierce. The dark figure that just appeared, its attack pattern, and its agile movements were exactly the same as those from that night. Rumble. Lightning flashed incessantly, and rain poured down relentlessly. In the bamboo forest, Yifeng gripped his knife in one hand, quietly listening to his surroundings. This thing is too dangerous. If an ordinary person encountered it, they would probably die without a doubt. After confirming there was no danger, Yifeng continued to butcher the black bear meat. More than half an hour later, Yifeng had processed over 100 pounds of black bear meat. Apart from the 4 bear paws, everything else was meat with no bones. After placing the meat in the bamboo basket, Yifeng carried the basket on his back and then struggled back home. The bamboo basket probably weighs several dozen kilograms because the bamboo is all intact and has not been split. Yifeng planned to carry these bamboos back and make bamboo tubes as well, because he would need more bamboo tubes after obtaining the black bear meat. The cold wind kept blowing, and the rain continued to fall. Yifeng followed the path at the foot of the cliff, making difficult progress step by step. Although it was difficult and painful, he persevered through gritted teeth because he needed to take care of Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, and teacher Wang Qing. Fortunately, Yifeng came from a rural background and had not only practiced kung fu for more than 10 years, but had also memorized things since he was a child, so he was used to it. The road surface was a bit slippery, so Yifeng used his sword as a walking stick, which not only reduced his weight, but also allowed him to defend himself at any time. But amidst the wind and rain, the thunder and lightning, Yifeng felt very lonely. What humans fear most is loneliness, because humans are accustomed to living in groups. Hoping that Lu Ting and the other 2 were all right, Yifeng quickened his pace, fearing something might have happened to them. Chapter 85. In the Storm. He's back. Inside the cave, Wang Qing sat on the stone bed, her worried gaze peering anxiously through the cracks in the stone as she looked outside. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui, the 2 women, also looked outside with worry. Splash. The rain was still falling outside, and the trees in the grove across the way were wet with rain and fog had rolled in. The forest was somewhat hazy in the rain, and things were not clearly visible. I wonder how long this rain will stop, Wang Qing said worriedly. My biggest worry right now is Brother Yi. I don't know when he'll be back. It's raining outside, the mountain road is slippery, and he's carrying things on his back. What if something happens to him? At this point, Zhao Shui dared not continue, because she was very scared. I regret not going with him earlier. I should have insisted on going with him. Lu Ting felt a little guilty. She hadn't persevered to the end. She now deeply regrets it. She should have insisted on going with Yifeng. Don't worry, Yifeng will be fine. He's so skilled in martial arts. There's no way he could get into trouble. Wang Qing comforted the 2 of them, but she was actually more worried and scared. Well, Lu Ting sighed, her voice filled with worry. It's getting dark. If Yifeng doesn't come back soon, even if he has kung fu skills, it won't be of any use, because there's no moonlight tonight. Please stop talking, I want to cry. Zhao Shui was terrified. Thinking about Yi Feng's current situation, her heart ached terribly. Lu Ting also felt very sad. She could imagine that Yi Feng must be carrying a heavy burden at this moment, walking in the wind and rain, and it must be very, very hard. Yi Feng. Just as the two were getting worried, Wang Qing suddenly looked outside and shouted excitedly. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui looked up excitedly and saw the familiar man return in the wind and rain outside. He is Yi Feng. Yi Feng was seen carrying a heavy load, walking slowly through the wind and rain. Great! Brother Yi is back. Zhao Shui was very happy and excited, jumping up and down with her fists clenched. Thank God. Lu Ting also clenched her fists and smiled. When she saw Yi Feng return, she was overwhelmed with excitement, as if she had seen an important person in her life return. Hee hee, Yi Feng is back. You two can finally rest easy now, Wang Qing said with a smile. The three of them stood in the cave, watching Yi Feng walk out into the wind and rain. They felt sorry for him, so much so that they wanted to cry. Tap tap tap. Outside the cave, Yi Feng walked heavily, step by step, back into the cave. Finally back here, finally back outside the cave, he could finally catch his breath. Yi Feng saw Lu Ting. Lu Ting pushed aside the stone slab of the cave and stood in the cave, waving to him incessantly, as if she were shouting or cheering. Yi Feng. Brother Yi. Little Wind. The three stood in front of the cave entrance, excitedly shouting their joy, because Yi Feng had returned. At that moment, their hearts finally settled down. As long as Yi Feng comes back, that's all that matters. As long as Yi Feng comes back safely, nothing else matters. Yi Feng smiled slightly, then carried his things up the steps. Yi Feng, come in quickly. Seeing Yi Feng completely soaked, Lu Ting felt a pang of heartache and wanted to cry. Zhao Shui's eyes welled up with tears. She was heartbroken. You've suffered, Xiao Feng. Wang Qing's tears streamed down her face because Yi Feng was doing this for them, and Yi Feng was also her student. Teacher Wang, how are your injuries? Yi Feng asked first after entering the cave. I'm fine, I'm fine. Wang Qing was very touched and quickly said it was nothing. Yi Feng, are you alright? Lu Ting went over and helped Yi Feng unload his things. Don't worry, I'm fine. I brought the bear paw you wanted to eat the most. Yi Feng took out 4 bear paws, held them in his hands, and smiled. I don't like to eat it. Lu Ting felt heartbroken but also touched. She never expected that Yi Feng would brave the heavy rain to think of her craving for braised bear paws. Okay, since you don't like it, I'll just throw it away. Yi Feng made a throwing motion. Don't want. Lu Ting quickly stepped forward to stop her, saying, now that you've already brought it back, why throw it away? Are you stupid? I was just kidding. Yi Feng smiled. You still have the mood to joke? My heart aches for you. Lu Ting was very sad because Yi Feng had suffered. Brother Yi, why did you bring so much bamboo back? Zhao Shui asked curiously. These things are very useful, you'll see in a moment. As Yi Feng spoke, he wiped the water droplets from his head. Xiao Feng, stop talking and come warm yourself by the fire. Dry your clothes, or you'll catch a cold. Wang Qing was heartbroken and also afraid that Yi Feng would catch a cold and get sick. Brother Yi, I'll turn up the fire. Come and warm yourself by the fire so your clothes can dry, Zhao Shui said. Yi Feng, go and warm yourself by the fire and rest. Leave the rest to us. Lu Ting looked at Yi Feng with gentle eyes. The moment she saw Yi Feng return from the wind and rain, her heart ached. I'm so dirty, covered in mud. I'll go wash myself in that river first. Yi Feng turned and walked out of the cave, as the wind and rain continued to rage. He walked into the stream, bent down, scooped up the icy water, and repeatedly washed it over his body. The mud and sand on my body kept falling off with the water. Lu Ting and the other two stood in the cave, quietly watching Yi Feng not far away. Xiao Shui, quickly turn up the fire. When Xiaofeng comes back, have him take off his clothes and dry them, Wang Qing said. Okay. Zhao Shui turned around and quickly added firewood to the fire, shouting, you should prepare some food first. Xiaofeng has been working so hard for so long. He must be very hungry, Wang Qing continued to instruct. Lu Ting seemed not to hear Wang Qing's instructions. Her bright eyes were still looking outside. In the wind and rain, in that river, Yi Feng kept washing his clothes. A hazy mist appeared in the surrounding mountains and forests, and Lu Ting felt that Yi Feng's figure seemed to be getting more and more blurred. Chapter 86. The Warmth in the Cave. Yi Feng returned to the cave, his body soaking wet, cold water droplets streaming down his clothes. Xiao Feng, hurry up and go to the fire to warm yourself. Take off your clothes and dry them. It's uncomfortable to wear wet clothes. What if you catch a cold? Wang Qing felt sorry for Yi Feng and was also afraid that he would catch a cold. Teacher Wang, don't worry, I won't catch a cold. Look how strong and healthy I am. Yifeng patted his chest, indicating that he wouldn't catch a cold. Let's not be careless, Wang Qing said seriously. Yifeng, go warm yourself by the fire. We'll make you something to eat, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui said. Yifeng walked to the fire and immediately felt much warmer, but his clothes were soaked and it was really uncomfortable to wear them. Xiao Shui, boil some hot water for Xiaofeng to drink first. Because of her limited mobility, Wang Qing has to rely on others to do her things. Okay, teacher. Zhao Shui nodded obediently and then boiled water for Yifeng. Xiaofeng, hurry up and take off your clothes and put them on the rack to dry, otherwise it will be very uncomfortable to wear them. Wang Qing was worried that Yifeng would catch a cold, so she was very concerned. Yifeng hesitated because it would be a bit impolite. If it were just Lu Ting and Zhao Shui, it wouldn't matter, but with teacher Wang Qing here, it was inconvenient for him. You're just a little kid. What are you afraid of being shy about? Wang Qing looked at Yifeng with reproach. She was just afraid that Yifeng had caught a cold. Brother Yi, I'm turning around. Zhao Shui blushed, her heart pounding. Lu Ting also said, don't worry, I won't look at you. Haha, I actually hope you're looking at me, Yifeng said. Cut. Lu Ting scoffed and said, what's so interesting about that? I've seen plenty of those. What? Yifeng was shocked. Lu Ting said she had seen many such cases. Could the school beauty be that kind of person, that kind of casual woman? That's impossible. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ting coughed a few times and said, don't misunderstand. A friend of mine studies medicine. Once, I went to the lab with her and saw a lot of human specimens, so... Oh, I see. I'm relieved now, Yifeng said with a smile. Even if I've seen it all, it's none of your business. Lu Ting tilted her head, pretending to be a little angry. Stop arguing, let Xiaofeng dry the clothes. Wang Qing smiled. She was the teacher of the three, and in her eyes, they were like her own children. Of course, she was only old enough to be their eldest sister. Yifeng took off his soaked clothes and put them on a rack to dry. Zhao Shui blushed and handed a cup of hot water to Yifeng. Brother Yi, have some water. Thanks. Yifeng took the water, drank it, and then handed the bamboo tube to Zhao Shui. Lu Ting glanced sideways and slowly walked over, saying, oh, not bad. You even have abs. Smack, smack, smack. After speaking, the school beauty raised her small hand and patted Yifeng's back, saying, not bad, quite sturdy. If you keep looking, I'll eat you up. Yifeng recalled a line from an advertisement. Haha. Lu Ting smiled, appearing very generous. I've noticed you're different from before. That night we met on the deserted island. You wouldn't let me get close and even threatened me. How come you've changed so much now? Yifeng recalled that night when the school beauty was terrified when she saw him. Because I didn't understand you back then, but I do now, Lu Ting said with a smile. Oh, I see. You've fallen in love with me. Yifeng suddenly realized and nodded with a smile. Fall in love with you? You're dreaming. Lu Ting rolled her eyes at Yifeng, then smiled and went to make some food. You two are so lively and adorable, Wang Qing said with a smile. Yifeng warmed himself by the fire and dried his clothes. After about 2 hours, the clothes were finally dried. He put on the dry clothes and immediately felt very comfortable. I forgot to tell you something. Don't go into the forest casually in the future. I was attacked by a dark shadow in the bamboo forest before. It should be an unknown wild beast, and it was very fast. Yifeng remembered this incident and reminded the three of them. Are you all right? Wang Qing asked anxiously. I'm fine, but you must never go into the forest alone again. Yifeng gave a stern warning, fearing that the three of them might enter the forest carelessly and encounter the unknown wild beasts, which would be too dangerous. Brother Yi, thank you for reminding us. We'll remember it, Zhao Shui nodded. Splash. The sound of rain outside suddenly intensified. The group turned around and saw that it was dark outside. The firelight inside the cave illuminated the outside, and under the firelight, raindrops like pearls fell with a pattering sound. The rain is getting heavier again, Yifeng said, looking outside with a heavy heart. Wang Qing's bewildered gaze was also fixed outside. The constant rain was making her feel uneasy. People tend to be more sentimental on rainy days, especially in this deserted island cave, where they are most prone to melancholy. Chapter 87. Food, lodging, and handsome men await. It's getting dark. The rain is still falling outside. It's hard to say how long this rain will last. Maybe 2 or 3 days, maybe a week, or even longer. Rain in the rainforest can last a long time, and it probably rains frequently in this primeval forest because there are many broadleaf plants there. It's raining. Lu Ting stared blankly outside, feeling somewhat melancholy, the melancholy of being stranded on a deserted island and unable to go home. Sister Lu Ting, don't be sad. We have food, Brother Yi, and a cave. Even if it rains, it won't matter, Zhao Shui comforted her. Yifeng also said, yes, you don't need to be sad. You have a place to live, food and drink, and a man. What else do you need? Where's the man? I can't see him. Lu Ting's beautiful eyes darted around, but she just wouldn't look at Yifeng. Can't you see me standing here, a grown man like me? Yifeng asked. Sorry, my eyesight is bad. I can't see it, Lu Ting said. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. It's your own fault for being so shameless, Yifeng said. Lu Ting asked, puzzled. Does being too thick-skinned have anything to do with not being able to see men? Of course it's related. It's because you're too thick-skinned. Your skin is covering your eyes, so your eyesight is bad, Yifeng replied. Heh, cluck cluck. Lu Ting hiccuped in anger, probably because she felt like fainting. After a while, the school beauty finally finished cooking and smiled. Gentlemen, braised bear paw and braised bear meat are here. Since black bear meat also contains fat, Lu Ting cuts off the fat and renders it into oil. Therefore, bear oil can be used to make braised bear paws, stir-fried meat, and so on. Everyone was starving, so they picked up bamboo tubes and tree branches with chopsticks and ate the bear meat with relish. Afterwards, they directly gnawed on the bear paws. The bear meat was indeed delicious. Although there were no spices, it was still very tasty. The four of them sat by the fire and ate heartily. After eating their fill, the four of them sat down to rest in the cave. Brother Yi, what should we do with this bear meat? We can't get any sea salt right now. If we don't marinate it or smoke it, the bear meat will spoil quickly, Zhao Shui said worriedly. The wolf meat had gone bad because it hadn't been marinated or smoked. Yifeng smiled and said, I brought back so many bamboo tubes to preserve the bear meat. We don't need to marinate or smoke it. Then what should we do? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said, boil the fat bear meat to extract the oil. After the oil cools, pour the bear meat and oil together into a bamboo tube and seal it. Once the bear oil solidifies, the bear meat will be isolated from the air and can be preserved for a long time without spoiling. Bear meat preserved in this way will stay fresh for 2 or 3 months. Is this okay? Lu Ting asked. Of course, Yifeng nodded. Brother Yi, you're so smart. Zhao Shui praised him excitedly, like a well-behaved little girl, sitting next to Yifeng and laughing happily. You're only just realizing how smart I am. Yifeng patted Zhao Shui's head. Zhao Shui sat to the side, her face flushed. She wasn't as outgoing as Lu Ting. Let's do as Xiaofeng says. Wang Qing stood up, preparing to preserve the bear meat. Teacher, please sit down. Your foot injury hasn't healed yet, so you shouldn't walk around. Yifeng quickly asked Wang Qing to sit down. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui quickly asked Wang Qing to sit down. Sigh. All right, I'll take care of you all after I'm better. Because the three insisted, Wang Qing sat on the stone bed to rest. Yifeng, you should rest too. Leave this to me and Zhao Shui. Lu Ting also felt sorry for Yifeng and didn't want him to work so hard. Thank you for thinking of me and not wanting me to be tired, Yifeng said with a smile. My heart is too small to hold you, Lu Ting said. Actually, you've had feelings for me for a long time, but you're just too shy to say it, Yifeng continued with a smile. I only have a pig's head in my heart, not you, unless you are a pig's head. Lu Ting joked with Yifeng that when they first met on the deserted island, she didn't let Yifeng get close because they weren't familiar with each other. But as they spent more time together and went through life and death together, she became more casual in her conversation with Yifeng. Inside the cave, 2 women were busy preserving bear meat. Wang Qing walked to Yifeng's side, sat down, and asked, Xiaofeng, you encountered an attack by an unknown monster. What did that monster look like? Yifeng shook his head and said, Teacher, because it was raining at the time, I didn't see what the beast looked like, but I was attacked twice already. You're amazing, you survived 2 attacks unscathed. But I'm glad you're all right. Wang Qing was filled with worry, wondering what exactly that monster was. Rumble. Splash. Inside the cave, in the dead of night, bursts of thunder echoed continuously, and the rain continued to pour down, as if this rain would last for a very long time. Click. Click. Dense bolts of lightning, like countless golden serpents, streaked across the night sky, while inside the cave, the 2 women busied themselves. Wang Qing sat next to Yifeng, her face showing signs of pain. Teacher, are you all right? Yifeng asked. I'm fine. Wang Qing smiled, but her eyes showed even more pain. She turned her head away, not wanting Yifeng to see it. Chapter 88, He Bullied Me. Wang Qing chatted with Yifeng, using a smile to hide the pain in her foot. The pain from the fracture was very uncomfortable for her, and she had been walking with crutches for a long time during the day. Although it was very painful, She forced a smile because she didn't want to cause trouble for the students. She knew very well that if she groaned and complained of aches and pains, it would only add to the burden on Yifeng and the other two. Moreover, given Yifeng's personality, he would definitely go out in the middle of the night to find medicine for her, but it's too dangerous at night. Teacher, does your foot hurt? Yifeng asked. Wang Qing smiled and said, it still hurts a little, but I feel much better. Let me see, Yifeng said. Hee. Wang Qing smiled and said, no need, I'm definitely feeling much better. Rumble. Outside the cave, thunder roared again in the night sky. The sound was so loud that it seemed as if the gods were enraged and about to tear the earth apart. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui, who were busy at work, were also startled. They looked anxiously outside, then lowered their heads and continued working. Splash. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a violent storm broke out. The wind howled louder and the thunder grew louder. Countless bolts of lightning, like golden serpents, descended from the sky. Yifeng walked to the stone wall at the cave entrance, gripping his sword and looking outside with worry. The rain is getting heavier, Yifeng said with a worried voice. Brother Yi, we have food and a place to stay, so what are you worried about? Zhao Shui asked. Lu Ting also said, Yifeng, it's good that you brought back bear meat. We have food now, so you don't need to worry. Looking at the raging wind and rain outside, Yifeng said, eating greasy food for a long time will take a toll on our stomachs and make it difficult to digest. We need to find wild vegetables and vegetarian dishes. Xiaofeng, don't worry. Even if it rains all day, it will stop in a few days. After the rain stops, we can go find wild vegetables together, Wang Qing comforted her. That's all we can do. Yifeng stood beneath the stone wall, his worried gaze continuing to look outside. The rain is getting heavier. I wonder when this rain will stop. About 2 hours later, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui followed Yifeng's instructions and packed all the bear meat into bamboo tubes. Each bamboo tube contained bear oil. Once the oil solidified, the bear meat inside the bamboo tubes would be isolated from the air, thus preserving the fresh bear meat for a long time. Finally finished with their work, Lu Ting wiped her sweat and sat down on the stone bed with Zhao Shui to rest. Shouting, Xiao Shui, you must be exhausted after all this work, Wang Qing said to the two of them. Teacher, we're not tired, the two said. Yifeng walked over to Lu Ting and then sat down next to her. Lu Ting moved her position to prevent Yifeng from getting close, but Yifeng took advantage of the situation and moved his position accordingly. Lu Ting moved her position again, but accidentally fell off the stone bed. Thump! Lu Ting fell to the ground and pitifully complained, Teacher, Yifeng bullied me. Hee. Wang Qing smiled happily, but didn't say anything. Snort. Lu Ting stood up angrily, struck a pose, and said, Don't force me to use force. I'm warning you, I've practiced taekwondo. I can kill a bull with one punch. Cut. Yifeng scoffed. This young lady must be bragging. With her tiny arms and legs, she thinks she can kill a bull with one punch? She can't even kill a rabbit. Hee, stop fooling around. Let Xiaofeng get some rest. He's too tired today, Wang Qing said. Lu Ting withdrew her fist and said, Considering you worked very hard today, I'll let you off the hook. We'll have another match another day. I can pin you to the ground and make you unable to move with just one of my tiny fingers, Yifeng said disdainfully, raising his ring finger. You look down on people too much. With her hands on her hips, Lu Ting was about to go and cause trouble for Yifeng. Zhao Shui quickly stopped her, saying, Sister Lu Ting, forget it, you can't beat him. Haha, stop fooling around, let Xiaofeng get some rest. Seeing Yifeng and Lu Ting bickering, she felt like two children were arguing. Brother Yi, you, Teacher Wang, and Sister Lu Ting should rest. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, Zhao Shui said. Although the cave is safe, someone still needs to keep watch at night to prevent accidents from happening. The cave walls have dozens of fist-sized ventilation openings, allowing venomous insects like snakes to crawl in. Zhao Shui, you should rest first. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, Lu Ting said. Yifeng said, Zhao Shui, you rest first. Let the thick-skinned one keep watch for the night. Call. Lu Ting stood with her hands on her hips, blowing air angrily, and glared at Yifeng with a wronged expression. Ha. Yifeng jumped onto his stone bed and lay down on the grass to sleep. The rain was still falling outside. Yifeng lay on the stone bed and fell asleep quickly because he was very sleepy. In his dream, he dreamed of the scene in the bamboo forest during the day. In the cold wind and drizzle, he was suddenly attacked by a dark shadow. Since he was stranded on the deserted island, he had been attacked by a dark shadow twice, but he did not know what the dark shadow was. Yifeng didn't know how long he had slept, but he heard a soft call in his ear. Yifeng, Wake up, wake up. The voice sounded anxious. It sounded like Lu Ting's voice. Chapter 89. She endured the pain. Yifeng was fast asleep, but he heard Lu Ting calling his name. Yifeng, wake up quickly. Lu Ting's voice was soft, but anxious. Although he was dreaming, Yifeng immediately woke up because the deserted island was dangerous, and he dared not fall asleep. What's wrong? After sitting up, Yifeng gripped his sword tightly and tried to rush to the foot of the cave wall. Teacher Wang seems to be in a lot of pain. I didn't want to call you, but she really is feeling terrible. Lu Ting was very nervous and sad. Yifeng looked back and saw Zhao Shui sleeping on the middle stone bed, while Teacher Wang was sleeping on the innermost stone bed, her body tightly curled up, occasionally letting out painful sounds. Teacher Wang's voice was filled with pain, broken and intermittent. Although she was asleep, the extreme pain caused her to make sounds again and again. Yifeng, is Teacher Wang's injury more serious? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said, her poison has been cured. Apart from the broken leg, her other injuries are not serious. It is estimated that she was walking with crutches during the day, which aggravated the broken leg. It's all my fault. Lu Ting lowered her head in self-reproach and said, it's all my fault for being useless. If I could have helped you carry Teacher Wang, her injuries wouldn't have gotten worse. Don't blame yourself, you've already done your best. Yifeng got up and slowly walked to Teacher Wang's side. Her feet were still covered with herbs, secured with wooden sticks and vines, but the area where the medicine was applied was even more swollen. Even through the material, the swelling was still visible. Yifeng prepared to untangle the vines, remove the securing branches, scrape off the applied medicine, and examine Teacher Wang's injury. Wang Qing suddenly woke up and saw Yifeng and Zhao Shui standing beside her. She smiled and said, what's wrong with you two? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Teacher, are you in a lot of pain? I can hear you crying even when you're asleep. Lu Ting asked. Wang Qing smiled and said, no. Teacher, please don't lie to us. We just heard you sound upset. Lu Ting felt heartbroken and distressed. Wang Qing smiled and said, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Go and get some rest. Teacher, let me see your injury. Yifeng crouched down, intending to untangle the vines and remove the branch. Xiaofeng, no need, let's talk about it tomorrow. Wang Qing quickly sat up. Teacher, don't move. Yifeng quickly untied the vines, took down the branches, and scraped off the applied herbs. He saw that Wang Qing's fractured ankle was red and swollen, indicating a serious injury. Wow! Lu Ting was startled. Seeing how serious Teacher Wang's ankle was, she couldn't help but clench her fists. Wang Qing smiled and said, don't make a fuss, I'm fine. I've been injured like this before, so I know it's nothing. Teacher, have you ever broken a bone before? Lu Ting asked. Wang Qing said, that was when I was a teenager. I fractured my foot in the same spot. My parents passed away early, and my grandmother and maternal grandmother raised me. When I was 13 or 14, I went to the mountain to cut pig feed. One time, it suddenly started raining, so I fell off the embankment. As Wang Qing recounted the story, Lu Ting's eyes reddened, and she said with heartache, Teacher, I never imagined you had suffered so much. Because of her childhood experiences, Wang Qing is very concerned about students from poor families at school. When Yifeng was in college, he often didn't have enough money to top up his meal card, but Wang Qing would often give him hers. I understand, Yifeng said. What do you understand? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said, I understand why Teacher Wang fractured his bone here. It's because he fractured his bone once before, so it's easy for him to fracture it again. Yifeng, aren't you good at setting bones? Please help Teacher Wang. Lu Ting said anxiously. Yifeng said, Teacher Wang has a fracture, not a dislocation. Fractures require slow treatment, but her condition is very serious right now. The swelling is too severe. If she doesn't receive timely treatment, this foot may become necrotic. After speaking, Yifeng looked anxiously outside. Splash! Splash! It was raining in the forest outside late at night. This rain has been going on for so long, it's really annoying. Xiaofeng, I'm fine. I know my situation. Seeing Yifeng looking outside, Wang Qing knew he was looking for herbs, but it was the middle of the night and raining outside, which was too dangerous. Yifeng, it's dark now and it's raining. You can't go out. Think again. Is there any other way? Lu Ting asked anxiously. Yifeng turned around and said, I can only massage Teacher Wang's feet to try to improve blood circulation. I will go out to find herbs after dawn. Teach me, and I'll give you a massage. Lu Ting sat down next to Wang Qing and extended her slender hand. I can do it myself. Don't bother yourselves. You should go and rest, Wang Qing said. Lu Ting said worriedly, Teacher, let me give you a massage instead. Don't worry about me. This injury is nothing serious. I have a stable job, and even if I am crippled, I can still support myself. Wang Qing was even in the mood to joke, but she did so to comfort the two of them. Chapter 90, Yi Feng's Worries. Because Yi Feng and the other two were chatting, Zhao Shui, who was fast asleep, also woke up. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and said, Brother Yi, Sister Lu Ting, is teacher's leg injury more serious? I heard your conversation in my sleep. Because of me, you woke Xiao Shui up too. Wang Qing looked at Yi Feng and Lu Ting reproachfully, but her eyes were full of apology. Lu Ting said, Zhao Shui, the teacher's ankle is very swollen and red. Yi Feng said he would massage it for the teacher and keep going until dawn so he can find some herbs. Otherwise, the teacher's leg will become necrotic due to poor blood circulation. Oh, it's that serious. Zhao Shui quickly got up and went to Wang Qing's side. After seeing the serious injury of teacher Wang, she said, Brother Yi, Sister Lu Ting, you should both go and rest. I will massage teacher Wang to relieve the swelling. Let me do it, Lu Ting said. Zhao Shui said seriously, Sister Lu Ting, let me do it. You haven't rested all night. If you don't sleep, you won't be able to handle it tomorrow. As for Brother Yi, he needs to go looking for medicinal herbs during the day, so he also needs to rest. Lu Ting thought it made sense, so she said to Yi Feng, Tell Zhao Shui how to massage, and then you go and rest. You need to get enough sleep to have plenty of energy. Okay, sure. Yi Feng also wanted to rest. It wasn't that he was selfish. The primeval forest was indeed too dangerous. If one didn't sleep well, one's reactions would become sluggish and one's senses would be impaired. You all go and rest, don't worry about me. I'm just a patient, I can't be a burden to you, and besides, I can't bear to. Wang Qing felt very guilty. Teacher, it's only right that we take care of you, Yi Feng said. Next, he personally taught Zhao Shui how to massage, what to pay attention to, and how to use proper massage techniques, etc. Zhao Shui dared not be careless and memorized everything. Then, following Yi Feng's instructions, she carefully massaged Wang Qing. Wang Qing sat on the stone bed, looking at Yi Feng and the other two with deep emotion, unsure of what to say. Well, moved, Wang Qing couldn't help but sigh. Teacher, what's wrong? Why are you sighing? Yi Feng asked. Wang Qing said, It's a pity that you've already graduated. If you hadn't graduated yet, wouldn't it have been great if we could all go back to school together after leaving the deserted island? He. Yi Feng smiled and said, Teacher, although we have already graduated, after you leave the deserted island and return to the school, there will still be new students. They will also be your students, just like everyone else. Yi Feng and his classmates had just graduated from the finance department. This year's students, teachers, and professors had planned to take a cruise overseas to attend lectures by financial masters, but they encountered a shipwreck. At the time, there were many people on the cruise ship, including the students and teachers, as well as many outsiders. It's just unknown how many of the hundreds of people on the cruise ship survived. Splash. The rain outside continued to fall, and the atmosphere inside the cave suddenly became heavy. After a moment, Wang Qing said, Xiao Feng, Xiao Ting, you should both go and rest. Xiao Shui can stay with me. Teacher, I'm going to rest now. Lu Ting stretched. She was also very tired. Zhao Shui, take good care of our teacher, Yi Feng instructed. Okay, Brother Yi, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of the teacher, Zhao Shui assured him. Yi Feng returned to the stone bed and lay down on the withered grass, deep in thought. He was thinking about how to find herbs for his teacher tomorrow. The herbs he had found the day before yesterday were not many and had all been used up. Moreover, the main function of those herbs was detoxification. Teacher, how are you feeling? Zhao Shui asked from inside the cave. Shoo, don't talk, let them rest quietly. Wang Qing reminded Zhao Shui to keep quiet. Yi Feng tossed and turned, unable to sleep, worried that Wang Qing's injuries were getting worse. Splash. Rumble. Outside the cave, a torrential downpour was accompanied by thunder. The sounds of wind, rain, and thunder filled my ears. Yi Feng closed his eyes, trying to calm his mind. He needed to get some rest. In a hazy dream, Yi Feng drifted off to sleep once more. In his dream, he seemed to return to his hometown, to the familiar village entrance. He seemed to see his parents, whose faces were haggard and whose hair had turned much whiter. Upon seeing his parents, Yi Feng rushed over excitedly and hugged his mother and father tightly. In his dream, his mother and father raised their rough hands and gently stroked his face, but the wrinkles on their faces were more pronounced than before. My father practiced martial arts when he was young, but after getting married, he honestly and dutifully farmed to support his family. In Yi Feng's memory, his grandfather was the most powerful in their family. It is said that during his grandfather's time, because the southwest was full of mountains, there were many bandits. In order to protect the country, his grandfather developed excellent skills. My father practiced martial arts when he was young and even roamed the martial arts world after he grew up. However, after getting married and having children, he picked up a hoe and lived a down-to-earth life. Once a man has a wife and children, his heart is with his wife and children. Yifeng recalled a classic saying, "Our parents were once as young as we are, with the same dreams and aspirations as us. But as we grow up, our parents grow old and no longer have the dreams and aspirations they had when they were young." Chapter 91, Searching for Medicine in the Mist. Encountering danger. The next morning, Yifeng woke up very early because he was worried about Wang Qing's injury. It's dawn. However, it must be morning now. There's a light drizzle outside, and the rain is as fine as cow's hair. Looking through the cracks in the rocks, I can see that fog has risen in the forest outside, and the rain is likely to continue and get heavier. Zhao Shui was still massaging Wang Qing's feet. Because it was very uncomfortable, Wang Qing didn't rest. Her feet became even redder and more swollen. If Zhao Shui hadn't kept massaging them to improve blood circulation, it would probably have been even worse. "Xiaofeng, why are you awake so early?" Wang Qing asked with a smile when she saw Yifeng wake up. "Teacher, how are you feeling?" Yifeng got up and walked over, asking with concern. "Don't worry. I'm fine. I feel good," Wang Qingzi said with a smile. Yifeng looked outside and said, "Teacher, hold on a little longer. I'll go out and find some herbs for you. I'm really fine, and it's drizzling outside. Let's wait until the weather clears up." Wang Qing was really worried. It was too dangerous outside, with such thick fog and a light drizzle, so she couldn't go out. "Teacher, don't worry about me. I will be careful." Yifeng gripped his sword, preparing to go out. Although there was fog in the forest, he could still make out the surrounding scenery once he entered the woods. Besides, this rain was sure to last for several days. "Xiaofeng, don't go, be good." Wang Qing looked at Yifeng sternly, preventing him from leaving. "Teacher, don't worry, I'll take care of myself." Just as Yifeng was about to leave, Lu Ting suddenly woke up. She propped herself up on the stone bed with both hands, rubbing her eyes as she groggily woke up and said, "Yifeng, are you going out to look for herbs? It's still drizzling outside. Let me make you some soup first to warm you up before you go." "No need. I don't have the habit of eating breakfast," Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Ting said, "It's necessary." Unable to win the argument with Lu Ting, Yifeng stayed in the cave for the time being. Half an hour later, the bear meat soup was ready, and Lu Ting put the soup into a bamboo tube. After receiving the broth, Yifeng drank it in large gulps and finished it quickly. He then took off his outer garment, leaving only a long-sleeved undershirt. "Why did you take off your coat?" Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said, "It's drizzling outside, and there must be water droplets in the forest. If my outer clothes get wet, they'll be very bulky to wear, so I'd rather not wear them." "I'll go with you." Lu Ting was really worried and wanted to go with Yifeng. "You can take care of the teacher in the cave. I can go by myself. Besides, it would be inconvenient for me to bring you along," Yifeng said. "Xiaofeng, I won't let you go." Wang Qing looked at Yifeng seriously and said, "I heard that you are the only son in your family. If something happens to you, how will I explain it to your parents? They will blame me." Wang Qing didn't originally want to be so direct, but seeing that Yifeng insisted on going, she had no choice but to say these words. "Teacher, don't worry, he'll be fine. Look at him. He looks like a cow, so he'll be all right." Lu Ting smiled, clenched her small fist, and punched Yifeng a few times. Then she leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Be careful, we'll wait for you to come back." Yifeng smiled slightly, indicating that he would be careful. "Xiaofeng, you must listen to me and not go out. We'll talk about it when the weather clears up," Wang Qing continued sternly. Yifeng smiled, placed his outer garment in the cave, and then left with his sword in hand. "Little wind." Wang Qing wanted to call out, but Yifeng had already left. "Quick, help me up, you're so disobedient." Wang Qing asked Zhao Shui to help her up, and she limped to the foot of the cave wall. However, Yifeng's figure had already disappeared into the mist. The fog outside was very thick, and nothing could be seen more than 10 meters away. He's so disobedient. If something happens to him, how am I supposed to explain it to his parents when I go back home? Wang Qing was very anxious, so anxious that she burst into tears. "Teacher, are you crying?" Zhao Shui asked. "How can I not cry? I'm so worried. Xiaofeng is so disobedient." Wang Qing was nervous and scared, worried that something might happen to Yifeng. Lu Ting stood at the foot of the stone wall, quietly watching the hazy fog. Unfortunately, the fog obscured Yifeng's figure. The mist obscured Yifeng's figure. At this moment, Yifeng entered the mist and quickly headed into the forest. Although there was fog in the forest, the visibility was not as bad as he had imagined. Yifeng moved quickly towards the lush forest, because the more lush the forest, the more vegetation there would be, and naturally, more medicinal herbs. Here, old trees with gnarled roots lie everywhere, and the ground is covered with timber and countless unidentified trees. Yifeng's clothes were soaked through, but he wasn't cold, because people on the road don't get cold. This place is far from the cave where they live, but even though they walked for a very long time, Yifeng still couldn't find any herbs because the visibility wasn't very good. On a sunny day, it was difficult to find herbs. Sand. Suddenly, a noise came from the misty woods behind them. Yifeng instinctively gripped his sword tightly, cautiously observing his surroundings. He had a feeling that something was very dangerous. Danger is imminent. Chapter 92, Severing the Beast's Claws. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. In the thick fog of the forest, drops of water fell continuously, and a cold wind blew gently. Yifeng was soaked. He held his sword in one hand, the blade tilted, a position that facilitated slashing in midair. Splash. A few leaves fell from above. Yifeng turned around and looked behind him. He saw that the forest behind him was full of white mist, and the noise had disappeared. The noise just now clearly came from the forest behind him, but now there was no noise, as if it had returned to calm. Yifeng listened attentively, keeping his eyes and ears open. Back when he was at home, his grandfather passed on all his skills to him. It is said that when his grandfather was young, he single-handedly wiped out a band of bandits on a mountain. Later, when it came to my father's generation, the country was liberated and there were no more bandits, so my father only learned half of my grandfather's skills. Yifeng recalled a saying his grandfather had once said, "If you encounter danger in the forest, and you cannot see any powerful wild beast lurking there, you should judge by the falling leaves of the surrounding trees. Because powerful beasts lurk in the forest, at the moment they are about to attack, the number of fallen leaves under the trees where they are hiding will be greater than that under other trees. If you are still unsure, then test the waters with stones." Yifeng hooked a stone with his toe and then quickly kicked it into the misty forest. Bang! The stone flew behind the trees with a thud. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black creature darted out of the woods. It was fast, but not very big. Due to the thick fog and its speed, Yifeng didn't have time to get a good look at what kind of beast it was. Huh! Yifeng roared and leaned back quickly. Call! The thing swept past him with a gust of cold wind. Squeak! The black thing made a strange noise. Yifeng dared not turn around, because turning around would be too slow. He dragged his sword on the ground and then ran forward quickly. He ran very fast, almost at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Whoosh! The sound of a cold wind blowing came from behind, like the sound of the wind blowing, or like the sound of something rushing and chasing. Ahead was a large tree. Yifeng rushed over quickly, his feet brushing against the tree repeatedly, and then he ran uphill a few steps, his body hanging upside down 2 or 3 meters off the ground. Huh! Yifeng turned around in midair and slashed down fiercely with his sword. Bang! A loud crash was heard as a sharp sword struck the black creature's claw, instantly cutting off one claw to the ground. Squeak! The black thing screamed in pain and darted into the woods and disappeared. What is that? Yifeng seemed to be able to make out the appearance of the dark figure. It looked a bit like a monkey, with a round head, big eyes, and pointed ears, but not quite. Because of the fog and the fact that the thing was moving very fast, he couldn't see it very clearly. Yifeng looked down at the ground and saw that the claw he had severed was covered in blood. The claw looked a lot like a monkey's claw. However, the claws were very long and sharp, like steel knives. This must be a wild beast that looks like a monkey, and this beast far surpasses a monkey in both speed and attack power. Strangeness. Looking at the claws lying on the ground, Yifeng frowned and thought. This was the 3rd time he had been attacked, and all 3 times in different places. Could this beast be secretly following me? Wrong. Yifeng shook his head slightly, feeling that there should be many such wild beasts in this primeval forest. The 3 ambushes must have involved 3 different wild beasts. This forest is indeed very dangerous. Unfortunately, I am not knowledgeable enough to know that there are wild beasts in this world that look like monkeys, but whose attack power and speed far exceed those of monkeys. Luckily, I'm skilled in martial arts, otherwise I would have been dead just now. Yifeng didn't dare to delay, quickly left the spot, and continued into the forest to search for herbs. He was determined to find the herbs and heal Teacher Wang's leg injury, no matter how dangerous the forest was. After entering the misty forest, Yifeng searched carefully and cautiously guarded his surroundings. Euchomia ulmoides tree. Suddenly, Yifeng unexpectedly discovered a euchomia tree, a type of tree that can be used in medicine. When he was a child in the countryside, people would come to the countryside to buy yakamiya bark. This bark can treat blood stasis, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. However, Teacher Wang's fracture requires the bone to be repositioned, which also requires the assistance of herbal medicine. A gentle breeze and light rain blew through the forest, and Yifeng walked alone through the woods. About half an hour later, he found some herbs that were very effective at reducing swelling. With these herbs, as long as Mr. Wang's bones are realigned and these herbs are applied, he will be able to walk on his own with difficulty after 10 days to half a month. However, it is estimated that it will take 3 months for him to fully recover. It takes 100 days to recover from a bone or muscle injury. Splash! The drizzling rain continued to fall, and dewdrops drifted down from the forest floor. Yifeng took the medicinal herbs, picked up his sword, and left. Chapter 93. He's back. It's raining. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Teacher Wang Qing sat on the stone bed and anxiously looked outside through the cracks in the cave wall. Since Yifeng left, she has been very distracted because she is very worried and scared. If something happens to Yifeng, she won't be able to face his parents after leaving here and returning home. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were also looking outside, their hearts heavy with worry, eagerly awaiting Yifeng's return. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, but Yifeng still hadn't returned. Xiaofeng is too stubborn. If something happens to him, how am I supposed to explain it to his parents? Teacher Wang said anxiously, sitting on the stone bed. Teacher, don't worry, brother Yi will be fine. He's so capable, he'll definitely be all right, Zhao Shui said. Yes, Yifeng will definitely be fine. I believe he can take care of himself, Lu Ting said with a smile. Although the two women comforted Teacher Wang Qing, they were actually quite anxious themselves. After he comes back this time, I will never let him go out again, no matter what. Wang Qing secretly made up her mind that she would never let Yifeng go out again next time. Lu Ting stood up and slowly walked to the foot of the cave wall, her worried eyes looking at the white mist. Crackling sounds. Whoosh. The raindrops kept falling, getting heavier and heavier, and it seemed like this rain was going to last a very long time. The rain has continued unabated since yesterday afternoon. Just as Lu Ting and the others were feeling worried, a familiar figure quickly approached from the white mist. The figure emerged from the mist and gradually came into their view. The wind howls, the Yi River is cold. In the cold mist, the man they had been longing for returned. Yifeng. Lu Ting opened the stone door and waved from under the cave entrance. Zhao Shui happily ran over as well. Thank God you're finally back. Teacher Wang Qing slowly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and felt relieved that Yifeng was finally back. Yifeng emerged from the fog and saw Lu Ting and Zhao Shui standing in front of the cave entrance, waving happily at him. These two beautiful women seemed to be waiting for their husbands to return. Thinking of this, Yifeng shook his head and smiled. Wasn't he being too ambitious? Yifeng, you're finally back. We were all so worried. After Yifeng reached the entrance of the cave, Lu Ting said excitedly. What's wrong? Missed me? Want a hug? Yifeng held a sword in one hand and herbs in the other, then opened his arms as if waiting for the two women to throw themselves into his embrace. Zhao Shui lowered her head shyly, her face turning bright red. Okay, sure, let's hurt each other. Lu Ting smiled and stood on the steps of the cave, her arms outstretched. Let's forget about hurting each other. What I want is true love, Yifeng said. I don't love you. My heart is too small to hold someone as big as you, Lu Ting said with a smile. Sister Lu Ting, please let brother Yi in. Yifeng was soaking wet and standing in the cold wind. Come in quickly, don't even think about hugging. Lu Ting turned and entered the cave, but as she turned, a faint smile appeared on her face. Yifeng also entered the cave, where he saw Teacher Wang Qing sitting on a stone bed, looking at him anxiously. You're finally back. You're not allowed to go out next time. If you insist on going out again, I'm going to get angry. Wang Qing was very serious because it was too dangerous. She was afraid something would happen to Yifeng. Teacher, I'm sorry to have worried you. Yifeng smiled slightly, expressing his apology. Are you all right? Thank you for your hard work. Wang Qing looked at Yifeng, and she was also very moved. Don't worry. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Yifeng separated the herbs into 2 portions and then instructed, Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, one portion of these herbs is for decocting, and the other is for crushing and applying. You two take care of them. Under Yifeng's arrangement, the 2 women immediately took action. You're all wet. Come sit down next to me and warm yourself by the fire. Wang Qing looked at Yifeng with heartache, then made room for him. Since Yifeng wasn't wearing a thick coat, his thin clothes would dry quickly. Yifeng sat down next to Wang Qing, and the two warmed themselves by the fire together. Wang Qing raised her hand to brush the raindrops and fallen leaves off Yifeng, and asked, "Are you all right? Did you encounter any danger in the forest?" "I encountered a wild beast in the forest. It looked a lot like a monkey. It was very fast and agile, but I didn't know what it was." Recalling what had just happened, Yifeng still felt a lingering fear. Chapter 94. Going to the woods with her. Inside the cave. When Yifeng recounted his experience, the three of them were worried about him, but thankfully, he returned safely. However, everyone was very curious about what kind of beast it was. It looked like a monkey, but it was faster and its attacks were very fierce. If it weren't for Yifeng's martial arts skills, excellent technique, and quick reflexes, he probably wouldn't have returned alive. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui prepared the herbs, and Yifeng personally restored Wang Qing's bone position, then applied the herbs and fixed the splint. With the 2 medicinal herbs taken internally and applied externally, after 10 to 15 days, Wang Qing was able to walk on her own without crutches. However, a full recovery is expected to take 2 to 3 months. After finishing everything, Yifeng sat by the fire to warm himself and dry his clothes. Lu Ting personally cooked for him. The raindrops outside grew larger and the fog thickened. Time flies. 2 or 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, one noon, the rain finally stopped, the clouds dispersed, and the sky was clear for miles. A lush, green forest came into clear view of them. The wind stopped, the rain stopped, and the sky cleared. They waited for several days until the sun finally came out. However, the rescue team still did not arrive. Everyone was worried about the rescue team that had been delayed. The group stayed in the cave for 4 or 5 days, eating greasy food every day, and their stomachs couldn't take it anymore. However, after a few days of rest, Wang Qing's injury has improved a lot. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After the weather cleared up, the chirping of crickets could be heard from outside from time to time, and flocks of birds flew overhead continuously. Yifeng stood at the entrance of the cave with his sword in hand, stretched comfortably, and then shouted loudly. "The sun is finally out. Can you please keep your voice down? It's so loud." Lu Ting covered her ears with both hands. Yifeng's voice was really loud. "I'm going out to find some wild vegetables. I've been eating bear meat every day for the past few days, and I'm not feeling well digesting it," Yifeng said. Lu Ting also wanted to eat vegetarian food. Most people nowadays are vegetarians and can go 10 days or half a month without eating meat, but they can't go several days without eating vegetables. "I'll go with you," Lu Ting offered. "Sister Lu Ting, let Yi Ge and I go together. You stay in the cave to take care of and protect the teacher." Zhao Shui's voice was very soft, probably because she was afraid that Lu Ting would object. Yifeng also said, "I'll take Zhao Shui with me. You stay in the cave to take care of the teacher. Please be careful." The reason Yifeng brought Zhao Shui along was because he wanted to find more wild vegetables. If he goes into the forest alone and needs to carry a sword, he will have to use a basket woven from vines, which won't allow him to bring many wild vegetables. "All right, then I'll stay in the cave to take care of the teacher. You all need to be careful," Lu Ting instructed. Actually, she also wanted to go outside, walk around, breathe fresh air, and take a stroll in the woods, but one of them had to stay behind to take care of Wang Qing. Moreover, Lu Ting also felt that it was more suitable for her to stay. "Xiaofeng, Xiaoxue, please be careful." Wang Qing offered a warning, but she wasn't worried this time because the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly, so there shouldn't be any danger. After saying goodbye to the two, Yifeng set off with Zhao Shui. The dense forest is like a sea. In the lush forest, Yifeng and Zhao Shui walked among the trees. Because they hadn't been out for several days, Zhao Shui was in a good mood. Looking at the green scenery covering the mountains and fields, she was as happy as a little bird. A gentle breeze blew by, and Zhao Shui breathed in the fresh air in the forest, a bright smile on her face. Yifeng returned to a patch of vines, swung his sword to cut a few vines, wove them into a basket, and then handed it to Zhao Shui. "You carry this basket and follow behind me. I'll be in charge of picking wild vegetables, and you'll be in charge of carrying it." "Okay, brother Yi." Zhao Shui nodded happily, since the wild vegetables weren't heavy and she could carry them. Walking behind Yifeng, Zhao Shui looked at his back with admiration in her bright and charming eyes. She had never admired any boy before, but she admired Yifeng very much. Yifeng's figure appeared very tall and imposing in her eyes. "This is bitter lettuce, this is plantain. These things can be eaten as wild vegetables and also used as medicine," Yifeng explained as he walked through the forest. "Okay, I'll remember." Zhao Shui nodded happily, following behind Yifeng like a little follower, remembering the wild vegetables he had prepared. The two walked for a long time in the forest, at least half an hour away from the camp. After walking under a big tree, Yifeng turned around and looked at Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding wildly, because she had been caught secretly watching Yifeng's back. Are you tired? Yifeng asked. Tired? No, I'm not tired. Zhao Shui nodded first, then shook her head anxiously. It was the first time she had come out alone with Yifeng, and the two of them were alone in the forest, so her heart was pounding. Since you're tired, let's rest here for a while, Yifeng said with a smile as he sat down under the tree. Oh. Zhao Shui sat awkwardly and uneasily next to Yifeng, her heart pounding. She was very embarrassed. Her behavior was like that of a shy girl on her first date with her boyfriend, walking on thin ice and always being very careful. Chapter 95. I long to grow old with him. In the forest, beneath that towering ancient tree, Yifeng and Zhao Shui sat, a gentle breeze blowing, causing leaves to rustle and fall. Whoosh! Leaves drifted down with the gentle breeze, landing on their shoulders. Zhao Shui kept her head down, too embarrassed to look up at Yifeng. Do you have a problem with me? Yifeng asked with a smile. Oh, why do you ask that? Zhao Shui looked up at Yifeng in surprise, not understanding why he asked that question. Since you have no problem with me, why don't you have anything to say when you're with me? Yifeng continued to ask. Me? Zhao Shui was very nervous, but she was not good at speaking, and because she was very introverted, she was not as eloquent as Lu Ting. Ha. Seeing that Zhao Shui was nervous, Yifeng smiled, and then reached out to gently stroke her head. I was just joking with you. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Zhao Shui smiled warmly. When Yifeng stroked her head, her heart pounded so hard it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. Yifeng's hand seemed to be the warmest hand in the world. Yifeng's hand seemed to bring her the warmth of spring. Yifeng slowly got up, took a few steps forward, and stood under the tree, enjoying the cool breeze. After living in the cave for several days, he wanted to get some fresh air after coming out today. Zhao Shui looked up at Yifeng's back, lost in thought. The sunlight in the sky shone through the treetops onto Yifeng, making his back look both majestic and warm. Golden sunlight filtered through the treetops, quietly illuminating Yifeng's hair, making his hair appear somewhat golden. Whoosh! Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew by, and Zhao Shui quietly watched Yifeng's retreating figure, a song coming to mind. Brother, don't go. Your sister will stay with you until we grow old together. Until we grow old together. This song echoed in Zhao Shui's heart again and again, and she suddenly felt that the song was very artistic. She had never liked anyone before, but now she was deeply infatuated with Yifeng. Brother Yi. In the wind, Zhao Shui slowly got up and walked slowly to Yifeng's side with heavy steps. What's wrong? Yifeng turned around, looking at Yifeng with bright eyes. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you. Zhao Shui spoke softly, her head bowed, revealing her true feelings. Beautiful women love heroes, and she thought Yifeng was a hero, so she loved him. Oh, how do you plan to repay me? Yifeng asked with a half-smile, as if he were teasing Zhao Shui. Brother Yi, you're always teasing me. Zhao Shui blushed. Yifeng sometimes spoke in a mean way, but he always teased her, which she liked. Ha. Yifeng smiled again, reached out and gently stroked Zhao Shui's head, saying, Answer me when you've thought it through. Brother Yi, even if I leave the island in the future, I will never leave you. I will follow you forever to repay you. Zhao Shui quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding even harder. She wondered to herself, is this a confession? Is this my way of hinting at Yifeng? But is this hint too obvious? What if Yifeng doesn't know? Didn't you say you were going to buy me clothes and other things? Yifeng continued to ask. Zhao Shui said in a very soft voice. I'll give you all the money I earn in the future. Haha, how could I bear to take your money? Even if you leave here, I hope you'll be doing well. Yifeng raised his hand and placed his palm on Zhao Shui's shoulder. Zhao Shui's body suddenly shrank a third. She felt warm and cozy, as if a large hand that made her feel safe was placed on her body with great care, giving her support and protection. She wanted to get closer to Yifeng because Yifeng was like the sun, bringing her a sense of security and unparalleled comfort. Xiao Xiaoxua, you're so pretty and so well-behaved. Yifeng smiled as he looked at the beautiful young woman beside him. Yes, is there? Zhao Shui was embarrassed, but she was also very happy after being praised by Yifeng. Because every girl wants to be praised for her beauty, especially when the person praising her is her idol. Are you tired? Yifeng reached out and gently took Zhao Shui's hand. I'm not tired. Zhao Shui lowered her head and stood obediently beside Yifeng. The sunlight shone on the two of them, and the forest was warm. Yifeng gently hugged Zhao Shui. Anyone would like such a cute and well-behaved girl. Zhao Shui blushed, her heart pounding, but she didn't resist. Just as Yifeng was about to embrace her tightly, a wolf appeared in the forest, a gray wolf. The gray wolf slowly and cautiously approached the two. Ah, brother Yi, a wolf. Zhao Shui was so frightened that she hid behind Yi Feng, afraid of being bitten by wolves. Oh shit. Yi Feng was furious. He was so angry. That damned big bad wolf, of all times, had to come now and ruin his plans. This wolf must have been a member of the previous wolf pack. It appeared after the black bear died. Don't be afraid. Watch how I destroy it. Call out. Yi Feng gripped his sword, ready to unleash a massacre. However, the wolf pack was likely nearby, making the area unsafe. He had to find a way to eliminate the wolves before the area would be safe. Brother Yi, be careful, Zhao Shui warned anxiously. You stand aside and watch how your brother Yi slaughters the wolves. Yi Feng was preparing to display his power and show off his skills in front of the girls. Only if he was strong enough would the girls feel at ease. Chapter 96. The wolf pack appears. In the forest, Yi Feng glared angrily at the gray wolf. The wolf's appearance was terribly ill-timed. He had finally had a chance to get out with Zhao Shui, but this wolf had to show up. However, there would be other opportunities in the future. Brother Yi, be careful, wolves are very fierce. Zhao Shui was terrified, worried that Yi Feng would be bitten by wolves. Jin Feng was bitten by wolves when they were on the deserted island, and later Shi Dalong and the others were also killed by wolves. Oh well. The wolf slowly approached Yi Feng. However, the gray wolf was not moving fast, but proceeding cautiously, probably testing Yi Feng. Wolves are cunning by nature and will not easily attack large prey. In their eyes, humans are also large prey because adults are larger and heavier than wolves. Whoosh. Yi Feng gripped his sword and rushed over quickly. Oh well. Whoosh. The gray wolf howled and rushed over quickly. Yi Feng swiftly leaped into the air, gripping his sword and slashing down. Huh. The sharp sword in his hand drew a sharp arc in the air. Ah. The gray wolf howled as Yi Feng slashed its neck with a single blow, causing it to roll to the ground. The gray wolf got up, wanting to continue attacking Yi Feng. Call out. Yi Feng casually stabbed down, piercing the gray wolf's neck. Blood spurted out, and the gray wolf was killed on the spot. Wolves are not very strong fighters, far inferior to black bears and tigers. Even an adult can kill a lone gray wolf with bare hands. There are many records in human history of adults killing wolves with their bare hands. Brother Yi, you're amazing. Zhao Shui walked over excitedly, her bright eyes looking at Yi Feng. Hurry up. Yi Feng, holding Zhao Shui's hand, anxiously walked towards the cave in the camp. Brother Yi, why are you in such a hurry? Zhao Shui was puzzled. The wolf had already been killed, so why was Yi Feng still in such a hurry? Yi Feng said, wolves don't act alone. The fact that this wolf is here proves that the wolf pack is nearby. Moreover, wolves are very intelligent. If we kill their companion, they will definitely seek revenge. I remember a movie that told a story about a group of people who captured the alpha wolf, killed it, and hung it on a flagpole. Later, on a snowy night, countless wolves appeared and killed the group of people. If a wolf turns back, it's either to repay a debt of gratitude or to seek revenge. Brother Yi, what should we do? Zhao Shui felt a little panicked. The wolf pack originally had 15 wolves, but after one was killed, there were still 14 left. Although Yi Feng is very strong, he is no match for a pack of wolves. After all, they were trapped in that cave before, and the wolves would not have left if the black bear hadn't appeared. Now that the black bear is dead, this area is the domain of the wolves. Let's go back to the cave first. Yi Feng held Zhao Shui's hand and protected her as they quickly returned to the cave. Zhao Shui carried the basket and followed carefully behind Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng held her delicate hand, she did not resist. She was beautiful and lovely, just like a shy girl being dragged out on a date by her boyfriend. In the woods, Yi Feng looked solemn as he carefully observed his surroundings along the way. As Yi Feng passed through a grove of trees, he noticed a dense network of footprints on the ground, the tracks of wolves. The wolf pack did indeed arrive, and they were nearby. A pack of wolves passed through this area, leaving countless footprints on the ground. Brother Yi, why are there so many wolf tracks here? Zhao Shui also saw the tracks and was very scared. Yi Feng said, because a pack of wolves has appeared nearby. Aren't we in danger? Zhao Shui was terrified because she remembered the scene not long ago when packs of gray wolves appeared, and Jin Feng, Shi Dalong, and the others were killed by the wolves. Let's go back quickly. We must find a way to kill the wolf pack, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Yi Feng grabbed Zhao Shui's hand and hurried towards the cave. On the green grass and in the lush woods, Zhao Shui obediently followed Yi Feng, letting him hold her little hand. She felt warm and secure. Yi Feng walked through the forest, gripping his sword tightly. His cold eyes glanced around from time to time. Those damned wolf packs had come again, oblivious to their own mortality. About half an hour later, the two finally returned to the outside of the camp and saw the familiar cave. Yifeng, you're back. From inside the cave came Lu Ting's anxious voice. After pushing aside the stone slabs of the stone wall, Lu Ting stood on the steps and looked at Yifeng and the other person, saying, "You're finally back. You scared me and Teacher Wang to death just now. What's wrong?" Yifeng asked curiously if the wolf pack had found this place. He carefully observed the ground and found no wolf tracks. However, the soil here was very hard and almost entirely made of gravel, so even if the wolf pack had been here, they wouldn't have left any tracks. You? Lu Ting suddenly noticed that Yifeng was holding Zhao Shue's hand. She felt a pang of sadness and discomfort. She hadn't expected to be jealous of Yifeng. Chapter 97: How to Eliminate the Wolf Pack. When Lu Ting saw Yifeng holding Zhao Shue's hand, she felt heartbroken. She couldn't believe that she would be jealous of Yifeng. Back in school, many handsome boys and rich young men had expressed their love for her, but she had ignored them all. Some handsome and wealthy men, after failing to win her over, would deliberately find another girl and flaunt their relationship in front of her, hoping to make her jealous and upset, but she didn't feel anything. Sister Lu Ting, don't misunderstand. There was a wolf just now. After Brother Yi killed the wolf, he grabbed me and we hurriedly ran back, Zhao Shui explained. Oh. Lu Ting nodded slightly, then said, "You don't need to explain to me. I have nothing to do with Yifeng." Yifeng also said, "Zhao Shui, why are you explaining to her? She's not my girlfriend." Snort. Lu Ting rolled her eyes at Yifeng. "Xiaofeng, Xiao Shui, you're back." Wang Qing walked out, leaning on her cane and limping. "Teacher, we're back," Yifeng said with a smile. Wang Qing said anxiously, "After you left, two wolves appeared in the cave. However, the two wolves sniffed around outside the cave for a while and then left, but they must have discovered us." "Oh dear, I completely forgot about the important matter, Yifeng." Lu Ting patted her forehead and then recounted what had just happened. It turned out that not long after Yifeng and Zhao Shui left, two wolves appeared outside the cave. The two wolves sniffed around outside the cave for a long time before slowly leaving. Lu Ting and Wang Qing hid in the cave, barely daring to breathe. Fortunately, the two wolves left. However, Yifeng estimated that the two wolves must have already discovered them. As for why they didn't attack, the reason was simple. The cave was blocked, and the two wolves were probably on their way to inform the Wolf King and find the main force. "Teacher, Sister Lu Ting, Brother Yi and I also encountered a wolf in the forest. Luckily, Brother Yi is very skilled and killed the wolf, otherwise we definitely wouldn't have been able to get back." Recalling what had just happened, Zhao Shui was also a little scared. "Xiaofeng, are you alright?" Wang Qing was very worried after learning that Yifeng and Zhao Shui had also encountered a wolf outside. "Teacher, I'm fine, but we need to find a way to wipe out this pack of wolves first, otherwise it will be very dangerous." Yifeng and Zhao Shui entered the cave, and Lu Ting closed the stone slab. Inside the cave, the three women felt somewhat depressed because the wolf pack had returned. If they couldn't defeat the wolves, their lives would be in danger. If they left the cave to search for food or wild vegetables, they would definitely be attacked by the wolves. Even if there is food, we can't stay locked in the cave for long, especially since we don't know when the rescue team will arrive. "Tell me, what methods do you have to eliminate the wolf pack?" Yifeng asked. Zhao Shui was silent for a moment, then said, "Brother Yi, I've thought of a way that might be able to eliminate the wolf pack." "What method?" Yifeng asked. Zhao Shui said, "We'll find a valley, pile up countless logs, lure the wolves in, and then light a fire to burn them to death." "This method won't work." Yifeng shook his head and said, "If we use your method, we will definitely need to find a lot of timber. If there is too little timber, the wolf pack can still break through. But if there is too much timber, it will take a lot of time, and such a large fire will definitely cause a forest fire." "Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I'm so stupid." Zhao Shui scratched her head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Wang Qing was silent for a moment, then said, "I do have a plan. We can find something poisonous, smear it on the bear meat, and then throw the bear meat out when the wolves appear outside the cave. The wolves will definitely be poisoned after eating it." That's a good idea." Yifeng smiled and nodded, thinking that this method would work. "But we don't recognize poisonous substances," Lu Ting said worriedly. Yifeng smiled and said, "I know him." Because he knew many herbs, Yifeng knew which herbs were highly poisonous and how potent their toxicity was. He knew that if he poisoned the bear meat, the wolf pack would surely die. "That's great. Yifeng, you're amazing. I'll go with you to find the poisonous herbs." Lu Ting was overjoyed, thinking Yifeng was truly remarkable. "I'll go by myself. It's not safe for me to take you with me. You can wait for me in the cave." Yifeng stood up, gripped his sword, and prepared to go out. Xiaofeng, eat something before you go out. You haven't eaten all day, Wang Qing said with concern. Teacher, I'm not hungry yet. I'll come back to eat after we find the poisonous herb, Yifeng said. Yifeng, be careful, pay attention to safety. Lu Ting was very anxious, worried that Yifeng might encounter danger while searching for poisonous herbs. Yifeng was about to leave, but he turned back to look at Lu Ting and said, I still have a wish that hasn't been fulfilled. It's a pity that I have to go on an adventure now. If I don't come back, this wish will never be fulfilled. What is your wish? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said, I want you to give me a hug, to give me some warmth. Uft. Lu Ting almost vomited blood, pouting as she said, You're overthinking it. How could I possibly give you a hug? Sigh. I knew it was impossible. Yifeng smiled, feigning disappointment as he turned and left. However, if someone returns safely, I might give him a hug, Lu Ting said with a smile, changing the subject. Ha. Yifeng smiled and said, Teacher, you have to be my witness. This is what Lu Ting promised herself. Hee, Xiaofeng, be careful. Wang Qing smiled happily, feeling that Yifeng and Lu Ting were like children, bickering and playing around. Chapter 98, The Wolf Pack's Attack. In the forest, Yifeng walked cautiously through the dense forest. He saw the tracks of wolves several times. If his estimation was correct, the wolves were about to gather and then attack the cave together. The wolf pack hasn't appeared yet, probably because they're scattered. Yifeng dared not waste any time. He searched everywhere in the forest for poisonous plants and found 2 kinds of poisonous herbs. Wolfsbane, rathead. Both of these poisonous plants are highly toxic. Rathead is a poisonous plant that few people know about, but its toxicity is in the root. The root is small, about the size of a small chicken leg. This poisonous plant likes to grow in soft soil, and you can easily pull it up by the root with just a gentle nudge. After finding the poisonous herb, Yifeng immediately returned to the cave. It has been an hour since he went out, and he estimates that the wolf pack will soon gather and head to their cave. When Yifeng returned to the open space outside the cave, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui inside the cave waved excitedly and said happily, Yifeng, you're back. Lu Ting happily moved the stone slab aside, stood on the steps of the cave, and waved, saying, Yifeng, you're finally back. We were all so worried about you. Yifeng was about to speak when he heard a noise coming from the woods behind him. Rustling. From the woods behind me came a dense rustling sound, as if countless things were running around. Wolves, wolf pack. Yifeng's expression was solemn. The air seemed to freeze, and a cold wind kept blowing. Run. Whoosh. With his sword in one hand and poisonous herbs in the other, Yifeng sprinted towards the cave at top speed. On the steps in front of the cave, Lu Ting also saw the pack of wolves rushing out of the forest. She called out anxiously, Yifeng, the wolves are coming. Run. Brother Yi, the wolf pack is coming. Run. Little wind. Inside the cave, Zhao Shui and Wang Qing were also shouting anxiously, as more than a dozen wolves surged out of the forest like a torrent. Grass. Yifeng cursed and ran towards the cave like a whirlwind. With so many wolves appearing at the same time, even though he was very skilled and had great kung fu, he dared not deal with so many wolves, because even a tiger cannot fight against a pack of wolves. Oh whoa. The wolf pack pursued them frantically. Wolves are very vengeful, and they wanted revenge because Yifeng had killed one of their companions. Yifeng, hurry. Lu Ting and the other 2 stood in the cave, anxiously shouting loudly as the vast wolf pack drew ever closer to Yifeng. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, Yifeng finally rushed to the bottom of the cave and then quickly leaped up. Whoosh. Yifeng moved swiftly, like a sharp arrow entering the cave. Close the door. After Yifeng leaped into the cave, he gave an anxious order. Quickly, close the stone slab. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui pushed up the stone slabs, intending to block the stone door. Oh whoa. Half of a wolf's body entered the cave, blocking the stone slab, preventing the 2 from closing the stone door. Roll. Teacher Wang Qing, holding a bamboo stick, fiercely thrust it towards the gray wolf's head. Bang bang bang. The gray wolf's head was stabbed several times, and it was immediately covered in blood, but it was not in mortal danger because the wolf's head was very hard. Just as the gray wolf was about to squeeze into the cave, Yifeng quickly kicked it. Bang. With a loud bang, the gray wolf was kicked and sent flying down the steps. Wah! After being kicked down the steps, the gray wolf was trampled on the ground by several companions who were chasing after it. Because the steps are very narrow and 2 meters off the ground, only one gray wolf can climb up at a time. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui quickly blocked the stone gate with a stone slab, and then used a wooden stick to prop up the back of the stone slab. Oh whoa! Another gray wolf climbed up the steps, trying to ram the stone gate. Get off. Wang Qing gripped the bamboo and desperately pierced through the cracks in the rocks. Although her foot injury hadn't healed, she couldn't afford to rest in order to deal with the wolf pack. The gray wolf was stabbed several times, and blood immediately flowed from its body as it rolled down the steps. Woohoo! Woohoo! Among the wolf pack below, the largest wolf, with a ring of white fur on its head, howled. Its voice was loud and resounded throughout the clearing. Yifeng, is that the Wolf King? Why is it howling so loudly? Lu Ting asked anxiously. Yifeng looked outside and saw the gray wolves surrounding the Wolf King. He said anxiously, the Wolf King must have given the order to eat us to avenge our fallen comrades. Wah! Zhao Shui was so frightened she wanted to cry. She said dejectedly, Brother Yi, these wolves are like people. They actually know how to take revenge. Wolves are intelligent, Yifeng said. If we had known this would happen, we wouldn't have provoked them in the first place. Zhao Shui was terrified because these wolves were too clever. Yifeng said coldly, even if we don't provoke them, they will still come after us. The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of nature. I always felt that these wolves were determined to fight us to the death. Lu Ting was also very frustrated. If the plan to use poison failed, they would have to fight a protracted war against these wolves. Don't worry, with me here, it won't be so easy for these wolves to eat you. Yifeng's expression hardened. Damn it, if they can't beat these wolves, what right do they have to survive on the island? Chapter 99 The Cunning Wolf Pack. Oh well. The Wolf King let out a majestic howl, and the gray wolves stood behind him, their eerie green eyes fixed on the cave. Inside the cave, the three women looked outside in fear, feeling that these wolves were really intelligent, just like humans, and even had discipline and organization. In fact, not only wolf packs are disciplined and organized, but lion prides, hound packs, and elephant herds also have these characteristics. Animals of the same species will communicate with each other. Yifeng, these wolves are going to be guarding outside again. What should we do? Lu Ting asked. Zhao Shui said fearfully, last time a black bear appeared, so the wolf pack fled, but the black bear is dead. I guess the wolf pack will stay outside this time. I'll figure something out. Yifeng took out wolfsbane flowers and rat heads, crushed the poisonous plants, and then boiled them in water to make medicine. After boiling the two poisonous herbs in water, the resulting medicine was black, but odorless. After applying the poison to the bear meat, Yifeng threw more than a dozen pieces of bear meat outside. There were cracks in the stone wall, enough for a hand to reach out. Bang bang bang. After throwing a dozen or so pieces of bear meat on the ground, Yifeng and his three companions stood in the cave, quietly watching outside, hoping to wait for the wolves to eat the bear meat and then be poisoned to death. Eat up, eat up. Lu Ting clenched her fists, anxiously looking outside, praying that the wolves would eat her meat soon. Zhao Shui also cautiously looked outside. Eat up, eat up. Teacher Wang Qing was also looking outside, silently reciting. The wolves outside seemed wary of the thrown bear meat and were very cautious, not going over to eat it. Brother Yi, why aren't the wolves eating it? Is it because it's bear meat that they're afraid to eat it? Maybe it's not hungry, or maybe it's on guard, Yifeng said. Then what should we do? Zhao Shui asked. Yifeng said, there's nothing we can do but wait patiently for the wolves to eat the bear meat on their own. Oh well. Wah. A gray wolf slowly walked over and then sniffed the black bear meat. Roar. The Wolf King spoke in a deep voice. The gray wolf quickly turned back and then circled around the Wolf King. The other gray wolves stared at the bear meat on the ground with their gleaming green eyes, but none of them dared to approach, perhaps waiting for the Wolf King's command. Oh well. The Wolf King raised his head and howled a few times. Then several wolves walked over, cautiously sniffed the bear meat, and slowly began to eat. Only 6 wolves ate, while the rest watched from the side. Yifeng, why aren't those wolves eating? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said, because they are very wary, some wolves eat first, and some wolves eat last. Wolves are so smart, did they know we poisoned them? Zhao Shui asked. Yifeng said, of course I don't know. It's just the wolf's vigilance. For example, when some birds are eating rice at a farmer's house, they are very careful, so other birds will stand outside to keep watch. The wolves ate with increasing relish and even wanted to continue eating until they finished all the bear meat. Roar. The Wolf King let out a low growl, and the wolves immediately retreated. The wolves slowly got up, walked to a piece of bear meat, and then picked it up and ate it. The remaining wolves also rushed over, scrambling to devour the bear meat. Great, we finally ate it all. Zhao Shui was very happy. Yifeng also smiled. Damn it, these wolves are doomed. Animals are just animals after all. Although these wolves are very smart, They are not human and do not have the high intelligence of humans. Yifeng, are your medicines effective? They won't be ineffective after the wolves ate your bear meat, will they? Lu Ting asked. Don't worry, I'm a professional at poisoning, Yifeng said smugly. A woo. In the open space outside, a wolf suddenly let out a pitiful howl, then collapsed weakly to the ground, its body trembling and even vomiting, before bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying. A woo. The other gray wolves also fell one after another, making pitiful noises, before dying from poisoning. Wow, that's great. It's finally working. Lu Ting exclaimed with delight. Zhao Shui smiled and said, we're finally safe. Roar. The wolf king growled angrily, its green eyes fixed on the cave, before collapsing to the ground. Next, the wolves also fell to the ground and died. Well, looking at the dead wolves, Yifeng sighed. What we did was indeed a bit cruel, but we had no other choice for survival. All things in nature are created for human use, so you don't need to sigh, Lu Ting said. Let's go outside, skin these wolves, dry them, and use the pelts as blankets and pillows, Yifeng said. Brother Yi, this is a good idea. Zhao Shui smiled broadly. Lu Ting also thought this was a good idea. With these wolf pelts, she wouldn't have to sleep on the cold stone bed anymore. Although there was hay on the stone bed, the hay was of poor quality and very uncomfortable. Yifeng pushed open the stone door and walked out. Chapter 100, Two Strange Men. Yifeng, Lu Ting, and Zhao Shui worked for a long time and finally skinned the wolves. As for teacher Wang Qing, she was still recovering from her injuries, so she just stood by idly. After skinning the wolves, Yifeng dragged the wolf carcasses into the forest and threw them away. Wolf meat is no longer safe to eat because the wolves were poisoned. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui placed wolf skins on the rocks. The sun was shining brightly, perfect for drying the wolf skins. With these wolf pelts, I'll sleep much more comfortably at night from now on. After dragging the wolf carcasses into the forest and throwing them away, Yifeng returned covered in sweat. He was quite tired because there were so many wolves. Brother Yi, what should we do next? Zhao Shui asked. Yifeng said, the wolf pack and the black bear are all dead, so this area is safe for now. However, we are out of salt, so I want to go to the beach to dry seawater and then collect sea salt tomorrow. I haven't eaten any salt these days, so it tastes bland. Although sea salt isn't specially processed and shouldn't be consumed long-term, it's fine to eat a small amount occasionally. Brother Yi, let's go to the beach together. Zhao Shui wanted to go to the beach with Yifeng and go out with him. I'll go, Lu Ting said. Recalling the scene of Yifeng holding hands with Zhao Shui just now, Lu Ting felt a little heartbroken, so she wanted to go with Yifeng. All right, Sister Lu Ting. Then you and Brother Yi go to the beach to get sea salt, and I'll stay in the cave to take care of Teacher Wang. Zhao Shui was too embarrassed to argue with Lu Ting, and besides, she wouldn't argue. Teacher, we're going to the beach to dry sea salt, Yifeng said. Hee, go ahead, be careful. Wang Qing smiled and looked at Yifeng and the other person with a peaceful expression. Zhao Shui, take your teacher back to the cave and don't come out unless necessary, Yifeng instructed. Brother Yi, I've got it. Zhao Shui helped Wang Qing slowly walk into the cave. After returning to the cave, she closed the stone slab. Yifeng gripped his sword and set off with Lu Ting. They planned to go to the seaside to collect sea salt. It's a bit far to the beach from here. It might take 2 hours to walk. The dense forest is like a sea. In the forest, Yifeng and Lu Ting walked through the trees, passing through groves of trees, and quickly headed towards the sea. Beautiful Lu Ting, do you still stand by what you promised me? You haven't forgotten, have you? Yifeng asked. What's wrong? Lu Ting asked. You just said that if I go out to find herbs and come back, you would give me a hug. I'm ready. Yifeng stood under the tree, his arms outstretched, indicating that he was ready to embrace. Did I promise you that? I just said that if someone came back, I would give him a hug, and the person I was talking about wasn't you. Lu Ting smiled smugly, revealing her charming dimples. Well, Yifeng shook his head and sighed. I knew you weren't honest. Zhao Shui is much better. You're not allowed to mention other girls in front of me, Lu Ting said, feigning anger. Why? Yifeng asked. There's no reason why, because I'm unreasonable. After leaving those words, Lu Ting quickly walked forward. Yifeng smiled, and then followed behind Lu Ting. Splash! Splash! On the vast, boundless seashore, layers upon layers of waves surged continuously. After walking for 2 hours, Yifeng and Lu Ting finally arrived at the beach. Under the blazing sun, waves rolled in. On the golden sand, the two found a relatively low-lying spot and used sticks to dig a small ditch to bring out the seawater. The terrain and soil here were good and wouldn't leak. After the seawater dried, they could get sea salt by noon tomorrow. They had used this method before to obtain some sea salt. The two worked for 2 or 3 hours, finally finishing in the afternoon. Lu Ting sat on the rocks, constantly wiping away her sweat. Her face was flushed red from the sun. Yifeng walked over with the small bamboo tube and said, "Have some water." "Thanks." Lu Ting took the small bamboo tube and tilted her head back to drink the plain water. Yifeng stood beside the school beauty, looking at her with a smile. After finishing her water, Lu Ting asked, "Why are you staring at her like that? Can't I even take a look?" Yifeng asked. "I'm wearing a lot of clothes, humph." Lu Ting deliberately snorted, as if she were joking. "Are you wearing a lot of clothes?" Yifeng glanced at it and said, "Not much. Actually, it doesn't matter if you wear a lot of clothes." The two chatted and laughed casually. Yifeng planned to rest for a while before going back with Lu Ting. After resting for about 10 minutes, Lu Ting stood up and said, "Let's go back. Zhao Shui and Teacher Wang are still waiting for us." Just as the two were about to go back, they saw two men walking one after the other from the rocky area not far away. The two men also suddenly noticed Yifeng and Lu Ting. They were slightly surprised at first, and then happily ran over. "Yifeng, someone's here." Lu Ting stood behind Yifeng, cautiously looking ahead, not expecting there to be someone else there. Yifeng was also looking ahead at the two people running towards him. They were strangers to him. One was about 40 years old and had a dark complexion, while the other was around 35 and had a strong build. Neither of these two individuals were members of the school, they were outsiders. On the cruise ship that sank, there were both members of the school and outsiders. Upon seeing the two people, Yifeng immediately became wary and even felt disgusted. Although Yifeng didn't like the Shi brothers back then, he wasn't particularly disgusted with them because they were students at the same school. But these two were different. Chapter 101. Not wanting to be falsely polite. Not far from the beach, two men walked quickly over, but they were unfamiliar faces and both were quite old. One was around 40 years old and the other was around 35. The older one was very dark-skinned, probably from being tanned, and the other was also very muscular. The two of them are not members of the school, they must be outsiders. "Hey, beautiful, beautiful." The dark-skinned man waved his hand and ran over excitedly. "Hi, beautiful lady, nice to meet you." The muscular man waved his hands incessantly. Seeing the two running over quickly, Lu Ting was a little scared and stood anxiously behind Yifeng. Yifeng also disliked the two of them and was wary of them. When Yifeng first met Shi Dalong and his group, he didn't have this feeling because both Shi Dalong and Shi Dahu were his classmates at school, so he wasn't that repulsed by them. But these two were different. "Haha, hello, beautiful." The two ran over and tried to shake hands with Lu Ting. "Call out." Yifeng drew his sword and roared, "Get lost." "Yo." The two were startled and didn't notice that Yifeng had a knife in his hand. It's a wonder what their eyes were for. Yifeng, a grown man, was standing right there with a knife in his hand, and they didn't even see him. Maybe their minds were full of beautiful women. "Brother, don't misunderstand. We didn't mean anything by it." The two men took a few steps back, looking warily at the sword in Yifeng's hand. "Get the hell out of here, or I'll kill you all." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yifeng brandished his sword. He didn't know the two people, so he didn't want to get too close to them, and besides, he didn't know anything about them. Of course, Yifeng didn't want to know about the two of them, nor did he need to. They were each trying to survive and wouldn't interfere with each other. "Brother, hello, my name is Sima Jiao, and this is my good friend Niu Changfei." The dark-skinned man introduced himself. The muscular man is called Niu Changfei, while the dark-skinned man is called Sima Jiao. Sima Jiao is older than Niu Changfei. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, what's your name?" Sima Jiao smiled as he looked at Lu Ting, his darting eyes scanning her from head to toe. "What's it to you?" Lu Ting rolled her eyes at the man. Because Yifeng was very tough on the two of them, she was also very tough on them. "Brother, what's your name?" "You seem to have a problem with us," Sima Jiao asked with a smile. "What I call my name is none of your business. Don't bother me." Yifeng's tone was cold. He didn't want to interact with the two of them, hence his unpleasant tone. "Young man, what you're doing is wrong. It's not very polite," Sima Jiao said. "I don't need politeness, and I don't want to be hypocritical with you, because you're not qualified. Let's go our separate ways." Yifeng took Lu Ting's hand and quickly walked towards the forest. "Tread." The two stepped forward, trying to get closer to Yifeng. "Call out." Yifeng turned around, his sharp sword pointing at the two men, and said sternly, "I warn you, do not follow me, do not approach me, and do not try to test me, or this will be your fate. Call out." After speaking, Yifeng swung his sword and cut a rotten piece of wood on the ground. He chopped down a piece of rotten wood that was half a foot thick in an instant. The two men looked fearfully at the knife in Yifeng's hand and said, "Brother, what do you mean? We just think we've encountered survivors, so we want to survive and live together." I have no desire to survive with you, much less to live with you. If you dare to test me or get close to me, don't blame me for being impolite. The sunlight shone on the sword in Yi Feng's hand, making it shine brightly and dazzlingly. The two men were wary of the swords, so they dared not approach. Let's go. After threatening the two, Yi Feng quickly left, holding Lu Ting's hand. Splash! Splash! On the beach, the tides surged rapidly, and waves rolled across the surface. Lu Ting followed Yi Feng quickly into the forest. Although Yi Feng held her hand, she did not resist. Instead, she smiled because she felt safe. After reaching the edge of the forest, Yi Feng turned around and saw the two men standing on the distant beach, watching their departing figures. The two men did not follow, but simply kept looking at their departing backs and the direction they were heading. Yi Feng, they didn't follow us, that's great. Lu Ting breathed a sigh of relief. She had been very nervous, afraid that the two of them would follow. Okay, let's go back. We'll come back to collect the sea salt tomorrow, Yi Feng said. Okay. Lu Ting nodded slightly, then asked, Yi Feng, why were you so fierce and resolute just now? Because I'm protecting them both, Yi Feng said. Protect them both? Lu Ting tilted her head, indicating that she did not understand. Yi Feng explained, if I'm not firm and ruthless enough, and I just go through the motions with them, they'll definitely have ulterior motives. In that case, I'll definitely take action to get rid of them. So my firm and ruthless attitude is just to prevent them from courting death. Cut. Lu Ting scoffed and said, you're really something. You're just trying to protect yourself, yet you make it sound so noble. Let's go back first and talk about it later. I have a feeling that the two of them won't let this go. Yi Feng held Lu Ting's hand and walked quickly through the forest. Chapter 102 The Woman Bitten to Death by a Spider. In the forest, Yi Feng pulled Lu Ting's hand and quickly returned to the cave. The journey back from here was quite long, taking at least an hour to walk, and that would be at a fast pace. If they didn't walk fast, it would probably take around 2 hours. Yi Feng, do you think Simajio and Yo Changfei are good people? Lu Ting asked. There are no good people on this island, Yi Feng said. Why? Lu Ting asked. Yi Feng said, if it's just a group of men meeting, they might be able to get along peacefully if there's enough food. But it's different if there are women. There are no restrictions on this island, so people's selfishness and cruelty will be aroused. If the two of them come with us, they will definitely do what the Shi brothers did and try to get rid of me and then take you for themselves. The description is so harsh, but it's so true. But why didn't you do that? Lu Ting asked. Because. Yi Feng hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Why? Lu Ting asked. Yi Feng laughed and said, because there's a saying that goes, a forced melon is not sweet. Haha. Lu Ting smiled and said happily, you're making me laugh so hard. Actually, I'd like to add that I don't care if the melon is sweet or not. As long as I can eat it, that's all that matters. Yi Feng smiled mischievously, then held Lu Ting's small hand in one hand and wrapped his other arm around her slender waist. I'll bite you to death. Lu Ting bit Yi Feng's shoulder. Oops. Yi Feng pinched Lu Ting's waist, then let go of her, and said, are you a puppy? You actually bite people. Humph, I'm a puppy, I'll bite you. Lu Ting made a cute gesture, mischievously opening her mouth to reveal her white teeth. She was different from Zhao Shui. If it were that pretty Zhao Shui, she would definitely be shy and lower her head, stuttering as she spoke. But Lu Ting was more fierce and more generous. Since you want to bite me, let's bite each other. There are plenty of trees here anyway, Yi Feng joked. No. Lu Ting actually spoke in English, shaking her head repeatedly, saying, I'm wearing a lot of clothes, so you can't bite me. It's really interesting talking to you. Yi Feng pinched Lu Ting's cheek, and because he pinched it quite hard, her face turned red. What are you doing? You've pinched my face until it's red. If you've ruined my face, I'll make you pay for it, Lu Ting said. Don't worry, I'll compensate you for anything I break or damage, Yi Feng said. Lu Ting nodded slightly and said, it's good that you can compensate me. The two walked through the forest, talking and laughing. Huh. Lu Ting suddenly frowned, looked around, and said, Yi Feng, something's not right. This doesn't seem to be the route we came from. Yes, this is definitely not the route we came from. I deliberately took a detour to prevent those two from following us and finding our camp, Yi Feng said. Oh. Lu Ting made an O shape with her mouth, pouting her little lips to indicate that she understood. Yi Feng was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that there were many white things on the tall, canopy trees in front of him. The things were densely packed, like countless white silk threads. Lu Ting also noticed those things, and she asked nervously, Yi Feng, what are those things ahead? Why are there so many white things? It should be. Yi Feng stared solemnly ahead. He saw countless white things hanging from the trees in front of him, like countless silk threads. However, they looked cold and eerie, just like the white paper hanging on countless graves during the ghost festival. Yifeng, what exactly is that thing? Lu Ting asked curiously. This must be a spider web. Yifeng held Lu Ting's hand, looking ahead with a solemn expression. Spider web. Lu Ting was also very serious and said nervously, such a big spider web. How big must the spider be? This spider is too terrifying. This spider web is huge, probably as big as a basketball court. It's really terrifying. A typical spider web is only about the size of a palm, but this spider web was as big as a basketball court. Yifeng found it hard to imagine how big the spider must be. Hurry up, take a detour. Yifeng held Lu Ting's hand, preparing to detour back. If this huge spider web was woven by just one spider, then that spider must be enormous, unimaginably large, and its attack power must be very strong. Good. Lu Ting nodded nervously, carefully following Yifeng, preparing to turn and leave. Bang! Just as the two were about to turn and leave, something suddenly fell from the towering ancient tree and hit the ground with a thud. Yifeng looked back and saw two people lying on the ground. However, the two of them were covered in dense white spider silk, making them look like mummies. Lu Ting also saw the two people. They had fallen from the big tree above. The spider web stretched across several towering ancient trees, from the roots to the crown, and was white. Yifeng, who are these two people? Lu Ting asked. It should be two women. You can see they have long hair, Yifeng said. Because the two women were completely covered in spider silk, all that could be seen was their long hair. Wait here for me. I'll go check who they are, and if they're still alive, Yifeng said. Be careful, Lu Ting said. Yifeng knew that the two women were definitely dead, because they were wrapped up tightly and had fallen from a towering ancient tree more than 10 meters high. They must have died long ago, but he still wanted to go and see who they were. Call out. Tread. Yifeng gripped his sword, looked up at the top of the towering ancient tree, carefully observed his surroundings, and then slowly moved forward. The two women lying on the ground were completely wrapped in spider silk, yet they didn't bleed after falling from the treetops, which were over 10 meters high. There's only one possibility. They had no more blood, and the spider had sucked it away. Chapter 103, Battle Against the Man-Eating Spiders. In the woods, Yifeng walked to the ancient tree, slowly squatted down, and turned the two dead bodies over. He was immediately startled because the two people's deaths were too horrific. They were two women, one about 40 years old, and the other only about 20 years old. Their eyes were bulging, and their faces were as black as charcoal. The bulging eyes were likely due to suffocation from being tightly bound by spider silk, while the blackened face was due to poisoning. Their bodies were shriveled up because their blood had been sucked out. Even though Yifeng was bold, he was still somewhat frightened when he saw the state of the two women's deaths, but he was also heartbroken, because two lives had been lost on this island. If their families found out, they would surely be devastated. Yifeng, who are they? Lu Ting asked from a distance. I don't know. They were unrecognizable. We can only roughly tell their ages. I guess one of them was a classmate of ours, and the other was an outsider. They probably survived a great ordeal and went into the forest together, but they encountered a giant spider and were hung on a treetop and drained of their blood, Yifeng said. They're so pitiful. Let's get out of here quickly. Lu Ting was a little scared because it was too dangerous here. Yifeng was about to get up and leave when he suddenly heard a noise. Laugh. Hiss. A series of faint, strange noises came from above. Upon hearing these sounds, Yifeng hurriedly looked up and saw a giant spider hanging from its web beneath the tall ancient tree, slowly approaching Lu Ting. This spider is huge, probably about 1.5 meters tall, 2 meters long, and weighs about 100 kilograms. When Yifeng saw the terrifying spider, he trembled all over. This was truly terrifying. There was such a huge spider. It was said that the largest spider in the Amazon rainforest was only half a meter tall, but this spider web was several times larger than the Amazon spider king. Sizzle. The terrifying spider, spitting out its silk, slowly approached Lu Ting, attempting to bind her and hang her from the treetop to suck her blood. The two women were probably hung up in the same way. Yifeng, I think I heard a sound. Lu Ting was very nervous. She seemed to vaguely hear a sound. Yifeng gripped his sword, quickly stood up, and said, Come here quickly. Seeing Yifeng's solemn and anxious expression, Lu Ting knew that something big must have happened, so she rushed towards him anxiously. Laugh. The super spider plummeted from above, like a black monster falling. Whoosh. At the same time, Yifeng rushed over and tackled Lu Ting to the ground just as the spider's claws were about to grab her. Caught off guard, Lu Ting was startled. Then, Upon seeing the terrifying black spider, she cried out in terror. Yifeng, a spider, a terrifying spider. Laugh. The super spider emitted eerie sounds and moved quickly forward, intending to bite the two people to death. Out. Yifeng stomped his foot on the spider's head, using the powerful force to pull Lu Ting along the ground as they slid out. Whoosh. The two seemed to have pulleys installed on them, sliding several meters along the ground. Lu Ting's clothes and hair were disheveled, but she didn't care about that. Bang bang bang. The super spider emitted a strange sound and sprinted over at high speed. Past. As Yifeng slid across the ground, he quickly threw Lu Ting out and landed her in a patch of grass. Oops. Lu Ting cried out in pain as Yifeng threw her into the bushes not far away. After getting up, Lu Ting anxiously looked around, trying to find a stick or a stone or something to attack with, to help Yifeng deal with the super spider. Sizzle. The super spider took 8 steps and quickly approached Yifeng. Its 8 legs were very long, each over a meter long, and covered with countless sharp barbs, making it terrifying. Huh. Yifeng spun around, stood up like a tornado, and then ran quickly forward. Hiss. The spider was chasing after it quickly, and that damn thing was fast. As he ran, Yifeng gripped his sword and rushed to the foot of a towering ancient tree. The tree was very tall and had a large trunk. After running to the tree, Yifeng took a deep breath, then scrambled his feet along the trunk and ran upwards at top speed. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. In 2 seconds, Yifeng's feet brushed against the tree trunk, and he quickly ran 5 steps upwards, his body more than 2 meters off the ground. However, 5 steps was the limit. No matter how much a human trains, he can only reach a maximum of 5 steps, and that is with the help of inertia. Huh. Just as he was about to land, Yifeng roared, his feet brushing against the tree trunk, and then he somersaulted down. Call out. He stood with his feet up and head down, swiftly thrusting his sword into the spider's back. Clang. The spider's back was very hard, and the piercing only penetrated 3 inches. Hiss. The spider was in excruciating pain, and its whole body trembled. After exhausting his offensive, Yifeng quickly tilted and fell, using the force of his sword stabbing the spider's back to propel his body 2 meters away before rolling to the ground. Laugh. Black Spider turned around and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng. Lu Ting rushed out of the bushes, carrying a long wooden stick, and quickly ran over, wanting to fight the black spider with Yifeng. Don't come any closer, it's dangerous, Yifeng warned anxiously. Chapter 104, Slaying the Black Spider. Yifeng. Lu Ting ran out of the bushes with a 2-meter-long wooden stick, wanting to help Yifeng fight the black spider. Don't come any closer, it's dangerous, Yifeng warned anxiously. But Lu Ting still grabbed the wooden stick and ran over without hesitation, swinging the stick with both hands and striking the black spider's feet. Bang bang bang. A series of cracking sounds came, and the black spider let out a strange cry of pain. Although the spider was very large, it was not as resistant as large wild beasts, such as black bears and tigers. No matter how big the spider web was, it was not as resistant as these wild beasts. After all, their body structures were different. Black Spider turned around and angrily attacked Lu Ting. Lu Ting was immediately terrified, her face turning pale, because the black spider had a ferocious face and its mouth was wide open. In a panic, she swung the wooden stick, ready to strike the black spider on the head. Don't attack it, use a stick to hold it down, Yifeng anxiously reminded him. Lu Ting was too weak. Even if she hit the black spider's head with a stick, she couldn't kill it. The only way was to use the stick to hold the black spider in place. This method was the most effective because when the black spider moved forward, Lu Ting's body would automatically move backward. Oh well. Lu Ting placed the wooden stick on the black spider's head. Sizzle. The black spider moved forward quickly, and Lu Ting's body was also pushed backward at the same time. She was incredibly brave. She actually dared to pick up a wooden stick and rush over to help. If it were Zhao Shui, she probably would have been so scared that her heart wouldn't have stopped. Oops. As Lu Ting slid backward, she was knocked to the ground by the black spider. That damn thing was incredibly strong. Whoosh. Just as Lu Ting was about to fall, Yifeng leaped up quickly, grabbed a vine from the towering ancient tree, and appeared above Lu Ting at lightning speed. Grab my hand, Yifeng commanded loudly. Lu Ting reached out and grabbed Yifeng. Huh. After grabbing Lu Ting, Yifeng hooked his toes onto the tree branch above, then quickly climbed upside down and stood on the treetop. Hold on tight to the branch, Yifeng commanded. Lu Ting was terrified and hurriedly clung tightly to the tree branch. The two of them stood on the tall tree, 3 or 4 meters high, looking down at the black spider. Laugh. Whoosh. The black spider spit out white silk, which, like flowing clouds and sleeves, wrapped around the two of them, trying to envelop them. Yifeng, it's spinning spider silk. Seeing the black spider spinning its silk, Lu Ting became very anxious. If they were entangled, their fate would be the same as those two women. A petty trick, yet you dare to try and deal with me. Yifeng quickly bent a thick branch and then released it. Whoosh! Bang! The thick, bent branch suddenly shot out and struck the white spider silk. However, after the branch bounced back to its original position, the spider silk actually stuck to it. Sizzle! The black spider quickly retracted its silk, and its body swiftly climbed up the silk. Yifeng, it's coming up, Lu Ting reminded anxiously. Get down. Yifeng gripped his sword, performed a somersault in midair, and slashed at the black spider's back with the force of 1,000-pound weight. Bang! Just as the black spider was about to climb up the silk, Yifeng slammed it to the ground. Standing on the black spider's back, Yifeng gripped his sword with both hands and fiercely stabbed it backward. Laugh! The weak spot on the back of his neck was instantly pierced by the wind, and a greenish substance splattered out. Yifeng quickly jumped off the spider's back. The green substance that splashed out was poisonous and should not be splashed on his body, especially in his eyes. Sizzle! The black spider rolled around on the ground, its body contorted in pain, but after rolling several times, it finally died. Call! Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally killed the beast. The fight had been incredibly close. Yifeng, the black spider is dead. I want to come down. Lu Ting stood on the treetop, unsure how to get down. Grab that vine and slide down it, Yifeng said. Okay, then you have to catch me, or I'll fall to my death. Lu Ting grabbed the vine and quickly slid down from above. Yifeng stood on the ground, and when Lu Ting slipped and was about to fall, he hugged her from behind. The scene between the two was heartwarming. Yifeng hugged Lu Ting from behind, holding her in his arms, while facing Lu Ting like a loving couple. Okay, let me go quickly. Lu Ting blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. Although she was more outgoing than Zhao Shui, she was still a little uncomfortable being hugged from behind by a man. I'm protecting you. Yifeng still hugged Lu Ting from behind. No, you'll get a sore throat, Lu Ting said softly. If you have a sore throat, just drink Wanglaji herbal tea. Yifeng recalled an advertising slogan. Lu Ting turned around, gently nudged Yifeng, and smiled. There's no Wanglaji here, only this school beauty. Haha. Yifeng smiled, finding it really interesting to chat with Lu Ting, unlike Zhao Shui, who was a shy girl who couldn't say a word. Yifeng held Lu Ting's hand tightly, unwilling to let go, but suddenly, countless strange sounds came from the woods ahead. Sizzle! Shoo! Shoo! The eerie sounds of countless black spiders echoed, and rows of trees shook violently. Lu Ting was shocked, her bright eyes filled with fear as she looked at Yifeng. Hurry up! Yifeng gripped his sword, grabbed Lu Ting's hand, and ran quickly forward. This area was too dangerous. It must be black spider territory, which explained the large number of black spiders here. Chapter 105. In the twilight. Her waiting. In the dense forest, Yifeng held Lu Ting's hand, and the two quickly fled towards the camp. It was quite far from the camp. Even walking quickly would take an hour, and if they moved slowly, it would take about 2 hours. The two of them were sweating profusely and panting heavily. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. After running for half an hour, Lu Ting put her hands on her knees and gasped for breath. Yifeng stood beside Lu Ting, noticing that her clothes were disheveled and in a mess. What are you looking at? Lu Ting got up and straightened her clothes. I just wanted to remind you not to be disheveled, otherwise they'll misunderstand when you get back, Yifeng said. Cut. Lu Ting raised her long, beautiful hand and tucked her messy hair behind her back, saying, Isn't it your own impure thoughts? Ha. The two looked at each other and smiled, feeling a wonderful joy at surviving such a close call. The black spiders didn't chase after them, so they were safe. Are you all right? Yifeng asked. Nothing in you? Lu Ting smiled brightly, revealing charming dimples on her face. I'm fine too, Yifeng said. But you're really amazing. Recalling Yifeng's skill in slaying the black spider, the gray wolf, and the black bear, Lu Ting looked on with admiration. Actually, I'm quite skilled in kung fu. You just haven't realized it, Yifeng said with a smile. After tidying her hair, Lu Ting smiled at Yifeng and said, That's good. Let's go back quickly, otherwise it will be dangerous after dark. The sun has set. On the distant horizon, the fiery red sunset, like a giant fireball, is about to sink below the hillside. In the woods, Yifeng and Lu Ting walked side by side. A gentle breeze blew by, and Lu Ting's black hair flowed slowly in the wind, looking very graceful. Walking through the woods, Yifeng asked, I want to ask you something? What is it? Ask away. A hint of warmth appeared in Lu Ting's bright eyes. Yifeng asked, did you suddenly feel that walking in the woods with a handsome guy is very romantic? Uft. Lu Ting laughed and said, shouldn't I be asking you that? Don't you think it's romantic to stroll in the woods with a beautiful woman? From the woods came the sounds of two people laughing and talking. And at this moment, inside the cave at the campsite, Zhao Shui and Wang Qing sat under the stone door, looking out through the crack. The sun was about to set, but Yifeng and Lu Ting had not yet returned. Why haven't those two children come back yet? Wang Qing looked outside with worry, afraid that something might have happened to Yifeng and Lu Ting, because this island was too dangerous. Teacher, don't worry, brother Yi and sister Lu Ting will be fine, Zhao Shui comforted her. Well, Wang Qing sighed, looking outside with a worried expression. Zhao Shui also looked outside anxiously, her eyes straining, but she still couldn't see Yifeng's figure. The setting sun in the distance was getting lower and lower, about to disappear behind the mountains, but the person she was waiting for had not yet returned. In this situation, Zhao Shui recalled a poem. The poem was about a beautiful woman standing in the twilight sun, gazing at the distant official road, waiting for her boyfriend who had gone out to return. The woman waited and waited, her eyes filled with longing, from sunset to sunrise, but her beloved still did not return. Yet she did not give up. She waited bitterly for 3 years. For those 3 years, she waited from sunset to sunrise every day, and then from sunrise to sunset, but her beloved still did not come back. Later, the woman learned that her beloved had died on the battlefield. In despair, she hanged herself on the pavilion, facing the main road after her death. Zhao Shui's face felt a little hot. She touched her cheek, wondering how she could have such thoughts. It was impossible for her and Yifeng to be together because Lu Ting was more outstanding than her. Zhao Shui, what's wrong? Wang Qing asked, noticing that Zhao Shui seemed a bit off. Teacher, I'm fine. Zhao Shui gently shook her head. After waiting anxiously, the two finally saw Yifeng and Lu Ting return in the forest ahead, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Little wind. Shouting. Wang Qing was overjoyed to see the two return. Brother Yi, sister Lu Ting. Zhao Shui was also very happy. When she saw Yifeng return, she was overjoyed, as if her beloved had come back. Teacher. Zhao Shui. Upon hearing their calls, Yifeng quickly ran over with Lu Ting. Zhao Shui opened the stone slab in the cave and walked out with a smile. Wang Qing also came out with a smile and said, Hee hee, Xiao Feng, Xiao Ting, we were all very worried about you. Why did you take so long? Zhao Shui also asked, Brother Yi, why did you take so long? My teacher and I were getting impatient. Yifeng laughed and said, because Lu Ting and I went to the grove, we had important things to do, so we came back late. Oh. Zhao Shui lowered her head, but suddenly felt a pang of heartache and a heavy heart. Pooh. Lu Ting rolled her eyes and said, don't listen to his nonsense. We met 2 surviving men at the beach, and then on the way back, we encountered a giant spider. It was 2 meters tall and terrifying. It even bit 2 women to death. If we hadn't been lucky, we probably wouldn't have made it back. Are you all right? Wang Qing asked with concern. Teacher, we're all right, Lu Ting asked with a smile. Brother Yi, you must be hungry. I'll make you something to eat, Zhao Shui said with a smile. Yifeng nodded slightly and said, we are indeed very hungry. After we finish eating, I also have something to tell you. Chapter 106, they've come looking for us. Inside the cave, Yifeng and Lu Ting wolfed down their food, as they were very hungry because they hadn't eaten for almost a day. Xiaofeng, shouting, eat slowly. Wang Qing reminded them from the side. Seeing Yifeng and Lu Ting eating so quickly and wolfing down their food, she felt a little sad because the two of them had suffered. In her heart, these 2 classmates were like her children. Of course, given Wang Qing's age, she could only be Yifeng and Lu Ting's older sister. After they finished eating, Yifeng said, I need to remind you of something. This forest is very dangerous. There are giant man-eating spiders, and there are 2 strange men here named Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei. These 2 are not good people either, so you need to be careful. Are they students of this school? Wang Qing asked curiously. Although she was a teacher at the school, there were hundreds of graduates this year, so she was only familiar with the students in her own class. Neither of them are graduates of this school, because they are both quite old. Sima Jiao is around 40 years old, and Niu Changfei is at least 35, Yifeng said. Then we should indeed be careful. People on this deserted island are complicated, and we should not easily trust anyone except our own people. Wang Qing was very worried because, being older, she had seen more of the coldness and indifference of human relationships than the 3 of them. Teacher, we will be careful, Zhao Shui nodded. Lu Ting continued. Those two bastards are definitely not good people. When they first appeared on the beach, their eyes were always staring at me from head to toe, which made me feel uncomfortable. Ugh, disgusting. Zhao Shui covered her face with her hands, shaking her head repeatedly. She felt disgusted at the thought of those two men staring at Lu Ting. Yes, I felt disgusted when their eyes were darting around and staring at my whole body, Lu Ting continued. Yifeng scrutinized Lu Ting and said, I stare at you every day. How come you don't feel disgusted? Because you're different, Lu Ting said. How is it different? Yifeng asked with a smile. Lu Ting said, because you are handsome, skilled in martial arts, and from the same school, and I have also fallen deeply in love with you. Are you satisfied with this answer? Yifeng straightened his hair and said, actually, everyone says I'm very handsome. Many girls used to compliment me on my looks. TCH, you get all high and mighty just because I complimented you a couple of times. Back in school, no girl ever paid you any attention. What Lu Ting said was true. Back in school, Yifeng didn't have any female friends or girlfriends. The girls in the finance department were all very picky. After all, they studied finance, so they were more interested in money. They didn't pay attention to anyone except rich and handsome guys. Sister Lu Ting, I think Brother Yi is pretty good, quite handsome, Zhao Shui said gently. You haven't fallen in love with him, have you? Lu Ting asked. Zhao Shui lowered her head shyly and said, I'm not good enough for Brother Yi. Xiao Shui, don't be self-conscious. You're actually quite outstanding, Wang Qing said, trying to comfort her. Teacher, really? Zhao Shui asked. Of course it's true. You and Shouting are both excellent, and Xiaofeng is also excellent. In short, you are all exceptionally outstanding and no less than anyone else. Although your family's financial situation is not good, it doesn't mean that you yourself are not good. Your parents raised you to go to university, but from now on, you have to rely on yourself for everything, understand? Wang Qing patiently comforted Zhao Shui, saying that she was right. People from poor families are not necessarily poor themselves. Parents raise their children and send them to university, but they have to make their own way in the future. Teacher, thank you for your guidance. I understand now. Zhao Shui was very grateful for Wang Qing's guidance. Her family was indeed in poor condition, as she and Yifeng both came from humble backgrounds. And Xiaofeng, your future is limitless, Wang Qing continued. Haha, thank you for the compliment, Yifeng said with a smile. Don't laugh. I'm not joking with you. I'm serious. Wang Qing was very serious, not wanting Yifeng to be joking around. Teacher, I've got it. Yifeng nodded respectfully. He always felt grateful to Wang Qing because she had been his teacher since his freshman year and had helped him many times, often giving him his meal card. Sister Lu Ting, my stomach hurts a little. Could you come with me to the restroom? Zhao Shui suddenly clutched her stomach, looking somewhat embarrassed. Okay, sure. Lu Ting nodded, then led Zhao Shui out. It was dusk, so Zhao Shui didn't dare go out alone. Don't go too far, Yifeng reminded him. Okay. Lu Ting mischievously made a face to show she understood. After the two women left, only Yifeng and Wang Qing remained in the cave. The teacher and student sat in the cave chatting. After several days of recuperation, Wang Qing's injuries had improved considerably. Oh. Suddenly, Zhao Shui screamed outside the cave. Not good. Yifeng was shocked. He grabbed his sword and rushed out, fearing for the safety of the two women. When he reached the cave entrance, he saw two unfamiliar men confronting Lu Ting and the other woman. These two unfamiliar men turned out to be Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei. Chapter 107, I'm no saint either. Yifeng ran to the cave entrance and found that Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei had actually arrived. Those two bastards actually found this place. They appeared really fast. Previously at the beach, in order to prevent the two from secretly following them and to find out their location, Yifeng deliberately led Lu Ting around in circles. As a result, they accidentally entered the territory of the black spider and were almost eaten by it. However, the two still found this place. This was by no means a coincidence, but rather intentional. As for why the two found this place so quickly, it's not difficult. This area isn't very big, and anyone who knows a little about desert island survival knows that people stranded on desert islands need to find caves to live in, and there are caves wherever there are mountains. Once you figure that out, finding this place will be easy. Don't come any closer. Zhao Shui, holding the stick, looked at the two of them, her whole body trembling. Lu Ting, also holding a stick, angrily said, Get lost. Don't come near us, or I'll smash you to death with this stick. Hey. Sima Jiao, who was dark-skinned, smiled and said, Ladies, please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. Yes, we really meant no harm, Niu Changfei said. Although the two men said they meant no harm, their actions betrayed them, as they pressed closer and closer to the two women. In general, if you want to dispel the fear of the opposite sex, you would choose to back away and keep your distance. But these two people kept pressing closer, clearly wanting to get closer to the two women and then approach them. Get lost, who knows if you have malicious intent. Lu Ting, holding a stick, rubbed it against Sima Jio's shoulder, her fierce expression seemingly telling him that if he continued to get closer, he shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. I really didn't mean any harm. Sima Jio raised his hand, wanting to grasp the stick in Lu Ting's hand, but Lu Ting took a step back and moved the stick away. Niu Changfei also approached Zhao Shui cautiously, indicating that he meant no harm. Whoosh! Yi Feng rushed over quickly, got behind Sima Jio, and kicked him in the back. Bang! Oh! Sima Jio screamed as Yi Feng kicked him against a rock, from which he fell down. Ninth brother. Niu Changfei was shocked and turned around to look behind him, but Yi Feng's knife was pointed at his throat. Brother, it's you. Don't misunderstand. We really meant no harm, Niu Changfei hurriedly explained. If I were to stab you through the throat, and I said I meant no harm, would you believe me? Yi Feng asked. These two bastards actually said they meant no harm? Damn it, who would believe that? From their actions just now, Yi Feng could tell that they definitely meant no harm. Brother Yi, you're here? Upon seeing Yi Feng appear, Zhao Shui was overjoyed. As long as Yi Feng was there, she wouldn't be afraid even if the sky fell down. Lu Ting also breathed a sigh of relief because Yi Feng had arrived. Sima Jio got up from the ground and smiled. Brother, you've really misunderstood us. We really didn't mean any harm. Damn it, whether you have malicious intent or not is none of my business. Even if you do you have the ability to do so? Get the hell out of here and don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Feng brandished his sword, threatening fiercely. Damn it, he scared his own girls, and then said he meant no harm. Who would believe that? Brother, we are both in distress, so we should help each other. I suggest we live together. That way we can take care of each other, and there's strength in numbers. Sima Jio continued to smile. Although he had just been kicked away by Yi Feng, he didn't seem angry. I have no interest in living with you guys. Get out and leave me alone. Yi Feng shielded the two women behind him, his sharp sword pointed at them. If those two bastards dared to make any move, he would not hesitate to strike them down without hesitation. Wang Qing, leaning on a bamboo cane, walked over with difficulty and asked coldly, Who are you people? Sima Jio and Niu Changfei looked up and were slightly surprised when they saw another woman. Their eyes flashed with a strange light. They hadn't expected there to be 3 women in the cave, 1 adult and 2 children. Hee, beautiful lady, hello. My name is Sima Jio, and this is my friend Niu Changfei. We are also in distress. Sima Jio smiled at Wang Qing. I am their teacher, Wang Qing. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Wang Qing looked at the two of them with a cold and stern expression. However, the two were not afraid of her authority, because this was a deserted island, and no matter how imposing a woman was, she was useless in front of men, since here, might makes right. Tread. Sima Jio stepped forward, trying to get closer to Wang Qing. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he twitched the hand holding his sword. Wang Qing frowned and said in a cold voice, Let's each try to survive. The rescue team will be here in a couple of days. We've already contacted them by phone through location tracking and calls, so they'll be here soon. Cell phone. Zhao Shui was somewhat surprised, but then she realized that this was Teacher Wang's delaying tactic, deliberately deceiving the two of them. When Sima Jio and Niu Changfei learned of this, they were initially overjoyed, but then felt a little disappointed and wary. However, neither of them intended to leave. Wang Qing walked to Yi Feng's side and gave him a wink. Chapter 108, Using a wooden stick as a weapon. Wang Qing gave Yi Feng a look, and Yi Feng knew that she was afraid he would act impulsively and kill those two bastards. Teacher Wang didn't want him to commit a crime. But on this island, it's either you or me who dies. Yi Feng's principle is that he'd rather they die than he die himself. Gentlemen, we've contacted the outside world by phone. The rescue team will be arriving on the island in the next couple of days, so you should each fend for yourselves for a couple of days. Besides, our cave is small and can't accommodate both of you, Wang Qing continued. Hee. Sima Jio smiled and said, Little sister, so the rescue team will be here in a couple of days. In that case, my brother and I will try to survive for 2 more days. But we have a favor to ask. Is there anything else you need? Wang Qing asked. Sima Jio said, Do you have any food in your cave? Please give us some food, just enough to fill our stomachs. This? Wang Qing hesitated. She didn't want to give the two of them food. No, we have no food. Get the hell out of here and don't bother me anymore. Yi Feng's attitude was tough, He gripped his sword and glared fiercely at the two men. Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei's eyes flashed with ferocity, but their expressions changed drastically as they saw wolf pelts lying on the rocks in the camp, more than a dozen in total. Seeing so many wolf pelts, the two were a little scared and looked at Yi Feng with even more apprehension. Roll! Call out! Yi Feng stared at the two men with an imposing gaze, as if he were about to kill them. Brother, don't be impulsive, let's go now. Sima Jiao smiled sinisterly and left with Niu Changfei. The two of them kept looking back at the dozen or so wolf pelts. They were very curious about how Yi Feng and his companions had managed to kill so many wolves. Seeing the two leave, Lu Ting breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhao Shui kept wiping away her sweat because she was very scared. Wang Qing's expression was solemn. She knew that the two of them would not let it go and would definitely come back. Yi Feng also knew that these two birdmen wouldn't really leave. They would definitely come back. Brother Yi, why didn't you give them some food just now? Zhao Shui asked. Yi Feng said coldly, why give them food? Is it so they can deal with us if they're full? We really can't give them food, Wang Qing said. Yi Feng, they will definitely come back. Teacher Wang's lies won't fool them for long, Lu Ting said worriedly. Let's go back to the cave first. Yi Feng turned and went back into the cave. He knew very well that the two would come back, and he also wanted to figure out how to kill them without anyone noticing. Damn it, the first to strike wins, the last to strike suffers. If the two of them dare to come back, or try anything against them, then they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Back then, the Sure brothers died because they wanted to kill me. Inside the cave, the three of them sat down beside Yi Feng with heavy hearts, and because they were in a bad mood, they didn't say a word. What I just did was a delaying tactic. It certainly can't last long. Xiao Feng, you have a lot of ideas. Do you have a way to get rid of them? Wang Qing said. Yi Feng said, my method is very simple. Solve it with fists, solve it with my sword, and be done with it once and for all. Well, Wang Qing shook her head and said, Xiao Feng, you are still young. Don't commit crimes lightly, understand? Lu Ting said nonchalantly, Teacher, there are only 4 of us here. Even if Yi Feng gets rid of the other 2, no one will know. You can't hide the truth forever. Even if we don't want to harm Xiaofeng, who can guarantee that we won't let it slip once we leave here and return to the city? Wang Qing asked. Yi Feng thought Wang Qing was right. People often can't keep secrets. Years later, or even more than 10 years later, someone might not be able to resist telling their close friends. Then, those friends would tell their friends, and the word would spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Wang Qing continued. Moreover, if Xiaofeng really does that kind of thing, the 3 of us will know. If someone knows this secret, he won't be at ease in the future and will live in unease. Lu Ting didn't say anything, but she thought what Teacher Wang said made sense. Anyone who has something on their hands will feel like they're living in hell, afraid that even if the truth comes out, they'll be uneasy for the rest of their lives. Yi Feng didn't speak. He closed his eyes to rest, thinking about how to deal with the 2 of them. If Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei return with ill intentions, he will secretly eliminate them. After all, this is a deserted island, and there are many ways to get rid of them. He doesn't necessarily have to do it himself. Teacher Wang, Brother Yi, they're here again. Zhao Shui suddenly looked outside and said anxiously. Yi Feng had been resting with his eyes closed, but when he opened them and looked back, he saw that Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei had indeed returned to the woods outside the camp, and they were holding wooden sticks in their hands. These 2 scoundrels, each carrying a sturdy wooden stick, were striding towards the cave. They were carrying weapons, Lu Ting said. Wang Qing was very serious, and also somewhat apprehensive and worried. Zhao Shui was very scared and nervous. She was timid, even more so than Lu Xiaochuan had been. But she was a girl, so it was normal for her to be timid. You all wait for me in the cave. No one is allowed to come out without my order. Yi Feng gripped his sword and walked out of the cave. Damn it, those 2 bastards are courting death. Do they think they can deal with me with a broken stick? Chapter 109. The 2 testing each other. Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei returned, each carrying a sturdy wooden stick, and quickly walked towards the cave in the camp. Yi Feng walked out with his sword. Did these 2 scoundrels think they could deal with him with a wooden stick? Teacher Wang, Sister Lu Ting, what should we do? Zhao Shui was a little nervous, even trembling with nervousness, because she had never seen the world before. What else can we do? Of course we have to go out and fight those bastards with Yi Feng. There's strength in numbers. Lu Ting rolled her eyes and picked up a bamboo pole from the ground. One end of the pole was sharpened to a very point. Wang Qing also picked up a bamboo pole and said, let's go out together. There's strength in numbers. Let's give Yi Feng courage. Besides, if Niu Changfei and Sima Jiao see that each of us has a sharp bamboo pole, They won't dare to make any rash moves. Zhao Shui picked up a bamboo pole, pointed the sharp end outwards, and then followed the two outside. Outside the cave, Yi Feng gripped his sword and dragged the tip of the blade along the ground. Whoosh! The blade made a whistling sound as Yi Feng walked down the slope with heavy steps. What are you two good-for-nothings doing here? Are you trying to get back at me? Tap, tap, tap. Yi Feng descended the steps with heavy steps, exuding a powerful aura. He looked down at the two of them with cold eyes. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, and Wang Qing walked out, each holding a bamboo pole with the sharp end pointing outwards towards Sima Jiao and his companion. Seeing the three women behind Yi Feng, each wielding a sharp bamboo pole, Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei were somewhat wary. Although they disregarded women, their sharp bamboo poles were still quite powerful. Han Xian, a great general during the Han dynasty, was said to have been killed by several women who stabbed him with bamboo, which shows that bamboo was quite powerful. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Wang Qing stared coldly at the two of them. Although her ankle was a little sore and the injury hadn't healed yet, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Get out of here, or I'll stab you to death. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Ting swung the bamboo pole in her hand and made a few thrusts in the air. However, she did a pretty good job and had quite a bit of skill. No wonder she said she used to practice taekwondo. Zhao Shui didn't speak. She wasn't as bold as the other two. Hee, gentlemen, please don't misunderstand. You have a very deep misunderstanding about us, Sima Jiao said with a smile. Yes, you have a very deep misunderstanding of us, Niu Changfei said. Damn it, you came back with wooden sticks? And you still say I misunderstood you? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Either get lost or die. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his gaze filled with murderous intent. When dealing with malicious or wicked people, one must be ruthless and resolute. Don't give the jackals any chance to have illusions. Brother, you've really misunderstood us. We meant no harm. It's just that this island is too dangerous, so we're looking for a weapon to defend ourselves. We've come back to ask you for a favor. Sima Jiao smiled broadly, revealing a kind expression. Yes, brother, we really meant no harm. The reason we came back is that we want to ask you for a favor, Niu Changfei said. Speak your mind, and get the hell out of here. If I see you again, I'll kill you. Yi Feng looked fierce and menacing. These two were definitely up to no good, otherwise they wouldn't have found their way here from the beach. And their gazes were different every time they saw these women. Brothers, don't you have cell phones? We miss our families. Could you please lend us your phones? Sima Jiao pleaded. Niu Changfei also said, please don't worry, we won't talk for too long, at most a minute. We just want to let our families know we're safe. Do you even deserve to use my phone? Stop talking nonsense and get the hell out of here. Yi Feng swung his sword, as if a knight on horseback was about to strike. Brother, don't be impulsive. Since you won't lend us your phone, we'll leave now, and we promise we won't come back. Sima Jiao quickly pulled Niu Changfei along, and the two turned and hurriedly left. Watching the two figures leave, Yi Feng revealed a cold smile, because he knew that the two had come to test them. Those two bastards wanted to see if they had a cell phone. If they did, and it hadn't been damaged by the seawater, then it would prove they could contact outside rescue workers. If rescuers could arrive in a day or two, they wouldn't have that kind of thought. But if they don't have phones, or can't produce them, it proves that everything just now is fake, and they will definitely take action. Yi Feng was perfectly aware of their little schemes. Since these two good-for-nothings want to deal with him, then he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Yi Feng planned to find an opportunity to leave the three women in the cave, or to send them away, and then secretly kill the two men. Anyway, this kind of thing can't be known by others. Yi Feng, they will definitely come back. Lu Ting's eyes were filled with worry. The two would definitely return. It seems we need to think of a way, either to leave this place and get away from them, or to find a way to guard against them, Wang Qing said. Let's go back to the cave. Yi Feng grinned, then turned and went back into the cave. He will not let anyone who tries to test him or lay a hand on him get away with it. In short, it is God's business to forgive the wicked, and what you have to do is send them to meet God. Chapter 110, How to Get Rid of Them. It's getting dark. There is no moonlight tonight, and the forest is completely silent after dark. A bright fire burned inside the cave, making it warm. Shoo! Shoo! From the forest outside the cave came a series of rustling sounds, the sound somewhat eerie. Not far from the open space, another fire was lit, and Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei sat by the fire, guarding it and refusing to leave. Yi Feng stood outside the cave entrance, sword in hand, his cold gaze fixed ahead, his eyes sharp as if trying to see through the night sky. Inside the cave, the three women sat by the fire to keep warm. They looked up at Yi Feng's back and saw that under the quiet night sky, Yifeng's back seemed somewhat lonely. A lonely night, a lonely figure. They didn't know what Yifeng was thinking, but he was probably on guard against those two. Lu Ting placed a piece of wood in the fire, then slowly got up and walked to Yifeng's side. They still refused to leave. It seems they really have designs on us, Lu Ting said. He wasn't after me, he was after you. I was the one who got me into this mess, Yifeng said with a slight smile. You think being a protector of flowers is so easy? It's dangerous. Lu Ting revealed a charming smile. Yifeng remained silent, watching in the distance. In the open space outside the camp, Sima Jiu and Niu Changfei sat by the fire to keep warm, seemingly discussing something. But Yifeng knew without guessing what else the two could discuss besides those matters. If the two of them can work together with us, we will be stronger and more powerful when we encounter Black Spider in the future. Lu Ting was also looking into the distance when her voice slowly drifted over. Don't place your hopes on others. It's a sign of weakness and the beginning of danger. Yifeng's voice was calm. He recalled a great man who once said, "We have no helpers. The only thing we can trust is our own national strength." Now, on this deserted island, Yifeng will not trust anyone, nor will he think of asking anyone for help to survive together on the island. He always believed only in his own abilities. I know they are completely unreliable. Human nature is terrifying, Lu Ting said. It's good that you understand. To expect them to work together with us is simply wishful thinking, Yifeng said. How do you plan to deal with them? Lu Ting asked. Let's go back to the cave and rest first. Yifeng did not answer Lu Ting's question, nor did he want to. Snort. Lu Ting snorted coldly, somewhat angry that Yifeng didn't answer her. Xiaofeng, have you thought of a way? How can we prevent them? Wang Qing asked after Yifeng returned to the cave. Zhao Shui also saw Yifeng. She was completely lost and had no opinions of her own, so she could only rely on Yifeng for everything. We'll try to stay home as much as possible these next few days. As long as we stay home, we should be fine. Although Yifeng said this, he already had a plan in mind. He planned to find some excuse to keep the three women in the cave after dawn, and then go out to deal with the two men. Anyway, there are black spiders in that area, so even if the two of them die, the blame can be shifted to the black spiders. As for hiding in the cave and not coming out, Yifeng couldn't do that, because that would be too cowardly. And why should we tolerate bad people? Why should people with a righteous heart avoid and yield to evil people? Why? Yifeng wouldn't tolerate them. That's all we can do, Wang Qing said. Yifeng looked outside. It was very late, and the night was deep. Teacher, you're not feeling well. You should get some rest. I've almost fully recovered. I'll keep watch tonight. You all get some rest, Wang Qing said. Teacher, Brother Yi, Sister Lu Ting, you all rest first. I'll keep watch. Zhao Shui prepared to keep watch because she felt that she was the most useless among them, so she wanted to share the burden with them. Okay, let's rest first. You must be careful. Yifeng handed his sword to Zhao Shui, then laid down on the stone bed to rest. Since the wolf skin was not yet dry, it could not be used for the time being. Although the cave is relatively safe, they arranged for people to take turns keeping watch every night to prevent accidents from happening. And at this moment, in the open space outside the camp, Sima Jiu and Niu Changfei sat on a rock warming themselves by a fire, both holding wooden sticks. Ninth brother, I discovered that they killed a lot of wolves and even put the wolf pelts on rocks to dry. There was only one man and three women. How are they so powerful? Niu Changfei asked. Sima Jiu smiled sinisterly, a greedy glint in his eyes. Thinking of the three women in the cave, he wished he could rush into the cave, beat the man to death, and then take the three women for himself. Damn it, what morality, what justice? They're worthless on this island. No matter what you do here, nobody will know. Ninth brother, what are you laughing at? Niu Changfei asked. Chapter 111 discussing the destruction of Yifeng. Niu Changfei was very curious and didn't understand why Sima Jiu was laughing. I reckon they must have poisoned the wolves. Otherwise, with their abilities, they wouldn't have been able to kill even 2 wolves, let alone so many, Sima Jiu laughed. Ninth brother, you mean they'll poison us? They're really something. They actually know how to poison us. Niu Changfei was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Yifeng and his group to be so powerful. It's just poisoning, nothing serious. There are many poisons in this forest, such as the death cap mushroom, which is a white wild mushroom that is extremely poisonous and cannot be cured even with modern medicine, Sima Jiu said. Ninth brother, you're amazing. You know so much about this. Niu Changfei looked at Sima Jiu with great admiration. Besides this poisonous mushroom, many plants in the forest can also be used to extract venom, and some marine creatures are also highly poisonous, so it is not very difficult to get some poison on a deserted island. Sima Jiu continued his eloquent explanation, demonstrating his extensive knowledge. Niu Changfei listened quietly, feeling that he had gained a lot of knowledge, but Sima Jio was indeed more capable than him and knew more about survival. If it weren't for Sima Jio, he probably would have died long ago during his time stranded on the island. However, Sima Jio's protection of him and his survival were not without conditions. "Brother, do you want those 3 women?" Sima Jio asked. "Ninth brother, what man doesn't love a woman? Especially a beautiful one. But that man has a knife. If we fight, we might get hurt." Thinking of the sword in Yi Feng's hand, Niu Changfei felt a little apprehensive and afraid, because the sword was very sharp, and if a fight broke out, the two of them would definitely suffer. Although they both had wooden sticks, the sticks were not as powerful as their swords, because even if Yi Feng was hit several times, he would not die. However, if they were struck by the sword, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. "Brother, you're so foolish. If we want to get rid of that guy, why would we need to fight? As long as you follow my instructions, we can easily take him out without even a fight," Sima Jio said. "Ninth brother, what method are you planning to use?" Niu Changfei was overjoyed, never expecting Sima Jio to have a solution. "It's a secret, you'll find out tomorrow." Sima Jio smiled mysteriously, refusing to tell Niu Changfei. "Ninth brother, but they said the rescue team will be here in a couple of days. If we get rid of that man and take those 3 beauties for ourselves, what will happen when the rescue team arrives in a couple of days?" Niu Changfei was somewhat worried, fearing that his secret would be exposed. "You're so stupid. They don't even have cell phones. They're just afraid that the 2 of us brothers will take action, so they made up these lies on purpose." Sima Jio gave a cold laugh, then placed the wooden stick in his hand into the fire and gently stirred out the embers. "Those bastards actually dared to deceive us 2 brothers. It's outrageous." Niu Changfei was furious, as if Yi Feng and his people shouldn't have deceived them, but should have obeyed them and let them do as they pleased. "Brother, there's no need to be angry. Get some rest. Those 3 beauties will be ours tomorrow morning." Sima Jio lay on the stone slab, resting with a smile on his face. Thinking about tomorrow's operation, he was excited and couldn't wait. Niu Changfei did not rest. He sat beside Sima Jio to keep watch, fearing attacks from wild animals. During their time stranded on the deserted island, it was precisely because of their carefulness that they escaped one crisis after another. "Oh, my beauties, wait for me. I will come to find you tomorrow." Sima Jio lay on the rock, talking to himself and constantly touching his chest, as if he was heartbroken. "Ninth brother, you should rest now. Don't worry about me anymore. Actually, I'm angry too. That bastard, what right does he have to live in a cave with 3 beautiful women? Does he even deserve it?" Niu Changfei tried to comfort him, but he became increasingly angry as he spoke. He felt that all the good things in the world should belong to them, and no one else had the right to them. Inside the cave, Zhao Shui held her sword, her eyes fixed on the outside. She was afraid of Sima Jio and Niu Changfei getting close, because these 2 were wicked and definitely not good people. If the 2 got close, she would threaten or warn them with her sword, or wake Yi Feng up. Yi Feng and the other 2 fell asleep. Because they were very tired during the day, Yi Feng fell asleep soon after lying down. With someone keeping watch and a cave entrance, he was able to rest soundly. Zhao Shui sat alone in the cave, sometimes secretly watching Yi Feng, who was fast asleep, and sometimes cautiously looking outside. While fast asleep, Yi Feng had a dream in which he seemed to see the scene of the shipwreck he had experienced. A group of energetic people, full of hope for the future, screamed in despair when faced with a terrifying tsunami. In the face of natural disasters, humanity is truly insignificant and powerless. Even with today's advanced technology, the strongest nations are still powerless in the face of natural disasters. The screams, cries, and desperate shouts of countless people reappeared in Yi Feng's consciousness. However, everything he dreamed about was a past experience. Chapter 112, Trying to Hit the Old Man with a Rock. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, a fiery red sun rose. A lush green forest appeared before my eyes. Looking through the cracks in the rocks, the sky was very blue and the forest was beautiful. A flock of birds were chirping and singing happily outside. They must have come out to look for food, because their chirping was quite noisy. When Yi Feng woke up, he saw Lu Ting sitting by the fire, holding her sword and looking outside. Zhao Shui was asleep and even snoring softly, probably because she was too tired, as she had only gone to sleep late at night. "Yi Feng, you're awake. Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Lu Ting smiled and seemed to be in a good mood when she saw Yi Feng wake up. "I've had enough sleep. How's the situation outside?" Yi Feng asked. "The 2 of them left," Lu Ting said. "They've left." Yi Feng was somewhat surprised, guessing that the 2 were hungry and had gone out to find something to eat, and would come back after they had eaten. Even if they don't come back, they'll definitely be secretly monitoring them. A spear in the open is easy to parry, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. If the two were in the open, Yifeng wouldn't be afraid, and he would even have a chance to get rid of them. If the two of them hide in the shadows and don't come out, that would be quite troublesome. I had planned to find an excuse to go out and deal with the two of them after dawn to avoid any unforeseen complications, but I didn't expect them to leave. They left just as dawn was breaking, so they've probably been gone for about 2 hours. But it's better that they're gone. It'll save us from getting annoyed by seeing them, Lu Ting said. Things aren't that simple. Those two won't leave easily. They're either going out to find food or secretly monitoring us, Yifeng said. What should we do? Lu Ting also found it very troublesome and a headache. The danger that cannot be seen is the real danger. Act according to the situation and remain calm while controlling the situation. Yifeng remained calm, not taking either of them seriously, whether it was a contest of strength or willpower. Xiaofeng, shouting, "Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat." Wang Qing got up from the stone bed and prepared to cook for the two of them. "Teacher, you should rest. I'll make you something to eat," Lu Ting said politely. "I'll do it. You go and rest. You've all worked so hard. How can I bear to let you get tired again? I'll take over the night watch for you in a couple of days when I'm better." Wang Qing felt a little guilty. These days, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui had been keeping watch at night. As for Yifeng, since he was a man, he didn't need to keep watch at night because he would do some dangerous things during the day, since he often went in and out of the forest, which was quite dangerous. "Teacher, you should focus on healing your injury first. Nighttime is the best time for wounds to heal. Staying up all night will be bad for your injury," Yifeng said. "But I can't bear to let you always keep watch at night, and to make you work so hard for me." Wang Qing stood up, determined to cook for Yifeng and the others. Yifeng and Lu Ting stopped trying to dissuade her. Since the teacher felt bad about it, they decided to let her do something. "Doing something makes me feel better." Zhao Shui is still sleeping. She estimates she'll sleep for another 2 or 3 hours. Because they were afraid of waking her, Yifeng and the other two spoke very softly. The cave felt stuffy because the air wasn't very good. Although there were ventilation openings, it wasn't as pleasant as outside. Yifeng pushed open the stone door, wanting to go out for some fresh air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as he pushed open the stone gate, a flock of birds flew quickly across the sky, startled, and flew over the cliff above the mountain. A few leaves drifted down and slowly fell to the ground. Yifeng was about to go out, but suddenly noticed something was wrong, so he slowly retreated back into the cave. He looked up, but unfortunately he couldn't see anything because it was blocked by rocks. There are people above. Yifeng was certain that there was someone on the cliff. If no one is around, the birds won't fly over there in a panic and drop leaves. Yifeng gave a cold laugh. He understood that Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei had not left, but had climbed up the rocky cliff of the cave after dawn. The two men planned to wait until they emerged from the cave before pushing a rock down from above, crushing them to death. Yifeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. These two were really quick. He had planned to find an opportunity to get rid of these two bastards after dawn, but he didn't expect them to have already made their move. If I weren't so smart, insightful, and sensitive to changes in my surroundings, I would have suffered a great loss, or even died in their schemes. I just saw a black spider walk by. You all stay here and don't come out. I'm going out to check it out. Yifeng turned around and looked at the two of them seriously, reminding them not to go out. Black spider. Lu Ting's expression changed, because the spider was too terrifying. Xiaofeng, don't go out. The black spider should leave on its own. Wang Qing was very anxious, afraid that something might happen to Yifeng. I must get rid of the black spider, otherwise if that beast is nearby, it will be in mortal danger to you. Remember, no matter what, never come out. If Zhao Shui wakes up, you must keep a close eye on her. After giving the two instructions, Yifeng took his sword and went out. Although the two were on the cliff above the cave, the rocks on both sides of the cave were very uneven. As long as he walked close to the rock wall, he could go around to the back and climb up unexpectedly. Damn it! Those two bastards. Wait until I get around to them and see how they die. Chapter 113 Smashing Stones. Yifeng walked along the rock wall, which was severely protruding and uneven. As long as he stayed close to the rock wall, Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei would not be able to find him. Damn it! Once I get around there, I'll see how those two bastards die. They actually tried to crush me with rolling stones. After circling around to the back of a rock wall, Yifeng saw that the cliff was uneven and that countless plants grew in the crevices of the rock, including vines, rock pines, and cliff grass. Yifeng grabbed the exposed tree roots on the cliff and the vines, and climbed up as lightly as a swallow. His body was very agile, like a monkey climbing a cliff. He leaped up more than 10 meters in a few bounds, and then quickly climbed up. And at this moment, on the cliff above the cave, Sima Jiao and Niu Changfei, each carrying a 20-pound stone, looked down at the open space 100 meters below and waited patiently. Ninth brother, I feel a little dizzy because I have a fear of heights. Niu Changfei felt a little dizzy because there was a 100-meter cliff below. Brother, just bear with it. After we kill that guy, those 3 women will be ours, Sima Jiao said. Thinking of those 3 beautiful women, Niu Changfei was extremely excited and even began to fantasize. Ninth brother, why hasn't that man come out yet? Niu Changfei asked. Damn it. Sima Jiao cursed and swore, very angry. Ninth brother, why are you so angry? Niu Changfei asked. Sima Jiao said, that man and 3 women are in the cave. They'll definitely have their fun before they come out. Let's wait here, looking down from above. When he comes out, we'll smash him to death. Ninth brother, I will do whatever you say. Niu Changfei overcame his fear of heights and continued to look down cautiously. Because the cliff face was uneven and hundreds of meters high, the two could not see the cave entrance, only the open space outside. They were unaware that Yi Feng had taken a detour. Sima Jiao, clutching the large rock, anxiously looked down, inwardly screaming, Come out! Come out now, you bastard! Come out so we can smash you to death! Niu Changfei and the others were getting increasingly agitated, and they cursed, Damn it! That bastard! Come out here and let us smash you to death! Are you waiting for me? Or do you want to stone me to death? Just as the two were waiting anxiously, a majestic voice rang out. Who? The two turned around anxiously and saw a familiar man sitting on a rock on the cliff, holding a sword. It was Yi Feng. What happened? The two felt a little guilty and flustered, but they quickly calmed down, since they had wanted to kill Yi Feng for a long time anyway. Are you all surprised? Yi Feng planted his sword in the ground, his cold eyes fixed on the 2 men. Haha, brother, it's you. Sima Jiao put down the stone in his hand, then picked up the wooden stick on the ground and walked over. Niu Changfei also put down the stone in his hand and picked up the wooden stick on the ground. Because the stone was too big, it could not be thrown far unless it rolled down the cliff. Are you 2 birdmen standing here waiting for me to come out so you can smash me to death? Yi Feng continued to ask. Brother, how could you think like that? We're not those kinds of people. We're just looking around to find a shortcut down, Sima Jiao said with a smile. Niu Changfei also said, Brother, you've really misunderstood us. Misunderstanding my ass. Don't try to play tricks on me. I'm already here. If you want to kill me, then do it. Yi Feng stared coldly at the 2 men, but he still didn't draw his sword. He didn't need a sword to deal with 2 pieces of trash. Sima Jiao was furious after being insulted by Yi Feng. He roared, Kid, I'm going to fucking kill you. What are you going to do about it? That's right, we're going to kill you. Niu Changfei picked up a stone, weighing about a pound. The stone was neither too light nor too heavy. It could be thrown several meters. If it hit Yi Feng's head, it would kill him. Sima Jiao also picked up a half-pound stone, holding a wooden stick in one hand and the stone in the other. They planned to smash the stone on Yi Feng's head first, and once Yi Feng's head was bleeding and he lost the ability to resist, they would then kill him. Seeing the 2 men holding stones in one hand and wooden sticks in the other, Yi Feng paid them no heed. Boy, if you hand over your sword and cut off your own leg, you'll be no threat to us, and we might spare your life. Otherwise you die, Sima Jiao commanded Yi Feng sternly. Niu Changfei held the stone, watching Yi Feng cautiously, preventing him from making any moves or trying to pick up the stone, while also raising his sword. Well, Yi Feng sighed softly and shook his head. Boy, why are you sighing? Sima Jiao asked. Yi Feng said coldly. 2 dead men, yet you're still so arrogant. Your time is running out. Take a good breath of fresh air and enjoy the view of these green mountains. Damn it, I'll smash you to death. Whoosh. Niu Changfei was furious. He quickly hurled the stone in his hand toward Yi Feng's head. Because he was so angry and wanted to kill Yi Feng, he hurled it with great force. Chapter 114, kicking him off the cliff. On the cliff, Niu Changfei quickly hurled the stone at Yi Feng's head. Call out. A stone weighing 1 pound traces a straight line through the air. Yi Feng quickly shifted his body, narrowly avoiding the rock. Bang! The stone hit the rocks behind them, making a loud noise and kicking up dust. Die! Whoosh! Sima Jiao also hurled a stone at Yi Feng's head. When Yi Feng gripped his sword and slashed horizontally through the air, striking the stone and deflecting it. The two were somewhat flustered because they had missed Yi Feng. Their plan was to smash Yi Feng's head with the stone, causing him to bleed profusely and suffer serious injuries before killing him. However, since the stone missed, Yi Feng's fighting ability remained intact, making the ensuing fight more troublesome and risky. Brothers, let's attack together and kill him. Sima Jiu roared and charged forward, swinging a wooden stick. Kill this brat. Niu Changfei roared and swung his wooden stick with both hands, charging madly towards Yifeng. Whoosh. Seeing the two rushing over, Yifeng also rushed over quickly. Huh. Sima Jiu swung his wooden stick, aiming to strike Yifeng's throat. Yifeng leaned back quickly at a 90-degree angle. Call. Sima Jiu's wooden stick swept across him, disappearing with a whoosh of wind. Die. Niu Changfei gripped the wooden stick and struck down from above, aiming to hit Yifeng on the head. Clang. Yifeng blocked Niu Changfei's wooden stick with his sword, then kicked out fiercely, striking Niu Changfei in the chest. Bang. Niu Changfei was kicked and staggered back more than 10 steps until he reached the edge of the cliff. Then he lost his footing and tumbled down the cliff. Niu Changfei screamed in terror. As he fell off the cliff, he frantically tried to grab at anything, but he couldn't catch anything and crashed down. Oops. Yifeng was shocked. He had intended to kill the two men secretly and make them disappear without anyone noticing, but he hadn't expected that he would use too much force and kick Niu Changfei off the cliff, which was discovered by the three women. Oh, teacher, someone fell off a cliff and died. How terrifying. They were covered in blood. A faint sound came from below the cliff. Because of the height and the fact that the three women were in the cave, even if they screamed and spoke loudly, only a little sound could be heard. Brother. Call. Sima Jiu was furious and swung the wooden stick at Yifeng again. Yifeng turned to the side and then delivered a back kick, striking Sima Jiu in the back. Sima Jiu was kicked to the ground and rolled on the ground, where the wooden stick in his hand fell to the ground. How could this happen? How could this happen? Sima Jiu pounded the ground in despair. He was unwilling to accept it. He couldn't even believe that Yifeng was so powerful. Even with the two of them working together, they were no match for him and had no power to resist. Yifeng sneered and said, "You two pieces of trash actually dare to try and deal with me and make your eyes on those three women? Do you even have the ability? You know Kung Fu?" Sima Jiu looked at Yifeng in despair. He hadn't expected this young man to know Kung Fu. "I've been practicing martial arts for over 10 years. Don't even mention the two of you trash. Even if there were more of you, you wouldn't be a match for me." Yifeng continued coldly. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life." Bang bang bang. Sima Jiu immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and begging. "Do you think I'll give you a chance?" Yifeng asked. "Brother, please rest assured. I promise you, I will not tell anyone about what happened today. Niu Changfei died by accident after falling off a cliff, and I have never seen you." Sima Jiu kept kowtowing. He no longer had the courage to deal with Yifeng, because he knew very well that he was no match for him. "Only the dead can keep their mouths shut," Yifeng said coldly. "Brother, if you just let me go, Sima Jiu knelt on the ground, looking up at Yifeng, but suddenly he raised his hands upwards. Swish, swish. The mud and sand flew up rapidly. He wanted to throw the mud and sand into Yifeng's eyes, then kill Yifeng, or escape. Yifeng quickly raised his hand, palm facing outward and back of his hand facing inward, to cover his eyes. Die. Sima Jiu quickly stood up and then pounced on Yifeng. Yifeng took a step back, then leaped half a meter into the air, followed by a spinning kick. Using his waist strength to drive his entire body, he concentrated all his power into his leg and slammed it into Sima Jiu's chest. Bang! Sima Jiu was kicked, and his body fell backward, his head hitting the stone behind him, and he died instantly. Well, Yifeng sighed softly and said, "I didn't have the heart to deal with you, but you brought this upon yourselves, so you can't blame me." After cleaning up the scene and hiding Sima Jiu's body, Yifeng climbed down the back mountain, intending to meet Lu Ting and the other two women. However, they must not know the truth about Niu Changfei falling off the cliff. Even if they know the truth, they cannot say it directly. Chapter 115, She Under the Matsushita. So beautiful. Yifeng walked to the edge of the cliff, and then slowly climbed down using the vines, roots, and uneven parts of the rocks. Once you get back, you must not tell the three of them the cause of Sima Jiu Niu Changfei's death. Even if they know, they have to ignore it. A dozen minutes later, Yifeng arrived at the cave entrance and saw Niu Changfei lying in the open space, his whole body covered in. He's dead. He's completely dead. Anyone who tries to harm him will have to pay the price. Upon seeing Niu Changfei, Yifeng deliberately ran over and shouted, "What happened? How did he end up lying here? And he died right at the entrance of our cave. What bad luck. Yifeng, you're back? You scared us to death." From inside the cave came Lu Ting's anxious voice. "Xiaofeng, you're back." Niu Changfei suddenly jumped off the cliff for some reason. Inside the cave, Wang Qing was also very anxious and scared. After all, it was too terrifying. Brother Yi, you scared us to death. Wah! Zhao Shui was so frightened she wanted to cry, because she had never seen anything so terrifying. The three women were unaware of and did not hear the sounds of Yi Feng fighting and talking with the two men on the cliff. Because the cliff was hundreds of meters high and they were inside a cave, they couldn't hear any noise from above. How could he have fallen from there? Yi Feng glanced at Niu Changfei, then quickly walked to the entrance of the cave. Lu Ting opened the stone door, and Yi Feng went in. He saw Zhao Shui huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. She was timid to begin with, and when she saw that terrifying sight, she was so frightened that she lost her composure and became completely flustered. Lu Ting was also a little scared, but she calmed down a bit. Wang Qing was more composed. After all, she was older and had seen more of the world. Are you all right? Yi Feng asked. Fine. Lu Tingyao shook her head and asked. Yi Feng, why did he fall from up there? I just saw that black spider appear nearby. The two of them were probably attacked and chased by the black spider. Niu Changfei may have accidentally fallen off it. As for Sima Jiu, he has probably already escaped, Yi Feng said. Yes, that must be it. Wang Qing said very seriously. Niu Changfei must have been chased down the cliff by the black spider. Let's leave it at that. None of us should mention this again, so as not to cause trouble for ourselves. Teacher, you're right. If this gets out, even if we didn't kill Niu Changfei, we'll still be in trouble. Let's pretend we've never met Niu Changfei and Sima Jiu, that we've never seen either of them, and that we don't even know they exist, Zhao Shui said. Your concerns are valid. If this gets out, even if we didn't kill Niu Changfei and Sima Jiu, we'll definitely be in trouble. So let's forget about them. Yi Feng nodded seriously. But he was lying outside. It was terrifying, Lu Ting said with a mournful face. That's easy. I'll go out and throw him far away. After comforting the three women and telling them not to be afraid, Yi Feng picked up his sword and set off. He walked to the cave entrance, dragged Niu Changfei by the feet, and entered the forest, intending to find a place to bury him. But this guy was really unlucky. He was kicked off the cliff and died instantly. After entering the forest, Yi Feng discovered an underground cave. The cave descended vertically, and although the entrance was small, it was very deep. Brother, may you rest in peace. If there is a next life, never try to get back at me. After throwing Niu Changfei down, Yi Feng found some dry branches and rocks to seal the cave entrance, then turned and left. When Yi Feng returned to the cave, he saw that the three women were still in shock, but Zhao Shui seemed even more frightened. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I will protect you, Yi Feng said. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui nodded, knowing that Yi Feng was by their side, so they weren't afraid. I plan to go to the beach after breakfast. The sea salt we dried yesterday should be ready to be harvested, Yi Feng said. Okay, I'll go with you after breakfast. Lu Ting is planning to go to the beach together. They dried sea salt there yesterday. Sister Lu Ting, let Yi Ge and I go instead. I don't dare to stay in the cave. Zhao Shui was very nervous. She dared not stay in the cave alone to take care of Wang Qing. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui and I will go this time. She's a bit timid and doesn't dare to stay in the cave to take care of Teacher Wang. You stay here to take care of the teacher. Because Lu Ting was bolder, Yi Feng asked her to stay. All right, then you all need to be careful. Although Lu Ting wanted to go with Yi Feng, she knew that Zhao Shui was timid and definitely wouldn't dare to stay in the cave to take care of the teacher. After breakfast, Yi Feng and Zhao Shui set off. They took a bamboo tube, intending to put the sea salt in it and bring it back. After Yi Feng and Zhao Shui left, Lu Ting closed the stone door of the cave to prevent wild animals from attacking. However, thinking about how Niu Changfei fell from above, she was still a little scared, so she quickly went to Wang Qing's side, hugged Wang Qing's arm, and sat by the fire to warm herself. The dense forest is like a sea. In the dense forest, Yi Feng set off with Zhao Shui. The two traversed the forest. Because of their previous encounter with the black spider, Yi Feng took a detour this time, not daring to go into that area. The woods are full of vegetation, the path is difficult to walk on, and there are vines, thorns, and all kinds of weeds everywhere. Yi Feng walked ahead, sword in hand, while Zhao Shui followed silently behind him. Looking at Yi Feng's tall and imposing figure, Zhao Shui felt warm and at ease. It was as if he wouldn't be afraid even if the sky fell down, as long as he was by Yi Feng's side. After walking for a long time, Yi Feng looked back at Zhao Shui and saw that her face was red. Are you tired? Yi Feng asked. Zhao Shueca nodded, indicating that she was tired. Then let's rest here for a while. Yi Feng sat under a pine tree, which seemed to be a welcoming pine, with layers of pine needles and fallen leaves spread under it. Zhao Shui sat beside Yi Feng, a gentle breeze blowing, and the fragrant scent emanating from her body, like the aroma of fresh flowers, wafted over. Yifeng looked at Zhao Shui beside him and felt that she was very beautiful, gentle, and cute. She was beautiful under the pine tree. Chapter 116, Preparing to venture deep into the forest. Shoo, shoo. A gentle breeze blew by, and pine needles rustled down, falling steadily onto Zhao Shui. A gentle breeze blows, and pine needles fall. Zhao Shui, standing under the pine tree, is like a lovely and beautiful little forest princess. Brother Yi, I was really scared just now. It scared me to death. Zhao Shui sat next to Yifeng, still shaken by what had just happened. Her breathing even quickened. Are you all right? Were you scared? Yifeng gently patted Zhao Shui's back to comfort her. Yes, I'm fine, just a little scared. Zhao Shui sat down next to Yifeng, placed her hands on his feet, and rested her beautiful, gentle head on his shoulder. Because she had just been extremely frightened, she needed comfort and someone to lean on. It's okay, I'll protect you. Yifeng gently embraced Zhao Shui, whose heart was pounding because she was startled. Zhao Shui lay quietly in Yifeng's arms, feeling the warmth of the sun. Brother Yi, thank you for saving us. You've saved me several times, and I don't know how to thank you enough. Zhao Shui's voice was very gentle, carried on the breeze. She was almost eaten by a python, but Yifeng saved her. Then she almost died in the wolf's claws, and Yifeng saved her again. When the black bear appeared, Yifeng also saved her. If it weren't for Yifeng, she would have died countless times. Don't say that. Taking care of you is my responsibility. Yifeng stroked Zhao Shui's head, his magnetic voice seemingly entering Zhao Shui's soul. Whoosh. A gentle breeze blows continuously, causing the leaves in the forest to flutter and scatter. Fallen leaves drifted by with each gentle breeze. Yifeng lowered his head and looked at the beautiful and lovely Zhao Shui, who was very well behaved. Brother Yi, you are my hero. I am willing to be your girlfriend, even if I can only follow you silently. In the wind, Zhao Shui's voice was gentle and captivating. On the distant horizon, the fiery red sun slowly rises, approaching noon. The warm sunlight shone through the treetops into the forest and onto the two of them, making them feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. The two nestled together for a long, long time. When the sun was high in the sky, Yifeng got up, preparing to take Zhao Shui to the beach, because he was worried that Lu Ting and the others would get impatient waiting for him since the trip had taken too long. Let's go to the beach. Yifeng stood beside Zhao Shui and then reached out his hand. Zhao Shui smiled and raised her delicate hand, taking Yifeng's hand as they stood up. Brother Yi, I'd like to be your girlfriend. Zhao Shui's face was slightly flushed, like a drunken beauty. Her voice was gentle, yet powerful. But I'm not rich, and I won't be able to give you luxury cars and mansions in the future, Yifeng said. Brother Yi, I don't need these things. Life is too short. As long as I find the person I love, that's enough for me. I'm willing to stay by your side quietly and ask for nothing in return. Zhao Shui looked directly at Yifeng with bright eyes. It was the first time she had looked directly at Yifeng and the first time she had said these words. I won't let you down. Yifeng held Zhao Shui's hand and gently kissed her forehead like a loving couple. I know that Sister Lu Ting is more suitable for you. I won't make things difficult for you. I just want to follow you quietly, as long as I can be by your side. Zhao Shui was as happy as a little bird, leaning on Yifeng's shoulder with abandon. The two walked side by side, holding hands, through the forest, their laughter echoing from time to time. Half an hour later, they arrived at the beach. The seawater had dried up, and there was a layer of white sea salt on the ground. Yifeng put the sea salt into a bamboo tube, which probably weighed a few pounds, but that was enough. Since sea salt hasn't undergone any special processing, it shouldn't be consumed in large quantities. Let's rest for a while before going back, Yifeng said, worried that Zhao Shui was too tired. Let's go back quickly, we've been delayed for too long. Zhao Shui smiled radiantly, a happy smile spreading across her beautiful face. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Yifeng led Zhao Shui into the forest, and the two returned the way they came. When they returned to the cave, Lu Ting ran out and said anxiously, Yifeng, why did you take so long? We were so worried. As she spoke, Lu Ting glanced at Yifeng with her bright eyes, and then at Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui felt embarrassed, perhaps a little guilty. She wanted to lower her head, not daring to look Lu Ting in the eye. However, Yifeng stood in front of Zhao Shui, shielding her behind him and preventing Lu Ting from seeing her expression. What are you looking at? We're just a little late. We got lost and took a long detour, Yifeng said. Sister Lu Ting, we really got lost, so we took a lot of detours. As Zhao Shui said these words, her heart pounded, probably because she was afraid that Lu Ting would see through her. All right. Lu Ting rolled her eyes and muttered, "Didn't we already go this way once? How could we get lost again?" Hearing Lu Ting's mutterings, Zhao Shui felt even more embarrassed. They brought back sea salt, and now they have everything: food, frying pans, bamboo tubes, and all those things. In the years that followed, Yi Feng and the other two lived in the cave, anxiously awaiting the rescue team. But another 10 days passed, and the rescue team still hadn't arrived. 10 days later, they had eaten all the wild vegetables and small animals near the cave. Food was running low again, so Yi Feng decided to take the three of them deeper into the mountains to find more food. Wang Qing had rested for nearly 20 days, so her leg injury was almost healed. Although it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, she could walk with her hands empty as long as she didn't carry any weight or anything. Yi Feng decided to take the three of them with him, because he needed help to go deeper into the forest. After all, it would be inconvenient for him to go alone after finding prey. Many hands make light work. The more people there are, the more food they can bring back. Even if Wang Qing can't carry heavy loads, it's safer to keep her by my side. It can protect her and eliminate the need for someone to take care of her. That morning, after breakfast, Yi Feng and his three companions took the last of their food and set off deep into the mountains in search of food. I wonder if it's even more dangerous deeper in the forest? Chapter 117: Climbing to the Tree Crown. Since they had run out of food and all the edible things nearby had been eaten, Yi Feng took the three of them and prepared to go into the mountains and into the primeval forest to find food. Within a radius of 10 miles around the cave, not even a small animal can be seen. Yi Feng took his sword, and Lu Ting and the other two took sharp bamboo poles. After leaving the cave, the four of them headed into the deep mountains. They have been stranded on the island for more than 20 days, but the rescue team has still not arrived, and it is unknown when they will arrive. However, although the rescue team was slow to arrive, no one mentioned it, because they were afraid to bring it up and might affect everyone's mood. This primeval forest is vast, and this island is also very large. Once they find enough food, they will return to the cave to live and continue to wait for the rescue team. Birds chirped and sang in the forest, and the calls of various birds could be heard from time to time. In the dense forest, Yi Feng walked at the very front. The three women walked behind Yi Feng, constantly waving their bamboo poles and slapping the grass on both sides. Startle the snake by disturbing the grass. Using a bamboo pole or wooden stick to continuously tap the sides of the grass can scare away poisonous snakes lurking in the grass. However, Wang Qing rarely patted herself. She walked slowly with a bamboo cane. Although she had been recuperating for nearly 20 days, her leg injury had not fully recovered. Using a bamboo cane as a crutch could reduce the weight on her body. "Teacher, are you alright? If you're tired, take a rest." Yi Feng walked ahead and looked back at Wang Qing. Wang Qing wiped her sweat and said, "I'm not that fragile or precious. Don't worry about me. Finding food is the important thing. If they can't find food, they will surely starve to death." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sounds of various insects echoed through the woods. Yi Feng stood on a mossy stone, his bright eyes scanning his surroundings. "Yi Feng, where should we go to find food?" Lu Ting wiped her sweat and leaned against a big tree to rest. "I'm not sure either. Let's keep going. The forest ahead is getting denser. There should be prey there," Yi Feng said. "Brother Yi, we'll listen to you. We'll go wherever you say we want to go." Zhao Shui smiled brightly. As long as she was by Yi Feng's side, she wouldn't be afraid no matter where they went. "Rest for 10 minutes, then continue on your way." Yi Feng knew everyone was tired, so he prepared to rest for 10 minutes. Lu Ting and Wang Qing sat on a rock to rest. Zhao Shui took out water from a bamboo tube and handed it to Wang Qing. After drinking some fresh water, the group regained some of their strength. However, they didn't bring much fresh water, because carrying too much fresh water would consume a lot of their energy. Moreover, there are many streams in the primeval forest, so there is no shortage of fresh water. "You guys rest here for a bit. I'll climb the tree and see which direction the forest is the most lush," Yi Feng said. "Be careful," Wang Qing reminded him with concern. 10 meters away, there was a large tree. This tree was very tall, and its canopy was as large as a sky umbrella. However, because the trunk is so tall and long, the nearest branches are 6 meters from the ground, and the tree is so thick that even several people holding hands would not be able to wrap their arms around it. Walking under the big tree, Yi Feng looked up at the sky. The tree is 20 meters tall, but the branch closest to the ground is 6 meters high. If you want to climb up, you must first climb the 6-meter-high branch and then pull yourself up by the other branches. "Yi Feng, can you climb such a tall tree trunk?" Lu Ting asked. "Nonsense, there's nothing I can't do," Yi Feng said. "Shaw, you're just bragging." Lu Ting didn't believe it. "What if I climb up there?" Yi Feng asked. "You decide. Anyway, Lu Ting didn't believe that Yifeng could really climb up. If the tree trunk wasn't thick, he could hold on to it to get up, but this tree was too thick, and he couldn't hold on to it at all. Okay, if I can climb up, you'll be my girlfriend. If I can't, I'll be your boyfriend, Yifeng said. Uffed. Lu Ting felt like vomiting blood, rolled her eyes and said, "You're really good at scheming. No matter what, I'm the one who suffers." Yifeng carefully examined the tree trunk, then took a dozen steps back. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, and Wang Qing watched Yifeng with curiosity, wondering how he would climb up. Whoosh! Yifeng rushed over quickly, using the momentum to propel his sword, and then swiftly threw it over. Call out. Bang! The sword flew out quickly and stuck in the tree trunk more than 3 meters above the ground. Huh! After rushing over, Yifeng used his momentum to leap up quickly, landing on the back of his sword with both feet, and then leaped up again. Splash! After leaping up again, Yifeng grabbed the tree branch above with both hands, his body swinging rapidly like a parallel bars expert, spinning half a circle in the air before grabbing the tree branch again. My God, is this even human? Lu Ting stared wide-eyed at Yifeng with admiration. But when she thought about how she used to brag about her taekwondo skills in front of Yifeng, she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Zhao Shui smiled happily, because Yifeng was really amazing. Wang Qing couldn't help but smile and give a thumbs up, but at the same time she reminded him, "Xiao Feng, be careful, don't fall." Yifeng climbed the tree like a nimble monkey, light as a swallow and agile as a monkey. He quickly climbed to the top of the tree, which was more than 20 meters high, and stood in the fork of the tree to carefully observe the surrounding forest. After taking in his surroundings, Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Chapter 1:18 Deep in the Mountains. Strange weather. After carefully observing his surroundings from the treetop, Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at what he saw. Because all around was a vast, boundless forest, stretching as far as the eye could see. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless forest, like a green sea. This was the first time Yifeng had ever seen such a vast forest, and he deeply felt the insignificance of humankind in the face of nature, like a speck of dust. However, in the southeast, the forest is darker and there are rolling hills. Those hills weren't big. They looked like countless graves scattered throughout a forest. Darker colors indicate a more lush forest with better vegetation, and such areas tend to have more prey. Of course, there will also be more dangerous animals. However, in order to find food, they had to risk coming out, otherwise they would starve to death even if they hid in the cave. Yifeng planned to head southeast. After identifying his destination, he slowly climbed down from the tree. Xiaofeng, be careful, don't rush. Wang Qing stood under the tree, looking up anxiously, afraid that Yifeng might accidentally fall. Brother Yi, you have to be careful, Zhao Shui kept reminding him. Yifeng used the branches to climb down to the last branch. There were no more branches below. This place was 6 meters above the ground, which was not very high, but equivalent to 2 stories. Yifeng, why did you come down? Lu Ting asked anxiously. Take a good look at how amazing your future husband is. Whoosh. Yifeng, like a white crane spreading its wings, stretched out his arms and bent his legs slightly. After jumping down, he stood on the back of the knife. Click. The sword stuck in the tree trunk could not withstand the weight of the leaves and fell quickly. However, although the sword couldn't withstand the force, it did alleviate the gravity of Yifeng's fall. Yifeng casually gripped the hilt of the sword, then, holding the sword, leaped down the last 3 meters, landing on the ground like an eagle spreading its wings. Yifeng, you're really amazing. Lu Ting gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Of course, if I'm not capable, how can I be your man in the future? Yifeng smiled. Lu Ting rolled her eyes at Yifeng, a hint of tenderness appearing in her beautiful, bright eyes. Let's go, destination, southeast. Yifeng turned and left gracefully, quickly heading southeast, because the forest in that direction was more lush. Lu Ting smiled brightly, revealing charming dimples on her face, and then followed Yifeng with a smile. Zhao Shui and Wang Qing quickly followed, not daring to fall behind, because it was too dangerous. The further southeast you go, the more lush the forest becomes, and there are even many walking vegetation patches. Dense algae grow freely on the ground, and there are many trees and a wide variety of plants. The group walked cautiously through the dense algae vegetation, and after about an hour, hills appeared before them. Countless hills, like graves in a primeval forest, stretch endlessly, densely packed, with no end in sight. The scenery here is beautiful. The landscape is picturesque, like a forest and hills in a painting. This place is so beautiful. Lu Ting stood beside Yifeng, raising her slender fingers to drape her messy hair over her shoulders. Zhao Shui and Wang Qing were also looking ahead, feeling that this place was so beautiful. Let's keep going. Yifeng picked up his sword, cut off the 2 thorns in front of him, and continued forward. As the group walked among the grass and trees, a sudden cold wind arose in the forest. Call. A cool breeze blew by, and the surrounding grass and trees rustled. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. Yifeng looked up and saw dark clouds gathering. The rumbling thunder echoed through the mountains, and even the underground seemed to reverberate. The eerie mountains and dense forests were suddenly struck by thunder, and the gloomy clouds were indeed quite frightening. Lu Ting quickly grabbed Yifeng's hand, her beautiful eyes looking at the dark clouds above. The weather is like a child's face, changing in an instant. One moment it was bright and sunny, and the next it's gloomy and overcast. Rumble. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderclaps ripped across the sky, the sound waves traveling underground. A muffled sound came from underground caverns, and under the dark clouds, the rolling hills and the dark forests looked somewhat gloomy. This place is terrifying. It's like zombies are about to appear. Lu Ting held Yifeng's arm tightly in her arms, looking around nervously. Zhao Shui and Wang Qing looked around anxiously. The scene was indeed somewhat frightening. Sigh, it looks like it's going to rain. Yifeng was somewhat worried. The weather on the island was unpredictable, with a frequent rainy season. They hadn't found any prey yet, and rain would be troublesome. Even if it rained, they couldn't go back. They had to find food, otherwise they would starve to death. Xiaofeng, don't worry about the rain. There are many hills here. If it rains, we can find a place under the rocks to take shelter, Wang Qing said. Okay, let's continue. Yifeng gripped his sword and continued walking through the grass, with the 3 women following behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the rolling, dark hills, rumbling thunder echoed across the sky. The group of people walking through the grass appeared as tiny as ants. Chapter 119. The Mountains. The Prey's Footprints. Deep in the mountains, Yifeng led the 3 women onward, trudging through the undergrowth with difficulty. There was no path here, as no one had ever walked this way before. In the gloomy sky, thick, dark clouds pressed down, heavy and suffocating, suggesting that it was going to rain again. But they didn't have time to go back, because it would take several hours to get there, and they didn't dare to go back either, as they wouldn't find any food and would only be waiting to die. After Yifeng cut down a few thorns, he saw a 2-meter-high break below, and it would probably take a long time to walk around it. Yifeng quickly leaped down to catch the 3 of them. Wang Qing crouched above, quickly tilting her body down, pressing one hand on Yifeng's shoulder and the other on his arm, before descending to the bottom. Lu Ting grasped Yifeng's hand and slid it down from above. Zhao Shui opened her arms and let Yifeng lift her down. The moment they embraced, Zhao Shui looked at Yifeng with beautiful, gentle eyes, her gaze captivating. Seeing Zhao Shui being carried down by Yifeng, Lu Ting couldn't help but think of the time 10 days ago when Yifeng and Zhao Shui went to the beach to get sea salt. They returned very late that time, which wasted a lot of time. Moreover, after returning that time, Zhao Shui changed a lot towards Yifeng, becoming very gentle and considerate and not so shy anymore. Could it be? A thought popped into Lu Ting's mind, but she shook her head, because finding food was the most urgent task. The group continued walking for another 10 minutes or so until they reached the foot of a hill. The terrain here was relatively flat, and there wasn't much vegetation. Yifeng glanced at the gathering dark clouds in the sky and said, "Let's rest here for a while before continuing our journey to find prey." Okay, sure. Wang Qing sat on a rock, constantly wiping away her sweat. Lu Ting was also resting on a rock. She was so tired that her face was flushed. Yifeng was about to sit down and rest when he suddenly noticed footprints not far ahead. He quickly went over and discovered that these footprints were actually left by wild boars. Great! There's a wild boar. Yifeng exclaimed with delight. Really? The 3 of them excitedly walked over and, sure enough, saw wild boar footprints on the ground. Because the ground here is quite damp and the soil is somewhat loose, you can see the footprints left by wild boars. Let's keep going. As long as we follow the footprints, we'll definitely find this wild boar, Yifeng said. Wang Qing said, moreover, these footprints seem to have been made recently, because the outlines of the footprints are still very clear. I know you're all tired, but now's not the time to rest. Now that we've spotted the wild boar, let's keep going. Yifeng gripped his sword and continued following the wild boar's tracks. The 3 followed behind him, and seeing the wild boar's tracks immediately energized them, even forgetting that dark clouds were gathering and rain was about to fall. The grass here is very lush, so wild boars like to appear in this area. Wild boars are omnivores and eat both meat and plants. After walking briskly for more than 10 minutes, The four arrived at the east side of the hill. There, in an open space, they saw two wild boars, one large and one small. The large wild boar is estimated to weigh around 200 pounds, while the small wild boar is estimated to weigh only a dozen pounds. We only found the footprints of one wild boar earlier because the other wild boar was too small and therefore left very few footprints on the ground. Roar! Roar! The large wild boar and its cubs were rooting around a patch of dark soil, presumably eating earthworms or other insects found there. Yifeng and his three companions hid behind the rocks, happily watching the wild boar ahead. Brother Yi, this is great. There are actually two wild boars, Zhao Shui whispered. Yifeng said, that little wild boar is too small, probably just born, so its meat won't taste good. We should just hunt the big wild boar. Besides, it's so small, we can't bear to do that, Lu Ting added. But we don't have bows and arrows. How are we going to hunt wild boars? Wang Qing was somewhat worried. Without a bow and arrows or a giant net, it would be difficult to catch a wild boar. Wait here for me, and don't move around too much, or you'll scare the wild boar. After entrusting the three women with his instructions, Yifeng gripped his sword, crouched low, and cautiously moved forward. His steps were light and his movements slow, without making a sound. The two wild boars were still rooting in the soil, eating the earthworms in the dark mud, completely unaware that danger was approaching. However, wild boars are very wary. When Yifeng approached within 20 meters, the boar immediately pricked up its ears, raised its head, and looked around as if it had sensed danger. Its long tusks were as sharp as steel knives. Fortunately, this wild boar only weighed around 200 pounds. If it were the largest wild boar, Yifeng would not have dared to make a move so easily. It is said that the largest wild boar can weigh up to 400 kilograms. Even the fierce tigers of the forest dare not provoke such a large wild boar. Therefore, there is a saying that is often circulated among the people. First is the boar, second is the tiger. This means that the most powerful animal in the forest is the wild boar, and the second most powerful animal is the tiger. But wild boars weighing 700 or 800 pounds are rare. Roar! Sensing danger, the wild boar took off running, speeding away ahead. Chapter 1:20 Hunting the Prey. Danger approaches. Roar! The wild boar sensed danger, so it took off running. It was very fast, its four hooves moving swiftly, like a small tank. Roar! The baby boar also ran away quickly, following behind the adult boar, but because the little guy was so small, he couldn't run fast enough. Whoosh! Yifeng sped out quickly, rushing forward at a speed equivalent to a 100-meter sprint, and then threw the sword in his hand. Whoosh! The saber flew like a throwing knife, quickly heading towards the wild boar in front. However, due to a mistake, the saber missed the boar and stuck in the mud. In fact, even if it had hit the boar, it wouldn't have killed it. At most, it could only have injured the boar and slowed its escape. Call! Call! Yifeng dashed out and quickly caught up with the little wild boar. Damn it, if I can't catch up with the big ones, can't I at least catch up with the small ones? The little guy couldn't run fast, so he was quickly caught up by Yifeng and trampled under his feet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little wild boar lay on the ground howling, terrified. Roar! The big wild boar turned around and saw the little wild boar struggling under Yifeng's foot. It was furious and rushed over, trying to kill Yifeng with its tusks. Yifeng dared not be careless, because wild boars are quite aggressive, and this wild boar's fighting ability was definitely enough to kill, or at least fight to a draw with, two wolves. When the wild boar charged, Yifeng leaped up quickly, speeding over its back in midair, and then rushed towards his sword, because only by obtaining the sword could he fight the wild boar. Roar! Seeing Yifeng escape, the wild boar angrily chased after him, for if anyone wanted to harm its child, they would have to bear its wrath. Whoosh! As he ran, Yifeng heard the sound of a gust of wind in his ears. Because he was running so fast, the wind was very loud. He finally reached his sword, grabbed the hilt, charged forward a dozen steps, and then leaped over a 2-meter-high rock. Bang! Because of poor visibility and being preoccupied with chasing Yifeng, the wild boar behind him crashed into a rock. The momentum was so great that its tusks were broken off instantly, and it bled profusely. Whoosh! Yifeng swooped down and appeared beside the wild boar. He then brandished his sword and plunged it into the boar's abdomen, where the skin was thinner and less thick. Roar! The wild boar howled a few times, then collapsed weakly and died. Yifeng, you're really amazing. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, and Wang Qing walked out with smiles on their faces. However, they thought Yifeng was really amazing, killing a big wild boar so easily. They certainly didn't have that kind of strength. Squeak! The little wild boar stood not far away, howling anxiously, but Yi Feng and Lu Ting had no intention of dealing with it because it was too small. However, the little wild boar stood not far away, howling and refusing to leave, which was indeed a bit pitiful. But in order to survive and for food, Yi Feng and his companions had no choice but to hunt the big wild boar. Besides, the existence of animals was originally to provide food for humans. Xiaofeng, are you alright? Wang Qing walked over with a smile, looking at Yi Feng with concern. Teacher, I'm fine, Yi Feng said. It's good that you're alright. Seeing that Yi Feng was alright, the three women were relieved. However, they were indeed very worried when Yi Feng was being angrily chased by the wild boar. Rumble. Thunder rumbled incessantly in the sky above the deep mountains, dark clouds gathered, and even the wind picked up. Yi Feng looked up at the sky, and as the thick, dark clouds grew lower and thicker, he felt a little worried. Boom. Another thunderclap swept in, the terrifying and powerful thunder piercing through the thick, dark clouds and reaching the earth. The three women looked nervously at the sky and at the gloomy mountains. Lu Ting couldn't help but think of the scenes in zombie movies where dark clouds shrouded the mountains, and she suddenly felt a little nauseous. After we butcher the wild boar meat, we'll find a sheltered spot nearby, and then head back to the cave tomorrow, Yi Feng said. Okay, we'll follow your arrangements. Wang Qing nodded, indicating that she had no objections. Even if it doesn't rain, there's no time to go back now, because the cave where we live is too far away, and besides, it will probably get dark in 2 or 3 hours at most. Yi Feng squatted on the ground, quickly dissecting the wild boar meat. Under the gloomy sky and the oppressive mountains, the three women squatted beside Yi Feng, helping him. Brother Yi, there's so much wild boar meat here. After we bring it back, we can eat it for a long time. Maybe the rescue team will arrive by the time we finish eating, Zhao Shui said happily. Don't even mention the rescue team. The thought of them being so late is making me anxious. Lu Ting looked dejected, feeling increasingly uncertain, as if they had been abandoned by the outside world. Don't lose heart. I believe the rescue team will definitely come. Seeing that the two were not in a good mood, Wang Qing smiled and comforted them. Teacher. Zhao Shui was about to speak when Yi Feng suddenly looked up and said anxiously, Don't speak. Seeing Yi Feng's serious expression, the three women were also very worried, fearing that danger might occur. This was deep in the mountains, and anything could happen. Squeak. After squealing a few times, the little wild boar in the distance pricked up its ears as if sensing danger, then tucked its tail between its legs and fled into the forest in a panic. Lu Ting and the other two also witnessed this scene, and they knew that there was definitely danger nearby. Shoo! Shoo! In a nearby forest, the dense trees swayed rapidly, as if many things were rushing out. Quickly stand behind me. Yi Feng gripped his sword and quickly stood in front of the three men, nervously watching the forest. Countless trees swayed continuously, and an invisible sense of crisis swept over them. The aura of death descended along with the dark, heavy clouds. Chapter 121 How could there be such a beast? In the forest, the trees swayed incessantly, as if countless wild beasts were running out. What kind of wild beasts could there be so many? Could they be wolves? But that seemed unlikely, since a wolf pack had already been wiped out. Ugh! Wah! From the jungle came countless, whooshing sounds. There were many of them. What exactly is that sound? Yi Feng's hair stood on end, which looked quite frightening. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, and the other two women were also terrified and stood anxiously behind Yi Feng. Run! Yi Feng was in a hurry. He didn't bother to butcher the wild boar meat and planned to escape quickly with the three women. If his guess was correct, it should be hyenas. But these animals usually live on the grasslands. How could they appear in the jungle? This primeval forest is really strange. Hyenas have many different calls. It is said that these beasts have at least a dozen different calls, and each call has a different meaning. Ugh! Gurgle! Sure enough, a dozen hyenas emerged from the forest, emitting different calls, and quickly ran towards Yi Feng and his companions. Hyena! When the three women saw these wild beasts, they were startled. A pack of hyenas charged at them like small leopards. Their fur was covered in spots, and they were over a meter long and weighed about 40 to 50 kilograms. My God, there are so many hyenas. Wang Qing's hand, gripping the bamboo pole, trembled slightly in fright. However, these dozen or so hyenas are indeed not many. It is said that large hyena packs can number as many as 70 or 80, and large hyena packs even dare to attack lion prides on the grasslands. Brother Yi, how come a pack of hyenas is in the primeval forest? Aren't these things supposed to live on the grasslands? Zhao Shui trembled with fear when she saw the dozen or so hyenas. Run! Yi Feng had no time to think about why the hyena pack had appeared in the jungle. He only knew that he had to escape, Otherwise they would surely die if more hyenas appeared. Gurgle. A dozen or so hyenas charged ahead, and behind them, the trees and shrubs could be heard rustling. It was estimated that there were more hyenas in the forest, and probably a few more. In total, there were probably around 20 hyenas. Such a large number of hyenas were no less powerful than a small wolf pack. However, like wolf packs, hyenas are organized and disciplined. Just as wolf packs have alpha males, hyena packs also have hyena alpha males. A hyena king, with its yellowish-brown spots, stood in the center of the hyena pack, howling and giving orders. Yifeng led the three of them and quickly ran towards the side of the hill. They were very fast, and even the frail Zhao Shui was able to unleash an astonishing speed. Run, run! Yifeng shouted anxiously as they ran forward at top speed, trying to shake off the hyena pack. They hoped the hyenas would rush to the wild boar and ignore them, preoccupied with devouring the boar. But Yifeng was disappointed, because after the hyenas reached the boar carcass, they did not eat it. The hyenas sniffed the dead wild boar, then continued chasing Yifeng and his companions. A hyena pack, like a raging torrent, continued its rapid advance. The sounds made by the numerous hyenas were terrifying and chilling. Gurgle. The hyenas ran ahead, quickly catching up with Yifeng and his group of four. One of the hyenas tried to bite Zhao Shui's back. Roll. Bang. Yifeng then kicked the hyena hard in the stomach. Cluck. The hyena was kicked to the ground and was struggling to get up, but Yifeng quickly followed up with a stab, plunging the knife into the hyena's stomach and killing it instantly. 3 hyenas pounced on him one after another. In a moment of desperation, Yifeng kicked one of the hyenas in the head, sending it flying half a meter before it landed on the ground. However, the other 2 hyenas, one on the left and one on the right, quickly lunged at Yifeng. Yifeng was shocked. He didn't have time to dodge. Although his kung fu was very powerful, it was difficult to exert his strength without enough space to maneuver. Moreover, in order to save the 3 women, he could not use a hit-and-run fighting style, so it was difficult for him to dodge this time. Yifeng. Lu Ting shouted anxiously, and at the critical moment, she fiercely thrust out the bamboo pole, the sharp end of which pierced the hyena's belly. One end of the bamboo pole is sharpened to a very point. If you thrust it with a force of 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms, it can pierce the weak points of most wild animals. Ugh! The hyena cried out in pain as its belly was pierced. Although it did not die, it was seriously injured. Whoosh! At the same time, Wang Qing quickly thrust out the bamboo pole in her hand, but it struck the hyena in the forehead. The forehead is the hardest part of any animal, so Wang Qing's attack was not very lethal. Seeing this, Zhao Shui mustered her courage and added another stab, the ferocity of which was aimed at the hyena's belly, but her strength was not as great as Lu Ting's, so the killing power was not strong. Huh! Yifeng raised his knife and killed the hyena with a single stroke, saying, "Thank you, run." Wah! Coo. A dozen or so hyenas howled in different ways, charging towards them like an army of ferocious beasts. Yifeng, with the 3 women, continued their frantic escape, determined to shake off the pack of hyenas or face certain death. Chapter 122. A Scream in the Rain. Deep in the mountains, countless hyenas charged forward, probably more than a dozen more. Yifeng led the 3 of them to escape quickly, but their escape speed was far slower than that of the hyenas chasing them. Gurgle. Wah! These hyenas made various different sounds as they frantically chased Yifeng and his companions. The sounds were somewhat chaotic because hyenas can make many different kinds of noises. Rumble. Click. Click. Thunder rumbled in the gloomy sky, and suddenly streaks of lightning appeared, countless golden lightning bolts, like long golden snakes crossing the sky. Thunder. The sound of a hyena. There was also the sound of wind, which occasionally blew through the air, making people's hearts tremble. Quick run. Yifeng looked up at the sky and saw dark clouds rolling in, the heavy clouds getting lower and lower, making it hard to breathe. Meanwhile, the pack of hyenas behind them was getting closer and closer. It's going to rain, and it's expected to be a downpour. Heavy rain is very detrimental to them because when the rain wets their heads, the water runs down their faces and into their eyes, severely affecting their vision. Ahead lies a canyon between 2 hills, and on one side of the canyon is a 2-meter-high rock formation. Above the stone layer, there are many stones of various sizes. Seeing that the 3 women couldn't run fast, Yifeng decided to hold them off for a while. "You guys run. Keep running. I'll hold them off for a bit," Yifeng said anxiously. "Xiaofeng, come escape with us. It's too dangerous." Upon learning that Yifeng was going to stay behind to hold off the hyena pack, Wang Qing was very anxious, fearing that something might happen to him. "Yifeng, let's escape together," If we're going to die, we'll die together, Lu Ting said. Don't speak, run. Whoosh. Yifeng rushed over quickly and leaped onto a 2-meter-high stone layer, which was covered with many stones of various sizes. The terrain here is excellent. It's a narrow valley with only one path leading through it. As long as we guard this spot, the hyena pack won't be able to break out. Brother Yi, be careful. Zhao Shui warned him in fear, then quickly followed the two away. Actually, she wanted to stay, but she knew that staying would only be a burden to Yifeng. Gurgle. Wah. A dozen or so hyenas continued their pursuit in a large, imposing manner. Yifeng stood on the high rock layer, using both hands simultaneously to quickly pick up several pound stones and throw them out at the same time. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 stones flew past quickly. One of them hit a hyena in front of it, while the other missed. Bang. The hyena at the very front was knocked to the ground by a rock weighing several kilograms, but it didn't die. After howling, it got back up. Come on, you beasts, you actually want to eat us. Yifeng stood on high ground, like a lone warrior guarding a pass against 10,000, and continued to pick up stone after stone, smashing them all over the place. Bang bang bang. These stones flew like thunderbolts, hurtling towards the hyenas at the front, who were forced to turn back with their tails between their legs. One of the hyenas was hit on the forehead and died instantly. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and then a torrential downpour began. Splash. Crackling sounds. Raindrops the size of soybeans fell from the sky with a pattering sound. The rain was heavy and growing heavier. Although it was raining, the hyena pack did not leave because the rain did not affect them. Gurgle. The hyenas stood still, looking up at Yifeng with apprehension, because Yifeng was standing on high ground and kept throwing stones. Goo. The hyena king suddenly let out a low growl, and then one of the hyenas rushed towards Yifeng, trying to climb onto the stone layer. Go to hell. Yifeng picked up a rock weighing over 10 kilograms and slammed it violently onto the back of the hyena below. Bang! With a loud crash, the hyena was instantly paralyzed, lying limply on the ground, waiting to die. Whoosh! The rain grew heavier, and the wind and rain soaked Yifeng's clothes and wet his eyes. He felt terrible, but he had to persevere. A dozen or so hyenas were wandering around under a tree. Since several had been killed, their numbers had dwindled to around 13, and some of them were injured. Oops! Amidst the wind and rain, Yifeng heard Lu Ting and 2 others screaming from one side of the valley. Not good. Yifeng was shocked, guessing that something had happened to the 3 of them. This deep forest was full of dangers and was far too dangerous. Lu Ting, Yifeng shouted, then quickly leaped down the stone layer, grabbed his sword, and rushed over. Gurgle. Wah. The pack of hyenas behind them immediately emitted all sorts of strange cries and chased after them in a grand procession. Chapter 123. Wait for me. The rain poured down, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Yifeng ran quickly across the valley and then rushed anxiously forward. He had just heard the 3 people scream, so he was worried that something had happened to them. If something happens to Lu Ting and the other 2, he will be all alone on this island, struggling to survive. He will definitely feel very lonely and isolated. Humans fear loneliness the most. In such a primeval forest, amidst rolling hills, enduring a long, dark night alone would be worse than death. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, you absolutely cannot get hurt. As Yifeng ran, he kept chanting to himself. Although the rain soaked his body and wet his eyes, he didn't care about any of that. Gurgle. Not far behind, those damned packs of hyenas were relentlessly pursuing them, as if they wouldn't give up until they were dead. Yifeng, be careful. There's a huge, deep mountain pass under the green trees ahead. It's a vertical drop-down cave. We've already landed, so be careful. As he ran, Yifeng heard Lu Ting and the others reminding him. Because of the sounds of wind, thunder, and rain, Lu Ting and the other 2 women spoke very softly in their reminders. Sure enough, there was a row of green trees ahead. Yifeng rushed over and stood outside the green trees. He looked down and saw that there was indeed a cave outside the row of green trees, a cave that dropped vertically. Lu Ting. Yifeng stood above, shouting anxiously. If it weren't for Lu Ting and the others reminding him, he would definitely have fallen too. Yifeng, we're here. In the deep pit below, Lu Ting and the other 2 looked up at Yifeng. They were soaked to the bone. Their clothes were completely drenched, and water was flowing down their black hair. Are you all right? Yifeng stood above and asked anxiously in a loud voice. Yifeng, we're all right, Lu Ting and the other 2 replied. Yifeng carefully examined the deep pit. It should be a volcanic crater. It is estimated that a volcano erupted here millions or tens of millions of years ago, leaving behind this deep pit. The crater is tens of meters in circumference and more than 10 meters deep, and is almost a sheer cliff. Gurgle. Wah. The howling of a pack of hyenas came from behind, growing louder and louder. The hyena pack came chasing them through the wind and rain. These beasts seemed determined to catch them no matter what. Wait for me. You all wait for me. Yifeng glanced at the three of them. He wanted to lure the hyena pack away and get those beasts far away. Only by luring the hyena pack away could Lu Ting and her two companions be safe. Yifeng. The three women stood deep within the crater of the volcano, looking up at Yifeng with worry. Their eyes were moist, whether from the rain or something else. It was hard to tell. Wait for me. After leaving those words, Yifeng took one last, lingering look at the three of them before fleeing at top speed. Whoosh whoosh. A dozen or so hyenas were chasing after them, darting swiftly through the forest. In the forest, Yifeng gripped his sword and ran at top speed, with only one thought in mind: to lure these beasts away or kill them all. Even if it meant facing certain death, no matter how dangerous it was, he had to save Lu Ting and the other two. With the three women no longer by his side, Yifeng felt relieved and ran even faster. Cuckoo. Wah. The hyenas chased after him relentlessly. Yifeng looked back and saw two hyenas running in the lead, while the others trailed behind, about several dozen meters apart. Yifeng planned to take out these two hyenas first, and then take out the rest of the hyenas one by one. Wah. The two hyenas charged forward quickly. Yifeng swiftly swung his sword and slashed one of the hyenas on the head, killing it instantly. He then delivered a side kick, striking another hyena on the side of its head, before quickly pressing his knee down onto the hyena's neck. Cuckoo. The hyena's head was pressed heavily to the ground by Yifeng's knee, but its body remained standing. Huh. Yifeng raised the knife with both hands and angrily stabbed down. The hyena howled in pain and was then killed by Yifeng. Gurgle. The hyenas behind them, seeing that two more of their companions had died, roared angrily and ran through the wind and rain. Yifeng stood up, picked up his sword, and continued to flee. He was incredibly fast, and he would grab onto the vines on the trees from time to time, as if he were swinging on a swing. Rumble. Splash. The thunder in the sky grew louder and louder, as if it would tear the night sky apart. The rain also grew heavier and heavier. Because he was soaked to the bone, Yifeng felt a little heavy. Moreover, running in the wind and rain, the oxygen supply seemed to be a bit insufficient. Cuckoo. The hyenas howled and chased after him. Yifeng rushed to a tree. It was a towering tree. Because the tree was so big and ancient, vines grew on it and hung down in dense clusters. Yifeng grabbed a vine, preparing to swing across it as before, but the vine suddenly broke. Goh. A hyena rushed over quickly, trying to bite Yifeng to death. Roll. Yifeng casually slashed with his sword, not knowing exactly where he hit the hyena, but he didn't have time to look and got up to continue his escape. In the mountains, rolling thunder was accompanied by a dense streak of lightning. It's foggy now, and the fog is getting thicker. The gloomy sky and the stormy forest created a very oppressive feeling. Chapter 124: Escaping for One's Life in the Storm. Rumble. The sky was filled with torrential rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The rain grew heavier and heavier, as if water were being poured out with a ladle. Yifeng's clothes were completely soaked. He ran quickly through the wind and rain, determined to lure away or kill all the hyenas, otherwise Lu Ting and the others would be in great danger. Yifeng didn't know how long he had been running. He ran out of the forest and into a rocky area. There are countless jumbled rocks here, strangely shaped and jagged, with stones, some black and some white, sprouting from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. There are almost no trees here, and even withered grass is scarce, because there is almost no soil. It is all gravel and sand. Click, click. Streaks of lightning, like long golden snakes, flashed down rapidly from the void. The oppressive sky, the terrifying thunder, the suffocating rain made Yifeng feel very uncomfortable, because running in the rain could easily lead to oxygen deprivation. In the wind and rain, Yifeng held a knife in one hand and wiped his face with the other, then ran off somewhere unknown. Cuckoo. Wah. The hyenas behind continued to chase, with more than a dozen hyenas making different calls. Hyenas have a wide variety of calls, and it is said that they can make more than 10 different sounds. The sound was getting closer. Yifeng bent over, one hand on a rock, panting heavily, exhausted from running for so long. These hyenas are relentless, chasing after us without end, like ghosts that won't leave. Whoosh, whoosh. Two more hyenas charged at him. Yifeng's hand holding the knife trembled slightly. He was exhausted. Although he was very skilled in kung fu and had practiced for over a decade, he was still only made of flesh and blood. Guh. A hyena rushed over quickly, trying to bite Yifeng to death. Yifeng performed a somersault, flipping his body 180 degrees in the air before landing on the ground again, appearing behind the hyena. Bang! The hyena was running too fast, and its head hit a rock in front of it, making it dizzy. Yifeng swiftly brought down his sword, striking the hyena on the head and killing it instantly. Then, with a swift kick, he tossed the hyena away. Whoosh! Bang! The hyena that was thrown out hit another hyena running behind it, knocking it to the ground. Cuckoo! Countless hyenas pounced on them one after another, like hungry wolves. Yifeng, sword in hand, fled for his life once again. Rumble! Thunderclaps echoed intermittently, the terrifying roars seeming to tear the space apart. After running through the area of boulders, Yifeng discovered that fog had risen ahead. The white fog rose up like leaked earth energy. Visibility was poor due to the fog. Why is there fog ahead? Yifeng understood. There was either a cave, a cliff, or a dense forest ahead, because fog could only appear in these three places due to the heavy rain. Because he lived in the southwest region and spent a lot of time walking in the mountains, Yifeng was quite familiar with the conditions in the mountains. Some caves, due to special circumstances, are hot inside and cold outside when it rains, so mist will rise from the cave entrance. However, the foggy area ahead was very large, probably a cliff or abyss, because the difference in elevation and temperature on the ground was too great, hence the thick white fog. Having confirmed that there was a cliff ahead, Yifeng made a bold decision. Gurgle. The hyenas rushed over quickly, but because they entered the fog, their speed was not as fast as before. Tap tap tap. Amidst the torrential rain, Yifeng continued running through the white fog. After running for a few minutes, he felt the fog becoming increasingly dense. We should be almost at the cliff. Yifeng looked around carefully and found that most of the rocks around him were black and had small holes. This is a windhole stone, a rock on the edge of a cliff. Because it is often affected by airflow and wind, it is very rough and has holes. The cliff is just ahead, not far away. After assessing the surrounding terrain, Yifeng carefully ran for more than 10 meters and arrived at the edge of the cliff. He looked down and saw a thick fog rising from the bottom of the cliff, like a giant volcano spewing out smoke. Ha ha! Yifeng smiled, but his smile was bitter. He opened his arms wide, looked up at the torrential rain, and let the wind and rain lash him. Cuckoo! Wah! The hyena pack charged, but due to heavy losses, they became smarter and stopped chasing each other, instead maintaining a neat formation. Yifeng stood on the edge of the cliff, watching the hyenas chasing after him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It's getting closer. Closer. The hyena pack was getting closer and closer to him. Because the fog was too thick, the hyenas had poor visibility and could only track Yifeng by smell. As the hyenas charged at him, Yifeng continued running forward, quickly plummeting off the cliff. Chapter 125: The Scorpion on the Cliff. Whoosh! In the vast fog, Yifeng heard the sound of a strong wind blowing in his ears as his body plummeted rapidly, like a falling meteor. However, Yifeng was prepared, and the moment he fell, he quickly drew his sword. Click! The sword was stuck in a crevice in the rocks. Yifeng grabbed the hilt of the sword with one hand and a protruding rock on the cliff with the other, his body pressed tightly against the cliff face. Cuckoo! Bang bang bang! The hyenas that charged frantically, their vision obscured by the white mist, could only follow Yifeng by their sense of smell. So when they reached the edge of the cliff, they didn't have time to stop, and all fell off the cliff. Bang bang bang! One by one, the hyenas fell like rolling stones, landing in the white mist below. The cliff was very, very deep. A hyena would have certainly died if it fell, and there wasn't even any screams heard from below, probably because it was so deep. Cuckoo! Wah! On the edge of the cliff, two hyenas stood, howling as they looked down, for their companions, and their hyena king, had all fallen. Because these two hyenas weren't running very fast, they stopped in time when they saw their companion fall and discovered the cliff. Wah! The two hyenas howled, as if calling for their companion. Ha! Yifeng pressed himself against the cliff face, looked up and laughed. Damn it, now only these two beasts are left. Let's see how I deal with them. Those damned hyenas have caused them so much trouble. Sizzle. Suddenly, Yifeng heard a strange sound coming from below. What was that sound? He looked down and saw a huge, fiery red scorpion slowly climbing up the cliff face. When Yifeng saw the enormous, fiery red scorpion, he was startled because it was so big. This scorpion was over a meter long, with a dark red, curved tail, and sharp barbs like a sickle. Wow, there's such a big scorpion. In Yifeng's memory, scorpions are usually quite small, but this scorpion was dozens of times larger than an ordinary scorpion. What kind of place is this? It's so eerie. Sizzle. The giant, fiery red scorpion raised its head to look at Yifeng, then continued to slowly climb up, seemingly unaffected by the torrential rain. Bang! Yifeng kicked off a rock, which broke instantly and rolled down, landing squarely on the scorpion's head. Bang! The scorpion fell down with the rock. Falling from such a height, the scorpion would probably be smashed to pieces. Wah! The two hyenas stood on the cliff, let out a series of mournful howls, then tucked their tails between their legs and slunk away like stray dogs. Yifeng quickly climbed up the cliff and appeared behind the two hyenas. The two hyenas, initially disheartened and grief-stricken, were about to leave dejectedly when they saw Yifeng climb up. They bared their sharp fangs and roared fiercely at him. Hyenas can hold grudges because they know that it was because of the prey in front of them that their companions were killed or injured. Wah! A hyena lowered its head, poised to attack, when Yifeng swiftly rushed forward, his sword slashing upwards, killing the hyena in one blow. Wah! The last hyena, with its tail between its legs, fled in panic, probably terrified. After all, so many of its companions have died, and now it's the only one left. If it doesn't run away, is it going to stay and die? Die! Yifeng rushed over angrily. Even if only one hyena remained, even if it posed no threat, he would still kill it. Because of these hyenas, they had to flee for their lives, even facing near-death experiences, and Lu Ting and the other two even fell into the crater. Wah! The hyena fled quickly, not daring to show its fangs or claws. If it could speak, it would surely beg Yifeng for mercy. Call out. Yifeng, who had been giving chase, once again raised his knife and killed the hyena with a single stroke, finally eliminating them all. Yifeng could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but in the pouring rain, he felt too suffocated, his chest felt heavy, and he could hardly breathe. Yifeng wanted to rest for a while, but he dared not rest because he still had to run back to save Lu Ting and the other two. Lu Ting and the other two fell into the crater of the volcano and were caught in a torrential downpour. Their condition is unknown. Rumble. Crackling sounds. In the terrifying storm, Yifeng's lonely figure ran through the wind and rain. Lu Ting, you have to wait for me. Zhao Shui, you must wait for me. As he ran, Yifeng's heart kept screaming, fearing that something might happen to Lu Ting and the other two. In the midst of the raging wind and rain, Yifeng dragged his weary body as he ran, his heart yearning to return home, each moment feeling like an eternity. Even a minute is a separation of life and death for him. The wind grew stronger and the rain grew heavier, but Yifeng paid no heed to it. After running for an unknown amount of time, Yifeng finally dragged his exhausted body to the spot where Lu Ting and the other two had fallen. But when he arrived here and saw the crater in front of him, he was filled with sorrow and despair. Looking at the crater in front of him, Yifeng trembled uncontrollably, his heart filled with suppressed grief and indignation. Chapter 126 in the storm. His despair. Rumble. Amidst the raging wind and torrential rain, thunder and lightning, rainwater streamed down Yifeng's head to his feet, soaking his clothes completely. Standing on the crater, Yifeng looked down with a heart full of anguish. Because the crater in front of us was completely filled with floodwater. The torrential rains, coupled with the abundance of hills and forests in the surrounding area, caused flooding. Splash. Whoosh. Countless springs, each the size of a bowl, flowed into the crater like a high-pressure water jet. People who have never lived in mountainous areas may not know that during heavy rain, countless bowl-sized pools of groundwater appear in highlands or mountains due to the terrain. Teacher. Lu Ting. Zhao Shui. Yifeng stood on the crater, looking desperately at the deep water below, which was at least 10 meters deep. Amidst the raging wind and rain, Yifeng's sorrowful voice drifted with the wind and rain. Teacher. Lu Ting. Exhausted, Yifeng knelt on the ground, weeping as he looked down, powerless to do anything. Although he tried his best, there was nothing he could do at that moment, because Lu Ting and the other two must have already drowned. Teacher. Lu Ting. Amidst the raging wind and rain, Yifeng's sorrowful voice could be heard intermittently. He knelt in the wind and rain, on the crater where the water gurgled, and let out desperate and painful cries. At this moment, his heart was broken. At that moment, he was utterly desperate. From then on, he and Lu Ting would be separated by death. From now on, in the vast and boundless forest and the lonely and desolate mountains, he would be all alone. He will never hear his teacher's caring voice again. I will never hear Lu Ting's constant bickering and arguing again, nor will I hear Zhao Shui's gentle voice. Teacher, Lu Ting. Yi Feng was heartbroken and devastated, kneeling painfully on the crater. Let the wind blow. Let the rain lash down. Let the thunder and lightning roar. Splash. The torrential rain fell to the ground, turning into rivers as it landed, with countless streams flowing past Yi Feng. Yi Feng placed his sword on the ground, cupped his hands in rainwater, stared at the water in his palms with anguish, and remained silent for a long time. He remained silent for a long time. Rumble. The countless thunderclaps, each one louder than the last, seemed to have no effect on him. Yi Feng. Just as Yi Feng was feeling disheartened and in great pain, he heard a familiar voice calling from behind him. This might be an illusion. Yi Feng. The familiar voice continued to come, and Yi Feng turned around and was overjoyed, because he saw a familiar and beautiful woman standing under the tree behind him in the wind and rain. She is Lu Ting. In the midst of the raging storm, Lu Ting stood under a tree, her clothes and hair soaked by the rain. Brother Yi. Little wind. Teachers Zhao Shui and Wang Qing emerged from behind the big tree, standing in the wind and rain, smiling as they looked at Xiao. You're not dead? Yi Feng was very excited. He quickly stood up and looked at the three of them with great joy. Brother Yi. Yi Feng. Zhao Shui and Lu Ting ran quickly to Yi Feng and hugged him tightly. Wah! Zhao Shui hugged Yi Feng and cried. Brother Yi, you scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again. Yi Feng, I knew you would come back, and you certainly didn't let us down. Lu Ting also hugged Yi Feng tightly, crying tears of joy. Hee. Wang Qing walked through the wind and rain, smiling as she said, I told them, we'll wait for you here, we'll wait for you nearby, you'll definitely come back. Ha ha. Yi Feng smiled and asked, how did you escape? The water in the crater was so deep, yet they managed to escape. Do you think we're stupid? Do you think we're stupid enough to just let ourselves drown? Haven't you heard the saying, a rising tide lifts all boats? Lu Ting asked with a smile. Brother Yi, after the water filled the crater, we used bamboo poles and our familiarity with the water to climb up with difficulty, taking advantage of the rising water, Zhao Shui said. Thank God you're all right. Yi Feng was all smiles, overjoyed. The three women were all right, so he was in a great mood. Xiao Feng, where are the hyenas? Wang Qing asked. I killed all those hyenas, Yi Feng said. Wang Qing noticed a wound on Yi Feng's palm, so she gently touched it. You're injured. Seeing that Yi Feng was injured, Wang Qing was very concerned and anxious. It's nothing, just a cut from a rock I accidentally got while climbing the cliff, Yi Feng said. Brother Yi, you're amazing. You wiped out so many hyenas. Zhao Shui sincerely admired him. I must do everything in my power to protect you. Yi Feng smiled as he looked at the two of them, feeling a deep sense of kinship. That feeling was like something lost and then found again. It's good that you're back. In the wind and rain, Lu Ting gently brushed the fallen leaves off Yi Feng's body. Her movements were slow and graceful. Wherever you are, even if it's the ends of the earth or 108,000 miles away, I will definitely come back. In the rain, Yi Feng's voice drifted slowly over. This is a reward for you. Lu Ting gave Yi Feng another hug, and she hugged him very tightly. Her clothes were soaked and clung to her body, and Yi Feng could feel her warmth. Rumble. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, and Yi Feng felt a splitting headache, his body collapsing weakly. Yi Feng. Lu Ting reacted quickly, grabbing Yi Feng to prevent him from falling to the ground. Brother Yi. Zhao Shui was also very anxious. In her heart, Yi Feng was invincible and omnipotent. But when she saw Yi Feng fall, she was completely flustered, as if that mountain, that pillar supporting the sky, had collapsed. Chapter 127 Through Wind and Rain. Bearing the burden for him. In the wind and rain, Yi Feng felt tightness in his chest, shortness of breath, a severe headache, and no strength in his body. Yi Feng. Lu Ting quickly hugged Yi Feng, but because she was not very strong, she couldn't lift him. So she sat on the ground and let Yi Feng lie on her lap to prevent him from sleeping in the water. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Zhao Shui was so anxious she was almost crying. I'm fine. I just feel weak and have a terrible headache. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Yi Feng smiled, trying his best to keep a smile on his face so as not to worry the three of them. Teacher, what's wrong with Brother Yi? Zhao Shui asked. Lu Ting, holding Yi Feng, also looked up at Wang Qing. He must have been fighting a pack of hyenas in the torrential rain. Because he had been running for a long time, he ran out of oxygen. Since there is little oxygen in the rain, when he relaxed, he suddenly became weak due to lack of oxygen, Wang Qing explained. Teacher, could you explain it in simpler terms? I'm confused. Zhao Shui was in a daze, so she didn't hear Wang Qing's explanation clearly. It's hard to breathe in the downpour, but Xiao Feng was fighting the hyena pack in the rain. He was worried about us, so he was relying on his willpower to keep going. Now that he sees we're all right, he's relaxed, so he's running out of oxygen. Wang Qing explained anxiously. Then what should we do? Zhao Shui asked. Let's find a place to shelter from the wind and rain so that Xiaofeng can rest properly, Wang Qing said. Yi Feng, get up quickly. We'll take you to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Lu Ting hugged Yi Feng, trying to pick him up. Yi Feng felt dizzy and weak, and he didn't have the strength to stand up. He felt very sleepy and wanted to take a nap. He desperately wanted to wake up and stay awake, but his mind wouldn't cooperate, and he drifted off into a daze. Yi Feng, Yi Feng. Although he was in a daze, Yi Feng could still hear Lu Ting calling out to him, but he couldn't speak. Brother Yi. Yi Feng heard Zhao Shui's anxious calls. Teacher, Yi Feng has fainted. Lu Ting said anxiously. We must find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. You two help Xiaofeng up, and I'll carry him on my back, Wang Qing said anxiously. Teacher, your leg injury hasn't healed yet. You can't carry heavy loads. Let me carry Brother Yi on my back, Zhao Shui said. I'm the strongest, so I'll carry it. In Yi Feng's hazy consciousness, he heard the voices of 3 people talking, and then he felt someone carrying him forward. Rumble. Splash. In the wind and rain, it seems as if there is a small, weak body and a warm body carrying you forward with difficulty. Sister Lu Ting, slow down. If you can't take it anymore, let me take your place. Zhao Shui's anxious voice reached Yi Feng's ears. I can do it. I definitely can. I'm sure I can do it. In Yi Feng's mind, he heard Lu Ting's unwavering voice. In a daze, he felt Lu Ting carrying him on her back, her steps sometimes high and sometimes low. It felt like we had walked for a very, very long time. As for how long it would take, Yi Feng didn't know. He just felt it would be a very long time. Suddenly, Yi Feng felt his body plummeting, as if he were falling off a cliff, and he felt something warm pressing down on him. It must have been Lu Ting who fell, but afraid of hurting herself, so she used her body to cushion the fall. Sister Lu Ting, are you alright? Shouting, put Xiaofeng down quickly. Let me carry him. Do you hear me? I can do it. I can handle it. I can handle it. Yi Feng felt as if his body was being lifted up by a crane, and then he swayed and moved forward. The wind has stopped. The rain has stopped. The thunder seemed to have stopped. The storm seemed to have stopped. There was no sound of wind, rain, or thunder. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the forest, the sound of countless water droplets falling continuously could be heard. Yi Feng felt lightheaded and swayed as he moved forward. I can do it. I can hold on. Yi Feng could hear Lu Ting's murmured voice from time to time. She carried Yi Feng on her back with great difficulty. Although she was very tired and fell down, she always gritted her teeth and persevered. Wang Qing has a broken leg, so she definitely can't carry Yi Feng on her back. Zhao Shui was too weak to carry the heavy load, so all the heavy responsibilities fell on her shoulders. Tread, tread. Lu Ting's heavy footsteps continued to echo. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In a daze, Yi Feng felt himself moving forward continuously, and he didn't know how long this situation lasted. He could no longer even hear the 3 people talking. Yi Feng didn't know how much time had passed when he felt himself being put down, and he heard the voices of the 3 people again. It's getting dark, Zhao Shui. You and Teacher Wang stay here and take care of Yi Feng. I'm going out to find firewood and food. Lu Ting's voice came to Yi Feng's ears again. Sister Lu Ting, there was a heavy rain just now. Where can we find dry firewood? Zhao Shui asked. Dry firewood can be found in tree hollows and rock crevices. Yi Feng has a waterproof lighter. As long as we find dry firewood, we can start a fire here. Lu Ting's anxious voice reached Yi Feng's ears once again. Xiao Xue, you stay and take care of Xiaofeng. Shouting, and I are going out together. It's getting dark, and it's too dangerous outside. Wang Qing's voice came through indistinctly. Teacher, Sister Lu Ting, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Brother Yi. Yi Feng vaguely heard Zhao Shui's voice. Although it wasn't loud, it was very firm. Zhao Shui, we're leaving. Xiao Xue, take good care of Xiaofeng. Time seemed to stand still, and all sounds disappeared. Yi Feng felt himself lying somewhere, a place that seemed very quiet, with the sound of dripping water outside. He suddenly felt very cold, and even started trembling uncontrollably. Yi Feng felt as if he were sleeping on ice, as cold as snow. In the cold, Yi Feng thought of his father, and he remembered a sentence his father had once said. That was more than 10 years ago, when Yi Feng was still in elementary school, and it was snowing that winter. That morning, after my father woke up, he sat by the fire and chatted with my mother. My father told my mother that he had a dream last night. He dreamed that he was plowing the land for someone, but it was very, very cold. The mother told the father that if it was too cold, they shouldn't go. But after my father finished eating a few potatoes, he shouldered the plow, led the ox, and braved the wind and frost to plow the fields for others. Yifeng was very young at the time, so he didn't understand why his father, who dreamed of being cold and afraid of the cold, would still go to plow the fields for others after dawn. As Yifeng grew up, he understood that it was a responsibility on his shoulders. Brother Yi, you seem cold. Let me warm you up. In a daze, Yifeng felt a warm body pressed tightly against him. Sticking. Chapter 128 The Night of Coma. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. On the cold ground, Yifeng seemed to hear the sound of dripping water, droplets falling one by one. The sound seemed so clear, as if it entered the depths of one's soul. In the cold, he felt Zhao Shui hugging him tightly, trying her best to keep him warm. Time passed second by second, and Yifeng felt that a very long time had passed. He didn't know how much time had passed when he seemed to hear footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. A series of hurried footsteps approached, as if someone had returned. Teacher, Sister Lu Ting, you're back. Yifeng heard Zhao Shui's excited voice. There was a heavy rain just now, and it's hard to find dry wood in the forest. My teacher and I searched many tree holes and finally collected some dry firewood. But we were lucky and found more than a dozen wild eggs. Lu Ting's voice came. Great. We finally have a fire, and we even have wild eggs. Zhao Shui was overjoyed. These wild eggs are for Yifeng. Let's be patient for now and go out to find food tomorrow. It's dark now, so let's stay by Yifeng's side. Lu Ting's voice came again. Although Yifeng was unconscious, he could still hear the noise. Sister Lu Ting, I understand. These things are all prepared for Brother Yi. Zhao Shui was very obedient and considerate. Shouting, we have 15 wild eggs in total. Give 5 to Xiaofeng, you eat 4, and Xiao Xue and I will each have 3. We just got caught in a heavy rain, so we need to eat something tonight. Otherwise we'll get sick tomorrow, and Xiaofeng will have to take care of us when he wakes up. In the darkness, Yifeng heard Wang Qing's familiar voice. Teacher, you're so thoughtful. But I don't need 4. Here, have the extra 1. Lu Ting was very polite and modest. You used up a lot of energy carrying Xiaofeng just now, so you need to eat 1 more. Don't refuse anymore. Let's start the fire quickly, Wang Qing said seriously. Teacher, I felt that Brother Yi was very cold, so I hugged him to warm him up. In Yifeng's mind, Zhao Shui's gentle and familiar voice rang out again. Xiao Xue, you did the right thing, Wang Qing praised Zhao Shui. Click, click. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng heard the sound of wood breaking. It must be Lu Ting and the others breaking the wood. Shouting, you should rest. Leave these things to me. You must be tired from carrying Xiaofeng. Leave the rest to me, Wang Qing said. Teacher, Sister Lu Ting, let me do it. Xiao Xue, just hold Xiaofeng and try your best to keep him warm. Yifeng was in a daze, lying quietly in Zhao Shui's arms. He knew someone was holding him, and he also knew that Lu Ting and Wang Qing were busy. Yifeng knew everything, but he just couldn't open his eyes or stand up. After an unknown amount of time, Yifeng felt increasingly warm, which meant there must be a fire. He had a waterproof lighter on him, so starting a fire would have been easy. Although there was a downpour and I got soaked, including my lighter, the lighter is waterproof, so the rain didn't have much of an impact. It's just a regular lighter. Even if you accidentally drop it in water, you can take it out, dry it, and continue using it. Yifeng overheard the 3 women sitting by the fire roasting eggs, chatting with a worried expression. They seemed quite concerned. After a long time, Yifeng felt someone feeding him something, which seemed to be egg drop soup, probably boiled egg drop soup. Although there are no frying pans here, you can cook in bamboo tubes. Even a thin piece of paper, once folded into a small boat, filled with water, and placed on a fire, can boil the water. How much more so a bamboo tube? After drinking these things, Yifeng felt much warmer. He had been very weak, but now he felt much more energetic. After an unknown amount of time, Yifeng seemed to hear Wang Qing's voice again. Our clothes are finally dry. You 2 should rest first. I'll keep watch and take care of Xiaofeng. Teacher, Sister Lu Ting, you 2 should rest first. I'll take care of Brother Yi. Yifeng heard Zhao Shui's gentle voice. I'll keep watch this night. You 2 can rest first, Wang Qing said. Then, it seemed as if they fell into silence again. Time flows like a silent stream, slowly and quietly slipping away. Yifeng was also unconscious. He seemed to have fallen asleep. In his dream, Yifeng saw a pack of hyenas, these ferocious hyenas chasing them madly. In order to deal with the hyenas and protect everyone, he fought desperately against them and finally wiped out the entire hyena pack. Even in his dream, Yifeng felt as if he was still running and fighting with the pack of hyenas. This might be a mental reflex, like a person who has fallen into the water and is rescued, but still feels like they are in the water and their hands and feet are still moving. Ship accidents, black bear attacks, wolf attacks, all those experiences surfaced in Yifeng's dreams. Yifeng didn't know how long he had been unconscious or how many dreams he had, when he suddenly heard a clap of thunder. Rumble. A thunderclap resounded deep in the mountains, a very loud and clear sound. After the thunderclap, Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes. He was awake. Chapter 129 Supergiant Python. Rumble. A thunderclap boomed, the sound so loud it echoed throughout the universe. Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. He looked around. There was forest in front of him and to the left and right, and a stone wall behind him. This was a place beneath a layer of rock, likely beneath a hillside cliff. The rock strata of the hillside cliff protruded outwards, resembling the shape of a mushroom, which is why the three women chose this place to shelter from the rain. Teachers Zhao Shui and Wang Qing were asleep. They were sleeping by the charcoal fire, their breathing was a little loud, and they were sleeping very soundly because they were very tired. Lu Ting sat by the fire, her back to the flames, holding her sword in both hands, facing the forest outside, cautiously observing the surroundings. Lu Ting. Yifeng called softly, not daring to speak loudly for fear of disturbing Zhao Shui and Teacher Wang. Yifeng. Lu Ting turned around, and when she saw Yifeng, she smiled brightly, revealing charming dimples on her face. Her smile was radiant, like a spring flower. Her smile was radiant, like the rising morning sun. It's daytime now, so it should be early morning the next day, but there's fog in the forest. Yifeng, you're awake. Lu Ting smiled broadly, her beautiful, clear eyes looking at Yifeng. Her eyes were clear and bright, like autumn waves. Yes, I'm awake. Yifeng carefully observed Lu Ting and saw that she was very tired and exhausted because she had been too tired yesterday. After I fell into a coma yesterday, she carried me on her back and walked for an unknown amount of time in the wind and rain. Looking at her frail body, Yifeng felt a pang of sadness. What are you looking at? Lu Ting asked when she saw Yifeng looking at her. You've worked so hard. Although I was unconscious yesterday, I was conscious. I know you carried me in the rain for a long time and even fell down. After you fell, you were afraid I would roll on the ground and get hurt, so you used your body to cushion my fall. Outside, a thick fog billowed, and from beneath the rocky layers, Yifeng's voice drifted slowly. Hee, I'm fine. Lu Ting smiled brightly again, but her beautiful right hand inadvertently stroked her knee. Her knee is probably injured, but it shouldn't be serious. Did you hurt your knee? Yifeng stood up, slowly walked to Lu Ting's side, and sat down next to her. It's okay, it's really okay. Lu Ting continued to rub her knees, her face beaming with a beautiful smile as she looked at Yifeng. Show me. Yifeng raised his hand, intending to roll up her trouser leg. No. Lu Ting gently pushed Yifeng's hand away and smiled. Only my future boyfriend can see this. Ha. Yifeng smiled and said, then I should definitely watch it. Consider it an advance payment. You seem very confident. Lu Ting hugged her knees, tilted her head, faced Yifeng, and smiled without saying a word. But her expression was really beautiful. A man must be confident, Yifeng said. Lu Ting remained facing Yifeng, smiling without saying a word, as if listening to Yifeng speak with a smile. Don't look at me like that. I know I'm handsome, but you can't keep staring at me like that, Yifeng said. Uft. Lu Ting felt like she was going to vomit blood, and deliberately retorted, are you trying to make me laugh to death? You're making me angry as soon as you wake up. I should have let you stay unconscious for a couple more days. In the midst of their conversation, the two suddenly locked eyes, but remained silent. Outside, the mist slowly rose. Yifeng and Lu Ting sat under the stone, looking at each other, and fell into silence. After a moment, Lu Ting finally said, we were so worried and scared after you fainted yesterday, you know? I was so worried. Thank you for your concern. I'm sorry to have troubled you, Yifeng said apologetically. Please don't say such things. It's all our fault that you've been dragged down. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have collapsed yesterday. Lu Ting looked at Yifeng with bright eyes. She felt a pang of heartache. I'm awake now. From now on, I will protect you and take care of you. As long as I'm here, I will never let you get hurt, Yifeng promised. As long as you wake up, nothing else matters, Lu Ting said. Xiaofeng, you're awake? Wang Qing sat up by the fire, rubbed her eyes, and smiled happily at Yifeng. Teacher, you've worked hard. Yifeng smiled. It's good that you're awake. How are you feeling? Is anything bothering you? Wang Qing was very concerned about Yifeng, so she asked him a lot of questions. Teacher, don't worry, I feel great. I'm in excellent health. In my current condition, I could even go up the mountain to fight a tiger without any problem. Yi Feng clenched his fist, indicating that he was very strong. Going up the mountain to fight tigers? You're just bragging, aren't you? Lu Ting rolled her eyes at Yi Feng, who was already bragging as soon as he woke up. You think I really went up the mountain to fight tigers? I just want to find a tigress. Yi Feng looked at Lu Ting and deliberately winked. Lu Ting pinched Yi Feng, squeezing his waist hard. Oops. Yi Feng cried out in pain. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Wang Qing was very worried. She had been looking down to add firewood and hadn't noticed Lu Ting's actions. It's nothing. I just got bitten by a mosquito, Yi Feng said with a smile. Brother Yi, you're awake. After Zhao Shui woke up, she happily got up from the ground. While the others sat up when they woke up, she actually got up, probably because she was too excited. Calm down, Yi Feng said with a smile. Brother Yi, you're really awake. That's wonderful. Zhao Shui was as happy as a little girl, almost like a younger sister. Sizzle. A strange sound suddenly came from the fog outside. Zhao Shui got up from the ground, and she happened to be facing outwards. Ah, a snake, a huge snake. Zhao Shui screamed in fright, her face turning deathly pale. Yi Feng quickly turned around and looked back. He was also terrified because he had never seen such a big snake before. Chapter 130, Will it eat us? Yi Feng and the others looked outside in horror. In the mist, a huge green python appeared. This python was very large and long, probably more than 10 meters long and thicker than a water bucket. The python that tried to swallow Zhao Shui was far smaller than this one. Sizzle. Sizzle. In the mist, the green super python raised its head, erected its upper body, and looked at Yi Feng and his companions with its gray eyes. However, pythons have very poor eyesight and can only rely on their senses. Whoosh. A cold wind blew by, and in the wind, the mist gathered and dispersed, sometimes converging and sometimes dispersing, obscuring most of the python's body. A foul, fishy stench assaulted their nostrils, making the four feel nauseous, but even more so, filled them with fear. Brother Yi Hua. Zhao Shui was so frightened that she hid behind Yi Feng. She wanted to cry. Wang Qing and Lu Ting were also so frightened that they gripped their bamboo sticks tightly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The python can't hurt you. If it's stupid enough to try to eat you, I'll kill it. Yi Feng gripped his sword and stood straight in front of the three women, protecting them behind him. The three women were initially very scared, but seeing Yi Feng's composure, they gradually calmed down. Sizzle. The python raised its head, looking down at the snake and flicking its tongue, but then slowly crawled away. Whoosh whoosh. A giant green python, dragging its long body, slowly crawled through the mist, its enormous size crushing many saplings and withered grass. Get away from here. Get out of the way. Lu Ting and the other two looked at the python in fear, muttering something under their breath. Sizzle. The sound grew farther and farther away, and the python also went further and further away, gradually disappearing into the mist and from the group's sight. Oh my God, I was so scared just now my legs went weak. After the python disappeared, Lu Ting, covered in sweat, sat fearfully by the fire. Sister Lu Ting, my legs are weak too. Zhao Shui was also sitting by the fire, her face extremely pale. Wang Qing's heart was pounding. She had been terrified just now. Don't be afraid, the python is gone, Yi Feng said calmly. Brother Yi, was that python trying to eat us just now? Zhao Shui asked. Have no idea. Yi Feng gripped his sword and shook his head slightly, saying, I don't know if it wanted to eat us, but I'm sure if it did, we would have eaten us. Teacher, come sit down for a while. Let me lean on you. Lu Ting moved aside, letting Wang Qing sit next to her. Haha, it's all right, don't be afraid. With Xiaofeng here, that python can't hurt us, Wang Qing said with a smile. If the python had really wanted to eat them, Yi Feng was confident he could have killed the beast. However, he didn't kill it because it was too big and the risk was too great. Besides, python meat is hard to eat. It was a high-risk battle with a low-cost reward, so Yi Feng didn't want to take action. You all rest here. I'll go into the forest to find some food. After we've eaten, we'll go back. Yi Feng planned to find something to eat first. After they had eaten, they would go find the wild boar from yesterday and then return to the cave where they used to live, since the frying pan and some important supplies were in the cave, and the cave was very suitable for living. Xiao Feng, don't go out yet. Let's wait until the python is far away before we go out, Wang Qing said with concern. Zhao Shui also said, Yes, Brother Yi. Wait until that python is completely far away before you go out. What if it suddenly comes back? Don't worry, it won't come back. Tread. Yi Feng gripped his sword and strode heavily into the forest. Lu Ting and the other two sat by the fire, quietly watching Yi Feng's departing figure. They felt at ease and safe because Yi Feng had woken up. As long as Yifeng was there, they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky fell. Splash. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. In the misty jungle, as gusts of cold wind blow, crystal-clear dewdrops fall continuously from the green leaves of the trees. Yifeng dared not go far, so he carefully searched the nearby forest and found many wild vegetables. Plantain, shepherd's purse. In addition, Yifeng also encountered yam, which is a medicinal herb that can be cooked, but it is usually stewed with meat. Since there's no other food available, eating yams is a good alternative. Yifeng brandished his sword and dug out the yams. In less than an hour, he had obtained 10 caddies of yams. With so many wild vegetables and yams, he should be able to eat his fill. Call. When the cold wind blew again, Yifeng carefully looked around and immediately frowned. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, making it very difficult to find the way back. Yesterday, after encountering a pack of hyenas, a fight ensued, and a desperate escape, they lost their sense of direction. Later, Yifeng fell unconscious, and Lu Ting carried him for a long time in the wind and rain, so they had long since left the area where they hunted wild boars. Going back now would be extremely difficult, especially with the fog making it even harder for them to move forward. Well, Yifeng sighed slightly, then took the yams and wild vegetables back. After he had eaten his fill, he would discuss with the three how to get back and how to hunt, etc. Chapter 131 Rainforest Swamp. At noon, after Yifeng and his three companions finished eating the wild vegetables, they roasted some yams to take on the road. However, the fog outside had not yet dissipated. This was a primeval forest, and because the forest was so vast, once the fog rolled in, it was estimated that it would not dissipate for several days. Yifeng sat by the fire and said, "We are facing two problems now. The first problem is that because we were chased by hyenas yesterday, we fled in panic and were far away from the wild boars. Later, I fainted, and you carried me for a long time in the wind and rain, so it will be difficult to find the original road, not to mention the fog is too thick." "And the second question?" Lu Ting asked. Zhao Shui and Wang Qing looked at Yifeng quietly, but they didn't say anything. Yifeng continued, "The second problem is that we have no food. Even if we can't find our way back for the time being, we still have to leave here and find food. Sai, the most troublesome thing is that this rock layer is not suitable for living. It's very dangerous if wild animals appear, like that python just now. If it attacked us, we wouldn't even have anywhere to hide." Wang Qing shook her head, feeling a headache coming on. Yifeng continued, "So while we're full and there are still roasted yams left, let's leave here immediately, find prey, and then find our way back." "Brother Yi, but the fog outside is very thick. The white fog is obscuring our vision, and we've lost our sense of direction. Why don't we wait for the fog to clear before we leave?" Zhao Shui asked. Yifeng replied, "In the primeval forest, because the jungle is so vast, a rain shower produces a lot of moisture, so the fog can linger for days." "Oh." Zhao Shui nodded with a worried expression, her eyes fixed on the mist outside. "Xiaofeng, it's up to you to decide. We'll all listen to you." Wang Qing smiled as she looked at Yifeng. "You're the only man here, so whatever you say goes." Lu Ting also indicated that she had no objections. "Brother Yi, we'll all listen to you. You can make the arrangements." Zhao Shui looked at Yifeng with tender eyes, even somewhat infatuated. In her heart, Yifeng was omnipotent. As long as she followed Yifeng, she would be fine even if there was danger. "Okay, let's set off and try to find the place where we hunted the wild boar yesterday." Yifeng stood up, took his sword, and walked at the front. If they found the wild boar, they wouldn't need to search for or hunt any more prey. They could just take the boar meat and go back. But Yifeng felt it would be difficult because the area was too far away, and finding that place wouldn't be easy. If there were no fog, perhaps we could still find it. However, the fog was too thick, so the chances of finding it were slim. The primeval forest was too vast, and even if you were in the same direction, even if you were just at the wrong angle, the distance would become increasingly greater. In the forest, the three followed Yifeng, holding bamboo poles and carefully guarding their surroundings, worried that danger might occur. After all, the primeval forest was too dangerous, and a slight mistake could lead to being bitten to death by a wild animal that suddenly appeared. Yifeng gripped his sword, walking while observing his surroundings and the ground. Because of the recent heavy rain, the forest soil is soft, and if any wild animals were to appear, they would definitely leave traces on the ground. "Brother Yi, what's that?" Zhao Shui suddenly pointed to the ground, where there were tire tracks on the soft ground, as if a vehicle had just passed by. Yifeng said, "Those are the tracks of a python. The large python just passed through here, and because the ground is soft, it left its tracks." Zhao Shui was a little scared and couldn't help but move closer to Yifeng, nervously observing her surroundings, afraid that the python would suddenly appear. This is the direction we took yesterday, but I'm not sure if this is the correct route, Lu Ting said after observing the surroundings. Walking in the forest, even in broad daylight, let alone when the fog is thick, it is difficult to find the route you have taken after a day, because the trees and grasses are the same everywhere. As long as we're heading in the right direction, there shouldn't be much of a problem. I'm not worried about not finding the cave. I'm just worried about not finding the prey, Yifeng said. Knowing the general direction, they would surely be able to find the cave where they lived, but the problem was food. If they can't find enough food on their way back, they will starve to death even if they return to the cave. As we walked on, we saw more and more trees all around us. These trees were grayish in color, probably due to photosynthesis. Because the forest was so dense, sunlight rarely shone through, which is why the trees appeared somewhat grayish. Glug glug. Suddenly, Yifeng heard a glug sound beneath his feet, and his body swayed slightly, as if he were standing on a piece of driftwood in the water. Yifeng gently swayed the figures of Lu Ting and the other two. Stop moving forward. Yifeng gripped his sword and raised his hand. Brother Yi, I feel like my feet are shaking. Is it going to be an earthquake? Zhao Shui asked. Yifeng didn't speak. He looked down at his feet. Glug glug. Bubbles were seen rising from the soil beneath my feet, and these bubbles were black. We might be in big trouble, Yifeng said, his voice strained. Chapter 132, Sinking into the Mud. Glug glug. Dark bubbles kept emerging from Yifeng's feet, and they were also swaying slightly. Not only that, but the feet of Lu Ting and the other two were also swaying slightly. Yifeng, is there nothing beneath our feet? Lu Ting asked anxiously, afraid to move. Wang Qing said, we may have accidentally wandered into a swamp. Good. Yifeng nodded and said, don't move around. We've accidentally entered a swamp. It's very dangerous here, and we could sink in at any moment. Brother Yi, isn't there water and silt in the swamp? Why don't we see any? Zhao Shui asked anxiously. Yifeng said, this place used to be all silt, but the ground dried up, so the top was dry while the bottom was silt. Because of a heavy rain, the dry ground has very poor bearing capacity, and the silt below is about to appear. Glug glug. Glug glug. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, bubbles began to appear continuously within a radius of several dozen meters, and the number of bubbles increased rapidly. Carefully spread out, don't all stand together. After spreading out, try to spread your legs apart and keep your distance between them, Yifeng anxiously reminded. The three of them immediately and carefully separated, not daring to stand together. Because if several people stand together, the load on the ground will be very heavy, so if they are spread out, the load on the ground will be lighter. Coo coo coo. Yifeng felt his feet shaking more and more violently, and he staggered and couldn't stand steadily. Oh. Suddenly, Zhao Shui's anxious cry came from behind, and her body sank rapidly. Help! Zhao Shui quickly sank in, instantly submerging up to her waist. Countless black sludge gushed out, and a foul stench filled the air. Zhao Shui. Lu Ting was shocked and tried to go over to pull Zhao Shui away. Don't go over there. Yifeng quickly ordered, preventing Lu Ting from going over. If she went over, she would not only fail to save Zhao Shui, but would also get herself killed. Lu Ting didn't dare to go over and looked at Zhao Shui anxiously. Xiao Shui, don't struggle. The more you struggle, the faster you'll sink, Wang Qing warned anxiously. Yifeng also reminded him, don't struggle. Lean your body back and spread your arms. If you fall into the mud, the more you struggle, the faster you will die. The only way is to lean your body backward, spread your legs and arms, and distribute the weight. Before Zhao Shui could even hear Yifeng's command, her body sank rapidly once again. Oh, glug glug. As Zhao Shui screamed, the mud flowed up to her shoulders, and countless black mud and dark bubbles kept rising, as if something below was grabbing Zhao Shui's feet and pulling her down. Brother Yi, save me. Zhao Shui was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she was completely disoriented. Yifeng was very anxious. He quickly looked around, preparing to save Zhao Shui, otherwise she would surely die. Boom. The soil beneath Lu Ting and Wang Qing's feet suddenly cracked, and the two of them quickly sank in. Ah! The two screamed as they sank into the dark mud. However, they were clever. At the moment of sinking, they quickly leaned their bodies backward, opened their arms, and used the resistance of their outer garments to try to stretch them open. Whoosh! Yifeng's feet swayed rapidly, and he felt himself sinking down. Brother Yi. Zhao Shui's condition was very serious. The mud had already submerged her shoulders and was about to reach her neck. Lu Ting, give me the bamboo pole, Yifeng commanded anxiously. Catch it. Whoosh. Lu Ting asked the bamboo pole to be thrown over. Yifeng caught the bamboo pole and quickly stuck it into the mud. Oh! Yifeng roared, braced himself on the bamboo pole with one hand, and leaped upwards quickly. He grabbed a vine from a nearby tree and swung like a swing to Zhao Shue's side. Give me your hand. Yifeng hooked his feet around the vines and lowered his hands downwards. Zhao Shue anxiously reached out and tightly grasped Yifeng's hand. Whoosh! Yifeng used all his strength to pull Zhao Shue out of the mud, then threw her aside. Tilted forward or backward. As Yifeng pulled Zhao Shue out and threw her over, he gave the order at the same time. Zhao Shue didn't dare to hesitate and quickly leaned back. Although she sank into the mud again, the situation was much better than before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Above, Yifeng swiftly swung his sword, severing tree branches one by one. These branches and leaves fell down and landed beside the three women. Use the branches to increase the buoyancy of the silt and move forward, Yifeng commanded. The three of them dared not delay and immediately grabbed onto the numerous falling branches, then crawled forward on the branches. They were covered in black mud, but they didn't care. Their lives were more important. Yifeng cut off several thick branches, then jumped down from the tree. Using the branches as thick as bowls, he and the three of them struggled to move forward. However, they were very dirty, covered in mud, and were cold and suffering. Their luck was so bad that they had accidentally wandered into such a godforsaken place. Hopefully this area isn't too big, and we can get out of here soon. If this area is large, it will definitely exhaust their strength, and they may die in this swamp. Without any complaints, the three carefully and laboriously moved forward with Yifeng. Their eyes showed determination, and although they were still in danger, they gradually calmed down. Chapter 133 Deep in the Mountains. Escaping the swamp. Yifeng led the three women through the mud with difficulty. They were covered in black mud and their clothes were soaked, but they didn't care. As long as they could get out of this swamp alive, it would be a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. After 2 hours of arduous walking, we finally left the swamp and stepped onto a rocky area. There are many hard stones here, and the ground is almost entirely sand and gravel. Because there is very little soil, there are almost no trees around. Finally, we made it to the top. Yifeng rolled on the ground, then lay flat on the ground, looking up at the sky. It felt so good to be able to breathe freely. Just now, in the mud, he was so scared that he couldn't breathe freely. Oh my God, I'm exhausted. Today's experiences are enough for me to write an adventure book later. Lu Ting lay beside Yifeng, her body spread out in a starfish shape, panting as she looked up at the sky. Zhao Shue and Wang Qing were also lying limply on the ground. Although they were soaked to the bone and covered in mud, they were not cold because their bodies would generate heat when they were struggling to move forward. Yifeng glanced at Lu Ting beside him and laughed. How did you turn into a black pig? Aren't you a black pig too, huh? Lu Ting lay on the ground, laughing and mocking Yifeng. Zhao Shue smiled happily, feeling great after surviving the ordeal. After lying on the ground for a while, Wang Qing stood up and said, Let's hurry up and find a pool of water to wash ourselves, then start a fire to dry our clothes. Otherwise we'll easily catch a cold. The four of them helped each other and found a low-lying pit in the rocky area. Because of a recent heavy rain, there was water in the pit, which was more than a meter deep. Yifeng entered the water and immediately felt very cold. Lu Ting and the other two also entered the water. They were shivering from the cold, feeling as if they had been thrown into an ice cellar. Are you cold? Yifeng asked as he washed his clothes. It's not cold. Lu Ting shook her head. Actually, she was very cold. I'm not cold at all. Zhao Shue was trembling all over, but she said she wasn't cold. Yifeng glanced at Lu Ting beside him. Her wet clothes clung tightly to her body, perfectly showcasing her full and alluring figure. She looked beautiful. What are you looking at? Lu Ting asked. How do you know I'm looking at you if you're not looking at me? Yifeng asked. Humph, you scoundrel. Lu Ting snorted, but her bright eyes revealed a smile, as if she were blaming Yifeng, but it wasn't a genuine blaming. In comparison, Zhao Shue's figure was not as good as Lu Ting's. She looked at the school beauty, then looked down at herself. The group, still dressed, washed away all the mud in the water. An hour later, Yifeng emerged from the puddle, ready to search for timber. Wang Qing and the other two also prepared to leave the puddle. Don't come out. Yifeng looked at the three of them and said seriously, You should just stand in the water. It will be even colder when you come out, as the temperature difference is significant. People who swim in cold weather may know that it is very cold when you first enter the water, but it gets cold after a while. However, if you get out of the water, you will be shivering with cold. I want to come out, Lu Ting said. You all better stay put. Yifeng stood above the puddle, shaking the water off his clothes. and then gently tapped Lu Ting's forehead with his finger. I'll bite you to death. Lu Ting, like a puppy, wanted to bite Yi Feng's fingers. Yi Feng withdrew his hand, smiled slightly, and then turned and left. Whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew through the forest, and the leaves rustled rapidly as it searched for dry firewood. Dry firewood was found in some tree hollows and under layers of rocks. In less than half an hour, Yi Feng found a lot of firewood, carried it back to the rocky area, and started a fire in an open space by the water. The three women remained standing in the water, too afraid to come out, waiting for Yi Feng to start a fire. Xiaofeng, are you cold? Wang Qing asked with concern. Yi Feng patted his chest and said, I'm in great shape. I'm not cold. Teacher, don't worry about him. He's as strong as an ox. He won't be cold, Lu Ting said with a smile. A dozen minutes later, a raging fire broke out. The three women stepped out of the puddle and stood by the fire to warm themselves. They were all hungry because they had just used up their energy. Luckily, there were still a few pounds of roasted yams left, so the four of them sat by the fire and ate the yams. The food was really not very tasty. It would taste good if stewed with meat, but it didn't taste good when roasted. But it was better than nothing. Several hours later, their clothes were finally dry, and they felt much better. Yi Feng stood by the fire, looking around worriedly, and said, We must find prey and then return to the cave. As for finding the wild boar from yesterday, it's probably impossible. After all the twists and turns, we've already moved far away from that area, but we can still find the cave. Since we're familiar with that area, as long as we're in the right direction, we'll definitely find it. But we've been walking for so long and haven't seen any prey. Lu Ting was getting anxious. Yi Feng was also worried. If he couldn't find prey or food, he would definitely starve to death. On this island, food was more important than anything else. Let's go, let's set off. Yi Feng gripped his sword and led the three women away from the fire. They planned to continue hunting and return to the cave after obtaining food. However, this place is far from the cave, so I estimate I won't be able to go back until tomorrow. The fog hadn't dissipated yet, and the island seemed to be shrouded in mist, though the fog wasn't very thick. After leaving the rocky area and walking out of a grove of trees, Yi Feng suddenly noticed something on the ground ahead. Stop! Yi Feng raised his hand to signal to stop. The three were startled and nervously looked around, fearing that a wild animal might appear. Chapter 130, For the Jungle. A woman is crying. Outside the forest, the mist drifted like black smoke, and the three stood nervously behind Yi Feng, cautiously on guard. Yi Feng, what's wrong? Under the thin mist, Lu Ting asked cautiously, her voice trembling slightly. Perhaps she was seeing danger everywhere. They had encountered too many perils these past few days. There are footprints ahead, Yi Feng said. That scared me to death. I thought another wild animal was coming. But why are there human footprints ahead? Lu Ting let out a sigh of relief and gently stroked her chest. Yi Feng gripped his sword and quickly walked over. He saw a row of footprints under the soft soil ahead. However, it was a person's footprints, indicating that someone had passed through this area and left behind the footprints. They really are human footprints, and these footprints must have been left recently, at least after a heavy rain, Lu Ting said softly, looking at the ground. Yes, these footprints must have been left after the heavy rain. Yi Feng nodded slightly, agreeing with Lu Ting's analysis. If the footprints were left before the rainstorm, then the rain would wash them away. Moreover, these footprints seem to belong to a woman, because they are small and rather delicate. Wang Qing continued her analysis. Let's follow these footprints. Yi Feng led the three forward. If the other party was a woman, they must find her, because women have very poor survival skills in this primeval forest. However, this woman is really lucky. More than 20 days have passed since the cruise ship accident, and she is still able to survive on her own. She is amazing. The four followed the footprints. I just don't know who this surviving woman is. It's amazing that she was able to survive alone on the island for more than 20 days. After walking for about half an hour, the four entered a forest with countless towering ancient trees. The tall, ancient trees stand tall and graceful, like giant umbrellas that block out the sky. Because the soil here is hard, the footprints have disappeared. Where are the footprints? Have they disappeared? Lu Ting looked at the ground, somewhat disappointed. Xiaofeng, the soil here is hard. Her footprints have disappeared, and there are no footprints left on the ground. How can we find her? Wang Qing was a little anxious. If the surviving woman was her student or a student from the school, they had to do their best to find her. Yi Feng looked up at the tree, then quickly leaped up, grabbed a branch, and nimbly climbed upwards like a monkey. In just a few minutes, he had climbed more than 10 meters. Lu Ting was used to Yi Feng's climbing ability and was not surprised by it. In their minds, Yi Feng was omnipotent. They wouldn't be surprised if he killed a tiger with a single punch. Standing on the tree branch, Yifeng looked around and saw a hazy mountain in front of him. Because it was a bit far away and there was white fog, he couldn't see it very clearly. The hazy mountain looked like a huge green dragon lying on the ground, ready to take off at any time. The mountain range was very large and very long, even larger than the mountain range where they had lived before. Whoosh whoosh. Shoo, shoo. Yifeng slid quickly down the tree, grabbing one branch after another, and easily reached the ground. Yifeng, I've noticed you're like a monkey, really amazing, Lu Ting joked. Yifeng said, isn't it good that I'm capable? After we leave here and return to the city, I can steal electric bikes to support you. Stop fooling around, Xiaofeng. Tell me quickly, what did you see? Wang Qing asked. Yifeng said, I see a large mountain not far ahead. The mountain range is very long and undulating. I guess that girl must have entered the mountain. Brother Yi, why are you so sure? Zhao Shui asked. Yifeng analyzed. It's been more than 20 days since the cruise ship accident. The fact that the girl survived proves that she knows how to survive. She must know that caves can only be found in mountainous areas. Therefore, I can confirm that she must be living in a cave in one of those mountain ranges. That makes sense. Let's continue. Lu Ting was impatient and eager to find the girl. Xiaofeng, let's go. We must find her. Wang Qing was also a little anxious, afraid that something might happen to the girl. If the girl was a student at the school, they would definitely lend a helping hand. Let's go. Yifeng turned and left, leading the three of them quickly toward the mountains. They moved very fast, swiftly traversing the forest. An hour later, they finally saw the mountain. The group looked up and saw the majestic mountain, like a pillar supporting the sky. Around the mountain range, white mist slowly rose into the air, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be blocked by this mountain. The majestic green mountains, with rolling clouds surging above them, make this place seem like a fairyland where immortals have descended. A canyon runs through the middle of the mountains. Walk. After carefully observing the mountain, Yifeng led the three of them on their way, heading towards the canyon, as that was the only way through. Half an hour later, the four of them finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The area at the foot of the mountain is lush with vegetation, and the forest contains a variety of plants. Wah! Suddenly, the four of them vaguely heard someone crying, as if it were a woman crying. Deep in the mountains, in the jungle, who is crying, and why is they crying? Her voice was mournful and desolate. Wah! The mournful, desolate weeping sounded like a female ghost crying in the forest. Chapter 135, She Actually Knows Me. Wah! Someone was crying in the mountains and forests. It was a woman's voice, and she was crying very sadly and sadly. I just don't know why she was crying. It's impossible that she's crying because she's stranded on the island alone. It's been over 20 days, she'd long since gotten used to it. It's impossible that she's still crying. Besides, it's daytime now. She should be busy looking for food. Even if she were to cry, she would only do so alone at night. Lu Ting and the other two also heard the crying and were very curious about who was crying. Following the sound of crying, Yifeng and his companions quickly went over. Under a big tree, a chubby girl was crying. She sat on a rock, leaning against it, hugging her knees, and crying sadly with her head down. Wah! The chubby girl didn't notice Yifeng and the others' arrival. She was still crying very sadly. This girl is estimated to be 1.7 meters tall and weighs about 140 pounds, but she is not very old. Who are you, and why are you crying here? Yifeng asked. Wow! Startled by Yifeng's voice, the girl stood up anxiously and looked at him fearfully. Yifeng got a good look at the girl's face. She had a big, round face, and her eyes were red from crying. She was wearing black jeans and a black coat. Her clothes were simple and not designer brands, so her family was probably not well off. However, this girl looked unfamiliar. I didn't think I'd ever seen her before. School beauty Lu Ting, Teacher Wang, what brings you here? The girl was overjoyed when she saw Lu Ting and Wang Qing, but she did not recognize Yifeng and Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui transferred to the school in the last 6 months, while Yifeng was inconspicuous in school, and it would be difficult for him to be remembered among hundreds of people. But Lu Ting is different. She is the school beauty, so she is very well known. Wang Qing is a beautiful teacher at the school, so she is also very well known. Which class are you in, and why do you know me? Wang Qing looked closely at the chubby girl, but she didn't recognize her. There were hundreds of graduates in this year's class, in more than a dozen classes, and she only knew the students she was in charge of. Lu Ting looked at the chubby girl with curiosity, saying she didn't recognize her. Teacher Wang, Lu Ting, the school beauty, I know you. My name is Lu Mei, and I'm a student in class 42 of the finance department, the chubby girl said excitedly. Lu Mei. Wang Qing shook her head slightly. She hadn't heard of it, but she walked over with a smile and asked, Lu Mei, it's nice to see you. We're happy for you that you survived. Why are you crying here all alone? Lu Ting walked over and asked, why are you crying here? Are you scared? Although they didn't know Lu Mei, Wang Qing and Lu Ting cared about her a lot, since they were classmates at the same school. Moreover, they felt sorry for Lu Mei sitting here crying alone. Teacher Wang, beautiful Lu Ting, it's a long story, sob sob sob. Lu Mei cried again, crying very sadly. Yifeng, could you comfort Lu Mei? She's crying so hard, sigh. Lu Ting turned to look at Yifeng. She wasn't very good at comforting people. Yifeng stood there, unsure how to comfort anyone, as he had never done so before. Yifeng, you are Yifeng. Lu Mei looked at Yifeng excitedly, as if she was very surprised. Yes, I am Yifeng. Yifeng nodded slightly, but Lu Mei's reaction was too abnormal. After learning his name, she was excited and celebrated. Did she have a great reputation? I never imagined that someone living deep in the mountains would become so famous. Great, you're still alive. Lu Mei looked at Yifeng excitedly, as if she knew him before, as if they had a very good relationship. Did you know me before? Yifeng was a little annoyed. What was wrong with Lu Mei? She didn't even recognize him, so why was she so agitated? I don't know you, but someone does. I'll take you to meet someone, Lu Mei said. Who? Yifeng asked. Don't ask. You'll know when you meet that person. Lu Mei was very happy. She wiped away her tears and then led the way. Yifeng and the other three followed behind her, slowly passing through the valley at the foot of the mountain and walking through the forest. Looking at the chubby girl in front of him, Yifeng frowned. Why was she so excited when she learned his name, and why did she say she wanted to take him to meet someone? Hey, Yifeng, do you have a girlfriend? And that girl isn't dead. She often mentions you to Lu Mei, so after learning your name, Lu Mei got very excited and even wants to take you to meet her. Lu Ting walked beside Yifeng and asked in a low voice. Zhao Shui also looked at Yifeng with curiosity, wanting to understand. Don't talk nonsense. I've never even held a girl's hand in my life, so how could I have a girlfriend? Yifeng asked. Cough cough. Lu Ting coughed a few times and said, Yifeng, you're going a bit too far. Aren't Zhao Shui and I girls? Haven't you ever touched our hands? Lu Mei walked at the front, her steps quick, as if she were in a hurry, and seemed eager to take Yifeng to see that person. Chapter 136 Brothers, Golden-Haired Lion King. The group followed Lu Mei to the front of the mountain. There they saw a continuous mountain range stretching from east to west, like a green dragon lying on the earth. Lu Mei walked silently in one direction, her head down the whole time, her steps quick, and she didn't say a word the entire way. Yifeng followed behind her curiously, wondering who she was taking him to meet. After passing through a grove of trees at the foot of the mountain, a small earthen mound came into view. The mound grew at the foot of the mountain's rocky cliff, where a dark cave was located. Lu Mei entered the cave without looking back. Inside the cave, a man said, Lu Mei, you're back. Showling, I'm sorry, I couldn't find anything to eat again today. Lu Mei's voice was filled with sorrow in the cave. Cough cough. The man coughed a few times and said, It's all right, don't cry, don't cry, the worst that can happen is death. Showling, I have a surprise for you. You'll be very excited, Lu Mei said in the cave. Howling Spirit. Howling Spirit. Upon hearing the name, Yifeng was immediately excited, his eyes welling up with tears, and his body trembled slightly. Yifeng. Lu Ting was about to speak, but Yifeng, gripping his sword, quickly walked into the cave. Wang Qing and the other two followed behind him, sensing that something was off about Yifeng. After stepping onto the earthen steps, Yifeng entered a warm cave with charcoal fire inside. The cave was very simple, about several dozen square meters in size. Inside the cave, Lu Mei was standing behind a man. The man sat by the fire. He appeared to be injured and seemed unable to stand. The man was about 24 years old, with long hair that covered his ears and was dyed yellow. He had a wide forehead and a large face. The man also saw Yifeng and then angrily said, Damn it, you're still alive? Get over here and let me teach you a lesson. Yifeng didn't speak, he just looked at him quietly. Damn it, are you looking for a fight? The man continued. Lu Ting and the other two frowned in displeasure. Had this man taken a crap? He had such a bad temper. They had no grudge against each other, yet he wanted to fight Yifeng as soon as they met. Lu Mei was also a bit confused and didn't quite understand the situation. Ha ha. Yifeng smiled and then quickly walked over. Ha ha. The man also laughed and said, Lu Mei, help me up. Oh. Lu Mei came to her senses and helped him up. I can't believe you're so lucky. You didn't die in the waves, just a leg injury. Why the hell didn't you just die? Yifeng strode over. Because you're not dead yet. I have to wait for you, the man said with a smile. Zhang Xiaoling, you are still alive. Brother Yifeng, you're still alive too. Yifeng gave Zhang Xiaoling a hug, then patted him on the shoulder and said, I'm so glad you're still alive. I could laugh in my sleep. Haha, you're still alive. I can laugh even when I'm dead. Good brother. Brother. Yifeng and Zhang Xiaoling shared a brief hug, smiled at each other, and then parted ways. Yifeng, what's going on? Are you two good brothers? I thought you were enemies just now. Lu Ting felt like her brain wasn't working properly. Just a moment ago, they were at each other's throats, as if they were about to fight to the death for territory, but now they were calling each other brothers. Sister Lu Ting, I also thought that brother Yi and he were enemies. Zhao Shui was also a little nervous. Haha. Yifeng smiled and said, let me introduce you. This is my good brother, known as the Golden Lion King. His formal name is Zhang Xiaoling, and his real name is Jijijimer. Who can remember such a long name? Lu Ting said. This introduction was indeed quite long. Yifeng recalled that in the Three Kingdoms period, when Liu Bei met Zhuge Liang, he also introduced himself in the same way. Liu Bei, general of the left of the Han dynasty, Marquis of Yicheng, governor of Yu province, imperial uncle. This long list of names probably baffled even Zhuge Liang. Golden Lion King is a nickname Zhang Xiaoling gave himself, probably because he watched too much of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Zhang Xiaoling is his formal name, the name he used at school. His real name is Jijijimer, because he grew up at the foot of the snow-capped mountains and belonged to a pastoral area. Zhang Xiaoling and Yifeng are friends from the same school, but different classes. Yifeng has known him since their freshman year. When Yifeng first arrived in Suzhou for his freshman year, he needed to fill out an application form at an internet cafe near the school. As a result, a group of local thugs deliberately made things difficult for him. Yifeng didn't want to cause trouble and was afraid his parents would worry. Zhang Xiaoling also happened to be at that internet cafe, filling out forms on the computer. Seeing Yifeng being harassed by a group of thugs, he stood up for what was right and got into a fight with them, resulting in him being arrested and detained for several hours. Because of this incident, the two became acquainted. Later, after learning that Yifeng was a kung fu master, Zhang Xiaoling admired Yifeng even more and begged him to teach her kung fu. From then on, the two became extremely close. During his sophomore year, Yifeng also visited the foot of Dashua Mountain and stayed at Zhang Xiaoling's house for a few days. Zhang Xiaoling's family owns a ranch and is quite well off. Yifeng has also benefited from this, such as when they go out for drinks and meals, Zhang Xiaoling always pays for them. Haha, brother Yi, I've missed you so much. I'm so glad you're alive. Zhang Xiaoling punched Yifeng on the shoulder. What happened to your leg? Yifeng asked. They gave me a discount, Lu Mei said angrily, standing to the side. What? Yifeng was furious. Damn it. Who is it? Which bastard dared to break my good brother's leg? He's got a death wish. What's going on? Yifeng gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Anyone who dared to touch his brother would die. Chapter 137. This revenge will be taken. In the simple cave, Yifeng listened to Lu Mei's story. After the cruise ship sank, they were washed ashore on a shallow beach. When they woke up, they found many of their dead companions around them. In addition, some supplies from the cruise ship were also washed ashore, so they found some things, such as chopsticks, frying pans, plastic buckets, etc. Yifeng observed the cave and found that Zhang Xiaoling's cave did indeed contain a frying pan, a water ladle, some disposable cups, and a plastic cup for brushing teeth, etc. However, among these items, only the frying pan was the most important, and the others were dispensable. Lu Mei continued her story. When they woke up, there were more than a dozen survivors among them, including students from the same school and outsiders. Although stranded on a deserted island, people of similar backgrounds tend to group together, forming several gangs. Everyone looked down on Lu Mei because she was fat, so they despised her. But Zhang Xiaoling was righteous and not only didn't despise her, but also helped her. So Lu Mei followed Zhang Xiaoling to survive. At first, everyone was fine and there were no major conflicts. Later, there were some conflicts over food, which made things very unpleasant, but everything was still under control. But everything changed 7 days ago when they arrived at the foot of this mountain. In the quiet cave, Lu Mei spoke in a suppressed voice, while Yifeng, Lu Ting, and the others listened quietly. And then, Yifeng continued to ask. Later. Lu Mei was very angry and said, Later, 7 days ago, we came to the foot of this mountain. Xiaoling found a very good cave and planned to live in the cave with me. However, Gongzi Lu, who was traveling with us, his cousin Xiao Bao, and Tai who ordered Xiao Ling to get out. Xiao Ling refused. So the three of them beat Xiao Ling Tai, who was very strong, and dislocated both of Xiao Ling's feet. Prince Lu. Yifeng clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He knew young Master Lu. Back in the academy, this man was very arrogant and domineering. Because he was from the city and his family was powerful, no one dared to offend him. Only students like Lu Ting, who were both local students and from wealthy families, dared to fight him. As for the students from other places, even if they were wealthy, they wouldn't dare offend young Master Lu. After all, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. However, Yifeng had never heard of Chao Bao and Tai Hu. Who are Chao Bao and Tai Hu? Yifeng asked. They are outsiders, so you wouldn't know even if I told them, Lu Mei said. This is outrageous. Lu Ting was furious after hearing this. Yifeng clenched his fists and said angrily, Damn it, that grandson of young Master Lu. I didn't want to mess with him back in school, but I never expected that he would bully my brother like this after we were stranded on a deserted island. Hee. Zhang Xiaoling smiled and said, Brother Yi, actually I'm not afraid of them. If there weren't 3 of them, I could easily defeat them with my bare hands. I would definitely have knocked them down. Xiaoling, let me see your leg injury. Yifeng examined Zhang Xiaoling's leg injury and saw that his ankle was very swollen and soft, indicating that it was dislocated. Who did this? Yifeng asked. It's that guy named Tiahu. It's said that he's Chao Bao's brother in the martial arts world and also a friend of young Master Lu, Zhang Xiaoling said. This person does have some tricks up his sleeve, but he's too ruthless. If I were to meet you again in 10 days or half a month, your legs would definitely be ruined. Because of the long-term dislocation, it's very difficult to reset them after the bones grow back, unless a section of bone is sawed off. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn it. How dare they use such methods against their own brothers? If they don't take revenge, they swear they're not human. Brother Yi, can Xiaoling's foot still be healed? Lu Mei asked. Yifeng said, as long as it's reset, it'll be fine. However, since it's been dislocated for a week, blood circulation is poor, so even if it's reset, he'll need to rest for a few days to recover. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoling's foot recovered. Otherwise, even if Yifeng killed all those people, he still wouldn't be able to quell his hatred. That's great. I was so worried. I've been going out to find food for Xiaoling these past few days, and I can't help but cry when I think about what he's been through, Lu Mei said. It turns out that she was crying in the forest earlier because she couldn't find food and was thinking about Zhang Xiaoling's experience, which made her cry in grief. Because Zhang Xiaoling often mentioned Yifeng in front of her, Lu Mei was very excited when she heard Yifeng's name just now. Xiaoling, bear with it. I'll set your bones back in place, Yifeng said. Good. Zhang Xiaoling nodded, then gritted her teeth. Yifeng held Zhang Xiaoling's foot with one hand and her ankle with the other. Click, click. He quickly used the bone-setting technique, and after 2 crisp sounds, Zhang Xiaoling's feet were back in place. Although it was very painful, Zhang Xiaoling didn't utter a sound. As expected of the Golden Lion King, his endurance was indeed excellent. Haha, Brother Yi. Thank you, I feel much better. Zhang Xiaoling laughed, in a good mood. Although it's back in place, you can't move around too much for the next few days. You need to rest for a few days because your shoulder was dislocated a week ago, and the situation is quite serious, Yifeng said. If the dislocation only lasts for a few hours, you can move freely within an hour after the bone is set and repositioned. However, if the dislocation lasts for a week, you will need to rest for at least a few days. Haha, what's there to be afraid of? I'm a grown man. Why would I be afraid of such trivial matters? Zhang Xiaoling swung his golden hair, looking like a spirited hero of the martial arts world. Back in school, he often called himself the Golden Lion King. Since the financial university wasn't very strict and everyone was an adult, dyeing hair was common, as long as you didn't fight on campus. Lu Ting, go outside and find some branches and bark to secure Zhang Xiaoling's ankle. Lu Mei, come out with me for a moment. After Yifeng gave the order, he quickly walked out of the cave. Brother Yi. Zhao Shui was very anxious. She stepped forward, as if she wanted to say something, but Yifeng turned around and looked at the group, saying, no one is allowed to come along except Lu Mei. Xiaofeng, be careful. As Yifeng emerged from the cave, Wang Qing's anxious voice rang out. Brother Yi, let me settle this score. Inside the cave, Zhang Xiaoling shouted loudly. Chapter 138, Attacking the Mountain Gate. Under the mountain, Yifeng asked Lu Mei to lead the way. He was going to take revenge for his brothers. Damn it, if you hit your own brother, you have to pay the price. Brother Yi, wait until Xiaoling recovers before you go with him. After all, there are 3 men with Gongzi Lu and the others. Lu Mei was a little worried, afraid that Yifeng couldn't beat the 3 of them. After all, 2 hands can't fight against 6 fists. Zhang Xiaoling had been beaten to the ground by those 3 a week ago, and both of his feet were dislocated. Xiaoling will need a few more days to recover. I can't wait that long. I can't swallow this anger for even a minute longer, Yifeng said. But Lu Mei was still a little worried that if Yifeng couldn't beat the other party and ended up getting beaten up instead, it would be a loss. Trust me, Yifeng said seriously. Good. Lu Mei nodded, clenched her fist, and said, Brother Yi, I believe in you. I often hear Xiaoling mention you. He said you are very powerful and that he learned all his skills from you. Let's go, watch how I deal with them, Yifeng said. After you defeat them, I will definitely slap Shinchichi to death with a big slap. Slap, slap. Lu Mei waved her large hand, her eyes filled with anger. Who is Shinchichi? Yifeng asked. A very annoying woman who bullies me often because she has powerful connections, and she even steals my food. Lu Mei's eyes reddened when she mentioned this. After Zhang Xiaoling was crippled, the responsibility of finding food fell on Lu Mei. Once, Lu Mei finally found some food, only to have it snatched away by Shinchichi. Because Shinchichi had powerful backers, Lu Mei dared not speak out against her anger, and she also had to take care of Zhang Xiaoling, so she could only swallow her anger. Once I defeat them, you can take your revenge however you want. Yifeng could see Lu Mei's anger and knew her grievances. However, the chubby girl in front of him was indeed loyal and devoted, never abandoning Zhang Xiaoling. If she were an ungrateful girl, she probably would have left long ago when Zhang Xiaoling was beaten so badly she couldn't walk. The two walked quickly forward, crossed a stream, and arrived at the foot of the mountain. There is a large open space here, probably the size of a football field. In front of the open space is a stone wall, which is very high, 1,000 meters high. There is a cave at the foot of the rock wall. The cave entrance is about 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. The entrance is about 3 or 4 meters above the ground, but there are natural stone steps. A dozen or so natural stone steps extend slowly upwards from the ground, leading directly to the cave entrance. Lush green pine trees grow on both sides of the stone steps, making for a beautiful environment. The cave entrance faces the sun and is well ventilated. Standing at the entrance, one can see all around. This unique cave is even better than the one I had before. Brother Yi, young Master Lu, and the others live in that cave. However, Xiaoling discovered the cave, but they occupied it and even injured Xiaoling's legs. Lu Mei pointed upwards, recalling what happened a week ago. She was still gritting her teeth, indignant. Go and make them come out here. Yifeng stood on the grass, gripping his sword. This? Lu Mei hesitated, perhaps because she felt guilty. Aren't you brave enough to go? Yifeng asked. Brother Yi, you underestimate me too much. As long as you're here, even if you ask me to kick down the door, I'll do it without hesitation. Lu Mei rolled up her sleeves, preparing to go into the cave. She had heard Zhang Xiaoling say that Yifeng was very powerful, a good fighter, and had excellent kung fu skills, so she felt confident. Oh, Lu Mei, it's you. You fat bastard, are you itching for a beating? You actually dare to come to my door. A woman around 30 years old emerged from the cave. She was about 1.68 meters tall and wore a plaid coat, but her appearance was somewhat fierce. This woman is different from Jin Feng. Jin Feng is shrewish and ruthless, while this woman is very fierce, with a menacing look on her face. Shinchichi, where are young Master Lu and the others? Tell them to come out here, to die. Lu Mei stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Shinchichi with neither arrogance nor servility. If it were before, she would never have dared to say these words, nor would she have dared to come here. She would have simply stayed far away. But things are different now, because she has powerful backers. Yifeng has come, and Zhang Xiaoling's most powerful brother has come, so she is not afraid of anything. Lu Mei, are you out of your mind? Shinchichi was slightly surprised, as if she thought she had misheard. Had Lu Mei lost her mind? How dare she come to cause trouble? Stop talking nonsense and get young Master Lu and the others out here right now, Lu Mei said impatiently. Haha, you idiot. How dare you challenge young Master Lu's authority? Did a donkey kick your brain? Or are you tired of living? Shinchichi looked fierce and menacing, hands on her hips, eyes wide with anger. Let young Master Lu, Tai Hu, and Chao Bao come out and die. Lu Mei's voice was loud. She desperately wanted revenge. Lu Mei, I'll go to hell with your XXYY. From inside the cave came a man's angry, cursing voice. You fat bastard, do you want to die? If it weren't for your fat and lack of figure, I would have killed you 100 times over. Since you want to die, I'll come out and kill you. Chapter 139 Beat her up. A man rushed out of the cave. He was about 1.7 meters tall, quite strong, with a crew cut and a fierce look on his face. He was cursing and had a very bad temper. This person is not young Master Lu, because Yifeng knows young Master Lu. Lu Mei, I'll fuck your ass. You fat woman, do you want to die? Believe me or not, I'll drag you into a cave. The man rushed out, and started cursing at Lu Mei. Lu Mei was a little scared and hurriedly took a few steps back. Shin Chi-Chi, hands on her hips, walked over menacingly and said, Lu Mei, are you out of your mind? How dare you cause trouble here? That idiot Zhang Shaoling is courting death and has already been beaten beyond repair. Do you want to die? Lu Mei, I'm very angry. If you want me to calm down, come with me to the cave. Although you're a bit chubby, I, Qiao Bao, am not picky. Qiao Bao stared at Lu Mei with wide eyes. Although the woman in front of him was very fat, weighing 140 pounds, she was still quite tall, at 1.7 meters. You scoundrel, you shameless scoundrel. Lu Mei was furious and really wanted to slap Qiao Bao. Did you hit my brother Zhang Shaoling? Yifeng asked at this moment. Hey, who the hell is this? Qiao Bao spotted Yifeng, then glanced at him sideways with a look of utter contempt. Although Yifeng had a sword, he was not afraid. You're the one who hit my brother, aren't you? Yifeng's voice was icy. Huh. Shin Chi-Chi spat and said fiercely to Yifeng. Who are you? Who are your brothers? I am Yifeng, and my brother is Zhang Shaoling. Haha. I've heard Zhang Shaoling mention you before. When that good-for-nothing was being beaten, he said he wished you were here. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms, but you're just an idiot. Shin Chi-Chi laughed loudly, looking at Yifeng with disdain. Hee. Qiao Bao also gave a sinister smile and said disdainfully, I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be you. You poor student. Damn it, I didn't expect you to still be alive, and even managed to get your hands on a broken knife. Where are young Master Lu and Tai Hu? Tell them to come out here. Yifeng didn't want to waste words with the two. He would deal with Gongzi Lu and Tai Hu all at once after they came out, to avoid the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Young Master Lu and Tai Hu are not here. They've gone out hunting and should be back in a couple of days. But you'd better get as far away as possible. Don't think you're so tough just because you have a broken knife. We're not afraid of you. You poor student. Even if we gave you a knife, would you dare kill us? Shin Chi-Chi had one hand on her waist and the other pointing at Yifeng, chattering on and on. Hit her. Yifeng looked at Lu Mei beside him and gave the order. Brother Yi, am I really going to hit him? Lu Mei asked again, a little unsure. Yifeng nodded slightly. He didn't want to listen to Shin Chi-Chi's incessant chatter, which sounded like a little bird. Holy crap. Shin Chi-Chi stood in front of Lu Mei with her hands on her hips, gesturing wildly and saying, I'm standing right here. Let's see who dares to touch me. If anyone dares to lay a finger on me, I'll send them crawling back home. Snap. Lu Mei slapped Shin Chi-Chi across the face. Oh. Shin Chi-Chi cried out in pain as Lu Mei slapped her, sending her staggering back several steps with a handprint on her face. Damn it. Lu Mei, you son of a bitch, you actually dared to hit me? You motherfucker, believe me or not I'll have someone kill you, and you poor student too. Shin Chi-Chi was furious, glaring fiercely at Yifeng and Lu Mei. Beat them to death, Yifeng ordered. Ha bang. Lu Mei charged forward like a hill, punching Shin Chi-Chi in the chest. Oh my god, Lu Mei, I'm going to fight you to the death. Shin Chi-Chi was furious and angrily grabbed Lu Mei's hair. Women often grab each other's hair when they fight. Smack, smack. Lu Mei slapped Shin Chi-Chi across the face several times, then grabbed her, lifted her up, and slammed her to the ground. Bang. Oh. Shin Chi-Chi was dizzy from the impact. She wasn't as fat as Lu Mei, so she was much weaker. Even if the two of them attacked together, Shin Chi-Chi wouldn't be able to beat Lu Mei. After being slammed to the ground, Shin Chi-Chi grabbed Lu Mei's collar, and a button was ripped off, revealing a patch of Lu Mei's white skin. You damned woman. Snap, snap, snap. Lu Mei was furious. She pinned Shin Chi-Chi to the ground and punched and kicked her, saying, I'll beat you to death, you damned woman. You stole my food, and almost made Shaoling and me starve to death. If I don't beat you to death today, I'm not Lu Mei. Outraged, Lu Mei took revenge on both old and new grudges, and beat Shin Chi-Chi to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, Shin Chi-Chi was beaten black and blue. Qiao Bao, are you dead? Didn't you see me being beaten? Hurry up and kill Lu Mei for me. Shin Chi-Chi was furious. Damn it. Lu Mei, you dare to hit our people. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Qiao Bao. Whoosh. Qiao Bao roared and rushed towards Lu Mei, intending to kick her to death. Lu Mei was terrified and turned pale. Although she was quite large, she was still just a woman and was no match for Qiao Bao. Chapter 140 I'll hit you. Just like hitting your big cousin. Lu Mei, if you dare to hit one of our people, I'll kill you. Whoosh. Qiao Bao quickly ran over, then leaped up like an eagle spreading its wings, intending to kick Lu Mei away. However, at this moment, Yifeng made his move. Whoosh. Yifeng rushed over like lightning, grabbed Qiao Bao by the back of his shirt, pulled him up, and fell to the ground from the air. Bang. Qiao Bao fell to the ground with a thud, wincing in pain. Bang! Yifeng kicked him from behind, striking him in the back. Ah! Qiao Bao screamed and was kicked to the ground, rolling several times. With Yifeng's strength, dealing with this kind of good-for-nothing was effortless. Qiao Bao! Qiao Bao! Shen Qiqi was pinned to the ground by Lu Mei. Seeing Qiao Bao being beaten by Yifeng, she shouted anxiously. Ha ha! Lu Mei was overjoyed. Yifeng beat Qiao Bao as easily as beating a dog. She said excitedly, Shen Qiqi, you damned woman, you always bullied me, stole my food, spat in my drinking water, and even instigated young Master Lu and the other two to beat Zhang Shaoling. You vicious woman, I'm going to beat you to death today. In her anger, Lu Mei continued to pin Shen Qiqi to the ground and beat her mercilessly. Yifeng, you idiot. Qiao Bao got up from the ground and said angrily, I'll fight you to the death today. Whoosh. Enraged, Qiao Bao charged forward like a cheetah, then leaped up, intending to kick Yifeng in the chest midair. Huh. Yifeng threw a punch, which landed squarely on Qiao Bao's abdomen. Bang. Ah. Qiao Bao screamed as Yifeng punched him 2 meters away, sending him tumbling to the ground. Hitting you is like hitting a dog. I originally planned to wait for young Master Lu and Tai Hu to return before dealing with you both, but since you're courting death, I'll start with you today. I'll deal with young Master Lu and Tai Hu after they return from their hunting trip, Yifeng said coldly. After his initial anger subsided, Qiao Bao calmed down, realizing he was no match for Yifeng. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Qiao Bao wasn't as impulsive as before. He said, Yifeng, if you're really capable, wait until my cousin and Tai Hu come back before you come looking for trouble. I'll deal with you first, then those two. You've gone too far. You crippled my brother's legs and stole Lu Mei's food. If I don't teach you a lesson today, it would be an injustice. Yifeng looked at Qiao Bao coldly and said authoritatively, Yifeng, if you dare to mess with me, my cousin and Tai Hu won't let you off the hook when they come back. Tai Hu is a very strong fighter. He once took on more than a dozen people by himself. He teaches boxing at a martial arts school and was once the provincial champion in Sanda, Qiao Bao said. I never expected Tiehu to be so amazing. He's a boxing instructor at a martial arts school and even won first place in the province's Sanda competition. If Qiao Bao's words are true, then Tai Hu should not be underestimated. Yifeng, if you can let this matter rest for my cousin's sake, I might plead for you when he returns, and we can call it even. Qiao Bao continued. Haha, you injured my brother's legs and tried to starve them to death, and you actually told me to plead with your older cousin to let the matter drop? Are you emperors, where killing someone requires the victim to accept an imperial decree and express gratitude? Yifeng recalled period dramas and movies where, when the emperor issued an edict to exterminate the entire clans of those ministers would kneel down to receive the edict and express their gratitude. Qiao Bao and his gang occupied Zhang Shaoling's cave, injured his legs, and stole his food. They actually thought they would let the matter drop and that they should be grateful. Damn it, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Yifeng, what do you want? Qiao Bao asked. I don't care what you do to my brothers. I'll do the same to you, and I'll make sure you can't walk. Tread. Yifeng stepped forward with an air of authority. Yifeng, if you try to harm me, my cousin and Tai Hu will not let you get away with it, Qiao Bao threatened. Hitting you is like hitting your older cousin, Yifeng said. Hitting you is like hitting your older cousin? That line sounds familiar, Yifeng thought. It's from a Three Kingdoms drama. When Zhang Fei was beating Qiao Bao had also invoked the fame of his cousin Lu Bu, and Zhang Fei had said the same thing. Beating you is like beating your cousin. The most coincidental thing is that the person who was beaten was also Qiao Bao, and his older cousin also had the surname Lu. What a coincidence. Yifeng rushed over quickly, punched Qiao Bao, and sent him flying to the ground, then raised his foot and stepped on Qiao Bao's ankle. Click, click. After 2 cracking sounds, Qiao Bao's feet were dislocated. Qiao Bao was writhing on the ground in pain, covered in sweat. The pain was so intense that he almost fainted. I've already given you a light punishment. I'll deal with them when your older cousin comes back. This isn't over yet. After teaching Qiao Bao a lesson, Yifeng spoke with an air of authority and dominance. Qiao Bao screamed in pain, unable to speak. Qiao Bao, Qiao Bao. Shen Qiqi was pinned to the ground and beaten by Lu Mei, and she kept screaming. Lu Mei, release her and tell them to get lost, Yifeng ordered. Yes, brother Yi. Lu Mei released Shen Qiqi, but she felt great, having finally gotten her revenge. Qiao Bao rolled on the ground, feeling excruciating pain. Qiao Bao, let's go. Shen Qiqi helped Qiao Bao up and prepared to drag him back to the cave, since Qiao Bao couldn't walk and could only be dragged back. Stop. Seeing that Shin Chi-Chi wanted to return to the cave, Yi Feng gave a stern order. What else do you want? Don't push your luck, Shin Chi-Chi said angrily. Return this cave to its rightful owner. Go in now, take all your belongings, and then move them out of the cave, Yi Feng commanded. Yi Feng, don't push your luck. Don't think we're all invincible. Shin Chi-Chi was furious that Yi Feng actually wanted to take over the cave. I've already been merciful by letting you move your things out of the cave and take what belongs to you. If you keep arguing, everything in the cave will be confiscated, Yi Feng said coldly. You? Shin Chi-Chi was very angry. Forget it, let's go. Let's pack our things and move out. We'll take our revenge when my cousin and Tiehu arrive. Xiao Bao lay on the ground in great pain, remembering how he had treated Zhang Xiaoling in the same way a week earlier. Zhang Xiaoling once said that when he met his good brother Yi Feng, he would definitely get back everything and seek justice. They laughed it off at the time, but they never expected that retribution would come so quickly, and Yi Feng really did come. Snort. Shin Chi-Chi snorted coldly and turned to go to the cave unwillingly. Once young Master Lu and Taihu return, we must take revenge. Taihu is very powerful and will definitely be able to defeat Yi Feng. Lu Mei, go back and tell Zhang Xiaoling and the others to move out of that cave and back to live in this cave, Yi Feng ordered. Yes, brother Yi. Lu Mei turned and left excitedly, finally getting back everything that belonged to them. Chapter 141. His crimes are numerous. Shin Chi-Chi moved the things out of the cave, and Yi Feng didn't care where they were going. Upon entering the cave, one is struck by its beauty. Natural stone steps lead to the entrance, flanked by lush green pine trees. Outside the cave lies a grassy area the size of a football field. From the cave entrance, one can see far into the distance, allowing for early detection of any wild animals. The cave is over 100 square meters in size. The interior is flat and has natural stone platforms, like stone tables. The cave was well lit, and because of its high location and unobstructed access to the mountain, it was well ventilated. The entrance to the cave has already been built. It was probably built by Prince Lu and his men. Bang bang bang. Yi Feng tapped the cave wall lightly with his sword, then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The cave walls are indeed well built, very sturdy and solid. Young Master Lu and his companions must have put in a lot of effort to build them. Brother Yi. Yi Feng. A familiar voice came from outside the cave. It turned out that Lu Ting and the others had returned. Zhang Xiaoling, leaning on a wooden stick, and Lu Mei and Lu Ting, carrying their belongings, brought everything over. Haha, brother Yi, I've heard Lu Mei talk about it. It was really exhilarating. It's a pity I didn't get to do it myself. Once young Master Lu and Taihu return, I'll take revenge myself. Zhang Xiaoling entered the cave, leaning on his wooden stick. He was in a very good mood. Everyone, brother Yi was really awesome just now. He beat that good-for-nothing Xiao Bao like a dog, and I also taught Shin Chi-Chi a lesson. Lu Mei was very excited, as if she still wanted more. Xiao Feng, be careful. I know young Master Lu well. He was arrogant and domineering in his old school, and no one dared to mess with him, Wang Qing said. As a teacher at the school, Wang Qing was very familiar with Gongzi Lu. Of course, she also disliked students like him. University is different from primary school. In primary school, if a student misbehaved, he was just a little rascal in the eyes of the teachers because he was still young. But university students are adults, not children, and if they do evil, they can be just as harmful as members of society. Teacher, this is a deserted island, not a school. When he was at school, young Master Lu was arrogant and domineering because he was a local and his family was rich and powerful. He bullied men and women. But if he continues like this on this deserted island, he will be courting death. Yi Feng said, clenching his fist. I'm also very familiar with Gongzi Lu. He's a wicked man. Back in college, he often preyed on many female students from poor families and other places. He used coercion, enticement, and other methods to threaten them. He ruined a lot of girls. Lu Ting also felt extremely disgusted when Gongzi Lu was mentioned. Young Master Lu is indeed very bad. There was a girl in our class who was very beautiful. She was from out of town, and her parents ran a street stall in Suzhou. Young Master Lu wanted to play with her, so he pursued her, but she rejected him, Lu Mei said. And then? Yi Feng asked. Lu Mei said, not long after, the girl's parents were hit by a speeding car while they were out setting up a street stall. They were seriously injured, and the car sped away. The girl's parents were hospitalized and urgently needed money. Then, Gongzi Lu happened to appear, bullied the girl, and then gave her a sum of money. Holy crap, Zhang Xiaoling said angrily. How come I've never heard of this? Since you're not a member of our class, it's normal that you don't know. Besides, no one would dare to spread rumors for fear of retaliation from young Master Lu, Lu Mei said. Hee. Yi Feng sneered. This trash committed numerous evils back in Suzhou. Now that he's stranded on the island, he still wants to continue to bully others. When he comes back, Yifeng will definitely kill him. The island is full of dangers, so it's normal for someone to die. He's really that bad? Zhao Shui was a little scared, but thankfully she had already graduated. If you don't graduate and encounter someone like Gongzi Lu, it would be truly terrifying. Lu Ting said, Zhao Shui, young Master Lu was a bad guy to begin with. It's probably because of that incident that he had such a big impact. Also, you came very late and graduated after only half a year. Otherwise, you would probably have suffered too. Zhao Shui couldn't help but tremble because her parents also ran street stalls or did temporary jobs. Fortunately, she arrived late, and Gongzi Lu had temporarily restrained himself after doing that thing. Otherwise, she might have suffered the same fate. Sister Lu Ting, were you afraid of young Master Lu back then? Zhao Shui asked. Cut. Lu Ting scoffed. I'm a local, and you don't even know who my father is. Does young Master Lu dare to make a move on me? Unlike Shi Dalong and Shi Dao, Gongzi Lu and Shi Dalong, although these two brothers also committed many evil deeds when they were in school, they did not have Gongzi Lu's cunning and methods. Yifeng, you really need to be careful of young Master Lu. It's said that Tai Hu is also a formidable fighter, Lu Ting warned. What's there to be afraid of? Once I'm better, I'll personally twist off young Master Lu's head and personally kill Tai Hu. I'll treat him the same way he treated me back then, Zhang Xiaoling said nonchalantly. Xiaoling, are you afraid of young Master Lu and the others? Yifeng asked. Zhang Xiaoling said, Brother Yi, we've known each other for 4 years. Don't you know me? When have I ever been afraid of anyone? The east wind blows and the war drums beat. In today's society, who's afraid of who? Besides, this is an island. Okay, good brother. Yifeng patted Zhang Xiaoling on the shoulder. He liked brothers like this, who were fearless and never hesitated. However, it's still best to be careful. I don't want any of you to get hurt on this island. If necessary, we must defend our rights, Wang Qing said. Yifeng didn't speak. He didn't quite agree with Wang Qing's statement. What did she mean by under necessary circumstances? In that situation, it would be too late to do anything else. The only option was to strike first. Of course, given Wang Qing's professional status, she couldn't encourage Yifeng and his group to make the first move. Lu Ting, you guys stay here and tidy up the cave. Lu Mei and I will go out and find something to eat, Yifeng instructed. Lu Mei was familiar with the area, so Yifeng decided to bring her along. Although there was a cave, there was still no food. It was getting late, and it would be dark in a few hours. Yifeng decided to look for something to eat nearby and figure out how to find and store food tomorrow. Please be careful, Lu Ting said. Brother Yi, let me go with you, Zhang Xiaoling said. Rest assured and recover. Once you're healed in a few days, we'll go together, Yifeng said. Brother Yi, thank you for avenging me. From now on, we'll share both good times and bad. Zhang Xiaoling was deeply moved. Yifeng had avenged him. Yifeng smiled faintly, then took Lu Mei out. Chapter 142, The Female Master on the Island. Lu Mei and Yifeng walked in the nearby forest. The forest was quite large, but there was almost no prey, only some wild vegetables. Because there were quite a few people living nearby, the prey had been almost all hunted away. In the dense forest, Yifeng searched for some wild vegetables. These wild vegetables are mostly plantain and shepherd's purse, but wild vegetables are hard to fill your stomach. They are okay to eat occasionally, but if you eat them often, you will not feel full. Since leaving their cave, Yifeng and his companions hadn't eaten meat. They finally managed to hunt a wild boar, but then a lot of hyenas appeared. After many twists and turns and the dangers of the swamp, they met their good brother Zhang Xiaoling. Brother Yi, there are almost no prey in the forests around here. If we want to find food, we need to get away from here. After Xiaoling injured her legs, I didn't dare to go into the distant forests by myself. Lu Mei walked through the forest, filled with worry, because without food, they would surely starve to death. Let's find some wild vegetables to fill our stomachs today. Tomorrow we'll venture deeper into the forest. I wonder if any dangers or strange occurrences have happened in this area. Yifeng asked. Yes, I have. Lu Mei said. I heard that 3 days ago, Jin Fuhao, along with a boy and 2 girls, went into the jungle behind the mountain to look for food. As a result, they encountered danger at night, and one of the boys and one of the girls died. Only Jin Fuhao and one of the girls escaped. Moreover, after escaping, Jin Fuhao was so frightened that he fell seriously ill. Golden Rich Man. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Yifeng recognized this person. Jin Fuhao is also a student at this school. He has a nickname, Flying Bat. He got this nickname not because he was highly skilled, but because he was no good at fighting anyone or doing anything, so his classmates gave him the nickname Rich Man Jin. In the legend of the Condor heroes, Kuzhani, the flying bat, was arrogant and defiant towards everyone, but he couldn't defeat anyone. Jin Fuhao was the same. He was arrogant and defiant towards everyone, but he couldn't defeat anyone. Lu Mei continued, when the shipwreck happened, a dozen of us were washed ashore to a low-lying area. Since people tend to group together, we split into 4 camps, Gongzi Lu and his group, Xiaoling and I, and Jin Fuhao and his group. Who is the other faction? Yifeng asked. Yes. Lu Mei was about to answer when a sudden noise came from the forest. Hee. Flapping. A plump pheasant came running quickly, flapping its wings. Wow, a pheasant, a pheasant. When Lu Mei saw the pheasant, she was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. This pheasant is quite large, probably weighing 4 or 5 pounds. It runs very fast. Pheasants are different from domestic chickens. Although domestic chickens have wings, they run almost entirely on 2 legs. Pheasants, because they live in the wild, can run and fly even though they cannot fly. Brother Yi, there's a pheasant. Catch it quickly. Lu Mei was overjoyed when she saw the pheasant suddenly take flight. Whoosh. Yifeng gripped his sword and quickly gave chase. The pheasant didn't fly very high, sometimes a few meters off the ground, and sometimes it ran on its legs, but it was very fast, and an ordinary person definitely couldn't catch up with it. After Yifeng chased after it, the pheasant quickly flew up to the branch of a tree. The tree branch wasn't very tall, less than 3 meters from the ground. Hee. The pheasant was startled and cried out. Whoosh. Yifeng leaped up quickly, grabbing the tree branch with both hands and climbing upwards. Heh. The pheasant spread its wings, flew down from the branch, and tried to enter the jungle. Call out. Yifeng threw his sword, and the sharp blade pierced through the pheasant instantly. The pheasant let out its final cry, its legs twitching uncontrollably, and it was killed. Haha. Brother Yi, you're amazing. Lu Mei was overjoyed and excitedly ran towards the pheasant. Because she was very fat, her body bounced up and down as she ran. However, this fat girl was kind and loyal. After Zhang Xiaoling helped her, she never abandoned him. Take it back, we have food today. Yifeng leaped down from under the tree and clapped his hands in a good mood. Okay, Brother Yi. Lu Mei picked up the pheasant, returned the sword to Yifeng, and then prepared to go back. Stop. Just as the two were about to return, a cold voice came from the woods behind them. Yifeng turned around and saw a cold-looking woman walking out of the woods. She was about 25 or 26 years old and about 1.7 meters tall. The woman was cold and had sharp eyes. She was also a trained martial artist, as she wore wrist and knee pads, which are worn by martial arts practitioners. Strangely, she was still wearing these things after being stranded on an island. There is only one explanation. She was wearing wristbands and knee pads while on the cruise ship. Who is she? Yifeng asked. Lu Mei was somewhat wary and said, her name is Xiaochun. She is a female expert. Her older sister, Bai Ji, is a very successful female CEO. Xiaochun works as her sister's bodyguard and often protects Bai Ji when traveling between China and overseas. I see. Yifeng did not know Xiaochun or the female CEO Bai Ji, but they were not from this school. They were outsiders. Hand over the pheasant. Tread. Xiaochun stepped forward, extended her wristband-protected hand, and stared coldly at Lu Mei. Chapter 143, Master's Clash. In the forest, Lu Mei looked at Xiaochun in fear, because the woman in front of her was a master dozens of times more powerful than Shin Chi-Chi. Hand over the pheasant. Xiaochun reached out her hand and continued to look at Lu Mei coldly. Lu Mei, carrying the pheasant, looked anxiously at Yifeng, not daring to offend this female expert. Hee. Yifeng smiled and said, why should I hand this pheasant over to you? Give me a reason. Damn it. Even if she's a female expert, even if she's very good at fighting, she can't be so arrogant. Besides, Yifeng is very confident in his own skills. Because I spotted the pheasant first and chased it for a long time, but you guys ended up getting the freebie, Xiaochun said. Yifeng said, all I know is that I hunted this pheasant. Besides, it was unclaimed, so it doesn't belong to whoever sees it first. That's true. You didn't raise these pheasants. For example, if you see a wild fish in a lake but can't catch it, and someone else catches it, would you want to steal it? Lu Mei said, I'll count to 3. If you don't hand over the pheasant, you die. Xiaochun's eyes flashed with a fierce light, her face icy cold. Lu Mei was a little scared and quickly stood behind Yifeng because Xiaochun's murderous aura was very strong. I didn't want to argue with you because you're a woman, and I was even willing to share half with you, but you're so arrogant that I won't give you a single hair now. Yifeng's voice was icy cold. Damn it, they're counting to 3 and saying they'll die if you don't hand it over? Who are they trying to scare? I wasn't born to be intimidated. Originally, seeing that she was a woman, he wanted to share half with her, but Yi Feng is angry now and won't give her even a single pheasant feather. 1. Xiao Chun started counting. She held up her index finger. Yi Feng handed his sword to Lu Mei and said, "Hold this sword safe for me, so people won't say I'm using it to bully women." "Oh, then be careful." Lu Mei held a sword in one hand and a dead pheasant in the other. 2. Xiao Chun raised another finger, looking at the two of them with icy eyes. Yi Feng stood calmly under the tree. Damn it. Even if she counted to 3, 30, 300, or even 3,000, it wouldn't make a difference. 3. Whoosh. When the count reached 3, Xiao Chun moved. She rushed over quickly, as fast as a gust of wind. I didn't expect this woman to be so fast. Call. After rushing over, Xiao Chun leaped into the air and swept her right leg horizontally, attacking Yi Feng's head like a whirlwind sweeping away leaves. She was very fast, and her leg sweep in midair could generate such strong force. Yi Feng leaned back quickly, forming a 90-degree angle, to avoid Xiao Chun's sweeping attack. After exhausting the momentum of her right foot sweeping attack, Xiao Chun kicked out with her left foot again, launching a series of kicks in midair. She was able to execute such a difficult move with such fluidity. She was truly impressive. Yi Feng quickly grabbed Xiao Chun's foot, intending to throw her out of the air. However, Xiao Chun was very fast. She quickly slammed her knees down, simultaneously striking the arteries on both sides of Yi Feng's neck. If he were hit, he would definitely be seriously injured. A desperate situation can lead to survival. Yi Feng threw a punch at Xiao Chun's abdomen, intending to send her flying. This woman was skilled in martial arts, with sharp moves and a particularly ruthless style, so Yi Feng didn't want to hold back. Xiao Chun was shocked and her knee slammed heavily into Yi Feng's fist. Bang! With a loud crash, Xiao Chun used the force of the impact to propel herself backward, but her hands were shaped like tiger claws. As she sped away, her tiger claws struck Yi Feng's neck. Yi Feng quickly crouched down, dodging Xiao Chun's sharp claws. After Xiao Chun's figure flashed out, she landed on her feet and assumed a scorpion attack stance. She looked at Yi Feng in surprise, as if she hadn't expected that this man in front of her would be so powerful, with strength no less than Tai Hu. When she was on the island, she had fought Tai Hu for her sister Bai Ji. To her surprise, another man appeared on the island, whose strength was no less than that of Tai Hu. Wow! Standing behind, Lu Mei was astonished when she saw Yi Feng and Xiao Chun's fight. As a woman herself, she felt ashamed and realized she couldn't beat Xiao Chun. Yi Feng looked at Xiao Chun with some surprise. This woman's kung fu was better than many men's, at least better than the Golden Lion King Zhang Shaoling. Although Zhang Shaoling had trained with Yi Feng for 4 years, kung fu takes time to hone, and besides, Zhang Shaoling started learning too late, missing the optimal age. Click! Click! Xiao Chun gently moved her neck, and immediately heard a crackling sound from her bones. Whoosh! After a brief pause, Xiao Chun continued rushing forward at breakneck speed, like a whirlwind. She was incredibly fast, her feet kicking up countless fallen leaves from the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Xiao Chun sped along, fallen leaves were kicked up and swirled around her. Chapter 144, Draw the Knife. Death. Call. Call. Xiao Chun ran very fast, so the wind whipped up the mat. As Xiao Chun rushed to Yi Feng's side, she leaped up and slammed her knee out, intending to strike Yi Feng's chest. The impact of her knee was very strong. If it hit his chest, he would definitely get a stitch. Whoosh! Yi Feng quickly took a half step back, then reached out and grabbed Xiao Chun, attempting to pull her down from the air. Sizzle! Because of his speed, Yi Feng grabbed Xiao Chun's clothes and broke the 2 buttons. The outer garment opened, revealing a red undergarment. She didn't have a very good figure, probably because she practiced martial arts often, so she was all muscle. Xiao Chun remained expressionless and unresponsive. Although Yi Feng had opened her clothes, she didn't get angry or curse him as a scoundrel or shameless person. Perhaps she was used to it. After all, as a bodyguard, she was different from ordinary girls. Call out. Call out. With a cold gaze, Xiao Chun slid her hands across her knee pads, revealing 2 horn-shaped knives in her hands. She was carrying weapons. Brother Yi, be careful! Lu Mei exclaimed in alarm from behind. Xiao Chun, suspended in midair, plummeted with the force of 1,000 pounds, gripping the oxhorn knife in both hands, simultaneously stabbing at Yi Feng's shoulder. Lu Mei was horrified and turned pale, as if she could see Yi Feng being stabbed to death. Yi Feng quickly fell to the ground, his back pressed against the ground, his face up. As Xiao Chun pounced on him, he grabbed the woman's hands and then kicked her in the stomach. Bang! Xiao Chun was kicked over, her body rolling from Yifeng's feet to her head. Yifeng spun his legs and leaped up like a tornado. Xiao Chun had just stood up and hadn't even had time to turn around when Yifeng attacked her. Tap, tap, tap. Xiao Chun was kicked in the back, stumbled forward a few steps, then spun around, crossed her legs and squatted down, gripping her knife in both hands, ready to strike. Dare to draw your knife, and you will die. Boom. Yifeng roared in fury, glaring murderously at Xiao Chun. Damn it, this damned woman actually dared to draw her knife right in front of him. Brother Yi, here you go. Lu Mei quickly walked over and handed the sword to Yifeng. Do you want to die? Yifeng stared coldly at Xiao Chun. This damned woman, if she dared to use her knife again, she wouldn't be so ruthless. Koharu. Koharu. From the woods behind them came a woman's voice calling out. The woman's voice was very pleasant and melodious. Xiao Chun gave Yifeng a cold look, then looked down at what was in front of her. She then put the horn knife into the knee pads on her legs and quickly leaped into the forest, disappearing from sight. Brother Yi, are you all right? Lu Mei asked. Fine. Yifeng shook his head slightly. That was close. You're really amazing. Even Tai, who is wary of this cold-blooded female expert, and he's even fought with her before, Lu Mei said. She fought with Tai who? Yifeng asked. Yes. Lu Mei nodded and said, the day after we met on the beach after being washed ashore by the waves, Tai who saw that Bai Ji was very beautiful and mature, so he wanted to flirt with her. Xiao Chun intervened, but she didn't use her knife that time. How did the game go? Yifeng asked. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Yifeng wanted to understand Tai Hu's strength, as this man had injured Zhang Xiaoling's legs and bullied his brother. He was determined to avenge this. Lu Mei said, they only fought for a few rounds, less than 2 minutes, and then they stopped. But you could tell that neither Tiehu nor Xiaochun wanted to continue fighting, probably because they were wary of each other. Okay, let's go back. Yifeng gripped his sword and led Lu Mei back. And at this moment, inside the cave, Lu Ting, Wang Qing, and Zhao Shui were tidying up the cave, which contained wood and withered grass. Alas, what a pity we didn't bring the wolf pelts from that cave. If we had those pelts, we could have used them as blankets at night. Lu Ting sighed as she tidied up the cave. We've never used those wolf pelts even once. If we go back to get them, it'll probably take a whole day round trip, Zhao Shui said. There's also a frying pan in that cave, but Xiaoling and the others have frying pans too, so that frying pan is useless to us, Wang Qing said with a smile. I wonder when young Master Lu and Tai Hu will return. If they come, they will definitely cause trouble. Zhao Shui was very worried when she thought of those two people. Lu Ting didn't say anything, because she was also a little worried. Damn it. If they dare to come back, I'll team up with Brother Yifeng and beat them up together, Zhang Xiaoling cursed, clearly unconvinced. Brother Zhang. Zhao Shui addressed him very politely, but before she could finish speaking, Zhang Xiaoling said seriously, please call me the Golden Lion King. TCH, do you really think you're Xie Sun from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Lu Ting rolled her eyes, trying to provoke Zhang Xiaoling. Brother Yi, you're back? Zhao Shui suddenly looked towards the cave entrance and saw that Yifeng had returned, and Lu Mei was carrying a pheasant. Yifeng, you're amazing. You actually brought back a pheasant. Lu Ting was overjoyed. She hadn't eaten meat for 2 days and had only eaten wild vegetables. She felt like she was losing her spiritual energy. Brother Yi even fought with Xiao Chun over this pheasant. Lu Mei gets very angry when this matter is brought up. Chapter 145 Island Woman. By G. Inside the cave. After hearing Lu Mei's story, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui were both very angry. They felt that Xiao Chun had gone too far, being unreasonable and even resorting to violence. If it weren't for Brother Ye's magnanimity and willingness to let her off the hook, he definitely wouldn't have let her off so easily, Lu Mei continued. Yifeng, are you alright? Lu Ting looked at Yifeng with concern, afraid that he might get hurt. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yifeng smiled, indicating that he was alright. That woman named Xiaochun is really going too far. Why don't you teach her a lesson? Lu Ting felt that this was not Yifeng's character. He shouldn't have given up so easily, yet he actually let Xiao Chun leave. Since the situation is unclear, there's no need for a life-or-death struggle. Besides, she's just a woman, Yifeng said. When stranded on an island, women generally won't actively harm men, because women are defensive while men are offensive. If I see her, I'll definitely teach her a lesson and get revenge for you. Lu Ting was very angry, her face stern. Cough, cough, cough. Yifeng was drinking water, but after hearing Lu Ting's words, he almost choked. Because Lu Ting is no match for Xiao Chun. My dear great-aunt, you absolutely mustn't mess with that tomboy. You're no match for her, Zhang Xiaoling warned. You look down on me, huh? Let me tell you, I'm also a martial arts practitioner. I've trained in Taekwondo, and I have an 8th degree black belt. Lu Ting shook her fist to indicate that she also knew Kung Fu. Your skills are just amateurish, all show and no substance. Xiaochun is a Sanda master, and also a professional bodyguard, Zhang Xiaoling said. Lu Ting was somewhat unconvinced because she also cared about her reputation. She could accept that she was inferior to men, but she felt resentful that she was inferior to other women. Don't be impulsive, don't go looking for Xiaochun, because you're no match for her, Yifeng warned. Fine, you look down on me then. You rest first, I'll go get you some pheasant to eat. Lu Ting touched her nose and said, Beautiful Lu Ting, there's a river not far from the cave. We often fetch water there. Let's go there together to catch some pheasants. Lu Mei stood up, preparing to go out with Lu Ting. Xiao Xue, you stay in the cave and start a fire. Xiao Mei, shouting, and I will go out and catch pheasants. After instructing Xiao Xue, Wang Qing followed the two women out. Teachers, please be careful and don't go too far, Yifeng reminded them. After the three left, only Yifeng, Xiao Xue, and Zhang Xiaoling remained in the cave. Yifeng walked to Zhang Xiaoling's side and asked, How do your legs feel? I feel much better. I should be able to walk again in 2 days at most. Once young Master Lu and Tai Hu return, I will personally take my revenge. Zhang Xiaoling clenched his fist, a murderous glint in his eyes. He was a man who feared neither heaven nor earth. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge this. Yifeng comforted Zhang Xiaoling, saying that the two of them had a very good relationship and were inseparable during their 4 years of university. We've been to internet cafes together, drunk together, and our friendship is deep and our bond is strong. Moreover, Yifeng visited Zhang Xiaoling's home during his sophomore year. However, Zhang Xiaoling comes from a single-parent family. Her father passed away early, and she only has her mother. Zhang Xiaoling's mother was from a pastoral area. She was kind and sincere. During the time Yifeng was there, his mother often roasted lamb legs for him. Because they own several ranches, Zhang Xiaoling's family is quite well off. I heard that Xiaochun's older sister is Bai Ji. Do you know her? Yifeng asked. We didn't know each other before, but we met after we were stranded on a desert island, Zhang Xiaoling said. What do you think of this woman? Yifeng asked. This woman is indeed good. She is sincere, kind-hearted, and generous. When Zhang Xiaoling mentioned the female CEO named Bai Ji, he couldn't stop praising her. I didn't expect you to speak of a stranger like that, Yifeng said. In fact, Zhang Xiaoling and Bai Ji were practically strangers. Although they knew each other, they only knew each other's names after being stranded on a deserted island. This limited understanding makes them practically strangers. Because Bai Ji helped me before, I feel that this woman is genuinely good, Zhang Xiaoling said. She helped you? Yifeng asked, somewhat surprised. Yes. Zhang Xiaoling nodded and said seriously, when we were stranded on the deserted island, we split into 4 camps. Lu Mei and I were in one camp, Bai Ji and the others were in another, Gongzi Lu was in yet another, and Flying Bat Jin Fuhao and the others were in the same camp. Gongzi Lu wanted to dominate the deserted island, while Bai Ji advocated peaceful coexistence, so she helped me a few times. Then why were your legs injured by Tai Hu and the others? Yifeng asked. Because Bai Ji and Xiao Chun weren't there at the time, they went out to find food. When they came back and learned what had happened to me, she came to see me in person and brought me food twice, Zhang Xiaoling said. Yifeng immediately felt a sense of goodwill towards Bai Ji. Although they had never met before, this woman had helped his brother. After his brother fell into trouble, this woman had visited him and brought him food twice. We've only met by chance, and I'm already more than satisfied with this much help. Because between camps, just like between nations, it's impossible to get another country to help you wholeheartedly. I'll visit her when I have time and express my gratitude, Yifeng said. That's only right. Once my leg injury heals, I'll go see Bai Ji and return the food from those 2 occasions. With interest, Zhang Xiaoling said. Is anyone in the cave? Zhang Xiaoling, are you inside? A sound suddenly came from outside the cave. It was a very pleasant and melodious sound, one that Yifeng had heard before in the woods. Oh, it's Bai Ji. I'm here. Please come in. Zhang Xiaoling responded with a smile. Yifeng looked out of the cave. He really wanted to see what the female CEO looked like. Chapter 146, The Noble Beauty. Bai Ji. Yifeng turned around and saw 2 women walking out of the cave. One of them was Xiao Chun. They had met before and even fought. The other woman was very beautiful and had a very noble air about her. The woman was over 1.7 meters tall, wearing a bright red mink coat, with a beautiful oval face that looked as if it were carved from white jade. Her long eyelashes seemed to tremble slightly in the wind. She was around 30 years old, very feminine, sexy, and mature. Especially her noble demeanor. She was like the woman of a Shanghai gangster, like a big sister. Could she be Bai Ji? This woman is different from others, compared to anyone else. She possesses an extra touch of nobility and gentleness. Beautiful Bai Ji, you've arrived. Please come in. Zhang Shaoling stood up with a smile, but he needed to use a wooden stick to support himself. Is your injury healed? Bai Ji led Xiao Chun in, and the moment she entered the cave, a fragrant aroma filled the air. I'm not fully recovered yet, but thanks to my brother, he helped me set and reposition my bones. Zhang Shaoling smiled politely because he was grateful to Bai Ji. After all, Bai Ji had helped him and brought him food twice. For someone who is not related to him by blood or marriage to help him to this extent is already an act of kindness and generosity. That's good. Sit down quickly. Don't stand up. Be careful not to hurt your foot. Bai Ji smiled gracefully and elegantly, her demeanor exuding nobility, as if she were an aristocrat. Compared to her, Wang Qing lacks this noble temperament. Even Lu Ting and Zhao Shui didn't have this noble air in front of her, perhaps because of their different status. Although Lu Ting's family is wealthy, this young lady is just a second-generation rich kid, not an entrepreneur, so she lacks that noble temperament and the aura of someone in a superior position. Shaoling, is this your brother? Bai Ji looked at Yi Feng with clear eyes. Yes, I forgot to introduce him to you. He is my best brother, my best buddy. Yi Feng, Zhang Shaoling quickly introduced. So it's Yi Feng. When we were stranded on a deserted island, Zhang Shaoling mentioned you. He was so kind and loyal to you, always talking about you and worrying about you, Bai Ji said with a smile. Beautiful Bai Ji, thank you for taking care of my brother, thank you. Yi Feng stood up and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Hee, when you're stranded on a deserted island, it's only right to help each other. It's a pity that when Tiehu and his two brothers were dealing with your brother, we were out looking for food. Bai Ji smiled faintly and expressed her apology. Actually, the reason she helped Zhang Shaoling was not entirely out of kindness, but rather because she had a purpose, perhaps wanting more people to subdue Taihu. Snort. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, tilted her head to the side, and glared at Yi Feng, seemingly very displeased. She was still bothered by the fight. This is my younger sister, Xiao Chun. I know what happened earlier. I scolded her afterwards. She shouldn't have fought with you over the pheasant, and even got into a fight. Although she found the pheasant, she didn't catch it. Bai Ji stood in the cave and spoke with a noble air. Snort. Xiao Chun snorted again, clearly unconvinced. I brought Xiao Chun here mainly to apologize. As her older sister, I also want to apologize to you. Bai Ji placed her left hand on her lower abdomen and bent over slightly. Haha, beautiful Bai Ji, you're too kind. I should be the one apologizing to you. After all, I'm a man and I shouldn't have hit a woman. Yi Feng smiled politely, then said to Zhao Shui, go to the riverbank and find Lu Ting. Tell them to bring the pheasant back to Xiao Chun. Okay, brother Yi. Zhao Shui nodded slightly and prepared to leave, but in front of Bai Ji, she felt dim and insignificant. Yi Feng, I didn't come here to ask for the pheasant. We still have some food in our cave, so we don't need this pheasant. I'm here to apologize to you. Bai Ji turned around and looked at her younger sister behind her, quickly apologized to Yi Feng. Snort. Xiao Chun was very unhappy and continued to tilt her head to the side. You're not even listening to me anymore? Don't you want to acknowledge me as your older sister anymore? Bai Ji asked. Xiao Chun was a little scared. This cold and aloof female expert was actually so afraid of her older sister. Yi Feng, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you first. Under her sister's pressure, Xiao Chun lowered her head and apologized. Little Chun, it's all right. We became friends after our initial encounter. But you are indeed very capable, a true heroine, Yi Feng said with a smile. Snort. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, then turned and left the cave. I've spoiled my little sister rotten. Shaoling, Yefeng, it's getting late, I'll head back now. You can come visit me in my cave sometime, Bai Ji said with a smile. I'll definitely go when I have time. Beautiful Bai Ji, take care. Yi Feng said with a smile. Bai Ji turned and left the cave, her beautiful and noble figure gradually disappearing from the three people's sight. Brother Yi, Bai Ji is really beautiful, and she has a very noble temperament, just like a big sister. Zhao Shui couldn't help but praise her. Although she had seen beautiful women before, she had never seen a beauty with such a noble air as Bai Ji. Lu Ting and the others returned, and they had already killed and cleaned the pheasant. Wow, Yi Feng, I just saw a stunningly beautiful woman walk out of the cave. Not only is she gorgeous, but she also has an elegant air about her. You can tell at a glance that she's a successful businesswoman. She must be Bai Ji, right? Upon entering the cave, Lu Ting asked in surprise. Hurry up and stew the pheasant. After you've eaten your fill, rest. We'll go hunting tomorrow morning, Yi Feng said. This pheasant is only enough for one meal, and we'll need to add some wild vegetables to make it even better, so we must go out and find food tomorrow. I'll go and stew some chicken for you. Lu Mei took the pheasant over and prepared to stew it. Brother Yi, if you're going out to hunt tomorrow, you must take me with you. This forest is too dangerous. A few days ago, 2 men and 2 women went into the forest to look for food, and 2 of them died, Zhang Xiaoling said worriedly. Yifeng had heard about this. Lu Mei told him about it. It is said that a terrifying monster has appeared in the forest. It is very ferocious. Alas, this island is really too dangerous. Zhang Xiaoling sighed, somewhat worried. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to go out and hunt tomorrow because all the prey in the area has been hunted. We can't just sit in the cave and wait to die. Yifeng gently touched his sword. Tomorrow, he must go out hunting. Hopefully we won't encounter that monster. If we do, then it will be a fight to the death. If you encounter that thing, either it dies or you die. Chapter 147, discussing going into the mountains. As darkness fell, the forest fell silent. The evening breeze blew incessantly, and the grove in front of the cave entrance rustled intermittently, as if countless poisonous insects and ferocious beasts were scurrying about. Lu Mei and the others stewed the pheasant, and they added some wild vegetables to the pot. The 6 people sat in the cave eating, and because they were very hungry, they ate with great relish. We ate a really filling dinner. Although 1 pheasant wasn't enough, with some wild vegetables, it was just about enough. After eating his fill, Yi Fengzhong looked out from inside the cave. I'm going out to hunt tomorrow. I wonder if I'll encounter any danger. Brother Yi, I'll go with you tomorrow. Anyway, I can barely walk now. Zhang Xiaoling stood up, leaning on a wooden stick. He seemed to be in good spirits. You should rest for a couple of days first, Yifeng said. I'm a man, after all. I'm not that delicate. Zhang Xiaoling clenched his fist to show that he was very strong. Brother Zhang, you should listen to Brother Ye's arrangements and rest for a few days first, Zhao Shui said gently. Please call me the Golden Lion King. Zhang Xiaoling tossed his hair, looking quite dashing. However, he is a generous person. People with broad foreheads are generally generous. Golden Retriever, stop showing off. Lu Ting said irritably. She had never seen anyone so pretentious. You should rest for a few days first. What if something happens in the forest? How am I supposed to explain this to your mother? Yifeng said. But finding prey requires manpower. If I don't go, can you manage on your own? Zhang Xiaoling asked. Yifeng was silent for a moment, then said, Lu Mei is strong. You can come with me tomorrow. Lu Ting is also quite strong. You can come with me too. Okay, Brother Yi. Lu Mei stretched her whole body, but she was indeed quite fat, standing at 1.7 meters tall and weighing 140 kilograms. Bringing her along is like bringing a man along. Brother Yi, I want to go with you too. Xiao Feng, I'll go with you too. Both Zhao Shui and Wang Qing wanted to go with Yifeng. You all stay in the cave. Xiaoling is injured and needs someone to take care of her. If we go out hunting tomorrow and Gongzi Lu and the others return, you must not have any conflicts with them. Be patient and wait for me to come back before we talk about it. Because Yifeng was worried, he gave serious instructions. Brother Yi, when are you coming back? Zhao Shui asked. We'll leave tomorrow and return no later than the day after tomorrow, or even that evening, Yifeng said. Then you must be careful, Zhao Shui said, still worried. Brother Yi, you can bring Jin Fuhao along and have him assist you as a laborer. He's a man, so his physical strength is definitely better than Lu Mei's and the others, Zhang Xiaoling said. What is this person's character like? Yifeng asked. Although Jin Fuhao was also a student at the school, Yifeng and he were not familiar with each other when they were in school. Yifeng only knew that Jin Fuhao's nickname was Flying Bat, and he was also known as Master Ku. He is called Master Ku, Flying Bat, not because he loves chivalry, but because he is arrogant and disrespectful to everyone, yet he can't beat anyone. They're the kind of people who act all high and mighty one moment, and then do whatever they want with you the next. Xiaoling, young Master Lu, and the others used to bully you, and Jin Fuhao never helped you. Why are you still thinking about him? Lu Mei asked. He's no match for Tai Hu. Even Xiao Bao could beat him to a pulp, so I never counted on him, Zhang Xiaoling said. During the days when they were stranded on the island, Zhang Xiaoling was often bullied by Gongzi Lu Zhengming's men, and later both of her legs were injured. During this period, Jin Fuhao never helped Zhang Xiaoling, because he was struggling to protect himself. So how could he help others? Yifeng, I think Xiaoling is right. Let's see how things go tomorrow. If possible, let's bring Jin Fuhao along too. If we encounter prey, it will be difficult for the 3 of us to carry it back, Lu Ting said. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yifeng lay down on the straw mat by the fire, ready to rest. These grass mats were laid out by young Master Lu and his group, but now they belonged to Yifeng. Xiaofeng, Shouting, Xiaomei, The three of you are going into the mountains to find food tomorrow, so get some rest tonight. I'll keep watch, Wang Qing said. Yifeng didn't need to worry about trivial matters like keeping watch. He only needed to focus on finding food. Because he was too tired during the day, Yifeng went to bed early and fell asleep shortly after lying down. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Yifeng woke up. It was daylight, and he prepared to set off. There were still some wild vegetables in the cave. The pheasant was eaten yesterday, but there was still some soup left. Wang Qing cooked wild vegetables and pheasant soup, and these wild vegetables could be eaten twice. However, after finishing this meal, Yifeng and the others were about to set off. As for the remaining wild vegetables, they were left in the cave for Zhang Xiaoling and the other two to eat. After breakfast, Yifeng set off with Lu Mei and Lu Ting, but he planned to meet Jin Fuhao. If possible, it would be good to bring along some cheap labor. Brother Yi, please be careful and don't go too far. Just find something to eat. Once you're better in a couple of days, we can go out together again. Zhang Xiaoling stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at Yifeng with some worry. Don't worry, I'm lucky and won't die so easily. Yifeng waved his hand, preparing to leave. I'm afraid that if you pass away, when I go to your hometown one day and see your uncle and aunt with tears streaming down their faces, I won't know how to comfort them, Zhang Xiaoling said. Shut your mouth. If you can't speak properly, don't talk nonsense. Lu Ting looked at Zhang Xiaoling, somewhat angry. Ha. Zhang Xiaoling smiled, in a very good mood. Chapter 148, a 50-50 split. That's impossible. Yifeng grabbed his sword and set off with the two women, hoping for good luck and a successful return. Lu Ting and Lu Mei were holding bamboo poles, which they used as weapons, but one end of the bamboo poles was sharpened to a very point. As for making bows and arrows, forget about it, because there are no materials and no way to make tools. Although simple bows and arrows can be made from bamboo and tough tree bark, they are not very powerful and cannot even kill a rabbit, making them a waste of effort to hold. Lu Mei planned to take Yifeng to Jin Fuhao's cave. After walking through a grove of trees, they came to the entrance of a cave, where there was a dilapidated cave. The cave environment was terrible, the entrance was covered in moss, and it was clear that it was very damp. Living in such a cave for a long time will definitely cause rheumatism, and eventually lead to death from the disease. Can people live in this cave? There's so much moss growing at the entrance, and there are several small ditches, Lu Ting asked. Although there are several small ditches at the entrance of the moss-covered cave, the water in the ditches is unusable because it is stagnant. There are only a few caves nearby, and the best ones have all been taken, Lu Mei said. This is a place where fists speak louder than words. Whoever has the strongest fist, whoever fights the most, gets to live in the best mountain. Rich guy, I can't eat this. These tree leaves are too awful. From inside the cave came a girl's complaint. I can't eat it either. These leaves are really hard to eat. Even though I boiled them in water several times, I still can't eat them, another girl said. Unexpectedly, there were 3 people in the cave. Lu Mei said, when they were divided into camps, Jin Fuhao and his group had a total of 5 people, 2 boys and 3 girls. However, 1 boy and 1 girl died when they went out to find food, so now there are only 3 of them left. They are so pitiful, they actually boil tree leaves to eat. Lu Ting shook her head helplessly, but still followed Yifeng. At least she never ate tree leaves. As soon as Yifeng reached the entrance of the cave, he smelled the odor of boiled tree leaves. Are tree leaves for humans to eat? No, they're for pigs. Golden rich man. Yifeng called out, then led the 2 into the cave. The cave is very small, only a dozen square meters. Because the cave is located at a low altitude, the ventilation and lighting are poor. The cave was very humid and smelled terrible. 3 people were sitting in the cave, one of whom was Jin Fuhao, whom Yifeng recognized. Jin Fuhao is not tall, has a pointed mouth and a thin face, and looks like a monkey. Yifeng didn't recognize the 2 girls, but they had pockmarked faces, thick waists, and thick legs. But appearance is not important, because beauty and ugliness are just appearances. Inner beauty is true beauty. Yifeng, the school beauty, I didn't expect you 2 to still be alive. When he saw Yifeng come in, Jin Fuhao seemed very surprised, and his eyes darted around as he looked at Lu Ting. Lu Ting is the school beauty. She is not only very pretty, but also has a great figure. Thinking of the 2 women beside him, one with thick legs and the other with a wide waist, Jin Fuhao felt very uncomfortable. Wow, Lu Ting, the school beauty, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The 2 girls were also very surprised. Do you know me? Lu Ting asked. Of course we know you, because we're also members of the school. You're the school's most beautiful girl. Who doesn't know you? The 2 girls said. Although the 2 girls knew her, Lu Ting did not know them. After all, There were hundreds of graduates in this year's class. Haha. Beautiful Lu Ting, classmate Yifeng. Please have a seat. Make yourself at home. Jin Fuhao pointed to the stones by the fire and invited Yifeng and the other two to sit down. Yifeng looked at their hands and saw that they were holding plastic bowls. These must have been supplies from the cruise ship. They had obtained these supplies after the ship washed ashore. Besides these items, there were 2 buckets and a frying pan in their cave. The 3 people's plastic bowls were full of leaves. They were so useless, eating leaves. I've come to see you. Yifeng's voice was icy, but he did not take a seat. Yifeng, you're not here to blame me, are you? I really couldn't do anything about Tai Hu and his gang injuring Zhang Shaoling. I have no ability to help Zhang Shaoling either, because Tai Hu and his gang are extremely powerful. Jin Fuhao felt a little guilty, afraid that Yifeng would come to question him. With your mediocre skills, you can't even protect yourself, let alone help others. I came to find you because I wanted to go hunting in the forest with you, Yifeng said. Looking for prey, oh my god. Jin Fuhao seemed to have been struck by lightning, and the plastic bowl in his hand fell to the ground. Yifeng, I'd rather starve to death than go into the forest. I also advise you not to go. Last time, the 4 of us went, and suddenly a monster appeared. One of my brothers and a girl died, and only she and I escaped. Jin Fuhao pointed to a girl next to him. She was a girl with thick, short legs. Yes, the forest is too dangerous. That night, the girl needed to relieve herself, so the boy accompanied her into the woods. Then we heard a scream. When we ran over, we found horrific wounds on their chests. The girl became increasingly frightened as she spoke, filled with anxiety as she recalled what had happened that night. A few days ago, they went to the forest behind the mountain to hunt for prey. At night, 2 of their companions were found dead, killed by some kind of monster. If you don't want to starve to death, then come with me to find prey, otherwise just wait to starve to death, Yifeng said coldly. No, I'd rather starve to death than go and die. Jin Fuhao shook his head desperately, refusing to go no matter what. Then you can starve to death. Yifeng gripped his sword, preparing to turn and leave. Brother Rich, Yifeng has a knife. Why don't we go with him? If we stay together, we might not only find food but also avoid danger, a girl said. Anyway, I don't want to eat tree leaves anymore. Eating them will kill me. Another girl kept spitting out leaves, her face turning green from eating them. Jin Fuhao hesitated for a moment, then finally made up his mind and said, Brother Yifeng, I don't want to eat tree leaves. Eating them will kill me. So let's go with you, but we'll split the food we find 50-50ths. A 50-50th split is impossible. Yifeng shook his head and refused. This grandson really dared to think that he could split the profits 50-50ths. Okay, then we'll take a loss. A 40-60th split should be acceptable, right? Jin Fuhao asked. No. Yifeng continued to shake his head. Do you think we're stepchildren? You can't even give us a 40-60th split. Jin Fuhao jumped up, immediately expressing his dissatisfaction. At this moment, he was a bit like Yang Jiguang in No Escape, always thinking about splitting the spoils 50-50 with Brother Hao. But unfortunately, even after going to prison, his wish for a 50-50 split was never fulfilled. Chapter 149, Entering the Forest. So how do you want to divide it? Jin Fuhao asked. Yifeng held up 3 fingers, then made a 7 gesture. Haha, Brother Yifeng, I didn't expect you to be so righteous, actually offering to split it 70-30ths with us, 70% for us and 30% for you. Jin Fuhao laughed heartily, though he seemed a little embarrassed. You're overthinking it. How could that be? Listen to me carefully. There will be 7 for us and 3 for you, and the burden of the hunt will be split equally. When we get back, I'll divide it into 3 parts for you. Yifeng's voice was firm, afraid that the guy had misheard again. You're so unfair. We all did the hard work. Why do we get so little? We're not stepchildren. How am I supposed to explain this to my subordinates? Jin Fuhao said angrily. How you explain it is your business. Anyway, a 50-50th split is impossible. A 40-60th split is impossible. The most we can do is a 30-70th split, Yifeng said seriously. Why? On what grounds? Jin Fuhao asked angrily. The 2 girls were also very angry, their lips pouting high. Because finding prey requires brains and strength. You have nothing, so what do you have to offer me for a 50-50th split? You don't even qualify for a 30-70 split. Giving you 3 layers is already being very considerate, Yifeng said. I mobilized my entire force, but I only get 30%. Where do you expect me to put my face? Jin Fuhao asked. There are only 2 or 3 of you. Even if you all come out, it won't make a difference. Stop talking nonsense. Since you're unwilling, then you can continue eating tree leaves. Lu Ting, Lu Mei, let's go. Yifeng prepared to turn and leave. Damn it. He only had 2 or 3 people. Yet he said he would send everyone out. He had a lot of bravado but little strength. Rich man bro. The two girls were getting anxious because this was their only chance. Although a 3-to-7 ratio is a bit low, it's still better than eating tree leaves. Hey. Jean Fuhao smiled and said, Brother Yifeng, don't be angry. I was just joking with you. Have you decided to go? Yifeng asked. Of course I'll go. It would be stupid not to. I really don't want to eat tree leaves anymore. I'd rather die fighting than starve to death. Jean Fuhao smiled, but his smile was really ugly. He had a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks. Jean Fuhao, you're smart enough to go with Yifeng. Even if you only get 3 floors, you'll still gain a lot, Lu Ting said with a smile. I put in 10 parts of effort, but only get 3 parts of the reward. Alas, sighed the wealthy man. I sent you there to do hard labor, so stop complaining and go. Yifeng stepped out of the cave. The cave was dark and damp, and he didn't want to stay there for even a minute longer. However, the reason for bringing Jean Fuhao along was indeed to make him do hard labor. If you're going, don't complain. Lu Mei rolled her eyes at Jean Fuhao, then turned and walked out of the cave. She disliked Jean Fuhao and even harbored some resentment towards him because Jean Fuhao had never stood up for Zhang Xiaoling when Gongzi Lu and his group were dealing with him. However, Jean Fuhao himself was in dire straits, reduced to living in a dark mountain cave and eating tree leaves, so how could he possibly help Zhang Xiaoling? After discussion, Yifeng decided to go hunting in the forest behind the mountain because it was said that the forest there was more lush and had more vegetation. In areas with dense forests and abundant grass, there is often more prey. Although the forest behind the mountain is dangerous, danger exists everywhere in this primeval forest, no matter where you go. The 6 men, armed with weapons, crossed the valley entrance and prepared to enter the forest. Yifeng's weapon was a sword, Lu Ting and Lu Mei's were sharpened bamboo poles, while Jean Fuhao and the other 2 used wooden sticks. Yifeng used his sharp sword to sharpen one end of their wooden sticks. Because of a heavy rain the day before yesterday, there is still fog in some parts of the forest. After traversing mountains and valleys for 2 or 3 hours, the 6 finally entered the forest behind the mountain. The forest was dark and seemed to stretch endlessly. Walking through the dense forest, they felt insignificant, like ants moving through the woods. Upon entering the forest, Jean Fuhao felt somewhat frightened. A few days earlier, he, along with a brother and 2 girls, had ventured into the forest in search of food. As a result, they not only failed to find food, but also encountered dangerous and terrifying events, resulting in the deaths of 2 people. This forest is huge. Lu Ting stood under a tree, cautiously looking around. We've gotten far from the cave and walked for several hours. Everyone's tired. Let's rest for a while. Yifeng sat down under a tree to rest. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Jean Fuhao rubbed his stomach and lay limply under the tree, while the 2 girls were also covered in sweat and weak. You're really useless. You're out of breath after walking for just 2 or 3 hours, Lu Mei said disdainfully. Lu Mei, it's easy for you to talk when you're not in our shoes. We haven't had enough to eat for days, and we've been eating tree leaves for days, so we're exhausted. Jean Fuhao lay under the tree, half dead. The 2 girls were also lying under the tree. They were indeed out of energy. Seeing their terrible condition, Yifeng was also a little worried, because they were brought here to do hard labor. If they were so hungry and exhausted that they had no strength left, how could they do hard labor? Chapter 150, Searching for Food in the Deep Mountains. Jean Fuhao and the 2 girls were exhausted from hunger and lay limply on the ground. They had been eating leaves for several days and had just walked for 2 or 3 hours, so they had no strength. Even the strongest person will become weak from hunger if they haven't eaten for a few days. Moreover, the 3 wealthy men are not particularly powerful. Yifeng, could you get them some food? Otherwise, they'll be starving and exhausted. How can they do hard labor? Lu Ting asked. Let me think of a way. Yifeng looked up and saw a very tall tree behind him. Standing high allows you to see far. Although there are many trees in this forest, there are also areas with sparse and dense vegetation. Try to walk in areas with more trees, as you may encounter wild fruits. In the primeval forest, because there are many trees, there are also many wild fruits. Yifeng climbed up the big tree and stood on the treetop, which was more than 10 meters high, to look out. There were more trees in the south than in other directions. If you head in that direction, you might find wild fruit. After determining the location, Yifeng climbed down from the tree. Jean Fuhao lay on the ground, clutching his stomach with both hands, and said, I'm so hungry. I'm about to die. Brother Yifeng, please carry me for a while. Get up and keep going. Snap. Yifeng kicked Jean Fuhao. Damn it. He was sent here to be a laborer, and he actually wants Yifeng to carry him? Does he think he's a beauty? I can't go on. I feel like I'm dying, and you still kicked me. You have no sense of public decency. Jin Fuhao lay on the ground, weak and powerless. If you don't want to die, then keep going. Yi Feng, gripping his sword, set off with Lu Ting and Lu Mei. Yi Feng, aren't you going to wait for them? Lu Ting walked behind Yi Feng, somewhat worried, fearing that Jin Fuhao and the other two would starve to death. Don't worry, they won't die anytime soon, and they'll catch up with us, Yi Feng said nonchalantly. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Jin Fuhao caught up with the two girls, but because they were very hungry, the three of them were too weak. Let's head south. There are lots of trees there, and maybe we'll find some wild fruit, Yi Feng said. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. As Jin Fuhao walked, he clutched his stomach and groaned. The two girls didn't say anything, but they were also clutching their stomachs and bent over, as if they couldn't stand up straight. Don't act like you're half dead. You've only gone a few days without food. You won't starve to death, Lu Mei said coldly. Because Jin Fuhao never intervened when Zhang Xiaoling was frequently bullied, she harbored resentment towards him. Lu Mei, you make it sound so easy. Try not eating for a few days and see if you'll feel weak too, Jin Fuhao complained. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Feng noticed that there were more and more trees around, and most of them were broadleaf plants. The abundance of broadleaf plants here proved that there was plenty of rain. Yi Feng observed his surroundings and saw a tree not far away that was bearing a lot of fruit. Fig. Yi Feng was overjoyed and pointed to the tree in front of him. On the tree, there were countless figs of all sizes, each ripe and bright red, like many little lanterns hanging on the tree. Wow, these are really wild figs. Lu Ting was overjoyed and quickly ran over with the bamboo pole in hand. Lu Mei was also very excited and anxiously followed behind Lu Ting. Haha, there's food. Jin Fuhao was very excited. He led the two girls over, and they all picked figs to eat under the fig tree. Yi Feng also tried one. It was very sweet and tasted great. They had been stranded on the deserted island for so long, and this was the first time they had ever eaten fruit. It was such a luxury. Mom, we finally have something to eat. Jin Fuhao acted like a child, picking fruit one by one, eating them one bite at a time, without even peeling them. Perhaps he was too hungry, so Jin Fuhao had neither the mood nor the time to peel the skin. The two girls were also eating heartily, without even peeling the figs, because they were so hungry, and the fig peels tasted better than the leaves. The figs on one tree were quickly eaten by the 6 people. An hour later, Jin Fuhao lay under the tree, feeling very satisfied, and said, "This feels so good. It feels so good to be full. It reminds me of the dumplings my mother makes. Enough with the nonsense. Get up and keep going. Once you've eaten your fill, you'll be my hard laborer." Yi Feng kicked Jin Fuhao, then picked up his sword and turned to leave. "Yi Feng, you've gone too far. You actually kicked me again. Do you treat me like an object? Even if I were an object, I would still be carefully protected and cherished. How can you just kick me like that?" Jin Fuhao immediately complained, expressing his strong dissatisfaction with Yi Feng. "Stop talking nonsense, and let's go." Lu Ting rolled her eyes and strode away. Yi Feng walked through the woods, completely ignoring Jin Fuhao's complaints. Moreover, Jin Fuhao is different from people like Shi Dalong, Shi Dahu, and Gongzi Lu. These people are ruthless and always thinking about harming others, while people like Jin Fuhao only seek to protect themselves, so they are not harmful. When they reached a lush green meadow, Yi Feng noticed something amiss and ordered, "Stop." "What's wrong?" Lu Ting asked as she walked over. Yi Feng didn't say anything. He quickly walked towards the grass. Chapter 151, The Praise Trail. Yi Feng walked into the grass and found rows of footprints on the ground. These seemed to be the footprints of a sick deer, because the footprints looked a bit like separated leaves. Moreover, judging from the footprints, this sick deer should be an adult. What kind of footprints are these? They're so strange, they look like 2 separated leaves. Lu Ting walked over, squatted down, and looked at the footprints curiously. Lu Mei was also very curious because the footprints were strange, like 2 separate leaves. "These are the footprints of a sick deer," Yi Feng said. A sick deer. The group was somewhat surprised, not expecting to encounter a sick deer. Sick deer meat is delicious and considered a top-grade food, with higher nutritional value than any other animal. "We're really lucky to have encountered a sick deer." Jin Fuhao was very happy. "But without bows and arrows, without hunting rifles, even if we encounter a deer, we can't outrun it," said the thick-waisted girl next to Jin Fuhao. "Yi Feng, the sick deer runs very fast. Can you catch up with them?" Lu Ting asked. "Can't catch up." Yi Feng shook his head slightly, indicating that he couldn't catch up. Yi Feng was confident he could catch a hare or other small animal, but a sick deer was different. This large wild animal had strong limbs and could run very fast. "So what should we do?" Lu Ting was somewhat disappointed. What good would it do to encounter a sika deer if she couldn't catch up? Let's find it first. Yi Feng, carrying his sword, slowly advanced following the deer's tracks. They moved very carefully, afraid of making any noise. Because sika deer are very alert. The group followed behind Yi Feng, proceeding cautiously and quietly for fear of making a sound. Yi Feng brothers. Just as Jin Fuhao was about to speak, Yi Feng said sternly, "Shut up, don't speak. From now on, no one is allowed to speak without my permission." The group dared not speak and walked quietly behind Yi Feng. Yi Feng followed the footprints, passing through groves of trees and across patches of grass. Because of a heavy rain the day before yesterday, the soil in the grass was quite loose, so any large animals that passed by would leave footprints in the grass. After walking for about half an hour, they entered a forest. The forest was lush and green, with green grass growing under the trees. The sika deer's footprints have disappeared. Because the soil in the forest is quite hard, it is difficult to leave footprints. Yi Feng, the sika deer tracks have disappeared. Lu Ting stood beside Yi Feng, her voice very soft. Because the two were very close, Yi Feng could smell the fragrance emanating from her. Yi Feng glanced sideways and saw that Lu Ting was tall and voluptuous. "What are you looking at?" Lu Ting straightened her clothes and looked at Yi Feng with a smile. Yi Feng didn't speak, but just smiled faintly and then looked around. There are several paths in this woods, but only one is free of thorns, and this path is covered with lush grass. "Let's go this way." Yi Feng pointed to the road and then led the group forward. "Brother Yi Feng, are you sure the sika deer will walk this way?" Jin Fuhao asked cautiously. Yi Feng didn't answer, nor did he bother to. After taking only a dozen steps, Yi Feng suddenly smelled an odor. "It smells like a fishy, foul odor. It must be a sika deer urinating here." The lush green grass under a tree was soaked. "The sika deer are nearby? Don't follow me. Stand still," Yi Feng said. "Are the sika deer really around here?" "Are you sure?" Lu Ting asked. "When did I ever boast?" Yi Feng retorted. Lu Ting didn't speak, because Yi Feng hadn't actually made any boastful claims. After instructing the others to wait where they were, Yi Feng put on his sword and cautiously advanced. His steps were light and silent. After passing a tree, I saw an open space ahead. The open space wasn't large, about the size of a basketball court, but there was an animal in the grass. "Sika deer." Yi Feng was suddenly very excited and pleasantly surprised. He saw a yellowish-brown spotted sika deer with its head down, slowly munching on grass. This sika deer is about 1 meter tall and weighs around 80 kilograms. It is an adult sika deer with beautiful antlers. The plump sika deer has shiny fur and is very lovable. Bang bang bang. When Yi Feng saw the sika deer, his heart pounded with excitement. Finally, there was prey. The adorable sika deer was leisurely grazing, unaware of the danger because Yi Feng was dozens of meters away. Yi Feng slowly retreated, not daring to disturb them, because if they did, given the speed of the sika deer, they wouldn't be able to catch up at all, and their hopes would be dashed. Returning to the tree, they saw Lu Ting and the others sitting there, but they were all quiet and no one dared to speak. "I've spotted a sika deer. It's not far away. Please don't make a sound." Yi Feng cautiously walked over, then squatted down beside the group, preparing to discuss how to hunt their prey. Although sika deer have been spotted, without a foolproof plan, all hopes will ultimately be dashed. "Yi Feng, how do you plan to hunt the sika deer?" Lu Ting asked. The others were also looking at Yi Feng, eager to know what his solution was. Chapter 152, Hunting Down the Prey. Under the big tree, several people looked at Yi Feng curiously, wanting to know what brilliant plan he had. "I've got an idea. We'll divide the work and hunt the sika deer," Yi Feng said. "How do we hunt them?" Lu Ting asked. Yi Feng picked up a few stones from the ground and laid them out one by one, saying, "This is the terrain where the sika deer is. It's surrounded by trees, with only a flat area in the middle. So I want you to slowly circle around to the back of the sika deer, then make noise at the same time and chase after it. The sika deer will be startled and will definitely run forward, while I will hide in the shadows." Next, Yi Feng told everyone about the plan. His plan was actually quite simple: surround the area on 3 sides, leaving one side unoccupied. He would hide in the front, in the dark, while the front side remained unoccupied. Then Lu Ting and her group of 5 appeared simultaneously from behind and to the left and right. The startled sika deer would definitely run forward, and Yi Feng would seize the opportunity to strike. He was confident that he could hunt down the sika deer instantly. This method is indeed very good, but it has a flaw. How can we launch simultaneous attacks? If we don't coordinate, all our efforts will be in vain, Lu Ting said with some concern. "On command, after I sound the eagle's whistle, You will all attack at the same time. I will only give you 5 minutes, because sick deer cannot stay in one place for too long. If anyone makes a mistake, be careful. I will not let them off easily. Yifeng's sharp gaze swept over the group of people. Okay, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Lu Ting nodded. Lu Ting, you and Lu Mei go to the back, Jin Fuhao go to the right, and you two girls go to the left. If anyone dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yifeng's voice was icy. He had to warn him beforehand. Okay, we've got it. The group nodded, indicating that they had remembered. Get moving, and remember, you only have 5 minutes. Yifeng reminded him again that although there was no timer, a few minutes could be roughly estimated. The group carefully circled around, their steps light and careful not to make a sound, afraid of causing trouble. After the others left, Yifeng hid in a patch of grass. This is the direction ahead, and this patch of grass is in a great position, right in the middle. If the sick deer comes from here, it shouldn't be too far from where he's hiding. Time ticked by, and Yifeng carefully hid in the bushes, silently calculating the time. About 5 minutes have passed. Time is up. Yifeng immediately began his ventriloquism performance. Heh, that was the cry of an eagle, and Yifeng imitated it perfectly, so realistically, as if it were real. Kill them, you sick deer, stop right there. Yifeng heard Jin Fuhao's voice. Grab it. Then, Lu Ting's scream came. Catch the sick deer. The two girls also shouted, and the once quiet forest was suddenly filled with a noisy commotion. Bang bang bang. Cluck cluck. The sound of a startled deer came, and then it ran wildly forward, because there were people in 3 directions. Bang, bang, bang bang bang. Sick deer run very fast, and make a lot of noise. Yifeng hid in the grass and saw the sick deer rush out of the woods, leaping over a small tree in one step, running very fast. Calm, calm, stay calm. Yifeng hid in the bushes, gripping his sword tightly. He dared not rush out easily. He had to find the best opportunity to launch the final attack. If the attack fails to kill the sick deer, it will surely flee. Whoosh! The sick deer leaped over a small tree and galloped towards us like a swift horse. Finally, Yifeng seized the opportunity, because the sick deer was only a few meters away from him and quickly escaped from the direction he was hiding. Call out. Yifeng swiftly threw his sword, the sharp blade shooting out like an arrow. Gurgle. The dagger swiftly pierced the deer's belly. The deer let out a mournful cry, then rolled to the ground, wriggling its limbs and panting for a few breaths before finally dying. Haha, brother Yifeng, you're amazing. Jin Fuhao ran over and laughed excitedly after seeing Yifeng kill the sick deer. Brother Yi, you're amazing. Lu Mei exclaimed in admiration. Yifeng, I love you to death, you're amazing. Lu Ting ran over excitedly, throwing away the bamboo pole in her hand, probably wanting to give Yifeng a flying hug. Yifeng quickly ran over, hugged Lu Ting, and then spun her around in the grass. Whoosh! Lu Ting was held in Yifeng's arms and spun around in the air, like a beautiful little princess dancing gracefully. Yifeng would not easily miss the opportunity to embrace a beautiful woman. Yifeng, be gentle, you're crushing me. Lu Ting cried out. Yifeng held her warm embrace and smiled. That's a very irresponsible thing to say. I haven't even pressed it yet. You're holding me too tight. I can't breathe. Lu Ting pushed Yifeng away, feeling a little pain. Damn it, comparing yourself to others is just awful. Jin Fuhao cursed under his breath, then looked back at the 2 women beside him. Seeing the 2 women beside him, one with a barrel waist and the other with elephant legs, he immediately lost his mood. Chapter 153, The Jungle Cheetah. In the jungle, Yifeng put Lu Ting down and let her stand on the grass. Rude. Lu Ting tugged at her clothes, her beautiful face slightly flushed. You almost strangled me to death. You don't know how to be gentle with a woman at all. After we get married and have children, you'll gradually get used to it over time, Yifeng said with a smile. I can't be bothered with you. Lu Ting's face was a little red, but she wasn't angry. Perhaps it was because she had caught her prey and was in a good mood. Ha ha, a sick deer. This deer is mine. Cute little deer, here I come. Jin Fuhao, with his pointed face and monkey-like cheeks, actually laughed with his mouth wide open and ran over eagerly. Yifeng reached out and grabbed Jin Fuhao from behind. Who is it? Who's grabbing me? Don't pull me. Jin Fuhao struggled. Get to the back. Yifeng casually tossed Jin Fuhao onto the ground behind him. Screw him. How dare he claim this sick deer as his own? Is he still asleep? Brother Yifeng, you've gone too far. You actually threw me on the ground. What if you broke me apart? Can you take responsibility for that? Jin Fuhao got up from the ground, but he wasn't angry. Yifeng walked to the sick deer and drew his sword. The sick deer was dead, but its blood was still slowly flowing. What a pity. Yifeng shook his head, feeling a little sorry. What's a pity? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said, deer blood is very nourishing, but unfortunately, I don't have the habit of drinking it raw. Deer blood is indeed a great tonic, especially for men who are weak and impotent. I don't have the habit of drinking raw deer blood either, Lu Ting said. Even if you have this habit, you absolutely cannot drink it, Yifeng said. Why? Lu Ting tilted her head, looking at him curiously with a smile. It is said that an ancient emperor drank 3 bowls of deer blood and then favored more than a dozen concubines in one night. As a result, he was exhausted to death that very night. You should understand what I mean, right? Yifeng smiled and looked at the beautiful Lu Ting beside him. Yo yo yo. Lu Ting covered her face with her hands, indicating that she was scared. Of course, I am strong and healthy, capable of taking down a tiger, so I don't need this thing, Yifeng continued. Lu Ting rolled her eyes at Yifeng. Haha, so this stuff is really good. Let me have a few sips first. Jin Fuhao bent over, lowering his head like a giraffe, wanting to drink deer blood. Bang! Lu Ting raised her foot and kicked Jin Fuhao in the buttocks. Oops! Jin Fuhao cried out and immediately tripped and fell. You'll drink yourself to death, Lu Ting said irritably. What's wrong with me today? Did I not check the date before going out? You're all bullying me. Jin Fuhao was somewhat frustrated. It was bad enough that Yifeng was bullying him, but now Lu Ting was bullying him too. All right, enough talk. I'm going to butcher this deer and carry it on my way, Yifeng said. Although they managed to hunt a sika deer, it weighed at most 80 kilograms or 160 jin, approximately 80 catties. After removing the internal organs and bones, they estimated that only 100 jin, approximately 50 catties, of meat would remain. Yifeng and his group can get 70 jin, while Jin Fuhao's side gets 30 jin, which is far from enough. If it's dissected, it'll be bloody and hard to carry, Lu Ting said. But carrying the whole deer is too heavy and exhausting. It would be better to break it down first and throw away the parts we don't need, which would save a lot of energy, Yifeng said. Haha, brother Yifeng, you're right. Carrying the whole deer would be too tiring for you, so it's better to break it down, Jin Fuhao said from the side. You're the one doing the hard labor, don't forget your place, Yifeng immediately reminded him. Jin Fuhao was dejected. He had been too excited and had forgotten his identity. Then can we redistribute it? 50-50, since we'll be doing the hard work, Jin Fuhao said. A 50-50th split is impossible, it will never be possible. If you keep talking nonsense, we'll split it 20/80ths. I'll get 80% and you get 20%, Yifeng said authoritatively. Brother Yifeng, let's split it 30/70ths then, Jin Fuhao said with a long face, feeling that Yifeng was too cunning. Haha, you're so silly, so incredibly silly, Lu Ting laughed from the side. Yifeng squatted in the grass, butchering the venison, throwing away the parts he didn't need, but he could keep the intestines and stomach, and they were top quality. Actually, the deer bones are also acceptable, as they can be used to make soup, so Yifeng selected a few of the best deer bones. These are large venison bones. They're perfect for making soup, and they're also delicious with wild vegetables. As for the other bones, Yifeng threw them all aside, because carrying too many bones would be a waste of energy. After 2 or 3 hours, Yifeng finally finished his work. Squatting on the ground for 2 or 3 hours was quite tiring. Jin Fuhao, you and these 2 girls under you are responsible for taking this venison. Once we find other prey, I will have Lu Ting share the burden. Because Lu Ting was one of his own, Yifeng gave her special treatment. I'll let it go since there's venison involved. Jin Fuhao smiled like a monkey with a pointed mouth. The 2 girls had no objections, but they were both very honest and dutiful and never complained. Roar! Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the woods behind them. The voice was deep and powerful. Watch out, that's the sound of a leopard. Upon hearing the sound, Yifeng quickly gripped his sword, shielding Lu Ting behind him, and then nervously looked around. Lu Marin was also terrified, her face pale and her mind in turmoil, feeling as if death had come. Chapter 154, Battle Against the Leopard. Roar! A low growl came from the jungle. The group turned around and saw that the forest behind them was quiet, as if there were no wild animals, but the low growl lingered, indicating that there must be wild animals inside. Everyone be careful, there's a cheetah. Yifeng's voice was icy as he sharply surveyed the forest. Oh my god! Oh my god! The 2 girls were so frightened that they trembled all over and tried to turn around and run away. If you don't want to die, then don't run away. Stand still. Yifeng immediately ordered when he saw the 2 trying to escape. The 2 girls' legs went weak, so they didn't dare to run away. Whoosh! Shoo! Shoo! From that jungle came the sound of wind blowing. countless branches and leaves swaying constantly, the rustling sound like many venomous snakes slithering about. Yifeng gripped his sword and cautiously surveyed the woods, sensing danger. Roar! Roar! The roar came from the woods again, and it grew closer and closer, bringing danger ever closer. Yifeng, what should we do? Although Lu Ting was also very scared and nervous, she remained relatively calm, probably because she had experienced many dangers before. You all stand in a square formation and simultaneously point forward with your sharpened bamboo poles and wooden sticks. Jin Fuhao, the three of you stand in front, and Lu Ting and Lu Mei stand in the back. At this crucial moment, Yifeng calmly gave the order. Jin Fuhao and the two girls immediately stood in front, with the long wooden stick facing outwards, but the end of the stick was sharpened to a point. Lu Ting and Lu Mei stood at the back, their bamboo poles extending from the shoulders of the three of them, all pointing outwards. This formation was called the horse-killing formation in ancient times, specifically used to deal with cavalry. Brother Yifeng, can this deal with a leopard? Jin Fuhao asked. It's better than you guys running away everywhere, Yifeng said. The two girls were trembling uncontrollably, their hands gripping the wooden sticks as if they had no strength left. Roar! Call! As a gust of wind blew, a leopard emerged from the woods. It was a large, adult leopard with beautiful markings, but its fangs were long and sharp. Roar! After the leopard appeared, it bared its teeth at Yifeng and the others, let out a low growl, and then slowly approached them on all fours. Fear. Suppressed. Asphyxia. When the leopard appeared, everyone felt short of breath, as if death was right in front of them. Wah! The two girls were so scared they cried. They probably wet their pants. Lu Mei was also terrified. Her face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Lu Ting was slightly better off and more composed because Yifeng had personally killed a black bear. "Ah, you beast, you actually want to eat us." Yifeng gripped his sword and let out a cold laugh. Although there was deer meat on the ground, the cheetah wasn't interested in it. Its green eyes were fixed on Yifeng and his companions, and its long fangs were always pointed at them. Wild animals are more interested in living prey than dead prey, unless they are extremely hungry. Brother Leopard, please don't eat me. My meat doesn't taste good because I've been eating tree leaves for days on end. Jin Fuhao was trembling violently and was stuttering. The two girls were also trembling as they said, Brother Leopard, we haven't eaten anything for days. We've been eating tree leaves for days, so our meat doesn't taste good. Roar. The leopard suddenly opened its mouth and roared again, like a dragon's roar, its voice loud and clear. The two girls screamed in fright. Shut up. Boom. Yifeng roared angrily, saying sternly, if anyone dares to shout again, I'll throw her to the leopard to eat. The two girls didn't dare to shout, afraid that Yifeng would get angry. Call out. Tap, tap, tap. Yifeng drew his sword and slowly approached the leopard. He planned to make room for the others, because it would be unsafe for Lu Ting and the others to deal with the leopard while they were all around him. Brother Yifeng, you're going to your death. Seeing Yifeng walk over with his sword in hand, Jin Fuhao became very anxious, worried that Yifeng would be bitten to death by the leopard, because if Yifeng died, it would soon be their turn. Yifeng, be careful, pay attention to safety, Lu Ting reminded anxiously. Yifeng continued walking with heavy steps, but he couldn't get too close. When the leopard saw its prey approaching, it didn't attack. Jin Fuhao, hurry up and go. You're a man. Go and help Yifeng deal with the leopard. Lu Mei nudged Jin Fuhao, urging him to rush over. However, Jin Fuhao dared not go. He was as timid as a mouse. Moreover, Yifeng never intended to ask anyone for help. Roar. Suddenly, the leopard launched an attack, rushing towards Yifeng with incredible speed, like a whirlwind. Yifeng leaped into the air, knowing he couldn't confront the leopard head-on. The beast was incredibly strong and ferocious. A direct clash would surely knock him down, and once on the ground, he would lose any chance to fight back. Whoosh. As Yifeng leaped into the air, 2 or 3 meters above the ground, the leopard sped past him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yifeng brandished his sword, making several consecutive slashes in the air, leaving several wounds on the leopard's back, from which bright red blood slowly flowed. Once his feet touched the ground, Yifeng stood behind the leopard. He quickly reached out and grabbed the leopard's tail to stop the beast from charging forward and hurting his school beauty. The school beauty would be with him day and night, even inseparable, and if she were scratched, she wouldn't be pretty anymore. Roar. After its tail was grabbed, the leopard quickly turned around, intending to bite Yifeng to death. Its turning speed was fast and fierce. Chapter 155, even a leopard can be killed. Yifeng grabbed the leopard's tail to prevent it from charging at Lu Ting and hurting his woman. Roar. The leopard turned its head, attempting to tear Yifeng apart. Huh. Bang. Yifeng kicked out and struck the leopard in the neck. The leopard initially turned around, but was kicked back. However, the leopard was very strong, and with a quick swing, it actually threw Yifeng away. Whoosh. Bang. Yifeng rolled to the ground. This beast was several times stronger than the gray wolf. Yifeng, be careful. Lu Ting gripped the wooden stick, wanting to rush over and help. Don't come any closer. Maintain formation. Yifeng shouted. If the 5 people maintain their formation with the sharp ends of the wooden sticks and bamboo poles pointing outwards, the leopard will not dare to rush over easily. However, if the formation is disrupted, the leopard will definitely rush over, which is very dangerous. Roar. The leopard darted out and pounced, trying to continue tearing at Yifeng. Yifeng casually grabbed a stone, then sprang to his feet in a somersault. Call. The leopard has already jumped over. Bang. Yifeng slammed the stone in his hand down, smashing it into the leopard's forehead. The stone shattered instantly, and blood began to flow from the leopard's forehead. However, the leopard, which was charging at high speed, was very powerful and had great momentum. Although its head was injured, the leopard quickly reached out with its 2 front paws and grabbed at Yifeng's chest. If this part is grabbed, one will be seriously injured even if not killed. Whoosh. Using the force of the slap, Yifeng quickly retreated into the air. A second later, he leaped 3 meters into the air, narrowly avoiding the leopard's front paw attack. Okay. Jin Fuhao, with his pointed face and monkey-like features, clapped his hands excitedly and said, Brother Yifeng, you're really amazing. I have no choice but to admire you. Brother Rich, Brother Yi is really amazing, the girl with the thick waist exclaimed excitedly. The 2 women used to call Yifeng classmate, but now they call him Brother Yi. Yes, Brother Yifeng is incredibly skilled in combat. He's truly amazing. We can't help but admire him. Jin Fuhao exclaimed excitedly. Lu Mei was also very excited and looked at Yifeng with great admiration. Roar. The leopard went berserk and continued its rapid charge, intending to hunt Yifeng. Wild animals are prone to unleashing their wild instincts when they are injured while hunting. You beast, come here. Call out. Yifeng gripped his sword, his cold eyes fixed on the leopard. Damn it, it thinks it can eat him? Not so easy. Whoosh. The leopard continued to leap, moving with lightning speed. Yifeng quickly swung his sword and shifted his body to the side. The leopard was charging and attacking from the front, so as long as he was fast enough to shift to the side, he could avoid the beast's attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the instant he dodged, Yifeng swiftly swung his sword, slashing repeatedly at the leopard's forelegs. Once the beast's forelegs were injured, its speed would be affected, and its fighting ability would decrease. Roar. The leopard howled in pain, its front paws injured, and it was limping. Die. Whoosh. Yifeng gripped his sword and charged forward, while the leopard also rushed towards him, limping and struggling to lift its head, trying to tear at Yifeng's head. Call out. Yifeng gripped his sword with both hands and suddenly thrust it out violently, piercing the leopard's throat. Roar. The leopard let out a series of low growls, then collapsed weakly to the ground, killed by Yifeng. Call. Having finally taken down the leopard, Yifeng wiped his sweat. It had been incredibly dangerous, a life-or-death struggle. A single misstep could have resulted in his death at the leopard's claws. Holy crap, Brother Yifeng, are you even human? You're really not human. You can even kill a leopard. Jin Fuhao was so surprised he couldn't speak, thinking he had misread it. Yifeng, you're really amazing. Lu Ting strode over, beaming with joy. How could your future man not be amazing? Yifeng wiped his sweat and said, What kind of man of the future is this? That's a really awful description. Lu Ting pretended to be angry, but kept a smile on her face. Hee. Jin Fuhao walked over with a smile and said, Beautiful Lu Ting, no matter how pretty a woman is, she will eventually get married. Since she needs a husband anyway, why not find a powerful man like Yifeng? Roll. Lu Ting raised her foot, intending to kick Jin Fuhao. Brother Yi, are you alright? Lu Mei strode over and asked with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yifeng shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Lu Mei said admiringly, Brother Yi, you're amazing. Even a leopard can't beat you. Anyone who marries you will definitely feel very safe. It's a pity you're too fat. Brother Yifeng wouldn't be interested in you. Jin Fuhao retorted from the side. Get out, get out, get out. Lu Mei was very angry. She had gained some weight, but she didn't want to. Stop fooling around. I'll butcher this leopard and take it back. With a sick deer and this leopard, we can go home with a full load, Yifeng said. This leopard is huge, estimated to weigh around 300 pounds. With that weight, it's definitely a king among all leopards. Yifeng, take the leopard's fur back. It'll be useful after you dry it, Lu Ting reminded him. There were no blankets in the cave, so the leopard's fur was useful. Back in that cave, Yifeng and his group had more than a dozen wolf pelts, but unfortunately, that cave was too far from the final cave, and there were swamps along the way. Going back to get the wolf pelts would be too time-consuming and too dangerous. Brother Yifeng, I have a suggestion, Jin Fuhao said with a smile. What suggestion? Yifeng asked. Jin Fuhao said, the road back is long, and we have to cross mountains and valleys. Why don't we start a fire here first, roast some meat, and eat our fill before going back? Otherwise, we won't have the strength to carry so much stuff. Okay, you guys go find some wood in the nearby forest. After you finish eating the roast meat, we'll carry the food back with us. Yifeng nodded in agreement. If they didn't eat their fill, they wouldn't have the energy to go back, since the route back was all mountain roads, jungles, and bumpy terrain. Chapter 156 Strange Cries in the Dark Mountains. Lu Ting and her group searched for timber in the nearby forest, while Yifeng squatted in the grass, dissecting the leopard. Because a leopard has been spotted here, there is no immediate danger in the vicinity. Half an hour later, the five of them gathered a lot of dry firewood. There is plenty of timber in the forest, it is everywhere, so it is easy to find timber. Lu Mei, you start the fire. Jin Fuhao, the three of you come and help, Yifeng commanded. Jin Fuhao walked over with the two girls and started dissecting the leopard with Yifeng. Lu Mei and Lu Ting started a fire, and once the firewood was burning, they skewered the venison onto wooden sticks. They then barbecued it. Since there is no water source here, there is no need to wash it, as it is already clean. After Yifeng and his group finished butchering the leopard, the venison was already roasted, and the fragrant aroma of roasted meat filled the surrounding air. Haha, meat, I want to eat meat. Upon smelling the delicious aroma, Jin Fuhao happily ran over and reached out to grab a piece of venison. Snap! Lu Mei slapped Jin Fuhao's hand, saying, What's your hurry? Brother Yi hasn't eaten yet. I need to eat meat. I need to be full so I have the energy to play with you guys, said Jin Fuhao. Get lost. Get as far away as you can. Who wants you to play with us? Lu Mei rolled her eyes, really wanting to slap Jin Fuhao to death. He had such a pointy-faced, monkey-like appearance, yet he actually wanted to play with them and be their friend. Yifeng, this piece of roasted deer is cooked through, and it's the best one. Lu Ting smiled and handed over a wooden stick with a piece of venison on it, roasted until golden brown. Thank you. I didn't expect you to have changed. You've learned to take care of men now. Yifeng smiled as he accepted the gift. Lu Ting glared in blue air. Yifeng always annoyed her. Brother Yifeng, can I eat now? Could you tell them? Otherwise they won't let me eat. Jin Fuhao kept drooling. The two girls squatted down beside him, drooling incessantly. You don't need to eat it, let the two girls eat it, Yifeng said while eating the venison. Lu Mei gave 2 pieces of venison to the two girls. After thanking her, the two girls ate it in big mouthfuls, not caring whether it was hot or not. It's delicious, so delicious. We've never eaten such a big piece of meat since we were stranded on the desert island. The two girls ate while shedding tears, probably because they felt very heartbroken. But they are also quite pitiful. Snort. Seeing Yifeng and the others eating with relish while he had nothing to eat, Jin Fuhao said angrily, You guys are really going too far. I have a lot of complaints. Feel free to voice any opinions you may have, Yifeng said, enjoying his meal. You want the horse to run fast, you want the horse to be good, but you don't want the horse to eat grass. You want to use me as a laborer, but you don't want to feed me. I will starve and die from exhaustion. Jin Fuhao spoke in a pitiful tone, as if he had suffered a great injustice. All right, since you're so pitiful, I'll share some with you. Don't say I'm not good to you. Actually, I've been quite considerate of you. Yifeng picked up a piece of venison and handed it to Jin Fuhao. Brother, I've realized you're really good to me. Jin Fuhao was so moved by the venison that he burst into tears. Eat up, don't be sad, or others will think we're bullying you, Yifeng said with a smile. Jin Fuhao took a few bites, and then said happily, This venison is so delicious, it tastes just like my mom's barbecue. Huh. Lu Mei glared at her and said angrily, Don't talk nonsense. I roasted this deer, but I'm not your mother. Yifeng shook his head and smiled, finding Jin Fuhao really funny. However, Jin Fuhao was different from Shi Dalong and his ilk. He was not a vicious person, nor did he have any intention of harming others. He only thought about self-preservation and how to survive. After eating and drinking their fill, Yifeng and the others sat on the grass to rest, planning to set off after half an hour. On the distant horizon, A red sun slowly sank in the west. It was almost dark. The fiery sun was gradually setting behind the mountains, and we had to get back before dark, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Have you all rested enough? Let's go back. There are 6 of us in total. There's about 300 jin of food here. Jin Fuhao and I will each take 60 jin. Lu Mei and the other 2 will each take 50 jin, and the remaining 30 jin will go to Lu Ting, Yi Feng instructed. Okay, Brother Yi. Lu Mei smiled and nodded, indicating that she had no objections. The 2 girls were also in a good mood and had no objections either. After dividing the venison and leopard meat, the group tied them together with vines they found, then wrapped them in dry grass and carried them on their backs. Wrapping clothes in dry grass was mainly to prevent them from getting dirty, as they are difficult to wash. Ha ha, la, we'll have meat to eat from now on. Jin Fuhao walked along, laughing heartily. The 2 girls were also very happy, as they wouldn't have to cook tree leaves to eat every day anymore. After eating tree leaves for several days, their faces turned green. Brother Yi Feng, you're amazing. Following you has really brought us a great harvest. Without you, we would have been killed by the leopard long ago. I want to come with you again next time, but we'll split the profits 50/50ths, Jin Fuhao said happily. Next time we come out, we'll split it 20/80ths, 80 for us and 20 for you, Yi Feng said. Why? Jin Fuhao asked. Because Zhang Shaoling will recover in a few days. You are not qualified to do manual labor. If you insist on doing manual labor, then we can only try to lower the price further, Yi Feng said. Haha, you won't even have the chance to do manual labor. Lu Mei laughed. One day, I will definitely split this 50/50ths with you all, said Jin Fuhao. Unfortunately, you'll never have that chance. Yi Feng said mercilessly. A 50/50th split? How is that possible? He's dreaming. Yi Feng, won't they have a problem with me taking so little? Lu Ting walked beside Yi Feng and quietly asked him something. Of everyone, she carried the least weight. Why should I care whether they have any opinions? And why should I be fair? Yi Feng asked. Favoring one side over the other will not win people's hearts, Lu Ting said with a smile. What does it matter to me whether they submit or not? If they don't, then get lost. They're not school beauties, nor are they my future girlfriends, Yi Feng said indifferently. Haha, you're really cool, but I like it. Lu Ting smiled happily, feeling that Yi Feng was very domineering. In fact, Yi Feng hadn't really thought about whether others would have any objections to this arrangement, because he didn't care at all. The group walked through the forest, traversing mountains and valleys. The sun had set, and there was no moonlight tonight. Because the mountain path was difficult to walk on, and everyone was carrying things, they were all walking slowly. Speed up, otherwise it will be troublesome after dark. Yi Feng walked quickly, somewhat anxious. The fiery sun has set, and dusk has arrived. The group entered a large mountain range. There were many mountains here, and they were very steep. The rolling mountains appeared hazily in the twilight. In some of the mountains, there was still fog, with white mists slowly rising. When gusts of cold wind blew, the depths of the mountains were eerie and chilling, as if one were in the Een Mountains. Gaa. Suddenly, a sinister cry echoed from the dark mountains. Chapter 157, The Deep Mountains at Night. Terrifying. Gaa. In the mountains at dusk, a strange cry suddenly rang out. The sound was very sharp, as if it pierced the twilight sky. Yi Feng looked up and saw that the mountains here were layered and undulating, and some of the mountains were shrouded in white mist, which looked a bit like demonic energy. In this situation, Yi Feng recalled a poem. You cannot see the true face of Mount Lu, simply because you are in the mountain yourself. Gaa. The sound suddenly came again, as if it had passed over their heads. Lu Ting looked up, her bright and beautiful eyes staring upwards. She was a little scared because the sound was too eerie. Lu Mei and the 2 girls were also very scared, and they couldn't help but move closer to Yi Feng. Gaa. Gaa. The sound suddenly increased, rising and falling, sometimes in the deep mountains, sometimes in the sky, instilling fear in people. What is that sound? Lu Ting asked nervously. It might be the cry of a vengeful ghost, Yi Feng said. Wah. The girls were so scared they wanted to cry. Lu Ting slowly took a few steps closer, wishing she could stick to Yi Feng's body. Mom, this place is terrifying. Jin Fuhao was also very nervous. Brother Yi, we're scared. The girls were pale, their screams were terrifying. What are you afraid of? I'm here, aren't I? As long as I'm here, no matter what demons or monsters they are, none of them can hurt you. Yi Feng gripped his sword and stood ramrod straight in front of him. With Yi Feng present, the girls' emotions quickly stabilized. Gaa. Countless strange cries rose and fell from the dim mountains, growing more numerous and denser, as if they were right next to their ears. What the hell? Stop yelling in my ear, I'm not afraid of you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yifeng brandished his sword a few times to embolden the girls. But it actually worked. The girls weren't afraid anymore. All right, let's go, let's keep going. Yifeng said calmly, leading everyone forward. Sizzle. Suddenly, a commotion came from the bushes, and a long black snake slowly crawled out of the bushes and appeared on the path, blocking everyone's way. The snake is about 2 meters long and weighs about 4 or 5 kilograms. Ah, a snake. The girls backed away in fright. The sudden appearance of a black snake in the deep mountains at dusk was indeed quite frightening. Wah! Lu Ting was very scared and quickly stood next to Yifeng. Lu Mei and the 3 girls slowly retreated, afraid that the snake might suddenly attack. Brother Yifeng, quickly grab it and take it back to make soup, Jin Fuhao said. This is a black mamba snake. Everyone, please be careful and don't get close, Yifeng quickly warned. Sizzle. The snake raised its head, as if to taunt the group. Black mamba. The group looked at the snake with fear, but they had never heard of its name before. The black mamba is highly venomous, ranking above the cobra, Yifeng said. The group was terrified. The poison was incredibly potent. Yifeng, this snake doesn't seem to be leaving. Lu Ting's voice was suppressed with fear. Yifeng kicked a rock that was beneath his feet, sending it flying and hitting the black mamba snake. Sizzle. The snake twisted its body, then slowly crawled away and disappeared into the path. Let's go, we're safe now. Yifeng walked at the front, leading everyone forward. The sun had completely set, and after dusk, the forest grew dark, with the light becoming increasingly dim. However, once they arrived at the valley, they only needed to cross the canyon to reach the vicinity of the cave. The group walked quickly, and although they were very tired and exhausted, no one dared to rest. Because once you sit down, you don't want to get up, and besides, there's not much time, and it would be very dangerous if it got completely dark. Quack! Gaa gaa gaa. Various strange cries kept coming from behind them. Listening to these dense cries, everyone felt their scalps tingle and their spines go cold. Even a gust of cold wind can make me feel very uncomfortable. The group traveled without stopping and finally arrived at their lodgings after it was completely dark. Not far ahead, bright firelight appeared in the cave. Zhao Shui were back. Yifeng stood in the open space and shouted, Brother Yi is back. Brother Yi and the others are back. Zhao Shui's excited voice could be heard from inside the cave. Then 3 bright torches were lit, and Zhao Shui and her 2 companions walked out happily, each holding a torch. Zhang Xiaoling walked out, holding a torch in one hand and a wooden stick in the other. Wow, Teacher Wang, I didn't expect you to still be alive, and even have a cute little girl. When Jin Fuhao saw Wang Qing and Zhao Shui, he was very happy and surprised, because besides the school beauty Lu Ting, there were other beauties beside Yifeng. But the 2 girls next to him. Brother Yi, you're finally back. I've been so worried about you guys. Zhang Xiaoling, carrying a torch and a wooden stick, strode over with a broad smile. Brother Yi, I'm also very worried about you. Zhao Shui smiled brightly, but she didn't even glance at the wealthy man Jin on the other side. Because in Zhao Shui's eyes there was only one person, and that was Yifeng. She had no eyes for any other man besides Yifeng. You've come at the perfect time. Give Jin Fuhao and the others a torch, then give them 2 layers of leopard meat and 1 layer of venison, Yifeng said. Since they could only have 3 layers anyway, Yifeng decided to give them only 1 layer of venison, plus 2 layers of leopard meat. Venison is the best and has the highest nutritional value, so we should give them a smaller portion. Chapter 158, What to do tomorrow? After distributing the food, Jin Fuhao took the 2 girls back. Brother Yifeng, if you go again next time, remember to call me, but we'll split the profits 50/50ths. Even as he left, Jin Fuhao didn't forget the 50/50 split. Brother Yi. Brother Yi. The 2 female classmates called out softly, turning back every few steps, reluctant to part. They didn't want to go to the rich man's cave. It was too shabby, small, and poorly ventilated. Moreover, Jin Fuhao was incompetent, so they all wanted to follow Yifeng. Yifeng pretended not to hear their calls. The 2 girls left reluctantly, wishing that Yifeng would keep them there. Those 2 female classmates are calling you, didn't you hear them? Lu Ting said, standing to the side. We already have enough people in our team. What use would I have for them? Yifeng asked. That's right, are we just wasting food on them? Zhang Xiaoling said from the side. Take all the food back with you. Under Yifeng's arrangement, everyone worked together to move all the food back. Brother Yi, I knew you would come back tonight, Zhao Shui's gentle voice came. Oh my, it's only been a day since we parted, and you can't wait any longer, already missing Yifeng so much. If we leave this deserted island and are separated for 3 or 5 years, won't you get lovesick? Lu Ting joked from the side, half-jokingly. However, she felt a little uneasy because Zhao Shui and Yi Feng were very close, and Zhao Shui was a very gentle, beautiful, and obedient girl, the type of woman that men liked. Lu Ting hadn't noticed it before, but without realizing it, she found herself getting jealous, worrying about Yi Feng, and feeling sad for him. Sister Lu Ting, I'm also very worried about you, Zhao Shui said. Haha, thank you for your concern. Our little Shui is getting better and better at talking. Lu Ting pinched Zhao Shui's cheeks, making her face turn red. Be gentle, don't hurt Xiao Xue, Yi Feng said. Are you heartbroken? Lu Ting asked with a smile. I just want to tell you, if you want to pinch me, then pinch me, Yi Feng said with a smile. The group chatted and laughed as they returned to the cave. Once inside, Yi Feng placed all the meat on a rock. However, leopard meat has a strong gamey smell and doesn't taste as good as sika deer meat. Brother Yi, how should we prepare this meat? Should we smoke and marinate it? Or like last time? Zhao Shui asked. Let's do it the same way as last time, because meat preserved that way not only stays fresh for a long time, but also tastes great, Yi Feng said. Okay. Zhao Shui nodded cutely, and then prepared to do as before, take out some fatty meat, render the oil, and put the meat in the oil when it was almost cooled. Fortunately, there were some plastic daily necessities in Zhang Xiaoling's cave. These items were supplies from the cruise ship that had been washed ashore by the waves, so they got quite a lot. I'm exhausted. Lu Ting sat by the fire, leaning against a rock. Yi Feng took out the leopard skin and placed it by the fire to dry it. It would be useful after that. Xiao Xue, make us something to eat first, we're hungry. Yi Feng wiped his sweat. Although he had eaten barbecue before, he had been walking for several hours afterward, so he was already very hungry. Okay. Zhao Shui nodded sweetly, and then grilled meat with Wang Qing. Zhang Xiaoling separated all the meat, afraid that piling it together would spoil it. The cave was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. It smelled delicious. Has young Master Lu and the others not returned yet? Yi Feng asked. They haven't come back yet. If they do, they'll definitely come looking for us, Zhao Shui said. If that bastard comes back and dares to cause us trouble, I'll kill him, Zhang Xiaoling said nonchalantly. Yi Feng was also waiting for Gongzi Lu and the others to return. Once he saw Tai Hu and Gongzi Lu, he would personally seek justice for his brother. Damn it, this is a deserted island, not a place for young Master Lu to act arrogantly. Looking at this roasted meat, I'm reminded of the roasted lamb leg and yak jerky from my hometown, Zhang Xiaoling recalled. Yes, I remember the first time I went to your house. Your mother roasted a big leg of lamb for me. We ate a lot of lamb that night. Before I left, your mother also gave me dozens of kilograms of yak jerky. Later, I sent these things back by express delivery. My mother called me and said that my father especially liked to eat them, Yi Feng said with a smile. Once we leave the deserted island, bring your parents to my house and let them stay for a few months. Anyway, my family has several large ranches. If you don't want to leave, I'll give you one of them, Zhang Xiaoling said. Ha. Yi Feng smiled and took it as a joke. Even if Zhang Xiaoling really wanted to give him a ranch, he wouldn't live there because it's hard to leave one's homeland, and besides, one shouldn't accept a reward without having done anything for it. Brother Yi, you've been to Brother Zhang's house? Zhao Shui asked, somewhat surprised. He and I are good brothers. I stayed at his house for a while, and he stayed at mine for a while, Yi Feng said. If it weren't for this disaster, Brother Yi and I would have already discussed it. After we went overseas and attended that financial master's lecture, we would go to the grasslands of the Great Snow Mountain and jointly purchase sheep wool and sheepskin. I would advance the principle and provide the venue, and we would split the profits equally between the two of us, Zhang Xiaoling said with a smile. You two have such a good relationship. You're willing to cooperate with Yi Feng on this kind of unprofitable business, providing the capital, the venue, and even splitting the profits. Are you stupid? Lu Ting said. What do you know? Good brothers for life, Zhang Xiaoling said. The group sat by the fire, chatting and roasting the venison. After about half an hour, the venison was finally cooked. Brother Zhang, eat more roasted venison. It'll be good for your injury. Zhao Shui picked up the venison, preparing to hand it to Zhang Xiaoling. Please call me the Golden Lion King. Zhang Xiaoling tossed her hair and then touched her broad forehead. Okay, from now on we'll just call you Golden Retriever, ha. Lu Ting found it somewhat amusing, so she couldn't help but laugh, perhaps thinking of a certain pet. Call me Golden Retriever, Long Hair, Lion King, whatever makes you happy, Zhang Xiaoling said generously. The group ate and chatted. After finishing the barbecue, Yi Feng, Lu Ting, and Lu Mei all felt very sleepy, so the three of them rested. Zhao Shui and the other two were still busy for a while, as they needed to process the meat and store it. Golden Retriever, is it far from the sea? Yi Feng asked, lying by the fire. It's not far. Just follow the east side, and it will be at most 2 hours to the sea, Zhang Xiaoling said. Yifeng, are you going to the beach? Lu Ting asked. I'm going to go and dry sea salt, because the cave has everything but salt. Although we managed to get some last time, all of those things are still in that cave, which is too far from here. If we go back to get them, it will take 1 or 2 days round trip, and the journey is very dangerous. Brother Yi, I'll go with you tomorrow. Zhao Shui was very happy because she could spend time alone with Yifeng. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yifeng closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 159, The Green Python of the Jungle. Zhao Shui in danger. The night passed quickly. The next morning, when Yifeng woke up, he saw Zhang Xiaoling holding his sword, sitting alone by the fire keeping watch. Although the cave has stone walls, it is necessary to keep watch at night for safety. Zhao Shui and Lu Ting were both asleep, and sleeping very soundly. Zhang Xiaoling gripped his sword, cautiously watching the outside. Yifeng stretched, and then stood up. Brother Yi, you're awake. Zhang Xiaoling turned around and smiled. I've had enough sleep. Didn't you get any rest last night? Yifeng asked. Zhang Xiaoling said. I rested for a few hours, and then relieved teacher Wang Qing in the second half of the night. Thank you for your hard work, Yifeng said. Brother Yi, please don't say that. I feel like a useless piece of trash, you know that. All I want to do is adventure with you in the jungle, find food, and deal with dangers together. Zhang Xiaoling lowered her head, looking rather upset. Yifeng gently patted his shoulder and said, Of course I understand. In 2 more days, you'll be able to move around freely. Eat more venison these 2 days. Haha. Okay, once I'm better, the 2 of us brothers will dominate the island together. Zhang Xiaoling smiled, and then handed his sword to Yifeng. Yifeng didn't take it, but turned around to drink water. Yifeng's sword is his most important weapon on the island. No one except those he trusts is allowed to touch it, or they will die. Yifeng, you're awake. Lu Ting opened her eyes and smiled at Yifeng. You've only been awake for a short while, and you can see me as soon as you open your eyes. Doesn't that feel great? Yifeng smiled. Yes, it's great. There's grilling, meat to eat, and even handsome guys to look at. How could it not be good? Lu Ting said. Zhang Xiaoling tossed his golden hair, touched his broad forehead, and asked, Beautiful Lu Ting, do you think I'm handsome? He's more handsome than my dog, Huang, Lu Ting replied. Uffed. Zhang Xiaoling was so angry, he almost vomited blood. He said, Brother Yi, do something about your girl. She's bullying me. In an era where there are more men than women, do you think brothers are more important or girls are more important? Lu Ting asked. Zhang Xiaoling replied. When Liu Bei was vying for the world, he once said, Brothers are like hands and feet. Women are like clothes. My brother Yi is someone who is going to fight for the world, so of course he puts his brothers first. Cut. Lu Ting scoffed. However, Liu Bei did often say that women are like clothes and brothers are like limbs. In order to win people's hearts, he often threw his wife and children away, which eventually made his son, Lu Shan, mentally disabled. Wang Qing and Zhao Shui also woke up. The group prepared food in the cave. Since there was plenty of food, there was a lot of meat today. However, leopard meat was not very tasty, but it was better than eating wild vegetables. After finishing breakfast, Yifeng said, We have food now, but no salt. Although we can't eat too much untreated sea salt, it's okay to eat a little occasionally. Besides that, we don't have any wood stored in our cave, which will be a problem if there are heavy rains. That's easy, we'll go to the nearby forest to find some timber, Zhang Xiaoling said. Yifeng nodded and said, Let's divide the work. Zhao Shui and I will go to the beach to get sea salt, and Jin Mao and Lu Ting, you 2 will collect timber in the nearby forest. I want to go to the beach with you, Lu Ting said. Zhang Xiaoling said last night that this place is quite far from the sea. It would take about 2 hours to walk east and several hours round trip. She didn't want other women to be with Yifeng during such a long time. She didn't know why she was worried about these things. You stay in the cave to prevent young Master Lu and the others from suddenly returning. You are better at handling things than Zhao Shui, and your family has a lot of influence in Suzhou. So even if young Master Lu comes back, he won't dare to go too far against you, Yifeng said. Although this is a deserted island, if young Master Lu sees someone powerful or influential, he probably won't go too far unless they are in a deserted place. Otherwise, he will be quite wary of other people around him, as he is hoping for a rescue team to arrive so he can leave. All right. Lu Ting nodded, agreeing with Yifeng's point. Remember this, all of you. If young Master Lu and Tai who return, do not have any conflicts with them. If they try to take back the cave, you can let them have it, and I will deal with them when I return, Yifeng said. Okay, we got it, Lu Mei nodded. What's there to be afraid of? The east wind blows, the war drums beat. Who's afraid of who in this society? I wasn't afraid of them before you came, Brother Yi, let alone now. Zhang Xiaoling said nonchalantly, indicating that he was not afraid. After giving instructions to the others, Yi Feng left with Zhao Shui. East. If you keep walking east from here, you'll reach the beach in 2 hours. Although I've never walked this road before, as long as you're on the right track, you'll definitely find the beach. It's like going to the Arctic. Even if you've never been there before, as long as you're heading in the right direction, you can find it because the goal is so big. The dense forest is like a sea. In the lush jungle, Yi Feng, holding his sword, led Zhao Shui through the forest. A gentle breeze blew by, and the leaves in the forest rustled as they fell. Zhao Shui walked behind Yi Feng with a smile, in a good mood, like a happy little bird. This forest is vast. As far as the eye can see, it stretches as far as the eye can see, with no end in sight. Be careful, stay close behind me. Yi Feng turned around and looked at the pretty girl behind him. Oh, I know. Zhao Shui seemed like a naughty little girl, happily following behind Yi Feng. In fact, she rarely spoke and was a quiet girl, but she would occasionally be naughty in front of Yi Feng. Perhaps it's because she likes Yi Feng. Even a strong woman will show her gentle side in front of the man she loves. Sizzle. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, from the dense jungle behind them, a huge green python appeared, slithering frantically toward them. The python was moving very fast, as if it had encountered danger. Oh! Zhao Shui screamed, her face turning pale with fright. She was terrified to suddenly encounter such a huge green python. Careful! In a moment of urgency, Yi Feng reached out and quickly grabbed Zhao Shui's hand, trying to pull her away. Laugh! The green python slithered quickly past the two of them, then coiled its tail around Zhao Shui and dragged her into the bushes. Brother Yi, save me. Zhao Shui was shocked and anxiously cried for help. Zhao Shui. Yi Feng was also very anxious. He had just grabbed Zhao Shui's hand, but the python was too strong. After coiling around Zhao Shui, it easily pulled her away. This giant green python was estimated to be 7 or 8 meters long. Yi Feng recalled the giant python in the mist that day, which was also green. However, the giant python in the mist was over 10 meters long, much larger than this one. Brother Yi, save me. Zhao Shui's voice faded into the distance from the bushes. Zhao Shui. Yi Feng roared and rushed into the bushes. Damn it, this damned python dared to attack Zhao Shui and wanted to eat her. Even a dragon wouldn't allow someone to eat the woman beside them. After a roar, Yi Feng gripped his sword and walked over, determined to catch up with the python, kill it, and rescue Zhao Shui. Chapter 160 Brother Yi. I love you. Zhao Shui. In the jungle, Yi Feng roared angrily and chased after the python at top speed. He was determined to catch up with it and kill it. Not to mention a python. Even a tiger couldn't do anything to the woman beside him. Whoosh whoosh. In the dense forest, Yi Feng gripped his sword and chased after the enemy at breakneck speed. He was very fast because he dared not waste any time. If time is wasted, even if Zhao Shui is not eaten by the python, she will be strangled to death, since the python is very strong. Sizzle. In the grass ahead, a green python coiled around Zhao Shui, fleeing into the jungle. The beast was very fast, crushing many withered grasses and saplings along the way. Because the python was so large and heavy, it broke some of the vegetation. Yi Feng saw Zhao Shui, who was coiled in the python's tail, struggling incessantly but helplessly. In her despair, Zhao Shui saw Yi Feng. In a hazy state, she saw a man anxiously chasing after her. The man was very fast and very powerful. That man was the man she envisioned for the future. Zhao Shui, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Boom. Yi Feng roared angrily. His voice was very loud. Sizzle. The python swept Zhao Shui away and fled into the dense vegetation. Whoosh. A fierce wind blew incessantly as Yi Feng, gripping his sword, sped away like a war god, determined not to allow the woman beside him to be harmed. Life is short, and the world is inherently harsh and bitter. Yi Feng would definitely protect Zhao Shui, a beautiful and well-behaved girl, if he were to meet a soulmate. Throughout the ages and across the vast sea of humanity, without Zhao Shui, this life would surely be lonely. Sizzle. A green python coiled around Zhao Shui and fled to the base of a tree. Yi Feng rushed into the forest, then quickly leaped up, brushing his foot against a large tree behind him, and his body shot off like an arrow. Whoosh. Yi Feng sped through the air to the front of the python. Normally, he would never dare to deal with a python like this, because it would be too dangerous and he could easily be bitten by the beast's gaping maw. But he couldn't care less about that now. Die. Bang. Yi Feng gripped his sword and slashed down from above. Bang. A loud crash rang out as the sword struck the python's head, but the beast's head was hard, and it wasn't killed. Laugh. The python opened its mouth, its gaping maw ready to swallow Yi Feng whole. Call out. Yi Feng thrust out swiftly, the sharp tip of his dagger piercing the python's mouth. He then used the momentum to propel himself away at lightning speed. Laugh. The python's mouth was pierced, and it immediately made a painful sound. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As he soared through the air, Yi Feng wielded his sword, unleashing a series of Z-shaped attacks on the python's head, finishing off its eyes with the final blow. The eyes and the 7-inch mark are the weakest parts of a python. Attacking the 7-inch mark can easily kill a python, while attacking the eyes will only cause it unbearable pain. Moreover, snakes' eyes are already degenerate, so they do not rely on their eyes but only on their sense of smell to find prey. Bang bang bang. Snap. 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 After its eyes were pierced, the python writhed in pain on the ground, just like a giant earthworm writhing and struggling. Zhao Shui was thrown aside and landed under a tree. Zhao Shui. Yi Feng was very worried, afraid that Zhao Shui would get hurt. Sizzle. The python writhed a few times on the ground, then dragged its long body away quickly. It was in too much pain to deal with Yi Feng. Zhao Shui. Yi Feng ran quickly toward the big tree, worried that Zhao Shui might get hurt. As for the escaped python, he had no interest in dealing with it or chasing after it. Splash. Splash. In the dense forest, leaves continued to fall from the large tree. Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui. Yi Feng picked up Zhao Shui and held her in his arms. However, Zhao Shui seemed to be unconscious, and he didn't know if she had been strangled to death. Yi Feng was very anxious. He reached out his trembling hand to check if Zhao Shui had any breath. But just as he reached out his hand, Zhao Shui woke up. Brother Yi, you scared me to death, but I knew you would save me. Zhao Shui lay in Yi Feng's arms and opened her eyes. That's great. I'm so glad you're all right. I'm so glad you're all right. Yi Feng held Zhao Shui in his arms, lowered his head, and pressed his forehead against hers. Brother Yi, thank you for saving me again. I love you. I like you, and I'm willing to be your girlfriend and your woman. Zhao Shui hugged Yi Feng, expressing her love on her own initiative. She was originally an introverted girl, but for Yi Feng, she expressed her love several times. Perhaps she didn't want to miss out, because some people, once missed, are lost for a lifetime, and some people, once missed, are lost forever. Life is short, only a few decades. If you meet someone you like, you should take the initiative to pursue them. Brother Yi, I like you. Zhao Shui wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck and gently gave him a warm kiss. But I can't give you anything. I have no money, and I don't have the parents of a billionaire, Yi Feng said. It doesn't matter, I don't care about these things, because I only like you, not those material possessions. Anyway, I won't starve. Zhao Shui looked at Yi Feng with gentle eyes. Her gaze was soft and beautiful. Zhao Shui. Yi Feng lowered his head, looking at the beautiful and well-behaved girl. Brother Yi. Zhao Shui called out gently, her eyes soft as she looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng gently raised his hand and stroked Zhao Shui's little head. A gentle breeze blew by, and Zhao Shui, like a docile lamb, slowly closed her eyes, enjoying the warmth of the gentle breeze and bright sunshine. Yi Feng placed his hand on Zhao Shui's shoulder, and then. Chapter 161 The Island. A blissful romance. In the silent forest, after a tender moment. Brother Yi, I am yours, and I will never regret it. In the bright sunshine, Zhao Shui smiled as she looked at Yi Feng. I won't let you down. I will definitely take responsibility for you. Yi Feng's voice was firm. Zhao Shui shook her head slightly and said, Actually, I think Lu Ting is more suitable for you. I'm too stupid. I have no desires or wants. I just want to be with you. If you're tired, just lie down here. If you're troubled, just chat with me and talk to me to relieve your boredom. Foolish, Yi Feng said with a slight smile. I'm happy to have it. As for the title, I don't care. Zhao Shui's voice was low and somber. Perhaps she felt that she was not good enough for Yi Feng, because she knew that Yi Feng was a person who was not content with being ordinary and would rise higher and higher in the future. Let's go to the beach. Yi Feng took Zhao Shui's hand, and the two got up and walked towards the sea. However, Zhao Shui seemed very tired. Are you tired? I'll carry you on my back, Yi Feng said. Don't want. Zhao Shui smiled sweetly. Don't you want me to carry you? Yi Feng asked. Because I can't bear to see you tired, I just can't bear it. Zhao Shui smiled sweetly, revealing a happy smile. I won't get tired. Yi Feng carried Zhao Shui on his back and walked quickly through the forest. Hee, it's so nice to have you, but put me down after carrying me for a while. I don't want to tire you out. Zhao Shui lay on Yi Feng's back, occasionally letting out laughter. In the dense forest, Under the gentle breeze and bright sunshine, Yifeng carried her quickly through the woods. Although he was carrying Zhao Shui, Yifeng did not feel tired, because Zhao Shui only weighed 100 jin, 50 kilograms. Moreover, Yifeng was a kung fu master who had been practicing for more than 10 years, so this weight was nothing to him. Moreover, people in love have boundless strength when carrying their beloved girls on their backs. An hour later, the two arrived at the beach. Splash! Splash! In the boundless sea, rolling waves surged in continuously. The azure sea stretched as far as the eye could see. When Yifeng saw the rolling waves, he recalled the shipwreck that had occurred before. "Brother Yi, put me down," Zhao Shui said, clinging to Yifeng's back. "Good." Yifeng put Zhao Shui down. "You must be exhausted." Zhao Shui gently wiped Yifeng's forehead, removing the sweat from his brow. "Not tired," Yifeng said with a smile. Zhao Shui gently tiptoed and gave Yifeng a warm kiss. "Stop being naughty. Let's go to the beach and find a place to dry salt," Yifeng said. Holding Yifeng's hand, Zhao Shui hummed a happy song as they walked on the golden sand, leaving behind their footprints on the soft sand. As soon as Yifeng arrived at the beach, he discovered a low-lying area with a lot of dried sea salt. "Wow, Brother Yi, sea salt, sea salt." Zhao Shui pointed to the sea salt and exclaimed excitedly, "There's actually sea salt here." They originally planned to dry sea salt and then come back to collect it the next day or the day after, but unexpectedly, they found dried sea salt on the beach. "Hee, we're in luck." Yifeng smiled happily. "Brother Yi, why is there sea salt here? Did someone else dry it?" Zhao Shui looked around, wondering if there were any survivors. Yifeng said, "It must be that the waves surged in here and the seawater evaporated and dried, leaving sea salt. Let's collect this sea salt so we don't have to make another trip tomorrow." "Oh." Zhao Shui nodded slightly, but she was somewhat disappointed, even dejected, because she wanted to come again tomorrow. She wanted to go out alone with Yifeng, but as a girl, she was too embarrassed to say it clearly. Seeing that Zhao Shui was somewhat disappointed, Yifeng knew what she was thinking, so he gently pinched her waist and said, "Don't be disappointed. We will have many more opportunities to go out in the future." "I'm not disappointed." Zhao Shui touched her face, feeling a burning sensation, perhaps from embarrassment. Although she had bravely confessed her feelings to Yifeng and was already his woman, there were some things she was too shy to say clearly. "Let's quickly collect sea salt," Yifeng said. "Okay, but we didn't bring any bamboo tubes or anything else. How are we going to collect sea salt?" Zhao Shui asked. Yifeng took off his outer garment and said, "Wrap it up in your clothes and go back." "Use my coat," Zhao Shui said. "No, you won't look pretty if you get a tan." Yifeng jumped into the pit and then carefully collected the sea salt. Zhao Shui also prepared to enter the pit, intending to collect sea salt with Yifeng. "Don't come down. Sit down on the rocks and rest. You'll get sunburned from working in the fields. Besides, you're tired. Get some rest," Yifeng said as Zhao Shui was about to get down. Zhao Shui shook her head and said, "Brother Yi, I'm fine." "Be good. Be a good girl," Yifeng said. "Okay, I'm going to rest now. Thank you for your hard work." Zhao Shui walked to a rock and sat down to rest. The tall, dark rock, 3 meters high, blocked the scorching sun. Sitting in the cool shade, Zhao Shui smiled at Yifeng. Seeing her beloved busy, she smiled brightly. Seeing Yifeng busy, Zhao Shui recalled the lives of male and female protagonists in some movies and TV dramas who lived in seclusion in the mountains. If Yifeng were to live a secluded life in the mountains, what would his life be like? Perhaps it would be a pastoral life with the fragrance of rice blossoms, or perhaps it would be a life of sowing beans south of the mountain, with weeds growing taller than bean seedlings. Although he would leave early and return late, the weeds would grow taller than the rice seedlings, a miserable and desolate existence, where he would not even have enough to eat. But whatever kind of life it is, I like it. Splash, splash. On the vast, boundless sea, came the sound of splashing waves. The tranquil sound of the waves occasionally reached Zhao Shui's heart. Listening to the sound of the surging waves, she felt very good. "Zhao Shui, let's go back." Just as she was thinking about those things, she heard Yifeng's familiar voice. "Brother Yi, are you done?" Zhao Shui looked up and smiled at Yifeng. "Yes, I've got it all done. Go back now." Yifeng reached out his hand, ready to take Zhao Shui's hand and go back. "Okay." Zhao Shui also extended her delicate hand and walked back hand in hand with Yifeng, leaving countless footprints on the golden beach. Chapter 162, Lu Mei gets beaten up. As afternoon approached, Yifeng and Zhao Shui returned to the cave entrance. Finally back at her place, Zhao Shui felt a little lost because she couldn't be alone with Yifeng anymore. "What's wrong?" Seeing that she was a little disappointed, Yifeng held her hand. Zhao Shui quickly hid, afraid of being discovered. Yifeng smiled and took her hand quite naturally. Brother Yi, don't do that, it makes me shy. Zhao Shue's face was very red as a red apple, and then she broke free from Yifeng's hand. The two walked towards the cave one after the other. When they reached the cave entrance, they heard Zhang Xiaoling and the other two talking. Stack it higher still. Inside the cave, Lu Ting's voice could be heard giving instructions. After entering the cave, Zhang Xiaoling was seen standing on a pile of wood. Wang Qing and Lu Ting were handing him pieces of dry wood one by one. Because the cave was small, the wood had to be piled up high so as not to take up too much space. Yifeng, you're back. Lu Ting asked happily upon seeing Yifeng return. Yes, I'm back, Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Ting patted the sawdust off her clothes, smiled, and ran to Yifeng's side, saying, We collected a lot of wood today. Aren't we amazing? Hee hee. The beautiful school beauty wiped her nose, showing off her prowess like a young lady from a wealthy family, though she truly was a young lady from a wealthy family. Not bad. You guys are really amazing, Yifeng praised. Xiaofeng, you must be tired. Sit down and rest. Wang Qing said with a smile. It's all right, not too tiring. But we were lucky. We were planning to go to the beach to dry salt, but we found some sea salt right there. Yifeng opened his coat, took a plastic box, and put the sea salt inside. There were some plastic items in the cave. These were things that Zhang Xiaoling and Lu Mei had picked up at the beach. When they woke up, they had found a lot of supplies from the cruise ship at a low-lying beach. Jin Fuhao and Bai Ji and the others had also found a lot. Haha, Brother Yi, you're really lucky, Zhang Xiaoling laughed. Zhao Shui was a little embarrassed, so she stood aside without saying anything. Zhao Shui, what's wrong? You look weak and have no energy. Lu Ting tilted her head and carefully examined Zhao Shui. She encountered a python in the forest and was dragged away by the giant green python. Fortunately, I was fast enough to catch up with the green python and rescue her. She was probably frightened, so she was not in good condition. Yifeng quickly explained that Zhao Shui's condition was not entirely due to the python. Are you alright? Lu Ting asked anxiously. Wang Qing and Zhang Xiaoling were also watching Zhao Shui, worried that something might have happened to her. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Zhao Shui shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Ugh. This primeval forest is full of pythons. It's so troublesome and scary. Lu Ting shook her head, indicating that she had a headache. The jungle is suitable for pythons to live in, and pythons only eat once every 10 days or so, Yifeng said. Zhang Xiaoling also said, this godforsaken place really has a lot of pythons. I've encountered them 3 times. They're really scary. You all need to be very careful when you go out in the future. If you encounter a python, try to stay away from it, Wang Qing said, concerned for everyone's safety. Yifeng didn't want to discuss this topic anymore, so he asked, where's Lu Mei? After entering the cave, he still hadn't seen Lu Mei and didn't know where the chubby girl had gone. However, although Lu Mei was rather fat, she was quite good-looking, and chubby people are usually plump and have a lot of flesh. She went out to fetch water. After we store the dry timber, we also plan to store more water so that we won't have to go out if it rains in the future, Wang Qing said. Yifeng nodded, indicating that this arrangement was quite good. Fresh water needed to be stored in the cave regularly, as it would be inconvenient to fetch water if there was a sudden downpour, especially if it rained heavily for several days in a row. Brother Yi, Brother Zhang, something bad has happened. Outside the cave, a girl's anxious voice could be heard. Then, a girl from Jin Fuhao's camp hurriedly ran into the cave. This girl was plain-looking, with many freckles on her face and thick legs. However, inner beauty is true beauty. For example, Jin Feng was quite pretty, but extremely ugly. What's wrong? Yifeng asked as he saw the girl rushing into the cave. Zhang Xiaoling was also looking at the girl, not understanding why she was in such a panic. The girl said, Young Master Lu and Tai Hu are back, and the 2 girls who came back with them are fighting Lu Mei with Shin Qiqi. Lu Mei is no match for them, and is covered in injuries by the river. When Gongzi Lu and Tai Hu went out to find food, they took 2 girls with them. When they returned, the 2 girls joined forces with Shin Qiqi and beat Lu Mei very badly by the river. Brother Yi, you guys should go take a look. We dare not help with this kind of thing. We can't afford to offend Tai Hu and young Master Lu, the girl said fearfully. Damn it. Zhang Xiaoling flew into a rage and said, Those bastards, how dare they attack people from my camp? They don't want to live. Brothers, grab your weapons. Yifeng gripped his sword and quickly walked out of the cave. He was looking for revenge against Gongzi Lu and Tai Hu. Those 2 bastards had injured his good brother's leg. If he didn't avenge this, how could he ever face anyone again? Damn it, it was one thing for young Master Lu to be arrogant back in school, but now that he's stranded on an island, he still dares to be arrogant. He's really asking for trouble. Chapter 163, She got beaten up terribly. Yi Feng, sword at his side, set off with a raging fury. He had never been to the riverbank before, but Zhang Xiaoling was leading the way. The girl from Jin Fuhao's camp secretly came to inform him of the situation and then quickly slipped away because she dared not offend Gongzi Lu, nor Tai Hu. Gongzi Lu was the school bully. Although he had already graduated, his family still wielded considerable power. As for Tiehu, he is said to be a boxing instructor at a martial arts school who once won the provincial Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, championship. Tiehu is not only powerful, but also has a wide network of connections. Brothers, come with me, let's take care of them. Yi Feng waved his hand, his momentum unstoppable. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, and Wang Qing followed behind Yi Feng. Lu Ting was eager to try, as if she would start a fight as soon as she got there. Zhao Shui was a little scared because she was timid. Wang Qing, on the other hand, was somewhat worried, perhaps fearing that things would escalate. 2 or 3 minutes later, the group arrived at the riverbank. The river was not large and was not far from the cave. Splash! The babbling brook, with its clear and melodious sound, slowly spreads through the forests on both banks. The winding river seems to divide this forest in two. The water in the river is clear and drinkable. Because the river contains flowing water that is constantly moving, and because there is no pollution on the island, even the river water is cleaner than the tap water in the city. Hit her, beat this damned woman to death. This damned woman dared to hit me. I swear I won't rest until I tear her off and make her beg for mercy. Downstream, a woman's excited shout came from the river. The voice sounded familiar. It seemed to be Shun Qiqi's voice. Not only will we make her kneel down and beg for mercy, we'll also kill her. That's right. We must kill her. Let her know that we are not easy to bully, and let her know the consequences of offending us. Downstream, the anger of 2 women could be heard again. You 3 damned women, if you have the guts, kill me, or I'll get my revenge. Lu Mei was furious. Snap, 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 bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of punches and kicks rang out. The sounds were really fierce, probably from the 3 girls, who were beating Lu Mei even more severely. Hearing this sound, Yi Feng knew that Lu Mei must have been beaten very badly. Quick! Yi Feng quickened his pace, leading the group to walk rapidly. The area ahead is downstream, and the further you go, the lower the elevation becomes, with many rocks on both sides of the river. After passing through a rocky area, a wide meadow came into view. The meadow was vast, and there were several large trees in the meadow. Countless vines grew on the towering trees that formed a canopy. In the grass, 3 women were pinning Lu Mei to the ground and beating her. One of them was Shun Qiqi. The other 2 women, around 30 years old, were definitely not from this school, because people who are 30 years old cannot have just graduated from university. Kill her! Kill her! Shun Qiqi actually stepped on Lu Mei's face, humiliating her and trampling on her dignity. Lu Mei screamed angrily. She felt like she was going crazy. Yi Feng didn't spot Gongzi Lu and Tai Hu, nor did he find Qiao Bao. He guessed they were hiding in the shadows. The meadow was surrounded by forests, with dense woods everywhere. The 3 of them must have been hiding in the forest, secretly observing the area. Stop it! You damned women! How dare you hit Lu Mei? Zhang Xiaoling was furious and walked over angrily. Who are you? Why are you bullying us like this? Is there no law anymore? Wang Qing also had a stern expression. Perhaps it was because of her profession, but she kept mentioning law. However, this was an island, and reasoning with these people was useless. Yi Feng, Zhang Xiaoling, Lu Ting, even if you come, it won't make a difference. I'm not afraid of you. Although Yi Feng and his group had arrived, Shun Qiqi was not afraid. She put one hand on her hip and pointed at Yi Feng and his group with the other. The 2 girls also looked down on Yi Feng and his group and continued to hold Lu Mei down on the ground. Brother Zhang, Brother Yi, come quickly and save me. Lu Mei felt so humiliated she wanted to cry. She had been beaten terribly. She was lying on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, and much of her hair had been pulled out. She had been beaten very badly and was quite pitiful. Yi Feng, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, and it's best not to help Lu Mei, or you will definitely regret it. Shun Qiqi pointed at Yi Feng and his group because Gongzi Lu and the other 2 were hiding in the woods. As soon as Yi Feng and his group made a move, the 3 of them would rush out immediately. Haha, who do you think you are? What right do you have to make me regret this? Yi Feng laughed and asked coldly. Brother Yi, don't waste your breath on them. Zhang Xiaoling was furious and wanted to rush over. Golden hair, Yi Feng, don't be impulsive. Since young Master Lu and his men are hiding in the shadows and not making a move, you 2 men shouldn't either. Leave this small matter to me. We women deal with women. Lu Ting rolled up her sleeves. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. Sister Lu Ting, let me help you. Zhao Shui was a little anxious, probably because she was very nervous and scared. You're a good girl, don't go astray. This kind of thing isn't for you to do. Watch how I deal with them. Lu Ting bit a strand of her bangs into her mouth. Her action was both cool and beautiful, somewhat like Shangguan Yan in TV dramas, who would bite a strand of her bangs into her mouth every time she got into a fight. Yifeng, I, the school beauty, have studied Taekwondo. Today, I'll show you my Taekwondo skills. Lu Ting said smugly, wanting to show off. However, she did tell Yifeng many times that she used to practice Taekwondo. Chapter 164 The School Beauty Really Knows Taekwondo. After rolling up her sleeves, Lu Ting rushed over to help Lu Mei. Wang Qing gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, took a step forward, and prepared to rush over, afraid that Lu Ting would be taken advantage of. You don't need to get involved in this. Since Lu Ting is so confident, let her do it alone. We'll talk to her if she can't handle it, Yifeng said. Good. Wang Qing nodded slightly, then stood still, but her cold and anxious gaze remained fixed on Lu Ting. Zhao Shui lowered her head in shame. She felt utterly useless. Lu Mei was being bullied, and she didn't even dare to help. She felt inferior to Lu Ting, and she admired Lu Ting's courage. However, Zhao Shui is very well-behaved and timid. She has never dared to cause trouble since she was a child, and is the kind of girl who doesn't even dare to speak loudly. Lu Ting rushed over quickly, as Lu Mei was being beaten to the point of near death. Although Lu Mei was strong and rather fat, she was powerless to fight back when surrounded by 3 women. Lu Ting, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll kill you today. Shen Qiqi released Lu Mei, quickly walked up to Lu Ting, and then pointed at Lu Ting's forehead. If you dare to lay a hand on me today, I'll make you regret it. If you don't believe me, just try it and see. Shen Qiqi continued pointing at Lu Ting's head. She had probably forgotten the lesson she learned last time, when she had treated Lu Mei the same way. Slap. Lu Ting slapped Shen Qiqi across the face, and she even added her own vocals as she did so. Snap. Shen Qiqi was slapped and staggered backward, almost falling to the ground. Lu Ting, you damned woman, I'll fight you to the death. After regaining her senses, Shen Qiqi rushed over angrily, but Lu Ting's slap had indeed left her somewhat stunned. Shen Qiqi rushed over fiercely, ready to use her most common move, grabbing her hair. Lu Ting took a step forward, placing her left foot on Shen Qiqi's toes, and with her right hand in a tiger's mouth shape, she swiftly struck upwards, violently hitting Shen Qiqi's chin. Shen Qiqi tilted her head back. Bang! Lu Ting swiftly threw out her right fist, striking Shen Qiqi in the heart, then lifted her foot, no longer stepping on Shen Qiqi's toes. Shen Qiqi took several steps back and then tumbled to the ground. After defeating Shen Qiqi, Lu Ting rushed over and slammed her knee into a girl's back. The girl and another companion were desperately pinning Lu Mei to the ground when Lu Ting suddenly struck her with her knee, causing her to scream and roll to the ground. Lu Mei was finally able to get up. After turning over, she pinned the girl to the ground and pounded her. Wow, Brother Yi, that's impressive. Lu Ting, the beautiful lady, actually knows Taekwondo. She really knows Kung Fu. Zhang Shaoling couldn't help but praise. Sister Lu Ting is amazing, and she's also very brave. Zhao Shui admired her greatly. She felt utterly useless compared to Lu Ting. I never expected the school beauty to know Taekwondo. She wasn't lying to me after all. Yifeng recalled that Lu Ting had once said she knew Taekwondo. He thought she was bragging at the time, but he didn't expect it to be true. However, although Lu Ting's Taekwondo is good, it is probably only good for dealing with girls. If she encounters a master, such as a Sanda master like Xiao Chun, Lu Ting will definitely be no match for him. With Lu Ting's help, Lu Mei turned the tide and angrily pounced on Shen Qiqi, quickly chasing after her. Oh my god! Shen Qiqi ran away quickly because Lu Mei was much bigger than her, and she was no match for her. However, Shen Qiqi couldn't run fast. Lu Mei grabbed her hair from behind, pulled her to the ground, and then beat her severely. Stop hitting me, I give up. Shen Qiqi cried out in pain and begged for mercy. She felt really unlucky, always getting beaten up. I was beaten up twice by Lu Mei and once by Lu Ting. I'm so unlucky. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Go to hell, it's no use begging for mercy. Lu Mei was furious and pinned Shen Qiqi to the ground, beating her mercilessly until she was bruised and swollen, looking utterly miserable. Lu Ting dealt with the 2 girls, but her Taekwondo skills were indeed quite good. No wonder she boasted that she was an 8th degree black belt. With a high kick, she sent one girl flying to the ground, and then with an over-the-shoulder throw, she slammed another girl to the ground. Seeing that Lu Ting wouldn't suffer any loss, Yi Feng felt relieved. As long as the school beauty didn't suffer, that was fine. He had been thinking about how to make a move, but he felt it was inconvenient to deal with a woman. Unexpectedly, Lu Ting pinned the two girls to the ground and beat them mercilessly. My God, how come there's a female expert? Just like Xiaochun. A girl was lying on the ground, covering her face with her hands. Don't hit me in the face, please don't hit me in the face. Oh my God, I feel like everything I ate is about to come back up. The two women kept screaming because they couldn't beat Lu Ting. On the other side, Shin Qiqi was trembling all over from being beaten by Lu Mei. She will probably be traumatized in the future because she was beaten by different people in turn. She had just been feeling smug for a while, but then she was beaten even worse. Young Master Lu, Tai Hu, Chao Bao, come out quickly, or I'll be beaten to death. Shin Qiqi couldn't take it anymore, so she lay on the ground and screamed. According to the original plan, Gongzi Lu and his two companions would not come out for the time being. They would wait until they had crippled Lu Mei and Yi Feng appeared before coming back. But plans are subject to change. Stop. Boom. A roar came from the woods. It was loud and clear, like the howl of a tiger. Then, three people emerged from the forest, one of whom was a pretty boy named Young Master Lu. Gongzi Lu was quite handsome, with fair skin and a dashing air. The other person is Chao Bao. However, Chao Bao was able to walk again, presumably because someone set his bones and repositioned them. Since Chao Bao's dislocation had occurred less than 24 hours ago, he recovered quickly and only needed to rest for half an hour. However, Zhang Xiaoling's situation is different. Zhang Xiaoling's bones were dislocated for a week, so it was very serious. Even if the bones were set and repositioned, she would need to rest for a few days and would not be able to do strenuous exercise during those days. The other person was very muscular, with dark, almost bronze skin. He was wearing a tank top and had very defined 8-pack abs. He must be Tai Hu. Stop it right now. Tai Hu roared, his loud voice like thunder. He had a large lung capacity, so his voice was very loud. Oh my God. Lu Ting quickly let go of one of the girls and hurriedly ran to Yi Feng's side. I'm scared. The school beauty stood anxiously behind Yi Feng, like a little kitten. Although she knew Taekwondo, she was still just a girl and was afraid of a fierce person like Tai Hu. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Yi Feng gripped his sword and calmly looked ahead. He saw Tai Hu holding a wooden stick, a very sturdy one. However, for kung fu masters, the power of a wooden stick and a sword is the same, and the wooden stick may even be more powerful than the sword. Because wooden sticks are better suited for chopping and striking and inflict internal injuries, while a sword, if not fatal, will at most cause external injuries. Chapter 165. Give him some face. Slap him. Young Master Lu arrived quickly with Tai Hu and Chao Bao. He exuded an imposing aura, as if he were a superior. He was used to the imposing presence of superiors when he was in school. Tai Hu strode in with a wooden stick in one hand and held the other in front of him, his steps powerful and his gait majestic and imposing. Chao Bao also walked over with a murderous aura, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Yesterday, Yi Feng had dislocated his bones, but fortunately, Tai Hu returned today and personally set the bones back in place. Since the dislocation had not exceeded 24 hours, he recovered after resting for an hour. Young Master Lu, Tai Hu, you finally arrived. Shin Qiqi was furious. If the three of them didn't come soon, she estimated she would be beaten to a pulp. The two women were also very angry, gritting their teeth, wanting revenge. Hee, so it's brother Yi Feng. I didn't expect you to still be alive. School beauty Lu Ting is also alive, and pretty girl Zhao Shui is here too. Young Master Lu strode over. He recognized Zhao Shui. Snort. Lu Ting snorted coldly and turned her head away, not wanting to look at young Master Lu. Zhao Shui stood nervously and fearfully behind Yi Feng. Oh, it's the beautiful teacher Wang Qing here too. I'm so glad to see you. I didn't expect you to be alive. Gongzi Lu smiled in a sunny and handsome manner. Wang Qing said sternly with a straight face, Young Master Lu, you and Zhang Xiaoling are from the same school. Now that you're stranded on a deserted island, why are you still plotting against each other? Wang Qing didn't have much affection for Gongzi Lu because he wasn't her student. Back in school, Gongzi Lu had a bad reputation, and many of the things he did were more outrageous than those of outsiders. Hee, those are all misunderstandings, said Gongzi Lu with a smile. Big cousin, what misunderstanding? That bastard Yi Feng beat me so badly yesterday that I dislocated my bones. You have to avenge me. Chao Bao was furious. What had happened to his big cousin? He had suddenly become kind. Could it be that my cousin saw some beautiful women and thus took pity on them? Instead of taking pity on them, Why not just kill Yi Feng and Zhang Shaoling? Then these beauties would be theirs. Back then, since they only had Lu Mei, that fat woman, they were too lazy to kill Zhang Shaoling, as it wouldn't make much of a difference. As for the noble Bai Ji, they dared not make a move against her because she was protected by the skilled female fighter Xiao Chan. Young Master Lu, you must avenge us. Wah! Shin Chichi cried, feeling wronged. To avenge us. The two girls were also very angry, worried that Gongzi Lu would forget to take revenge when he saw the school beauty. Hee, let's keep things peaceful and not be impulsive. We're all classmates, after all, said Gongzi Lu with a smile. Big cousin, this is so unlike you. Qiao Bao was unconvinced. What was wrong with his cousin today? He was advocating for harmony. If people like his cousin valued harmony, wouldn't the world be a better place? Taihu didn't speak. His sharp eyes would sometimes sweep over Lu Ting, sometimes over Zhao Shui and Wang Qing, and then he would nod slightly in secret, as if he was very satisfied. This is a civilized society now. How can we resort to violence? Gongzi Lu continued. You fucking liar. How did you treat me back then? Zhang Shaoling gripped the wooden stick, glaring angrily at Gongzi Lu. Brother Shaoling, as I just said, it was just a misunderstanding. We are all young people, and young people are always impulsive at times. Gongzi Lu smiled and walked to Yi Feng's side, then looked at Lu Ting and said, School beauty, I'm so happy you're all right. We're really destined to meet. Surviving a disaster on a deserted island and then meeting again is probably an arrangement of heaven. When I get back, I will definitely go to the temple to offer incense. Snort. Lu Ting snorted coldly and said icily, What does my life have to do with you? What kind of incense are you burning? Hee, beautiful Lu Ting, it seems you have a prejudice against me. Young Master Lu smiled nonchalantly, trying his best to look handsome. However, when he saw Yi Feng, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Damn it, a country bumpkin like him was actually stranded on a deserted island with the school beauty. Moreover, Lu Ting was standing behind Yi Feng, so the two must have a very good relationship. Young Master Lu was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If he could get Lu Ting, his family would become even richer, and Lu Ting was the only child in his family. If you get Lu Ting, you'll have beauty, money, and everything else. Back in Suzhou, he had considered making a move on Lu Ting, but Lu Ting's father was not a kind person and not to be trifled with, so he didn't dare. I have no prejudice against you, nor is there any need for me to be, because we are like strangers, Lu Ting said coldly. Big cousin, this damn woman isn't giving you any face. Why bother trying to win her over? Qiao Bao said from the side. Young Master Lu was immediately displeased. His cousin was too tactless. Taihu remained silent, standing majestically behind Gongzi Lu, his cold gaze fixed on Yi Feng and the others. He tried to suppress them with his imposing presence, but Taihu discovered that Yi Feng was not afraid of his authority at all. On the contrary, the pretty girl named Zhao Shui trembled under his pressure. Young Master Lu, you and Taihu attacked my brother, occupied his cave, and even injured his legs. This debt has not been settled yet, and I was just about to go find you. Yi Feng gripped his sword, looking at Gongzi Lu with neither arrogance nor servility. Back in Suzhou, Yi Feng never wanted to cause his parents any worry, so he always kept his distance from Gongzi Lu. But now that he's graduated and on an island, as Zhang Shaoling would say, the east wind blows, the war drums beat, and who's afraid of whom in today's society? Brother Yi Feng, I was just about to explain to you. That matter was indeed a misunderstanding, and besides, you also injured my cousin, young Master Lu said with a smile. Big cousin, let's get revenge. Qiao Bao kept bringing this up. Without his cousin's orders, he couldn't command Taihu. Although Taihu was his friend in the martial arts world, his cousin was rich, so Taihu only listened to Gongzi Lu. What kind of bullshit misunderstanding is this? I broke your dog's legs, and you call that a misunderstanding? Yi Feng asked. Young Master Lu frowned in displeasure. He didn't want to appear too ruthless in front of the beauties, but Yi Feng was completely oblivious to his surroundings. Damn it, he was courting death. Zhang Shaoling also said angrily. I, the Golden Lion King, am not someone to be trifled with. If you provoke me, things will get complicated. I will definitely avenge this. Young Master Lu shook his head slightly and said, Brother Yi Feng, Brother Zhang, although we have graduated, Suzhou is a national special economic zone. We all studied finance, so we will definitely have to work in Suzhou in the future, right? His meaning was simple. He was indirectly telling Yi Feng and the others that even after graduation, Suzhou would still be his territory, and that Yi Feng and the others would work in Suzhou in the future. After all, this city was the financial center of the country, and people who studied finance would all work here. Let's do this. Give me some face, you apologized to Qiao Bao. Move out of the cave and return it to us, and we'll call it even, Gongzi Lu continued. Big brother, it can't be that simple. That's letting them off too easily. Xiao Bao clenched his fists, feeling extremely unwilling. Taihu remained silent, still looking at Yi Feng and the others with an imposing air, as if he would snap Yi Feng's neck at the slightest command from Gongzi Lu. You've got too much influence. You injured my brother, seized his cave, and you actually expect us to apologize and hand over the cave. Yi Feng sneered. Damn it, who does he think he is, an emperor? In ancient times, when an emperor issued an edict to execute an entire family, the person being executed had to kneel down to receive the edict and express gratitude. That grandson of Gongzi Lu actually wants to be emperor. Does he even deserve it? What's wrong? Are you unwilling to give me this face? Young Master Lu looked at Yi Feng with cold indifference. He felt he had already given way enough, but Yi Feng still didn't know when to back down. If it weren't for the fact that there were beautiful women here and he didn't want to appear too fierce and scare them, he would have already had Taihu take action. Damn it, who's giving you face? Do you think this is still Suzhou? This is an island. Zhang Shaoling cursed loudly, showing no respect whatsoever to young Master Lu. Don't you want to give me this face? Young Master Lu stared coldly at the group with a stern face. Hee, since you care about face, then I'll give it to you, Yi Feng said with a smile. Brother Yi Feng, thank you for giving me face. You just need to apologize to Xiao Bao and then give up the cave. Young Master Lu nodded with satisfaction and pride. It seemed that his influence was still strong enough that Yi Feng had agreed to such an outrageous request. However, he could always find a chance to kill this bumpkin later. Snap! Just as Gongzi Lu was feeling smug, Yi Feng suddenly slapped him across the face. Caught off guard, young Master Lu was slapped and sent flying to the ground. I'm giving you face, and this is all the face you deserve, Yi Feng said coldly. Zhao Shui was startled, not expecting Yi Feng to hit Gongzi Lu. Lu Ting was also surprised that Yi Feng suddenly made a move. Big cousin. Xiao Bao shouted anxiously and quickly went over to help Gongzi Lu. Big cousin, I told you to just do it, but you wouldn't listen. You were so concerned about saving face, and now you've gotten beaten up, Xiao Bao said. Damn it. Young Master Lu was furious and said, Taihu, kill him. Chapter 166, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Young Master Lu was furious. He hadn't expected Yi Feng to slap him. This is a disgrace, an immense disgrace. Back in Suzhou Academy, he was a high and mighty overlord, an emperor, and everyone had to bow their heads when they saw him. But today, he was beaten by Yi Feng. Big cousin, are you alright? Xiao Bao rushed over anxiously and said, I told you long ago that we should just deal with Yi Feng directly, but you were too proud and ended up getting slapped by him. Fuck you. Gongzi Lu was furious and kicked Xiao Bao. His cousin was so tactless. Who do you think you are? Do you think I need to give you face? Do you really think this island is yours? Yi Feng said coldly. Okay. Young Master Lu said in a sinister tone, you will regret this. Tread. Taihu stepped forward and said coldly, kneel down and apologize to young Master Lu, and I might spare your life. Haha, I'll kneel to heaven, earth, and my parents, but I won't kneel to trash, Yi Feng laughed. Then you must die. Iron Tiger was majestic and imposing, exuding a powerful aura. Iron Tiger, I heard you're a boxing instructor at a martial arts school, and you even won first place in the province's Sonda competition. Today, I'll show you that there are always people more skilled than you. Yi Feng's imposing aura and sharp gaze were fixed on Iron Tiger. Tiehu, kill him, and I'll give you 1,000,000. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong, young Master Lu said viciously, waving his hand. Good. Taihu nodded slightly. Brother Yi, let me handle him. This trash injured my legs. I swear I will not rest until I avenge this. Zhang Shaoling prepared to step forward. Step back, you are no match for him. Yi Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it was firm. Zhang Shaoling was indeed no match for Taihu, especially since his leg injury hadn't fully healed. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Shun Chi-Chi, the two women, and Xiao Bao stood by, shouting for Taihu to kill Yi Feng. Hey. Click, click, click. Taihu smiled, tilted his neck slightly, and immediately made a crackling sound. As long as he killed Yi Feng, he would get 1,000,000 when he returned. As for the rest, Gongzi Lu would take care of it for him. Yi Feng, not far behind, Lu Ting said anxiously, no matter what, don't suffer losses yourself. My father is a very important figure in Suzhou. I will take responsibility if anything happens. Lu Ting's meaning was simple. Even if Yi Feng killed Taihu, she was willing to take responsibility after returning to Sioux City. If Yi Feng was killed by Taihu, they would definitely be humiliated, bullied, and so on, and would live a very miserable life. Yifeng, don't feel pressured. I promise you, no matter what you do or what happens on the island, my father will do everything he can to help you when we get back to Suzhou. You'll be fine. Lu Ting said again to encourage Yifeng to focus all his efforts on killing Tai Hu. Xiaofeng, don't let yourself suffer. Since someone is paying money to save your life, don't be soft-hearted, Wang Qing said. Brother Yi, what are you afraid of? Even if I have to sell several ranches at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain, I will ensure your innocence. But we two brothers have to get back alive, Zhang Xiaoling said. Ha. Yifeng smiled and looked at Gongzi Lu, saying, You think you can spend 1 million to kill me? You don't have enough money, and you don't have the ability. Iron Tiger, kill him. Young Master Lu gave the order again. He had originally intended to pretend to be refined and then secretly kill Yifeng. If Yifeng were dead, Zhao Shui and Lu Ting would both be his, but after being slapped, he dropped his pretense. Of course, Yifeng knew about Gongzi Lu's scheming nature, so he didn't bother to be polite with this grandson and directly slapped him down to expose his hypocrisy. Boy, I, Iron Tiger, am invincible. Do you want to fight with weapons and die by them, or do you want to fight with your fists and feet? Iron Tiger asked. Since you were once a Sonda champion and a boxer, then I'll fight you with my fists and feet, so you won't die unwillingly, Yifeng said coldly. Brother Yi, why are you being so polite with him? Just use your sword to kill him, or you can knock him down and let me finish him off with one strike. Zhang Xiaoling was afraid that Yifeng would give up his sword, because having the sword in hand would increase his chances of winning. Or he could wait until Yifeng had defeated Tai Hu before personally killing the thug. Very good. Tai Hu nodded slightly, then tossed the dark wooden stick behind him. Qiao Bao, hold the stick for me. Okay, Tiger. Qiao Bao took the wooden stick and glared fiercely at Yifeng. Golden Retriever, bring me your sword. Whoosh. Yifeng casually tossed his sword to Zhang Xiaoling behind him. Call out. After taking the sword, Zhang Xiaoling brandished it and glared fiercely at Tai Hu. Golden Hair, be careful. If Yifeng is no match for Tai Hu, rush over and finish him off with one strike, Lu Ting said in a low voice, standing next to Zhang Xiaoling. I understand. Zhang Xiaoling nodded, indicating that she understood. Are you scared? Lu Ting asked. Zhang Xiaoling said in a sinister tone. They've already decided to kill us. What's the use of us being afraid? Besides, it's better for them to die than for us to die. That's right, that makes sense. Lu Ting nodded with satisfaction, thinking that Zhang Xiaoling was indeed a tough guy, worthy of being Yifeng's brother. Compared with Lu Xiaochuan back then, Zhang Xiaoling was still very courageous and daring. Zhao Shui trembled nervously, looking at Yifeng with a pale face, afraid that something might happen to him. Fear gripped Zhao Shui as she silently prayed. Kid die. Whoosh. Tai Hu charged forward like a fierce tiger. His speed was fast, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura. Chapter 167. The Great Battle with Iron Tiger. Call. Call. On the grassland, Tiehu sped by like a meteor. He ran very fast and fiercely, as if carrying the force of hundreds of pounds. Under the big tree, young Master Lu and his companions were quite pleased with themselves. They had great confidence in Tai Hu and were just waiting to see how Yifeng would die. Lu Ting, Zhang Xiaoling, and the others also kept their eyes glued to the approaching Tai Hu. If Yifeng was outmatched, they would immediately take action and swarm him. Of course, Gongzi Lu's side was also prepared. If anything happened to Tai Hu, they would swarm in, first eliminating Yifeng, then Zhang Xiaoling. As for the beauties, they would consider them spoils of war. Yifeng stood on the grass, calmly watching Tai Hu rushing towards him. The man had a very strong presence. Splash! A few leaves slowly fell from the big tree behind them, and Tai Hu rushed over. With tremendous force, Tai Hu swiftly threw out his right hand, smashing a punch at Yifeng's head. Whoosh! Yifeng threw a punch quickly, and the two fists collided. Smack! Bang! A loud bang rang out as the two men's powerful forces converged in their fists and collided violently. Because Tiehu charged forward with inertia, and Yifeng reacted on the spot, Tiehu became even stronger due to the inertia. Tap tap. Yifeng quickly took a few steps back. He felt his fist go numb, as if he had struck steel, and he felt like he couldn't hold it tightly. However, he believed that Tai Hu must have felt the same way. Just as Yifeng retreated, Tai Hu took 2 more steps forward and then leaped up quickly. With another roar, Tai Hu leaped into the air like a mountain rising with a thunderous roar. His knee slammed violently into Yifeng's chest. The impact, combined with Tai Hu's own explosive power, was enough to break an ordinary person's ribs. Yifeng roared, unleashing his full power, and swiftly struck down with his right elbow from top to bottom. Bang! With a loud bang, Yifeng's elbow struck Taihu above the knee, causing his foot to slide downwards and his body to lose balance. However, Taihu was indeed quite strong. Although he lost his balance, he did not fall down. Instead, he pounced on Yifeng like a mountain, throwing 2 punches at Yifeng's neck and temples, both of which were fatal spots. In a moment of desperation, Yifeng quickly raised his arms and used both hands to protect his temples and neck. Otherwise, he would surely die from Taihu's heavy blow. Bang! Bang! Taihu's 2 fists slammed into Yifeng's arms like iron fists. Yifeng suddenly felt his arms go numb, but Taihu had already exhausted his attack. He quickly threw a punch at Taihu's heart. Although this part was not fatal, unless there was a sharp weapon, a punch would not matter. However, as long as he hit this part hard, it would make Taihu short of breath. Yifeng also wanted to attack Taihu's vital points, but the Birdman had just jumped up and was still in the air. Taihu was shocked. He quickly blocked Yifeng's fist, then landed on both feet. After standing on the ground, he made a tiger's mouth shape with his right hand and quickly attacked Yifeng's throat from bottom to top. With the shape of a tiger's claw, as long as the attack hit Yifeng's throat, he would crush Yifeng's throat. Shaped like a tiger's claw, it attacks from bottom to top at an angle, using thrust and inertia to make it more powerful than a straight-line attack. Because Taihu was very fast, Yifeng didn't have time to parry the attack and quickly leaned back at a 90-degree angle. Call. Iron Tiger's claws missed Yifeng's throat, so it quickly retracted its claws like iron hooks, trying to grab Yifeng's shoulder, straighten his body, and then use 2 fingers of its other hand to shatter Yifeng's throat and kill him. Yifeng recognized Taihu's fighting style and quickly kicked out, hitting Taihu in the stomach. Bang! Taihu was kicked in the stomach, but instead of getting angry, he revealed a cold smile because Yifeng's steps had become disordered. Huh! Iron Tiger struck Yifeng like a Buddha with his fists clenched. Bang! Yifeng crashed to the ground. Taihu swooped down like an eagle, his hands once again grabbing at Yifeng's throat. Every move he made was deadly, extremely insidious and ruthless, each move aimed at killing Yifeng. The moment he fell to the ground, Yifeng's knees bent rapidly. As Taihu pounced, his knees pressed against Taihu's abdomen, and his hands grabbed Taihu's claws. Roll! Bang! Yifeng's other foot, his knee, slammed into Taihu's armpit, sending Taihu tumbling to the ground. The 2 of them simultaneously sprang to their feet, then threw punches at each other, fists meeting and landing squarely. Tap tap tap. Under the heavy blow, both Tiehu and Yifeng staggered back a few steps. Yifeng, Brother Yi, Lu Ting and the others were very anxious, afraid that Yifeng would suffer a loss or be killed by Taihu. They were terrified by the fierce fight between the 2. If they had gone in, they would probably have been killed by Taihu with 1 punch. Tiehu, are you alright? Gongzi Lu quickly walked over and saw Taihu take a few steps back. He was also very anxious. Young Master Lu, Yifeng is not as easy to deal with as we thought. We all underestimated him. Taihu said. What do you mean? Young Master Lu was somewhat displeased. Taihu was usually arrogant and boasted in front of him all day long, showing off how capable he was. But today, when it came to dealing with Yifeng, he actually backed down. Tiehu said, if we want to deal with him, we'll have to pay more. You have to pay more. Pay more. Taihu's last words seemed to echo, reverberating along the riverbank time and time again. Fine, I'll give you more money. As long as you can kill him, I'll give you 5 million when we get back. Young Master Lu said with a dark face as he offered more money. Although it was a lot of money, he accepted it in order to avenge himself and to wash away the humiliation by killing Yifeng. Chapter 168 Kill Him. More money. In the grass, Lu Ting and the others stood beside Yifeng. They were also somewhat worried because Taihu was not easy to deal with, and the fight just now was very dangerous. Yifeng, I saw that Taihu was trying to kill you with his deadly attacks. Don't be soft-hearted. If you have the chance, kill him. My father will help us when we get back, Lu Ting reminded him. Don't worry, I won't be soft-hearted, Yifeng said. Brother Yi, if you're in trouble, just say so, and I'll rush over to help you, Zhang Xiaoling said. I don't need your help. Just protect everyone and prevent Gongzi Lu and his ilk from resorting to desperate measures, Yifeng instructed. If Tiehu is defeated, Gongzi Lu and Xiao Bao will definitely take Zhao Shui and the others hostage. These girls will be powerless to resist under their control. Once Zhao Shui and the others are taken hostage, Yifeng will be hesitant to act rashly. Okay. Zhang Xiaoling nodded, indicating that she understood. The task of protecting them is entrusted to you. Yifeng patted Zhang Xiaoling's shoulder heavily. Brother Yi, don't worry, I will protect everyone. Zhang Xiaoling nodded solemnly. He was determined to protect everyone. Zhao Shui was very nervous and scared, looking at Yi Feng with gentle and worried eyes. Yi Feng smiled slightly and said, "Don't be afraid, I am invincible." Zhao Xuan nodded slightly, trying to regain her composure. "Yi Feng, I didn't expect you to be so capable. This time I will definitely destroy you. You've offended young Master Lu. Even Jesus couldn't save you." Tread. Tai Hu, unarmed, took a few more steps. "Ha." Yi Feng smiled and said, "What is Jesus? Do I need him to save me? He is not the god of our country. Even if I need a god to save me, I don't need a foreign god. Kid, die. Call." Tai Hu charged forward like a fierce tiger. His speed was so fast that the fallen leaves on the ground were constantly kicked up by his feet. "Let's fight." Whoosh. Yi Feng also sped away, ready to go all out and kill this vicious guy. "Yi Feng, be careful, don't hesitate, kill him." Lu Ting's voice came from behind. She was afraid that Yi Feng would be beaten to death by Tai Hu, so she repeatedly reassured Yi Feng and told him not to worry about anything. Call. The two ran in the same direction, met instantly, and then quickly attacked. Bang bang bang. Yi Feng and Tai Hu kept throwing punches. They were both very fast, and within a few seconds, they had each thrown countless punches. The dense barrage of punches kept colliding, dazzling everyone who watched. They hadn't expected the two to be so powerful. After throwing more than 10 punches in succession, Tai Hu quickly followed up with a dragon sweep kick. He roared and swept his right foot quickly across the ground, aiming for Yi Feng's lower body, trying to kick Yi Feng to the ground. Whoosh. Yi Feng lightly leaped to avoid Tai Hu's sweeping leg. He placed his foot on Tai Hu's knee in a lunge position, then quickly slammed his elbows down, simultaneously striking Tai Hu's neck. Phew. Because the wind was moving very fast and was very strong, the sound of a strong wind blowing could be heard in the air. Tai Hu countered each move, swinging his fists and simultaneously striking Yi Feng's two fists. Bang! Yi Feng's knee slammed violently into Tai Hu's chest. Bang bang bang. After being violently struck, Tiehu cried out in pain, staggered back a few steps, and then clutched his chest with one hand, feeling a vague pain. Okay. Behind him, Zhang Shaoling exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Yi, you're amazing. You knocked him down, let me finish him off." "Yi Feng, well done. Keep it up and knock him out." Lu Ting also shouted loudly. In fact, she did not want Yi Feng to kill Tai Hu, because it would cause trouble in the future. But she knew very well that this was an island, and being soft-hearted would lead to a miserable death. It was better for Tai Hu to die than for Yi Feng to die. Wang Qing also gripped the wooden stick tightly in her hand. During Yi Feng's fight with Tai Hu, she never tried to persuade him, because she knew that if she tried to persuade Yi Feng at such a critical moment, it would be tantamount to harming her own student. "Brother Yi." Zhao Shui slowly closed her eyes, and crystal-clear tears kept falling down because she was very scared. "Tiehu, kill him, and I'll give you more money," young Master Lu shouted. "Pay more." Upon hearing that the price would be increased, Tiehu immediately became excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Money makes things easy. With money, he'd dare to kill anyone. "Kid, you're really good." Tai Hu gently brushed the dust off his clothes and stared at Yi Feng with a sinister look. "You want to kill me? If you want to kill me, then come on. I'm not afraid of death. How about you?" Boom. Yi Feng's aura surged, and his majestic presence filled the surroundings. "If I don't destroy you today, I'm not Iron Tiger." Whoosh. Tai Hu continued speeding towards them, this time even faster than before, perhaps because he was more excited to hear that the price had increased. Call. After rushing over, Tiehu leaped into the air and then unleashed a series of aerial kicks. Whoosh. Yi Feng leaned back, his body moving swiftly past, his knees sliding several meters across the ground as he passed under Tai Hu. Tai Hu missed his kick, and Yi Feng happened to appear behind him. In the chaos, Tai Hu quickly turned around and then delivered a high kick to Yi Feng's chest. Yi Feng reacted quickly, grabbing Tai Hu's high kick with his left hand and punching out repeatedly with his right fist. Bang bang bang. Within seconds, Yi Feng threw more than a dozen punches, each one landing on Tai Hu's lower abdomen. Tai Hu's face turned pale from the beating, and even if young Master Lu offered more money, his face probably wouldn't recover. Having already taken so many punches, Tai Hu simply abandoned defense and launched a direct attack, preparing to fight Yi Feng to the death. He clenched his fists and simultaneously smashed them toward Yi Feng's forehead. Yi Feng quickly released Tai Hu's foot, and then used a scorpion hook kick to not only avoid Tai Hu's fist, but also kick Tai Hu's forehead with the sole of his foot. Bang! Bang bang bang. Tai Hu was kicked in the forehead and staggered backward, feeling dizzy. Call. Yi Feng charged forward like a jaguar, kicking Tai Hu in the chest midair. His kick was very powerful, as it was combined with inertia in addition to force. Taihu let out a shout, and was kicked so hard that he tumbled several times before crashing down at the feet of Gongzi Lu and the others. Tiger, how could you be so useless? You couldn't even beat Yifeng. Xiao Bao was very angry and annoyed. Shin Chi and the other two were also very unhappy because Taihu could not be defeated and had to kill Yifeng. Tiehu, kill him, and I'll give you more money, young Master Lu continued. Anyway, his family is loaded. Back in school, a poor student offended the rich kid, Lu, and he said, my family's money can outweigh your house. When Prince Lu uttered those words, the man immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Yifeng, you son of a bitch, if I don't kill you today, I'm not Taihu. Tiehu roared and took the wooden stick from Xiao Bao's hand. He was ready to draw his weapon. Brother Yi, the knife. Whoosh. Zhang Shaoling quickly threw his sword over. Yifeng caught the sword and said sternly, you don't have the ability to kill me. You are no match for me in hand-to-hand combat, and you are even less of a match for me in a weapon fight. Chapter 169 Fierce Battle with Knives and Staffs. In a grove of trees by the river, Bai Ji and Xiao Chun stood on a sloping hillside, watching Yifeng and Taihu fight from afar. Bai Ji wore a fiery red mink coat, her favorite coat, worth hundreds of thousands. Xiao Chun stood indifferently behind Bai Ji. Ever since she was stranded on the deserted island, she had stayed by her sister's side without leaving her. Xiao Chun, I don't know anything about Kung Fu. Based on your observation, who is the most powerful, Yifeng or Taihu? Bai Ji asked. Yifeng. Xiao Chun answered directly. Oh. Bai Ji nodded slightly, then seemed to fall into deep thought. Xiao Chun remained silent. She recalled her last encounter with Yifeng. It seemed that Yifeng hadn't gone all out then, otherwise she wouldn't have been his match. I didn't expect him to be so powerful, Bai Ji murmured to herself. Sister, should we go help Tiehu, or should we make them give up? Xiao Chun asked. Why should we help Tiehu? Bai Ji asked. Xiao Chun said, you once told me that after we were stranded on a desert island, we had to maintain the balance between the various factions. If this balance were broken, it would be very dangerous. Bai Ji smiled and said, but Yifeng is different. I know countless people, so I can see that Yifeng is neither as ruthless as Taihu nor as gloomy as Gongzi Lu. He comes from a remote mountain village, has not experienced much, and is not complicated in his mind, so he will not do anything wrong. Even if he dares, he'll have to get past me first, Xiao Chun said. When necessary, you must help Yifeng. It's not that Yifeng is kind, but rather that compared to Taihu and his ilk, they are more benevolent and pose less of a threat to us, Bai Ji continued. Xiao Chun didn't say anything, she just looked ahead. In another grove of trees, Jin Fuhao and the two girls hid in the bushes, quietly watching Yifeng and Taihu fight. Rich guy, do you need our help? A girl asked. Who are you helping? Jin Fuhao asked. The girl said, of course I'll help Brother Yi. I don't think he's a bad person, not as bad as Taihu or Gongzi Lu. Look at my physique. Do you think I can beat Taihu and his gang? Jin Fuhao asked. The two girls shook their heads. Jin Fuhao had a pointed face and was very thin. They estimated that Taihu could kill him with one punch. Whether it's Taihu, Xiao Bao, or Gongzi Lu, you can't beat them, the two girls replied. Snort. Jin Fuhao snorted coldly and said unhappily, since you know that I can't beat anyone, then just watch the show and we won't offend anyone. Yes, Mr. Rich. The two girls nodded. Jin Fuhao continued to look ahead, but he also hoped that Yifeng would kill Taihu, because he knew that Yifeng was not as ruthless as Taihu, so he would not harm everyone. Fortunately, the two girls beside him had thick legs and a thick waist, and their faces were covered with pockmarks. Jin Fuhao knew very well that if the two girls beside him were beautiful, Taihu would probably have secretly killed him long ago. On the grassy bank of the river, Taihu gripped a sturdy wooden stick, poised to attack. His cold, indifferent eyes stared at Yifeng, then at Lu Ting and Zhao Shui. If he could kill Yifeng, he would not only get these beauties, but also receive millions in reward when he returned home. Moreover, with Gongzi Lu's powerful backer, he can definitely handle these matters, provided that Yifeng is killed. Tiehu go? Eliminate Yifeng. Young Master Lu waved his hand and gave the order. Boy, prepare to die. Tap tap tap. Taihu gripped the wooden stick with one hand, held it upright on his back, and leaned his body slightly forward, charging forward like a whirlwind. This movement was conducive to forward momentum, concentrating all his strength on the wooden stick. You can't take my life. Whoosh. Yifeng gripped his sword and rushed over like lightning. Damn it, since he wants to get rid of me, then let's have a big battle and see who gets rid of whom. Yifeng, be careful, You might send him to hell. Behind me, I heard Lu Ting's anxious voice. Call. Call. In the grass, the two ran in the same direction and finally came within 2 meters of each other. Huh. With a roar, Tiehu gripped the wooden stick with both hands, leaped into the air, and brought his entire body weight down with a powerful strike. The force of the blow was immense. Tiehu had concentrated all his weight, strength, and the force of his fall onto the wooden stick, creating a force of at least 1,000 pounds. Yifeng was shocked. He dared not use his sword to block the attack, because the force of the blow was too great. Yifeng quickly moved his feet, shifting his body to the side. Call. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a strong wind blowing past his ear. It was the sound of Taihu's wooden stick slicing past him. Bang! A loud bang, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, came as Taihu slammed his wooden stick into the ground, leaving a deep mark and sending the green grass flying in all directions. Call out. Yifeng gripped his sword and swiftly slashed at Taihu from the side. Taihu was shocked and quickly withdrew his wooden stick to block his sword. Then, he pried up the bottom of the stick and thrust it upwards, aiming straight for Yifeng's throat. Yifeng took a step back and thrust his sword into Taihu's heart. The two fought fiercely, neither showing any mercy, because this was a life-or-death struggle, and whoever showed the softest heart would be the one to die. Iron Tiger Dragon swings its tail, using its wooden staff to deflect Yifeng's sword. Then, the tip of the staff strikes down, attempting to shatter Yifeng's skull, the weakest and most vulnerable part of the human body. If struck, it would result in instant death. Clang! Yifeng blocked the wooden stick that was aimed at his skull. He quickly stepped forward and then brandished his sword. Swish, swish, swish. Yifeng unleashed several slashes in quick succession, the sharp blades swiftly stabbing towards Taihu's lower body, attacking his legs. Once this bastard's legs were injured, it would be easy to kill him. Taihu's footwork was unpredictable, and he managed to dodge Yifeng's 3 stabs with steady and agile steps. However, after escaping danger, he was covered in sweat because Yifeng was more powerful than he had imagined, even more powerful than Xiao Chun. When he was stranded on the deserted island, he saw that Bai Ji was very sexy and beautiful, so he wanted to make a move on her. However, Xiao Chun fought with him, and the two fought for more than 10 rounds. They were both wary of each other, so they dared not make a move again. But Taihu could clearly feel that Yifeng was much stronger than Xiao Chun. Big brother, hurry up and add more money. I see brother Tiehu seems to be struggling. He hasn't been able to kill Yifeng for so long. Chao Bao said anxiously. Young Master Lu, please add some more money. Perhaps only by adding more money can we ignite Taihu's fighting spirit, Shinchichi said. Big cousin, don't hesitate. Add more money. Add more money. Add more money. Chao Bao was very anxious and angrily grabbed his older cousin by the neck, urging him to give Taihu more money. Young Master Lu hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Taihu, kill him, kill him. As long as you kill Yifeng, I'll keep giving you more money. Chapter 170, Defeating Taihu. Tiehu, I'll give you more money. Taihu, who was initially a little guilty, became excited when he heard that Gongzi Lu wanted to add more money, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Swish, swish, swish. Yifeng swung his sword very quickly, almost forcing Taihu to have nowhere to retreat. Just when Yifeng thought Taihu was about to be defeated, the Birdman quickly retreated, then leaped up and unleashed a peerless move, the returning dragon thrust. While in midair, Taihu suddenly turned around and swiftly struck Yifeng's throat with his wooden stick. His speed and force were both impressive. Call out. In his anxiety, Yifeng gripped his sword with both hands and slashed at the wooden club of the returning dragon thorn. Bang! The blade and staff clashed together, seemingly sparking a burst of light. Although he managed to deflect the attack, Yifeng was genuinely shocked. Taihu's move was indeed powerful and beautiful. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or he would have surely died. Haha, big cousin, brother Tiehu's move just now was really impressive. It seems that adding money does have an effect. Add more money. Chao Bao shouted from the side. Young Master Lu didn't say anything. His face had darkened, probably from the endless demands for more money. Although his family was wealthy, the constant requests for more money were painful for him. In the gloomy atmosphere, Gongzi Lu seemed to have thought of something, so he quickly looked at Lu Ting and the others. He wanted to take Lu Ting or Zhao Shui hostage. As long as he captured these beauties and then threatened Yifeng, Taihu could take advantage of Yifeng's distraction to kill him unexpectedly. Chao Bao also thought of this and looked over with a sinister gaze. Damn it, are you going to make a move? Zhang Shaoling gripped the sharp bamboo pole and said viciously, Young Master Lu, Chao Bao, you two good-for-nothings, I don't even consider you a threat. If you want to make a move, I'll kill you in a minute. Lu Mei also gripped the bamboo pole, glaring fiercely at Gongzi Lu and his companion. Those treacherous and cunning fellows, they actually dare to try and deal with us? Don't even think about it. Lu Ting and the others also gripped sharp bamboo poles and wooden sticks, glaring fiercely at Gongzi Lu and his group. After hesitating for a moment, Gongzi Lu gave up the idea, because the other party was on guard, and even if they made a move, it would be useless. Besides, in addition to Yi Feng, he was also very wary of Zhang Shaoling. Back then, when he and Xiao Bao attacked together, they were no match for Zhang Shaoling and were beaten so badly that they had no way to fight back. In the end, it was Taihu who personally took action, which is why he was able to defeat Zhang Shaoling. Although Zhang Shaoling's legs haven't fully recovered, with the help of the fat woman Lu Mei and Lu Ting, they're sure to defeat them. Xiao Bao shared the same thought, and he also abandoned the idea of taking Lu Ting and the others hostage. Bang bang bang. Ding ding ding. From time to time, the sounds of Yi Feng and Taihu fighting could be heard from the grassland, the clash of their swords and clubs echoing along the riverbank. Taihu, like an eagle, gripped a wooden stick in one hand, leaped several meters off the ground, and then, from his high vantage point, brought the wooden stick, as if supporting the heavens, down swiftly. A pillar supporting the sky. Whoosh. Taihu's wooden stick, like a long snake emerging from its hole, struck Yi Feng's head with great force. Ha ha. Yi Feng laughed loudly. This grandson has fallen for the trap. Although this move is very powerful, it is also very dangerous. If the move misses, the defenses will be wide open. Yi Feng quickly bent over. Call. Iron Tiger's towering wooden club shot out from outside Yi Feng's head and then slammed heavily into the ground. Bang. A hole was suddenly punched into the solid ground. That was close. Yi Feng was shocked. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, otherwise his head would have been punched through and he would have died without a doubt. After Taihu missed his attack, his entire body was immediately exposed to Yi Feng. Die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Feng swiftly swung his sword, striking Taihu several times in succession. Ah! Taihu screamed a few times, feeling intense pain. He gritted his teeth and swung his staff out fiercely. Yi Feng retreated anxiously. Buzz. After slashing horizontally with his staff, Taihu retracted the stick and quickly fled into the forest. Brother Taihu, add some money me. Young Master Lu was about to speak, but Taihu said anxiously, Run? Yi Feng is too powerful. I'm no match for him. No matter how much money you give me, it won't help. After saying this, Taihu quickly leaped into the forest and fled in a panic. Oh my god. The two girls also fled with Taihu. Shinchichi was terrified and stood there dumbfounded. However, Yi Feng was too lazy to deal with her because he didn't want to deal with women. Damn it. After regaining his senses, Gongzi Lu cursed inwardly. Taihu was too useless. He was no match for Yi Feng. This bastard was usually so arrogant, as if he was omnipotent and the most powerful master in the world. But today he was beaten by Yi Feng like a stray dog. Brother Yi Feng, please give me some face, for the sake of... Prince Lu, steeling himself, wanted to make peace. Big cousin run. He won't give you any face. Xiao Bao pulled Gongzi Lu along anxiously and ran into the forest. His older cousin was really something, always wanting the other party to give him face. At a time like this, would Yi Feng still give him face? Young Master Lu followed behind his cousin Xiao Bao, running frantically into the forest. Don't go. Yi Feng rushed over quickly, ready to catch up with the three. If you don't kill the snake, you're bound to get bitten. Since we've already broken off all pretense of civility and are even at war, it's a fight to the death. Get out of the way. When Gongzi Lu fled, he kicked Shinchichi from behind. Ah! Shinchichi lunged forward, quickly lunging at Yi Feng. Seeing the sword in Yi Feng's hand, she screamed in terror. It's not my fault. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Roll. Yi Feng's voice was icy as he pushed Shinchichi aside and then rushed into the woods. Young Master Lu, Xiao Bao, Taihu, don't run away. In the woods, Yi Feng chased after them while shouting commands. But those three bastards were really fast at escaping, especially Taihu, who was running ahead of them. Yi Feng, I'll remember you. As long as I, Taihu, survive today, I will assassinate you again and again in the shadows. Taihu said as he covered his wound and fled quickly. Then you must die. Yi Feng, filled with murderous intent, quickly chased after them through the woods. Damn it, if they were let go, there would be endless trouble. Whoosh. Not far ahead, Taihu quickly leaped into the dense forest, but then, he suddenly let out a terrified scream. Ah! As soon as Taihu leaped into the dense forest, a scream rang out, his voice filled with terror and despair. What's going on? Yi Feng was shocked. Tai Hu must have encountered something terrifying, which was why he screamed. Bang! From the dense forest, a figure was thrown out. It was Tai Hu, who was no longer human. Chapter 171, The Jungle Black King Kong. In the forest, a figure was thrown out. It was Tai Hu. He was dead, and his body was deformed. When Yi Feng saw the dead Tai Hu, he was also shocked. It was too terrifying. Not only was the body deformed, but the bones were also torn apart. What could be so powerful? Iron Tiger. Xiao Bao and Gongzi Lu were about to run into the forest when they saw Tai Hu being thrown out. The two were terrified. What was in that forest that was so powerful? Roar. A roar came, and a giant gorilla appeared in the forest. No, it was Black King Kong. This black giant stood upright on its legs, with long arms, a height of 3 meters, and a weight of several hundred kilograms. It bared its teeth, revealing gleaming fangs. When Yi Feng saw the Black King Kong, he trembled all over. It was so tall and so big that even an adult would look like a child in front of it. This was the first time he had ever seen a real Black King Kong. He had only seen it in movies and TV shows before. Some say Black King Kong is a chimpanzee, but others say no. However, Yi Feng felt that Black King Kong was taller and more powerful than a chimpanzee. Oh my god! Young Master Lu was so frightened that his face turned green. Xiao Bao was also terrified and turned pale. Roar! Black King Kong let out a low growl, then quickly stepped forward. It turned out that it had been lying in the woods to cool off when Iron Tiger rushed in and jumped on its stomach. Black King Kong was enraged, so it killed Iron Tiger on the spot. Iron Tiger was caught off guard and never expected to encounter Black King Kong, so he was killed instantly. Run! Gongzi Lu shouted in a hoarse voice, then turned around and tried to run away. Oh my god! Xiao Bao was so frightened that he turned and fled quickly. Roar! Black King Kong stretched out his long arm, quickly grabbed Xiao Bao, and held him in his hand. Ah! Xiao Bao screamed in terror, but Black King Kong grabbed him by the arm. He struggled like a child, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless, because compared to Black King Kong, his strength was too small, too insignificant. Big cousin, save me. Xiao Bao anxiously sought help, but Prince Lu ignored him. Ah, don't bite me, don't kill me. Xiao Bao was so frightened that he wet his pants and said, I am young Master Lu's father. Oh no, young Master Lu is my father. No, young Master Lu is my cousin. He is very rich. If you let me go, I will give you money. Terrified, Xiao Bao spoke incoherently. Roar! Black King Kong slapped Xiao Bao on the head and then slammed him to the ground. Bang! Xiao Bao was instantly killed by being slapped and crushed. My older cousin. Young Master Lu cried out in anguish. His eldest cousin was dead. Although the cousin was of little use, he was still a cousin after all. Roar! Black King Kong charged forward quickly, its long arms resembling those of a gibbon. Yi Feng turned and fled quickly. When the Black King Kong chased after him, he felt very oppressed. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating and made it difficult to breathe. Damn it! In this primeval forest, a Black King Kong has appeared. This thing is terrifying. Even a tiger couldn't defeat it. Brother Yi Feng, wait for me. If you save me and help me, I'll give you 1,000,000 when we get back. Seeing Yi Feng fleeing ahead, Gongzi Lu anxiously sought help. Yi Feng ignored him and even thought about how to kill him. I'll pay more. Seeing that Yi Feng was ignoring him, Gongzi Lu offered to pay more. After Yi Feng rushed out a dozen steps, he saw a rotten piece of wood on the ground in front of him. The rotten wood was 1 meter long and half a foot thick. Whoosh! Yi Feng rushed over quickly and then kicked the rotten wood. The rotten wood was immediately thrown out and slammed heavily onto Gongzi Lu. Bang! Ah! Prince Lu was hit by the rotten wood and immediately rolled to the ground. Roar! The chimpanzee roared as it approached. Young Master Lu was terrified and pleaded anxiously. Brother Yi Feng, please, save me. I'll give you money. I'll give you more money. Click! Black King Kong's foot stepped on young Master Lu's lower abdomen. Ah! Gongzi Lu's body was instantly deformed, low in the middle and high at both ends, a terrible sight. Black King Kong bent down, grabbed young Master Lu with his long arms, and angrily slammed him towards Yi Feng. Oops! Yi Feng was shocked and quickly bent down. Whoosh! Prince Lu flew over his head and crashed into a large tree, breaking it in two and killing Prince Lu instantly. Dead. Prince Lu is dead. However, their deaths in this way were beneficial to them. Even if they left the island and were investigated, all the blame would fall on Black King Kong. Yi Feng ran towards the edge of the forest. His speed was very fast, almost like a 100-meter sprint. The two girls were rushing into the forest in a panic. Although they had heard the noise, they didn't know what had happened. Ah, Black King Kong. The two women covered their faces with their hands and kept screaming loudly. Those two stupid women are so foolish. When Black King Kong came, their first thought wasn't to run away, but to cover their faces with their hands. Did they think that as long as they covered their faces, Black King Kong wouldn't recognize them and would let them go? Yi Feng raced wildly, constantly passing over many saplings, running as fast as he could. Yi Feng, don't go, take us with you. A woman came to her senses and grabbed Yi Feng's hand. The other woman then anxiously grabbed Yi Feng and said, please, help us hold off Black King Kong. If you save us, we'll both be your women, and you can do whatever you want with us. Roll. Yi Feng roared, broke free from the two men, and rushed out quickly. These two damned women actually begged to be saved. Damn it, he can barely save himself. How could he be in the mood to save them? Even if he could, Yi Feng wouldn't do it. Roar. Bang. Black King Kong's massive body approached like a mountain. The two women were so frightened that they crouched on the ground, burying their heads between their knees. They were so terrified that they didn't know how to run away, and they were too scared to move. Oh. Oh. From the woods, behind him, came the screams of the two women. Yi Feng didn't turn around. He continued rushing towards the grass, determined to notify Lu Ting and the others as quickly as possible. As for the two women, they were probably already in grave danger. Chapter 172: The Terrifying Black King Kong. Riverside. In the lush green grass, Shin Chi-Chi was explaining to Lu Ting and the others. Everyone, please believe me. I am truly innocent. Actually, I didn't want to deal with you either, but young Master Lu forced and threatened me, so I had no choice but to become your enemy. Since Gongzi Lu and the other two escaped, she lost faith in them and did not flee with them. Moreover, she had just been beaten up by Lu Ting and Lu Mei in turns, so she couldn't run anymore. Get lost. Lu Ting's voice was icy. She despised people like Shin Chi-Chi the most for their opportunism. Not only are they opportunistic, but they're also vicious. Everyone, I am truly innocent. I am just a weak woman. Why would I want to fight against you? It's all because of young Master Lu and the others, Shin Chi-Chi continued to explain. Shin Chi-Chi, get out of here. We're only letting you go because you're a woman. If you were Chao Bao or Gongzi Lu, you wouldn't even have a chance to speak. Zhang Xiaoling's gaze was icy. He also disliked women like Shin Chi-Chi. Everyone, I was really forced into this situation. Whoosh. Shin Chi-Chi was about to explain when two figures were thrown out of the jungle. Bang. Bang. After the two figures landed on the ground, they were found to be dead, and in a very gruesome way. Shin Chi-Chi was startled and screamed loudly. Zhao Shui and Lu Mei also screamed loudly because it was too terrifying. Is Yi Feng really that cruel, not even sparing women, and throwing them so far away? But they felt something was wrong, because Yi Feng wouldn't be so cruel. He would only deal with Tai Hu and his two companions, not women. Besides, Yi Feng didn't have the strength to throw the two of them so far. It's over, we're doomed. Shin Chi-Chi's mind went blank, and she trembled with fear. She believed that Yi Feng had become possessed by a demon and was therefore going on a killing spree, and that she would definitely be next. Run, Black King Kong is coming. Yi Feng leaped out of the forest, looking very anxious and covered in sweat. Yi Feng, brother Yi. Lu Ting and the others called out anxiously. Run, back to the cave. Black King Kong is here. Whoosh. Yi Feng leaped several meters in one step, as if he had jumped out of a raging fire. Run. Zhang Xiaoling led Lu Ting and the others to escape quickly. Although they hadn't seen the chimpanzee yet, he trusted Yi Feng. He knew his good brother would never speak carelessly without reason. Roar. With a roar, the group turned around and saw a 3-meter-tall black gorilla charging out of the forest. This black gorilla was very tall, and its body was full of muscles. It looked very strong. Even an adult would look like a child in front of it. Oh my god, I don't want to die. Shin Chi-Chi took off running. However, she was very lucky because she didn't escape with young Master Lu and the others. If she had fled into the forest with them, she would definitely have been killed by Black King Kong. Yi Feng ran wildly along the riverbank. Yi Feng, brother Yi. Ahead, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui turned around and looked anxiously at Yi Feng. Run. Yi Feng ran anxiously while waving his hands incessantly. He was afraid the two of them would run back, but he figured they wouldn't be that foolish. Lu Ting, Zhao Shui, run. Don't worry about brother Yi. I know his abilities very well. If you really want to help him, the only thing you can do is run faster. Zhang Xiaoling shouted as she ran. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui thought this made sense. If they went back, they would not only fail to help Yi Feng, but would also harm him. Led by Zhang Xiaoling, the group ran faster and faster. Yi Feng ran anxiously behind, and seeing that Lu Ting and the others were getting faster and faster, he smiled. Because they had spotted Black King Kong in advance and were at a greater distance, they had enough time to escape back to the cave. As long as they were safe, he could protect himself. And at this moment, on the earthen slope in the forest, Xiaochun also saw Black King Kong. She said anxiously, "Sister, run. There's Black King Kong here." "Xiaochun, wait for me." Bai Ji turned pale with fright. Fortunately, she was some distance away, otherwise she would have surely died. "Sister, I will not abandon you." Xiaochun grabbed Bai Ji's hand and frantically ran forward. Meanwhile, in the woods, Jin Fuhao, along with two women, ran in a panic toward their cave. "Run, run, run." Jin Fuhao turned pale with fright. He hadn't expected that a Black King Kong would appear in the nearby forest. This creature was several times stronger than a leopard, and even Yi Feng was no match for it. Yi Feng ran while looking back, and saw that Black King Kong was getting closer and closer to him. In the gale, there were waves of violent aura, which was the aura of Black King Kong. "Damn it, this beast is so fast. If it keeps going like this, I'll definitely be caught up. It will be very dangerous if I get caught, and there are no trees nearby, so it will be difficult to use the terrain to my advantage to fight Black King Kong. It's too slow, too slow. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Yi Feng screamed wildly in his heart, his feet constantly increasing their speed, which was the fastest he had ever reached. Roar! Black King Kong relentlessly pursued them, as if he wouldn't give up until he caught Yi Feng and his group. Chapter 173: Hiding in the Cave. After the 5 people ran to the cave entrance in a panic, Lu Ting and Zhao Shui did not want to go in. They stood in front of the cave entrance and waited for Yi Feng. "You guys go in quickly. I'll stay here and meet up with Brother Yi," Zhang Xiaoling said. Lu Ting didn't want to go in because she didn't see Yi Feng following her, and she felt uneasy. Zhao Shui felt the same way. Not seeing Yi Feng return, she didn't want to enter the cave. "Don't waste time. Hurry up and go in, otherwise everyone will stand here and block Brother Ye's way," Zhang Xiaoling said. The two took a deep breath and then entered the cave. Zhang Xiaoling stood in front of the cave entrance, holding a long bamboo pole, waiting for Yi Feng to return. Roar! Black King Kong quickly caught up, while Yi Feng fled to the bottom of the cave. This damned beast was actually chasing after them relentlessly. They didn't know how Shin Chi-Chi was doing, whether she was dead or not. But they hoped that this vicious woman was already dead. "Haha, Brother Yi, you're back. Do you need my help?" Zhang Xiaoling stood on the high ground and looked down. Because the cave was located at a high point, she could see clearly all around her. "No need, go inside quickly," Yi Feng said as he ran. "Haha, brother, let me give you some courage," Zhang Xiaoling laughed. When Yi Feng reached the cave entrance, he was covered in sweat. He had been running for a long time and was indeed very tired. Roar! Black King Kong caught up, but Yi Feng noticed that the beast seemed to be climbing the hill slower than before. This was probably because its large size and clumsy build affected its speed. "Brother Yi, are you alright?" Zhang Xiaoling asked. "It's alright, how about you guys?" Yi Feng asked. "We're fine too," Zhang Xiaoling said with a smile. Yi Feng turned around and looked at Black King Kong chasing after them. The beast was still relentlessly pursuing them, as if it had a deep-seated hatred for them. "Go inside quickly." Yi Feng entered the cave, followed closely by Zhang Xiaoling. The two pushed up a large stone slab to block the stone door, then wedged themselves into the gap between the stones. The stone door was very sturdy and should be safe. "Call." Yi Feng wiped his sweat. Finally, he could rest. Damn, he was exhausted. Brother Yi, sob, sob, sob. I was so worried about you just now." Zhao Shui's eyes were red, and she quickly ran to Yi Feng's side, and then threw herself into his arms. "Brother Yi, you scare me to death. Thank goodness you're all right, sob, sob, sob." Zhao Shui cried because she was very scared. Hee. Yi Feng smiled casually, raised his hand and gently patted Zhao Shui's back, saying, "It's okay, I'm fine." Zhao Shui's voice was somewhat drawn out as she nodded obediently. She felt warm and safe in Yi Feng's embrace. Snort. Lu Ting snorted coldly, her little mouth pouting high. Seeing Zhao Shui nestled in Yi Feng's arms, their relationship seemed very close and warm, and she felt jealous. In any case, she felt uneasy. She had never felt this way before, but recently she had started to feel it. 10 days or half a month ago, she would have been overjoyed if Yi Feng and Zhao Shui had a good relationship and were very close to each other. Because if Yi Feng and Zhao Shui had a good relationship and became a couple, he wouldn't have any designs on her, and she would be safe. But now, Lu Ting doesn't think that way. Hee, okay, stop crying. Yi Feng wiped away Zhao Shui's tears, then gently wiped away her tears as well. Lu Ting crossed her arms and turned her head away, not wanting to look at the two of them. Sister Lu Ting, I'm sorry. I was just too anxious and scared, so I couldn't help myself. Zhao Shui realized she had misbehaved, so she carefully apologized. Hey. Lu Ting turned around and smiled, saying, It's all right. Yi Feng isn't anyone to me, so you don't need to explain. Sister Lu Ting, I was really in a hurry just now. I didn't mean to. Zhao Shui lowered her head, feeling a little guilty. In fact, she always felt that Lu Ting was more suitable for Yi Feng, and she just wanted to stay by Yi Feng's side quietly. She knew that Yi Feng was the kind of person who would definitely experience great storms or a spectacular entrepreneurial journey in the future, and she did not have the courage or ability to do such things. I'm really fine. I don't feel anything at all. Lu Ting smiled, then tugged at Zhao Shui's cheek. Oh. Zhao Shui cried out softly in pain because Lu Ting had pulled a little too hard. I wonder if Black King Kong will smash the door. Lu Ting released Zhao Shui's face and walked towards the cave entrance. However, when she passed Yi Feng, she deliberately stepped on Yi Feng's foot and even stomped on it hard. Yi Feng pretended not to know and continued to look outside, but the fragrant scent emanating from Lu Ting was intoxicating. Hoo-hoo. Outside the cave, the dark-skinned Black King Kong appeared. It was 3 meters tall, with strong muscles all over its body, sharp fangs, and long arms. In particular, its jet black fur shone like black gemstones. Yi Feng, it's here. Lu Ting was a little anxious. Don't be afraid. We should be safe in the cave, Yi Feng said. Lu Ting nodded and asked, were young Master Lu and the others killed by Black King Kong? Yes, I wanted to catch up with them, but Black King Kong came and killed them, Yi Feng said. Haha, their deaths were a stroke of good luck, saving us a lot of trouble. Lu Ting smiled in a good mood because Tai Hu and Gongzi Lu were dead. Compared to He Jinggang, those people were more dangerous to them. Although the beast was terrifying, it was not cunning and would not play tricks. Roar. Black King Kong approached the cave wall and saw someone watching it from inside, so it angrily bared its fangs. Oh. Lu Ting was startled and hurriedly backed away. Zhao Shui, Wang Qing, and Lu Mei were also frightened and retreated. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. Who's afraid of who in this society? Zhang Xiaoling walked over, holding a sharp bamboo stick. But this birdman was really funny. Although he spoke to Black King Kong in human language, this beast couldn't understand human language at all. Roar. Black King Kong roared and stepped forward, slamming his long arms against the stone walls of the cave. Bang bang bang. A series of loud noises came, and the 6 people felt as if the cave was shaking. This beast is really powerful. It has such great strength. Yi Feng, it's hitting the stone wall of the cave. Lu Ting was very worried. Although the stone walls of the cave were very sturdy, Black King Kong was very strong. If it kept hitting them, even the sturdiest stone walls would be knocked down. Brother Yi, stab it to death. Zhang Xiaoling grabbed the bamboo pole and quickly thrust the sharp end outwards. He was fearless and therefore very daring. Call out. Just as Zhang Xiaoling thrust out his bamboo pole, it was caught by Black King Kong. This beast's arm was not only very long, but it also had 5 fingers, just like a human's. Zhang Xiaoling cursed and yelled, but couldn't retract the bamboo pole. Golden Retriever, don't panic. I'm here to help you. Call out. Yi Feng swiftly drew his sword and thrust it through the crack in the rock. Chapter 174 Black King Kong smashes the door. Call out. Yi Feng swiftly thrust out his dagger, which pierced through the crack in the stone and struck Black King Kong's arm. Laugh. It felt like piercing through tough cowhide, but Black King Kong's skin was even tougher than cowhide. Yi Feng thrust fiercely, but only managed to pierce Black Diamond's skin, drawing a little blood. Roar. Black King Kong felt the pain, bared its teeth and roared angrily, its blood-red eyes staring fiercely at Yi Feng and the others through the cracks in the stone wall. That look in his eyes was particularly terrifying. That terrible feeling was like being held against you. Yi Feng had never seen such a terrifying gaze in the eyes of other animals. It was as if Black King Kong possessed wisdom. His terrifying gaze seemed to say, I will remember you, and I will definitely take my revenge. Brother Yi, stab it to death, stab it to death. Zhang Xiaoling shouted excitedly. Damn it. Yi Feng cursed loudly, then prepared to continue stabbing. Even if he was resented, so what? Does that mean Black King Kong is allowed to kill people like them, while they can't resist? Why should I? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Feng thrust out several times in succession. Roar. Several small cuts were left on Black King Kong's body. It painfully loosened its grip and released Zhang Xiaoling's bamboo pole. Zhang Xiaoling quickly pulled back the bamboo pole, then thrust it out again. Whoosh. The long bamboo pole, with its sharp end, pierced Black King Kong's belly, leaving a small gash. Roar. Black King Kong roared and swung its long arms, trying to strike the bamboo pole, but Zhang Xiaoling quickly pulled them back. Haha, brother Yi, kill it, kill it. Zhang Xiaoling was very excited and not afraid at all. The two stood against the stone wall of the cave, frantically thrusting their weapons outwards to stop Black King Kong from banging on the door. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui stood behind, their faces pale with fright, because Black King Kong's aura was too terrifying and the sense of oppression too strong. Girls are generally more timid than men, so they naturally feel fear when faced with such situations. But not all men are bold. For example, Lu Xiaochuan was a cowardly and spineless man. Haha, brother Yi, I stabbed it in the head. Damn it, it wanted to eat us, but it didn't even know my reputation. I am the Golden Lion King. Zhang Xiaoling tossed his golden hair and touched his broad forehead. He was a fearless person. Roar. Black King Kong was bleeding, and its skin was pierced in many places. After roaring, it slowly retreated, not daring to stand at the cave entrance and continue banging on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Black King Kong walked away slowly, step by step, with heavy steps. Damn it, if you're so tough, don't run away, come on. Seeing Black King Kong leave, Zhang Xiaoling angrily cursed. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the beast would leave soon so that they could get some fresh air and rest for a while. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui also relaxed completely, sitting on the rocks in the cave. They had been tense just now, but now they could finally relax. However, just when everyone wanted to rest, something unexpected happened. Roar. Black King Kong, who had been leaving, suddenly turned around, abruptly looked back, stared angrily at the cave, opened his mouth wide, and revealed his fangs. His expression and demeanor were like that of a wise, burly man roaring in anger. Oh. When they saw Black King Kong's terrifying eyes, Zhao Shui and Lu Mei screamed in fright, and the group quickly huddled together. Yifeng couldn't help but take a half step back. That look was terrifying. Damn it. Zhang Xiaoling was unconvinced and cursed. Brother Yi, this beast dares to scare us. It seems we didn't stab it hard enough just now. Keep stabbing it. This guy is really fearless. His mind is probably blank, and he didn't understand Black King Kong's gaze. However, having such a brother is good. If Zhang Xiaoling were always timid and hesitant, it might not be a good thing for everyone. Black King Kong suddenly bent down, picked up 2 stones, and then angrily threw them at him. Bang! Bang! 2 loud crashes resounded, and the cave entrance shook violently. Black King Kong's strength was immense. The 2 rocks were shattered, and the cave entrance was slightly deformed. Oh! Zhao Shui and the others were terrified because Black King Kong suddenly banged on the door. It was too scary. Although they had experienced the same thing before, being trapped in a cave by wild animals, those wild animals were not intelligent and did not know how to lift stones to break down the door. Bang! Bang! 2 more stones flew over and slammed into the stone gate, sending shards of stone flying and dust billowing everywhere. The loud noise was like a cannon firing. If Black King Kong continues to smash, the stone gate will definitely be shattered. Without the protection of the stone walls and stone gate, if Black King Kong enters the cave, they will all die. Although Yifeng's kung fu is very powerful, the human body always has its limits. Black King Kong's terrifying strength is such that even several tigers couldn't defeat it. Roar. Black King Kong was still throwing stones wildly, like a madman. Damn, brother Yi, it seems really defiant. Open the gate. Let's go out and fight it for 300 rounds. Zhang Xiaoling stabbed the bamboo pole in his hand, wondering if he was brainless or just incredibly bold. Yifeng, you have to think of something quickly. This Black King Kong is really terrifying. Lu Ting was very anxious. If the Black King Kong was allowed to continue its rampage, everyone would die here. Yifeng looked up and saw that the top of the cave was a crack, which was the opening in the belly of the mountain peak. Once the Black King Kongs get in, they climb to the top of the cave, where they should be safe once they enter a crevice in the rock. Because Black King Kong is so heavy, it probably wouldn't be able to climb up there, and even if it could, it would be difficult for it to get into the cracks in the rock. However, this is not a foolproof solution. If Black King Kong stays down there and doesn't leave, they will be trapped and starve to death. Upon seeing the fire, Yifeng suddenly had an idea. He picked up a piece of wood from the fire. The wood was still burning with charcoal. Through the ventilation hole in the stone wall, Yifeng quickly threw the fire stick out. Whoosh! Bang! The fire stick struck Black King Kong, and the embers scorched its fur. Hiss! A smell of burning hair wafted over, and a curl of fur on Black King Kong's body was burned. Roar! Black King Kong roared a few times, patted its body with its long arms, and then glared angrily at Yifeng, seemingly very wary of the flames. Black King Kong took a few steps back, then turned and left. However, It kept turning back, its angry gaze constantly fixed on the people in the cave, its sharp fangs bared in a show of defiance. Its terrifying gaze seemed to be telling Yi Feng and the others, "Wait, I will be back. Damn it, don't you dare leave." Zhang Xiaoling waved the bamboo pole in his hand, as if he wanted to rush out and fight. Yi Feng stood in the cave, watching Black King Kong's departing figure with worry. He felt that the beast would come back. As dusk fell, Black King Kong went further and further away, gradually disappearing from their sight. Oh my god, that was terrifying. Lu Ting patted her chest, finally able to catch her breath. Zhao Shui was also pale, and she struggled to stand up. "Xiao Feng, I have a feeling that Black King Kong will come back again," Wang Qing said. Thump. Zhao Shui had been struggling to stand up, but after hearing Wang Qing's words, she was so frightened that she fell back to the ground. Chapter 175, She's Still Alive. "Xiao Feng, I have a feeling that Black King Kong will come back, because the way it looked at us just now was terrifying. It seemed like a wise person who held a grudge against us." Wang Qing walked to Yi Feng's side, looking outside with melancholy eyes. "Yes, I also feel that it will come back." Yi Feng nodded slightly, the terrifying look in Black King Kong's eyes as he left repeatedly flashing before his eyes. "It would be even better if it came back. I was afraid it wouldn't." Zhang Xiaoling rubbed his hands together eagerly. Yi Feng ignored him. This brother, all brawn and no brains, was adorably silly. "Teacher, Brother Yi, why are you so sure that Black King Kong will definitely come back?" Zhao Shui asked fearfully. "Black King Kong is the most intelligent of all beasts. It is said that this animal's intelligence is like that of a 7-year-old human child. Xiao Feng and Xiao Ling injured it just now, so it will definitely come back for revenge," Wang Qing said. "A 7-year-old child already has a high IQ, because a 7-year-old child also experiences joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and has a desire for revenge. For example, if a 7-year-old child's things are broken or hit by other children, they will feel very resentful and try every means to vent their anger. When 7-year-olds get into fights with other children, if their parents quickly pull them apart, they will struggle to get back at them. They just need to fight back to feel good, otherwise, they feel frustrated." "Teacher, Brother Yi, what should we do? If Black King Kong comes back, how do we deal with him?" Zhao Shui was very worried. The thought of that enormous creature sent chills down her spine. "I can't think of a better solution right now." Yi Feng shook his head slightly, indicating that he had a headache and had never encountered such a terrifying thing. "I saw Black King Kong leave warily after you threw the fire stick. If it reappears, can we use fire to deal with it?" Lu Ting asked. "Fire can only prevent fire temporarily, but it can't last. Besides, there are too many trees in the forest. If a fire breaks out, even if we don't get burned to death, we'll be choked to death by the smoke," Yi Feng said. "What's there to be afraid of? We're not afraid of life or death. If you're not convinced, then fight," Zhang Xiaoling suddenly said. Yi Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He was a fool who often did stupid things. During his 4 years at university, he did many foolish things and got into a lot of trouble. "Let's discuss how to deal with Black King Kong." Yi Feng sat by the fire, determined to find a way to kill Black King Kong. That beast was too terrifying. If it didn't die, it would surely seek revenge. "I wonder how Bai Ji and Jin Fuhao are doing. I hope they're all right," Lu Ting said worriedly. "The 3 caves are not far apart. It only takes about 5 minutes to walk from one of them to Jin Fuhao's place. It takes about 6 or 7 minutes to walk from here to Hakaheim's cave. The distance is not far, but it's not close either." "Brother Yi, will Bai Ji and Jin Fuhao be in trouble?" Zhao Shui asked. "I don't know, but they shouldn't be too stupid to run out of the cave," Yi Feng said. "What if they don't know about Black King Kong?" Zhao Shui asked. "They knew, because they were secretly observing us when we were fighting with young Master Lu and his group." Yi Feng rubbed his temples, unwilling to think about these things. He only needed to protect the people around him. As for whether those people lived or died, that was up to fate. "Let's all brainstorm and think of a way to deal with Black King Kong," Wang Qing said. Lu Ting and the others sat by the fire, deep in thought, their chins resting on their hands. "Brother Yi, could we reinforce the stone walls of the cave? If we reinforce these walls, even if Black King Kong comes, he won't be able to break through, and we'll be safe hiding in the cave," Lu Mei suggested. "No, there's no place to reinforce the stone walls of this cave. Even if we could, we can't hide in the cave forever," Yi Feng said. "If you ask me, I'd say we should just charge out, take the initiative, and take down Black King Kong. Damn it, who's afraid of who? Zhang Xiaoling is carefree and full of heroic spirit. Golden Retriever, shut up. You have no right to speak here." Yi Feng waved his hand. "All brawn and no brains. All you know is fighting and killing. Girl, Is it worth risking your life against a wild beast? Crack, crack. Inside the warm cave, the sound of burning wood could be heard from time to time. The group sat quietly in the cave, with Zhao Shui and Lu Ting sitting on either side of Yifeng. It's getting dark. The sun had already set, and everything outside was shrouded in a hazy mist. The forests, near and far, seemed to be veiled in darkness, making them difficult to see. Brother Yi, open the door. Outside the cave, a woman called out anxiously. It was Shun Qiqi, who ran over in a panic with her hair disheveled. Shun Qiqi, she's still alive? Lu Ting was surprised. This dead woman was really lucky. Young Master Lu and Tai Hu were all dead, but she was still alive. Yifeng was also surprised that Shun Qiqi was still alive. She hadn't rushed into the forest or escaped with Gongzi Lu and the others, so she had stayed away from Black King Kong and escaped with her life. Brother Yi, open the door. Under the cover of night, Shun Qiqi, her hair disheveled, rushed anxiously to the cave entrance. She was trembling uncontrollably, likely from extreme fear. Her hair and clothes were in disarray, probably from fleeing for her life in the forest, leaving her in a sorry state. Shun Qiqi, what are you doing here? Get out. Lu Mei walked over, stood under the stone wall, and glared angrily at Shun Qiqi outside. Of all the people here, Lu Mei harbored the deepest resentment towards Shun Qiqi. After Tai Hu and the other two injured Zhang Xiaoling, Shun Qiqi often bullied her, stealing her food and even spitting in her drinking water. At the time, she dared not offend Shun Qiqi, so she swallowed her anger until Yifeng appeared. Lu Mei, I want to find Yifeng and Zhang Xiaoling. Shun Qiqi leaned against the stone wall outside, peering inside through the cracks in the stones. Get out, get out, get out. Lu Mei kept waving her hand and said, Brother Yi and Brother Zhang don't want to see you. Get as far away from me as possible. Lu Mei, I really want to see Brother Yi. I want to say a few words to him. Shun Qiqi was so anxious she wanted to cry, and even wanted to kneel down before Lu Mei. Thinking back on all her past foolish behavior, she really regretted it. Brother Yi doesn't want to see you. Get lost. Don't mess with me. Lu Mei's eyes widened with anger, wishing she could rush out and slap this damned woman to death. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Shun Qiqi leaned against the stone wall outside, patting the stone with both hands, and said, It's me, Qiqi. I need to talk to you. Can you come over for a moment? What do you want from me? Speak quickly, and then get out of here. Yifeng got up and walked to the stone wall, looking outside through the ventilation opening in the wall. Chapter 176, It's really scary. Brother Yi, it's me, Qiqi. It's me, Qiqi. On the stone wall outside, Shun Qiqi kept clapping her hands, anxiously looking at Yifeng inside. What nonsense are you spouting? Get to the point. Yifeng was very impatient. Damn it, who knows her? And Qiqi? Brother Yi, can you open the door and let me in? I have nowhere to go. Shun Qiqi looked at Yifeng pitifully. If it weren't for the fact that Gongzi Lu and the others were dead, she wouldn't have bothered with Yifeng and his group. She was even thinking about how to kill Yifeng and his group to vent her anger. Do you think it's possible? Yifeng asked. I'm sorry, I did do a lot of things that wronged Zhang Xiaoling and Lu Mei in the past, and I also targeted you later, but I am innocent. It was all Gongzi Lu and Tai Hu forced me to do it. They were utterly heartless and deserved to be killed by He Jin Gang. They deserved to die. In order to gain Yifeng's sympathy and forgiveness, Shun Qiqi kept insulting Gongzi Lu and his ilk. However, the more she acted this way, the more disgusted Yifeng became, because it showed that she was a bad person. How could Yifeng possibly take in someone with such a bad character and a vicious heart? Get out of here, I don't want to see you, Yifeng said coldly. Thump. Shun Qiqi knelt on the ground and said, Brother Yi, please, take me in. I don't want your food. Young Master Lu and the others have food they were looking for. If you take me in, I'm willing to give you all that food. No need, Yifeng said. Brother Yi, if you don't take me in, I really have nowhere to go. Bai Ji and the others refused to take me in, saying I offended you, and they won't let me in unless you give permission. Jin Fuhao also doesn't want to take me in. He said he needs your approval too. Sob sob. Shun Qiqi cried very sadly, tears streaming down her face. It turned out that she had gone to Bai Ji and Jin Fuhao, but neither of their factions was willing to take her in. Bai Ji knew that Shun Qiqi was a vicious woman, so she didn't want to take in such a heartless woman. Jin Fuhao dared not offend Yifeng, fearing that taking in Shun Qiqi would provoke Yifeng, so he cruelly refused. With nowhere else to turn, Shun Qiqi had no choice but to come here. Brother Yi, that damned woman used to make my life miserable. Before you came, she would often steal the food I went out to find, trying to starve Xiaoling and me. At that time, Xiaoling couldn't walk, so I had to risk going out to find food. but every time I found food, she would bring people to steal it. Lu Mei shed tears because she felt heartbroken when she thought about those days before. Yifeng glared angrily at the vicious woman. She was truly ruthless. This was her just desserts. Brother Yi, let me go out and deal with her. Lu Mei clenched her fists, her anger still burning. That's enough, forget it. She's already been punished. There's no need to retaliate against her anymore. Yifeng shook his head. Dealing with a lone woman was not in his nature. Lu Mei, I'm sorry. It was all my fault before. I won't do it again, Shinchichi pleaded. You think you can have a future? Lu Mei asked. Shinchichi looked at Yifeng pitifully and pleaded. Brother Yi, please open the door. As long as you take me in, I'm willing to be your slave. I'll do anything you ask. It's dark outside, and I'm scared to be alone. I'm so scared. You can leave. I won't take you in, but I won't target you either. I hope you will sincerely repent for what you did. Yifeng turned around, not wanting to see this vicious woman. He wouldn't take Shinchichi in, but he also wouldn't retaliate against her, because he was a man and would never deal with a woman who was alone. Brother Yi, open the door. Open the door. Shinchichi's pleading voice seemed to tremble, but Yifeng didn't want to see her. Zhang Xiaoling also looked to the side, not wanting to see Shinchichi. However, like Yifeng, he didn't want to deal with a lone woman. In fact, he was already very magnanimous. Facing his former enemies who wanted to kill them, he still didn't feel angry and wanted revenge. Lu Ting and the others remained silent. No one was willing to take in their enemy. The story of the wolf and Mr. Dongwa teaches them not to save the evil wolf. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the night sky outside. It was the voice of Black King Kong. I didn't expect it to come again. Oh my God, Black King Kong! Shinchichi stood up anxiously and then fled along the stone wall on the side of the cave. She was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yifeng and the others looked out of the cave. Through the stone walls, they saw Black King Kong slowly approaching under the hazy night sky. Under the night sky, Black King Kong walked with heavy steps and clumsy body, step by step, towards the cave. It's here. It's here again. Inside the cave, Zhao Shui and the others stood up nervously. Yifeng also looked nervously at the night sky, only to see the Black King Kong slowly approaching, its body seemingly wrapped in something. Yifeng, have you noticed? It seems like there's something wrapped around that Black King Kong's body. Lu Ting trembled slightly, her voice filled with fear. Yifeng nodded solemnly. He had also seen it. There was indeed something wrapped around the chimpanzee, but he didn't know what it was. That thing can actually move. Zhang Xiaoling was surprised and pointed to the thing wrapped around Black King Kong's body outside. The thing slowly bent and then slowly wriggled. Unfortunately, it was night and the visibility outside was very poor, so it was impossible to see what it was. That's a python, a huge python, Yifeng said in a low, suppressed voice. What? A python? The group was shocked, thinking they had misheard. Yifeng nodded and said seriously, that's right, it's a python. The chimpanzee came dragging a python. It's terrifying. Did it bring in a python as an accomplice? Lu Ting's voice trembled violently. Yifeng shook his head and said, that's impossible, because pythons and black gorillas are not the same species and cannot communicate with each other. But why would it bring back a python? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng didn't speak, because he didn't know either. Chapter 177 Black King Kong and the Python. Under the night sky, Black King Kong slowly walked towards them, dragging a giant python along. The firelight inside the cave shone outside, and in the dim light, Yifeng and the others saw Black King Kong wrapped around the giant python's shoulder. The 7 or 8 meter long python struggled incessantly on Black King Kong's body, but could not escape. Although the Black King Kong was only 3 meters tall, while the python was 7 or 8 meters long, the python's strength was far inferior to the Black King Kong. Roar! Bang bang bang! Black King Kong strode heavily to the grassy area beneath the cave entrance, then grinned and glared at the cave. Wow! Upon seeing the terrifying black giant snake and the frightening python, Lu Ting and the others were startled and hurriedly retreated. Yifeng stood quietly in the cave, calmly watching Black King Kong, wondering what it was going to do. Brother Yi, what is this beast doing carrying a python? Does it want to scare us with it? Damn it, are we that cowardly? How can we be scared by a python? Zhang Xiaoling gripped the bamboo pole, as if he wished he could rush out and stab the python and King Kong to death. Of the 6 people in the cave, only he and Yifeng remained calm. The others were terrified. Roar! Black King Kong threw the python on the ground. Snap! The python crashed to the ground and then tried to escape in a zigzag pattern. Sizzle! The python made a sinister sound as it slowly crawled beside Black King Kong, trying to enter the forest. Roar! Black King Kong bent down, grabbed the python's tail, and prevented it from leaving. Sizzle! The python bent its body, raised its head, and tried to bite the black python. It had a temper too. After all, it was a python, and it wouldn't be toyed with like an earthworm. Snap! Black King Kong's long arms slapped the python's head, instantly flattening it. This beast was incredibly strong, flattening the python's head with a single blow. Such terrifying power far exceeded the limits of human strength. The python was stunned and lay on the ground, wriggling continuously. Black King Kong grabbed the python, then quickly plunged his sharp claws into its belly and began to devour it. Sizzle! The python trembled violently. The feeling of being eaten alive was excruciating. It struggled desperately, trying to escape into the jungle ahead, but it was too weak and its abdomen was torn open. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Lu Ting trembled all over and felt nauseous. Zhao Shui closed her eyes, turned her head away, and dared not look at the scene, because it was disgusting and terrifying. Wang Qing and Lu Mei were also very pale. It was the first time they had ever seen something like this. It was too cruel and too brutal. Damn, Brother Yi, this bastard actually ate a python raw. Is it trying to provoke us? I really want to rush out and kill it with 300 bloody holes. Zhang Xiaoling was cursing and very angry, but he was truly fearless. It must have been hungry, so it went to find food, and after eating, it wanted to stay here. Yifeng stood with his hands behind his back, his voice calm. That makes sense. Zhang Xiaoling nodded, indicating her agreement with Yifeng's analysis. Yifeng, if it really stays outside and doesn't leave, wouldn't we be in great danger? Lu Ting asked fearfully. Yifeng said, it's more than just dangerous. This beast is very vengeful. It won't stop until it kills us. Let's wait and see how it goes before we discuss it further. Wang Qing slowly walked to the two of them. Because she was older than Lu Ting and the other two and had experienced more, she quickly calmed down. That's all we can do. Yifeng looked up and saw that there were cracks in the rock at the top of the cave. The cracks were of different sizes, some large enough for a person to climb in, and some small enough for a hand to reach in. If Black King Kong breaks through the stone door wall, we'll climb up, but we need to bring food and water, Yifeng said. Okay, we've got it. The group nodded, indicating that they understood. Outside on the grass, Black King Kong was still eating the python as if it were a sausage. A foul, fishy smell wafted on the wind, making one feel nauseous. After eating half of the python, it casually threw the python on the ground. Sizzle! The python dragged half its body, wriggling incessantly on the ground. Snakes are very resilient. Even if they are cut in half, they will still wriggle. But this snake was definitely not going to survive. Death was only a matter of time. The python, dragging half its body, was riddled with holes and covered in blood. It was particularly frightening. After waiting for a while and seeing no movement, Zhao Shui prepared to turn around. Don't look back. Yifeng covered Zhao Shui's eyes to prevent her from looking outside. Lu Ting witnessed this heartwarming scene, but she said nothing. It was a dangerous time, and she didn't want to burden Yifeng. Besides, she and Yifeng hadn't established that kind of relationship, so she had no right to interfere. She could only secretly feel jealous and resentful. Roar! After eating his fill, Black King Kong sat bored on the grass outside, as if he wanted to stay there and not leave. It's already dark outside. I wonder how Bai Ji and Jin Fu Hao are doing. I hope they're not too foolish to come out and die. It seems it won't attack on its own for now. Let's go warm ourselves by the fire and then discuss how to get rid of it. Yifeng carried his sword to the fire. There was no need to stand there forever, since Black King Kong wouldn't attack for the time being. Around the warm fire, several people brainstormed ideas. Call! Call! A cold wind blew in from outside, causing the vegetation in the forest to sway rapidly. After a moment of silence by the fire, Yifeng said, I've thought of a way to deal with Black King Kong. What method? Medication? Lu Ting asked. They recalled what had happened back then. Yifeng had poisoned the wolf pack. Yifeng shook his head and said, Black King Kong won't eat dead food, so medicine might not work. Then what other options do you have? Lu Ting asked. We'll find a deep pit, preferably a cave, and then lure Black King Kong there so it falls into the trap and can't climb out, Yifeng said. Lu Ting shook her head slightly and said, this method is too dangerous because someone needs to lure Black King Kong away. There are risks in everything we do, and we're in even more danger if this beast doesn't die. Yifeng's voice was firm. He was determined to kill Black King Kong. But where are the pits here? Lu Ting was very worried. If they couldn't find a pit or a trap, this idea would be useless. Zhang Xiaoling then said, I know there's a pit nearby. I've been there before. It's a natural trap, about 5 or 6 meters deep. 5 or 6 meters. That's not deep enough. But if we put sharp wooden sticks down there, the beast will definitely be stabbed to death once it falls in, Yifeng said. Brother Yi, after dawn, I'll go with you to find the trap, and then we'll figure out a way to kill this Black King Kong. It wants to kill us, but we also want to eat its flesh. Zhang Xiaoling was very excited, as if she could see the scene of killing Black King Kong. Chapter 178, Who's Afraid of Who? Let's get them. As night deepened, Black King Kong stood guard outside for a while, then got up and slowly left, gradually disappearing into the night. Black King Kong has a bad temper. Although it has the intelligence of a 7-year-old child, it will not stay in one place for long. Great, it's gone. Lu Mei was very happy. It will come back, Yifeng said. The group fell silent again, and no one spoke. Zhao Shui sat next to Yifeng, her arms wrapped around her knees. She felt safe because Yifeng was there. Let's all rest and not stay up late. Staying up late is bad for our mental health. Yifeng placed a wooden stick in the fire and then prepared to rest and go to sleep. If you don't sleep well, you'll have very little energy. Xiaofeng, Xiaoling, you two should go and rest. Don't keep watch anymore, Wang Qing said. I'll keep watch tonight, Lu Mei said. Although the cave is safe, someone still needs to keep watch at night to prevent accidents. Yifeng lay down to rest by the fire, and Zhao Shui lay down beside her. Bang bang bang. By the warm fire, Zhao Shui felt her heart slowly beating, and she felt a little lost because she wanted to be alone with Yifeng. But she also knew very well that there was strength in numbers, and the more people there were, the safer it would be. Lu Ting was also lying next to Yifeng, the two girls on either side of him. Yifeng deliberately turned over, pretending to be asleep, and placed his hands on Zhao Shui and Lu Ting. Lu Ting grabbed Yifeng's hand and threw it at him, looking angry and unhappy. Zhao Shui remained motionless, lying there quietly, as if asleep and unaware, but perhaps she wasn't asleep at all. Yifeng deliberately picked up his hand again and placed it on Lu Ting's body. Lu Ting removed Yifeng's hand again, pouting her lips. Yifeng repeated it once more. Snap, snap, snap. Lu Ting was a little angry and patted Yifeng's hand. Damn it, I can't even sleep in peace. Don't bully single people like this, it makes me feel bad. Zhang Xiaoling sat up. He had been sleeping on the other side of the fire, some distance from Yifeng and the other two. Shut up and go to sleep. Lu Ting glared at Zhang Xiaoling, looking fierce like a female demon. Sigh, I'm a single dog. Zhang Xiaoling muttered to herself, then added, but being single is good. When you're single, you can be with whoever you want. Cut. Lu Ting expressed her disdain. The night passed quickly. The next morning, when Yifeng woke up, he saw Wang Qing sitting under the stone wall, cautiously looking outside. Teacher, didn't you sleep last night? Yifeng stood up and slowly walked over. I slept for the first half of the night, but I kept watch for the second half, Wang Qing said. Let them do this kind of thing from now on, Yifeng said. Wang Qing smiled and said, everyone should share the responsibility, especially since I am your teacher, so I should do more. As she spoke, Wang Qing slowly raised her hand and gently patted Yifeng's shoulder because there was a leaf on his shoulder. Hee thanks. Yifeng smiled happily. You've really worked hard these past few days. Wang Qing looked at Yifeng with tender eyes, her gaze revealing a motherly love. Although she was only 10 years older than Yifeng and the others, just over 30, in her eyes, Yifeng and the others were like children. It's nothing, I'm not tired. Taking care of you is what I should do, Yifeng said with a smile. But you need to be careful. Are you going to look for traps today? I'll go with you, Wang Qing said. Golden Retriever, and I will go. You guys stay in the cave. If Black King Kong appears, you won't be able to run fast enough. Yifeng didn't want Wang Qing to go because women aren't fast runners. Is Zhang Xiaoling's leg injury healed? Wang Qing asked. He has basically recovered, Yifeng replied. Yifeng originally estimated that Zhang Xiaoling would need a week to fully recover, but because of the venison and his good health, he recovered very quickly. Venison is a highly nutritious food. After eating venison for 2 days, Zhang Xiaoling's leg injury has completely healed, and he should be able to move freely today. Then you must be very careful. Wang Qing's gentle gaze revealed boundless love. But this kind of love comes from the love of elders for younger generations, just like the love of parents for their children. I know, I'll be careful. Yifeng smiled happily. Lu Ting and Zhao Shui also woke up. Brother Yi. Upon waking up, Zhao Shui's first reaction was to look beside her. When she didn't see Yifeng, she turned around. Yifeng noticed this subtle movement. Yifeng, I didn't expect you to wake up so early, Lu Ting said with a smile. Aren't you happy that you can see me as soon as you open your eyes after waking up? Yifeng asked. I'm happy every time I wake up, Lu Ting replied. I had a dream yesterday, Yifeng continued. What dream? Did you dream about a girl? Lu Ting asked with interest. Well, Yifeng sighed and continued. I dreamt that someone patted my hand, and someone hit me. Lu Ting rolled her eyes and said, I had a dream too. What dream? Yifeng asked. I dreamt that there was a bastard who kept putting his hands on me. Lu Ting covered her mouth and smiled, but her smile was very bright. Haha. Yifeng also laughed happily. The two looked into each other's eyes and remained silent, only exchanging a smile. Zhao Shui observed all of this. She felt that Yifeng was always happy and free whenever he talked to Lu Ting, as if they could talk about anything and speak freely. However, when Yifeng was with her, they rarely talked about other topics. Zhao Shui kept her head down silently. She was a little envious of Lu Ting, who always had so many topics to chat about with Yifeng. In contrast, she seemed to have no other topics to talk about besides those sweet and gentle words. Zhao Shui, make us something to eat. After we've eaten, Jin Mao and I will go out and look for traps, Yifeng instructed. Okay, brother Yi. Zhao Xuan nodded happily, and then cooked with Lu Mei. Zhang Xiaoling was still sleeping and fast asleep. Yifeng walked over, nuzzled him, and said, It's dawn, get up quickly. Chicken leg, cola, cigarettes. Zhang Xiaoling was talking in his sleep, then quickly sat up. Damn it, brother Yi, why did you wake me up? I was just dreaming. I dreamed about our life as brothers back in school. We were eating chicken legs, drinking cola, and smoking cigarettes, Zhang Xiaoling said. During their 4 years at university, Yifeng and Zhang Xiaoling often did these things, but it was always Jin Mao who paid for them. Golden Retriever, it's dawn. After breakfast, take me to check out the trap, and then we'll figure out a way to take down Black King Kong, Yifeng said. Okay. Zhang Xiaoling got up, feeling full of energy as he thought about dealing with Black King Kong. Brother Zhang, would you like to wash your face first, or would you like to have breakfast first? Zhao Shui asked gently. Please call me Golden Lion King, not Brother Zhang. I've reminded you many times, Zhao Shui. Zhang Xiaoling tossed her hair and then touched her broad forehead. Zhao Shui felt embarrassed to call him Golden Lion King, or Golden Hair, because she felt it was impolite. Breakfast was ready. After eating, Yifeng and Zhang Xiaoling prepared to set off. They were going to check out the trap and then take down Black King Kong. Brother Yi, Brother Zhang, you need to be careful, Zhao Shui cautiously reminded him, continuing to call Zhang Xiaoling Brother Zhang, out of politeness. Yifeng, Golden Retriever, be careful. If things get really bad, come back quickly. Don't take any risks. Lu Ting was a little worried, so she gave him many instructions. What's there to be afraid of? The east wind blows, the war drums beat. In today's society, who's afraid of who? Let's do it. Zhang Xiaoling brandished the bamboo pole in her hand, and then, like a little monster, ran out of the cave with a weapon in her hand. Do it. Yifeng also brandished his sword and quickly walked out of the cave. Chapter 179, Setting a Trap. Inside the cave, Lu Ting silently watched Yifeng's departing figure. She remained quiet without uttering a word, but her eyes revealed worry. A gentle breeze blew outside, causing leaves to flutter down and fall. The figure of the wind-blown leaves receded into the distance, further and further away. In the jungle, Zhang Xiaoling led the way because he was familiar with the area. They arrived here earlier, so they are more familiar with the place. How much further? Yifeng asked. It's not far, it's in the woods ahead. Zhang Xiaoling held a sharp bamboo pole and pointed ahead. There, the trees were quite lush, with many lush green trees. Yifeng gripped his sword and carefully observed his surroundings, worried that Black King Kong might appear. If this enormous creature suddenly appeared, the two of them would be in great danger. After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaoling led Yifeng to a pit, a natural pit. The pit is about 5 or 6 meters deep and 3 or 4 meters wide. The natural pit is surrounded by rocks, which are covered with moss. Brother Yi, this is the pit. Do you think it's okay? Zhang Xiaoling pointed down and asked. Yes, that's fine. Although the pit isn't very deep, it's deep enough. It's a natural pit, probably formed by the subsidence of soil due to years of rain. How do we lure Black King Kong over? Zhang Xiaoling asked. First, stick sharp pieces of wood into the pit, then cover them with leaves and soil, and then lure Black King Kong over, Yifeng said. Okay, that's a good idea, Zhang Xiaoling nodded. Yifeng brandished his sword, cutting off some branches around him and then sharpening them. After sharpening dozens of wooden branches, Yifeng jumped down into the pit and stuck the branches into the ground to secure them. With so many sharp wooden sticks standing there, Black King Kong would definitely be stabbed to death if he fell down. Bang bang bang. Yifeng patted the wooden cones firmly to prevent them from tilting. Haha, Brother Yi, Black King Kong is definitely doomed this time. Damn it, he wants to eat us? Doesn't he know who I, Golden Lion King, am? Zhang Xiaoling stood outside the trap, laughing loudly. After finishing his work, Yifeng grabbed a fallen vine and quickly climbed up. Zhang Xiaoling placed branches on the trap, then sprinkled some mud on it, and threw some leaves on top, making it look just like real ground. Yifeng clapped his hands and said, "Done. Let's go find Black King Kong," Zhang Xiaoling said with a smile. "You go back first. I'll go find Black King Kong," Yifeng said. "Do you think I'm someone who's afraid of death? How can I go back alone?" Zhang Xiaoling shook her head, not wanting to go back, nor wanting Yifeng to risk his life alone. "If you come with me, I might not be able to protect you if we get chased by Black King Kong," Yifeng said. Zhang Xiaoling said, "Do you think I'm a girl? I don't need your protection. Let's go find Black King Kong together. If this guy doesn't fall for our tricks, we'll team up and beat him up." Golden Retriever, this is not something to joke about. Yifeng was very serious. "Anyway, I'm not going back. Let's do this. I'll stand by the trap and wait, while you go find Black King Kong. More people means more strength, and more people means more help." Zhang Xiaoling stood beside the trap, indicating that she refused to leave. "Okay, then be careful." Yifeng knew Jin Mao's personality. He wouldn't go back. After instructing Zhang Xiaoling to be careful, Yifeng took his sword and left, intending to find Black King Kong, as finding that beast would be easy. Black King Kong is a large and heavy beast, so wherever it goes, it leaves footprints on the ground. Because of a recent heavy rain, the soil in the forest is still relatively soft. In the forest, Yifeng moved forward cautiously. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sounds of birds and crickets could be heard from time to time in the forest. Although the forest was very peaceful, it was full of dangers, and Yifeng dared not be careless. On the ground beneath a tree, there were footprints, the footprints of Black King Kong, somewhat resembling human footprints. Yifeng followed the footprints, the forest filled with the pleasant fragrance of flowers and grass. As he moved forward, Yifeng kept observing his surroundings and familiarizing himself with the terrain. In case Black King Kong suddenly appeared, knowing the surrounding terrain would be helpful for his escape. Emerging from a grove of trees, one sees a rocky area ahead, with countless towering rocks emerging like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. However, Black King Kong's footprints disappear after reaching this point. The footprints have disappeared. Yifeng frowned slightly. Without footprints, it would be difficult to find Black King Kong. He had to kill the beast as soon as possible, otherwise it would be very dangerous. There were many loose rocks ahead, layers of boulders and stones, obscuring the view. Roar! Roar! Just as Yifeng was wondering which way to go, a series of low roars came from the area of rocks. It was Black King Kong's voice, and Yifeng recognized the voice. Yifeng gripped his sword and cautiously walked towards the area of scattered rocks. However, he was very careful, as this beast was too ferocious. If you accidentally run into it, you probably won't even have a chance to fight back. For example, Tiehu was caught off guard when he encountered Black King Kong and was almost instantly killed. Chapter 180 It's Not Dead. This is big trouble. Roar! Roar! Beneath a rock, Black King Kong leaned against the stone, occasionally letting out low growls. Its eyes were wide open, and one arm gently touched its wounds. It had several wounds on its body, all from being stabbed. Bang! Just as Black King Kong was stroking its wound, it felt something hit it. Black King Kong turned around and saw a human running away quickly. It turned out that the human had thrown a stone at it. Black King Kong was furious. These damned humans had hurt it before, and now they were throwing things at it. This was intolerable. Sizzle! Black King Kong bared its teeth, revealing sharp fangs, then stood up and quickly chased after Yifeng. It was incredibly fast, its movements causing the ground to shake. It was, after all, the overlord of the forest, and even tigers dared not provoke it. Yet this damned human dared to bully it. However, Black King Kong did not know that Yifeng was human. In its eyes, everything was only distinguished by whether it was edible or not. Whoosh! After smashing the black diamond with a rock, Yifeng quickly ran towards the forest ahead. "You beast, come on, come and chase me," Yifeng shouted as he ran quickly. Roar! Enraged, Black King Kong charged away, whipping up a powerful gust of wind. In the forest, Yifeng ran quickly. He was very fast, almost 100-meter sprint, and he would grab the vines in the trees from time to time and swing like a swing, leaping more than 10 meters each time. Black King Kong roared incessantly behind him, but he was still unable to catch up with Yifeng. Because Yifeng was running very fast, the sound of the wind constantly rang in his ears. And at this moment, beside the trap, Zhang Xiaoling sat on a rock humming and singing. This guy, whether simple-minded or bold, still had the mood to hum and sing even at a time like this, as if he wasn't afraid at all. Golden Retriever, Black King Kong is here. Suddenly, the sound of leaves drifted through the forest. Zhang Xiaoling stood up and saw Yifeng rushing over like a fire brigade. Damn, brother Yi, you're so fast. Zhang Xiaoling said. Stop talking nonsense. Black King Kong is here. Yifeng shouted as he ran. Hoo-hoo. Black King Kong chased after Yifeng, roaring furiously from time to time. Its thunderous voice seemed capable of scaring away all the beasts in the forest. Brother Yi, come here quickly, watch how I deal with it. Zhang Xiaoling excitedly picked up the bamboo pole, her burning gaze fixed on Black King Kong. Yifeng quickly ran over and then leaped over. Whoosh. His figure was like a sharp arrow, leaping over the trap and appearing on the other side. Hurry up. After leaping over, Yifeng led Zhang Xiaoling and ran forward. Roar. Just as Black King Kong was about to rush into the trap, it surprisingly stopped chasing. It stood a few meters away from the trap, baring its teeth and staring at the two of them with a hateful gaze that seemed to speak volumes. Roar. Snap. Snap. Black King Kong roared, waving its long arms and pounding its chest, as if in a show of defiance. That beast, it actually stopped chasing. Did it know there was a trap? That shouldn't be possible. Although Black King Kong is relatively intelligent, it's not that smart. Although Black King Kong's intelligence is equivalent to that of a 7-year-old human child, even a 7-year-old is easy to fool. If you piss him off, he'll chase after you and beat you up. Come here, come here. Yifeng stood on one side of the trap, constantly provoking Black King Kong to come over, but Black King Kong just stood there roaring, as if it didn't want to come over. Brother Yi, this beast actually refuses to come over, Zhang Xiaoling said with some disappointment. Yifeng continued to provoke him, saying, come on over if you dare. Unfortunately, Black King Kong couldn't understand human speech, so no matter how much Yifeng provoked it, it refused to come over. Damn it, come here right now. Zhang Xiaoling gripped the bamboo pole and then quickly threw it out. Whoosh. Bang. The sharp end of the bamboo pole pierced Black King Kong's skin, and due to the considerable inertia, it hurt quite a bit. Roar. Black King Kong roared and charged angrily. It hadn't intended to chase after Zhang Xiaoling, but Zhang Xiaoling's actions had enraged it. Click. Black King Kong, who was moving forward, landed on a tree branch and his body fell into the trap and disappeared quickly. He was probably killed by the stabbing. Haha, brother Yi, we did it. We did it. Zhang Xiaoling was very excited. He had finally killed the Black King Kong. Yifeng smiled slightly, finally succeeding. Brother Yi, let's kick it while it's down. Let's take advantage of its fall into the trap and smash it to death with a rock, Zhang Xiaoling said. Good. Yifeng nodded, and then he and Zhang Xiaoling quickly ran over, preparing to pick up a stone and smash the beast to death. Damn it, strike while the iron is hot, if not now, when? The two had only run a few steps and were about to approach the trap when they suddenly heard a roar coming from inside. Roar. After a roar, a long, dark arm stretched out, its claws gripping the soil above, and then half of its head slowly emerged. Black King Kong actually crawled out. The sharp wooden stick in the trap didn't kill it. This beast has thick skin and tough fur. Zhang Xiaoling cursed angrily. This beast is still not dead. Smash it to death. Smash it to death. Yifeng and his companion picked up the stones and quickly threw them. Bang. Zhang Xiaoling picked up a rock and smashed it heavily onto Black King Kong's head. Roar. Black King Kong cried out in pain, a bump appearing on its head, but it seemed to have little effect on it. This beast is really amazing. It can't even die like this. Bang. Yifeng also threw a stone, which hit Black King Kong on the head, but the beast was still not dead. Not only was it not dead, but half of its body had climbed onto the trap. Its body was covered in blood, with several large wounds from which blood was constantly flowing. Although the sharp wooden stick in the trap didn't kill it, it severely injured it. Brother Yi, this bastard is almost crawling out. Let's keep smashing him. Zhang Xiaoling picked up an even larger rock, preparing to walk over and continue smashing it. The rocks she had just smashed weren't very big, because the weight of rocks that could be thrown was limited. Don't go over there. Yifeng quickly stopped him. The golden retriever was really simple-minded. Black King Kong's arms were very long. If he got close, it would definitely grab his feet and kill him. Bang. After throwing out the last stone, Yifeng said to Zhang Xiaoling, hurry up and go back to the cave to hide. It has already climbed up. Black King Kong practically climbed all over us. If we didn't escape, it would definitely attack us frantically once it got on top. Although Zhang Xiaoling was somewhat unwilling, she still followed Yifeng and fled quickly. Hoo-hoo. The angry roar of Black King Kong came from behind. It had climbed up and was chasing Yifeng and the other person angrily. However, due to its serious injuries, it was not as fast as before. Although the trap had not killed it, it had injured it, thus affecting the speed of the chase. Yi Feng and Zhang Xiaoling moved with incredible speed, as if they had grown wings, and ran swiftly towards the cave. Chapter 181. Preparing to go out and fight again. Lu Ting and the others stood in the cave, anxiously watching outside. Time ticked by, but Yi Feng still hadn't returned. Shoo! Shoo! Outside, a strong wind was blowing, and on the lush green grass, the blades of grass danced in the wind, swaying with the direction of the wind, like a green sea. Lu Ting looked outside quietly. Although her face was calm, her heart was in turmoil. She longed to fight alongside Yi Feng, but he refused, not wanting her to take any risks. Don't worry too much, Xiaofeng and the others will be fine. I believe they will return safely. Wang Qing walked to Lu Ting's side and comforted her gently. I also believe that Yi Feng will definitely return safely, Lu Ting nodded. Brother Yi will definitely return safely, because I believe in him and he would never abandon us, Zhao Shui said. Why do you all only mention Brother Yi, but no one mentions Xiaoling? Lu Mei was a little annoyed. They had actually forgotten about Zhang Xiaoling. If Yi Feng can return safely, Jin Mao will naturally be fine, because he wouldn't abandon his brother, Lu Ting said. Brother Yi. Just as the group was getting worried, Zhao Shui suddenly looked outside happily. The group looked back and saw two figures running quickly out of the forest ahead. The two men looked rather disheveled and fled quickly. They were Yi Feng and Zhang Xiaoling. Lu Ting smiled happily. Her heart was filled with joy when she saw Yi Feng return. Great! Brother Yi and Brother Zhang finally killed Black King Kong. Zhao Shui was also very happy. She was finally safe. Their plan has failed, Wang Qing said worriedly. Yes, I estimate their plan has failed. If Black King Kong were dead, they wouldn't be rushing back in such a panic, Lu Ting analyzed. Lu Mei quickly opened the stone gate, ready to welcome the two. In the gentle breeze, Yi Feng led Zhang Xiaoling quickly into the grass, stepping on the soft blades of grass. There was also half a snake carcass in the grass. It was the corpse of a python. Black King Kong killed the python last night, ate a small part of it, and left the rest here. If it's not cleaned up in time, it will definitely rot in a couple of days. But there's no time to clean it now. Hurry up, hurry up. Yi Feng led Zhang Xiaoling across the grassland, then quickly climbed up the earthen slope and finally arrived at the cave entrance. Yi Feng, Jin Mao, you're back? Lu Ting asked from inside the cave. Yi Feng quickly entered the cave, and Zhang Xiaoling followed him in. Damn, I'm exhausted. After entering the cave, Zhang Xiaoling leaned against the stone wall, breathing heavily. Yi Feng was also sitting on the rock, feeling his heart pounding and his blood flowing rapidly. Wang Qing brought over some water, and the two of them gulped it down, immediately feeling some energy restored. Thankfully, Black King Kong didn't chase after us. It was probably injured, which is why it couldn't run fast. But it will definitely come, because it holds a grudge too much. Yi Feng, how is the situation? Lu Ting asked. Zhao Shui also looked at Yi Feng anxiously. Don't even mention it. It failed, Yi Feng said. Black King Kong is really lucky. He fell into our trap and wasn't killed by the sharp pieces of wood. He even managed to climb out quickly. Zhang Xiaoling was somewhat unwilling because they had failed. What's most unbelievable is how fast Black King Kong climbed. He climbed out of the trap as soon as he fell in. Yi Feng was still shaken when he recalled what had just happened. I thought Black King Kong wasn't good at climbing because he was too bulky, but I didn't expect this beast to be such a good climber. As long as you are all right, it doesn't matter if we fail this time. We can always find another way. Lu Ting smiled as she looked at Yi Feng, just hoping they could come back. Why are you smiling at me? Did you have a change of heart, and are you trying to be nicer to me? Yi Feng asked. Yes, I just had a change of heart, so what? Lu Ting stood beside Yi Feng, looking at him with a smile. However, the school beauty smile is truly beautiful, pure and lovely, like a snow lotus in the icy sky, but unfortunately, she lacks a bit of gentleness. Brother Yi, Black King Kong didn't chase after us because he was injured, but that guy is too vengeful. Once he recovers a little, he will definitely come back for revenge, Zhang Xiaoling said. Even if this beast doesn't come to the cave entrance, it will probably hide in the nearby jungle and then seize the opportunity to launch a sudden attack on us. Yi Feng recalled the fate of Tai Hu and the others. Tai Hu was originally a kung fu master. Even if he was no match for Black King Kong, he shouldn't have been so easily defeated and killed instantly. Because he was unaware of the Black King Kong lurking in the forest, he was caught off guard and completely unprepared, resulting in his instant death. If it were hidden in the nearby woods, they might repeat the same mistake and become the next Iron Tiger. Golden Retriever, do you have any good ideas? Yi Feng asked. Brother Yi, I'll say it again. Take life and death lightly. If you're not convinced, then fight. Zhang Xiaoling raised a finger, speaking righteously. Isn't that obvious? Can you even beat Black King Kong? Lu Ting rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaoling, who only knew how to fight and kill all day long and never used his brain. Black King Kong is badly injured. We should strike while it's down. Now is the best time to eliminate it. Zhang Xiaoling clenched her fist and then stretched it forward. That's right, that makes sense. Damn it, I don't believe we can't beat a wounded beast. Yifeng stood up, ready to go out and kill Black King Kong. You two are really crazy. Ever since you two met, you always impulsively do stupid things. Lu Ting was speechless. These two guys seemed fearless and daring to do anything when they were together. Golden Retriever, why were we running away just now? Let's go out and take it down. Yifeng said, holding his sword. Absolutely. We have to take it down. If we don't kill it, the Earthlings will think I, the Golden Lion King, am a coward. Zhang Xiaoling also stood up, grabbed a bamboo pole, and was about to rush out. You guys come back here right now. You're such a worry. Lu Ting shook her head helplessly and pulled Yifeng to sit down. She felt miserable, worrying herself sick over these two guys. Even if you're going to go out and deal with Black King Kong, you need to have a foolproof plan. I do have one, Lu Ting said. What method? Tell me your method quickly. Zhang Xiaoling seemed impatient and didn't want to stay in the cave for even a minute longer. Yifeng also asked, what's your plan? Chapter 182, Calling for Help. The group looked at Lu Ting, wanting to hear what she had in mind. Lu Ting said, I'm asking you, how many factions are there on this island in total? Is that even a question? Of course, it's 3, Zhang Xiaoling blurted out. Yifeng nodded slightly, indicating that there were 3 camps. If we don't get rid of Black King Kong, it's not just us who will be in danger. The people in the other 2 camps will also be in danger, right? Lu Ting continued to ask. Is that even a question? Black King Kong kills anyone he sees, and he shows no mercy to anyone from the other 2 factions as well, Zhang Xiaoling replied. In that case, why not share the risks? Let the people from those 2 camps also contribute. Since this isn't just your problem, Lu Ting said. Snap. Zhang Xiaoling slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing. Brother Yi, I think what Lu Ting said is right. Why should we bear the risks? Let's call on people from those 2 camps as well, and have each of them send a representative to fight alongside us against Black King Kong. This method is indeed good. Yifeng also felt that there was no need for the 2 of them to take risks. Since there was danger, they should all go together. We and Zhang Xiaoling are not their parents or their ancestors, so why should we protect them from the wind and rain? Lu Ting continued. In addition, we can get some long logs, just like the ancient horse-killing formation. Ancient warriors used long spears to block the cavalry charging on the grassland. Once the warhorses charged, they would be stabbed to death a few meters away. This formation was indeed used by infantry to deal with cavalry in ancient times. Shield bearers would first block the cavalry's arrows, and once the warhorses charged, those wielding spears would immediately step forward. However, cavalry remains invincible, because no formation is invincible and there are ways to counter it. Sister Lu Ting, but Black King Kong can grab things, Zhao Shui said worriedly. This requires adaptability and flexibility, but I don't want Yifeng and Jin Mao to go out because it's too dangerous, Lu Ting said. Brother Yi, let's settle on this. As for the details, we can discuss them after we get everyone here, Zhang Xiaoling suggested. Good. Yifeng nodded in agreement. But I want to go with you, because I'm worried about you. Lu Ting looked at Yifeng anxiously. She really wanted to go with him. You can't go. It's too dangerous, Yifeng refused. No, I must go. There's strength in numbers, Lu Ting said resolutely. I'll go too. I'll go with you. Lu Mei and the other 2 insisted on going together, and even the timid Zhao Shui mustered up her courage to go along. Stop arguing. None of you are allowed to go. All of you stay in the cave and wait for our good news. Yifeng refused very seriously, though he did have his own selfish motives. If we send Lu Ting and her group, and something goes wrong, it will be our own people who die. Golden Hair, while Black King Kong is seriously injured and doesn't want to chase us, let's split up. You go to Bai Ji's cave to inform her and Xiao Chun, and I'll go to Jin Fuhao's cave to inform him. Yifeng prepared to act now. Brother Yi, why don't you go to Bai Ji's cave? I don't want to see Xiao Chun. That dead woman always has a cold, stern face, like I owe her millions. Zhang Xiaoling shook her head, not wanting to go to Bai Ji's cave. But I've never been to Bai Ji's cave, Yifeng said, somewhat embarrassed. Go out of the cave gate, turn left, and after walking for a few minutes, you will see a cliff with a tall sycamore tree. Bai Ji's cave is there, Zhang Xiaoling said. It is indeed easy to find, even if you have never been there before. Brother Yi, I've been to Bai Ji's cave. I'll go with you. Lu Mei volunteered to do her part. No need, I can go by myself. Yifeng didn't want to bring anyone along, fearing that danger might occur. After discussing it, the two set off at the same time. As they left the cave, Lu Mei closed the stone door. The four women stood in the cave, looking at the two men with worried eyes. Lu Ting remained standing there, her anxious gaze fixed on Yifeng's departing figure. She felt that both Yifeng and Zhang Shaoling were very responsible and had a lot of masculine courage. The wind rises and the trees sway. Yifeng and Zhang Shaoling reached a fork in the road and had to part ways because Bai Ji and Jin Fuhao's camps were not in the same direction. Brother, be careful. This sword is always with me. I'm giving it to you for self-defense now. Yifeng handed his sword to Zhang Shaoling. This was his weapon of self-defense, and he would never give it to anyone easily, especially during this critical period. Who cares about your broken knife? I have a bamboo pole in my hand, enough to defeat 10,000 soldiers. Whoosh whoosh. Zhang Shaoling made a few thrusts, as if Zhang Fei were fighting Lu Bu, his 18-foot spear unstoppable. Brother, I'm leaving. Before I go, I'll tell you a secret. The jeans you lost in the dorm were actually torn by me. I wore them out to fight that day, and they got ripped. I didn't want you to stand up for me, so I secretly threw them away. Before leaving, Zhang Shaoling revealed a secret from the past. After chatting and laughing, the two parted ways and each embarked on a small path. Yifeng entered a grove of trees. The grove was not large, but it was lush and shady. He walked quickly, and a few minutes later he emerged from the woods and arrived at the foot of a cliff. The cliff is very high, about 1 kilometer high. Below the cliff is a clearing, and in the clearing stands a sycamore tree. The tall sycamore tree, like an open umbrella, swayed its broad leaves in the wind. Under the beautiful sycamore tree, several flowers and plants are planted. There are still flowers in this season. Those beautiful plants must have been transplanted from elsewhere. It seems that Bai Ji is a person with great taste in life. Even when stranded on a deserted island, she still planted flowers and plants in front of the cave entrance. What a good woman. After observing that there was no danger in the surroundings, Yifeng quickly walked towards the sycamore tree. Behind the sycamore tree, there is a large white stone gate leading to a beautiful and secluded cave. Bai Ji and the others must live there. Chapter 183 Visiting Bai Ji. Her cave. The leaves of the sycamore tree fell one by one, and layers of fallen leaves covered the flowers and grass in front of the cave. Yifeng stepped on the fallen leaves and slowly walked towards the cave. Sizzle. Suddenly, a sinister sound came from among the fallen leaves, and a small golden snake slowly crawled away. Damn it. When Yifeng saw the little golden snake, he really wanted to rush over and stomp it to death. Why did he always run into this kind of thing? Yifeng, what a rare guest, what a distinguished guest. After the cave door opened, a noble and beautiful woman walked out. She wore a fiery red mink coat. The beautiful coat, combined with her noble demeanor, exuded a luxurious and elegant air. She is Bai Ji. Bai Ji was not only beautiful, but also very noble. Her innate noble temperament made her seem like the big sister of Shanghai during that period. Neither Zhao Shui, Wang Qing, nor even Lu Ting possessed this noble air. Beautiful Bai Ji, you've become even more beautiful in just 2 days, Yifeng said with a smile as he walked over. Thank you for the compliment. Welcome, handsome Yifeng. Bai Ji stood on the stone steps, her left hand on her abdomen and her right hand behind her back, bowing naturally as if welcoming a distinguished guest. However, her movements were beautiful, as if she were the master of this cave or a spirit cultivating in the mountains. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Just as Yifeng was walking over with great interest, a sound of splashing cold water came from behind. It turned out that Xiao Chun had come out of the cave. The tomboy stared coldly at Yifeng, her punk hairstyle looking like it had been bombarded. What era are we living in? How can someone still have such a flamboyant hairstyle? However, female experts are naturally different from others, and they definitely don't like the hairstyles of ordinary girls, because this kind of hairstyle is more distinctive. Xiaochun, don't talk nonsense. Yifeng is our honored guest. Bai Ji was very serious, her presence commanding respect without anger. Snort. Xiaochun turned her head away, as if she didn't want to see Yifeng. I'm sorry, that's just how my sister is. Please don't take offense. Bai Ji continued to bow to Yifeng, polite, respectful, and dignified. I don't usually argue with kids, Yifeng said nonchalantly. Welcome, please come in. Bai Ji turned to the side, extending her right hand towards the cave entrance to welcome Yifeng. Thanks. Yifeng entered the cave with a smile. He didn't care much about Xiao Chun's coldness, as long as the beautiful Bai Ji welcomed him. The cave was fragrant and clean. Yifeng looked around and saw that the cave was not large, only a few dozen square meters. Besides Xiao Chun, there was a girl sitting inside. This girl is probably only in her early 20s. She wears gold-rimmed glasses and looks very refined. This is my company's accountant, Xiao Chui, Bai Ji introduced. Yifeng nodded calmly. Although Xiao Chui was pretty, she still paled in comparison to Zhao Shui and Lu Ting. Furthermore, Yifeng doesn't really like girls who wear glasses because they're too refined. And being refined doesn't mean being gentle. Gentleness and refinement are two different concepts. Xiao Chui, this is Yifeng, Bai Ji introduced. Hello, brother Yi. Xiao Chui pushed up her glasses frame, as if afraid they would fall off. Yifeng was very curious. How come her glasses didn't fall off after she survived being caught in the storm? There should be a spare pair. People who are going on long trips usually prepare a pair in advance if they need to wear glasses. Yifeng, please sit down, Bai Ji said politely. Yifeng casually sat down by the fire, where he saw 3 small beds, simple wooden beds made of wood. Several animal hides were placed on the wooden bed. When Yifeng saw the simple wooden bed and animal hides, he immediately felt ashamed. Bai Ji's cave had everything she needed. Although it was very simple, it was at least like a home. Looking at his cave again, he decided to forget about it. Yifeng secretly resolved that after killing Black King Kong, he would definitely make a few simple wooden beds so that the girls wouldn't have to sleep on the floor anymore. Xiao Chun, pour Yifeng a glass of water, Bai Ji ordered. Although Xiao Chun was very unhappy, she dared not disobey her sister's orders, so she poured water for Yifeng. She picked up a small bamboo tube, poured a cup of water, and handed it to Yifeng. Garrulous. Xiao Chun handed the bamboo tube to Yifeng, still somewhat unhappy because she had fought with him last time and had been kicked by him. Sorry, I don't like ice water. Please give me a cup of hot water. Yifeng smiled slightly. Xiao Chun stared wide-eyed, actually picking and choosing. She really wanted to throw water in Yifeng's face. Xiao Chun, boil a cup of warm water for Yifeng, Bai Ji ordered. Xiao Chun pouted, probably because she was angry. Just kidding. Actually, I really like water. Yifeng took the small bamboo tube, drank it all in one gulp, and savored the taste. The water seems to have a fragrance, and the aftertaste is endless. Not bad, not bad. Boring. Xiao Chun walked to the side angrily, really wanting to drag Yifeng out. Hee, handsome Yifeng, you're so funny. Bai Ji smiled slightly, maintaining her noble demeanor. As long as you don't blame me for being rude, Yifeng said. In fact, Yifeng is a very cheerful and lively person. When he was stranded on a desert island, he flirted with the school beauty on the first night, which startled Lu Ting. Hee, I like people like you who act on their own. Bai Ji's smile was both noble and natural. Thank you for the compliment, Yifeng said politely. No need to be so polite. Have you eaten anything? I'll have someone get you something to eat, Bai Ji asked politely. No need for food. I'm here today mainly to discuss something with you. Each of our factions should send one person so we can work together to get rid of Black King Kong. If this beast doesn't die, we'll all be in mortal danger. Yifeng got straight to the point, not wanting to waste any more time. Black King Kong is indeed very dangerous. It has come to our cave entrance twice. If it weren't for the stone walls, we probably would have been eaten by it. Bai Ji was also somewhat worried when she heard about this beast. That's why I'm here today to discuss this matter with you, Yifeng said. I don't know Kung Fu and I'm not strong enough to kill a chicken, but my sister Xiao Chun is quite skilled in martial arts. If there's anything you can do to help her, just let me know. But my sister is a girl after all, and her strength is limited. Please take good care of her in case of danger. Bai Ji readily agreed, and her words were quite sophisticated, befitting someone who is a CEO. Miss Xiao Chun, we hope you can put aside your personal grudges and join forces with us to deal with Black King Kong. Yifeng looked at Xiao Chun. Although she was difficult to get along with and very cold, her Kung Fu was indeed quite good. If Xiao Chun is willing to join forces, they are more likely to eliminate Black King Kong. For my sister's safety, I'm willing to join forces with you. Don't worry, I won't do anything underhanded when dealing with Black King Kong. Although I hate you, I would never harm you behind your back. Xiao Chun said so much, probably to reassure Yifeng, and also because she had to get rid of Black King Kong for her sister's sake. Thanks. Yifeng believed Xiao Chun's words because, when stranded on a deserted island, women wouldn't harm men. Women are defensive, while men are offensive. Besides, Xiao Chun should know that he wouldn't make a move on her older sister, since he has 2 pretty girls around him. Yifeng, I'm entrusting Xiao Chun to you, but you must all be careful and make sure the plan is thorough. Bai Ji looked at Xiao Chun with concern. Xiao Chun was her only younger sister, and the sisters shared a deep bond. Haha, beautiful Bai Ji, please don't worry, I will definitely take care of her. Since you've agreed, then I'll take your sister away. Yifeng stood up with a smile, as if he were negotiating a deal, and, after agreeing on a price, was about to take the girl away. I'm such a genius. Chapter 184. Preparing to deal with Black King Kong again. After leaving the cave, Yifeng and Xiao Chun walked through the forest. A gentle breeze blew, causing Xiao Chun's flamboyant hairstyle to flutter. Your punk hairstyle is really cool, and it's even cooler with those knee pads and wrist guards. Where did you get this outfit? Yifeng asked. Xiao Chun's gaze was icy, and she remained silent. Yifeng smiled casually and said no more. She was just a young girl with a punk hairstyle and wearing martial arts knee and wrist guards. She looked like a tomboy and had no femininity at all. Walking through the woods, the two remained silent, simply moving forward. It's a good thing I'm not living with her. If I were to encounter a woman like her and have to survive together, I'd probably be bored to death. A few minutes later, Yifeng returned to the entrance of the cave where he lived. If you want me to join your fighting side, then after we kill Black King Kong, we must split the hide and the meat of Black King Kong 50-50. Jin Fuhao's voice came from inside the cave. That bastard was bringing up the 50-50 split again. Splitting it 50-50, it's my ass. You're just one person, while we have two, plus Xiao Chun from another faction. You actually want to split it 50-50? I'll slap you to death. Zhang Xiaoling said angrily. Anyway, I just want a 50-50 split. If you can't agree to this small request, then I'll have to withdraw, Jin Fuhao said. If you dare to back out, I'll throw you in front of Black King Kong, Zhang Xiaoling threatened. Brother Yi is back. Lu Mei opened the cave door, and Yifeng led Xiao Chun into the cave. However, this female expert was cold and aloof, and did not mingle with anyone. After she entered, the temperature in the cave seemed to drop suddenly. Haha, Xiao Chun, it's been a long time. Jin Fuhao walked over with a big laugh and stretched out his dog paw to shake hands. Xiao Chun gave him a cold look. Jin Fuhao withdrew his hand in embarrassment. He had truly brought shame upon himself. Welcome, Miss Xiao Chun. Please have a seat, Lu Mei said with a smile. Xiao Chun nodded slightly, then sat on a rock by the fire, but remained as cold as frost from beginning to end, as if she had come to collect a debt. Lu Ting and the others secretly observed Xiao Chun and felt that this girl was very strange. She had a punk-style afro and wore wrist and knee pads on her hands and feet. It was as if she had traveled from another time. However, Xiao Chun, Baiji, and Shin Chi-Chi are not classmates. They are all outsiders. Haha. If you ask me, why do we have to fight and kill each other? Wouldn't it be better to shake hands and make peace? Jin Fuhao laughed. Jin Fuhao, if you're so capable, go and shake hands with Black King Kong and make peace. If you really have that ability, I'll recommend you to be the boss in the future, Lu Ting said. Jin Fuhao smiled. Of course, he dared not shake hands and make peace with Black King Kong. I called you here mainly to discuss how to deal with Black King Kong. This beast fell into our trap and was seriously injured. Now is the best time to eliminate it, Yifeng said. How do you plan to deal with Black King Kong? Xiao Chun asked. Yifeng said, here's what I'm thinking. We'll put a large piece of wood in the fire and burn one end of it to charcoal to prevent Black King Kong from grabbing onto the wood. Then Zhang Xiaoling and Jin Fuhao will use the wood to hold Black King Kong back, preventing it from getting close and limiting its attacks. After that, you and I will work together to find an opportunity to kill it. Although Black King Kong is very strong, Zhang Xiaoling and Jin Fuhao could not withstand it. However, they could just brace themselves with the bottom of the wooden stick. Of course, Black King Kong is not inanimate, so they needed to be flexible and adaptable in battle. Xiao Chun remained silent. Jin Fuhao said, Brother Yifeng, why don't you shoot it with a bow and arrow? Can you get a bow and arrow? Yifeng asked. Well, this. Jin Fuhao smiled sheepishly. Without steel or anything like that, if he wanted to make a bow and arrow on this deserted island, he could only use bamboo and tree bark. He didn't even have arrowheads. Even if he could get animal bones to make arrowheads, such a bow and arrow would be useless against Black King Kong. Can we kill it with a trap, or by throwing stones at it? If all else fails, we can poison it with poisonous forest mushrooms added to its food, Zhang Xiaoling asked. Yifeng shook his head and said, Black King Kong has already been tricked once, but it will fall into the trap again. As for killing it with stones, we would have to lure it to the bottom of a cliff and then crush it with rolling stones. But the cliffs here are too high, thousands of meters high, which is not realistic. As for poisoning it with food, Black King Kong will not eat dead food. Back when they were in that cave, Sima Jiao and his companion had tried to kill themselves with rolling stones from the cliff above the cave entrance, because the cliff wasn't very high. But the cliffs here are hundreds of meters, even thousands of meters high. At such heights, the rolling stones would deviate too much. Brother Yifeng, if all else fails, let's just live peacefully with Black King Kong. We can simply hide in the cave and not come out. It's too dangerous to risk fighting it. Jin Fuhao didn't dare to go because he was a coward. What a coward, Zhang Xiaoling said disdainfully. Brother Yi, I'll go with you. I'm strong. Maybe I can help you. Lu Mei said, standing up. Lu Ting also said, I'll go with you too. You can't go. Yifeng shook his head and refused. Xiao Chun said coldly. It's useless to send more useless people. These words were a huge blow, but Xiao Chun was a female expert, and they knew they were no match for her. Let's do as Yifeng says and get ready quickly. Xiao Chun's voice was cold. She didn't want to waste any time. Okay, let's get ready now. Yifeng got up and carried the 2 large logs from outside inside. These 2 logs are 4 meters long and 2 feet thick. If one end is burned into charcoal, the fire will not go out for 2 or 3 hours. Such a large log, as long as it's placed against Black King Kong's body, no matter how strong it is, it can't get close. Besides, both Xiao Chun and I are kung fu masters. As long as Black King Kong can't get close, it's easy to kill it. Because the 2 logs were very large, it took more than half an hour to burn the front half-meter of the logs into charcoal. Everything is ready, we can finally set off. Brother, let's go. Yifeng waved his hand and said, set off. Zhang Xiaoling followed behind, carrying the log. Wow, I want to be a hero too. I'm going to beat King Kong up today. It's a pity I don't have a phone, otherwise I could post this video on Weibo and my followers would skyrocket. Jin Fuhao exclaimed excitedly. If you can actually post on Weibo, you can expect to go to jail. After all, this is a protected animal in the country, Zhang Xiaoling said. Yifeng, you all need to be careful. Lu Ting and the others were very worried, afraid that something might happen to Yifeng and the others. They originally wanted to go with them, but Yifeng refused. Girls, just wait for our good news. After waving to the group, Yifeng left with great pride, thinking, damn it, I won't rest until I've killed Black King Kong. Haha, ladies, wait for our good news, Jin Fuhao said. Bang. Zhang Xiaoling kicked him and said, stop talking nonsense, and let's go. Golden Retriever, if you kick me again, I'm not going. I demand to have the same status and treatment as you. Outside the cave, Jin Fuhao's righteous and indignant voice could be heard. Chapter 185, Black King Kong's Wrath. Yifeng and his companions entered the forest. Finding Black King Kong wouldn't be difficult. They just needed to follow its tracks to find it. The injured Black King Kong must still be in the nearby forest. It certainly hasn't gone far. When Yifeng arrived at the location of the trap, he saw a lot of bloodstains. This was the blood from Black King Kong's wounds. Although it hadn't died after falling into the trap and had even climbed out, it had suffered multiple injuries. If we follow the trail of blood, we'll definitely find it, Yifeng said. Xiao Chun nodded slightly, her cold eyes fixed on the ground. When she saw the bloodstains, she knew that Black King Kong's injuries must be quite serious, and now was the best time to destroy him. The group quickly followed the trail of blood, and after walking for a few minutes, they saw that the blood on the ground was still wet. Black King Kong should have just passed by here. We should find it soon. Damn it. Yifeng cursed inwardly. Damn Black King Kong. It's definitely going to die this time. Even if Buddha came, he couldn't save it. And at this moment, in a forest of rocks, Black King Kong sat resting under a rock. The terrain here was very special, with countless trees and rocks, but the trees were not large, and there was a tall rock under almost every tree. Roar! Roar! Black King Kong sat alone under the rock, its long arm gently stroking its wound. It was injured. A severely wounded tiger is worse off than a dog. Black King Kong is in a miserable state now. Click! As Black King Kong was recovering from its injuries alone, it heard a noise behind it, as if prey had broken a dry branch. It turned around and saw 4 prey slowly approaching, and 2 of them were the same prey that had injured it twice. In Black King Kong's eyes, humans were also prey and could be eaten. Roar! Black King Kong roared as he stood up, baring his teeth as he looked at Yifeng and Zhang Xiaoling, then strode over. Bang bang bang. As it moved, the ground made thump 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 sounds, and a violent aura, like a murderous aura, pressed down. This, when he saw Black King Kong, Jin Fuhao trembled with fear and said, Brother, let's talk this out. Don't be impulsive. Calm down first. Calm down my ass. It won't calm down with you, Zhang Xiaoling said. Yifeng gripped his sword, his cold gaze fixed on Black King Kong. Although the beast had arrived, he was not afraid. Xiao Chun was also very cold and calm. Even though she saw this fierce and brutal thing, she was still able to remain calm. She was indeed a female expert. Perhaps she was used to seeing life and death. Roar! Bang bang bang. As Black King Kong roared forward, fallen leaves fluttered down from the forest floor. Whoosh! Leaves, like butterflies, danced in the wind, and fluttered down. It's getting closer. Closer. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. Black King Kong drew closer and closer, its terrifying and violent aura growing ever stronger, its powerful pressure suffocating them. Brother, let's talk this out. We're here to discuss this with you. From now on, the forest belongs to you, and the cave belongs to us. Jin Fuhao was trembling violently. Among the group, he was the most timid. If he hadn't been forced by Zhang Xiaoling, he would never have dared to come. Calm down, my ass. Brothers, let's go. Whoosh. Zhang Xiaoling, carrying the large log, rushed forward quickly. He was very fast. This birdman was truly fearless, charging ahead of everyone else. Jin Fuhao, if you don't want to die, then don't be afraid to die. It's either you or Black King Kong who will die. Seeing that he was very scared, Yifeng said seriously. Jin Fuhao gritted his teeth and roared. Damn it, let's fight. Fight to the death. Maybe we can survive. If we cower and hesitate, we'll definitely die. Roar. Black King Kong ran over quickly, and Zhang Xiaoling also rushed over while carrying the big log. Go to hell. Bang. After rushing over in anger, Zhang Xiaoling hugged the large log with both hands and slammed it violently into Black King Kong's body. Hiss. The embers of the burning wood burned Black King Kong's skin, instantly charring its dark fur and releasing a foul, burning smell. Roar. Black King Kong roared. It's too hot. It stretched out its long arms, trying to grab Zhang Xiaoling's big log. Hiss. When Black King Kong's long arms grabbed the large log, smoke immediately rose from its hands, burning away all its black fur. Sizzle. Black King Kong bared its teeth and thrashed its arms, probably from being scalded and blistered. In its rage, it charged forward recklessly, thinking of its damned prey that had injured it multiple times. Bang. Zhang Xiaoling's large log once again slammed against Black King Kong's body, but the enraged Black King Kong angrily stepped forward. Whoosh. Zhang Xiaoling involuntarily retreated, as if his feet were equipped with pulleys, because Black King Kong was so strong that he couldn't withstand it at all. In his anxiety, Zhang Xiaoling pressed the large log down with great force, then braced it against the stone on the ground, thus supporting the Black King Kong. Black King Kong couldn't stand the heat, so he shifted his body to the side, trying to approach from another direction. Bang! Having lost his footing, the large log in Zhang Xiaoling's hands fell to the ground. He hurriedly picked it up again, but it was too late, as Black King Kong was rapidly closing in. Jin Fuhao, make your move, Yifeng commanded. Jin Fuhao rushed over with the large log in his arms, crashing into Black King Kong. Bang! A loud bang was heard, and embers flew everywhere, burning the Black King Kong's body with hot wood and charcoal. Sizzle! Black King Kong throbbed from the heat. Damn humans, how could they have so many fire sticks? I knocked one down and another one came out. Yeah. Jin Fuhao fought desperately, trying his best to hold off Black King Kong, but his strength was too small and insignificant compared to Black King Kong. However, he was also clever and, like Zhang Xiaoling, braced the bottom of the wood against the ground to conserve his energy. Haha, well done. Thanks to Jin Fuhao's intervention, Zhang Xiaoling gained time. He quickly picked up the large log, preparing to hold off Black King Kong once again. Whoosh. Xiaochun, who always moves with stillness, made her move. Her speed was incredibly fast, like a gust of wind. Xiaochun leaped onto Jin Fuhao's large log, and then, as if running on a log bridge, quickly crossed it, stepping on the log with her feet. Whoosh. Two voices came, and he drew two sharp horn knives, intending to slash Black King Kong's neck. Roar. Black King Kong roared and swiftly reached out with its long arms. Its arms were very long, while Xiaochun's weapon was very short. Seeing Black King Kong's long arm reach out, Xiaochun was terrified. She quickly did a backflip and narrowly avoided Black King Kong's attack. Roar. Snap. Black King Kong flew into a rage, slapping away the large piece of wood belonging to Jin Fuhao, and then swinging his long arm down, intending to kill Xiaochun, who was standing on the ground, with a single blow. Xiaochun was terrified, her face turning pale with fright. Although she was a female expert, her skills were nothing compared to Black King Kong's. Die. Buzz. Bang. Zhang Xiaoling swung the large wooden stick and struck Black King Kong's long arm hard. Chapter 186, Slaying Black King Kong. Bang. Zhang Xiaoling swung the large log in her hand and smashed it on Black King Kong's arm. Black King Kong felt pain and was also burning hot, so he didn't have time to attack Xiaochun. Whoosh. Xiaochun quickly rolled backward, moving several meters forward and backward, and stood in a safe position. Golden Retriever. Yifeng called out, preparing to make his move. Zhang Xiaoling placed the two ends of the wood against Black King Kong's body and the ground, respectively. Huh! Yi Feng roared, then leaped up quickly, standing on the large log as if running on a log bridge, and rushed over, looking down at Black King Kong. Roar! Black King Kong roared and swung out his long arms. Call out! Yi Feng's sword was very long. He quickly swung the sharp sword and slashed at Black King Kong's arm, leaving a wound. However, this small wound was not enough to kill Black King Kong. Whoosh! Yi Feng stood on the large log, quickly flipped through the air, his feet in the air and his hands down, and swiftly thrust his sword down. Bang! With a loud bang, the saber pierced Black King Kong's head, penetrating several inches. However, the beast's head was incredibly hard. The saber, though piercing its head, failed to penetrate it or kill it. Roar! Black King Kong was in unbearable pain and raised his arm to strike the sky, trying to kill Yi Feng. Bang! Yi Feng leaped down, his foot brushing against Black King Kong's back, then grabbed a tree branch above him with one hand and quickly jumped up. He is very fast and very skilled. Little Chun, get on the big log, I can handle it. Jin Fuhao, holding the large log in both hands, was just like Zhang Xiaoling, hoping to send Xiaochun there. Good. Xiaochun jumped up and then ran over quickly. Roar! Black King Kong roared incessantly, furious that these damned prey had repeatedly harmed it. Zhang Xiaoling, scald its feet, Xiaochun commanded. Good. Zhang Xiaoling immediately cooperated, pressing the embers of the large log onto Black King Kong's legs. Hiss! Black smoke billowed out rapidly. Black King Kong couldn't stand the heat, so he bent down to slap it away. Just then, Xiao Chun rushed over and thrust out the horn knives in both hands at the same time. Laugh! Laugh! Two terrifying sounds came, and her two bullhorn knives pierced Black King Kong's eyes. Then she quickly discarded the knives and leaped to the ground to escape. Roar! Black King Kong was in great pain, roaring and pounding on its surroundings. The extreme pain made it ignore the heat of the large charcoal. Bang bang bang. Countless rocks and trees around were snapped in two by Black King Kong. This beast was terrifying when it was enraged, and it was also very strong. Get out of the way. Don't fight it. It's gone berserk. Yi Feng anxiously warned, seeing Black King Kong's rampage. Zhang Xiaoling and Jin Fuhao threw away the large log and quickly entered the forest. Xiao Chun also rushed into the forest. Black King Kong was doomed. He was just making a desperate last stand. There was no need to deal with this beast anymore. Roar! Bang bang bang. In the jungle, Black King Kong lost its way and could see nothing. It frantically pounded its surroundings, smashing many rocks and knocking down large trees. Yi Feng stood on one of the trees, quietly watching Black King Kong, preparing to find an opportunity to kill the beast. Bang! Splash! Black King Kong slapped the tree where Yi Feng was standing, causing the tree to tremble violently and countless leaves to fall. Yi Feng almost fell off the tree, but he clung tightly to the trunk, determined not to fall or he would be torn to pieces by Black King Kong. Roar! After a flurry of haphazard slapping, Black King Kong was exhausted and knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The opportunity has arrived. Whoosh! Yi Feng quickly jumped down from the tree, gripping his sword tightly with both hands. Using the momentum of his fall, combined with his own weight and force, he thrust the sword fiercely towards Black King Kong's skull. The reason he hadn't killed him before was because the force wasn't strong enough, but this time was different. The force of a fall from a great height is terrifying. Laugh! With a crisp sound, Yi Feng's sword pierced half a foot into Black King Kong's head. Boom! Black King Kong suddenly stood up, let out a roar, and then crashed to the ground like a mountain falling down, dead. Call! Yi Feng took a deep breath. He had finally killed the beast and was now safe. Okay. Jin Fuhao rushed out excitedly and said, Brother Yi Feng, Miss Xiaochun, you guys are amazing. You actually killed Black King Kong. However, I deserve the most credit for this battle, so I want a 50-50 split of the spoils. Go to hell. You deserve the least credit, yet you want a 50-50th split. Zhang Xiaoling kicked Jin Fuhao. All this bastard ever thinks about is splitting the profits 50-50ths. Can't he think of something else? Black King Kong is a gorilla species. Its meat is tough, and its genes are close to humans, so we don't need the meat. You can keep it. Xiaochun sheathed her horn knife, coldly uttered those words, and then turned and left indifferently. Golden Retriever, let's pluck the fur off Black King Kong and use it as a blanket. I'm planning to make a wooden bed, Yi Feng instructed. When he visited Bai Ji's cave before, he saw that there was a wooden bed in the cave. Yi Feng was very embarrassed because his girls all slept on the ground, but Bai Ji had everything. Actually, Yifeng couldn't be blamed for this, because since they were stranded on the deserted island, they had moved several times and hadn't had time. Okay, brother Yi. Zhang Xiaoling nodded. Since Xiaochun doesn't want these things, then her share should be mine. Therefore, I demand that we split them 50-50ths, Jin Fuhao said righteously from the side. 50-50? What are you talking about? Zhang Xiaoling plucked a few hairs from Black King Kong and handed them to Jin Fuhao, saying, Here, this is your prize. Yu. Holding the few hairs of Black King Kong, Jin Fuhao trembled with anger. It was too much. Such a huge Black King Kong, and he was only given a few hairs. Chapter 187 The Island. Making a wooden bed. Jin Fuhao returned with a few strands of Black King Kong's hair. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood and died. However, if he needed it, Yifeng would give him Black King Kong's meat. But since there was food in the cave, Jin Fuhao didn't want Black King Kong's meat. As Xiaochun said, Black King Kong belongs to the gorilla species, which is almost the same as monkeys. Its meat is tough, and its genes are close to those of humans, so they don't want to eat Black King Kong meat unless there is a food shortage. Golden Retriever, I'll pluck the black gorilla's fur. You go into the forest and find some large timbers, Yifeng instructed. Why are you looking for large timbers? To have some barbecue. Zhang Xiaoling asked. Yifeng said, It's not good for us to always sleep on the floor. We can't let the girls suffer, so I'm going to make some simple wooden beds. Haha, that's a great idea. With wooden beds, Lu Mei and the others can sleep in them, Zhang Xiaoling laughed. Do you like her? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoling mention the chubby girl, Yifeng asked. She's so fat, weighing 140 pounds. How could I like her? Zhang Xiaoling said, though her eyes betrayed her dislike. Yifeng said, Golden hair. Lu Mei is actually a good woman. Although she's a bit chubby, she's tall and has a good figure. She's voluptuous. Most importantly, she's loyal and devoted. During the time you couldn't walk, she took care of you every step of the way and never abandoned you. You should cherish a girl like that. Haha, let's not talk about that. I'm going to look for timber. Zhang Xiaoling left laughing. Although he denied it, Yifeng could tell that Zhang Xiaoling had feelings for Lu Mei. Actually, Lu Mei was quite good-looking, just a bit chubby. But she was loyal and devoted to her friends. If it were any other woman, she would have abandoned Zhang Xiaoling long ago during that difficult period of life. Yifeng squatted on the ground dissecting the hide of the Black King Kong, while Zhang Xiaoling searched for large timbers in the woods. The two of them worked for a very long time, probably about 2 hours. Yifeng, brother Yi. From within the woods came the anxious calls of Lu Ting and the others. They had arrived. Lu Ting, we're here, Yifeng called out. Yifeng. Lu Ting led a few people quickly through the woods. They were walking hurriedly and were covered in sweat, as if something was wrong. What brings you here? Yifeng asked. Lu Ting replied. I saw Xiao Chun go back, and she told us that Black King Kong has been destroyed, but you two haven't gone back yet, so we are very worried. Haha, you've come at the right time. Help me carry these timbers back, Zhang Xiaoling said with a smile. Why do you need so much timber? Aren't there timber in the cave? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng said, There are no beds in the cave. I plan to move these pieces of wood back to make makeshift beds, so I won't have to sleep on the ground anymore. Haha, great. Finally, I don't have to sleep on the floor anymore. Upon learning that she was to have a wooden bed made, Lu Mei smiled happily. She never wanted to sleep on the floor again. She probably had developed a phobia of it. Lu Ting also said, Since being stranded on the island, I've almost never slept on a wooden bed. Alas, my life is so hard. Before, I was always on the go and didn't have time, but now that I have time, I'm determined to take good care of you all, Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Ting nodded, her smile beautiful and radiant. Yifeng continued, Once the wooden bed is finished, the three of us will sleep in one bed. Zhao Shue's heart was pounding, so she quickly lowered her head, too embarrassed to look at Yifeng and Lu Ting. I'll hit him. Lu Ting spun around perfectly, threw a punch at Yifeng's arm, and said, You wish. You'll sleep alone. Yifeng removed the fur from Black King Kong and carried it back on his shoulder. Zhang Xiaoling, Lu Mei, and the others dragged the timber back. Everyone was in a good mood because Black King Kong was dead and they were safe. However, Yifeng was not happy. As long as they did not leave the island, they could not say that they were absolutely safe because there were dangers everywhere on the island. Damn it, the rescue team still hasn't arrived. Have they forgotten about us? The group returned home chatting and laughing. When they got back to their camp in the cave, they laid all the wood on the ground. Yifeng and Zhang Xiaoling made wooden beds, while the others helped out or cooked. They were all having a great time. Although there were no saws or axes, everything was kept simple. Even a simple wooden bed is better than sleeping on the floor. After working for a long time, The two made 3 simple wooden beds. There were 6 of them, so they would have to make 2 beds for each person, because if they made 1 bed for each person, it would take up too much space. After the wooden bed was finished, Zhao Shui and the others also made some delicious food. We didn't eat in the cave today. Instead, we sat on the grass, sitting on the ground. The python's carcass had already been dragged away from the grass and thrown into the woods by Zhang Shaoling. The 6 people sat together, eating and chatting, and all of them were in a good mood. On the path outside the forest, a girl was acting suspiciously, sneaking along with something. She seemed a little guilty, as if afraid of being discovered by Yi Feng and the others. Brother Yi, did you notice? That girl was acting suspiciously. Something's definitely up. Zhang Shaoling looked at the girl and said. Yi Feng turned around and saw that it was someone from Jin Fuhao's camp, but Yi Feng didn't know her name. Although they were classmates from the same school, he didn't know her and had only met her once. Hey, beautiful classmate, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting so suspiciously? Yi Feng asked. It's all right, it's all right. The girl left in a hurry, still carrying something in her hand. Brother Yi, I'm sure something's wrong with her, but she just doesn't want us to know. Let's go check it out. The girl wouldn't say, which only fueled his curiosity. Yi Feng quickly walked over. Something must have happened to the girl. Chapter 188, Do you want to be emperor? Yi Feng and Zhang Shaoling quickly walked over and saw that the girl was holding something in her hand, which looked like food, venison. The venison was chopped into small pieces, like dumpling filling. Where are you taking this venison? Zhang Shaoling asked. I. The girl hesitated, seemingly unwilling to speak. Hey girl, do you see this guy next to me? He has a bad temper. When he gets angry, he even killed Black King Kong. You'd better not make him angry, Zhang Shaoling said seriously. Yi Feng was embarrassed. The blonde guy was actually using himself to scare the girl. That was too much. The girl was terrified because she had witnessed Yi Feng's abilities. Back in the deep mountains, the terrifying and powerful leopard was easily killed by Yi Feng. Brother Yi, Brother Zhang, Brother Fu Hao told us not to tell anyone. He found a cold pool at the foot of the mountain, and there are fish in the pool. He told me to come back and get food to catch fish, the girl said hurriedly. A frozen pool. I never expected there to be a cold pool at the foot of this mountain, and even fish in it. Cold pools are different from lakes. If they were lakes, they would have been discovered long ago because lakes are very large. But cold pools in the deep mountains are not large, and the water in cold pools is not necessarily from rivers. Some cold pools are formed by geological factors, such as underground rivers. In some mountains, there may be a cold pool hidden under a layer of rock, but it is very difficult to find. That bastard Jin Fuhao is too stingy. He found something and kept it all for himself. Zhang Shaoling was very angry. Golden Retriever, you and Lu may move the wooden bed to the cave and then clean it up. Lu Ting and I will go check on things, Yi Feng said. Okay, Brother Yi, but you must bring back a lot of fish. Zhang Shaoling said with a smile. He wanted to eat fish. Zhao Shui stood beside Yi Feng. She wanted to speak several times, but she swallowed her words back because she wanted to go with Yi Feng. Yi Feng, let's go take a look together. Lu Ting was very interested and really wanted to catch some fish. Okay, let's go. Yi Feng put on his sword and prepared to set off. Brother Yi, please don't follow me, or Brother Fu Hao will blame me. Just pretend it's a chance encounter. The cold pool is under a clump of black trees at the foot of the mountain. The girl hurriedly left, not daring to take Yi Feng with her. A black tree? This type of tree is rare. Most trees are green, but there are also red trees and gray trees, which are gray because of insufficient sunlight. However, there is one situation in which the color of trees may turn dark black. When the trees grow in special locations, such as beside a cold pond, they are constantly exposed to the mist rising from the pond during rain, thus turning black. Zhao Shui, I'll go catch some fish for you to eat. Wait for me in the cave, okay? Yi Feng said with a smile. Okay, then I'll clean the cave with Brother Zhang and the others, Zhao Shui said obediently. We must clean the cave thoroughly and make it look beautiful. I've been to Bai Ji's cave. It looks like a fairy's place of cultivation, while our cave looks like a pigsty. Thinking about this, Yi Feng felt heartbroken. Zhao Shui silently kept it in mind. She even had wild thoughts. Would Brother Yi blame her for not cleaning up the cave? Actually, she's not lazy. It's just that she's been running around a lot lately and rarely has a stable life. What was said without malice was taken to heart by Zhao Shui. She remembered Yi Feng's words perfectly. After saying goodbye to the others, Yi Feng led Lu Ting into the woods. The dense forest stretched like a sea, and the two walked slowly through the fallen leaves, their feet crunching on the thick layer of foliage. In the woods, Lu Ting's flowing hair, as black as silk, paired with her stunning beauty, was breathtaking. Yi Feng, I think Zhao Shui has feelings for you. Do you two have that kind of relationship? Lu Ting, with her hands behind her back, asked the question as if she were a junior leader. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. The school beauty actually asked about this. Did she have some suspicions? Wow, those wildflowers are so beautiful. Yifeng pointed to the wildflowers on the ground, then quickly walked over, picked some wildflowers, wove them into a wreath, and personally placed it on Lu Ting's head. This is a phoenix crown for you. TCH, it's just a wildflower, yet they call it a phoenix crown. Lu Ting scoffed, but she smiled and didn't take it off. The beautiful woman wore a wreath of wildflowers on her head, like a fairy in a sea of flowers, seemingly untouched by worldly concerns. This is the most beautiful phoenix crown, you just don't know its value, Yifeng said with a smile. You actually gave me a phoenix crown? Do you want to be the emperor and have 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng laughed and said, I remember when Liu Bang was still a commoner, he saw Qin Shi Huang's entourage traveling in Xianying. Guess what he said at that time? What did he say? Lu Ting asked with great interest. Liu Bang said at the time, a true man should be like this. Yifeng sighed, as if he were there, witnessing the scene firsthand. It's a pity you have the will, but not the fate. Just accept your fate, Lu Ting said with a smile. The two walked through the woods, and after half an hour they reached the foot of the mountain. Ahead lay a dark forest. Yifeng and Lu Ting walked towards it, and as soon as they entered, they heard Jin Fuhao's hearty laughter. Haha, I'm so lucky. I actually found a cold pool here, and there are fish in it. Jin Fuhao's happy voice came from the woods. Rich guy, the fish is so fresh and delicious. Once we catch it, we're definitely going to eat our fill, a girl said. Haha. In the woods, Jin Fuhao said in a good mood. I must catch all the fish in the cold pool, not a single one for that bastard Yifeng. That bastard never shares with me 50/50ths. He's heartless, so don't blame me for being ruthless. I won't even leave him the fish bones. This bastard actually cursed at me, and he's always thinking about splitting things 50/50ths. Damn it. Yifeng was furious and quickly walked over with Lu Ting. Beside the cold pond, Jin Fuhao was weaving a vine cage, cursing and saying, Yifeng, you bastard, I'll make sure you don't even have fish bones or meat. If you don't split it 50/50ths with me, don't blame me for not letting you know. Rich man Jin, who are you calling a monster? Yifeng quickly walked over and asked. Oh. Jin Fuhao was startled and hurriedly stood up. When he saw Yifeng, his face turned dark. Chapter 189, prettier than the girls around her. Upon seeing Yifeng, Jin Fuhao's face darkened. Why had this god of death arrived? He was somewhat afraid of Yifeng. Why are you talking badly about me behind my back? Yifeng asked, gripping his sword and walking over with his hands behind his back. Haha. Jin Fuhao smiled and said, Brother Yifeng, you may have misheard. How could I possibly scold you? Do you think I'm like you, always talking badly about others behind their backs? The two girls quickly lowered their heads, thinking that Jin Fuhao was rather foolish for saying such a thing. What did you say? Yifeng quickly stepped forward, really wanting to teach this jerk a lesson, but then thought better of it. After all, they were classmates. Brother Yifeng, I misspoke. I really didn't speak ill of you behind your back. If you don't believe me, you can ask those two, Jin Fuhao said with a smile. The girl kept her head down and didn't want to talk. Yifeng looked at the cold pool. It was not large, only about 10 square meters, but it was very deep. There were no rivers or streams around the pool. It must be an underground river leading downwards. There were aquatic plants on the edge of the pool, but some of the lush plants had been eaten. There must be fish in there. Brother Yifeng, when I first discovered this cold pool, a fish swam down quickly. Jin Fuhao recounted the story with a dark expression, but he was very curious as to how Yifeng knew there were fish here. Could it be that the girl leaked the information, or was it a chance encounter? This cold pool is terrifying. Lu Ting stood to the side, craning her neck to look down. She saw a dark, icy pool, bottomless and terrifying. Don't come near. Yifeng pulled Lu Ting and brought her over. Oh. Lu Ting slipped and fell into Yifeng's arms. Yifeng hugged Lu Ting from behind and smiled. Be careful not to fall. Hee, don't worry, I've got you here anyway, Lu Ting laughed. Seeing Yifeng and Lu Ting acting so intimately, Jin Fuhao was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yifeng was surrounded by beautiful women, but these two girls beside him not only had freckles and pockmarks on their faces, but one also had thick legs and the other had a barrel waist. Alas, their lives were miserable. Haha, brother Yifeng, how about we make a bet? Jin Fuhao laughed. What kind of bet? Yifeng asked. Jin Fuhao said, whoever catches the first fish, or whoever catches the most fish first, is the winner. The winner can go to the loser's cave and take any item they want. This jerk is overestimating himself. He actually challenged me to a bet. Brother Yifeng, you're not too cowardly to agree, are you? Jin Fuhao used a provocation tactic. All right, since you want to make a bet, I'll bet with you. Yifeng nodded. Lu Ting laughed and said, Jin Fuhao, I think you don't want to live anymore. You actually dared to bet with Yifeng. I've never seen him lose. Hee, friendship comes first, competition second, Jin Fuhao laughed. TCH, let's see how you cry after you lose, Lu Ting said dismissively. Yifeng searched for vines nearby, and then wove a vine cage. Jin Fuhao's cage is almost ready, but to be fair, he needs to wait for Yifeng. Half an hour later, the two finished setting up the cage. Jin Fuhao quickly put all the venison into the cage, leaving none for Yifeng. Rich man bro. A girl seemed to want to say something, perhaps to remind Jin Fuhao whether they should leave some venison for Yifeng as bait, but Jin Fuhao widened his eyes and gestured for the girl to be quiet. The girl nodded, indicating that she understood. After Yifeng finished setting up the cage, he plucked a lot of green grass and put it inside. Jin Fuhao smiled smugly, thinking that Yifeng was doomed to lose. He actually used grass as bait. Little did he know that when Yifeng appeared, he had noticed that some of the green grass by the cold pool had been eaten. Haha, brother Yifeng, don't blame me for winning unfairly. Jin Fuhao was very happy. He placed the cage in the cold pool and then tied the vine rope to the rock above to prevent it from sinking. Yifeng carefully observed his surroundings and found that the grass on the left side of the cold pool had been eaten the most. This was because the area was sunny, and after the sun rose in the east, the sunlight was blocked by the mountains in front of it, so it could only shine on the other side in the afternoon. A depth of 3 meters is ideal, because this depth is just right for the setting sun to shine into the water. After slowly lowering the cage, Yifeng secured the vine ropes above it, and then stood by the water's edge to wait. Haha, brother Yifeng, let's make this clear beforehand. The loser isn't allowed to cheat, since I can't beat you, Jin Fuhao laughed. Am I the kind of person who bullies the weak? Yifeng asked. Haha, of course not. Jin Fuhao sat happily on the rock, and his 2 female classmates were even gently fanning him with broad leaves. This guy was having a very pleasant time. Hey rich guy, how does the wind feel? A girl asked. Jin Fuhao nodded slightly and said, the wind is just right, not too strong and not too weak. You guys follow me, and I'll make you rich. The 2 girls continued to fan Jin Fuhao. Cough cough. Yifeng coughed a few times, signaling Lu Ting to act quickly. Didn't she see that Jin Fuhao was being treated so well? She wanted the same treatment too. Yifeng, are you tired? Lu Ting asked with a smile. Yifeng nodded slightly. Let me massage your shoulders and back. Lu Ting quickly walked over and massaged Yifeng's shoulders and back. She was very serious and worked very hard. Wow, school beauty, you really care about brother Yifeng. You're so good to him. Jin Fuhao was very envious. Although there were 2 girls next to him, they both had pockmarked faces. One had thick legs, and the other had a barrel waist. How could they compare to the beautiful school beauty? Of course, I can't let Yifeng suffer. I can't let him feel like he has no one to rely on. Are Yifeng? When Yifeng heard Lu Ting's words, he was filled with passion. What a good woman she was, knowing how to take care of a man's pride. Lu Ting said this while massaging Yifeng. The wealthy are envious. Yifeng. Lu Ting's voice was gentle, and her face was full of smiles. Yifeng nodded slightly. How are you feeling? Are you comfortable? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng hummed in agreement again, as if he were only looking at the sky and not at the ground. That means I'll give you massages every day from now on. Lu Ting continued with a smile. Yifeng hummed in agreement again, his smug expression radiating an air of arrogance. Jin Fuhao felt like vomiting blood. He waved to the 2 girls and said, forget it, I won't fan you anymore. It's so hot, why bother fanning you? It's not cold. Rich guy, you only use a fan when it's hot, not when it's cold, a girl reminded him. Do I need you to remind me? I just fan myself when it's cold and cover myself with a quilt when it's hot. Jin Fuhao tilted his head and slanted his neck, looking like a baby who was angry, but his expression was really funny. This isn't a fishing competition at all. It's more like a contest to see who has the prettiest girl next to them. Am I presentable enough? Lu Ting asked with a smile while massaging Yifeng. Yifeng nodded. Of course, a girl like Lu Ting was presentable. Having a girlfriend like that meant he could show off wherever he went. Whoosh. Suddenly, the vine cage in the cold pool moved a few times. Yifeng quickly stood up and grabbed the vine rope. Lu Ting stood behind, watching excitedly, hoping there would be fish. Chapter 190, You Can't Be So Cruel. At the edge of the cold pool, Yifeng quickly grabbed the vine rope and pulled it up. Lu Ting stood curiously to the side, wondering if there were any fish. Jin Fuhao also hurriedly went over, grabbed the vine, and pulled it up. Because Yifeng was putting away the cage, he had to put it away as well. Otherwise, Yifeng would make a big commotion, and even if there were fish in his cage, they would be scared away. Whoosh! When Yifeng lifted the cage, he saw 2 large fish inside, their bellies white, struggling rapidly. Wow! Lu Ting was overjoyed. She hadn't expected there to be fish, and 2 big ones at that. The 2 fish had very large heads, so they must be big-headed fish. Yifeng placed the cage on the ground, and saw 2 fish struggling and jumping around violently. What kind of fish is this? It's so big, Lu Ting asked. The smallest of these fish weighs 5 or 6 pounds, and the largest weighs 7 or 8 pounds, enough for 6 people to have a meal. Have no idea. Yifeng shook his head slightly. He had seen this kind of fish before. It had a large head, red gills, a gray back, and a white belly. Is it safe to eat fish from this place? Lu Ting asked. Few people have ever eaten fish from underground rivers, so Lu Ting was a little worried. Yifeng replied, Of course you can eat it. I used to catch this kind of fish often when I was in my rural hometown in the southwest. Do you have an underground river where you live? Lu Ting asked. Yifeng replied, Our area is a karst landscape with many mountains and rivers. There are many such cold pools in the mountains. Even in the dragon pool in our village, once the water level rises after several days of heavy rain, many strange-looking fish will jump out of the pool. Dragon pool is similar to a well, but the difference lies in whether it is man-made or naturally formed. Hee, that's great. Lu Ting was overjoyed. She could eat fish. On the other side, Jin Fuhao was also pulling on the vines, but he felt something was wrong because they were light and weightless. The more he pulled, the colder he felt. Pull, pull. There must be fish. The 2 girls stood behind the wealthy man, blowing air into his cards. This reminded Yifeng of a movie where a man was gambling with a gambling god, and 2 beautiful women stood behind him, constantly shouting blow, blow, blow. As a result, the cards he blew into his cards got smaller and smaller, and he eventually lost and was dejected. Tick-tock. When Jin Fuhao brought the cage up, his heart sank and his face turned ashen, because there were no fish in the cage except for venison. That girl didn't speak. They didn't want to speak. Jin Fuhao was dejected and speechless. Haha, you lost. Lu Ting said with great joy. Haha. Jin Fuhao was originally dejected, but suddenly burst into laughter. Yifeng was very curious. What was this guy laughing about? Did he lose his mind because he lost? But it shouldn't be that bad. He didn't lose everything. He only lost some daily necessities. Haha, there's fish, there's fish. Jin Fuhao laughed loudly. Yifeng looked back and saw that there was indeed a fish in Jin Fuhao's cage, but it was not big and it was very dark. The fish seemed to be curled up, a bit like a ball of flesh. He didn't know what kind of fish it was. Anyway, there were many strange and unusual things in the Een River. Jin Fuhao, even if you have fish, you will still lose, because you set the rules. If fish are caught at the same time, whoever catches the most or the biggest fish wins. Lu Ting reminded him from the side. Jin Fuhao didn't say anything. He silently reached into the cage, preparing to take the small fish out. Laugh. The little fish suddenly opened its mouth, and its body grew longer, like a snakefish from an underground river. Oh. Jin Fuhao was startled and hurriedly got up, but his foot slipped, and he fell into the pool with a splash. Rich man bro. The 2 girls screamed anxiously, their faces turning pale with fright. After Jin Fuhao fell into the pool, his body slid downwards, swallowed some water, and then floated to the surface, frantically grabbing at things before sinking again. He couldn't swim. Rich man bro. The 2 girls were so anxious they wanted to cry. They tried to bend down and pull Jin Fuhao up, but the surface of the cold pool was more than a meter below the ground, so the 2 girls couldn't save him. Lu Ting, pull him up. Yifeng was shocked and grabbed Lu Ting's hand. Lu Ting quickly bent over, her body half bent down. Jin Fuhao, grab my hand. Lu Ting shouted anxiously. Glug glug. Glug glug. The wealthy man in the cold pool sank deeper and deeper with a glug sound. Quickly save them. Seeing Jin Fuhao keep falling, Yifeng was also very anxious. This guy was a terrible swimmer and probably choked, so he couldn't float. In desperation, Yifeng grabbed Lu Ting's feet. Lu Ting reached into the water with both hands, grabbed Jin Fuhao's hair, pulled him to the surface, and then grabbed his shoulders. The 2 girls quickly stepped forward to help and pulled Jin Fuhao up. Jin Fuhao actually fainted. From the time he fell into the water to the time he was pulled out, it took less than a minute. He was probably in a state of extreme fear, which is why he fainted. Wah, rich man, you can't die, the 2 girls cried. Why are you crying? He's not dead yet. Yifeng pressed his hands against Jin Fuhao's lungs and then squeezed hard. Puff. Jin Fuhao vomited a lot of water and said groggily, I don't want to drink any more water. I've drunk too much. Yifeng found it hilarious. This birdman probably thought he was going to keep drinking water. Lu Ting pressed on Jin Fuhao's chest, hoping to revive him quickly. Press the feet first. Jin Fuhao muttered to himself while unconscious. Yifeng really wanted to pick this jerk up and throw him into the water. Damn it, did he think it was a massage? Maybe this jerk goes to those kinds of places often. I remember a news report about a man who got drunk and was taken to the hospital by the emergency center. During the rescue, he suddenly said to press his feet first. Never mind him. Let's go to his cave and move our things first. Yifeng stood up and said to Lu Ting. Okay. Lu Ting was very happy and clapped excitedly. Unexpectedly, the school beauty also likes to cause trouble. When she heard that she was going to move other people's things, she danced with joy. Yifeng picked up the two fish and took Lu Ting back. Let's go, let's move our things. Lu Ting followed Yifeng, laughing and chatting, her face beaming. No, I won't. The wealthy man, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly got up and said, You can't be so cruel. Rich guy, don't get excited. Calm down and take care of yourself, a girl reminded him. I lost my temper. I stopped taking care of my health. I can't let them be so cruel. Jin Fuhao got up from the ground and rushed over to grab Yifeng. Chapter 191, She Stole My Job. Yifeng and Lu Ting left happily, and half an hour later, they arrived at the outside of a cave. This is Jin Fuhao's cave. The cave is dilapidated and the entrance is very small. Because the cave is located at a low altitude, ventilation is poor and lighting is also very poor. The doorway, 1 meter high and half a meter wide, is only wide enough for one pedestrian to barely squeeze through. No wonder the three rich men were unharmed after Black King Kong appeared. It turns out that the natural opening was too small for Black King Kong to fit through. Haha. Lu Ting stood at the entrance of the cave, laughing heartily. She was in a good mood at the thought of going inside to move things. I never expected the school beauty to be so mischievous. She actually enjoys causing trouble too. After removing the log blocking the entrance, Lu Ting ran inside laughing. You can't do this to me. You can't be so cruel. Jin Fuhao ran up from behind, his clothes and pants still dripping wet. The two girls followed behind him, running breathlessly. Jin Fuhao, you have to accept the consequences of your bet. You were the one who proposed the bet first, so you can't blame us. Yifeng quickly entered the cave. In the dark cave, Lu Ting looked around and found a blanket lying under the stone wall. That rich guy Jin is lucky. He managed to get a blanket, which is a supply item on the cruise ship. When they woke up, they were lying in a low-lying area on the beach. Many supplies from the cruise ship had washed up there, so they had a lot of necessities. I want a blanket. Lu Ting ran over and picked up the blanket. No, I won't. Jin Fuhao ran into the cave, hugged the blanket tightly, and said, This is my blanket. You're willing to accept the consequences of a bet. You brought it up yourself, so who can you blame? Lu Ting pulled the blanket over. I can't give you this blanket. Jin Fuhao pulled the blanket over again. If you lose, you have to admit it. Are you even a man? Lu Ting pulled the blanket over again. The two of them were pulling and tugging at each other, each holding one end of the blanket. They would pull it over and then pull it back. It was really funny. You can't take this blanket. Look at my cave. It's so dark and cold. If you take the blanket, I'll freeze to death, Jin Fuhao said with a mournful face. Lu Ting felt a little reluctant, because the cave was indeed too dark. Okay, I'll let you have it since we're classmates. I don't want the blanket, I want the frying pan. Lu Ting put the blanket down and then turned to get the frying pan. No. If you take the frying pan away, I won't have anything to cook, and I'll starve to death. Jin Fuhao quickly hugged the frying pan to his chest. After the two female classmates entered the cave, they stood to the side with their heads down and didn't say anything, because Jin Fuhao had lost, so they had nothing to say. Okay, for the sake of being classmates, I'll let you off this time. I don't want your blanket or your frying pan. I'll take 2 plastic bowls back with me. Lu Ting ran over, picked up 2 plastic bowls, but left 3 for them. Haha, Yifeng, it's almost time to go home, Lu Ting said happily. Go home. When Yifeng heard those 2 words, he felt a warmth in his heart. Lu Ting was like a beautiful and virtuous wife and mother. However, Lu Ting was kind-hearted. She didn't take the most valuable things from Jin Fuhao's cave, but only took 2 unimportant plastic bowls, and even left 3 for Jin Fuhao. She did it just for fun, and of course, it was a well-deserved prize. That's my bowl, my plastic bowl. Jin Fuhao ran over in tears, trying to snatch back the plastic bowl. Haha, Yifeng, run. Let's go home. Lu Ting laughed as she ran out of the cave. Yifeng followed and ran out, worried that there might be danger in the woods. It would take about 5 minutes to walk back from here, and they would have to cross a forest. My rice bowl is gone. From inside the cave came the sound of Jin Fuhao wailing. Brother Hao, let it go. You lost the bet. And besides, you were the one who suggested it. A female classmate comforted him. Brother Hao, it's okay if we lose our jobs. There are still 3 of us, another female classmate said. She stole my job. Don't you know how important that job is? Jin Fuhao said. Upon hearing his words, Yifeng thought to himself, it's just a plastic bowl. What could it possibly mean? That jerk, does he think a plastic bowl is a lifeline? It's not like you lost your job. Why are you crying? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I never expected Jin Fuhao to be like a woman, and he's even known as the flying bat. In the forest, Lu Ting walked beside Yifeng, her face beaming with joy, very happy. Seeing that she was very happy, Yifeng was also in a good mood. Men, after all, want the women around them to be happy and joyful. Do you think I'm too bad? Lu Ting asked with a smile. You're the worst. Yifeng raised his hand and gently ruffled Lu Ting's hair with his fingers. Oh dear, why do you say someone is bad? Lu Ting scratched her head and looked at Yifeng with a smile. Since discovering that Zhao Shui and Yifeng had become very close, her attitude towards Yifeng has changed a lot. Perhaps she felt unsafe and wanted to be closer to Yifeng. Actually, women are all like this. If she has a man she likes, she might not care too much if no other women are pursuing her. But if other beautiful women approach, they will take the initiative and change their attitude. Therefore, many men who are pursuing women will deliberately receive love letters or flowers from other women in order to attract the attention of their beloved. Lu Ting's laughter echoed through the woods from time to time. She was very happy today. After being stranded on the deserted island for so long, this was the first time Yifeng had seen her so happy. Her smile and laughter never stopped. Rustle. Just as the two were laughing and chatting, a sudden rustling sound came from the trees and bushes beside them. Careful. Yifeng held Lu Ting in his arms, protecting her, while gripping his sword in the other hand, cautiously on guard. Lu Ting leaned on Yifeng's shoulder, facing backward, and she immediately felt very warm. Is it really true that you can feel so safe and warm in a man's arms? Lu Ting had never felt or experienced this before. Chapter 192 My King. You really know how to play. In the forest, Lu Ting leaned on Yifeng's shoulder. She was tall, almost shoulder to shoulder with Yifeng. Her silky hair swayed gently in the wind, and her breath carried the fragrance of orchids, which was intoxicating. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew by, and Lu Ting felt as if there were only the 2 of them in the world, only the 2 of them. What is that? Come out. Yifeng placed one hand on Lu Ting's back and held his sword in the other. Brother Yi, it's me. A woman emerged from the bushes. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked very tired. Shin Chi-Chi. So it was this woman. What are you doing here? Yifeng was cold and aloof, and had no good feelings towards Shin Chi-Chi, even loathing her. Shin Chi-Chi was not their classmate. This woman was an outsider. Tai Hu and Xiao Bao were also outsiders, but those people were already dead. Brother Yi, it's me. Shin Chi-Chi hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but found it difficult to speak because Lu Ting was there. Lu Ting left Yifeng's embrace. It was just a false alarm. However, Yifeng's warm body temperature seemed to have entered her heart and was with her. Beautiful Lu Ting, can I have a few words with Brother Yi alone? Shin Chi-Chi asked pitifully. Actually, Shin Chi-Chi is older than Yifeng. She should be around 30 years old. But on this deserted island, Yifeng is the most capable, so everyone calls him Brother Yi. This title is just a respectful one and is not based on age. You have 2 minutes. Lu Ting smiled slightly at Yifeng, then turned and left. Here's the knife. Be careful. Yifeng gave his sword to Lu Ting, telling her to carry it for self-defense. Lu Ting walked to the foot of a nearby earthen slope, which was several meters high, so her figure disappeared from their sight. Just say what you have to say quickly, Yifeng said, looking at Shin Chi-Chi with some impatience. Brother Yi, as long as you agree to take me in, I'll be your woman. I know you have beautiful women around you, but having more women also has its advantages. It's like someone who always eats radishes and cabbage will also want to eat watermelon. Shin Chi-Chi said pitifully. Want some watermelon? This was the first time Yifeng had ever heard such a ridiculous analogy. And they all say I'm very good at taking care of people. Shin Chi-Chi lowered her head, not daring to look Yifeng in the eye. Them? Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately said, You're too dirty. Wah! Shin Chi-Chi cried, but Yifeng didn't want to comfort her. You should reflect on your own actions. After leaving those words, Yifeng turned and left. There's always a reason why someone is pitiful. Sigh. Lu Ting waited at the foot of the earthen slope. She sat on a rock with her sword in both hands. Her serene figure was beautiful. A beauty in the jungle evoked a different kind of feeling. When Yifeng first saw Lu Ting's figure in the jungle, he remembered a story. It is said that during the spring and autumn period, there was a king who was particularly fond of beautiful women, but no matter how beautiful the women selected from the common people were, he could never find them appealing. He believed that even the most beautiful women from ordinary backgrounds were still just common women. Later, his men came up with a plan. One day, while the king was out hunting, they arranged for a beautiful woman to hide in the woods. Then the ministers deliberately separated from the king, pretending to be separated. The king rode alone through the forest and saw a beautiful woman sitting in the lush green woods. The woman sat alone under the tree. The king could only see her back and her long hair. The king was overjoyed and quickly walked over, at which point the woman turned around, startled, and retreated. The king was stunned, because when the woman turned around, he saw her face clearly, a peerless beauty. The beautiful woman in the forest was no ordinary woman, and from then on, the king fell deeply in love with her. In reality, this beautiful woman was just an ordinary mortal who was deliberately placed in the forest. After hearing this story, Yifeng really wanted to comment, "Your Majesty, you really know how to play games." "Hi, beautiful, could you tell me how to get to heaven?" Yifeng quickly walked over, pretending to bump into him by chance, wanting to be the king for once. Lu Ting suddenly turned around, and Yifeng was immediately awestruck, as if he had encountered a fairy. "I don't know the road to heaven, but the road to hell is right under my feet," Lu Ting said with a smile. "Miss, why are you here alone? Are you lost? Do you need me to take you home?" Yifeng asked. "I'm not lost. I was just abandoned by a heartless man, so I'm waiting here. I'll wait for him for 1,000 years, until my hair and teeth fall out." Lu Ting answered with a sorrowful expression, but her acting was so lifelike. Her acting skills were superb. Such a beauty, with unparalleled charm, yet she waits until her hair and teeth fall out for a heartless man. It's such a waste of her talent. Why not come with me? We can be companions from now on, growing old together in the woods and springs. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yifeng said. No. I want to wait for that heartless man to arrive. I just want to ask him one question. Do he have me in his heart? Lu Ting replied. Haha. The two smiled at each other, enjoying each other's company. However, being with Lu Ting made Yifeng feel as if his soul was ascending, a spiritual elevation, a free spirit, bringing him endless joy. Unlike Zhao Shui, Lu Ting was reserved in her speech, and she never felt free to speak her mind when chatting with Yifeng. I feel like we're two lunatics. Don't be crazy, let's go back. Lu Ting carried a sword in one hand and a fish and 2 plastic bowls in the other. Go home. Yifeng took the sword, picked up the fish, and led the beautiful girl away, walking through the grove. What did Shinchichi just say to you? Lu Ting asked. She said she wanted to repay me with her body, on the condition that I accept her, Yifeng said. So did you agree? Lu Ting asked. I already have you, so I don't need her. In fact, Yifeng really didn't think much of Shinchichi. Well, Lu Ting sighed and said, actually, she is also very pitiful. She just bullies others when she is in power. There are people like that everywhere. But if we don't take care of her, she might really die here. After all, she is a life. The two emerged from the jungle and came to the meadow in front of their cave. We're finally home. I'll bring you out again next time, Yifeng said. I'm not a little kid. Do I need you to take me out? Lu Ting asked. In my heart, you will always be a little baby, and you will never grow up. The two chatted and laughed as they returned to the cave. Upon entering, they were greeted by a completely new sight. The change was so drastic that Yifeng initially thought they had taken the wrong path. Chapter 193, Bringing a Few Wild Vegetables. The cave has been completely renovated, with 3 wooden beds, each of which is now separated. 3 wooden beds were arranged in a row against the rock wall of the cave, each bed separated by a piece of wood. Although it was very simple, it looked quite decent. Besides, the cave was clean and tidy, and there were even many wildflowers inside. Zhao Shui and her friends found many wildflowers and put them in bamboo tubes filled with water, which allowed the wildflowers to be preserved for a long time. There was also a wooden table next to it, all arranged neatly. Brother Yi, you're back? How's the setup going? Zhao Shui asked happily. Not bad. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed very nice, and it felt a bit like home. Haha, Brother Yi, the two of us will sleep in this wooden bed tonight. Zhang Shaoling happily pointed to a wooden bed. Get out of the way. Yifeng waved his hand impatiently. Who wants to sleep with him? There are so many girls. Why should two grown men squeeze together? You've worked hard, Lu Ting said with a smile. Lu Ting, you actually caught some fish. But where did you get that plastic bowl? This was a gift from Mr. Jean, Lu Ting said with a smile. That jerk was actually quite generous. He even gave you 2 plastic bowls, Zhang Xiaoling said. With the school beauty in charge, he has no choice but to give it to me. Lu Ting shook the plastic bowl, a little smug. After chatting and laughing for a while, Yifeng and Lu Ting joined the busy team, and everyone worked together to tidy up the cave. Try to finish the work as soon as possible. Everyone worked for an hour and tidied up the cave neatly, which felt great. Although it is still very simple, it is completely different from before. Brother Yi, Brother Zhang, I know you don't have any daily necessities here, especially quilts. Luckily, Tiehu and his men got 2 blankets, so I brought them to you. Shin Qiqi entered the cave, carrying her belongings. Ever since Tai Hu and the others were killed by He Jin Gang, she had been terrified and always wanted to join their ranks. Get out, get out, get out. When Lu Mei saw Shin Qiqi come in, she was very angry and wanted to run over and push her out. I know you won't take me in, but I have no use for these things. I might be scared to death or eaten by wild animals in a couple of days. You can have these things. Shin Qiqi put the things in the cave, then turned and left. This is a strategic retreat. Move your things away. Who wants your junk? Lu Mei said, hands on her hips. Brother Yi, why don't you say hello to Bai Ji and the others? Let Shin Qiqi go with them. We can't just stand by and watch her die, Zhang Xiaoling said. Xiaoling, have you forgotten how she treated us before? Lu Mei asked. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. I, the Golden Lion King, don't want to argue with women. Zhang Xiaoling tossed his blonde hair and touched his broad forehead. Yifeng walked to the cave entrance, stood on the steps, looked down at the people below, and said, Take your things away. Brother Yi, you can keep these for yourselves. I might die in a couple of days, so I'll give these things to you. There's still some food and daily necessities in the cave where Zhang Xiaoling used to live. If I die in a couple of days, you can bring all of those things over. Shin Qiqi looked pitiful and silently turned and left. She knew she would die sooner or later because she couldn't survive alone. You're not our classmate, you're an outsider, so you have nothing to talk about with us. Go to Bai Ji's place and tell her I sent you. You can also come in and take your things. After leaving those words, Yifeng turned and entered the cave. Thank you. I still have an animal skin, so I don't need the blanket. Outside the cave, Shin Qiqi's excited voice could be heard. Why bother with her? It would be better if she just died. Lu Mei pouted, her lips pursed high. Let bygones be bygones. I, the Golden Lion King, don't want to argue with women. Let's not bring these things up again, Zhang Xiaoling said. With 2 blankets, the black gorilla's fur and the leopard's fur, the bedding on the wooden bed was almost sufficient. Although it doesn't meet our basic needs, it's better than nothing. Moreover, the cave is well insulated and heated by firewood, so it's not cold at night. After tidying everything up, Yifeng said, I'm hungry, let's get something to eat. Brother Yi, I'll cook fish for you. Zhao Shui took the 2 fish out, preparing to kill them. I'll go help. Wang Qing also walked to the entrance of the cave, preparing to kill fish with Zhao Shui. Today's food was plentiful, including wild vegetables, venison, and fish, the most abundant meal we've ever had. Haha, Brother Yifeng. Laughter came from outside the cave entrance. It turned out that Jin Fuhao had arrived, bringing 2 female classmates with him. What are you doing here? Zhang Xiaoling asked. You're being too petty. We're classmates, stranded on an island. We should be like family, loving and caring for each other, visiting each other to strengthen our bond, Jin Fuhao said. This guy is quite the smooth talker, he's got a good tongue. However, Jin Fuhao is not a bad person and would not want to harm anyone. Today is a memorable day since we took down Black King Kong, so I brought some food to have a big meal with you all as a celebration, said Jin Fuhao. Where are the things you brought? Yifeng asked. Garrulous. Jin Fuhao pointed to a girl next to him. In her hand, the girl was holding some green wild vegetables, which probably weighed less than 2 ounces. This is the food you brought. Zhang Xiaoling looked around, thinking there was something else. Yes, this is the food I brought. Wild, all-natural vegetables, freshly picked, Jin Fuhao said. Zhang Xiaoling jumped up, furious, and said, You son of a bitch, you think you can just come here and freeload a meal with us with these few wild vegetables? You want to have a big feast with us? Lu Ting rolled her eyes, almost fainting from anger. This classmate was too stingy. It was hilarious. Haven't you heard the saying, isn't it a pleasure to have friends coming from afar? Jin Fuhao said, glancing sideways at the top of the cave. But you're not far from us either, Zhang Xiaoling said. Haven't you heard the saying, a small gift carries great meaning? Jin Fuhao asked again. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. This silly classmate was too funny. If you want to freeload, just say so. You have no shame in bringing things over, as if we're trying to take advantage of you. Lu Ting was so angry she was speechless, feeling both annoyed and amused. But nobody cared about that, since they had a good relationship and were classmates. Haha, beautiful Lu Ting. Do you think I'm the kind of person who freeloads? Do you think I'm like you guys? I'm not that kind of person, Jin Fu Hao said seriously. Rich guy, don't talk nonsense. You've said something wrong again, a girl quickly reminded him. Haha, sorry, I misspoke. But I only came because I consider you guys my brothers and classmates. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Jin Fu Hao smiled broadly, but as he chatted, he kept glancing at the cave. Thinking of his own cave, which resembled a mud kiln, his heart sank. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable, and comparing caves will only make you miserable too. Yifeng, are you there? A voice came from outside the cave again. It was Bai Ji's voice. This noble woman had arrived. What's going on today? One person after another has come. It's so lively. Chapter 194. A joyful gathering in the cave. Outside the cave, Bai Ji walked in wearing a fiery red mink coat. She had a stunning figure and was very tall. With her noble demeanor and expensive clothes, she seemed like a former Shanghai gangster boss, regal yet approachable, imposing yet down to earth. She was a very rare woman. In today's world, it's easy to find a beautiful woman because there are so many beautiful women out there. They're everywhere. But women with such elegance as Bai Ji are indeed very rare. Xiaochun also arrived, carrying 2 pheasants in her hands. She followed behind Bai Ji with a blank expression, as if she really didn't want to come here. Beautiful Bai Ji, welcome. Yifeng smiled. You wiped out Black King Kong today, so I had my sister bring over 2 pheasants. Let's all get together and have a good meal to celebrate. Bai Ji smiled gently, but her smile exuded a noble air. We have food here. How can we let you spend money? Yifeng said politely. This is a pheasant my sister caught. She's caught several pheasants these past few days and kept them in a crevice in the rocks. I wanted to come and celebrate with you all today so we could have a happy meal together, Bai Ji said with a smile. Lu Ting glanced at the 2 pheasants in Xiao Chun's hand, and then at the few wild vegetables that Jin Fu Hao and the others had. Rich guy, the girl with thick legs called softly, probably a little embarrassed. Bai Ji and the others brought 2 pheasants to the theater, but the 3 of us only brought a few pieces of wild vegetables, which was really embarrassing. Put it away quickly. Jin Fu Hao patted the girl on the shoulder, telling her to quickly put away the wild vegetables and not embarrass herself. The girl quickly put her hands behind her back, embarrassed to compare herself to a prostitute. Haha, beautiful Xiaochun, we meet again. Do you remember? We fought side by side to defeat Black King Kong. Jin Fu Hao walked over with a smile, extended his hand, and wanted to shake hands with Xiaochun. Xiaochun's gaze was icy, as if it were the dead of winter. Jin Fu Hao quickly withdrew his hand, then smiled at Bai Ji. Haha, beautiful Bai Ji, President Bai, long time no see, long time no see. Mr. Jin, it's been a few days. How are you? Bai Ji smiled faintly, then extended her hand and shook hands with Jin Fu Hao politely before letting go with a smile. Unlike Xiaochun, her younger sister always had a stern face, as if the whole world owed her money. But Shiraheim is very approachable. Haha, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Bai Ji, you are not only beautiful and pretty, but also very noble. Whoever marries you will be blessed with good fortune. Jin Fu Hao kept rubbing his hands together, as if shaking hands with a beauty like Bai Ji was the greatest honor of his life. Mr. Jin, thank you for your compliment. Bai Ji bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude politely. Haha, I'm not sir. Just as Jin Fu Hao was about to speak with a smile, Bai Ji slowly walked towards Yifeng. Isn't your finance beauty, Xiao Chui, here? Yifeng asked. There was another girl in Bai Ji's cave, the refined girl with glasses, who was said to be in charge of finance at Bai Ji's company. Xiao Chui doesn't like to wander around. It just so happened that Shin Chi-Chi went there, so she and Shin Chi-Chi stayed in the cave. I didn't want to take Shin Chi-Chi in, but she said that you asked her to go, Bai Ji said with a smile. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Yifeng said apologetically. It's all right. There are only 3 of us here anyway. One more person will make it more lively, Bai Ji said. Yifeng, let's kill these 2 pheasants and have a good meal today. Lu Ting was in a good mood and ate a lot of food today. Okay. Yifeng nodded with a smile. Xiaochun, let's go help together, Bai Ji said to her younger sister. Yes, sister. Xiao Chun nodded respectfully. This cold female expert ignored everyone except her sister, Bai Ji. Beautiful Bai Ji, how could I trouble you with such a small matter? Besides, you are guests, and you don't need to do these things, Yifeng said. It's all right. It's good to soak up some of the everyday life. Bai Ji took off her fiery red mink coat and hung it in the cave. Underneath, she was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt. However, without the thick outer garment, her beautiful and voluptuous figure was on full display, showcasing her feminine beauty. Charming, sexy, voluptuous. This noble woman not only has a great temperament, but also a great figure. However, the only drawback is that Bai Ji is a few years older than them. But it's better if she's a few years older. Older women know how to take care of men. Haha, I'll go help too. Jin Fuhao smiled, then took the two girls to help. Yifeng was also about to get busy, but Lu Ting said, "You and Jin Mao don't need to worry about this. You don't need to lift a finger. I never expected the school beauty to be so considerate of me, that she wouldn't let me do these things. Brother Yi, since the school beauty is concerned about us, then we two brothers will just stand by and watch." Zhang Xiaoling was happy to have some peace and quiet. Good. Yifeng nodded slightly and chatted with the beauties in the cave. Laughter and cheerful voices could be heard from inside and outside the cave, creating a wonderful atmosphere. This was Yifeng's happiest day yet, as it was the first time he had felt this happy since being stranded on the deserted island. With the absence of malicious individuals like young Master Lu, the island seems to have become even more beautiful. Amidst the laughter and cheers of the crowd, darkness gradually fell. It's getting dark. A full moon slowly rose in the sky, its bright light enveloping the land and the lonely island as if draped in a veil of mystery. The moonlight is lovely tonight. After dark, the food was finally ready. 11 people sat in the cave, chatting and laughing as they ate delicious food. There were now 13 survivors on the island, plus Xiao Chui, the girl with glasses, and Shin Chichi. I raised my cup to invite the bright moon, but alas, there is only the moon and no wine. Bai Ji sat in the cave, looking at the moon outside and sighing. Then let's use water instead of wine, Yifeng suggested. Good. Everyone nodded, indicating that the suggestion was good. Lu Mei filled the small bamboo tube with water, and then everyone raised their cups and toasted. Laughter echoed from the cave under the moonlight. Actually, if there were no threat from wild animals, it wouldn't matter if the rescue team didn't come, because this island is very large, with vast primeval forests, plenty of food, and most importantly, there are girls. Even if we were trapped here for the rest of our lives, it wouldn't be bad. But Yifeng knew this peaceful life was short-lived, as this place was fraught with danger. He recalled the skeleton under the pine tree, and the tattered notebook left behind by the skeleton's owner, which contained the 3 words, "It has come." Perhaps the real crisis on the island is yet to come. After enjoying themselves for a long time and eating and drinking to their heart's content, the group prepared to go home. Yifeng, thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late, so we'll head back now. Bai Ji got up and put on her mink coat. Haha, we'll come again tomorrow. Jin Fuhao laughed happily. You'd better not come, or you'll eat us out of house and home. You live off a few wild grasses, we can't afford to support you. Hearing that Jin Fuhao was coming again tomorrow, Lu Ting suddenly became a little scared. Beautiful Bai Ji, let me take you back. Yifeng wanted to send the two back, but he was afraid they might be in danger. Thank you for your kindness, but with Xiaochun here, everything should be fine. It's getting late, you should all get some rest. Bye-bye. Bai Ji raised her beautiful, slender hand and waved to Yifeng and the others incessantly. After the joy, the event ended in a somber atmosphere. Bai Ji and the 5 others left, and the cave suddenly became less lively after they left. Haha, Brother Yi, the 2 of us will sleep on the first wooden bed, and the other 2 can be given to them, Zhang Xiaoling said with a smile, looking at the wooden beds. You smell so bad, I don't want to sleep in the same wooden bed as you. I want to sleep with the girls. Yifeng lay on the wooden bed in the middle, his hands under his head as a pillow, his legs crossed, and said leisurely, lying in bed gazing at the bright moon, "Who will keep me company, my beloved?" Zhao Shui blushed slightly and felt embarrassed to speak. The bed is cold and the wood is hard, making it hard for a beauty to sleep. You're lying on a broken bed, yet you're still reciting poetry. Get up. Lu Ting walked over, grabbed Yifeng with both hands, and tried to pull him up. Yifeng lay on the wooden bed, unwilling to get up, while Lu Ting pulled him along, as if a wife were pulling her husband out of bed. Yifeng, Yifeng. Suddenly, an anxious call came from outside the cave entrance. It was Bai Ji's voice. Not good. Yifeng was shocked. Bai Ji and the others must have encountered danger, otherwise she wouldn't have run back. After standing up, Yifeng walked to the entrance of the cave. Under the white moonlight, he saw Bai Ji running back anxiously alone, while Xiao Chun was nowhere to be seen. Something serious must have happened. She must have encountered danger, which was why Bai Ji ran back for help. Chapter 195 Xiaochun is in trouble. Bai Ji asks for help. Yifeng, Zhang Xiaoling, are you asleep? Outside the cave, under the pale moonlight, on the lush green grass, Bai Ji hurriedly ran towards them, her steps quick. Beautiful Bai Ji, what's wrong? Upon hearing Bai Ji's call, Zhang Xiaoling immediately got up and ran out quickly. Bai Ji had helped him before, so he was grateful to this beautiful woman. During those difficult days, Bai Ji had brought him food twice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk for a week, and Lu Mei alone wouldn't have been able to endure it for so long. Beautiful Bai Ji, what's wrong? Yifeng also ran out quickly. Yifeng, Xiaoling, we're in trouble. On our way back, we encountered several monkey-like monsters in that forest. My sister, Xiao Chun, fought those monsters to save me. Please help her. Bai Ji stood in the grass, panting heavily. Okay, I'll go right away. Yifeng gripped his sword, intending to rush out. Zhang Xiaoling also picked up a sharp bamboo pole, preparing to rush out. Golden Retriever, don't go out. Stay in the cave and protect everyone. Don't come out unnecessarily. Yifeng was very anxious because he remembered the night Lu Ting fell ill when they were first stranded on the deserted island. He was attacked by a dark figure. He was later ambushed by a shadowy figure. In the misty forest, he severed a claw, and the thing resembled a monkey. If his guess was correct, the monster that Bai Ji and the others encountered was indeed it. Brother Yi, are you sure you can manage on your own? Zhang Xiaoling asked. Trust me, it'll be all right, Yifeng said. Okay, then I'll stay in the cave. Zhang Xiaoling knew that this place also needed protection, so he couldn't go. Yifeng, be careful. Lu Ting was very worried, afraid that something might happen to Yifeng. Brother Yi, be careful. Zhao Shui and the other girls were also looking at Yifeng anxiously. Remember, even if I don't come back, you must never leave the cave. If that thing comes, it won't be safe here. Before leaving, Yifeng anxiously looked at Lu Ting and the others. He thought that after killing Black King Kong, this area should be safe, and he could live a peaceful life, but he did not expect the danger to come so quickly. We understand. Go ahead and be careful. Lu Ting nodded solemnly. After saying goodbye to everyone, Yifeng quickly jumped down from the cave and ran into the grass. Yifeng, thank you for your hard work. Bai Ji was deeply moved, and when her sister was in danger, Yifeng came to help without hesitation. Stranded on a deserted island, we should help each other, Yifeng said. I don't know how to thank you. Bai Ji was a little flustered. Although she was a strong woman, she was also very nervous when faced with this kind of situation. After all, it was her own younger sister, Xiao Chun. Saving lives is the priority. Let's go. Yifeng walked quickly forward, with Bai Ji following beside him. Could you describe what happened? As they walked quickly, Yifeng asked. Bai Ji was very anxious and said, It's like this. It turned out that after she and Xiaochun returned, 3 monkey-like monsters suddenly appeared in the woods. The monsters had very long claws, like sharp steel knives. Xiaochun immediately fought with the monsters, and Bai Ji was worried that her sister would get hurt, so she quickly ran to ask for help. After running across the meadow, the two entered the woods. The moonlight in the sky was beautiful, as bright as day, just like the full moon on the 15th of the lunar month. Shoo, shoo. A rustling sound came from the forest, and the evening breeze made countless branches and leaves sway. Xiaochun, Xiaochun, we're here. Yifeng is here to help you. Upon entering the woods, Shiraheim shouted anxiously, but in the quiet forest, there was no response from Koharu, nor even the sound of fighting. Where is Xiaochun? Yifeng asked. Under the bright moonlight, Bai Ji looked around anxiously. Although the grove was not large, if you went astray by a few trees, it would be difficult to find your way back. Unable to see Xiaochun, Bai Ji gasped for breath, her face pale, her body heaving with each breath. Don't worry, we'll definitely find her. Seeing Bai Ji at a loss and very anxious, Yifeng quickly comforted her. But this forest isn't very big. Even if we didn't find the previous spot, we should still be able to hear Xiaochun's fighting sounds. But it's quiet here. Could it be that Xiaochun is dead? But that's probably impossible, because Xiaochun is a female expert with excellent skills. She wouldn't die so easily. She could probably last for at least 10 minutes. It should be there. Bai Ji pointed to the right, then quickly ran over with Yifeng. After walking several dozen meters, Yifeng smelled a bloody scent. The scent of blood came with the wind, indicating that a fight had indeed taken place there. Otherwise, there would be no trace of blood. However, he still couldn't find Xiaochun. Xiaochun, Xiaochun. Bai Ji ran over quickly and came to a few trees, but the place was empty, and Xiaochun was nowhere to be seen. There was a corpse lying on the ground. Yifeng looked down and saw that it was a dead monkey. This monkey is about 1.5 meters tall, but its claws are exceptionally long, especially the sharp nails on its claws, which are as sharp as demonic claws. Damn, what kind of monkey is this? It's so strange. Yifeng has never seen anything so bizarre before. He cautiously approached and found that the monster was already dead, with many wounds on its body, leaving behind shocking scars. Upon closer inspection, Yifeng could clearly see the monster's appearance. It looked exactly like a monkey, except for two parts: its mouth, gills, and claws. The monkey's face had large, bulging mouth and gills, and its claws were short. However, this monster's face had flat mouth and gills, and its claws were very long. Xiaochun, where are you? Bai Ji called out anxiously and looked around helplessly. She was very worried and afraid that something had happened to her younger sister. At this moment, Bai Ji was so anxious she was almost going crazy. If something happened to her sister, she would not be at peace even if she died. Bai Ji, don't worry, Xiao Chun should be alright. You just said that 3 of these monsters attacked you. Is that right? Yifeng asked. Yes, 3. Bai Ji answered with certainty. But there's only the corpse of one strange monkey here, while Xiaochun and the other 2 strange monkeys are gone. As long as she hasn't been seen, she should be fine. Yifeng wanted to say that as long as Xiao Chun's body wasn't seen, it would prove that she was still alive, but the word body was unlucky. Yifeng, I'm at a loss now. What do you think we should do? Bai Ji asked. There's blood on the ground. If we follow the blood, we'll definitely find Xiaochun. Yifeng carefully examined the ground, and indeed there were bloodstains. Because of the bright moonlight, he could see the red bloodstains on the ground. However, he couldn't figure out why Xiao Chun had disappeared. Could she have been killed by a monster and then dragged away? But that shouldn't be possible. If Xiaochun were killed by the strange monkeys, those 2 strange monkeys would definitely eat her and leave behind part of her body. They would never drag her away. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's follow the trail of blood, Bai Ji said anxiously. Yifeng picked up a wooden stick and handed it to Bai Ji, saying, This is for your self-defense. Bai Ji, holding a wooden stick, followed Yifeng, walking forward along the trail of blood. Chapter 196. Late at night. Searching for someone with Bai Ji. Under the moonlight, in the forest at night, Yifeng led Bai Ji along the trail of blood. He originally wanted Bai Ji to go back, because it was dangerous to bring a woman with him, but he was worried about letting Bai Ji go back alone. There were many bloodstains along the way, but it was unclear whether they were left by Xiaochun or the strange monkey. Human blood and wild animal blood are the same, so it is difficult to distinguish them. Seeing the bloodstains all over the ground, Bai Ji was extremely anxious, fearing that it was her sister's life's work. If my sister is really injured and has lost so much blood, her life is in danger, and there are no medical facilities here. Don't worry, this is definitely not Xiaochun's blood, Yifeng said. Really? Bai Ji asked. If Xiaochun is injured, she will never stray far from where she lives, Yifeng analyzed. I was so confused that I overlooked this, but is it possible that my sister was injured and dragged away by the strange monkey? Bai Ji asked. That's unlikely. Although the strange monkeys are very powerful and agile, they don't have that much strength, and they have no reason to drag Xiaochun away. Yifeng continued to analyze. Is it possible that my sister went back to the cave? Bai Ji suspected that Xiao Chun might have driven away the strange monkey, which was why she went back. If that's the case, their search for Xiaochun will have been in vain. Of course, Bai Ji would prefer that to be the case. That's even more impossible, because Xiaochun knows you went to our cave. If she defeated the strange monkey, she would definitely go to our cave to find you. Yifeng continued to analyze. I'm so confused right now. I've completely lost my composure. Bai Ji was in a state of turmoil. In fact, she was a very smart woman. After all, she was a CEO in her early 30s. Such a woman was definitely not an ordinary person. But she was so worried about her younger sister that she was very confused. It's all right. Don't worry, Xiaochun will be fine. Yifeng continued to comfort him. Thank you for coming out with me. Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you enough or how to repay you. Because of her nervousness, Shiraheim's body was trembling. Only she herself could understand the worry and fear she felt for her younger sister. We're stranded on a desert island, so we should help each other. Please don't mention thanking me again. Yifeng carefully examined the ground and saw a footprint left in a bloodstain. Under the pale moonlight, the footprints were deep, and they were in the location of blood. Because the blood had soaked the ground and the soil was soft, the footprints were very clear. Yifeng squatted down and examined the footprints closely. The footprints were not very large, and at the bottom of the footprints, there were rows of small cylindrical imprints. These are shoes worn by people who practice martial arts. People in the 1980s often wore these shoes when they were young. The soles have many small posts for slip prevention. However, few people wear them now, but some people who like to practice martial arts or go mountain climbing still choose to wear these shoes because they have a very good anti-slip effect. These are my younger sister Xiaochun's footprints. Bai Ji was very excited when she saw the shoe print. It seems we're on the right track. As long as we keep following the trail of blood, we'll definitely find your sister, Xiaochun. Yifeng stood up and continued walking forward. Bai Ji followed behind, constantly observing her surroundings, her anxious gaze straining as if trying to see through the moonlit forest. Don't walk behind me. Walk in front of me, so I can protect you if anything happens. Yifeng had Bai Ji walk in front to prevent any danger from behind. Thanks. Bai Ji didn't stand on ceremony and quickly walked ahead of Yifeng. She knew that Yifeng was very strong, even stronger than her younger sister Xiaochun. Koharu. Koharu. In the moonlit forest, Shivering walked and called out, and her voice echoed through the woods from time to time. Her ethereal voice seemed to come from near and then fade away, like a call to a soul. Yifeng walked behind Bai Ji, completely baffled as to why Xiaochun had strayed so far from the camp. After leaving this grove, there was another grove ahead, and this one was quite dense, so the light wasn't very good. The trees in the previous grove were sparse, allowing moonlight to easily penetrate, but the trees in this grove are dense, making the light somewhat dim. Moreover, after entering the forest, Yifeng could no longer see any bloodstains. The bloodstains disappeared. Perhaps the poor lighting and dim surroundings prevented the bloodstains from being detected. Xiaochun, Xiaochun, where are you? Bai Ji shouted anxiously, her voice almost hoarse. Yifeng, the light in this forest is poor. We can't see the bloodstains anymore. Bai Ji was very worried, because following the bloodstains to find her sister was the only clue. But now, that only clue has been lost. Let's get through this forest first. Although the light is poor here and we can't see any bloodstains, I can smell the stench of blood, Yifeng said. However, he became increasingly confused. Why did Xiaochun run so far away? If she was injured, she couldn't have run this far, but if she had died, the footprints wouldn't have been found earlier. Could it be? Yifeng suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps the strange monkey was seriously injured and escaped, so Xiaochun chased after it all the way. But this explanation is even less reasonable. Unless Xiaochun is crazy, no normal person would chase after a strange monkey in the middle of the night. Bai Ji walked anxiously ahead when she suddenly felt herself step on something and cried out in surprise. Oh! Bai Ji retreated quickly, terrified, and almost fell. Yifeng rushed over quickly, stood behind her, and held her abdomen with one hand, asking, "What's wrong?" "I think I stepped on something really scary." Shireheim's heart was pounding. Sizzle! A chilling sound came from the grass, followed by a long, dark shadow slowly crawling and wriggling. This is a snake, probably 1 or 2 meters long. The weather is cool at night, so snakes like to come out. It's all right, it's just a snake. Yifeng was still holding Bai Ji, this noble, beautiful, and elegant woman. Chapter 197 Night Walk in the Forest with Shiroheim. In the dim forest, the black snake slowly slithered away. Due to the poor lighting, the snake could only be vaguely seen. It's all right, don't be afraid, it's just a snake. Yifeng stood behind Bai Ji, placing his left hand on her abdomen, protecting her in his arms. He could feel Bai Ji's heartbeat. It was pounding very hard. Embracing a noble woman does indeed bring a sense of accomplishment, but Yifeng had no other thoughts, as saving lives was the priority. Besides, the other person's sister's life or death is currently unknown. If I had such thoughts, would I still be human? It's gone, let's move on. Bai Ji quickly regained her composure. Nothing was more important than finding her sister, and she had to move forward no matter how dangerous it was. Yifeng released Bai Ji naturally. Thank you for catching me just now, otherwise I would definitely have fallen. Bai Ji walked ahead and thanked her. It was nothing, it's what I should do. Yifeng shook his head indifferently. However, Bai Ji was poised and generous, and did not show the shyness or restraint that is typical of women. Perhaps it's because she's such an extraordinary woman, having experienced so much hardship, that she doesn't care about these trivial matters. Koharu. Bai Ji continued to call out. The two walked quickly through the woods under the stars and moon. The moon in the sky, like a bright lamp, illuminates their way forward. Those bright, twinkling stars hung silently in the sky, appearing somewhat cold. About 10 minutes later, Yifeng and Bai Ji walked out of the woods. Ahead lay a rocky area, with countless strangely shaped stones standing tall. The place felt eerie, and behind the numerous stones, small mounds rose up, making it look somewhat like a mass grave, adding to the gloomy atmosphere. Gaa! Gaa! Under the moonlight, strange cries echoed from the surrounding forest, likely from nocturnal birds. Whoosh! A cold wind blew by, making my spine feel cold. Bai Ji tugged at her clothes tightly. This was her first time traveling at night, and to such a terrifying place. If it weren't for searching for her sister, she wouldn't have come here. Fortunately, Yi Feng was a righteous person. If Yi Feng were an evil person, like the former Tai Hu or Gongzi Lu and Chao Bao, he would definitely have designs on her. In such a deserted place, even a noble and elegant woman cannot resist a man. Yi Feng gripped his sword and looked up at the night sky. This island is very strange. Not only does it have primeval forests, but it also has pythons and even black gorillas. Damn, what kind of island is this? Bai Ji gripped the wooden stick tightly. After looking around, she looked at Yi Feng and said, "Thank you for your hard work, bringing me out in the middle of the night for this adventure." "It's all right, finding Xiaochun is the priority," Yi Feng said nonchalantly. Bloodstains were visible on the rock beside him. It was a dark rock, riddled with holes, and part of it was stained red with blood. "There's blood here," Yi Feng said, pointing to the rock. "There are some ahead too." Bai Ji pointed to the ground ahead, where a broken trail of blood stretched out in front of her. "Let's follow the trail of blood." Yi Feng, with Bai Ji by his side, continued their journey under the stars and moon, following the trail of blood ahead. Well, Yi Feng sighed inwardly, hoping that Xiaochun was all right. In this area filled with scattered rocks, although there are stones everywhere, the lack of jungles and towering trees to block the moonlight makes the light as bright as day. "Careful!" Yi Feng suddenly grabbed Bai Ji's hand, preventing her from moving forward. Bai Ji quickly stopped, not daring to proceed rashly. She saw a dark shadow under a rock. Because it was 30 meters away, she couldn't see the thing clearly, but the shadow looked somewhat like a person, at least its shape was similar. "Xiaochun, Xiaochun." Bai Ji also saw the shadow that looked very much like a human. She called out softly, even trembling slightly, but the shadow did not move. "You follow behind me, and we'll approach carefully." Yi Feng's voice was somewhat subdued, because something unusual had happened tonight. Xiaochun had inexplicably left the camp. "Okay, sure." Bai Ji nodded slightly, then gripped the wooden stick and slowly followed behind Yi Feng as they walked forward. Tap, tap, tap. Under the moonlight, the heavy footsteps of two people could be heard intermittently on the rocky ground. 20 meters. 15 meters. As the two walked forward, they gradually approached the dark figure. When they were 10 meters away, Yi Feng could see clearly what it was. It wasn't Xiaochun, but a strange monkey. Strange monkey. Bai Ji trembled slightly, afraid that the thing was alive, but she was also somewhat relieved because the shadowy figure was not Xiaochun. As long as she didn't see her sister's corpse, her sister might still be alive. "Don't go over there." Yi Feng gripped his sword tightly, his cold, deep eyes fixed on the strange monkey, which was leaning against a rock, motionless. Bai Ji stood beside Yi Feng, worried about her younger sister. Yi Feng slowly picked up a stone and then quickly threw it over. Whoosh! Bang! The stone flew out and hit the strange monkey, but the monkey remained motionless. "It's dead. Let's go take a look." Yi Feng led Bai Ji forward. Although the strange monkey was dead, he still dared not be careless. A fishy smell filled the air. As Yi Feng approached the strange monkey, he discovered blood on the ground and countless wounds on its body, from which blood was still flowing. This strange monkey just died. Blood is still slowly flowing from its wounds. "Xiaochun was here," Yi Feng said. "Thank goodness, but why is she here?" Bai Ji asked. "Have no idea." Yi Feng also felt confused and couldn't understand why Xiaochun had come here. "Let's keep going." Yi Feng stood up, preparing to continue his journey with Bai Ji. "Damn it, I hope Xiaochun doesn't die. Once I find her, I'm going to teach her a lesson. How dare she run out in the middle of the night and run into a ghost, causing me to suffer along with her." Since the strange monkey was dead, Bai Ji lowered her guard and walked ahead of Yi Feng, continuing on her way. Squeak! Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from behind a black rock, its sharp claws swiftly reaching for Bai Ji. Strange monkey. This is a living, strange monkey, lurking nearby, ready to launch a sudden attack. Bai Ji's pupils dilated in fright. She was just a businesswoman, a female CEO, and didn't have her sister's fighting skills. It was cold and damp. Asphyxia. Die? In that instant, Shiraheim felt a chill run through her body, as if death had descended upon her. Careful. Whoosh. Yi Feng rushed over quickly, grabbed Bai Ji's abdomen from behind with one hand, and then dragged her backward rapidly. Silk. Because Yi Feng was very fast, and Bai Ji's bodysuit was made of silk, which was very smooth, the clothes slipped down, revealing her fair skin. Chapter 198, A Dangerous Moonlit Night. Under the moonlight, Yi Feng carried Bai Ji and quickly moved backward. His hand slid down onto Bai Ji's body, but with life and death at stake, he couldn't care less about the difference between men and women. Squeak. the strange monkey came rushing over. This beast was very fast, as Yifeng had experienced it before and even had a few confrontations with it. The first confrontation took place on the night Lu Ting had a high fever. The second contest took place on a rainy day while they were butchering a black bear in a bamboo forest, and the third contest occurred in the fog while searching for medicine for teacher Wang Qing. However, none of the three encounters could be considered real battles, because the strange monkey only launched sudden sneak attacks and then quickly disappeared. Call. The beast rushed towards them like a gust of wind. Yifeng grabbed Bai Ji with one hand and retreated, while his right hand swiftly swung his knife. Call out. The sharp sword sped away. Clang. The strange monkey's long claws and teeth blocked Yifeng's sword, and then it fell to the ground, like a small black bear approaching. Bang. Yifeng raised his foot and kicked the strange monkey on the head, sending it flying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The strange monkey stood angrily on the rock, baring its teeth and brandishing its long claws, staring menacingly at Yifeng. Its eyes were terrifying, glowing green. Yifeng, are you alright? Bai Ji tugged at her clothes, pulling them down because they were somewhat disheveled. Don't worry, I'm fine, Yifeng said. You need to be careful. This is what they used to deal with my sister, Bai Ji warned. You stand aside and wait for me to destroy it. Then continue searching for Xiaochun's whereabouts. Yifeng gently nudged Bai Ji, making her stand aside. Damn it, a mere strange monkey dared to ambush me. It's courting death. Xiaochun only used 2 short horn knives to kill 2 strange monkeys, while I have a 1.5-meter long sword. If I can't even kill one strange monkey, I might as well just cut myself to avoid losing face. Squeak. The strange monkey stood on the rock, constantly shrieking, and stared menacingly at Yifeng and his companion. You beast, if you want to fight, then fight. I'm not afraid of you. I don't know what you are, but you must die. Yifeng stared coldly and sternly at the strange monkey. This beast was not tall, probably only 1.5 meters, and weighed only 50 or 60 kilograms, so its strength would not be too great. Size and weight determine strength. For example, black bears and black gorillas are very strong because of their large size and weight. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under the moonlight, the strange monkey's long claws and teeth seemed to gleam. When Yifeng saw its claws and teeth, he remembered the wild boar they had encountered in the forest when they first arrived on the island. The wild boar had shocking wounds on its body, wounds on its claws and teeth. If my guess is correct, the claw marks left on the wild boar should have been left by this strange monkey. Squeak. The strange monkey leaped down quickly, brandishing its sharp claws, and swiftly attacked Yifeng. The moonlight is so bright tonight, it will be easy to deal with this beast. Yifeng, be careful, Bai Ji warned from behind. Call out. Yifeng brandished his sword, sweeping across the enemy ranks. The sharp blade traced a straight line through the air. Clang. The strange monkey's claws blocked the sword, but its body was wide open, revealing a weakness. Go to hell. Bang. Yifeng kicked out and struck the strange monkey in the stomach. Snap. The strange monkey crashed to the ground like a ball, and then struggled to get up. Huh. Yifeng leaped into the air, rising 2 meters off the ground, before his sword landed on the ground like a cane. Laugh. The sharp blade pierced through the strange monkey's belly in an instant. Squeak. The strange monkey let out a painful cry and was instantly killed by Yifeng. The entire battle lasted only 2 or 3 moves. You beast, I could kill you with the ease of turning my hand. After killing the strange monkey, Yifeng's voice was icy, but he felt that he had really gone to unnecessary trouble. The strange monkey was already dead, and even if it wasn't, it probably wouldn't understand human speech. Are you alright? Bai Ji strode over and asked. It's nothing, Yifeng said with a faint smile, shaking his head. What kind of monster is this? It looks like a monkey. Bai Ji asked. I don't know either, because I've never seen it. Thank you for your hard work. Please come with me and continue searching for my sister, Xiaochun. Bai Ji continued to invite him sincerely, though she thought Yifeng was really amazing, having dealt with a strange monkey in just a few moves. Don't be shy, I'll search for Xiaochun with you. I won't turn back until we find her, Yifeng said seriously. Thanks. Bai Ji continued to tug at her clothes. Yifeng's protection had messed up her clothes and hair, but she didn't care. Let's go, let's keep going. Yifeng protected Bai Ji as they quickly traversed the rocky area. If Xiaochun were to die, the survivors would lose a powerful ally. This island is dangerous and eerie, and the presence of multiple powerful survivors is beneficial to everyone. Xiaochun, where are you? Under the moonlight, Shiraheim walked through the rocky area, her anxious voice echoing from time to time. Chapter 199, We found Xiaochun. Let me see. Under the bright moonlight, Yifeng and Bai Ji continued their journey, quickly traversing the rocky area. The hazy moonlight shone on Bai Ji, making her fiery red mink coat appear as red as a flame, as if she were burning with passion. This noble woman walked along calling out, deeply worried about her sister. Gaa, Gaa, Gaa. Suddenly, under some rocks ahead, a flock of vultures were devouring a prey. A dozen vultures were frantically tearing apart a dead animal. These vultures are very large, and they like to eat dead animals. Gaa, Gaa. The sudden appearance of the two startled the vultures into flight. Puff, puff, crackle. A flock of vultures flew in from all directions, flapping their long wings and stirring up gusts of cold wind. Seeing several vultures flying towards her, Bai Ji was startled and quickly bent down. Yifeng quickly walked over, shielding Bai Ji with his body, holding her waist with one hand, and then brandishing the sword in his hand. Roll. Call out. Bang. Yifeng casually slashed at a vulture with his sword. Gaa. The vulture let out a strange cry and immediately fell to the ground, flapping its wings incessantly, but unable to fly. Get out of here. Bang. Yifeng kicked out, sending the vulture flying several meters. These things are disgusting. Bai Ji straightened up and gently patted herself. Let's keep going. Yifeng, sword in hand, led Bai Ji forward. A dozen vultures circled in the night sky, emitting strange cries and refusing to disperse, because there was a dead deer on the ground. This deer is almost rotting. Its wounds are horrific. It was probably killed by other wild animals, who then abandoned it here before finishing their meal. After walking for a few minutes, the two entered a valley with mountains on both sides and a canyon in the middle. The cold moonlight shone on the mountains, casting a chill over the entire landscape. The scene was both desolate and beautiful. In the canyon, a shadow came running in a hurry. Because it was far away, it was impossible to tell whether it was a strange monkey or a person. Careful. Yifeng stood in front of Bai Ji, protecting her behind him, as it was dangerous here in the middle of the night. The shadow ran very fast and nimbly, like a kangaroo hopping around. Xiaochun, is that you? Bai Ji also saw the shadow and asked about it. Sister, it's me. The figure ran over quickly. It was Xiaochun. Xiaochun, you scare me to death. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Bai Ji asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Even though she was a female CEO, she was still very worried about her younger sister. Sister, I'm sorry for making you worry. Xiaochun ran over quickly. She looked very tired, but her clothes were torn, with a hole in her chest, probably from being scratched by the strange monkey. You're injured, let me see. Yifeng rushed over quickly. This part of her body was injured, and it was very serious. If a woman is injured here, it can affect her for life. Snort. Whoosh. Xiaochun immediately brandished two horn-bladed knives, glaring fiercely at Yifeng. I'm just concerned about you, so I wanted to see how serious your injury is. Even if you don't need to think about taking your own life, right? Yifeng said with a smile. Is this something you can watch? Xiaochun said angrily. Yifeng thought to himself, who cares? Xiaochun, don't be rude. Yifeng came out with me to find you in the middle of the night. We should be grateful, Bai Ji said. Xiaochun put away the oxhorn knife. Are you alright? Bai Ji asked anxiously when she saw that her sister's clothes were torn at the chest. Sister, I'm fine. Luckily, I wore thick padding, so I wasn't hurt, Xiaochun said. Is the pad thick? Damn it, it was fake after all. Yifeng was a little disappointed, but then he thought, what can you expect from a woman who has been practicing martial arts for a long time? It doesn't matter if she's fake, as long as her sister is real. Why did you run out in the middle of the night? Bai Ji asked. Yifeng was also very curious as to why Xiaochun had come here in the middle of the night. Sister, I fought those 3 strange monkeys. I killed one, but after I stuck a bullhorn knife into one of them, that monkey escaped. To get the bullhorn knife back, I chased after the other 2 monkeys, Xiaochun replied. I see. After a fierce battle in the forest, Xiaochun killed one of the strange monkeys and injured 2 others. However, one of her horn-shaped knives was stuck in the body of one of the strange monkeys, which then escaped. In order to retrieve the horn-shaped knife, she chased after it with all her might. The horn knife is very important to Xiaochun, especially on this deserted island. Without this weapon, it would be almost impossible for her to move an inch. You scare me to death. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Bai Ji reached out and gently brushed the fallen leaves off Xiaochun's clothes. Her younger sister had always loved playing with knives and sticks since she was little, and she was always a worry. Haha. Beautiful Bai Ji, now that you've found your sister, let's go back, Yifeng laughed. Okay, thank you. Bai Ji bowed very politely. She had a lot of rules and etiquette, but it's never wrong to be overly polite. Xiaochun quickly thanked Yifeng. If he hadn't come out with me, I would definitely have been killed by that strange monkey that just appeared, Bai Ji continued. Snort. Xiaochun tilted her head, not wanting to talk to Yifeng. You won't even listen to me anymore? Bai Ji said angrily, her face full of reproach. Haha, it's alright. If something like this happens again, I'll come out with you again, Yifeng laughed. In the dead of night, rather than being bored in a cave, it's better for a noble and beautiful woman to come out for a stroll. Thank you, Yifeng, Xiaochun said gratefully. Gaa. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, strange cries echoed from the mountains, and these dense cries seemed to grow ever closer. Yifeng looked up and surveyed his surroundings. He saw that the mountains were dark and the moonlight was icy cold. It was a dangerous place. We need to get out of here quickly. I have a feeling it's not safe here at night. Yifeng gripped his sword, cautiously on guard. Okay, let's go back. Bai Ji nodded. Xiaochun gripped two horn knives, glanced nervously behind her, and then went back with Yifeng. In the mountains, all sorts of strange cries seemed to be getting closer and closer to the three of them, as if they were right behind them. After finding her younger sister, Bai Ji was in a good mood. Thankfully, her sister wasn't hurt. However, Xiaochun is indeed very capable and has great strength. Chapter 200 Inside the Cave. Only she remains. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Late at night, Yifeng returned to the cave entrance alone, while Xiaochun and Bai Ji went back to their own cave. The cave was brightly lit, so Lu Ting and the others probably hadn't rested yet and were still waiting for him. Brother Yi, you're back. Just as Yifeng reached the grassy area in front of the cave entrance, Xiao Shui stepped out of the cave. Because they could see outside from the ventilation shaft inside the cave, they had spotted Yifeng in advance. Xiao Shui, aren't you all asleep yet? Yifeng looked up at Xiao Shui in front of the cave entrance. She had her hair down and was standing on the stone steps. The white moonlight shone on her, making her look beautiful and gentle. Yes, we haven't rested yet. We're all waiting for you, Xiao Shui said. Yifeng trod on the tender green grass and quickly walked towards the cave. Whoosh! As the evening breeze blew, the tender, green grass swayed gently on the ground. When Yifeng returned to the cave, Lu Ting smiled and said, You're back. Did you find Xiaochun? Found it. Yifeng was a little tired because he was exhausted. Brother Yi, why are you only coming back now? If you hadn't come back soon, I would have definitely come looking for you, Zhang Xiaoling said anxiously. Yifeng said, during Xiaochun's fight with the strange monkey, the oxhorn knife got stuck in the monkey's body, but the monkey escaped, so she chased after it for a long way. After telling everyone what had happened, Yifeng lay down on a wooden bed and fell fast asleep. Asleep? Lu Ting and the others were speechless. Yifeng fell asleep as soon as he lay down, shouting, Let's cover Xiaofeng with that blanket. It's okay if we catch a cold, but Xiaofeng can't, Wang Qing said. Okay. Lu Ting nodded, then covered Yifeng with the blanket. They had two blankets, both of which were gifts from Shinchichi. This woman had knelt down and given precious gifts in order to gain forgiveness. Yifeng slept very restlessly that night. In his dream, he saw countless strange monkeys, a dense swarm of them, frantically attacking them. The next morning, Lu Mei's excited voice woke Yifeng up. Haha, beautiful Lu Ting, teacher Wang Qing, Xiaoling, let's go catch crabs by the river. Jin Fuhao and the others found crabs under the river rocks at the foot of a mountain. Lu Mei said excitedly. Real? Of course it's true. I saw Jin Fuhao catch a crab that weighs 2 ounces, so I rushed back to tell you all. Lu Mei said excitedly. Haha, let's hurry up and go, before Jin Fuhao and his gang catch us all. But without Yifeng's protection, won't we be in great danger? Lu Ting asked worriedly. Don't worry, there won't be any danger, because Xiaochun is here too. With that female expert here, there shouldn't be any danger. Let's go. Lu Ting was getting impatient because she had heard there were crabs and really wanted to catch them. Yifeng woke up because the two were talking loudly. He saw Zhang Xiaoling, Lu Mei, Lu Ting, and the others in the cave, all eager to get started. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I woke you up. Lu Mei immediately apologized when she saw that Yifeng was awake. Fine. Yifeng shook his head, lifted the blanket, and tried to get up, but he felt a headache coming on. It was probably because he had been out last night and hadn't rested well, so his body couldn't take it. Since being stranded on the deserted island, he has been either fighting or preparing for battle. Even an iron body would not be able to withstand such a thing, let alone Yifeng, who is only made of flesh and blood. Yifeng, are you going to catch crabs? Lu Ting asked. I want to rest today, and I don't want to go. You guys go by yourselves. Yifeng shook his head wearily. What's wrong with you? Lu Ting quickly sat on the wooden bed and gently stroked Yifeng's forehead. It's okay, I'm just too tired. You guys go have fun, but be careful. Yifeng said worriedly. Since you're tired, why don't you rest in the cave? I'll go catch some crabs for you to eat. Anyway, with Xiaochun here, nothing should happen, hee. Lu Ting smiled happily. Yifeng nodded slightly. With Xiaochun around, there shouldn't be any problems. Although this woman was very cold, her kung fu was quite good, probably even better than Tai Hu's. Otherwise, given Tai Hu's character, if he could kill Xiaochun, he would have already taken action and then taken by Ji, this noble and sexy woman, for himself. Golden Retriever, you go with them. You and Xiaochun are both skilled in martial arts, so you should be fine, Yifeng said. Although Zhang Xiaoling was far inferior to Xiaochun, he was no ordinary person either. He had trained with him for 4 years and had achieved some success. All right, brother Yi, don't worry, I'll protect the girls. Zhang Xiaoling clenched his fist. His chance to shine had arrived. Sister Lu Ting, you guys go ahead. I don't want to go either. I feel a bit uncomfortable in my stomach. Zhao Shui touched her belly, her voice very soft. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ting finally nodded and said, Okay, let's set off then. Zhang Xiaoling, along with Lu Ting, Lu Mei, and Wang Qing, excitedly set off with bamboo poles in hand. Golden Retriever, here's your sword. Whoosh. Yifeng tossed his sword to Zhang Xiaoling, instructing him to protect everyone. After the others left, only Yifeng and Zhao Shui remained in the cave. Brother Yi, are you alright? Seeing Yifeng lying on the wooden bed, Zhao Shui asked him with concern. She felt that Yifeng was acting strangely today. Yifeng was usually full of energy, but he didn't go out today. It's nothing. Where does your stomach hurt? Yifeng said. I'm not feeling unwell. It's just that you don't want to go out, so I don't want to go out either. Zhao Shui mischievously stuck out her tongue, which was both playful and cute. I'm glad you're alright. Yifeng smiled slightly. Zhao Shui looked at Yifeng with a rosy face. It had been a long time since they had spent time alone together. Brother Yi, let me pour you a glass of water. Zhao Shui picked up the bamboo tube, poured a cup of water, and then presented it with both hands. Thanks. Yifeng raised his hand to catch the small bamboo tube, but instantly felt no strength in his hand and suddenly slipped to the ground. Bang! The small bamboo tube fell to the ground, and the clear water immediately spilled out. Brother Yi, are you alright? Zhao Shui was very anxious and looked at Yifeng with concern. Fine. Yifeng shook his head slightly. He didn't know what was wrong with him either. He suddenly felt weak, but then he recovered instantly. Damn it, could he have made himself sick from exhaustion? But that shouldn't be possible. After all, he was strong and healthy and could go up the mountain to fight tigers. How could he get sick? Brother Yi, I'll go make you breakfast. Zhao Shui turned around, preparing to go and make something to eat. Yifeng suddenly grabbed her hand, then hugged her, placed her on his body, and gently kissed her forehead. Brother Yi, this is a cave. What if they come back? Zhao Shui blushed and was very nervous, but she didn't push Yifeng away. Xiao Shui, keep me company. I've been feeling really tired these past few days, Yifeng said. Zhao Shui closed her eyes, her long eyelashes seeming to tremble slightly.